This young man is Yenin, the most gifted genius on the continent. At the moment, the monster was ravaging Huazhong, the final battlefield of the capital. He delivered a decisive blow to split it apart and save the 3 Tier 3 warriors who were about to face death. At this moment, he couldn't afford to be careless, especially with a mutated creature right above his head, and it was a form of chaos he had never encountered before. But the 3 gold divine mechanism archer and the 3 gold heavy hitter soldier, both stunned, still charged forward recklessly, risking their lives. The 2 of them hadn't even touched a single hair on it when the monster sucked them in and killed them instantly. The 3rd-tier Spirit Auxiliary girl, unable to watch her comrades die in agony, immediately charged forward to risk her life. Zhang spread his arms and kept spewing fire, but it barely made a dent. Just as he was about to be defeated, Dan Nin stepped in to block and deflect the attack. This monster can take down 2 top-tier level 3 members with 1 move, so it's definitely not an ordinary level 3 mutant. You call the Divine Archer first, keeping the strategist behind is just a burden. I will face it alone. Just as he blocked an attack, Dan Nin's sword broke in 2. It was exactly what the army had suspected countless times. Just when you thought they only existed in legends, a level 4 mutant to fight this one would require all their strength. Dan Nin leapt up, determined to deliver his strongest attack ever, but he failed. The sword pierces the heart and the young man collapses completely. Is this really level 4? It seems humans still don't understand the power of level 4. I couldn't protect the world, and honestly, I feel unfulfilled. However, suddenly, the familiar news broadcast voice rings in Jianin's ears. He wakes up with a pounding headache, and thinking to himself, wasn't I already dead? The 2 guards approached, claiming someone wanted to prevent him from taking the test, saying he was infected with a virus and unconscious, but an inspection was underway outside, and if he caused a scene later, he would be dead. They started planning to eliminate Dan Nin. Let's move now. Anyway, he is just an ordinary person, not the reincarnation of someone awakened, just a small character. If he dies, we can blame it on him being mutated. Dan Nin suddenly realized that he had been reborn 3 years earlier, on the very day of the talent test. The young man understood the problem. It turns out that back then, the reason the talent test failed was because of someone causing trouble. This time, how can he let them succeed like before? Jianin immediately grabbed the gun from the man in front of him and took them out, one by one. In his previous life, he missed the test and had to struggle to survive by scavenging corpses. It took 3 years for the army to discover the divine talent, but by then the Huoha battlefield had fallen, and there was basically no time or resources left to grow. Dan Nin only used 7 wins to reach level 3, still far from the strongest level, and had to go to the battlefield to fight against level 4 mutants. He deeply regretted not being able to save his mother and younger sister Xiaoan. But now it's different, there's still time. As long as he passes the test and becomes the strongest, he can save the important people around him and end this era of chaos. At that moment, the system announced that the Apocalypse Sword God had been restrained. The restrained person was Dan Nin. Mission content. In 30 minutes, the bound person must touch the test crystal to unlock and activate the system function. If they cannot touch the test crystal by then, the system will disappear at minute 31. Notification of the mission. Complete the task to unlock and activate the system. Any sword skill will be boosted 100 times and transformed into a forbidden swordsman. This is completely different from the apocalyptic system where every awakener has a past life. Dan Nin was unsure whether it was due to his golden touch or reincarnation that caused the change. After some thought, he decided that as long as he could get stronger, all those monsters and systems could go to hell, and he needed to start the check quickly to find out who was behind all this. The countdown was 31 minutes, and at that moment, a group of people ran out and blocked Dan Nin's path, warning that an infected person was fleeing, and advised him to stay still with his horns on his head. Dan Nin calmly assessed the situation, then swiftly snatched the captain's gun and took him hostage, ordering him not to move. Take me to the inspection square, 3 seconds to think. If you go over 3 seconds, I will shoot. Everyone looked at Daning as if they were looking at a crazy person stepping on a nail. The captain shouted in panic, "What are you doing there? An ordinary person coming to take the test? Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Let's talk it over slowly." Dan Nin still arrogantly pressed the gun to his head, determined to make him lead him away. The captain once again broke out in a cold sweat. "Kid, it's best if your door can awaken. But even if you become an awakener, it's hard to escape death." On the other hand, at the testing square, everyone's faces are tense and focused. A century ago, in 2042, the apocalypse arrived worldwide, and the population of billions dropped to less than 1 in 10 million. It was also when the first Awakened appeared, and the United Military saved China. Today is the important day to test whether everyone has the talent or not. If successful, they become a battle system awakener to protect one area. If not, they will leave here to live an ordinary life. The man holding the microphone is the representative of the Tianfeng Security Zone Military Committee, Liu Tian, now starting with the descendant of the awakened. As each person lines up waiting for their turn, a soldier hurriedly runs in to deliver a message. Someone infected has taken a hostage and led them into the testing area. Everyone is panicking until Da Nin leads the hostage inside. Liu Tian asked him to put down his weapon and surrender, warning that if he refused, he would be dealt with on the spot. The soldiers then lowered their weapons. Da Nin confidently declares, "I am not infected, and I do not want to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I am here to participate in the inspection." Liu Tian still lost his temper, shouting loudly and demanding the soldiers to immediately suppress him. Da Nin then lowered his gun and clearly announced that under Safety Zone Regulation 137, the awakened are entitled to special privileges. According to the rules, disobedience to military orders is a death sentence, but enough contribution can erase it. The team leader, losing control, angrily charged forward and punched Da Nin in the face, causing him to tumble. He didn't stop there, continuing to sit on him and issuing a warning. "What time is it? And you're still talking about terms?" Liu Tian shouted loudly, insisting on executing Zan Nin. At the moment the tip of the sword was about to strike down, a helicopter, what they called a super-fast sonic combat aircraft, approached. From the helicopter, the highest-ranking commander of the Tianfeng Military Zone, Level 3 awakened Grand Commander Tiu Hai, jumped down. The powerful energy emanating from this man is overwhelming everything. The feeling of oppression is too strong. Why is the Grand Marshal here before the inspection even begins? Tiu Hai's face is tense as he speaks seriously. The military zone now has many high-level awakeners, so if he dares to bet his life, we should give him a chance. If the awakening fails, execute on the spot. Da Nin Kuai steps forward, grinning like a fool. "Come on, get ready for the test now." The people in line start to disperse, really making way for Da Nin to go first. The others looked at him with contempt. Ordinary people dreaming of awakening are just daydreaming. Even though he's at a low level, he always claims to have innate talent, which is truly disgusting. No matter what others say about Da Nin Maksak, he stands proudly to face the test. In his previous life, he was betrayed and missed his chance, and one wrong step means a lifetime of regret. "This life, I am determined to start over again." Da Nin reached out, holding his own destiny in his hands. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful energy radiated throughout Da Nin's body. They stood there, wide-eyed and stunned. Once again, Da Nin experiences this feeling, which is the fusion of spiritual energy. Do you want to try it first? The system is checking talent, currently at level D, checking talent, currently at level C, checking talent, currently at level B. The system continues to notify like this. Liu Tian was stunned, unable to believe the rank kept rising. Could this kid really have a high-level talent? His current talent has reached level A, and the spiritual energy flooding into his organs makes the young man feel incredible. He declares the crystal test and asks for more spiritual energy to be poured in. The energy explosion grows stronger and stronger, with no sign of stopping. Liu Tian's eyes widen and his mouth opens in shock. An ordinary person like him having an A-level talent is a 1 in 10,000 chance that might not even exist. Tiu Hai watches intently, a hint of surprise, as the final result hasn't been announced yet. Could it be that he has an even higher innate talent, and indeed his level is still rising? Da Nin kneels in shock as the current talent test reaches S level. Tiu Hai is stunned. No, Fan Lei hasn't announced the end of the test yet, which means the test is still ongoing. Da Nin is actually a level S talent, a third-level awakened seed. This crucial moment must not be missed. Tiu Hai quickly issued an emergency order. Underground armored units prepared for defense, deploying spiritual fighters and conducting aerial patrols around the perimeter to prevent any unexpected mutations. All routes here are blocked unless they are military. The airspace above is sealed off, and Da Nin is still transforming, screaming wildly. The plane roared as it carried out its mission. And finally, the inspection process was complete. Tiu Hai was so surprised that he dropped the tablet he was holding. He is actually a pure blood SS level. If S level is the reserve military for level 3 awakeners, then SS level is definitely capable of reaching level 3. It seems that all of Tianfeng is about to change. Tiu Hai was so excited that he kept laughing with joy, looking very thrilled. All right, my Tianfeng safe zone has also found a talent. Those waiting to awaken below can't help but admire. Oh my God, being praised like that by the great commander must be a once-in-a-millennium dream. Truly something others envy. This sudden change even makes the young man beside him say again, "Indeed, a rapid transformation. You just called them disgusting and weak earlier. Stop being jealous. Maybe someday they'll even become our superior." While everyone was stunned in disbelief, Yanning felt a bit disappointed. My innate talent is clearly the highest SSS level in human theory, but I didn't expect the ultimate inheritance of this crystal test to only be at SS level. Forget it. The influence of SS level is already strong enough. The most important thing now is the mission of the Sword God system. The Sword God system has finished loading, and the bound Za Nin. The current effect increases skill power by 10,000%. After learning any sword skill, it will automatically be upgraded to SSS level. Every 48 hours, you can use the skill once without any cost or level limit. Da Nin breathes a sigh of relief that he has finally completed the mission, but upon closer inspection, he is shocked and says, "Wait a minute. Even the power of the country in the previous life could only have 2 S-rank individuals and 1 A-rank skill user. Now the Sword God system can freely upgrade skills to SSS rank." Da Nin's current task is to learn sword skills, and the reward will be an additional 4 free attribute points. Do not reveal any information about the system. The violator will be eliminated. Da Nin is determined to find a way to get the skill book. Tio Hai approached happily to chat. "Da Nin, congratulations on testing your SS level talent. Tell me what reward you want. I will satisfy you." While everyone else is excited and eager, Da Nin still stares intently in one direction, eyes wide open, ultimately still scrutinizing the system's mission. "Sorry for forgetting." Tio Hai had to make an excuse. Calling didn't get any response. It seems that just becoming an awakener, he hasn't adapted yet. "Ha ha! It's okay, little boy. I also was stunned for a long time back then, just like you. Let's go, stop spacing out, and come to my office so we can talk." Back in his private room, Da Nin was greeted with a much warmer welcome than before. "You were falsely accused of delaying the inspection. I have already sent people to control all related departments and will investigate thoroughly to give you a clear answer." Then, the uncle decided to let you be the first chosen for the seed plan. Once the higher-ups review it, a professional third-level expert will come to guide you. Materials and equipment will also be prioritized for you. Now, tell me about your talent situation. Uncle Xiao will make a plan to help you. Da Nin remained silent, thinking that the secret of the Sword God system couldn't be told to anyone. So, just revealing his innate talent to him would suffice. He then began to respond. The mental system's function is telekinesis. Xiao Hai strokes his chin, appearing to concentrate and think. "Oh, it's a mental system. This is very rare. Maybe an expert from the capital needs to be consulted. Ah, right. What reward do you want?" "Captain Tio, if possible, I would like a sword skill manual." Tio Hai immediately agreed, even thinking this reward was too easy. He ordered someone to bring the highest quality one here. After a long search, that person finally delivered the book. "Commander Tio, this is the highest grade in our supply reserves." Tio Hai handed it to Da Nin without hesitation. "Thank you, Commander Xiao. If there's nothing else, I would like to return home quickly to share the good news with my family." "You can understand that." Tio Hai immediately sent some elite soldiers to protect Da Nin 24/7, ensuring his safety at all costs. If there is any abnormal situation, report it immediately to a higher level. Regarding Da Nin almost losing his qualification for inspection, a report must be seen within 24 hours. No matter who is involved, just arrest them first and deal with it later. Once the order was given, Da Nin was protected and escorted like gold and silver without missing a second. You think they're overdoing it a bit, so you tell them to stay here and you'll go home on your own. As soon as you appear, everyone starts to chatter excitedly. Look, isn't that Dunning? Has he become a big shot now? Are you still riding the soldier's vehicle back? Keep your voice down. With so many awakened protectors, it's definitely not simple." As soon as he got home, he saw his little sister taking out the trash. She is Xiao An, Da Nin's younger sister. Da Nin froze involuntarily, recalling the terrifying memories. "Tio An, in the previous life I couldn't protect you. I'm truly sorry. In this life I will definitely not let you suffer any harm." Just then, the young man ran over and hugged his sister tightly, while she smiled happily and patted him. Come on, it's been a year since we last met. Aren't you at the training camp? When did you go out?" Da Nin, still overwhelmed, tearfully said, "I already took the test." "So why are you crying?" "Nothing, I just got so happy to see you." Little An. Ngo, holding her brother's hand, says, "Let's go home quickly, after you leave. Mom has always been worried about you. Look, today I was lucky enough to find some parts, so I can exchange them for some cakes on the way, and I can eat my fill today. The girl is so innocent and considerate, it's heartbreaking. Danin smiled and announced, "You silly girl, today we can have a good meal." Xiao An cheered up. "Really? Is there meat today? Of course, you can eat as much as you want. Just now you prepared a feast for your mother and sister. The whole family has actually never eaten such a good meal before," the mother gently asked. "That test related to awakening training, how is it progressing? Any neighbors are asking about you?" "Yes." Nin excitedly told his mother, "I passed the test, I became an awakened person." His mother was so moved she almost cried. "Little Anne, too, you really are your brother's pride and joy. So after he became awakened, can our family have meals like this every day?" Nin's heart aches, but he still manages to nod. After his mother and sister fall asleep, he quietly opens the door to the kitchen and activates the system. Skill book system. Notification, the mission has been completed. You have gained 4 free attribute points and unlocked the C-rank dash skill, a rare type of ability. You have successfully leveled up your skill. The Strike Wind Blade has been upgraded to an SSS level skill, the Wind Flow Sword. A sphere of powerful energy appears in Danin's hand. After consuming 4,500 spiritual points, the Windblade Storm skill can summon a torrent of sword energy and deliver a devastating attack on the target area in a very short time. The skill comes with attributes such as super speed, armor piercing, destruction, cutting, and splitting. One important note is that its destructive power has increased 10,000 times compared to her into its current level, so it must be used with caution. Danin still couldn't believe his eyes. He really upgraded his C-level skill to SSS level. No matter how grand the situation in the past was, I had never encountered anything so unbelievable before. Danin read it carefully again, knowing that using it once requires 4,500 spirit points. If it weren't for the support of the equipment, using the Windblade Storm once should only be possible at level 3 intermediate. Fortunately, Danin's innate trait allows him to use any skill once every 48 hours. Otherwise, even if all his spiritual energy were drained, he wouldn't be able to use any skill at all now. But the problem is that the Sword God system doesn't allow revealing information related to it. You also can't explain to others the origin of your power and skills. This also means that before reaching level 2, I must avoid using the Windblade Storm in front of others. The young man sighed. Now is a critical moment. The Grand Commander announced the seed plan. It's better to cause him less trouble, but in the previous life, there was never a high-level sword technique. I really want to try it out right now. As soon as he held it, he suddenly remembered, that's right. Isn't there something like that in the military zone? Lamb's expression darkened, because with the appearance of spiritual energy, various random dungeons appeared all over the world. After completing exploration and training through infiltration, humans gradually gained a better understanding of the related dungeon materials, especially since the military had spent significant manpower and resources to develop training dungeons for real combat scenarios. Compared to naturally formed dungeons, training dungeons could be accessed at any time when life was threatened, with safety measures maximized to the utmost. Therefore, Danin decided to go outside to the trial dungeon to test his skills. This is the safe zone trial dungeon Tianfeng. Danin arrived and asked to open a single-player instance of any type. The support character with wide eyes looked at Danin, thinking to himself, this is Danin from the spiritual realm who just tested and revealed the SS talent. The Grand Commander has already given the order to open the dungeon for him. This brother of yours looks worried and asks Danin again, are you planning to go alone? You should have someone go with you. With your current strength, going into the dungeon alone is too dangerous. I'm just going in to try a few things. I'll come out quickly, so don't worry. So he entered the trial dungeon alone, where he appeared in a city with low danger level. This is a simulation shortly after the apocalypse struck. The dungeon weapon assigned to Ye Ning is a dagger. He reaches into the virtual space to take it out. Just what I wanted. The weaker the weapon, the easier it is to test skills. Just then, you noticed something strange happening. The first monster had appeared. It kept jumping out at him. Danin moved step by step, leaping up to dodge its attack. You came here voluntarily to give me a point, you bastard. You stabbed the knife straight into its protruding eye. In a flash, the monster just managed to take down one, so it wasn't satisfied yet. And its hand hadn't even moved. The young man decided to run quickly and start hunting. The door leads to the emergency exit, with a few flickering red lights outside. As he opened it, the multi-eyed monster was already waiting and lunged at him. It opened its mouth to devour him, but he kept his eyes fixed on it, not expecting there to be another one. He stepped closer, even spitting on his face with a slash of its blade. Although his current physical condition wasn't strong based on his previous combat experience, since dealing with this type of zombie was still quite manageable. It seems that to test skills, you should focus on finding the mutated leader of the boss area. First, you decide to leave the building via the stairs, then cross the street in the boss zone located to the right in front of the square. As soon as he opened the door, he didn't expect that the zombies here had already evolved into level 1 intermediate, and the dungeon's difficulty was increasing. Danin didn't want to waste time on them. As soon as they sensed human activity, they roared loudly and charged wildly. Daning swung his sword in a curved arc and then ran, using the fastest method to find the boss so he could leave quickly. The number of zombies paying attention to him has been increasing exponentially. Unfortunately, no matter how many zombies he kills, he won't gain any energy experience points. Dainin still decided to head straight to the boss area. For now, just focus on losing these guys first. He used his jump skill to leap onto the car roof and then managed to enter the boss zone. The young man jumps up alertly as the system announces that the peak-level first-tier mutant illusion is attacking, moving too fast for Danin to react. The boss, the Tuok Tijia of the dungeon test, is a peak-level level 1 mutant. He leapt away to avoid its attack. Normally, at least 3 awakened individuals of the same level are needed to deal with a peak-level level 1 mutant. If it weren't for the skill check, Danin would only be at level 0 now. No matter how strong his talent is, he can't directly face this peak-level first-tier mutated creature. Moreover, there are countless ordinary zombies surrounding the boss monster approaching. Even a first-tier elite combat squad would find it difficult to escape. Danin still decided to charge forward. If the skill isn't as powerful as expected, at worst he can only escape the dungeon. You activate your skill and begin to attack, unleashing the power of sword-flowing wind frenzy. A loud explosion erupts, rocks shatter, and dust billows in the mist. The young man looked carefully. This is a real move that has wiped everything out. Without checking, you wouldn't be able to imagine the damage of sword-flowing wind fury. This, where, even if slightly weaker at level 2 peak mutation, could still destroy in an instant, and I have only just reached level 1. Having just defeated a top-tier mutated beast level 1, Yan Ning received 5 energy experience points, and the artificial dungeon's progress was reduced by 50%. All experience in the artificial dungeon comes from spirit stones provided by the war zone. The drop rate is even lower than in normal dungeons. In the past, I never heard of anyone getting equipment from a testing dungeon, but now there's even gear. The item Danin received is a type of white equipment called flexible gloves. It adds 1 point of agility and increases attack speed and shooting speed by 15%. With this appearance, even a level 2 awakener might not have a full set of white gear. Getting one now is not a bad start. The test has been successful, and luckily I obtained some equipment, so there's no point in staying here anymore. Danin immediately exited the dungeon, and upon returning, the young man nonchalantly handed over the technical badge. The staff from the technical department quickly came out, probably frightened by the sight of the zombie horde. Just then, the white-haired man hurried over. Who was the one who let the level 1 squad into the dungeon? Didn't we already say no? A single-player instance can't allow so many people in. Maintaining the instance is difficult. I've told you many times. Why don't you remember? The young man from the technical department still doesn't understand what's happening, but I haven't let any squad into the solo dungeon. No one? There really are no squads, so why did that level 1 mutation from the solo dungeon disappear? Even the only piece of equipment also dropped. There's no way anyone with a second level awakening would go into a solo dungeon when they're so busy. The older brother from the technical department broke out in a sweat, his face twisted with scars. Earlier, only Danin went into the dungeon alone. He said he was going for an inspection, so did he go alone to handle the dungeon boss? On the way back, Danin saw everyone exhausted. Selling guns here. 15 kilograms of flour and 2 bullets for each meal. Praying mantis at a half-credit point, selling now. Danin Teet thought that although he could easily handle a top-tier level 1 mutated creature, the situation was still not optimistic. This is not even considering the catastrophe a year later, when the Thien Phong safe zone would be attacked by a large number of level 3 mutants, with corpses scattered everywhere. Exactly 10 days later, a zombie outbreak will cause a violent attack on the Thien Phong safe zone. Daning still couldn't help but worry, as the danger to Xiaoan and her mother had not been eliminated. She must increase her strength even faster. At the capital's safe zone base, the Central Military Command is holding a meeting. An urgent intelligence report from the Tianfeng safe zone detected an SS-level talented individual. Has everyone seen it? An SS talent and pure blood at that. This is a good seed. Recently, many level 3 individuals have died. Having talents like that to supplement us is a very good thing. Yes, we need to speed up training and provide the corresponding resources quickly. Or perhaps directly enlist in the capital military district, so the commander-in-chief can personally teach him. He means that he will break through from level 3 to level 4 in that impossible gap. Up to now, none of our high-level awakeners, whether the 4 generals or the dozen peak level 3 soldiers, not even our commander, have reached level 4. Because we lacked good training resources from the start. Everyone thought it over and agreed together. Starting with resources was not a bad suggestion. Worth trying. Tell Nin, the SS level prodigy chosen for the plan, to be the top seed and immediately send him to the capital military district. While everyone else agrees, there is one person who objects. This opposition makes everyone upset. Even a genius like that is objecting. What does that mean? 4th military district, are you guys going to perform traditional arts again to argue? This man with glasses is insisting on protesting. It seems you haven't watched the final part of the emergency intelligence. He is an awakener with the willpower attribute of the mental system. There has never been a level 3 spiritual system in the past 70 years. The physical qualities of those who awaken the spiritual system are very fragile and usually require support. If there is no other awakened person to protect, fighting alone becomes a burden, and the personal breakthrough missions from level 1 to level 2 are all a gamble with luck. The peak of level 2 advancing to level 3 has almost 0 success rate. After hearing this, the chairman turned around completely and downgraded Danin's importance. Important resources cannot be wasted. The next day, Xiao Hai received the return notification. Danin's plan for fire breeding has been cancelled by others and its importance downgraded. His mental system cannot reach level 3 and his potential assessment is only at level A or even lower, making training less meaningful. The close soldier asked, "So are we going to treat him as we discussed before? It seems the day of betrayal has begun and the higher-ups have confirmed that Daning has no potential. In that case, cancel Dan Nin's original benefits and assist those sent to protect him. Also, investigate the incident that prevented Dan Nin from checking because the suspicion of suicide interrupted the clues. Do you want me to continue the investigation?" Xiao Hai sighed listlessly. "We agreed to investigate earlier because we saw potential in him, but now that he has none, what's the point?" Soon after, they arrived to deliver the news. Dan Nin, the expert panel's verdict is in. Your potential is only at level 2, and the safety zone has already revoked your benefits. The seed plan is no longer necessary. I have already communicated everything that needs to be announced. Goodbye. Dan Nin was stunned. Why can your potential only be at level 2? You know very well that your talent has already reached SSS level, and even if you pass the SS level test, that's enough to prove your potential. After thinking for a while, he realized that during this time, the Tianan safe zone was attacked by a large number of mutated beings, and those who awakened the mental system were still considered trash. The reason why mental system awakeners cannot break through to level 4 is because their will attribute is insufficient, and they need to supplement their mental system, which no one knows about yet. Everything turned out to be beyond expectations. I never thought that in this life we would encounter unexpected events that made them unaware of my importance. Do I really have to go to the capital and reveal that I am an SSS talent? Only then will awakening the spirit be the key to breaking through to level 4. After thinking for a while, the young man decided to give up again, because if there's no evidence, no one would believe him. The most important thing now is to find a way to quickly recover to level 3. Then, everything will become clear. With the Sword God system and the Lu Feng Bao sword, just those 2 things already made your start much better than before. There's no more time to hesitate. Let's set out immediately to hunt the mutated beings. This is a wilderness area, and we've just arrived when 2 young men approached us. Hey kid with the gun, do you want to join our team? Join our team to hunt level 1 primitive mutated creatures, and if we succeed, you'll get a credit point. Follow us, and you'll be safe. Danin flatly refused. A team? The experience of a level 1 mutant isn't high. With so many people, how many experience points can actually be divided? Go ahead on your own, I don't need you. Ah, kid, you're surprising me. Seeing you're alone, I wanted to help you, but you're really ungrateful. Don't think that just because you've become an awakened person, you're invincible. We're trying to help you, but your attitude makes me wonder if you've given up on life. Stop rambling and shut your mouth, or get the hell out of here. Just meeting Danin's gaze made that loudmouth step back, and they all panicked. This cold gaze feels like it's being targeted by a beast. Could it be that only someone who has survived many life and death situations has such eyes? This young man really is a bit sinister. Danin then simply ignored him and walked straight in. You stopped at Lanthi Forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the safe zone Tianfeng. If I remember correctly, the deepest part of this forest has 2 level 1 mutated creatures, one of which is a peak level 1. An awakening from level 0 to level 1 needs to defeat 3 level 1 mutated creatures. In the dungeon, One peak level 1 has already been taken down. Even though I've halved the experience, it's still equivalent to a normal level 1. Defeating 2 more creatures in this Lanthi forest will allow me to level up. Just now encountering monsters, you decisively didn't use the violent sword, but instead fired a gun. You need not only spiritual energy experience, but also to enhance your body's functions. Where did the monster come rushing from? Danin determined that the physical qualities of an awakened nerve system are the weakest. You must change the high level's impression. Not only you, but all level 3 awakeners with abilities need to find ways to awaken their spirit. If we don't hold out until level 4 with Lamb's physique, it'll be too late. We must find a way to make the higher-ups realize the importance of the mental system. During Danin's gunfire, swallows were flying chaotically, and the group from earlier was also panicking. Did you hear that? It's gunfire. Could it be from the young boy earlier? This sound is coming from the Thu Yu. It seems to be nearby. Everyone run quickly. Don't let the spirit energy orb be taken by that kid. On another front, Danin is dodging attacks and sweeping strikes as the top-tier mutated creature, the Thu Yu, fiercely assaults him. Not just one, but 2 of them attacking together. It opened its mouth wide, waiting for the fight. But Danin was quite confused when he looked around and couldn't see the other one anywhere. Right now I can only see and feel that there is just one creature in front of me. But upon closer inspection, it doesn't quite look right. Its dozens of tentacles are stabbing straight into the ground at a very fast speed. Danin ran quickly, dodging each attack, looking around but not seeing it anywhere. Actually, it had already jumped right onto his head. Moreover, the second monster hasn't appeared yet, and Danin suspects it's trying to ambush him. The creature is growing more furious by the second. There's no time to dodge or think of a plan, only to fight back with all his might. You suddenly hit it hard with your gun, and then suddenly saw a strange object that looked like an eye right in the middle of its body. Nin's wrist was torn open in the attack. I must have seen it clearly earlier. The second-tier mutated disciplinary team is very skilled, but facing 2 first-tier creatures left the entire team badly wounded and 2 people sacrificed. If the second child hadn't hidden so well, they wouldn't have been injured like this. In the previous life, both the Thu Yu here and the Troublemaker were eliminated by an elite squad of the military. Their words at that time made me misunderstand. In fact, there has always been one hiding deep inside, and the answer was right in front of me. The disturbance is on the body of the submissive beast, which is starting to swell. Danin also realized that the screeching of the disturbance was caused by the enhanced parasite, but it seemed that the duration of this boost was not long. Moreover, when using the boost, the parasite deliberately stepped back. At this moment, there is still no change, still like the attack from before. If I'm not mistaken, it will jump back onto Danin's side next. As expected, Danin immediately jumps onto its tentacle. Your biggest weakness is that Troublemaker, you brat. This is the time when the young ones run wild. He jumps high, stabbing his sword straight into the center of the Troublemaker. The Thu Yu screams loudly as a green slime oozes out. The Troublemaker in Danin's hand is extremely weak when not on Thu Yu. You squeeze it with one hand until it shatters. The prey creature, seeing this, becomes even more frantic, thrashing wildly in defiance. Now it's its turn. Danin drew his sword, and with a few strikes, he shattered the tentacle into 100 pieces without the interference of the disruptor. The creature's power was no longer at its peak of mutation. The young man decisively moved forward once again. The more it howled, the more he enjoyed turning it into a crippled monster. Now, the parasitic creature was helpless, its mighty tentacles thrashing wildly, all cut to pieces. Danin gently and tenderly says, "Come on, stop struggling. Farewell, my dear." A sword then stabbed straight into the face. Blue fluid oozed out, and the entire body exploded. The system notified you of successfully defeating the disruptive mid-tier mutated creature and awarded spiritual energy experience. You have defeated this most mutated peak-level parasitic creature and gained spiritual energy experience. You received a white parasitic creature shell material and a white wooden armor equipment. Additionally, I received white claw materials and a spirit energy fruit. Danin felt somewhat satisfied. Despite the side effects, it's a top-tier item for normal combat. However, the rare item is still the spiritual energy fruit. Using this fruit will permanently increase one physical attribute and boost healing speed by 20%. Danin decided to use it immediately. For an awakened person, a level upgrade is just 4 attribute points. You have defeated 2 bosses, gaining 1 point, which is a pretty good harvest. The 3 team members are staggering, looking dumbfounded as the boss's energy pressure disappears. Could that gunshot have been fired by the level 2 awakened? But here, besides the useless young man earlier and us, there's no one else. Just now I felt that kid was suspicious. It probably wasn't him who did it, right? This is too hard to believe. Half an hour later, at the safe zone in the city center of Tianfeng, the material collection point for mutations, Danin arrived with several carefully prepared items. Seeing a large bag, the shop owner greeted him warmly. Do you want to sell all these materials? How much do you estimate they are worth? Although Danin could directly sell through the system's trading channel, at this stage he cannot afford to waste any resources. Money must be spent wisely, so offline transactions are the best choice. After reviewing, Ho Hoi shop manager announces, Hello. The 4 materials of the top-tier mutant type can be used to craft a set of armor and offensive gear. The value fluctuates around 697 credit points. It seems this is your first time here, so we're increasing the price to 700 credit points for new customers. Is that okay with you? Danin hesitated, thinking that in the apocalypse, 700 credit points could buy more than 200 kilograms of meat or rent a bounty hunter to sell their lives for up to 8 soldiers. It's also considered a pretty high price. Danin had no reason to refuse. He immediately agreed and told the shopkeeper to calculate the bill. Yes, the credit points have been transferred. Please check if you've received them. We also sell equipment, supplies, guns, and can even customize according to special requests. Do you need anything else from this guest? Do you have any skill books available? Sword skill types? The boss hesitated. There are sword skill books available, but their levels are a bit low. Actually, it's not just our trading guild, but the entire Tianfeng safe zone is like that. The sword skill books are only at level D. The staff then took out 3 books and asked if Danin was interested. You also try holding and looking through it. One book contains a D-rank rage/skill, along with a sword skill. The skill effect will consume some stamina and mental energy, then launch a powerful attack forward dealing 1.2 times strength attribute damage. The second book is a level D skill combining sword drawing, slash, and sword techniques, which consumes a significant amount of stamina, increases attack speed, and deals 1.2 times agility attribute damage on the first strike. The third book is a level D skill that provides continuous slashing attacks along with a sword skill that consumes high stamina and mental energy. When attacking, it performs 3 quick slashes, each dealing 0.6 times the attribute damage and has a chance to cause bleeding effects. These are all the 3 lowest tiers, so they are all considered weak. Although the power of the skills after being improved by the Sword God system doesn't need to be worried about, the effects of the modified skills still heavily depend on the original skills. After all, you can't just pick randomly, like the Crimson Flow Sword Intent, which is devastating but has a short release time and a large coverage area, making it less flexible. Later, if you encounter a high-level flexible mutation creature, once you dodge the Crimson Flow Sword Intent, it can attack while Danin's skill is cooling down. The boss is still smiling mischievously, trying to persuade him. Is this distinguished guest unable to take any of the books? Actually, if you're not in a hurry, I can transfer the skill book from another safe zone. You just need to pay the procedure fee and we can find a level C skill. If no specific type is chosen, it could also be level B. Danin didn't hesitate and immediately placed the order. No need to go, I'll take this cutting sword slash. Actually, you really want to see how much your speed boosting skill can be enhanced, but the shop owner is thinking that even with top-tier mutated materials, he's only interested in cheap skills. Does he just have money and like to mess around? Forget it. Since the items are sold, there's no need to worry. He then put on a fake cheerful face and drew his sword to cut and pack the skill books for our distinguished guest. Selling this book, they hit the jackpot. Danin hesitated as he walked home, thinking that with only 100 credit points left, he should buy some good food for Tioan. As soon as she got home, my younger sister stormed in, not understanding why her brother brought back so much food. The confident young man explained, I am awakened. Didn't I tell you that last time? From now on, we'll only eat good food. Danin even bought a few more snacks. During the apocalypse, survival itself was already a challenge. Snacks were an ultra-luxurious item. As soon as she saw it, Xiao An shouted in excitement, Wow, I heard only officials' families have snacks. No one in our neighborhood has ever seen snacks before. You pat your sister's head to comfort her. Eat. In the future, Tioan will have many things like this. I promise and guarantee. After eating for 2 hours, the girl also went to bed to sleep. Today, her mother worked overtime, so she came home late. Now no one will bother you anymore. You can start learning the skill book, so you begin to open it. In a moment, you successfully learn the D-rank skill book of the Sword God, with 2/4 skill points allocated, and the skill changed to the SSS ranked Heavenly Tides Light. Danin closed her eyes, feeling the skill's effect consume 4,000 energy points, unleashing a single slash that increases its power and agility by 600% for 1 second. The attack, imbued with destructive sword aura, can cause unpredictable dismemberment effects on the target and has a chance to trigger a special lethal effect. I didn't expect it to increase agility by 600%. Even just for a second, it can compensate for the attack speed of the skill. I really made the right choice. Next, I should find a place to test my sword skills. Suddenly remembering something, he opened the cabinet to find an antidote mask. I remember now, if I want to compare speed, that's the only place suitable. 2 hours later, outside Yuen Tianfeng City, thick fog shrouds the area, monsters crawling everywhere. This is the Kim Nguyen residential area, and it seems that whether in the past life or this one, Kim Nguyen is a place no one explores. Danin recalls old memories, and in his previous life, he accidentally discovered that this residential area concealed a nearly maxed-out second-tier mutant with incredible speed and agility. And it also wore a highly valuable blue equipment. I accidentally looked down and got covered in its slimy goo. It lunged at me from behind, and I turned around just in time to see it charging at me. Its suction hole spread wide, aiming to bite off your head. Danin quickly drew his sword and struck a few basic slashes, causing it to collapse suddenly. Fortunately, it's just a zombie. If it had been a climber, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fighting it in this swamp would be hellish, so let's move somewhere else immediately. In an instant, I was inside an empty warehouse. As soon as I entered, monsters lurking everywhere were waiting. In my previous life, I fought it when I was a second tier, fully equipped in blue. But I still got seriously injured. Now, with this body's slower reflexes, I'm afraid I'll be torn to pieces by the climber. If I remember correctly, the climber is nearby. When he turned his head, the young man saw a ventilation fan. I don't know if this existed in the past life, but you can use the iron steps. Maybe back then they didn't notice. But it could be used to set a trap. Danin bent it and pointed the sharp ends outward, apparently planning to lure the monsters over and skew them with this. From the water puddle, a cunning monster emerges, thrashing wildly, and rushes towards Danin at incredible speed. You quickly dodged a strike that would have slammed it into the wall. You need to eliminate it fast. If another climber appears, everything will be ruined. The elite monster roars in pain. You got hit so quickly. This trap is truly effective. Something is jumping very quickly behind the building. The worst thing has already appeared. The system reports that a mid-level second-tier mutant climber has appeared. We're doomed at this range. The young man couldn't believe that this one-on-two situation was still happening, standing between two enormous monsters, completely overwhelmed. Even the climber feels its speed is faster than before because of the shadow under the light. Since the distance to the climber is too close, its next attack is easier to dodge. The points where that clever monster concentrates its attacks are hard to predict. At this stage, there's no time to think, and the climbing enemy's attacks must be avoided at all costs. Dodging this one, the other rushes in, and depending on the situation, you can only defend. Just when he was feeling excited, Ya Ning was disappointed. Setting that trap was really pointless. Now I'm even more badly injured. Damn it, it's like hitting myself with my own stick. Although I came to check the skills, the current situation is dangerous, and using the Wind Blade Storm Sword technique would be much safer, but right now using it to wipe out everything seems impossible. The speed of the climber is too fast, so the Storm Wind Sword can't hit, and they also have to avoid attacks from two mutants at the same time. The body's innate talent can't handle this. Then I can only use the Tian Qi Liu Guang skill, but it's a single target / attack. Danin reluctantly reinserted his sword. Wait a minute, I remember in the skill description it said that the attack of Heavenly Sparkling Light comes with its own sword energy. Although I don't know how long the sword aura is, to be safe, I'll base it on the shortest length I know, which should be the combined length of my arm and the sword's body. With the length of the sword aura, even though Heavenly Shock Light is a single target skill, it can hit both monsters at once. Daning decisively activates the sword draw to slash the sky and unleash a powerful simultaneous attack, causing energy to spread everywhere. A few parts of the monster's body falling off are enough to understand. Danin stood in the middle, attacking two monsters with just one triggered effect attack. It's not just about introducing a skill that can cause the target's body parts to break apart uncontrollably, but the sword energy also has a splattering effect. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have risked attacking two at once. But upon reflection, the young man had a strange feeling. That's not entirely correct. The attack effect doesn't necessarily have to be triggered. This skill still needs further research. The system continuously notifies that you have leveled up by defeating the Climber, a mid-tier second-grade mutated body, and received a huge amount of spiritual energy experience points. Having defeated the High-End Clone, the high-level first-tier mutant body gains spiritual energy experience points along with white mutant materials. The Climber receives blue mutant materials and a core fragment, and the Frostblade Claw equipment in blue. Although it was risky earlier, the result was worth it. At the Tianfeng Military Zone guard post, they detected a massive wave oscillation across the entire area. What is this? An unusual energy fluctuation that has never appeared before must activate the alarm immediately. The alarm just went off, and everyone is panicking. What's going on? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? An abnormal energy fluctuation was detected in the outskirts. Could it be that someone of the third-rank awakening has acted in the outskirts? The third-stage awakener from our Tianfeng military zone has no records outside today. Could it be a visit from a senior official from another military zone or some special activity from another country? Hurry and send someone to the scene for investigation. 20 minutes later. They tracked the area where the traces were found. This is the first time I've seen battle traces like these. I don't recall anyone in the nearby military zone awakening to the third tier using this technique either.
Wait, take a look at this. Based on the remaining energy, the spiritual energy used in this person's skill is at least 4,000.
After unleashing 4,000 spiritual energy without being paralyzed and still able to act, only a mid-tier third-rank expert could do that. Reconsider carefully, the inspector was startled and said, "This is an emergency. It exceeds all of our authority. We must report immediately to the Grand Commander." After finishing everything, Yanin strolled back and forth in the Tianfeng safe zone, looking very excited, able to teleport and explode at will, truly worthy of the top-tier gear that could sell for 60,000 credit points in his past life. I hope I can sell it for a good price like that, too. It's too late now, so all the offline stores are already closed. Dunin decided to try selling it online, and just a second after pressing send, someone asked if the price was too high. "Hello, I want to buy this Taifeng claw. Can you sell it to me at a special price?" Dunin firmly replied that 6,000 credit points was non-negotiable. The other person earnestly responded, "Hey buddy, can I use other resources like equipment, skills, or items to substitute some of the credit points? Is the boss still there? Can you sell me 30,000? Please." Dunin was actually quite pleased. With so many people wanting to buy, it seems there's no need to worry about selling anymore. "You start negotiating. Brother, send a friend request and we can discuss the details. The specific price will ensure you're satisfied. If you really want it, the credit score must be at least 30,000. Other items, including basic equipment, are fine, but I only need sword-type skills. And a spiritual energy fruit would be the best." GI sitting behind the screen seems very eager and is definitely determined. This top-tier equipment must be bought at all costs, even if it means selling everything we have. He immediately ordered his men, "All right, inventory all the gear in the tribe, especially those related to the swordsman profession." "Understood, leader. We guarantee to complete it. After half an hour of sweeping, we'll have the results to show." "Sir, leader, all the equipment that can be found is here." After some thought, the leader still felt it was not enough. "I still don't feel satisfied. I need to put some money down to hold the items first. Now, go quickly gather the money." After waiting for a while, Danin's credit score was also transferred over. The young man looked very satisfied. Does this person really like to equip themselves? In the past, until the day they died, my mother and little An always lived in fear, never having a single good day. Now that Rebirth has resources and is making them suffer, Rebirth no longer has any meaning. I must let my mother and little An live the best life possible. The leader replied, "Boss, the remaining items will definitely be delivered tomorrow." The next morning, at Tianfeng Real Estate, the place was crowded with people. As soon as they arrived, the staff greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello, may I ask what type of house you are interested in purchasing?" "Have you looked at this place before?" Dunin, leading her confused younger sister through the luxurious surroundings. "I want to buy the best house available, as quickly as possible because I need it urgently. Are there any with rooms already available?" The female staff looked down on him, thinking that even someone with awakening-level skills wouldn't dare to look at houses here. "You couldn't even afford a brick here." She replied, "The best type of house requires 40,000 credit points. It's very expensive. You should go check out the items priced at 2,000 over there. I have other customers to attend to." Danin confidently declared, "If you have the money, just transfer it directly and move in today." The female staff challenged, "If you have the money, just transfer it and move in today. How about that?" She said that with her mouth, but inside she was full of disdain. This person is obviously poor and came here just to talk nonsense. "If you don't have money, get out quickly and don't waste my time." Danin turned on the phone, telling her to wait a little longer. The phone notifies that the current balance is 13,000 credit points, which is insufficient to complete the transaction, and the staff appears even more annoyed. "Hey buddy, you came here to tease me because you have no money? Your few minutes are really valuable. Just wait a moment and you'll get a few 10,000 credit points." Xiaoan looked confused and pitiful. Just after finishing her sentence, a new message came in. The other side was negotiating with Danin, the boss, and time was a bit tight. I could only gather 39,375 credit points, along with some equipment and spirit orbs. Do you think we can make the deal? The items sent include a white mutant leather tactical armor, 2 white shoulder pads, a white arm guard, a pair of tactical leather pants, a white ring, and 6 white spiritual energy orbs. Daning immediately accepted the transaction. The chimpanzee messenger also announced that the female employee's face suddenly changed, and the 39.375 credit points had been transferred to your account. She started to play the face-changing game, turning around excitedly and showing her phone. Big brother, you're truly talented at a young age. Already so wealthy at such a young age, I'm really overwhelmed by you. Da-Nin looked confused and asked again, "Can I transfer the money? If not, let me find someone else." The passionate female employee said, "Big brother, I can do it. I really can. As long as you ask, I will do anything. Dear my esteemed older brother, I am honored to serve you. I will make sure you are completely satisfied." After the transfer was successful, Da-Nin and her sister were led to a magnificent and luxurious house. Xiao An still couldn't believe her eyes. "So, are we really going to live here from now on?" From now on, Xiao An won't have to go out to scavenge anymore. Take the key and come get your mother over here later. You told me to handle it myself. I have some things to take care of outside. It's getting dark, so the young man climbs to the rooftop of a building. The resources gained from defeating climbers are running low, so he must replenish quickly. The high-level mutations around Heavenly Wind have all been cleared by the army, leaving some training points that will automatically refresh and can only be used to train lower-level awakened individuals. The only option now is the Thigh High Academy, which is an instance outside the Heavenly Wind safe zone, where spiritual energy can explode, and even second-tier mutations can occur. Additionally, there are special rewards for surpassing levels. No one has the highest rating for the instance yet, so the special reward is still available, and with my SSS level skill, I can definitely clear the Thigh High Academy. The young man somersaulted a few times before jumping down. Do you decide to enter the C-level Thigh High Academy dungeon? The current dungeon level limit is 2-star. Da-Nin immediately confirms that the system notification says you will be successfully paired. The current number of people in the dungeon is 14. 1 minute after starting the Thigh High Academy dungeon, the current scene is a normal setting with no supernatural or special events. The enemies in the instance are mutated zombie creatures and a few humans. The instance is set 7 days after the apocalypse, when the zombies had already taken over the academy. Completing the basic mission allows for self-escape from the instance. Da-Ning is currently in a classroom with a few others. You are still staring intently at the system notification board. The current basic mission is to survive in the academy for 12 hours. You cannot leave the academy during this time. The reward for the mission is a random white equipment and 4 spirit energy experience points. You can choose any of the following missions. Eliminate the headless female zombie at easy difficulty. Has anyone ever cleared this dungeon before? I have fought it once before. If no one else has, I can volunteer to be the team leader. The troublemaker also supported that. I heard the difficulty of the academy is very high. If you have experience, then lead the team. Cao Van appears dangerous. The difficulty of this dungeon is considered high among second-tier dungeons. If the coordination isn't good, it's very easy to be wiped out. He kept talking, but still saw Da-Nin turn his back to the other side, seeming not to care much. Cao Van had to call out and ask, "Hey, rookie, isn't it just trying to find a quick way out by rushing into this dungeon? You've entered the wrong dungeon. Haven't you been told this is a second-tier dungeon?" Da-Nin didn't say a word, just glanced lightly behind him, making him shiver. Damn, this novice looks a bit sinister. Why are you here, level 0? We don't have time to look after you, so if you can't handle it, just run away and don't hold us back. After a while, Cao Van waved his hand and said, "Forget it, just follow us to earn some experience points. After all, even the void rank needs opportunities to improve. But everyone, the basic reward for the dungeon is just a white equipment piece. Since you're all here for high difficulty missions, you must remember my warning carefully. Never accept a mission on your own, understand? Last time, when we fought the dungeon, we didn't understand these things and ended up bringing 2 bosses at the same time. As a result, most of my teammates fell, and we could only barely clear the level by relying on 2 top-tier second-ranked teammates risking their lives. I was so scared I didn't dare to recall the past." Da-Nin kept staring at the system screen. If that's the case, the attributes are still a bit lacking. It seems the spiritual energy can't be used sparingly. From what I know, many second-rank awakened individuals have total attributes below 18, but now my strength score has already reached 17. The information panel isn't much different from that of a second-tier awakened psychic. With these scores plus 2 SSS level skills, we can definitely sweep through Thigh High Academy. Now Da-Nin's whole body is filled with power and momentum. Cao Vanwai has solemnly instructed everyone. The protective barrier is about to disappear. Everyone, prioritize eliminating the female target first. This boss is a mid-level second stage. With 14 of us, we can handle it without too much loss. The team leader, after all, we will all follow your command.
The only attractive girl in the group starts acting like a woman to manipulate him. Captain, if anything dangerous happens later, please help her out.
The whole group then set out. The protective barrier around the academy was gone, and before they could do anything, they saw Da Ning rushing forward. Their faces looked like question marks. What's going on? That wasn't a lower-ranked person ahead, he charged in himself. Damn it, what does he want to do? Do you want to see your grandparents sooner? What should we do now?
Does he like that affect us?
Calvan raised his hand to call out. He's just a low-level player. Ignore him. Everyone follow me. Don't let the formation get disorganized. Focus your minds. Let's set out together. The space around us is becoming more desolate and cold. Da Nin was climbing the stairs when he suddenly heard a cry for help.
Big brother, save us! We've been trapped here! Can you get us out?
They look human, but Da Nin has seen through their true form. He calmly runs past, even kicking each of them. My former teammates thought you were just NPCs from a side quest and stopped to save you, but you ambushed them and they were brutally torn apart and killed. I can't forget that scene even with my eyes closed. In the dungeon, the best gear is easiest to get. I'll go to the rooftop to find it first, then lure the hidden boss, and after that, use the wind blade to finish everything. On the other hand, that team was still hiding and sneaking around. This illusionary zone is actually the respawn point of the headless female ghost. Before attacking, try to minimize fighting the smaller monsters. The whole team should move slowly, following Chaovan, and listen to his commands carefully. The more monsters you defeat at the start, the crazier they become later. Fighting the boss directly is actually the easiest difficulty. After defeating the first boss, the monsters in the dungeon will go into a collective frenzy. That's when we should run away. Wait for the frenzy effect to pass, then continue inside. The black-haired girl follows, trying to flatter her. With the team leader here, it will definitely be easier to get through the dungeon. The young man behind told her to shut up. Get in order quickly. Look over there, is that the boss? The system reports that the headless female ghost with a second-tier intermediate mutation is attacking. On the roof of the abandoned car is it? With a devilish face, holding a skull in hand, the headless female corpse glances at Calvan hiding nearby with a look more pathetic than ever. He stepped forward hesitantly, stammering, I am a defense type. I can hold the monsters back. Everyone attack now. This team is more cumbersome than ever. The archer volunteered to lead the attack. The archer nervously shouted, Captain, move a bit to the right to avoid being hit by the magic attack. After the shield temporarily suppressed the female corpse's magic, Xiaovan thought he saw a good opportunity. He jumped to counterattack, but in an instant the female corpse was gone. After about 3 seconds of disappearance, where did the arrow with a bow suddenly appear from? Captain, what just happened? Why did the boss come into our place? Calvan stammered nervously. Sorry, I couldn't hold it earlier. Calvan tries to activate the shield again. All right now, everyone continue attacking as before. Meanwhile, Ye Ning stands alone, deep in thought, observing and contemplating. The mutant slaughterer must be here, so why can't I see it? Let me check the mission. What is this? Wait a minute, the Slaughter Demon quest is no longer available. The mission wasn't assigned to me. So who could it be? Over there, everyone is staring in confusion as they don't understand why the second boss has appeared. It turns out Chaovan secretly took the quest on his own without asking anyone, thinking to himself that as a naturally awakened defensive type, he couldn't deal high damage when fighting monsters. The moment of settling the mission makes it hard to prioritize getting good gear. But if the boss still has a bit of health and your teammates are wiped out, the survivor who finishes the fight, even if their performance wasn't great, will get good equipment. Calvan then pretended not to know anything, even blaming others, asking who took the mission. Could it be the low-level player from earlier? Is he trying to harm us or what? Calvan, I promise I won't let that guy's treachery go as planned. He's pretending to rush toward the monster with a shield as if it's real. Let me hold the monster back. Everyone just focus on attacking as fast as you can. The whole team saw Calvan risking his life again and again, but they were all manipulated. Captain, is there anyone better than you in this world? Da Nin, watching from above, has heard everything. You're so annoyed you want to blame me and then swallow all the gear? Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, you targeted the wrong opponent. There are 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon. You decide to accept the C-level mission to eliminate the dried skeleton mutant and take on the B-level mission to defeat the Sea Coral Lord. The 2 monsters are summoned instantly. Da Nin was not afraid and drew her weapon. Don't just stand there, come over and play with me. They all charged at once, just as Da Nin somersaulted and jumped down below, following his plan, and it seems they all are in a furious state. Very good. Calvan looked up in confusion. Isn't that the air ranker over there? Da Nin jumped straight at him. Calvan's face instantly turned pale. Why is he here? Just then, those two monsters also arrived. Calvan froze in shock, seeming stunned, and Da Nin even patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying, "Isn't it your thing to have fun? Let's take down those 4 bosses together and enjoy it." Calvan suddenly panicked when he found out Da Nin had taken on all the missions. Da Nin whispered softly into his ear, "I have to apologize for giving you such an unjust burden." Calvan was so angry he almost fainted. He originally planned to fight against these awakened people. The last 3 hours to defeat the boss, and this useless guy completely ruined the plan. He had no choice but to run desperately to protect himself. Everyone, hurry and head to Thien Tai. The rest of the team saw their captain running and followed. Da Nin felt a bit proud and thought it was fine. Gathering everyone to the lecture hall to tidy up was more convenient. As soon as he ran inside, a young team member went berserk, venting all his frustration on Da Nin. "I won't let you get away with causing trouble for others. This person just attacked him, but Da Nin dodged easily and avoided the blow. What's going on? As a second-tier assassin, he shouldn't have been able to dodge if he was just a beginner, right?" Da Nin then spoke up. "So your teammate is under the control of Do Te, isn't he?" "That mission wasn't assigned to me." Everyone looked stunned now. What? They turned to criticize Cao Van. "You deliberately let that disabled girl go to harm Zhang Dao before, right? You want to use us as shields and then reap the experience points alone?" Cao Van hesitated, unsure how to explain. Now is not the time for internal conflict. That kid has already taken on all the next missions. The mutated creatures will arrive here very soon. We have no choice but to hold our ground. Holding this position is our only hope of survival. What the hell are you talking about? 4 mutated beings with enhanced powers, we simply can't hold out against them. Even more so, don't mention the Royal Guard. They are at the peak of the second realm. One of the team members, annoyed by their noise, shouted in frustration, "Stop arguing. This building can't be destroyed unless it's a level 3. That disabled girl and the other 3 with big physiques can only climb up from the outside." We split into 2 teams, blocking all ranged attacks from the 3-headed mutant. The others hold off the disabled girl coming from the main gate and the zombies. If we can survive and get out, I will definitely cut off Calvan's head and that guy with no limits. The monsters are swarming up, and this guy's neck seems pretty strong. Da Nin thought he could hold on until then and said, "The entire team activates their attacks together, unleashing radioactive flames, icy claws, and fiery power, causing a huge explosion. In no time, 4 bosses had already climbed up, surprisingly fast. They started to panic. Our full-force attack can't stop them at all. We're doomed now, running out of strength." Calvan is also facing several monsters at once. "It's over. I have to fight. Everything is finished." Once they had gathered enough, Da Nin once again started his tempting act. "If you want to live, jump down with me." Everyone was confused as they saw the young man bounce on his feet. What's going on? Is he giving up already? What a crazy, useless guy. Da Nin spun around a few times, and a huge explosion shook everything. They looked up at an overwhelming and powerful energy. How did that non-entity explode like that? How is this possible? At this point, if you're going to risk it, go all the way. They charged forward to fight, all jumping after Da Nin. Now only Cao Van is left standing here, afraid to jump down and face a worse fate. Since I specialize in defense, staying here might still help hold things together. Da Nin looks pleased. "Cao Van, if you don't jump, you're dead." You start activating the Windblade Storm to blow up the entire rooftop. Cao Van tries to defend with his shield, but it seems too much for him. Everyone was in mid-jump, but still couldn't believe that this was created by No Jioi. White smoke billowed everywhere. With such a massive explosion of energy, the boss was destroyed in an instant. Cao Van also vanished completely. The whole group now understood why Da Nin dared to come and face them. With this strength, he's at least a 3rd-tier expert. After everything was settled, Da Nin appeared looking extremely cool, completely unscathed. "Is everyone all right?" A representative bows and apologizes. "Great Lord, we failed to see the greatness of Taishan, and we caused trouble for you before." The servant stammered and explained, "What I said before about the dog level wasn't really meant to offend you." "All right, this isn't important. Next, find all the zombies here and deal with them. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" They all bowed their heads and followed Da Nin's instructions. As he left, they praised him for being both handsome and young and strong. This young man might have already been manipulated by Da Nin. Meanwhile, Da Nin is still focusing all his strength. "In the past, I heard that the headless female corpse had a hidden blue equipment. As soon as I stopped, I saw half a skull appearing out of nowhere. The battle seems to have been too destructive, making it hard to search now." Suddenly, the young man saw a flash of light and went over to check, finally able to find something. "You have just received a blue equipment, a cursed skull. The item's effects include 2 branches. mental control, and mental probing. You will need to place it on your forehead to use it. This skull is indeed very useful for the mental system. Until now, the mental system has always been looked down upon like this, mainly because it cannot condense into a specific ultimate skill like other awakened systems, and moreover, it cannot cause clear damage. Now, with this little doll, the rise of the mental system is within reach. Yes, Nin just placed it on his head when this thing emitted a powerful energy that made his whole body ache painfully from front to back. Now his entire body is blazing with a spirit of control. He immediately tested by summoning the massive falling boulder. After a second of concentration, he was able to shatter it. He tried to regain his calm and shouted, creating holes that billowed smoke. Danin Tom replied, "The power is not bad. Once I level up, I will definitely be stronger. Now let's test the probing spirit." He placed both hands on his forehead to see what was happening with the other team. All the details of each person's situation appeared in Daning's mind, including their positions and distances from him. It seems the maximum scan range is 29 meters, but for the current situation, that's enough. As soon as I finished speaking, the system announced that all zombies in Thigh High Academy had been completely eliminated. All missions have been completed. The option to exit the dungeon has been activated. After escaping, the rewards will be calculated based on your performance in the instance. For Dan Nin, his completion rate reached 100% of the SSS rank. The random draw rewards are a level 1 blue equipment, level 6 white equipment, any 3 attribute points, and a B-level skill book +1. Surpassing the level, you must defeat the Headless Blood Spirit Butcher female corpse. The Corpse Lord gains 2 additional attribute points. The reward seems quite generous, and upon returning, he can post the white gear online to sell. Danin's current level has already risen to the peak level 1. He must quickly accept the Gi attack mission to level up. The young man with the device is checking what blue equipment he got. As he opens it, the blue item is the Thunder Boots. Agility attribute increases by 2, movement speed up by 20%, and jump height up by 20%. For the equipment effect, once the effect is active, it will cause paralysis, and this effect will not be consumed. As for the equipped skill, after activating, Thunderstep increases agility by 10 points for 2 seconds, and performs a charge attack. The attack also adds 10 agility points, so isn't that considered an agility-based skill? The young man no longer sold it, but put on the lightning boots and went to accept the advanced mission. Soon after, he headed to the Qinfeng Night Mission Center and asked the staff to accept the promotion quest for the sleepy girl. The level does not advance to 1 star. After reading the mission, the young man decided to accept all 4 second-tier missions. The female staff was stunned, thinking she must have heard wrong. "What did you say?" "Taking on all 4 missions. Are you crazy or am I dreaming again?" After checking Danin's information, the girl chuckled foolishly. "Is this really a level? Ha ha ha, so you're just dreaming. Even if we ignore this, taking on 4 missions at once, is your head broken, or what? Besides the awakened person with a system, everyone else takes on 1 mission at a time. Don't you know that the punishment for failing a mission is very severe?" Danin replied calmly. "Failing a single mission will reduce my main attribute by 50%. Failing all of them will turn me into a cripple, or even disable me. I truly believe I can bear these consequences." Danin confidently stretched out his hand to assess the ability. "After checking the results, it shows you are at the peak of the 1st rank. Can you take on the mission to help me now?" The external staff has no reason to refuse. At this moment, a man approached. "Arrow, isn't this Danin, the SS-level prodigy? This is the squad leader of the Tianfeng Safe Zone Reconnaissance Team, Huang Tu. It's so late, and someone of your rank still came here to take on a mission. Why take such a reckless risk?" "No matter how much we struggle, what kind of chaos can the spirit system cause?" The female staff stammered in explanation. "Captain, actually, Shunin hadn't finished speaking when a group of people was summoned from behind. The report says the team leader has gathered everyone already. We suspect that the traces of the awakened Tam Gyai fighting at Thigh High Academy have been found. The higher-ups have ordered us to investigate quickly, so everyone needs to move fast." "Let's go." Danin just stood there with a faint smile, not expecting his swift attack to reach them so quickly. The zoo has now become the heavenly lair. "Commander, shouldn't we have informed the Tianfeng safe zone? I've noticed that recently Tianfeng has been deploying troops everywhere. It seems like they're looking for something. It's probably not us, right?" The man in the heavy iron armor wielding this massive blade is the commander of the Zhang district, the awakened San Sai named Hong Kong. Hong Kwang is very confident and boastful. "My son Hong Hung has just been selected for the fire breeding plan. I just want to find blue equipment for him. It's not a big deal.
Besides, recently, the Tianfeng district was very upset because Danin's SS rank was rejected by the higher-ups. Isn't talking to them about this now just touching their pain? Yes.
The commander said it was the right decision. Hong Kwang turned back and raised his head high.
Is your intelligence really accurate? Is there really only one second-rank peak beast here about to advance to third rank?
I don't want to come all the way from Tranjiang to this distant Tianfeng just to be useless, the subordinate replied confidently.
Commander will be, and rest assured, the intelligence is definitely accurate. That tiger is sure to drop a blue-colored item.
These people just got to work right away. Meanwhile, Dan Nin was standing above, overseeing the entire scene. A system quest appears before me. Advance to the strength level. Eliminate a first-tier apex mutated beast. The agility level quest is to obtain the feathers of a second-tier wind demon mutated beast. The evolution mission for the Essence system is to form a team to eliminate the second-tier bloodthirsty mutant. The survival willpower evolution mission is to survive the primary spiritual anomaly event within 24 hours. The evolution mission includes 2 parts at the Thilak Pavilion. Da Nin Thiet thinks they can find a way to handle it together. He activates his exploratory spirit and suddenly notices another team of psychic users trying to steal the monster. During that time, he discovered Hong Kwang was a third-stage awakener. For some reason, he looked up suddenly, startling the young man, and his exploratory spirit withdrew. It was truly nerve-wracking. I almost got caught by him. Da Nin was full of worry.
This is a tough situation now. If they really steal the mission, I will definitely be considered a failure. No, I have to act quickly now.
Immediately after, he jumped down. At the same time, Thi Kao and Huyet Hung appeared to encircle the team of Esper users. They rushed to fight the monsters. Everyone immediately split up to attack, keeping them away from the commander, and fought flexibly to buy more time. A young man and a girl named Anu volunteered to handle Thi Kao, while the others took on Huyet Hung. Anu boasts loudly, but he doubts it. "Puppy, come here quickly. I have bones for you." Hong Kwang suddenly felt panic as he sensed an overwhelming pressure. It seemed that the beast had appeared. Turning around, it was already standing right behind him. Hong Kwang remains completely calm, even appearing to enjoy it. At the perfect moment, armed with only a sword, he is ready to fight a solo battle against Thai Ho. Da Nin is hiding behind the bushes. Mostly likely these level 3 experts came for the lamb equipment on Thai Ho. I must complete the mission. As for the blue equipment, I also crave it, but sneaking to steal monsters is truly immoral, and there's no need to confront the Third Realm over this. If he can't defeat Thai Ho, that's a different matter. Right now, these monsters are not aligned in a straight line, with distances over 100 meters between them, and I only have one chance to use the heavenly provoking light. If the distance is too great, there might be complications, so I must seize the opportunity to use it carefully. The Iron Tiger is currently in a berserk state, growling and charging forward, while Hong Kwang keeps activating the Wind Slash. Based on the situation, Yaning determined that this monster must be taken down. He focused on them and activated the provocation light. A large amount of power suddenly overwhelmed everyone, leaving them confused about what was happening. Is this mid-tier or high-tier level 3? Hong Kwang was also very panicked, turning around to see the demon tiger had already disappeared. The team of power users was very angry. Who dares to steal my monster? Hong Kwang remained calm and aware of his limits, thinking that this person's strength was far beyond his own, and he couldn't confront him directly right now. It's better to go find the commander of the Heavenly Wind Spear Sea to talk first. Meanwhile, after stealing the monster, Yaning happily skips out with a joyful face. The system notifies you have leveled up by defeating the Bloodwolf Bloodhound. Thai Ho gains 3 attribute points. Additionally, you receive mutated materials, dog teeth, bear claws, and tiger eyes. Received a white potion and a white giant armor helmet, along with blue angry tiger gloves. As soon as he landed, Da Nin asked to open the information panel for the blue anger tiger gloves. The Anger Tiger Gloves, a supportive weapon with attribute enhancements, increase strength by 3 points, agility by 2 points, and boost attack speed by 30%. Using the gloves will deal a mental damage to the target once, causing a brief stun effect and a chance to induce fear. The cooldown is 24 hours, and the item is evaluated as a pair of gloves imbued with resentment, forcing the opponent to endure the fear of the beast's aura. After watching, Da Nin understood why the 3-gem leader was interested. Da Nin then immediately put it on his hand to keep warm. At the Tianfeng investigation room, Captain Huang Tio of the Tianfeng Safety Zone investigation team was yawning repeatedly because he couldn't find any clues. Just then, a staff member hurried over. "Captain, the investigator team just now detected 2 spiritual energy fluctuations of the 3rd rank at Heavenly Lair Garden." "What? Again? You too? Has our heavenly peak already provoked a Tier 3 nest?" Huang Tiu couldn't delay any longer and immediately went to investigate.
Hurry up and tell everyone not to rest, gather quickly, or else when the commander returns, he'll strip everything off us. At this moment, Hong Kwang came to cause trouble for Tio Hai. Tio Hai, get out here now, what's going on? Isn't this Hong commander of Jiangtown? Our commander Tio has already gone to the front line to work. What happened to make you so angry?
Hong Kwang looked at Huang Tiu with a puzzled expression and said, Do I need to tell you who I am? I am Huang Tiu, the captain of the Tianfeng investigation team, a trusted officer of Commander Tiu.
Commander Tiu is not here. If you don't mind, tell me in advance so I can see if I can handle it.
Hong Kwang started to boast and brag. This morning, I defeated Thi Ho at Thien Lac Garden to get equipment for my son. But just as I was about to succeed, a third rank from your district stole it. Huang Tiu was startled. It seems Hong Kwang is one of the 2 Tier 3 experts from earlier.
Hong Kwang continued to rant. I say your Tier 3 experts in the Heavenly Phoenix area don't follow the martial virtue, daring to steal monsters, do you understand?
Ha ha, Leader Hong Tong is joking. Everyone knows we only have 1 third-rank expert, Leader Tiu Thong Lin. Hong Kwang immediately showed his anger, realizing that talking to him was useless, so I had to go to the front line to find Tiu Hai and demand justice. Let's go. Huang Tiu was a bit worried he didn't expect things to become so serious. It seems he has to report to Tiu Tongling first. After receiving the information, Tiu Hai also nodded. What did he say?
The Vanguard has a mysterious third-rank expert strike again, and they might even steal monsters from Hong Kuang.
Some of them are secretly hiding in Tianfeng, posing a major hidden threat. This time I need a thorough investigation. Now is not the time for worry to cause panic. Yes, sir, I will send people to investigate the entire city and gather clues related to the received equipment. Danin is still sitting comfortably eating cake at the Youth Learning Center. 2 more missions remain. Feathered Wings of Feng Diao and the Spirit Realm map can be easily bought online to upgrade Feng Diao's 2nd-tier wings. Although Feng Diao is rare, it's basically a low-grade material. Lucky people might find it, but it doesn't have much use, so it's better to sell it. The request to trade Feng Diao wing feathers from Danin has been received by the system.
Someone has already contacted you after the request was made.
Hello? Are you looking to buy? Make an offer. I didn't get this easily. Oh, really?
I offer 800 credit points. How about that? The man on the other side of the screen who I was selling looks extremely excited. 800 credit points.
That's an amount of money that someone at the C rank, like me, couldn't earn in a year. Clearly, the person on the other side is a spendthrift. If we don't take advantage of him, it would be a real waste. Immediately after, he offered 1,000 points, and it sold. This Lung Vu, I really risked my life to get it. Danin is so fed up with this bragging that he immediately retorts after swallowing the cake. What is this? What is this? If I'm not mistaken, you're only at the 1st level of C rank, right? What are you going to risk your life for with Feng Diao? You probably don't even know where you picked it up outside, right? Seeing that I am honest in my negotiations, you become greedy and want to cut my throat with a single slash. You must know that Feng Diao's market value isn't something you're unaware of, right? I was in a hurry before, but not anymore. If you can't, just take it and use it yourself. After a full sacrifice, the other person will also have to bow their head. All right, stop talking. Just pay 800 as you said. Although Danin was in the middle of a deal, he still felt annoyed. People's greed truly knows no bounds. He decided to teach him a lesson, and now I've changed my mind. I'll only pay 400. If you don't sell, someone else will want to sell anyway. That person still accepts crying and regretful complaints. Yes, you can take it. The transaction is complete. Now only the spiritual dungeon of the Youth Learning Center remains. I heard this dungeon is different from other combat dungeons. No one in history has ever received an SSS rating. Because this is not a test of combat ability, but a test of mental willpower. Danin will now enter the Youth Learning Center, taking this opportunity to assess her mental strength and see how far she can go. As soon as they entered, the sky changed. The young man was stunned to find others also challenging this dungeon at the same time. But their situation doesn't look very good. The girl named Huang Ha is suffering from a severe headache. The man named Fuang Nguyen collapsed without a word. The young man named Luong Dang Fi looked exhausted. This spiritual dungeon is indeed strange. Even the teleportation is different from other dungeons, the mature white-haired man wearing glasses said. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Li Jibing, a top-tier first-level willpower system. Everyone here is also a willpower awakener, right? Luong Dangfi flinched. Do you even need to ask, big brother? Who else would choose the mission to advance as a demon queen besides the willpower system? The girl from Huanghe also nodded in agreement. That's right. Our willpower system's combat strength is weak. We usually can't beat the mutated beings outside with other teams of awakened individuals, so we're criticized. All right, everyone, even though we can't fight, I believe we can definitely pass this trial of willpower dungeon smoothly. Again, I have 2 experiences with different supernatural dungeon instances. This time, since I'm leading the team, what does everyone think?
The others are excited. Uncle Lee has experience, so that's great.
Li Jibing saw that Da Ning didn't say anything and asked again. Does the young man behind think he has good intentions? Da Ning just smiled softly and said, I have no opinion. I am just in a bit of a hurry. Can we proceed to the mission? Quickly, activate the mission. Find the hidden demon in Fuanghua High School and seal it. Remind them that based on the clues, it must be a demon. Be careful not to trust what the demon says. Once the sealing talisman is activated, the mission is considered failed if you don't hit the ghost. As soon as they hear about the ghost, everyone in the group turns pale. Li Qibing tried to reassure everyone and told them not to worry. The so-called ghosts are actually just humans who lost consciousness and were transformed by spiritual energy. Basically, they are a mutated form with a willpower attribute. But ghosts are still somewhat powerful. They can not only shield against physical damage, but also control people's minds. Following the first mission reminder, we should head to the teaching building to look for clues. If you encounter a ghost, don't attack it randomly, just run and call for help. I have a secret technique to deal with them. Now let's split into 3 groups to search the classrooms, the file room, and the teacher's office. The fragile girl will be in my group. Dang Fi and Huang Nguyen are together, and Da Nin will go alone.
If anyone finds anything, remember to share it in the group chat promptly, and don't hide the news. Meanwhile, Da Nin heads alone to the file room, shining her flashlight on the fallen piece of paper on the floor.
This room is basically empty. Only this warning remains, suggesting suspicion that the class teacher of the island nation humiliated Vuong Phuong, and Vuong Phuong acted foolishly. At this moment, a demon from above lunged down intending to bite Da Nin's head, but it failed. He immediately froze it. A female demon? Could that be Vuong Phuong? You activate your full willpower and shape your spirit. This energy immediately affects the female demon. She just ran away like that. Running away. Could it be that her spirit energy was just probing me first? At this moment, the group chat is buzzing with information. Huang Ha's message. Lai and I found part of a report indicating that a year ago, a fire broke out in the teacher's dormitory area, leading to a tragic disaster for some teachers. Luang Dangfi's message says, I found a contract demanding the school compensate for emotional damages. The only signature is from the Vuong Phuong family. Huang Nguyen's message. I found that after the fire, the school discovered records of seal-chanting sorcerers. Da Nin's message, there was a harassment incident involving a female student at the school a year ago. The victim, Vuong Phuong, is suspected of acting recklessly herself. The culprit is believed to be her homeroom teacher, Dao Kwok Sin. Li Jibing nodded. The clues now seem very clear. Wang Feng was assaulted by Dao Guosheng, and her family's compensation claim was unsuccessful. After Vuong Phuong died, she turned into a vengeful ghost and caused the fire to revenge the teacher. Later, the Taoists sealed her away. The talisman has weakened now. Our task is to find it and seal her again. Huang Ha shared my analysis and asked everyone to gather at the burned dormitory 2011. I guess the seal charm is there. Yaning thinks differently. You think this deduction is too simple and obvious, but how do we find the way to the 201 dormitory? Luang Dangfi immediately follows the order to gather, confirming that the ghost is definitely Vuong Phuong. Just then, something was following them, lurking behind with long, flowing hair. Hey Phi, I think something is following us. Dong Fi shouted loudly, It's Vuong Phuong, run now. They are running while shouting for help. Meanwhile, Da Nin, Chu Li, and Huang Ha had already arrived at the teacher's dormitory. They haven't arrived yet. I'll wait outside while you go in and look for the talisman. This iron door is stuck. I'll try to open it with my willpower. Seeing them struggle for a while, Da Nin, not wanting to waste time, directly kicked the door open. Uncle Lai and Huang Ha stood frozen for a few seconds. Is this power really the willpower system? Da Nin didn't want to show off, he just did it to save time.
After just a moment of examining, Huang Ha shouted, Uncle Lai, we found the talisman.
Da Nin still held the flashlight, inspecting the human-shaped mark on the wall. Huang Ha, did the clues you found earlier mention that the teachers were burned alive in that room? No, they didn't. What are you doing with this? At that moment, Dang Fi's group rushed over desperately. Save my friend, the female ghost is coming after us. Just then, Huang Nguyen was struck and possessed by the demon, then lunged to bite directly at Dong Fi's neck. Li Qibin urgently says the demon is now on Huang Nguyen's body. I will go and hold him back. Hurry up and activate the talismans to prepare for the seal. Before Huang Ha can do anything, Ya Ning has already put it to her lips and activated the talisman. Li Jibing activates the chain of will, trying to hold off the demon until the end. It thrashes violently, seemingly unable to hold on much longer. Hurry up and do it, I can't hold on much longer. Now is the time to seal it. Da Nin, with a dangerous look, decisively rushes forward. It's a surprise that you directly attacked Li Qibin's back with a talisman and declared, "I am here," teacher Dao Kwok Sin. Li Jibing was stunned, sweating profusely, not expecting to be exposed so easily. Everything was finally over, and Da Nin had completed the dungeon. The system reports a 100% completion rate, an SSS rating, a specialized item called Rage Pearl that increases spiritual energy, recovery speed by 20%, and boosts resistance to mental attacks by 25%. When faced with a spiritual creature's attack, it can absorb a critical hit once. After absorbing the damage, the item will disappear. The no-chow condensing resentment could very well become Da Nin's second life. The young man seems quite pleased with this reward. Nice item. Next time if there's a supernatural event, I might be able to keep my life. This is the Safe Zone Mission Center of Tianfeng. Now it's midnight, and Da Nin returns to turn in his mission, leaving the staff stunned. Didn't you just accept 4 second-tier upgrade missions last night? Could they be already completed? Already finished all 4? After checking the system, the female staff was even more stunned. Da Nin's face was as tense as a stretched string. Can't you hurry up a bit? The girl keeps pressing the keys rapidly. Stage 1. The strength upgrade mission is complete. Gained 1 strength point, increasing credit score. Second stage, agility system upgrade completed. Gained 1 agility point, increasing credit points. The third stage, the agility system upgrade mission, is complete. Received 1 point of physical strength, increasing credit points. Fourth cycle, the willpower advancement mission completed. Gained 1 point of willpower, increasing credit points. The total credit points earned from 4 missions is 7,300. Da Nin breathed a sigh of relief, reaching the second stage with the Sword God system in less than a week, which was much faster than in his previous life. After Liang Shuang left, the staff immediately reported to their superiors. Regarding personal information, Da Nin currently has strength 19, agility 18, physique 15, and willpower 35. Without including attribute points from equipment bonuses, these basic stats are considered quite decent for a second-tier cultivator. But to cultivate the B-level sword skill manual you bought last time, you still need 25 more attribute points. Before your attributes reach 20 points, 1 spiritual energy orb can increase an attribute by 1 point. After reaching 20, it will need even more. In total, at least 35 or more are required. 1 has a value of 6,000 points, so you need at least 210,000 credit points. Right now, you still lack a lot of credit points. The relatively good dungeon instances in the Heavenly Wind area have all been cleared. Now only the Death Factory bordering Tranjiang remains. If I remember correctly, it includes a top-quality blue equipment piece that should sell for quite a bit of money. No more hesitation, the young man immediately grabbed his motorcycle and sped off. At this moment, a red tornado rages in the sky, covering the entire area, seeming to signal an impending uprising. Although in the previous life the zombie outbreak didn't start until a year later, the safe zone of Tianfeng had already suffered a heavy attack and significant casualties. If I remember correctly, everything will happen next week. Da Nin has good intentions, so I need to quickly inform Tu Hai so he can prepare in advance. At this moment, Tu Hai's helicopter whizzes by, and he also receives a message from Da Nin. In the next week, the Tianfeng safe zone will face 3 violent protests. Please quickly arrange defenses to prevent any losses. Tu Hai only flinched for 3 seconds. Immediately after, he thought that Da Nin, not receiving SS-level treatment, was trying to attract attention. He dismissively ignored the warning, still underestimating the situation. His strength was too weak. No matter how he looked at it, it was still not enough. Since the final great war between humans and the demon realm 40 years ago, the apocalypse has been at peace for a long time. The zombies are all confined within the cities they previously attacked, so it's unlikely there will be any violence. Instead of wasting resources to prevent these incidents, the most important thing now is to find the hidden Tier 3 of Tianfeng. Tio Hai rushed to the conference hall in the safe zone after receiving the report. Huang Tiu, are you saying you found important clues about the mysterious 3rd grade? Is that really true? Yes, sir. We have identified Da Nin as the prime suspect. Tio Hai was a bit surprised after hearing this. How could that be possible? Huang Tiu continued explaining, we also suspected it couldn't be. But after investigation, the materials Da Nin sold recently matched the time the 3rd-rank expert made his move. Additionally, we found out that he had purchased a spiritual energy house before, which is not something ordinary people can buy. At this moment, Tu Hai finally found it somewhat believable. Could that third-rank expert really be Da Nin? How is that even possible? Liu Tian, a representative of the military safety zone, also believes that Da Nin has only been awakened for a week, and even with SS talent, he couldn't have leveled up so quickly. Truong Lam, General Truong's son, who is also an SSS-level awakener with dual agility powers and abundant resources, has only reached the first stage. Do you think Liu Tian is certain that, based on my guess, there's a third-rank expert secretly helping Da Nin? Tiu Hai pondered for a moment and felt it made sense. Perhaps that's the case. Although Quan Fuang doesn't think highly of Da Nin, that third-rank expert definitely doesn't see it that way. In fact, SS level is very rare, and even if we try to nurture him secretly, it's not impossible. If that's the case, we don't need to worry too much. Just find this third-rank expert and figure out how to get them to help us. At this moment, Commander Huang Tiu received a message from the mission center stating that Da Nin had just completed 4 tasks to advance to the 2nd tier. Everyone was suddenly overwhelmed with shock. What do you mean? Is it Da Nin again, assigning missions to level up to 2nd rank? This can't be possible. Tiu Hai starts to consider a different possibility. Wait a moment, is the old man planning something? Based on your deduction, it's likely that a third-rank expert took Da Nin on a mission. After the attack, Da Nin received credit and just advanced to 2nd rank. Isn't that to prove that Da Nin is not a third-rank cultivator? Huang Tiu, send 2 people to watch the house of Da Nin and find out who is really behind all this. Also send someone with me to check the nearby cities experiencing outbreaks to prevent a riot. Suddenly, Tiu Hai believed in the assassination case. If there was a third rank backing Da Nin, then the news of the riot might very well have come from that third-rank individual. Then just taking precautions first will avoid disaster. Huang Tiu immediately accepts the task. Tiu Hai also reminded him to buy a blue equipment for Wang Bat Dan to prevent him from causing trouble. This area is the border between the Tiankiang safe zone and the Zhenjiang safe zone, near the Death Factory. After waiting for a while, Sword Liu Fengbao finally recovered, and now they can enter the dungeon. Da Ning quickly entered the Death Construction Site, the lowest level, with 15 second-tier players present. The Death Construction Site is a combat dungeon with no assigned quests. It has a total of 7 rounds, and surviving each round will earn you corresponding rewards. After each round, there will be a 3-minute voting period to decide whether to continue or stop the dungeon. If more than 70% agree, everyone will withdraw together, and they will automatically exit after completing all 7 rounds. The first round will begin in 5 minutes. Everyone, get ready. Da Nin looked around and confirmed that those participating this time were not simple people. Not only evenly matched teams, but also the fake Tier 3 Awakener, Lam Lam, appeared. This third-rank individual gives off an unsettling vibe, like an ominous premonition. Then a young man steps forward and declares, "I am Zhang Lin, a high-level 2nd rank. As we know, the war instance needs to be unified to survive through multiple rounds. I initially intended to run for team leader, but there is also a senior 3rd-rank expert here." As soon as she finished speaking, Lam Lam suddenly lost her temper for no reason and punched Truong Lam in the face, causing him to spit blood. This female 3rd rank was too fast. Even Da Nin had to be on guard. And she even stepped on Truong Lam's head to warn him. If he moves again, I will deal with him. No one understands what Truong Lam did wrong to make the female 3rd rank so angry. Truong Lam, send your men to control these people. Anyone causing trouble will be dealt with. If you want peace, stay put and don't cause chaos. Here, everyone is influential and powerful, but also afraid of Lam Lam. The young man with the shield is the peak of the 2nd rank, Tong Quang, and the white-haired man is Lin Dong, also a peak of the 2nd rank. I think we've run into the legendary breeding team. What do we do now? We are only at the 2nd tier peak. We can't defend against the 3rd tier at all. Ye Ning silently stood still, lost in thought. The breeding team is said to specialize in setting traps for fake monsters, using awakened ones as bait, then killing and hunting big monsters afterward. If awakened beings and mutants are prey for each other, then the breeders are simply cannibals. Tong Shuang decides to speak up. Truong Lam is definitely not defeated. The best course of action now is for us to vote collectively and escape this instance immediately, since we have the advantage in numbers. Before he could finish, Lam Lam silenced him with a light kick to the ground, making Tong Kong fall silent. Let me introduce us. We are the Bloodwolf team, and I am team leader Lam Lam. This time, the operation is under my command and your lives are in my hands, but I can guarantee that as long as you survive the 6th round and hand over all the rewards and credit points, I will give you a way to live. Da Nin has seen through her mind and her true nature, and there's no way to trust you. For your group to spare others' lives would be truly unusual. Unfortunately, Tianqi Liu Guang hasn't finished recharging yet, or I could have taken them out with just 2 strikes. Right now, the only move left is the Lufang Bao sword technique, which has strong attack power but lacks a clear strategy. Also, there's no blue protective gear on the body anymore. If you can't kill with one strike, you might lose your life this time. The best thing now is to hide yourself first. Just go as far as you can. Yaning decides to stay silent and follow her own plan. Lam Lam stands confidently with arms crossed. The tournament is about to begin. Tell me your strengths so I can organize the groups. One by one, they introduced themselves. I am Tong Kong, top-tier 2nd grade, physical system, skilled in close combat. Lam Dang, top-tier 2nd grade, agile system, skilled in ranged attacks. Zhang Dao, high-level 2nd stage strength system, specializes in close combat. It's Da Ning's turn, and he calmly introduces himself. I am Da Ning, early 2nd stage willpower system, specializing in long-range attacks. As soon as she heard, Lam Lam went over and slapped him as if it were real. Is the willpower system still in this dungeon? That's really rare and kind of cute, but unfortunately, just a useless trash. Da Ning chuckled and replied, well then, for the first few rounds, you'd better consider me as trash. Thus, the system announced the start of the first round, with 100 zombie enemies and 2 first-stage mutants. She suggested that the peak 2nd stage ones form a team to prepare for battle, and everyone must fight with all their strength. If they find out we're intentionally holding back our spiritual energy, Lam Lam will personally crush their heads. Tong Kuang thought, feeling furious, damn it, they're deliberately not fighting and just want to wear us down. There are zombies in front and breeders behind us. Do we really have a way out? Lam Dang jumped onto the upper raft to check the situation, but there's no other choice now. We can only survive a few more rounds and then see. The teammates below hold their swords and spears to defend, but they can see the situation is extremely dire. The sharp-toothed lizard monsters charge forward to attack. Duong Kung focuses his strength to take down the monsters. Tong Kuang, you and I will handle the lizard creatures from above and below. Others attack the zombies. Tong Kuang raises his hammer, ready to smash the group in a satisfying blow. Come on, you little lizard creatures. Taste Grandpa's hammer now. The people behind focus their strength on support, while the little three unleashes her Ice-type ultimate move, slicing through the monsters with icy blades. But it seems to only cause minor injuries. He hurriedly turned to Yenin, truly lacking in willpower, a move that could only kill one zombie. Lam Lam stood on the observation deck, showing disdain. This Diep Lam guy is really funny. Why would he dare come here? I feel like I'm watching some kind of farce. Without other awakened people forming a team, I'm afraid he will die right in the first round. This is only the first round. Let's see what he can do next. The system announces that the first round mission is over. The lickers lie scattered on the ground after being defeated. Half an hour later, the system announced the completion of the 3rd round mission. In 3 minutes, it will move on to the 4th round. Da Nin's group is inspecting the scene, and Tong Kong is cursing angrily. Damn it! The difficulty keeps increasing, and I fear that in the next round, a 2nd-tier, top-tier anomaly will appear. Are Lam Lam and the others still not going to act? Lam Dong also feels frustrated. She won't make a move, so it's hard for us to have a chance to deal with her. Lam Lam just mentioned and appeared in front of us, acting arrogant. This is only the 3rd round, so it took so much effort after all. She crossed her arms arrogantly because she knew no one dared to oppose her. I don't know if you second-rate guys are just pretending or truly useless, but let me tell you, I won't intervene until the 6th round. If you want to live, don't hide anymore. Lam Lam turned to praise Yaning. You're still alive. Not only are you not dead, but you haven't even been injured at all. You're just lucky, that's all. Xiaoba immediately turns to attack upon hearing this. Luckily that monkey isn't because of our efforts, right? Besides hiding and launching remote attacks that don't cause damage, what else can you do? But Tong Kong, judging by the situation, feels that things are not that simple. No, this kid must have a big move behind him. Otherwise, he couldn't have reached the 2nd level. His big move can probably only be used once or twice. That's fine. Maybe there's even a chance to turn the tables. The system continues to issue the mission. The 4th round is about to begin. 400 high-level level 2 zombies, 1 mutated level 2, and 6 mutated level 1. A series of zombies are released. Song Kangfei steps forward to confront them and gives orders. Lam Dong, let's focus first on the level 2 peak boss, the high-level level 2 to restrain the other 2 level 2. As for that beautiful woman, handle the other level 1 zombies. The tentacle of the boss almost struck Tong Kuang. Lam Dong from behind shouted loudly and shot an arrow at the creature. Brother Song, be careful. A zombie is lunging at the guy who is drawing his bow. It licked the face of the guy, leaving him no time to react and defeating him. Zhang Dao charged forward with his spear, delivering a fatal strike to the bandaged zombie, but the poison from its body caused him unbearable pain.
Xiaoba rushes forward worriedly. Jiang Dao, get over here. He sprays ice at the Tang Thi, attacking his teammate. Xiaoba struggles to get close to the target, moving so fast that he can't even touch it. Huang Yam was killed. Jiang Dao was seriously injured, and the others didn't bother to help. This time, they're definitely doomed. Da Nin immediately judged that the situation was very critical. If Thuong Vong kept going like this, the group might be wiped out before the 6th round. If that's the case, I won't have any way to perform my ultimate move. You unleash your secret technique right in front of the monster. His foot begins to spark with electricity. Da Nin hesitates for 2 seconds before deciding to act. Then he quickly ran to grab Xiaoba and dragged him away. Get out of the way, demon! Xiaoba looked confused. Is that you? Then Dan Nin summoned a sword-shaped light from his hand, controlling his spirit, and swiftly attacked the zombies. Dan Nin's attack even turned to chase after the fleeing zombies, piercing the heart of that ugly, mutated zombie with a single strike. Xiaoba trembled, wondering if he was the useless guy from earlier. Then he stammered to thank her. Da Nin looked serious and said, No need, just keep your mouth shut in the future. Da Nin manipulated the purple energy strands to dance and pierce the fierce zombie. Don't get distracted. There are still many zombies with those mutations. Tuba immediately understood. It's okay, let me go clean up the low-level ones behind. Lam Lam felt really impressed after that performance. Not bad, this kid really knows how to keep himself alive. His speed, are those blue-colored shoes his equipment? No wonder he dares to come here. Her subordinates are starting to get cautious. Hednai, do we need to take action now and kill him? Lam Lam smiled seductively. Not yet, we are currently short on manpower, so let's wait for the next harvest. Its mind control ability is probably its limit. It's just a weak-willed consciousness. We can kill him in seconds. But those 2 peak-level 2nd-rank experts are watching more closely for me. They are definitely hiding their true intentions. The subordinate is obeying orders. Is it true? Half an hour later, the system reappears. The 4th round mission has ended, and the 5th will begin in 3 minutes. Beneath Tong Chuang and Lam Dong lie the corpses of the Demon King, sprawled on the ground. Tong Chuang is tallying up the casualties so far. In this round, we've lost 1 melee fighter, 1 ranged attacker, and another melee fighter is seriously wounded. I have 2 more chances to use my ultimate move. I hope I can survive until the 6th round. Lam Dang grits his teeth in frustration. For me too, no matter what, I have to survive until the 6th round. As soon as Lin Lam makes a move, we will take advantage of her unpreparedness and team up to kill her. Does Tong Chang now see Da Nin in a completely different light? Did you see how that kid acted just now? Compared to normal willpower systems, it usually takes time to recharge after using a skill, but he almost keeps firing non-stop. Lam Dong agrees with his opinion. That's right, he's very special, but I hope he still has a trump card up his sleeve. In the next round, to avoid affecting the plan, it's best to ensure he advances to the 6th round as well. The system is currently red, and the 5th round mission has begun. 500 top-tier corpse worms with double mutated bodies, 3rd tier with triple mutated bodies, and 1st tier with octuple mutated bodies. A pile of deformed, ugly mutated corpses appears. A giant 2-headed monster that drinks blood and a huge demon measuring 8 meters long with many new species fell, and the giant spider was the first to attack. Little Third is caught by the centipede. Deep Lam, be careful. You didn't react in time, damn it, it's a multi-legged creature. Da Nin was executing a move while dodging the Ret's attack, planning to rescue his teammate. As expected, using a big move to deal with such a giant mutation is still too difficult. Half an hour in and we still haven't found their weakness. A desperate cry echoes everywhere. Help me, someone. To focus fire with so many monsters like this, I can't gather enough firepower. Damn it, these breeders, these damn bastards, they have no intention of letting us survive to the 6th round. Tong Kwang here also has to deal with the 2-head demon and the blood-sucking creature. He is discussing with Lam Dang. Lam Dang, we have to use the ultimate move, or we won't be able to fight back at all. Then he shot his ice arrow at the ice arrow projectile. Tong Kwang charged forward, aiming for the heads of the 2-headed monster. You're dead. Battle water spirit power. Lam Lam sneers cruelly. With just your tiny strength, you still want to keep your spiritual power? It's really crazy, and now there's more of them. The spider suddenly attacked Ye Nin from behind. It snaps its jaw onto the ground, causing the surface to crack open. Song Kong's face turns pale. We're in trouble. We're too late. Lam Dang looks just as pale. Is that kid dead? Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and Yaning flew out, tearing apart the giant monsters. The other 2 were stunned. This is Lam Lam, still staring in shock. Is this kid still holding his trump card? Each of Lam Dong's arrows hit right in the middle of the giant spider's head. The Chu, take this one from me.
He and Tong Chuang are wielding a hammer and shield, charging together. Hurry, let's go kill the Chu together. Deep Lam still has a chance. Da Nin is still fighting the giant centipede. You perform a purple move along its body to find a weakness and throw the purple sword toward the middle of the riddle's head. Found the weak spot. Yanin throws a spinning punch to finish it off. The purple technique wrapped around the centipede, knocking it into the air and breaking it apart. Lam Dang gasped in shock at the attack. She is a woman who loves the wrong person, used to have a fiery passion for others, but this time it's different. Song Kang's expression is just as remarkable. Lam Lam looked at him as if he were her prey. A low-level novice with 2 sets of green clothes, clearly a fat sheep. Ah, I cruelly ordered, the next round of the battle begins the harvest. Don't kill that bastard called D. Lam Voy. Break his limbs and keep him alive so I can torment him slowly. The subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." Tong Kong's face darkened as he saw the other side start to get frisky. The next round will only leave us and Diep Lam. Lam Lam and the others will definitely join the fight, and then we can take the opportunity to kill her. Lam Dong and Zhong agree that even if they can't kill them, they must be seriously wounded. And Diep Lam can still strike. The mission notification appears, and the 6th attack round begins. Level 2. Peak 3 stars. Level 2. This time, the number of mutated monsters has tripled and become even more ferocious. On Lam Lam's side, the Tang Thi also launched an attack and led the charge. This is the final round. Go all out for me. I can cut through zombies like paper with one hand. As long as you can handle it, I promise I'll only take the money and not kill anyone. Lin Nam kept punching and kicking the giant zombie like hitting a punching bag in the training room. I will handle it. Take down the high-level 2nd-tier crazy monster first. The others focus on fire resistance against the monsters. The zombie wielding a blood-red sword swung it fiercely, striking close to her side, forcing her to dodge quickly. Lam Lam, furious, lifted her leg to prepare to strike the creature down. A single strike splits the creature in 2, and behind her, another terrifying zombie appears. But it seems Lam Lam had anticipated this. As the moment the monster was about to bite, she activated a red protective barrier around her illusionary shield. Meanwhile, Da Nin, facing the giant scorpion, couldn't help but marvel. Luke Mansung has acceleration and burst skills, as well as super defensive abilities. She's much more formidable now than before. You need to consider carefully, because besides these, she's definitely hiding a trump card. This time, I can't act rashly. Lin Dong is shooting arrows while planning our strategy. We must stop the blood demon beast first. Once Lam Lam finishes, the crazy team will definitely come to seize our attack rights. Kung Kwang is doing his best to attack the wild boar monster. He clearly said this is our chance to counter her with our ultimate move. Lam Lam defeated another monster, but his fighting style seems like he's just playing around. Immediately after finishing here, she rushes to Lam Dong and Tong Chuang. He glances over as the plan is about to unfold and prepares to gather his energy. But unexpectedly, what Lam Lam targeted was that giant wild boar. You fight the monster, I'll go kill it. Tong Song frowned. Yes. Immediately, Lam Dong fires a blue flame missile at Lam Lam. This is the moment. Spirit Flame Arrow. Tong Chuang also brandished his shield to coordinate with the shield formation. Both attacks aimed at her. Da Nin saw that the situation was really unstable. Things are not looking good now that they are fighting. Lam Lam can't be caught unprepared. A loud explosion tore through the space there. Lam Dang anxiously opened his eyes. Brother Song, the pig over there, has been defeated, but at the same time, Tong Chuang was also taken down, along with his shattered shield. Lam Lam, leaning on his hand, sneered and said, "Stupid, do you really think I have no defense?" But Da Nin, who was cutting the tail of the scorpion, saw through the trick. Just now, Lam Lam and Song Kang swapped positions. That was the energy of the world's injury. I guessed I kept kicking Song Kang repeatedly, wasting my life-saving skill of the world's injury. Suddenly, Lam Lam flew in front of Lam Dang with a murderous look in his eyes. "Lam Dang, you can do it." A powerful punch to the stomach. Lam Lam viciously stomps on his right hand, causing him pain, and he can only open his mouth in agony. "I will disable your right arm first, to see what you can do against me." Then I calmly give the order to my subordinates. "Let the fake martial arts master hand over the goods. You guys handle the battlefield and start harvesting the bows." They immediately received the order. "Yes, boss." One of them quickly grabbed Lam Dang and pressed a needle to his eye. "Hand over the equipment and credit points. I will spare you. Otherwise, I have a way to make you live worse than die." He didn't reason but raised his left hand to threaten him. "You still won't talk, so I'll crush your left hand." Tong Chang shouted angrily. "If you want to kill, then do it. I, even as a demon, won't spare you."
Danin suddenly raises his hands in surrender. I surrender. I will surrender. Please don't kill me or torture me. The subordinate next to him sneered. You're still the obedient kid, but unfortunately the boss has ordered to break your limbs. Jianin takes a step back and says, wait. Even if you want to maim me, you should wait until I finish transferring money, but you've already come up with a way to deal with these people. The chance to counterattack is in the 7th round. I have to find a way to extend it to the final round. The system announces that the 6th round has ended. Everyone votes on whether to advance to the 7th round for the final battle. Danin coldly reveals a deadly move at the enemy in front, and at this moment, his eyes flash with murderous intent. Please proceed to the 7th round, the highest difficulty level. Few people know that just by registering for the highest difficulty level, no voting is needed, and the dungeon will continue. The system displays the voting results, and someone confirms to advance to the next round. The 7th round battle with the highest difficulty is about to begin. The first subordinate opens his mouth and steps into the next round. Aren't the boss saying they'll disband after the harvest? The second guy is just as confused. What's going on? Isn't it supposed to take a 70% vote to decide? The third guy starts sweating bullets. I heard that the 7th round can cause level 3 mutations. The boss can't take it. Tong Kong laughed heartily in front of his subordinate beside him, as if heaven was punishing you all and sealing your fate. Lam Lam's face twisted with anger.
Tong Kwang, did you do this? She rushes to you at full speed. I will kill you!
But suddenly a giant worm-like monster with sharp teeth emerged from the ground, blocking her way, and its size was overwhelmingly large. The only purple move takes down Lam Lam's subordinate on Lam Dang's side, and another move pierces through Tong Chuang's side. Jianing stands above and shouts, Tong Chuang, Lam Dang, are you okay? If you are, run away as far as possible. It's deep, Lam. There's been a change. You hold the divine sword pointed forward. Lam, I bet you still don't know. Danin stands tall, wielding his superior sword and watching like he's observing a swarm of bugs. Level 3 mutant beings will have intelligence and prioritize killing high-level psychic users first. As long as she gets entangled and can't escape, I'm sure I can defeat them all with one strike. The monster opened its mouth wide. Lam gritted her teeth and turned her head to look back, changing position, then sped forward at full speed. Jianin was still observing everything. Indeed, her ability to swap injuries had a limit on distance, so she couldn't switch to this side at all. The monster's mouth is closing in on Lam. She quickly jumps to dodge the attack, but the monster is faster and strikes her down. Danin immediately draws his knife, and at that moment, he slashes out with many sword strikes, the sword trails warding off the attack. Lam was very frightened when she saw that scene. What is this? This is even scarier than a level 3 mutant by 10,000 times. Could there be another level 3 here besides me? The monster was cut into many pieces. Seeing that creature, I feel terrified. The range of this move is too large, I basically can't escape. At this moment, the system also announced that the death zone would be removed from the instance after 5 minutes. Yaning looked down from above, and Songchang couldn't believe his eyes. So, with just one move, you managed to kill a level 3 awakener and a level 3 mutant? Lin Dang was also stunned speechless. Could it be that you are actually a mid-tier level 3? No, a high-tier level 3? You look down with cold eyes, but there still seems to be human aura below. Could it be that she's not dead yet? Danin immediately threw the knife, sensing the spirit and controlling the object. Lam was already badly wounded and saw the knife approaching. Her eyes stared fixedly at it. Could this dagger have been made by Deep Lam? How is this possible? You look at Lam with a cold gaze, so she's not dead yet, probably still equipped with a protective artifact, right? Then let's just take this blow first and talk afterwards. The knife is almost touching Lam's forehead, but it seems she's being protected, so why isn't it piercing through? Then I'll wait for now. Lam was sweating as she saw the knife spinning non-stop. Fortunately, last time I spent a lot of money to buy this one-time use passive defense tool of level A. Danin grabbed the long sword and charged forward. It seems that relying only on mental control won't be enough to pierce through. But right now she looks very weak and has no strength left to activate it. So I will personally take action. I can't believe this. Was that huge move just now really your doing? You are the 3rd rank hidden expert, right? No matter how hard you try, you will still fail. What kind of barrier is this? It can't be pierced at all. Lam is feeling extremely furious. If you want to kill, just do it. Why do you have to defeat me like this? Danin also feels quite confused. Oh, so she thought I was insulting her, not that I couldn't kill her. He suddenly smiled smugly. In other words, it seems she's more afraid of being humiliated than of dying. Then it's easy for me. Although this kind of thing is very shameful, I have no choice but to act this way to claim the spoils. You gently lift Lam's chin. Oh, do you want a death that feels truly satisfying?
So when you were tormenting those awakened ones, did you ever think about ending up like this? She angrily shouted, "Bastard, what do you want to do?"
Dunin is still smiling with intent. Is that all it takes to break you? Soon you'll see what true humiliation is. How could you finally give me a satisfying moment if you keep biting your lip like that? He immediately made a request. It's simple. Just as you asked us to do, hand over all your equipment, props, and credit points, and I will grant you a quick and painless death. But Lam Lam also looked suspicious. How can I possibly trust you? Did you just touch my thigh? She has no choice but to trust me now. Lam Lam is also too scared already. Don't. If I trade with you and you dare to deceive me, you won't die peacefully. The system is also sending a notification right now. The item with serial number A178391 wants to trade with you. The Blood Soul Armor in blue. Item A178391 wants to trade with you. The Frost Spirit Gloves, blue equipment with IDA 178391 want to trade with you. The Blue Armor, with serial number Curie. 178391 wants to trade with you. 13,000 credit points have been transferred to you. Jianin seems satisfied with this deal. These equipment sets are quite valuable. As expected, robbing is the fastest way to get money. Lam Lam has also accepted her fate. Everything has been handed over. Just kill me now. But you still coldly said, is that all? Your credit score is only over 10,000. How can I believe that? If you don't hand over everything, guess what I'll do next? Daning clenched Lam Lam's hand. You bastard, that's all I have. Believe it or not. You quickly pinned her down, still daring to be stubborn. Then I won't hold back anymore. Lam Lam no longer even tries to resist. Come on, you bastard. If you have the guts, just come at me. But at this moment, you give up and leave. It seems there's really nothing left. She's still screaming over here. What are you doing getting up? Are you too afraid now? Lam Lam has also realized something. Wait, you neither kill nor violate me. What exactly do you want me to do? Actually, that ultimate move can only be used once. You're just a second-year student, so you can't break through my defenses, right? N987 Lam Lam stands up and mocks him for being so stupid. Actually thinking you're a level 3. Da Nin is secretly thinking she's figured me out. Right now I really have no way to kill that woman. Lam Lam is now furious. You're Diep Lam, right? I remember you now. No matter how far away or how distant the ends of the earth, I will find you. I keep shouting, waiting for that moment when I will tear you into 1,000 pieces and turn you into a pig. But Da Nin just silently turned back to look at her. Do you remember my name is Deep Lam? By the time you find out who Da Nin really is, neither of us can be sure who will kill whom. The system reappears, exits the dungeon, and calculates the rewards. The person who completed the dungeon. Da Nin's completion rate is 70.3%, with 20% for the main quest. Defeat the most difficult boss, Sachung, to reach an overall completion rate of 90.3%. Achieving S rank grants experience points, with a 10% increase when defeating higher-level enemies. I received a white crying mask, a white guilt of the boys in blue, a rotten acid item in white, a white corpse relic, a white resurrection label, and raw materials in white. With these and Lam Lam's items, selling them all is enough for me to buy spiritual energy fruit, and my overall attributes have increased by 25 points. Da Nin rides a very impressive motorcycle tonight. I have to go to Tranjiang and find a hotel to practice the B and C level sword techniques. Then tomorrow I'll go to the Ruins battlefield, the Legend, to get some equipment. I'll also get to know the battlefield of Tio. At that moment, a man appeared and blocked the front of the car to save him, constantly begging Da Nin for help. He saved us when our overturned vehicle was in danger. You should also get out and observe. Are you sure this car just flipped over? Look, at that moment, a group of armed people arrived to loot. Da Nin still appears very calm. Is Ola blocking the way to loot? The masked man is very annoyed and impatient. Hand over the credit points now and I'll spare your life. He immediately drew his knife and struck in all directions. Truly unnecessary to say anything more. Da Nin decisively looked at the fleeing man. Another one? Where do you think you're running, you little worm? You threw the knife straight at him. Let's see where you can run to now. Ouch! The knife sliced through the man's leg and he immediately collapsed to the ground. Da Nin looked at the man's leg in shock. Why is there no blood on the wound? The other man was slowly getting up, and he was neither human nor a zombie or a mutated creature. He kept crying and begging, "Please, sir, spare me. I know where they hid the stolen goods. I'll tell you everything." Da Nin angrily grabbed his shirt and said, "I was really forced into this. Please don't kill me." His eyes are filled with murderous intent. Tell me quickly, what exactly are you? Please don't kill me.
I will open the personal attribute panel and you can check it yourself. The system then displayed his personal information.
Lai Fuqui's identity, NBC dungeon, non-innate level, golden flower, sense of smell. A skilled merchant, the golden flower sense of smell, can be used by skill users to detect anything inside the target's bag. A skilled trader, and the price automatically increases by 10% during a transaction. The other side won't notice until the process is complete. Membership fee. During the transaction, 5% of the amount will be automatically deducted and kept for yourself. This effect is immune to any trading rules. Jianin still remains cautious, reading the information board and asking questions non-stop. Are you NBC? How could you possibly escape from the dungeon? Could it be that you had consciousness right after being born? Fuqui trembled as he responded. Actually, I don't know why I ended up here either. I've been outside since I gained consciousness. Sir, could you please forgive me? With that pitiful look, he had no intention of sparing him, secretly contemplating something. His 3 skills are all system-bound, and emotional manipulation techniques can never be learned. If I can get him to help me with business deals, I could save some money. After thinking, Danin suddenly pulled out a roll of blank paper. He held it in front of Fu Kui and sternly ordered him, "Sign this contract and I will spare your life." Qing Kui couldn't help but feel terrified by this slave contract condition. But in the end, he had no choice but to sign it. The system immediately displayed a notification. Li Fu Kui signed the certificate and began opening the small interface. Danin, the owner. First level, servant. Li Fu Kui, no level. Longjong loyalty 60/1. Danin smiled contentedly and said to him, "From now on, you will follow me. We are comrades, unlike you." Fu Kui couldn't hold back his tears and complained, "What teammate? It's just coercion and forced labor. Why am I so unlucky? If you don't meet the Earthhound, then you're just a villain." Seeing him suffer like that, you suggested that all the items stolen by the Earthhound belong to you. Hearing that, his eyes lit up with joy as he hugged Danin's leg and said, "Thank you, Master. You truly are the most generous master in the world." Fuqui's loyalty also increased accordingly. The NPC, Li Fuqui's loyalty increased by 1 + 1. Danin just smiled wryly and said, "Loyalty is too easy to increase. Fuqui, help me sell all equipment except armor, blood soul, and decayed armor, and buy what's necessary. Also, buy a bigger storage space and find another room for him. Usually, he stays and helps me manage the assets." Even in the bustling city, the joyful screams of Fu Kui could not be drowned out. "Master is so kind, just let me handle it." In the blink of an eye, they were both back home. Daning sat leisurely on the sofa, devouring his food. Fu Kui saw you like that and complained, "Master, you are the most wasteful person I have ever met. Others could never eat such a fruit in their lifetime, yet you eat it as easily as rice." Don't let him continue. You reach out and push Fu Kui back into his world. Go back to calculating your accounts. Jianin finally finished eating, and the system displayed a series of stats showing the use of real power. 25 agility. 25 physique, 25. He was satisfied and let out a sigh, finally gaining 25 more points. He stood up and opened the system panel to check his progress, practicing B-rank sword techniques, and the Shadow Clone system quickly responded, confirming he had learned the new sword technique and upgraded the Shadow Clone skill successfully. The Shadow technique has been upgraded to SSS level, the Dimensional Slash, which creates a crack in space. The skill effect makes you invincible for 1 second, bypassing all defenses. Reading through the information, Yan Nin chuckled happily, thinking to himself, the Dimensional Slash, breaking space and surpassing all defenses, is too freakish. Tomorrow, I will go to the Ruins battlefield to try it out. Suddenly, tomorrow has arrived, and the system presents Danin with a choice. Do you want to participate in the Ruins battlefield or not? Difficulty level B. After you agree, you will be taken to another space, where a man introduces himself to you. "Hello, I am Tran Dung, and this is my younger sister, Tran Zhao. We are both low-level second stage, but Tran Zhao doesn't seem very friendly," she softly said with a smile. "I see the system reports a high-level second-ranked teammate, so it must be you, but you seem quite young. Isn't it possible that your strength was overestimated?" Tran Dung immediately turned to scold her. "Stop talking nonsense." Danin silently observed them and reminded himself to evaluate their outfits. They are probably from military families, maybe second or even third generation. I should be more cautious. After scolding his sibling, Tran Dung turned to explain, "Don't mind her. My younger sister has been spoiled since she was a child." Danin replied, "Just call me Diep Lam." Suddenly, the system announced unexpectedly, "The battlefield is full of energy. The special event will start in 3 minutes. Please prepare."
You wonder aloud, special events? I only knew before that special, supernatural, and spreading events were considered the three great mysteries of the apocalypse. This is my first time experiencing this special dungeon event. Trandung comforted me, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Diep. Although special events are products of supernatural forces, as far as I know, the Wasteland battlefield is a relatively safe special event. It has no mission restrictions. You can escape at any time as long as you get out of the battle. This special event is a repeat of the war history that occurred when the apocalypse first broke out. But when it comes to the enemy, his face suddenly darkened. Our enemies are the ordinary zombies and the mutated ones. The countdown timer ends and a horde of mutated zombies begins to pour in. All three quickly take fighting stances. Trandung turned to Danin and his sister and said, "Brother Diep, let's go down and deal with the Tang Thi." Trunjiao is up here, ignoring his words. Danin suddenly jumps down among the Tang Thi, leaving them no time to understand what's happening. "Are you going to decide so decisively? Brother, this person is also too rude." With no fear at all, he charged at the tallest one, swinging his sword fiercely. In an instant, the guy was struck twice in the face by Danin and was finished on the spot. Seeing the big guy being defeated by Danin in just a few seconds, Trandung was deeply amazed. Brother Diep truly is a high-level second stage, so fast to finish it, but we won't fall behind. The more energetic he was, the harder he swung his axe to clear out the surrounding zombies. Trandung shouted, "Brother Diep, let's try to hold the line for as long as we can. When I can no longer hold on, I can still summon the spirits of soldiers to fight for us and maximize our benefits." Danin was surprised to hear this. "Summoning ghost soldiers, huh?" "In my previous life, I only heard rumors that such secrets were secretly kept by the military. I never thought they were true." But Trandung quickly added, "This is the army's biggest secret." He spoke loudly, telling him not to reveal it when he returns. But suddenly a zombie lunged at Trandung, trying to pounce on him. Danin saw this, quickly threw his spear at it, shouting a warning, "Watch out behind you!" As soon as Trandung turned back, the knife was already stabbing through the enemy's head. He couldn't help but be amazed by Danin's strength. "Is this space manipulation? Just one move and you took out a high-level first-rank creature?" After destroying all those zombies, the system displays a new notification. The battle has ended. A large-scale ongoing battle will begin in 3 minutes. Trandung approaches you, takes out a pack of cigarettes as a thank you for what just happened. "Brother Diep, do you smoke?" This was specially provided by the military district. "Thank you very much for saving my life earlier, but Danin politely declined. "I don't smoke, thank you. I heard these are very rare in the apocalyptic world. It seems your identity is not simple either." Hearing that, Trandung waved his hand and boasted, taking the opportunity to invite you to join his team. "Honestly, Diep Lam, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China battlefield, and my father is the security commander of Zone 191. Both of us are at the 3rd level now. I am also currently building my own team. I think Brother Diep is going alone, so he probably hasn't joined any force yet, right? Or maybe he hasn't let you finish speaking." Danin cut in bluntly. "Sorry, I'm used to being alone," which made him so confused he dropped his cigarette. "Oh, I can't give up that easily." "Brother Diep, it's not too late to refuse after hearing this. As long as you're willing to become my deputy, I will give you official treatment from the start. 3,000 credit points per month, plus an extra 1,000 points from me personally." Seeing that you still didn't respond, Trandung continued to make a higher offer. "Additionally, I can also register a free blue weapon for you. Even people in your family can join the military." Seeing his brother go a bit too far, Tran Jiao quickly stepped in to stop him. "Are you okay, brother?" Even though his strength isn't bad, it's not to that extent. Danin finally couldn't take it anymore and turned to leave, loudly reminding them, "I'm not interested in this. The big funeral ceremony is about to start, so let's get ready to fight first." But in his mind, he thought, "Still trying to trap me? By the time I reach high school, I'll have just as much as you do." Trandung couldn't help but feel regretful as Danin left, sighing, because those conditions for the 2nd rank are truly heavenly treatment that many people aspire to, but I didn't even bother. But he refused outright. Tranjiao angrily scolded Danin for being ungrateful. "Who does he think he is? Don't tell me he's a high-level 2nd stage or even at the peak of the 2nd stage. Our family can surpass all that." In the blink of an eye, half an hour later, the main event begins. On Trandung's side, the mutant keeps launching overwhelming attacks on him, making it impossible for him to hold out, so he calls for help. "Brother Diep, I can't hold them off anymore. Let's summon the soldiers and retreat." Danin, chopping off a zombie's head, responds, "Wait a little longer. Pull the monster closer to me." Seeing Trandung finish, he jumps up and shouts, "All right, you go hide on the city wall."
Without hesitation, Ye Nin charged straight into the gathered zombies, his sword blazing with light as he cut through the monsters below, splitting their bodies in two, leaving no one able to escape. Tran Dung and Tran Zhao watched from afar, stunned by this incredible power. They could only gape in amazement. Is he a third rank? No way. Even an ordinary third rank couldn't take down a few mutated zombies with a single move. Moreover, he is also at the peak of the second stage. No wonder he didn't bother to pay attention to my invitation. This move is even more powerful than the three of us and my grandfather. Now that you've taken care of them, please summon the soldiers. Tran Zhao, still stunned, asked in confusion, why? You're so powerful, but there's no need to act until the turning point. Tran Dung reached out to stop his brother. If His Excellency Deep has said so, then let's do it first. And then he raised the axe in his hand and loudly recited the summoning spell.
Marin, Marin! In an instant, the soldiers appeared quickly. A soldier loudly reports, preparing to fight and defend the line. The 1st Artillery Regiment is ready to fire.
Kill it. The ghostly soldiers charge into battle against the mutants, turning the battlefield below into a blazing war zone.
Tran Dung then said, if you want, we can just watch from here. But these soldiers can only resist for a while. After they kill a wave of enemies, they will disappear. Da Nin turned around to leave somewhere and told his companions, stay here for now. He went deeper into the abandoned city, a place full of ruins. Da Nin stopped and began activating his search ability, silently pondering that he didn't see any legendary colored equipment when he just killed the second-tier peak creature. I guess he can only appear after summoning the soldiers. Based on my intuition, it must be in this area. His eyes suddenly lit up, finally getting a result. Da Nin glanced over and said loudly, I found it. Sure enough, it's that one. He quickly moved over, where a blue orb and an old, tattered journal were waiting for him. The blue sphere suddenly announced the activation of the special mission. The last wish is to find the cause of the battlefield's destruction and resolve the issue. After completing the mission, you will receive a special reward. Jia Nin picked up the old notebook, looked at it for a while, and then guessed that the special mission was the final wish, which must be related to this diary. But in the following days, a tragedy struck. On the 25th, the first afternoon exam began. I never thought things would happen so quickly. Nam has died, and we couldn't even find his body. Among the faded words in the old diary, only a faded picture remains through the years. The author continued to write below at the final moment. I asked them, do they have any last words? They usually just mess around like kids, but these people only said one thing to me. On the last page of the diary, amidst the scattered and silent pages, a line was written boldly in Moran about home, which was also the author's final words. After finishing reading the Di Nguyen book, Jia Nin stared intently at the jade bracelet in his hand, muttering non-stop, Di Nguyen Thi Iwok. As he spoke, he clenched the bracelet tightly in his hand. Koi Nguyen Tran Tuong. Hey, could Deep Lam really not be a level 3 at all? He might have some kind of equipment that can only be used once for a big move. Maybe, but we can't verify it. And once you anger the 3rd year, no one knows if we will die here or not. Hearing his brother say that, Tran Zhao frowned and replied angrily, does he dare? With your grandfather, no one in the North China Zone will let him go. Tran Dung, noticing his sister's bad mood, advised her to change her attitude, saying, my sister, you really need to change the situation, or sooner or later you'll face the consequences. Don't even mention whether he attacked us or not. If he really is a third rate, we have to find a way to bring him into our fold. He believes that his grandfather and father will also agree to this. As he finished speaking, Da Nin also returned. Tran Dung hesitated and asked, are we ready to leave, Your Highness? As he pointed down to update Da Nin on the situation. These soldiers won't last long. Once the level 3 mutants appear, they'll just stay a little longer before disappearing. So we need to leave before these soldiers disappear, or else if the 3rd level mutants target us, it will be very troublesome. But Da Nin doesn't look very happy. You ask seriously, do you know what happened to the battlefield relics? What ultimately became of these soldiers? At that time, my father hadn't been born yet. But I heard my grandfather say that the battle was a disastrous defeat with no survivors, but thanks to their support, the safe zone behind was evacuated at that time. That year, my grandfather was the lucky survivor in the safe zone. Jia Nin continued to question, so if it was a disastrous failure, then how did the final Lansong Thai evening wave subside? But this time Tran Dung hesitated a little. The details are still unclear, but there is a legend that Thi Chiu seemed to disappear suddenly. Hearing this, he finally understood everything. It just disappeared on its own? So that's how it was? Seeing Da Nin's strange attitude, the two brothers couldn't help but wonder and asked, Diep Lam Kak Ha, what's wrong with you? That's right, why are you suddenly asking about such old and distant things? You didn't answer, just kept asking them. So do you guys know what the term Moran means? Tran Dung also casually replied, It's a secret word passed down within our group. I really don't know what it specifically means. Her sister also added, we only know that if we shout this phrase, the soldiers will appear to fight for us. She then loudly instructed him. This is military secret. My brother admires you very much, so he told you. It's best if you keep it to yourself. Trandung quickly said, stop getting so worked up, girl, don't interrupt them. Jianin turned to ask how many times they could use this method. Hearing that, he was surprised and replied, a few hundred times already, but it's usually used to reapply gear, and each person can only use it once. After the last person shouts, it won't work anymore. After hearing that, Zha Nin's face turned serious as he kept asking, hundreds of times? So have you helped these soldiers eliminate the final mutated creatures yet? Trandung calmly replied, no, because usually this place only has level 2, and I've never seen a level 3 before. You're the first level 3 person to come here. As he finished speaking, Da Nin suddenly jumped down. Before the brothers could understand what was happening, he rushed toward the zombie horde, constantly pondering if this was the origin of the relic battlefield, wasn't it? Tran Jiaoko raised his voice and asked, brother, what does he want to do now? Shouldn't we just leave here? In his mind, he kept recalling Din Nguyen earlier, connecting everything. Clearly, the obsession that turned them into soldiers and this battlefield into a special event. But with his fighting instinct, Da Nin reacted quickly, swinging his sword, and in a flash, just a few strikes were enough to sever that guy's head from his body. You remain calm, constantly thinking about those soldiers and soldiers. That's because they know that once they kill the level 3 mutant here, their spells will no longer work, and they won't be able to help their descendants gain benefits anymore. Thunder roared across the sky in waves, rain pouring down like a curtain, making the place even more gloomy. Da Nin ran swiftly through the puddles, feeling furious as he uncovered the deceitful scheme behind the manipulation and exploitation. He suddenly leapt into the air, weapon in hand without hesitation, aiming at the enemy as if pouring all his hatred into them after learning the truth. The phrase Moran seemed to carry all the hope of the ancestors, yet the army used it as the most shameless trump card, having employed it hundreds of thousands of times. With a single slash, Tang Thi's body was split in two. His eyes became extremely determined, vowing to himself that this time, even if he had to die, he would bring them home. Tran Zhao couldn't help but be terrified by this image of you and nervously said, are you crazy? Do you really want to fight the final level 3 mutant? Brandung also found Da Nin's attitude strange all along. He secretly reasoned weird if he wanted to fight the final level 3 mutant. Why would he summon the spirits so early? Is it no longer necessary to help the soldiers fight the monsters? Could it be that you don't want to save your energy? She quickly grabbed his shirt and tried to persuade Trandung, saying, brother, the level 3 mutant is about to appear. Even if Dieplam is level 3, she can't defeat it. We should leave now. Seeing that his sister was right, he still didn't want to give up on someone like Ya Ning. It was indeed safest to leave now, but once they did, it would be very hard to build a relationship with Ya Ning. Thinking quickly, Trandung turned to his sibling and said, let's wait a little longer. We only need 10 seconds to run away from here. If you really can't hold on, we still have time to escape up here. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the building where the two of them were standing started to tilt to one side. Tran Zhao shouted in panic. From afar behind the thick fog, a giant figure gradually appeared. Each step it takes causes the ground to shake even more. The two of them gradually realize what it is and shout in fear, is it here already? The monster ignores everything in its path, ready to crush anything that blocks its way. Its body is so enormous that it looks deformed, with long, spiky arms covered in sharp thorns, moving forward slowly and heavily. As he moved forward, he exhaled thick clouds of smoke from his mouth. The closer they got, the more the two brothers realized it. Screaming in terror, is this the level 3 mutated form? Is this guy's physique all so huge? The monster swept everything around him and headed straight for Da Nin. The closer I get, the more I realize his body is just like a grain of sand in its eye. Da Nin's momentary fear quickly vanished, and with a confident voice he said, now I only have one more chance to use the dimensional cut. He took a deep breath, muttered to himself about how to take it down, but he wasn't yet sure how effective the primordial slash would be, so he couldn't attack recklessly. After a moment of contemplation, Da Nin let out a small sigh of relief and finally made his decision. He lowered his sword, crouched into a ready stance, waiting for it to get closer before striking would be safer. He stood there fearless, closing the distance step by step. 70 meters, 59 meters, finally 40 meters. The monster finally approached. It shows no mercy at all, swinging its spiky, deformed arm down like a living hammer. But Da Nin remained standing there, not planning to dodge at all. His eyes lit up, ready to counterattack. This is the moment. In the blink of an eye, When did that massive figure get split in two by Da Nin's sword? Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Da Nin lands gracefully as if nothing happened, his eyes still fixed on the monster, never losing his vigilance. He speaks softly, saying, "All things are still. Everything seems to stop." Da Nin stands alone on the rooftop of a building, surrounded by desolate ruins facing a giant and dangerous zombie. Is this the primordial space of the universe? My timeline is completely different from everyone else's. Da Nin furrowed his brow, his cold eyes staring ahead. Not only that, but he also saw through the skeletons piercing through its body and immediately realized he could see through them as well. Da Nin gently moves, his legs emanating an increasingly powerful energy, allowing him to choose any part of the primordial space to manifest it. Without hesitation, he immediately rushes straight toward the creature's body, planning in his mind and able to pass through it without any obstacle. Suddenly, a burst of bright green energy radiated from Da Nin's shoes. At this moment, I am the champion. At that moment, he forcefully swung his sword handle to stab the zombie, blood splattering everywhere. Then Da Nin continued to move at an astonishing speed through its head. That fatal blow shattered the zombie's head, causing a commotion across the sky, and then it collapsed, bringing dust and destruction everywhere. Trandung's eyes widened in horror. This is a level 3 mutant, a powerful mutation capable of destroying the safe zone. How could it be killed just like that? Tran Zhao was stunned, open-mouthed. The move was too fast for me to see anything. So, she was killed just like that? Suddenly she covered her mouth, frowned, and whispered, "Brother, I was wrong. He's really a third-year student. Even more powerful than the third years of my grandfather and father's generation." Sweat dripped down his forehead as he nodded in agreement. "Yes, we've seen high school level battles in the military district many times since we were young, but we've never seen a level like this before. Could it be that Dieplam is actually a high-level tier 3? If so, isn't that already a national treasure?" A moment later, the system updates and the event ends, and you will exit this place in 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the battlefield ruins will disappear forever. The ghost soldiers hesitated for a moment when they heard this announcement, all feeling confused. The battlefield of ruins is disappearing. What is going on here? At the same time, both Zhen Yong and Tran Zhao hurried over when they saw Da Nin land on the rooftop, calling out loudly for Deep Lam. He raised his hand, revealing a lapis lazuli necklace, and shouted, "Marin." The sound immediately drew the attention of the Spirit Army soldiers. They quickly lined up. Ngim Trang saluted, and they all said together, "Tamai thanks you." Tran Dung, standing behind, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Deep Lam, why are you still using this spell right now?" You quietly interrupted and said, "This place is about to disappear." At that moment, the system announced the mission completion, ordered the team to leave the dungeon, calculated the rewards based on the player's performance, with a basic completion rate of 70% and an additional 30%, summarized the accumulated points, reaching 100% completion, rated as SSS level, with equipment, items, and documents received. Although hearing about the level up, Jianin quietly sat amidst the wreckage after the battle. You tell yourself that you really became a high-level second-year student. I should be happy about it, but somehow I don't feel happy at all. Besides freeing the seniors, what else can I do for them? Not long after, a new system notification appeared again. This event has caused some of the previously updated legacy missions to disappear. You can choose to continue that mission and return home with the soldiers during the special event, or you can stop the mission and receive a special reward first. Please choose carefully, as continuing the mission will cause the rewards to change and the skills to alter unpredictably. Looking at this information, Jianin gently smiled in relief and thought, "It's fine, even without this mission. This is something I wanted to do anyway." In the end, Trandung and Tran Zhao also found him in a quiet place. He smiled and said, "Diep Lam, you're really amazing. Since we entered the dungeon from different directions, I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you." As he approached, Trandung reported, "I just transferred all the loot from this round to you. These are the things you deserve to receive." "Oh, thank you." Immediately after, they both invited him. "The two of us want to invite Diep Lam Tran Zhang to have lunch. Would you consider this request?" He gently declined and asked casually, "I'll skip lunch for now because I want to do something else first. Could you help me with that?" He happily agreed. "This is my honor. Please let Diep Lam speak." Da Nin clearly requests, "Help me check the hometowns of the soldiers on this battlefield. I want to go there myself right now." Immediately, Tran Dung contacts the person who needs assistance. "Assistant, please help me check the hometowns of the brave soldiers in the ruins battlefield. Send me the information as soon as if possible." That person obeyed the order promptly. Sir Tron, shortly after, he immediately reported good news. Deeplum, I've found out. It's about 300 kilometers from Tranjiang. I will send a helicopter to take you there. He immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much. As Da Nin boards the helicopter, Tran Jiao silently watches, feeling regretful. Hey, are you really going to let him go like that? What do we do if the battlefield is destroyed and disappears? How are we supposed to explain it when we return? You probably know how much the army values the battlefield ruins, right? This recruitment quota was won by our grandfather. She frowned and glanced at Tran Dung beside her before criticizing him. You gave him all the rewards from this mission, and Khan said that, yet you still plan to help him keep it a secret? He still looked in that direction and calmly replied, Little sister, although this kind of matter is indeed very serious, what you said is not wrong. Not only did he help him hide what happened at the Wasteland battlefield, but it's also a responsibility he cannot deny. A moment later, the helicopter began to take off. Tran Jiao still hasn't asked questions, and it's better not to mention this harvest at all. Even if we give him 10,000 or 100,000 points, what does it matter? Then she hesitated. Hey, I know he's very powerful, but for now he hasn't shown any desire to get close to us. Is it worth doing it this way? But Tran Dung faintly smiled and replied with a hint of meaning. It's worth it. Let me tell you something. Regarding this matter, we won't be able to avoid it for now. After all, as long as they are political opponents, they will blame us no matter what. Instead of being passive, take the initiative to build a relationship for Deep Lam. He tilted his head to Tran Jiao and asked, Is there anything else? Deep Lam asked his father to help look up that information. What does this mean exactly? It shows that he still hasn't belonged to any faction within the army. The helicopter continues flying at high speed, leaving streaks of light and a powerful whirl behind, echoing Tran Dung's words. Although he doesn't speak much, it's clear he's someone who values deep feelings. If we want to fight well with someone like this, we have to treat them sincerely. Inside the helicopter, Jia Nin looked at the sky through the window, gently holding the jade lamb necklace and whispering, Unknown ancestors, I wonder if you're still out there now. If you are, fly home with me. At the Van Song clan, a small town nestled in a valley surrounded by majestic mountains and a jade-green river, a gentle voice asked, Mama, do you still remember the soldiers who left here 60 years ago? They are the soldiers who helped defend the town. A pair of rough hands lifts an old photo of comrades smiling and joking together. That is the old farmer with white hair, leaning on his cane, frowning as he tries to recall his memories. This is a Nam, and this is Ma Niem too. Da Nin nodded as he stood up, confirming yes, they are all back home. They have returned home. Not long after, Xiao Chen happily led another old man to deliver the news. Diep Lam, after checking everything, only 5 families knew about what happened 60 years ago, and the elders are still alive today. Furthermore, according to your instructions, a large amount of supplies have been distributed to the villagers for their use to improve their lives, and then he turned to introduce him to the altar you mentioned. I brought the village chief here. You smiled and then thanked him. That must have been hard for you. The village chief sincerely replied, Please don't be polite. This is something that Tran Tio entrusted to me. Everyone followed Diep Lam's arrangement. After Xiao Tran left, Da Nin pointed into the distance and asked for opinions. Old village chief, I will send an additional 4,000 credit points to you. Please lead people to build the martyr monument there. Do you think that's enough? When he heard that number, he quickly waved his hand and said, B000 credit points. This won't run out. You can use them all. Then he softly suggested, Just distribute the remaining amount to the children in the village. Although he couldn't persuade Nin to change his mind, the village chief still gratefully took his hand and said, Sir, on behalf of everyone, thank you. I will definitely make each of our names truly meaningful. Da Nin lowered his head and replied, Please don't be like that, old village chief. Returning to the helicopter cabin, he continued to gaze at the distant sky and whispered softly, The elders, now everyone can rest in peace. Suddenly, the system displayed the results, mission, and vow completed, awarding 100 reputation points, a vow, and the completion of the blue necklace. All attributes increased by 1, with effects including equipment bonuses, a 33% boost in health and spiritual energy regeneration, skill enhancements, and unwavering faith for 10 seconds. In an instant, I quickly recovered 15 willpower attribute points, and the evaluated equipment, the necklace blessed with good wishes, became stronger than before. Da Nin opened his eyes wide, deeply moved, and said, Thank you for the blessings from my seniors. I will carry it with me until the war is completely over.
Also, when I saw this notification, I secretly thought that this reputation reward is definitely not something you can buy with money. Maybe building influence within the army will be very beneficial for me.
Suddenly, Danin thought of Trandung.
When it comes to power within the military, Trandung is also a decent choice.
After leaving the dungeon, he didn't mention anything about the disappearance of the battlefield. Moreover, he even fulfilled my requests. Although he didn't look very pleasing to the eye, upon reflection, he didn't really understand much about the battlefield ruins either. In the end, you decided to go back and check on him, and at the same time, get a little more benefit for yourself.
The scene shifts to an intricately carved large wooden door set within a wall of elaborate patterns,
Exuding elegance, mystery, and solemnity. Inside, Trandung suddenly jumps up as the person he has been waiting for initiates contact.
Deep Lam, are you looking for me? Danin got straight to the point. I want to borrow 2 blue-equipped swords from you, preferably ones with short cooldown times. Would that be convenient for you? Did I hear that wrong and he asked to borrow it?
Then Trandung immediately waved his hand to deny.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
What I really want to say is that I will definitely find a way to get it and give it to you without needing to borrow.
The system screen is about to turn off and the other person's voice echoes before it ends.
So, that means you've had a hard time.
Trandung confidently clenched his fist in pride. Deep Lam surprisingly came to ask for his help so quickly. It seems that more and more he trusts me. Going back to tell my grandfather and father will definitely make them very happy. At the main Lanzhou noodle shop, Yaning was slurping noodles and nodding along. This little guy Trandung really is cheerful.
I only received 3 free attribute points in this dungeon run. Not counting the blessings for green gear, the basic attributes except for willpower are only 26 points.
26 strength, 26 agility, 26 stamina. The blue pendant with 31 loops is not for sale. And the resistance materials are not worth much either.
They are not enough to buy a real spiritual energy orb.
After 2 days when Daqiu returns, Min will take Trandung's blue equipment and then look for ways to break through higher-level dungeons as much as possible.
Suddenly, he remembers the past, and when he reaches level 3, he will have another chance to double his attributes.
In my previous life, all my second-tier attributes only reached 20 points at level 3, which meant my basic attributes wouldn't be high after level 3. On the way back, Danin put his hands in his pockets and pondered. This time he must raise all attributes to the highest level 2 limit of 31 points before attempting to break through to level 3. By then, it should be time for the afternoon trial in the Tianfeng safe zone. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. The murderous aura of a level 3. As that sinister energy drew closer, Jianin suddenly realized, this is bad. My ultimate move is still cooling down. Facing a level 3 now means certain death. Danin kept walking and thinking, who could it be? Who wants to kill me? I quietly deduced that this is the inner city of Tranjiang's safe zone, and no one except Trandung knows I am here. Could it be the level 3 commander of Tranjiang what he stole from earlier, or maybe Trandung has already regretted it? Though he dismisses that thought. Trandung wouldn't do that, it's impossible. Trandung wants to pull me in, so there's no reason for him to kill me. And the leader of Tranjiang has no idea that I was the one who stole the monster. Could it be that Lam from the Bloodwolf squad is behind this, just like her hateful gaze suggested? Could it be that they found me so quickly despite my speed? Right now, all my skills are on cooldown, so I can't rush to confirm. Ignoring who wants to kill me, I'm now trying to find a way to escape from the one following me. My top priority is figuring out how to get out of here. Maybe I should activate the Thunderbolt skill to run away. Calm down first. The fact that they followed me before attacking shows they are still cautious. In other words, they don't know my skills are recharging, so if I panic and run, I'll only reveal myself, and they will definitely strike and kill me. The best thing to do now is to pretend nothing happened and see if I can find a place to hide first. Danin looked around and suddenly his eyes fell on a nearby bar. Oh, I see. Someone who still comes to the bar to drink these days must be very rich. I chuckled to myself. I should go in and take out the tiger to raise the flag. Inside the bar near Danin, Wutan, looking bored, said, "Why are all the people coming to the bar so rude today?" At this moment, her bodyguard approached and asked, "Miss, after finishing this drink, shall we go back home?" She grew impatient, waved her hand to dismiss him, then suddenly seemed to see something. Wutan looked towards Danin. He sat beside her with a calm expression, but was secretly observing her. She looks young, with dyed hair and heavy makeup, probably going through a rebellious phase. Wutan approached and said, "Hi, handsome guy." He looked her over from head to toe, thinking that her earrings and rings were all prosthetic accessories. Seeing the bodyguards behind her, with 4 more from the second family, they probably were her guards. No one dares to challenge her now, which proves her background and origins must be very complicated. Vu Than moved closer and softly asked, "Are you here alone? Let's have a drink together. And Danin, you're still watching the one following you." His temper is still outside, not far away. Now he responds, "I can drink, but I don't have any money." Vu Than cheerfully said, "I do." As she finished speaking, she called the waiter. "Hey waiter, give me 2 glasses for tonight, not going home, and charge it to my account." Looking at Vu Than, he silently says, "Sorry, really sorry. Tonight, to escape, I have no choice but to use her. Given the uncertain situation of her trump card and 4 high-level bodyguards, even if they are 3rd level, they would have to rack their brains." Now, holding a glass of red wine, she says to her little brother, "I wonder if tonight you dare to go rent a room with me." Danin hesitated slightly, and then, with a cold look in his eyes, he looked at her and thought to himself, "If she enjoys hunting so much, then I might as well pretend to be the prey for now." "Shayao." "Are you brave enough to stop them? Did you forget what she said in front of her father about us last time? Then what should we do now?" Li Ka turned and ordered, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and follow quickly, protect the young lady well, and make sure nothing happens." Looking back, Yaning quietly calculated that the murderous aura was not far behind the bodyguard, but it hadn't left yet, so she could only go to the hotel with her first and figure out the rest later. Arriving at a luxurious hotel, Guang Vuthan was lying on the bed with a beautiful woman. You assess this room. No wonder Yen Vuthan is the daughter of Yen Liet Quan, the leader of Security Zone 317 and the president of the Tindu Trade Guild. The cost of staying in a hotel like this for one night is enough for an ordinary person to work for half a year. Remembering my past life, I was a refugee. To earn a living, I worked in the Tindu Trade Guild's security team cleaning up zombies, then stood before her.
"You said that technically her father is also my boss." Vu Than shouted loudly, "Don't ever mention that old man again!"
That evil thing. After saying that, she leaned close to Yaning and whispered, then hugged me. Seeing her like that, you suddenly feel interested in teasing Vu Than. "Hey, you're clearly arguing with the boss.
"Tonight you did this on purpose, just to provoke him. You're so childish."
Maybe I should scare her a little to see how honest she really is." So, Danin pushed her down onto the bed. "Are you really serious? Then I won't hold back anymore." Vu Than was startled and let out a cry. He looked at her face close to his and she stammered, I'm too embarrassed." Vu Than immediately pushed him away and hurried to the bathroom. "I'll go take a shower first." Danin chuckled to himself. As expected, the funniest prey, the hunter will appear in the form of a hunter. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Danin stepped out onto the balcony, guessing that the paper tiger like her probably wouldn't dare to go outside for now. Looking at the alley in front of him, Danin silently thought that Tam Jiai's murderous aura was still downstairs. That figure looked very suspicious, but that stance didn't seem like a woman's. Could it really be not Lam Lam? Then who could that person be? He wondered why. Reflecting on my 2 previous lives, I still haven't reached a definite conclusion about whether I was knocked out before participating in the test. It's really hard to understand why someone I don't know would frame me for a crime, but if the person behind this wanted to kill me, they could have poisoned me already. Then why bother thinking of 100 different plans? Suddenly, another idea flashed through your mind. Thinking back, Lam Lam was seriously injured last time, and probably still recovering, but I can't rule out the possibility that she teamed up with another breeding team and entrusted a third party to kill me. Ignoring all speculation, I immediately thought of a way to escape from here. Forget who he is for now. I need to find a way to escape first. Then I can deal with everything else. With that, Yaning called Fu Kui out. "Lai Fu Kui, please help me buy a disguise kit as soon as possible. Make sure it looks incredibly realistic, so no one can tell who I am." He responded quickly and clearly, "Yes, master." Then he stepped outside. The guards wondered, how come so fast?
"You told the young lady of those people to drink up and take good care of her. Don't let anything happen." Entering the elevator, Danin pressed his status panel, preparing his disguise.
He immediately changed into a different form. Stepping outside, Danin looked around and saw that the 3rd stage was no longer following him, so it seems the disguise was successful. This time I was lucky and avoided danger. Next, I must use all my strength to quickly advance to the 3rd realm. Otherwise, there's no way I can withstand the enemy lurking in the shadows. As for Yen Vuthan, I hope she takes good care of herself. Vuthan is sitting quietly on the bed at the hotel. She frowned as she looked at the letter left by Danin, where he had left a message. "I don't want to cause trouble. You don't need to worry. Thank you for tonight." Time quietly passed by, and 2 days later, at a base camp, Danin's joyful voice rang out.
"Trandung, you truly deserve to be a 2nd-generation soldier with abundant resources. You praised him, already able to find me a blue-grade equipment so quickly. Holding the two swords in his hands, he marveled that the Crimson Flame longsword and the Fish Dragon Group sword are both top-quality blue equipment. Danin was wielding the flaming sword in his hand, covered in crimson flame. He swung a strike, consuming 270 spiritual energy each time, with the sword's highest temperature reaching 2,000 degrees. After testing the first one, Danin immediately tried the other, along with Ngu Truong Fu Ma. He swung the sword down, consuming 240 spiritual energy points per second. This sword is as sharp as a laser beam.
Once finished, you rely on your spiritual energy reserves to handle a small-scale battle. Looking at your equipment, Danin calculates that with these two swords, the lightning attribute of the other pair of lightning boots, the protective barrier of the blood soul armor, the decaying sword of the decaying armor, and the unyielding vow necklace, you're prepared.
Then he added other skills, and 3 ultimate moves that were recharging, barely enough to disguise himself as a 3rd rank and enter the high-level dungeon of the Hellgate. Then he muttered to himself about the dungeon he was about to face. The Hellgate dungeon is an underground instance where each level you descend, you face zombies or are ambushed by mutated creatures. Every 7 levels, special mutants appear in the middle level, called elite monsters, and the final floor is facing the peak-level 3rd rank mutant. His voice echoed steadily.
Besides the rich rewards from the mutated creatures, there are also spirit crystal materials different from other dungeons. If you're lucky enough to get a large piece, it will be worth much more than blue equipment. The system notification now appears. Do you want to enter the Gate of Hell? The minimum level to enter the 2nd-tier mid-stage is recommended to be at least 3 team members for high-difficulty dungeon raids. Danin shouted loudly, "Agreed." The system immediately confirmed entry into the Hellgate, with 40 people now inside. As soon as the notification ended, Danin resolutely said, "Finding the 2nd Master's attribute points depends on this attempt." Inside the Hellgate dungeon, the Awakened are excited about the scattered debris around them. One of them cheers. "Why are there so many scraps here?" The other person agreed and started digging through the scraps with them. That's right, a piece of debris can be worth 7,000 to 8,000 credit points. Just a few pieces, and you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. At this moment, an awakened person spoke up to stop them. "Don't hit anymore. All the spirits at the Hellgate can only be created by exploding monsters. Even if you pry them out, you can't take them away." Among these people, Jia Ning is assessing the surroundings. This time, there are a total of 40 awakened individuals, with 21 of them from the military alone. A firm voice rang out. "Stop talking nonsense. This time, the Hellgate dungeon will be led by our army." "You guys are really lucky." The person who just spoke stepped forward and Nguyen Ngi said, "I am Wang Yangbing, a colonel of the 7th Army Corps, 3rd Division." Yangbing explained the situation inside the dungeon. "There are 18 tunnels around us filled with zombies, and as long as we survive and escape, each team of 3 working in each tunnel will earn a reward to maximize profit. If there are more, the income will decrease accordingly." He said calmly, "We will gather in the 7th level where the tunnels converge and fight together against the elite mutants." Next, he introduced the members of his team. Among the 21 members, there are 4 3rd-tier warriors and 10 peak 2nd-tier warriors. So you can work in pairs and follow a fake awakener from our team. Everyone around cheers, and someone says, "That's great." Some cheerfully said, "We're lucky," but nothing comes for free. Yang Ping tells everyone the price they must pay for protection. But first, let's make a deal. If you choose to follow our 3rd tier, 70% of this income will be handed over to us. If you choose the 2nd tier peak, it's 50%. Of course, we will do our best to keep you alive. He shouted loudly. The 3rd rank steps forward. The 2nd peak rank also steps out. Everyone else, step back. The awakened members of the army stand in formation, their aura soaring. Yang Bing shouts loudly, "Everyone is free to choose." After hearing him say that, the remaining awakened ones discuss together. The army's leg is good, but it costs too much. Some say with contemplation, who enters the dungeon without the mindset of risking their life for resources? Another person hearing that offers an opinion, but judging by the aura emitted from the 3rd tier, following them truly feels much safer. There. Suddenly, a tall man stepped out from the crowd. He said, "I am Van Min, a 1st level 3-star from the Demon Hunter Corps, taking only 50% and only bringing a 2nd level high ranking." Hearing that, Danin looked over and thought to himself, I didn't expect among the fake awakeners there would be a 3-star, and from the most famous demon hunting corps among non-governmental organizations. At the same time, another man stepped forward to tell Huang Kai that the 3rd rank beginner only takes 50% and only leads a 2nd rank high level. When he appeared, Danin was immediately startled. "Huang Kai, this aura of the leader of this group of mercenaries seems familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before." He saw you in the crowd, his face dark with murderous intent.
and he's looking at Danin. Could he be Dieplam? But thanks to his murderous aura, you realized that he was the one who tried to kill you 2 days ago. Could it be that this murderous aura belongs to the mysterious third-rank expert who was watching you 2 days ago? You secretly judged that the livestock group probably shouldn't come to a Tier 3 dungeon like this, right? He's only here alone, so it must be just a coincidence. Danin calmly faces Huang Kai's hateful gaze, then also looks directly at him with a frown, thinking of Lam Lam, who disappeared 2 days ago for unknown reasons, but suddenly couldn't resist sending someone to find her. Then I heard her say that he has very powerful skills, so I have to wait for him to use his ultimate move before planning to kill him. At this moment, Danin broke the tense atmosphere by stepping forward to introduce himself. Deep Lam, a low-level 3rd stage, receives 40% unlimited level. People around him whisper their judgments. He has no medals at all, no aura like other 3rd-rank players. Someone else agreed, responding casually and looking nothing like a 3rd-rank player. Even though he's a bit cheaper, Huang Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing at him, his voice full of sarcasm. Deep Lam, are you really a 3rd rank? Sure. No way. In this dungeon, Danin glanced at him and calmly said, if you claim to be a 3rd rank, there's only one way to die. A soldier from the army turned to Yang Bing and asked, Colonel, do you have the highest detection ability? What level do you think Diep Lam's strength is? He said seriously, right now he can't see it, but the blue armor on him isn't something an ordinary 2nd rank can have. Besides, he's right, only a fool would claim to be 3rd rank. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, indicating the dungeon would start in a minute, so everyone should get ready. Seeing this, Duong Bin immediately spoke up. The mission is about to start. Everyone quickly form a team. The awakened ones around are bustling to assemble teams. Lord Huang Kai, please let us follow you. Lord Van Min, I want to go with you. Colonel, everyone has found their teammates. Only 3 lonely figures remain, including Fake Neen. I scratch my head and ask, do I have no one to choose me? What do you mean, 3rd-rate trash? Who would believe that? He laughed loudly, pointing at the other 2 and shouting, do you want to carry along these 2 2nd-tier soldiers who nobody wants? The 2 of them looked a bit confused, but then approached Yanin again. Miss, my name is Li Ka. I am a long-range spellcaster. May I join your team? The man also spoke. I am Zhang Bin from the willpower system, and you didn't mock or reject them but agreed to take them along. All right, you 2 follow me. They happily replied together. Thank you, Lord Diep Lam. Now that the teams are formed, each team will choose a tunnel. Daning led his 2 teammates to Tunnel 18 and said, let's go into the cave. Let's go into Tunnel number 18. First, tell me about your strengths. Li Ka responded first. I am a mage and can use my skills up to 3 times, but they are only at a basic level, so my abilities are relatively weak. Zhang Bin, holding his machine gun hesitantly, said, I belong to the will system, but I have a spiritual barrier staff, so suppressing 1st-level mutants is not a problem. Hearing that, he hesitated and said, with this strength, she doesn't know what to say. I can only apologize to Danin. I'm really sorry, Your Excellency. He also looked a bit awkward and said, actually, we didn't want to come here unless life forced us to. But Danin turned back to comfort and reassure them. In fact, our team is not bad at all. Don't worry, I've already collected protection fees from both of you, so I will definitely get you out alive. The 2 of them gratefully said, Lord Dieplam. Suddenly, a sound rang out as if sensing something approaching. The boy warned, let's get ready to fight. Looking at the approaching monsters, he said, 473 zombies. 2 of them are long. Zhang Bin was amazed and asked, how could Lord Diep Lam accurately count the number of zombies like that? Li Ka was just as amazed. This must be the ability of a 3rd tier. Danin skillfully wielded his sword, slaughtering all the monsters. While fighting, you keep assessing the situation. Right now it seems pretty straightforward. I need to conserve my spiritual energy as much as possible. During the battle, you still remember to remind your 2 teammates that before reaching the 7th level, they should rely only on basic skills to pass the checkpoints without using any equipment or ultimate techniques. Seeing Danin's skill, Lai Ka marveled and said his agility was truly incredible. At that moment, he was rushing forward to swiftly take down a giant centipede. Zhang Bin was amazed, wondering if Master Dai Lam barely used any spiritual energy and relied solely on body combat skills. After a moment, the system announced that they had cleared the 1st level and invited them to proceed to the 2nd. The battle is over, and the 2 of them still haven't regained their composure after Danin's swift and agile fight. Is it really over just like that? We didn't even get a chance to raise our hands yet. The system notification sound kept ringing continuously. Having eliminated a 1st-stage mutant, the mineral essence spores received 170 spirit shards.
defeating a first-stage mutant, the two-headed wolf earned 2 spirit shards, and the reward for passing through the gate was 100 spirit shards for all members. Looking at her points, she was amazed and said, "We didn't do anything on this floor, but we got 60 spirit stones and 600 credit points." Zhang Bin beside her was delighted.
It seems we not only arrived just in time, but also chose the right person. Da Nin is also checking her earnings after the battle. A fragment of a spirit costs 10 credit points. On this floor, my personal income is 4,800 credit points plus commissions. In the other room on the 7th floor, Van Min complained about Da Nin's delay. We've been waiting for 5 minutes. Why hasn't that third-rank guy Diep Lam shown up yet? Huang Kai also spoke, but his tone was full of sarcasm. 3-star? Bullshit. I already said he's a fake. Hearing that, Duong Bin frowned and replied, "Probably not. Even a peak second rank takes half a day." Looking at Tunnel 18, Huang Kai secretly calculated. It seems this kid can't even handle a first-level mutated creature without using a big move. So if you have to face a level 2 peak mutant and get killed without using your ultimate move, your own ultimate will kill you instead. Now Da Nin and his team arrive, led by him who says, "We're here." When everyone was gathered, Yang Bing announced, "You are ready, the 7th floor has been cleared. Next, we must kill those 5 second-tier peak creatures." To maximize the benefits, the 7 third-rank individuals will form a group, while the other small teams can band together into an alliance. He asked Da Nin's team, "Your group is having trouble. You can ask for our help anytime. Just share the rewards with us." But she immediately refused. "Thank you, but there's no need." Recalling what happened on the earlier floors, Li Ka worriedly told Zhang Bin that Diep Lam fought very quickly on the first few floors, but when facing the 6th-tier 6th-stage Tin Van Dien Feng, it was clearly very difficult. She was agile, but her damage output was not high. He is also worried, but still trusts you. That's right, but maybe it's just to preserve strength. We must trust Lord Diep Lam.
Suddenly, the system is announced, and the monsters appeared with terrifying growls. 8 peak-level mutations were activated. Please, prepare for battle. Seeing the monsters in front of her, Da Nin secretly felt happy. The monsters were almost all aligned in a straight line. If she took the opportunity to attack while everyone was focused on the front and accidentally slaughtered all the monsters, everyone would be speechless. As for Huang Kai, he is also planning to take revenge on Da Nin. "Diep Lam, wait for me to deal with this group first, then I will quietly eliminate him."
Da Nin quickly assessed the situation, leaping straight toward the monsters. Unfortunately, if that happened, Huang Kai wouldn't be able to be killed for now. But to avoid accidentally injuring the soldiers, he would have to hold back for the moment. So with just one sword strike, all the monsters were slain. A dazzling flash of light. After Da Nin used a single move to massacre all the monsters, everyone started to buzz with excitement. Diep Lam killed them all with one sword. How is that possible? A single move from an ordinary third-rank cultivator, even killing just one person with a single strike, is already difficult. Huang Kai looked at the scene, feeling a bit worried. Damn it, Lam Lam only said his ultimate move was very powerful, but didn't say it was this strong. Li Ka exclaimed in amazement, "Wow! So this is the true strength of Lord Diep Lam?" Truong Ban was also very surprised. "I told you he was just protecting his strength in front of us." At this moment, Ye Ningshen descended from above, thinking to himself that this time he probably earned 50 or 60,000 credits. The system's mechanical notification sounded, "Kill the peak second-rank mutant." The multi-headed blood corpse obtained 680 spirit shards. The peak second-stage mutant was killed, and the ghostly hound received 720 spirit shards. Killing everyone earned 150 spirit fragments. Li Ka hugged Zhang Bin and shouted, "Brother Zhang, am I dreaming or what?" We really got lucky this time. He also happily said, Exactly, we unexpectedly earned 900 credit points, which would take us half a year to accumulate." Duong Bin stepped forward and said, "Diep Lam, you also concealed your strength, but you are indeed quite formidable." Da Ning calmly replied, "Sorry, everyone, I haven't yet mastered controlling the power of my techniques, so I was a bit careless." "Are you being careless? If you keep doing this, will others just let the northwest wind blow them away? No matter how powerful you are, you should still speak reasonably, especially in front of the army like this." I look at him and narrow my eyes, thinking that Huang Kai clearly wants to make a fuss here. Could it be that he wants to use the army to test me? And at this moment, he was elated, smiling confidently. His big move was complete, and he probably didn't stand a chance against the 3-star army personnel. Let's first test him to see how he reacts. Da Nin calmly reassures everyone, "Please be patient. This level can activate on its own. Currently, there's no way to force it. It means there are still second-tier peak monsters remaining. Just ignore what I'm doing here. If another activation happens, I won't intervene. Huang Kai refused, pointing in Jia Nin's face and shouting, "Are you so arrogant that you don't care about anyone?"
Others may not say anything, but do you also ignore Lord Vuong Duongbin?
Duongbin now interrupted their argument. Shut up, the big battle dungeon is just internal strife. Isn't it a good thing to have such powerful teammates among us? Moreover, Diep Lam also said nothing wrong. As long as we activate the next one, it's fine. Colonel Vuong also makes sense, but if he doesn't compensate here, he'll have to go fight a second-tier peak himself. The additional reward for all staff can't really be considered compensation. Duongbin had no choice but to clarify with Da Nin to calm the public's anger. Would His Excellency Diep Lam mind fighting one more time? He secretly thought that his recent performance was vastly different from before, and it was also good to see how he fought. He smiled and replied, "It's okay." But inside, Da Nin was secretly thinking that this bastard Huang Kai, who couldn't cause a conflict, was trying to test his trump card with top-tier second-rank monsters. The Windblade Slash must be kept until level 14 to deal with the third rank, and the Primordial Seaver must be kept close to the body. At this moment, the system has once again announced that the 8 top-tier second-rank mutated creatures have been fully activated. Prepare for battle. Seeing the monsters charging at him, he thought this time he had to use magic talisman techniques and equipment. Killing one monster probably wouldn't be a big problem, and he might even find Huang Kai's weakness. A giant crocodile appears, and you observe and assess it. This is a heavily armored, mutated creature with a large physique that is very difficult to defeat. Da Nin quickly jumped forward just before its massive foot struck him, thinking to himself that the best fighting strategy was hit and run. He delivered a powerful slash to the crocodile's back, but the blow barely made it flinch. Da Nin was stunned. No, her strength was still too weak. One strike couldn't break its defenses and basically caused no damage at all. While fighting the monster, Huang Kai still kept an eye on Da Nin, sneering mischievously. Sure enough, it has used up its ultimate move, and now it's just a fool. Once I deal with this monster, your time will be up. Diep Lam, standing in front of the giant crocodile roaring, quickly rushes forward. Traviem Fuma, the fishing ground master. You swiftly slid past its legs, moving so fast you were just a blur, but it still wasn't hurt. Someone shouted, "Damn, this Nyak Thai's skin is way too thick. How come Lam Trang's attack couldn't even cut its leg?" It roared in anger and swung its massive tail at Da Ning. You quickly raise your hand to block, and once again the crocodile roars loudly at you. Li Ka and Zhang Bin behind shout loudly, "Master Diep Lam, watch out!" He immediately uses his machine gun to attack the crocodile, while Lin Lin Ling also acts, rushing forward to attack it. But that only angers the crocodile and makes it charge quickly toward them. Zhang Bin was panicking. Our skills are basically useless against it. Li Ka was scared and said, "We're definitely going to die this time." At this moment, Da Ning appeared to stop the evil fish and said, "You two step back a little. I can handle this alone." With a single slash, he silently assessed his 2 swords, though after summoning the demon, he knew he couldn't finish it with one strike. Although the effect wasn't as good as expected, he didn't stop, but overall the damage was still greater than before. He kept attacking the bad fish non-stop, thinking that if he played this guerrilla game to wear it down, he could eventually kill it. Meanwhile, Yang Bing has defeated a monster that became a saint through slaughter. Van Min has also finished off his enemy, and Kai Tianfu and Huang Kai, along with Kim Trui, have done the same. Seeing everyone else had defeated all the monsters, Li Ka couldn't help but worry. The other third-rank players had finished already, so why was Master Diep Lam still playing guerrilla tactics? Zhang Bin also added, "Yes, Lord Diep Lam's fighting style is really strange. He can kill 8 monsters with one move." He frowned, wondering why he's now dealing with such a tough one. Looking at Da Nin still struggling with the giant crocodile, Duong Bin wondered why the damage was so low at this moment. Excluding the blue flame talisman, it should be at least peak second rank. Isn't that a bit illogical? Seeing Huang Kai behind me, I guess the others have finished too. Huang Kai is definitely about to make a move. I must be prepared. Huang Kai rushed forward at this moment, shouting, "Diep Lam, you've been fighting forever without success. Let me help you out." Seeing that scene, he secretly mocked him. "You're here just killing people and stealing monsters?" At this moment, lightning sparks from your legs. "I think I'm about to finish, so don't even dream about it." Da Nin rushes like a lightning bolt, activating all his sub-gear and summoning his beast chains. Furious, he appears above the crocodile and thrusts 2 swords down, shouting, "Trabiem Ningu Truong, ambush now!" Suddenly, Huang Kai appeared behind Da Nin with the Kim Trui spear. He remained undaunted and used his skill to create a blood soul shield for defense. He immediately dodged to the side and swung his decayed sword, cutting across the crocodile's head. Huang Kai was knocked back by the force of Da Nin's shield barrier and barely managed to resist the inertia without crashing into the army behind him. Duong Bin nearby couldn't help but turn around and mock him. Huang Kai, it seems. Deep Lam doesn't need your help after all. He just snorted and didn't bother to argue with him. Then he focused on his defense, watching Da Nin while thinking to himself, this is Lam Lam's equipment. Based on Diep Lam's spiritual energy, he probably won't last long using it. I'm just worried he'll leave the dungeon soon. I need to deal with him as quickly as possible. You stand your ground and calmly say, looks like today. Huang Kai is determined to fight with me, huh? Duong Bin couldn't hold back anymore and grabbed his shoulder to advise him. Huang Kai, the monster has already been killed by Da Nin. Don't embarrass yourself by fighting over it, but Huang Kai refused and immediately retaliated. Colonel Vuong, this is a personal grudge between me and him. Please do not interfere. Although I don't understand what you're saying. If there is a personal grudge, then go ahead and challenge me. Why don't we wait until level 14 to settle this and save everyone's time? Huang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking, you don't plan to retreat at this level? He frowned, silently guessing the hidden meaning behind your words. The big move has already been used. Relying only on talisman equipment to get through the next round is just courting death. Is he stupid or does he still have a trump card? The two quickly lock eyes with each other. Don't worry, I won't retreat until I reach the 14th floor. Huang Kai is no less, that's for sure. See you on level 14. If you can survive until then, the two opposing auras will keep clashing as they try to devour each other. Yang Bing quickly ordered his team to choose a tunnel and move on to the next stage. All the soldiers responded in unison, yes sir, Colonel Vuong. As everyone entered the 9-story tunnel, in a hidden corner, some ugly monsters quietly watched the fleeing crowd nearby. They silently calculate the right moment to ambush those people. Inside the tunnel, hundreds, even thousands of bright eyes stare at the group from the darkness. Maybe even those sparkling crystals don't attract them as much as the muddy, dirt-stained humans do. Huang Kai charged ahead, leading the way, cursing loudly. Damn it. Every time after the 8th floor, there's always a monster ambush. It's really hard to defend against. Hurry up or don't blame me if you end up dead. The two companions nodded in unison, when suddenly a long gray arm appeared reaching out from behind Lord Huang Kai. It charges towards the group at terrifying speed. Its sharp, ugly claws alone are enough to make anyone faint with fear. An unlucky guy was slashed by that terrifying thing, cutting off half his arm and making him scream in pain. The other nearby guy swore out loud, damn it, it just sped up like crazy. Luckily, Huang Kai managed to rush out and block the monster's claw with his shield. He shouted to the troops behind him, open fire, it's another demon claw. After saying that, Huang Kai slammed his hammer into the ground, causing the demon claw to retreat in fear. But behind him, countless demon claws rushed forward at terrifying speed. The soldiers could only shout warnings, Sir, watch out behind you! As Huang Kai turned around, he saw a claw demon raising its claws just a few centimeters from his eyes. Huang Kai quickly dodged to the side, still cursing. Damn it. The soldier he just saved nearby immediately launched an attack, using spiritual energy bullets and rapid fire to push back the claw demons from the beam. Huang Kai turned back in anger at the people behind him. Damn it, I almost got my eye gouged earlier. I want to charge 90% for this trip. If you don't agree, then get out. What do you mean? Sir? If it weren't for me just now, he immediately responded. That move was probably your final skill, right? And that other person is also crippled. So isn't it supposed to be relying on me now? That guy couldn't help but get angry and shout, and he's completely dependent on Hasach Kyu. The guy who was just attacked also kept quiet. Your Excellency, I'm already a cripple outside, and if I don't have money, Huang Kai will get angry and shout loudly. Save your words. He just pointed the hammer and challenged them. Do you want money or your life? Think carefully, he said. Then Huang Kai quickly turned his back and walked away, only calling back over his shoulder. If no one has any objections, let's move quickly. The 3 of you in front and 2 behind will continue this difficult journey. He hadn't run far before he suddenly turned around cautiously. When he encountered those terrifying shadows, he was momentarily surprised, but quickly prepared for battle. Yang Bing just defeated a monster, and clouds of smoke still billow around the narrow space in the formation. The 2 soldiers behind Yang Bing cheerfully speak up. The next level is ahead, only 2 more floors to go, and this dungeon run still seems to be going smoothly. He still warned everyone to stay alert, focus, and not talk anymore. Suddenly, something as fast as lightning shot through and pierced the head of the noisy soldier, leaving everyone stunned. Upon closer inspection, it's a stingray-like monster, and the swift attack was its sharp tail. Everyone warns each other to be careful, there's a stingray Dyothai above. Dodge quickly. In another corner, at Tunnel 18 on Level 12, Danin Lao and 2 others rushed forward quickly.
He led the way, turning left then right, urging them on. Hurry up, don't fall behind.
Help me, someone! I'm being attacked!
Li Ka turned around cautiously. It seems other tunnels are very tragic, but why aren't we encountering any monsters on our way now?
Zhang Bin also added.
That's right. Besides being a bit tiring, it's much easier than the first 7 levels.
Li Ka couldn't help but worry. She voiced her suspicion in her heart. Could it be that there are fewer monsters in our tunnel? He immediately objected, saying that was impossible. Maybe they could sense Diep Lam's aura and avoided him.
Suddenly, Danin's steps halted, and Trungban asked worriedly, "What's going on?" "Master Diep Lam, your eyes are blazing as you turn alert and warn everyone. Li Ka, right in front of you, there's a ghost lying on the ceiling at a 97-degree corner. Don't let it entangle you. Deep down, you're secretly calculating that no matter what, you can't escape, right? Using your piercing ability, terrifying monsters appear before your eyes as you observe and warn. There is a blood woman hidden inside the second cave on the left. Beneath the right ground is the broken bone worm, which is about to move toward us." Zhang Bianru, suddenly enlightened, shouted in amazement. "So he's not just perceptive, he can see everything?" Li Ka was also stunned. "That's incredible. Is there really such a power in the world?" Danin still calmly ignored him and sped up, rushing forward while instructing. "I will go in first and slay the evil spirit. You will rush in 3 seconds after that. Then I will lure the toad skeleton bug away. In 30 seconds, we will meet at the third right fork ahead of everyone. Quickly cast your spell, and then hide the 2 monsters as soon as they try to attack." You keep fighting while urging them to run. Even while busy fighting the monsters, he still carefully instructed the 2 of them. The speed must be definitely fast. "Even if you hear something, don't look back." Zhang Bin and Li Ka rushed forward together, shouting. "Understood, Lord Diep Lam." At the 14th floor of the cave, a limping soldier is helping his companion reunite with the troop. Seeing only 2 people, Lord Yang Bin quickly asks, "Where are the people you brought with you?" The blue-haired soldier reported struggling that they are all dead. And he thought that fighting low-level monsters sneakily was much harder than fighting high-level ones. "I used many new skills just to barely bring back this agile oops. Pardon." He frowned tightly and said angrily, "It's very difficult now. We've been ordered from above to bring back all sorts of things, but I fear we can't get everything anymore." A soldier behind suggested that if it's truly impossible, the only option is to buy from other third-tier groups. Seeing Huang Kai's group arrive, a soldier's voice announced loudly. Van Min and Huang Kai stepped out, with Van Min also leading someone else outside. Huang Kai seems to be seriously injured. Huang Kai angrily shouted, "This damn dungeon suddenly brought out a parasite from nowhere." Duong Ben looked towards Cave 18's entrance and, still silent, said, "The only team left now is Diep Lam. If he can get people out, maybe we still have a chance, but his combat ability is really unpredictable." He shouted angrily, "To hell with that, we're here now." I'll be honest, he's just a fake 3rd rank with equipment. The previous monster slaughter was just a one-time big move skill that can only be used once. He then pointed to his face and boldly declared, "I bet they've been wiped out right here on my face." And as he finished, Danin's steps also came to a halt. "Then it seems your face might no longer be needed." The 3 of them walk out safely without a scratch, and seeing Danin's group emerge unscathed, everyone is stunned. Huang Kai's eyes widened as he shouted, "Diep Lam, you're still alive!" Bin Duong beside him was also surprised. "Not only did you not die, but you didn't even get hurt." Van Min also opened his mouth in surprise, unable to believe it. "How could this be possible? Aren't you guys attacked?" Li Ka and Zhang Bin take turns boasting proudly. "Master Diep Lam led us to avoid most of the mutants. Why do you all look so miserable? Could it be that we can't avoid it?" The crowd fell silent, only able to stammer a few words. "Hey!" Danin suddenly pulls out a dagger and holds it up to Huang Kai's face with a teasing smirk. "Was it just now someone said our team always destroys everything?" Seeing the shiny knife pressed close to his face, he sweat nervously, but still refused to speak. "You guys must have been here many times before, memorized the route, then pretended otherwise." Yang Bing nearby immediately retorted, "This is impossible. Since the creation of the Hell Dungeon, the terrain completely changes after someone enters. Even in his mind, he couldn't help but consider it. Surely he has a special evasion skill. If I can lure him in, it would definitely be of great value to that army." Huang Kai retreated angrily, cursing silently. "This isn't cheating. Deep Lam's abilities are completely different from what Lam described. I can't act impulsively now. I have to wait until the level 3 mutants appear before testing again." Jia Nin on this side keeps provoking steadily. "Brother Hoang, you're brave enough to do it, but not to take responsibility, right?" Duongbin quickly changes the subject.
Master Diablem, we're about to fight a level 3 mutant. Why don't we focus on the overall situation first? You also obediently agree because Colonel Wang has spoken, so let's first listen to his arrangement.
Duongbin continues to present the next plan to everyone. There are 2 level 3 basic mutant creatures on this floor, and our team will handle one of them. The others will handle the remaining enemy after the fight, and then we will escape from this dungeon. Huang Ka angrily objects. I don't agree with this arrangement. Our team has 4 level 3 experts and 6 peak level 2 experts. Then he turned and pointed directly at the wild Nin Mon Luyen Thang group. Our team only has 3 tier 3 members, and one of them might be a fake.
Out of the 5 second rankers,
2 are useless. He didn't hold back and responded directly. Huang Kai, what do you think? Can a 3rd rank fake kill 8 second rank monsters? At this point, if we really can't fight them, calling for reinforcements isn't too late. We just need money. Jianing confidently smiled and said to him, Emperor, we are fine on this side. Just shout if you need help over there. Von Min also couldn't help but ponder. Dieplam's strength truly defies understanding. Duongbin regained his confidence and raised his hand to start the battle. Then let's begin. The 2 mummified worms. The entire army split into 2 groups to attack the 2 monsters at each end of the line, with Huang Kai, Van Min, and Da Nin rushing toward one of the roaring mummies. Countless moves are unleashed on the monster. Suddenly, he notices the army behind still hasn't attacked. But before Da Nin could have a moment of peace, the zombie worm on this side charged to attack. Huang Kai quickly used his shield to defend and turned around to urge you on.
Dieplam, are you not going to fight yet? I'm coming.
Da Nin quickly drew his sword and covered it with a sheath. Van Min soared into the air toward the monster's head. He unleashes a move, using the spirit power battle armor to strike its head with an axe, causing a sharp pain. But the monster remains unharmed and angrily flips him away. He still charged headlong toward the raging monster, 2 powerful slashes cutting across its body and knocking it down. Seeing it counterattack in time, Da Nin quickly launched a move. Thick Loingoa dodge, avoid that lightning-fast attack just now. Then he swiftly kicked Huang Kai in the head to gain momentum, still not forgetting to provoke. Big brother Huang, make way. Despite you rushing ahead, he's still behind, furious and cursing. Dieplam, do you want to die? Then suddenly the mutant worm lunged forward. He only managed to curse. Damn it. He quickly drew his shield to block the sharp claws of the monster. The corpse-eating worm retracted its claws and suddenly attacked again. Huang Kai risked everything to defend with his shield, but this time the force was too great and he fell to the ground. Da Nin immediately noticed and asked Han, Brother Huan, are you all right? He was so furious that he shouted, Damn it, you did that on purpose, didn't you? The 2 armies still bravely charged forward, unleashing all kinds of attacks on the 2 reanimated corpses, but it seemed they were unaffected. Da Nin's team rushed out to support Huang Kai. Brother Huang, I'm coming to cover your rear. He silently calculated that the distance between the 2 was still 200 meters, and as long as they were within 100 meters, they could be eliminated simultaneously. Van Min, stay focused on fighting this one first. I can't handle it alone. Turn around and order the soldiers behind to focus on supporting Van Min. As for us, you all can rest assured, Huang and I will handle this side. The 2 of them were being chased closely by the monster. Huang Kai, furious, ran for his life while shouting, Da Nin, Mother said you moved all the 2nd tier to the other side. We have no support here. How can we fight this? Dieplam remains calm as he explains, If someone can hold on for 3 seconds, I can kill it. Seeing his confidence, he also had to compromise. I'll temporarily trust you this once. After killing the monster, I'll settle the score with you later, he muttered to himself as he activated his shield. He indeed still has a trump card. Let him use it first, then we'll deal with him. Komai can also withstand the attack of the undead worm. He hurriedly urged, It's safe now, use your ultimate move quickly. Though a bit different from what he expected, he had no choice but to risk it. There are 50 meters left, I have to try something. Since he still hasn't said a word, he gets angry and starts scolding. Dieplam, you, me. Da Nin charged straight at Duongbin and shouted, Watch out behind you, we can't hold it back anymore. What do you mean? He was thrown away by the undead worm. Da Nin shouted, Everyone, retreat now! I will use my ultimate move. Be careful not to get hit. As he focused his energy, he whispered to himself, First, I'll deceive them. A little more. Pull them closer, and it'll be more certain. Then he threw the 2 swords to the sides, aiming at the 2 monsters. The red sword brushed past the face of the undead monster, while the blue one sliced through the body of the other. Duongbin's eyes widened in horror. Is this assassination technique so different from the last time?
Huang Kai also froze and shouted loudly. This is basically not a big move at all. Jianin shouted loudly between the two monsters, who were pinning Huang Kai in the middle. At that moment, he unleashed his sword technique to create a violent storm, slicing off the heads of the two monsters. The terrifying power radiating out made everyone around struggle to hold their ground and not fall over, while Van Min frowned in awe at the incredible move just performed. This power is truly terrifying. Even if we intended to fight the monsters, we couldn't say anything because just now he could have killed everyone easily. He was so stunned that his eyes widened in shock, realizing that now he might not only be a third rank, but possibly a mid or high-tier third rank as well. All the basic third-rank cultivators are no match for him. Huang Kai was affected by his wife from the previous move. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Danin scolded, "Brother Huang, didn't I tell you to stay away from it? Why are you like this? You're worried, but don't go near to pick up his equipment amid the thick smoke. You died for me, so rest assured. I will definitely use your equipment well on your behalf." Everyone around witnesses this scene, but remains helpless and silent. A notification appears, indicating that this round's rewards have been distributed to all members. 300 random shards. Personal rewards will be based on performance and calculated separately. You can choose to continue or to exit. Young Ming calls out to him. Lord Dieplam, if you go deeper, you'll encounter a mid-tier third-grade mutant. Our army has decided to stop here, but the abilities of Dieplam are impressive. You quickly refuse. I'm tired today too. Let's all withdraw together. I secretly think that right now I only have the primordial slash left, so I still need to keep the defensive move to protect myself. Duong Bin immediately gave the order. Well then, everyone gather together first. Before escaping, I have something to discuss. He made an offer to everyone. Our army wants to buy all the miscellaneous items you have. The market price is 10 credit points per piece, but we are willing to pay 11 points to buy them. Zhang Bin was surprised, but quickly agreed happily. So, that's great then. We can take a little more now. Van Min also agreed. Gentlemen, I have no problem selling to anyone. After the deal with our people, they can go outside. Then he turned to the table to invite Danin to join the conversation. What is Your Excellency Dieplam's opinion on this? You are the one with the most miscellaneous crystals here, and they are also the most needed by our army. You're not answering, just asking. First, tell me how urgent your army is and how much spiritual debris you're collecting, for what purpose. Duong Bin explained, we need a large amount of spiritual crystals. It's part of our plan to upgrade low-level awakened beings according to our project. On the market, all the spirits have already been bought out by us, but it still won't be enough for a long time. If it's a first-level basic, upgrading to intermediate requires at least 10,000 fragments, and to reach the second-tier peak, it takes at least hundreds of thousands to millions of credit points. Seeing you lost in thought, Duong Min called your name to bring you back to reality. Dieplam, you still keep to yourself, but the army has been very generous for this plan. Suddenly, he spoke up. Wait a moment while I do the math. I have a total of 27,000 fragments of spirit, so can you round it up to 300,000 credit points for me? Yang Bing happily agreed. No problem, in fact, even if Dieplam, Your Excellency, didn't say it, I had already intended to do so. Besides, are you interested in repeatedly going through this dungeon? You coldly refuse, showing no interest at all. If the same person enters the dungeon multiple times, the loot will decrease, so I think it's unnecessary. Duong Min still tried to persuade him. Lord Dieplam, if you're willing to lead the other team into this dungeon multiple times, you'll definitely earn the captain's praise. His eyes lit up when he mentioned Captain Duong. We don't dare hide it from you. This time all our miscellaneous collection efforts are for that team leader Deng's son. He is the one who was chosen to be third on the list and will definitely become a third-rank cultivator, maybe even break through to the fourth rank. Danin suddenly shouted in anger, Stop the deal and get out of here quickly! Yang Ming slightly hesitated because of that reaction, a thick cloud of black smoke still billowing over his house. He sped down the road lost in thought, thinking that this time his speed in swordsmanship had already been fast. I never expected that the resources provided by the army are actually worthless. Meanwhile, Danin continued to ponder Duong Bin's tempting offers. The people in that seed plan are waiting for resources to accumulate strength. Their combat effectiveness is unstable and they'll be overwhelmed the moment they step onto the battlefield. The army now is simply a waste of resources. He reminisced about the past. Thanks to my previous life, I can now gather a lot of resources. Looking back, I was truly poor back then. Compared to the resources now, it's not even worth mentioning. Even a third-ranked cat or dog can get more than I did back then. The more Danin thinks about it, the angrier he gets. This is truly bureaucratic and useless. I need to quickly increase my attribute points and boost them rapidly so I can participate in the 3-tier trial as soon as possible.
At that point, I could move into the top spot on the list, gaining certain rights to speak and change the current situation. In the luxurious mansion, Jianin sat counting the countless spirit fruits on the table. He silently calculated that besides his willpower, all his attributes are currently at 26 points, and to increase them further, he needs more spirit orbs. The status display shows his stats: strength 26, agility 26, physical strength 26, willpower 31. He quickly and casually puts the spiritual energy fruit into his mouth to taste. I need to finish eating this first to see if I have enough points. Danin's hand kept grabbing one fruit after another, mouth chewing and swallowing nonstop. The system keeps popping up notifications: strength +1, agility +1, physique +1, strength +1, agility +1. And the more you eat, the more notifications appear. Strength increased by 1, agility increased by 1, stamina and strength increased by 1, and agility. Eating and eating until I'm about to burst, but I still grit my teeth and secretly think, damn it, I've really reached the last banana and almost hit 30 points. I have to keep eating with all my might, using my last strength. I manage to swallow the last fruit, and the system notifies that stamina has increased by 1. All attribute points have reached 30, initiating the reward draw. Nin can't help but be surprised by this heavenly joy. Draw reward. Oh, if I have 30 points, I can draw a reward. So I quickly press the draw button, then draw for me. I hope I can draw a level Sue equipment item. The ring keeps spinning and spinning, carrying all my hopes, or maybe a level Shu weapon like a sword, which would greatly increase my combat power. The system announced that it had received the Zhuthai level Spirit Peace Ring. He was stunned. I can't draw a weapon, only this one ring. But quickly I regain my composure and focus on studying the ring in my hand. All right, a ring-type equipment is considered a Spirit Peace Ring, too. Does it have any relation to the soul or willpower? The system quickly displays detailed information about the Spirit Realm grade Spirit Peace Ring. Jewelry has equipment attributes but no equipment properties. Storage space. The storage space received 100 by 100 meters of storage space, enough to hold living creatures inside. Danin silently pondered. The ring of holding, although not an equipment attribute, a capacity of 1 million cubic meters is still quite impressive. In that case, I could carry an entire warehouse with me. Bringing along a few dozen nuclear bombs wouldn't be a problem. The system continues to display other information. The willpower transformation skill. Willpower transformation. You can convert your willpower attribute into other attributes for 3 seconds. The upper limit for dual stage transformation is 5 points. The upper limit for triple stage transformation is 10 points. The upper limit for the 4th stage transformation is 20 points. The upper limit for the 5th stage transformation is 100 points. You're so happy you feel like you've struck gold. Swap your willpower. This ability is truly heaven-defying. Right now, I am at the peak of the 2nd stage. So, in battle, I can call the willpower attribute points at any time and add them to other attributes. But then Danin realized in his mind, wait a minute, it says above that it's beyond the 3rd realm. 4th Master, is there really a 5th rank as well? Could it be that the 5th rank is actually the limit of humanity? Or is there still a 5th rank exotic realm beyond the mutated foolish wife? The system continues its task of evaluating specialized equipment within the Lin-On world. Wearing this ring will automatically grant the privilege of appearance when entering the Lin-On world. Note that this privilege is an SS level. Please use it carefully. Reading this, Danin couldn't help but wonder what exactly the Lin-On world is. In his previous life, he had never even heard of it until humanity was wiped out. You take off the ring to think, this ring is probably also connected to the mysterious future, so it definitely can't be sold. Then Danin ordered Fu Kui. Li Fu Kui, sell the new battle hammer you just bought along with the golden shield and other cursed materials, then replace it with a spiritual energy fruit for me. He quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Master. The system will notify and remind accordingly. Normal spiritual energy fruits can boost basic attributes above 30 points. Reminder. If you want to level up again, you need to buy higher grade spiritual energy fruits. He continued to give the order. Lai Fu Kui. All the money from selling equipment will be exchanged for high-level spiritual energy orbs. He still cheerfully obeyed. Master, after being alone, Danin was lost in thought, almost reaching the limit of the 2nd tier attribute at 31 points. The riot in the Tianfeng safe zone will surely happen the night after tomorrow. Until then, my ultimate move had just finished cooling down. Thinking back to that moment standing before 10,000 people, I became even more determined to reach the 2nd attribute point today, then use my ultimate move to intimidate everyone, and afterward propose to join the 3rd tier trial. At that point, no one would be able to refuse.
Fu Kui suddenly rushed out in panic to report that there are truly no high-level spiritual energy fruits on the market. Danin was also alarmed. "What do you mean?" he explained. "I heard that they have all been bought out by the army." Hearing that, you also propped your chin and pondered. Could it be that only Trandung can think of a way for you? At that moment, a call came in from Trandung. He hurriedly greeted him. "Lord Dieplam, I am Trandung. Do you still remember me?" "Of course. But I secretly cursed in my mind. As soon as I thought of it, he called. Could he really read minds?" Trandung explained the reason for the call. "The Heavenly City Guild just discovered the prototype of the supernatural dungeon, at least level A. They want me to lead, so I invited you to join me on an exploration. It's less dangerous and the benefits are very high." Hearing that, Danin was also surprised. Level A. Koea is actually the prototype of what kind of supernatural dungeon? Hearing your question, Trandung smiled and replied, "Yes, Lord Dieplam. This supernatural dungeon currently has limitations, and these system missions have not yet been officially established." He raised his hand to continue explaining, "So now going there will be much safer and easier than after it forms. If any situation occurs, just run beyond the limits." In general, A-rank supernatural dungeons have many spiritual entities, but for now, this dungeon only has one, while the others are still being transformed. Jianin nodded and said, "Just tell me your conditions directly." In the next second, Trandung grinned and replied, "If you agree to go this time, even if we fail, I will give you 100,000 credit points. If we succeed, not only will 70% of the harvest belong to you, but the Tiancheng Trading Guild will also pay you an additional 300,000 credit points." As soon as he finished speaking, Jianin propped his chin with his hand and said straightforwardly, "That's very generous. I guess you want to use this strategy for your long-term business plans, right?" Trandung slightly frowned, hesitated, looked away, and replied, "You're right, Lord Dieplam. If you have any other conditions, just say them." Not keeping the opponent waiting, Danin spoke, "You're really very smart. Besides what you said, I also want 20% of the income in future rounds. Additionally, there are some truly high-level spiritual abilities." The scene shifts to Beihai Village, surrounded by rolling mountains and a sky gradually turning orange, creating a peaceful atmosphere. A gray car is moving along the dirt path toward the houses ahead. Danin sat in the car, lost in thought, contemplating the upcoming riot in Tranjiang the next day. Meanwhile, Dai Chiu was also making noise, taking this opportunity to enter a dungeon that didn't require physical skills, so the investment wouldn't be at risk. After arriving, the car suddenly braked, 4 wheels screeching on the road and kicking up dust and smoke. In front of them was a group of 5 people who seemed to be waiting. Trandung sat in the front seat, turned back and said to him, "Young Master Dieplam, we've arrived." They both got out of the car, and the group approached as if they had been waiting. The man in the blue shirt placed his hand on his chest, smiled at him, and spoke first. "Are you Lord Dieplam? I am Vuong Tran, the son of the vice chairman of the Tianthan Trade Association. It's an honor to meet you." "Yes, I also heard that from Trandung." Vuong Tran turned to point at the person next to him and said, "I'll introduce you. This is Fuang Ha, who awakened the willpower element and agility, and is also a master. We hired at a high price. The others are all my subordinates." Fuang Ha frowned and replied, "I am only a second rank. I dare not accept." "Not yet," he continued, saying, "In terms of price, he's still far behind our Lord Dieplam." He didn't reply, only silently watched the two of them. Vuong Tran saw this and waved his hand to break the awkward atmosphere. Smiling, he said, "Do not blame Lord Dieplam. Brother Fuang is an honest person, but he has experience overcoming 3 or 4 different dungeon levels, like a reflex machine. He has an invitation for Yanin, so if you're already familiar, let's go inside and check it out." He nodded slightly in agreement. "All right, I'll follow your lead." His foot stepped into a small puddle. Fang Ha turned back, frowned at you, and reminded you after entering, "Follow my instructions. You must follow the system prompts I received. Don't think that just because you're a 3rd rank, you'll be safe. If not, don't blame me for killing you." Hearing this, Daning was very surprised and asked back, "The system's reminder, isn't this just a prototype of a copy dungeon? Isn't it just that there are no system missions?" Fuang Ha's eyes sparkled with interest as he pointed to himself and confidently explained, "That is my ability. When I get close to the main clue, I will receive some hints from the system, which are equivalent to mission information." After those words, Daning tilted his head, his eyes turning sharp, thinking to himself, "This kind of talent is quite rare, isn't it? It's almost like knowing the mission without having to accept it." It seems that Trandung and Vuong Tran have prepared a lot for this prototype dungeon. Vuong Tran continued to introduce.
saying that this place was built along the river, where villagers make a living by selling water in the safe area. But we found out that the tricycles they used to carry water had been damaged by lightning, meaning they haven't gone out in a long time. Nearby, 2 villagers are busy scooping water from the well. He continues, "Do you see that? They don't realize they should take the water to sell." They pass by a villager pouring water into a large basin, water overflowing everywhere. His face was blank, pale, but his hands never stopped. He continued, "It's like being trapped in an endless loop." He kept bringing water from the river and pouring it into the already filled tank. Suddenly, a man in white approached them. The polite man greeted them. "Are you military officials? We are from the Tranjiang Safe Zone military." Some villagers said the water here was contaminated, and the dark-faced man responded without hesitation. "I see. If that demon girl jumps into the river and dies, it will cause us big trouble." As soon as I heard that, Danin immediately rushed forward. His face tense, he gritted his teeth and asked again, "So the river water is really polluted, jumping into the river? Since when was that the reason for jumping?" The man was so surprised by what he heard that he trembled and stammered back, No, I was just talking nonsense. The river here is very clean." Danin stared intently and said, "If you can't explain clearly, we'll have to take you in." The man nervously waved his hands and protested, "Magistrate, the death of Zhang Sui 7 days ago has nothing to do with us." She stole something and then jumped into the Tutu River. It was pouring rain that day, and the river was flowing very fast, so she was swept away in an instant. After hearing his explanation, Trandung found it very unreasonable. He also stepped closer to the man and asked in a stern voice, "Why would she jump into the river after stealing something? Are you forcing her to do this?" The man took a step back, trembling all over, his voice nearly losing its composure. "It's a terrible misunderstanding, Your Honor. This has nothing to do with us. It really isn't." Trandung lost his temper, pointing directly at him and gritting his teeth as he pressed him hard. "It's not him, so what is behind him?" Janning saw that he was in a hurry and stopped him. "Don't make a move. You try to observe the person in front of you carefully. This man may look normal, but it's clear his hands have been in water for a long time. If he's involved, we could suffer serious losses if we act against him." Fang Ha from behind witnessed everything and couldn't help but praise him. I didn't expect his reaction to be so quick. Danin just glanced at him and then turned to the man, saying, "Don't worry, where is the deceased's family? Take us there. If we find out you're not involved, we will never bother you again." He had no choice but to agree helplessly. Fine. Then the man led the 4 of them to a dilapidated, abandoned house. He pointed inside, where an indescribably dark and ominous atmosphere was emanating. "This is the house. Only her mother and her daughter Li Nu are left inside. It's very cold inside her house. You 4 go in by yourselves." With that, the 4 of them stepped inside. Vuong Tran comments that the cold is really intense, like stepping into winter. Trandung agrees, saying this house definitely has a big problem. They went deeper inside and saw many water jars in front of them. Seeing that, Da Nin wondered why there were so many jars filled with water. The space fell silent for a moment before an old woman suddenly emerged from a bucket, water spilling out everywhere. He kept a serious face, while the other 3 couldn't help but scream. "Wow!" Fuang Ha quickly regained his composure and said reassuringly, "Everyone, don't be afraid. From my perspective, I think she's just more seriously affected, but she hasn't transformed into a spiritual creature yet." And the old lady with wrinkled skin and closed eyes asked, "Who are you guys?" Da Nin calmly replied, "Ma'am, we are here to investigate why your daughter jumped into the river. Did someone force her to do that? If that's the case, we will ensure justice for you. Underwater, you must help me find her. You absolutely have to find her." Trandung saw the old lady like that and quietly said, "Dieplam, it seems she is completely confused and can't be asked anything anymore." Ning Nin pretended not to hear and continued asking, "Where is your granddaughter?" In response, the old woman raised her hand and said, "My granddaughter went to fetch water from the river and won't return until nightfall." Da Nin suddenly asked Fuang Ha, "Does your system have any notifications?" He replied, "Not yet. I need to get close to the key character to gather information, so I suspect that Lai Nu's granddaughter is the key." Trandung suggested, "Let's go to the riverbank to look," but he immediately objected. "No way." He asked again, "Why is that?" Fuang Ha glanced to the side, sweating nervously as he hesitated and corrected himself. "I mean, it's getting dark soon, so let's just wait here and see what happens first." Danin glanced at him with a knowing look. "You seem a bit suspicious of him. It looks like Fuang Ha is hiding something." Drowning without seeing the mother's body, the water-fetching girl must be affected by the vengeful spirit that keeps the villagers drawing water from the river. At this moment, a girl in a blue dress, holding a water bucket and smiling brightly, pushes the door open.
Fuang Ha immediately turns around and recognizes her. Li Niu has returned.
The girl quickly brought the water closer. Da Nin pinched her nose, thinking to herself that the smell of blood was so strong, especially in the bucket the girl was carrying. Then his eyes lit up, his investigative spirit awakened, all clues revealed. From the girl's water bucket, a patch of red water and something strange was emerging. A tongue sticking out, and inside his mind there was a scream. Is that a human tongue? Night has fallen. Thick fog covers the area. Li Niu stands in front of a traditional wooden house, eyes alert and frowning as she stares intently at the strangers ahead. Who are you? Fuang Ha raised her hand to give information. I just received a message from the system. Do not anger the girl. So Jianin gently lowered her tone, knelt on one knee and politely introduced herself. We are the security patrol team of Tranjiang Safe Zone, and we received a report that your mother is missing. The girl immediately responded, her voice cold. It's not missing. She was killed by someone in the village. They made up lies about my mother and forced her to die. He frowned, as if he had understood the situation somewhat. I see. We are also very sorry for you. Do you know who killed your mother? We can help you catch them. Without hesitation, Li Niu immediately took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Of course I know. I've already written down their names. Da Nin gently took it and reassured her. Yes, when we find your mother, we'll go after them. But the girl shook her head firmly, saying, My mother has already gone home. No need to search now. You guys can go catch them. You really don't need to look for her? Didn't you say that the body was washed away by the current? She was talking about going home. Are you hesitating? You said you would help me. You wouldn't be lying, right? Suddenly, Da Nin remembered the warning earlier. Fuang Ha said not to provoke her, but if they start arresting people now, it might just be reckless outwardly. So I smiled reassuringly and waved my hand, saying, Of course not. We just need some procedures to arrest him. We promise to do this tomorrow morning. At this moment, her eyes flashed with a bright purple light, her face showing deadly intent and a threatening tone. All right, if you deceive me, I will definitely kill you all. In the end, Fuang Ha decided, tonight we will temporarily stay in the abandoned house next door. Tran Dung and Vuong Tran will sleep in the same room, the others will sleep separately. The other three nodded in agreement, but Da Nin wondered why the others had to sleep separately in this situation. He explained seriously, the ghosts usually choose to attack the strongest or weakest person at night. We must face them directly to gather more clues. Now, I finally understand and I laugh bitterly. So, that's it. Are you calling me just to be bait for tonight? Tran Dung panicked and hurriedly tried to stop him. Deep Lam misunderstood. Wang Zhang also went along with it. That's right, Lord Diep Lam, we mainly thought you were quite strong, but Da Nin seemed unfazed and casually waved goodbye. Using money to save lives is not wrong. I will do my part well. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Thank you, Lord Diep Lam, for your understanding. Conversely, Fuang Ha looked as if she had already judged and said, Wait until you can survive until tomorrow morning. Then it's not too late to say these things. Then he confidently continued, It can be inferred from the current clues that Zhang Shui was murdered by the villagers and turned into a ghost, but since she is still in the early stage, her power can only affect the villagers and her daughter to seek revenge for herself. So now we just need to complete 2 tasks and this case will be resolved. Next, Fang Ha proposed the first step, to find Zhang Shui's body. I will go to Li Niu's house tonight to ask, and if not there, Diem Lam will search in the river. Second, help them complete their revenge. After finding the body, we will arrest the people on the list tomorrow morning and hand them over to Lai Nu for processing. Da Nin looked at him and asked suspiciously, Isn't that too simple? It doesn't seem to match the difficulty of a level A supernatural instance. He immediately denies it, saying it's simple. Don't forget this is the initial form of the dungeon, and important clues are still on it. During the formation event, no one will initially know that Zhang Shui is the first victim, and the villagers could very well turn into ghosts. Hearing this, both Zhen Dong and Wang Zhang looked worried. At that moment, they were only afraid that coming here would mean certain death. He whispered, Luckily, we arrived early. The night gradually grew silent. The moon hung suspended in the gray-silver sky, and the gentle wind rustled the bare branches. Da Nin folded his arms on the bed and muttered softly, Even though Fuang He's analysis has some reason, I still feel there's something wrong. Reflecting on what just happened, I summarized that he had hidden some information by the riverbank earlier, and just now he suggested I go to the riverbank to find the body. Da Nin continued to be lost in thought, and with his gaze fixed on me, he was definitely hoping I would die, probably related to money. In that case, the riverbank could be quite dangerous. Thinking of this, he concluded that tonight he would go alone to Li Nu's house to take a risk.
Maybe there is something valuable there, and if I don't die and he doesn't act first, then that valuable thing will naturally belong to me.
Thinking this way, everything becomes much simpler. A flicker of suspicion crossed Danin's eyes as he remembered those blood-red, evil eyes. Moreover, Li Nu, her recent behavior didn't seem like someone merely affected, and there was also that tongue inside the mysterious swirling color vortex. As for the tongue in that box, a small girl like her definitely couldn't have done anything, even if she wanted revenge. Suddenly, he noticed a strange noise. Immediately, Danin sat up sharply and looked up at the wooden roof. The faint sound of footsteps just echoed. "He's here!" He straightened up, ready to fight, as fierce purple energy spiraled around Danin's body, emanating a chilling aura. "Fine, let's see who you really are. Reveal your true form with your mental energy." From the dark space, a demon suddenly crawled down from the ceiling, its blood-red eyes blazing, and its long arms reaching out as if to catch its prey. "Are you Zhang Shui?" At the same time, the system handed him a string of dazzling purple jade beads. The Oan Pearl received in the Spirit D dungeon last time could finally be used. Then Danin raised the jade chain, infused it with a powerful source of energy, and commanded the Oan Chao to absorb mental power. The system provided additional information. The Oan Chao's attribute increases mental attack by 25%, with a special effect that can automatically block one lethal attack from a spiritual creature that will dissipate along with the equipment. Immediately, he swung his sword and charged at the enemy, shouting, "Transforming sword slash!" The demon began to bare its teeth and roar fiercely to intimidate So Danin. Then the demon quickly flew away from the place. Without hesitation, he immediately kicked open the wooden door and chased after him. "Where are you hiding?"
When the Diameter reached the yard, the demon's figure had disappeared, and suddenly a piercing scream echoed out. "Why is this happening?"
"Don't stay here." Danin immediately looks towards the source of the sound. Tran Fuang and Fuang Ha in the neighboring yard at the same time. Just a few seconds later, everyone hurried over. Vuong Tran was panting. "Who called out just now?" Trandung looked confused. "Deeplum, what's going on?" "Stay calm and answer." The ghost just passed by, and Tran Fuang and Fuang Ha might have been harmed at the same time. Hearing this, they all couldn't help but be startled. His eyes widened in shock. Being attacked at the same time, how is that possible? That demon is nothing like what Fuang Ha analyzed. Its killing ability isn't weak at all. And he's suspicious. Could it be that the demon just got stronger after we arrived? It's understandable that Fuang, the weakest, was killed, but why Fuang Ha? Danin frowned, thought for a moment, and then slowly replied, "Let's assume our previous predictions were wrong. This place is very dangerous, so everyone should retreat first. I will stay behind to continue investigating, and we'll meet again tomorrow morning." Hearing that, Wang Tran and the others waved goodbye and left. "Well then, sorry Deep Lam, we'll retreat first." Trandung still hesitated anxiously. "But Lord Da, your brother cut me off. Everyone has protective gear, so don't worry about me." In the end, he finally left here. Yanin frowned, looking in that direction. "Your body is activating a mysterious and powerful purple energy. Oan Chao can only save you once. I still need to be more careful." The mental scan is fully activated. The energy flows into the injured victim's leg, who is lying motionless on the ground. Did Tran Fuang only have one leg left, controlled and eaten by the female demon? So from the moment Tran Fuang screamed to when he was eaten, it must have taken some time. Then it's impossible to kill Fuang Ha at the same time. Danin's gaze stopped at a water basin, where he lies unconscious, surrounded by wreckage. Fuang Ha's body still remains untouched by the creature. It's likely that there is more than one ghost here. So what about the hall? Did Fuang Ha plan to dig something in the yard and then encounter the ghost? Then he looked at a deep dug hole, where clues might be hidden beneath the ground, probing mentally and quietly slipping in. Suddenly a horrifying corpse appeared, floating in the water with grayish skin, dark, hollow eyes, looking very terrifying. This is the body of the female ghost in white. Suddenly, Danin notices something strange about her slender hand and sharp claws. Wait a minute. Her hand has 6 fingers, which could be hereditary, but Li Nu doesn't have them. This proves she's not Zhang Shui. So who is she? At that moment, the demon's wide blue eyes suddenly opened, causing a terrifying shock. It's over, she has realized. In a moment, she stood up and charged to attack, but he kept observing the demon's features carefully. Her eyes must be the green gear that Fuang Ha daringly wanted to obtain. As danger approached, Danin suddenly raised the necklace high and shouted, "Oan Chao, focus your spiritual power." Immediately, massive streams of dark purple energy surged forward, drawing her in and causing her to turn her head. However, the demon still managed to swing its hand and launch a deadly green counterattack. its voice full of malice, and its physical strength far surpassing the spiritual power. Suddenly, the jade ring in his hand emitted a dazzling light. As she lunged with sharp teeth, the bracelet formed a protective circle to shield Da Nin from the attack. Oan Chao activated her ultimate power in a toxic way, but unfortunately, the demon's strength was too great, causing her body to swell, and the force of the punch shattered the protective barrier, sending even him flying away. I must escape, quickly. Da Nin quickly activated the power inside his Tikloi Ngoa shoes and swiftly launched himself into the air to escape. The demon behind him had already noticed and was relentlessly chasing after him. The demon is fiercely chasing Da Nin, but luckily he quickly jumped over the barrier, blocking it. He silently sighed. It's really dangerous. Although not with Fang and Tran Dung, he finally escaped the barrier. After escaping from the demon's pursuit, he continued to race forward and then began to analyze. The woman in white is not Jiang Shui. It's likely she was swept here by the heavy rain from upstream earlier, so Jiang Shui probably remains somewhere downstream, possibly still alive. Da Nin silently resolved to seize the opportunity before dawn to explore the downstream area. On this side, Tran Dung also spoke up. Master Diep Lum has been gone all night. Vuong Tran suddenly responded. The communication system is affected by the barrier, so we can't contact Diep Lum for now. Maybe we should go inside and look for him. The two subordinates also returned to report, one saying, The Lord has searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of Lord Diep Lum, while the other added, There's nothing in Li Nu's yard either. Vuong Tran stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Missing? How is that possible? Suddenly, Li Nu's voice rang out behind him. Uncle, didn't you say you would help me catch them this morning? Why haven't you acted yet? They turned back and saw that, and Tran Dung spoke up, saying, We're leaving now. The girl spoke as if giving an order, with a dangerous look. Take them all to the riverbank. I will carry out the sentence there. He then turned to Tran Dung and said, Let's go. Now we only have one lead left, to help her seek revenge. Let's finish this first. He had no other choice. Feng Hong has died, Diep Lam is missing, and there's no other way. Those three villains have been captured and tied up in front of Li Nu. One of them unwillingly spoke up, saying it was Jiang Shui who wanted to die and had nothing to do with us, while another denied. That's not true. We really didn't mean to kill her mother and child. The other one also spoke out in protest. Even as a member of the army, he couldn't help but reason. The girl, filled with hatred, grabbed a pair of scissors and charged at the crowd, shouting, It's you! It's you who forced my mother to death. As she finished speaking, Li Nu stabbed the nearest man in the heart and roared, Die! As he screams in agony, shouting that the girl not only wants to kill them, but also cut out their tongues. Seeing him die so satisfyingly, Li Nu smirks and asks, Who's next? The remaining two are begging for mercy and fear, with the brown-haired one pleading desperately. I was wrong, I shouldn't have lied. I'm sorry, the other one is just playing the emotional game. Little one, Uncle is Uncle Chang. I really didn't say anything, but it didn't help. The girl just shouted, it was all because of him. He wanted to sleep with her, but was rejected and then lied. After Le Shiqing's shout, those two also died at Li Nu's hands. Tran Dung asked in surprise, So is this really something a 10-year-old girl can do? Wang Tran beside her also sighed, hoping that after the girl kills all these people, the matter will be resolved. After everything was done, the girl turned to ask them for help. Uncle, they haven't died completely yet. Can you help me throw them into the river? Wang Tren stared blankly and replied, Yes. Okay. After dealing with everything, Tran Dung asked, Do you think your mother's revenge is now complete, Sister Li Nu, and if you need help with her body? The girl didn't look at you two and said maliciously, Yes, Uncle. But you don't need to worry about anything else because my mother has arrived and she said you all have to die. A demon suddenly leapt out of the river, trying to attack them. Everyone was shocked and shouted, What is that? Before anyone could call out to save him, the demon had already bitten one of them. Everyone took turns running in chaos. Vuong Tren ran while shouting, It's not good, run now. A large green aura burst from its mouth as if trying to suck everyone in. Only La That Than remains. It's too powerful, I can't escape. It immediately sucked in Vuong Tran, much to Tran Dung's surprise. Seeing this, he shouted, Vuong, brother, better to end yourself than to die in such a painful and disgusting way. Vuong Tran still managed to shout from the mouth of the demon. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy blocked Tran Dung's knife, which was about to cut into his own neck. The one who appeared to save them was none other than Da Nin. With just one palm strike, he knocked away the demon and saved the two of them. Tran Dung, after escaping death and landing safely, said, Diep Lam, you're safe now. Da Nin turned to the girl in front of her and said, Li Nu, look and see who this is. Who is the person she is holding in her arms? Lai Nu tearfully looks at the woman holding the child who looks like her and calling her mom. Zhang Shu, holding the child, shouted as the girl ran toward the woman, "Mommy!" The tearful girl looked at the woman holding her body in front of her and asked, "Mom, you're not dead yet?" "But I am already dead." Truong Tweet, crying, said, "Zhao Nu, it's all my fault." Seeing this, Sandung suddenly asked, "Zhang Shui is not dead, so who is the woman in white?" Wang Zhang beside her also spoke up, saying, "Liu Nu is dead, so Liu Nu is also a ghost. What exactly is going on here?" At this moment, Danin also turned to explain, "It's a long story. Let's step back for now. This place is still very dangerous." Suddenly, the female demon from earlier, still not defeated, roared and swallowed Truong Tuyet into her mouth. Li Nu desperately shouted, "No, mother!" At this moment, her soul borrowed her physical form's power to save her mother. Ya looked up and said, "Finally, Li Nu is awake. We are much safer now." The girl's mother screams desperately from inside the demon's mouth. "Tio Nu, Li Nu transforms into a soul and rushes over to save her mother." "Mom!" The girl and the female demon are fighting each other, and taking advantage of the moment, the girl bites the demon on the shoulder. Both sides unleashed their vengeful spirits, leading to a fierce battle, and it was then that Ye Nin recounted the entire events of that day. That day it rained heavily. Zhang Shui accidentally fell into the water, but was rescued and brought ashore at lower stream. Li Nu, searching for her mother, also fell into the water and drowned, then turned into a ghost without knowing. Because of the deep-seated hatred for revenge, it unknowingly affected the villagers. Later, Lai Nu found a body in a white dress under the river, mistaking it for her mother. Basically, the only way is to find out the truth and let them destroy each other. Wang Zhang then added, "So in other words, the villagers we captured before, besides spreading rumors, were they truly innocent?" Trandung also wondered why two demons caused Fuang Ha and Tran Fuang to be killed at the same time. After the demons finished fighting, Ya Ning retrieved a round-shaped object. The system panel appears with notifications. Benefactor, blue item, item effects. When worn, it can provide information and system reminders within the field of vision. Holding the blue eye in hand, he silently thought this effect seemed similar to Fuang Ha's ability in the past. Perhaps because of her greater power, Fuang Ha was willing to risk her life like that. Vuong Tran silently bowed his head and said, "I promised Fuang Ha 100,000 before, so I will transfer it all to you now. This time I can survive. I really have to thank Lord Diep Lam very much." Danin replied softly, "Thank you very much." In his mind, he was thinking that the total amount gained this time was nearly 700,000 credits, which was quite a substantial profit, but now the most important thing was that the spiritual energy was truly high level. After thinking, Danin turned to ask the two of them, "Has the high-level spiritual energy I need arrived yet?" Tranjung hesitated, then Vuong Tran beside him suddenly spoke up. "Sorry, Lord Dieplam, the high-level spiritual energy still needs to be waited for a bit longer." Danin frowned and asked, "Why?" "To tell the truth, Your Excellency, currently only high-level spiritual energy is monopolized by senior military officials in the capital, supposedly because of the plan involving clone trees." Boy B smirked and said, "If I don't act, it seems difficult to get through this test." Tran Dung. "Vuong Tran, tonight I invite you to Thien Phong to watch the show, and it's best to bring your father and uncle along." The two of them shouted in unison, "Watch the play." You nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, it's about the uprising of Thai Tru, with the two of you standing face-to-face at Safe Zone 199. Captain Tran is busy and can't leave, so I am going to Thien Phong in his place. He has also become cheerful again. As long as you can fully represent your father's decision, I'm sure His Excellency Diep Lam will not object. Let's go pick up Vuong Tran, and everyone then head to Thien Phong." At this moment, in a different space, Vuong Thien from the Thien Thun Trade Guild slapped Vuong Tran across the face. He looked at him in confusion and asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" Vice President of the Tiancheng Trading Guild, Wang Tian, angrily points at his son and says, "I promised to go to Tianfeng to meet someone named Di Lam. That should be enough to save face. Who would have thought you would dare to touch the spiritual fruit already allocated to the capital military district by the Trade Guild? Luckily, Dad caught it early, or we would all have to bear the consequences. Father, Master Diep Lam is the one who saved my life, but I haven't kept my promise to him. The military zone has ordered countless spirit energy orbs from many trade associations. Missing a few of ours won't make a difference." He also immediately shouted, "Shut up! What do you understand?" Then Vuong Tian explained to Vuong Tran, "You don't understand. Not only the Trade Guild, but even there is a guild leader above you pressuring me," he said, with sadness in his eyes. "We absolutely cannot offend the army just to please an unknown Diep Lam." Vuong Tian gently touched Vuong Tran's shoulder and continued, "Diep Lam saved you in the dungeon, But he is also the person you hired to protect you. And it's not that we won't let him, just a little delayed. They both looked out the window.
All right, Trandung is here. Let's go meet Deep Lam at Thien Phong first and then decide.
Vowing Tien also returned to a cheerful mood.
If he really is as powerful as you say, I will reconsider the matter of the spirit energy fruit.
Vowing Tran still has some doubts. Really? Don't lie to me. The sky above the fiery red buildings in the Tianfeng safe zone. The system also issued a command alert. The Triu's action will take place tonight. Please prepare everything quickly for defense. Deep Lam commands Tianfeng. Too High stares at it intently.
A week ago, Deep Lam sent me a message. Although I made some preparations just in case, there has been no sign of any activity in the old neighborhood for the past week. Today there was another piece of news, and they even gave a clear time, but I don't know why. A man hurriedly ran in and reported.
Commander Tu, there really is a disturbance in the old neighborhood. They just broke through the barrier and are heading toward this safe zone. Among them, there are quite a few level 1 and level 2 variants. But so far, no level 3 variants have been detected. Too High also became increasingly urgent, truly having been guessed correctly by Deep Lam.
Hurry up! Everyone activate the alert and prepare to defend. Many people are gathering together.
The evening tide is approaching. Residents in the suburban area are urged to quickly move to the safe zone at the back to seek refuge.
Every 15 meters, place a mine in a triangular pattern. Everyone is working together to set the mines, making sure to create an escape route for the zombies, so our fake enlightened ones can rush in and destroy the enemy.
Not only that, they also poured something, flammable liquid, into the trench. Hurry up! In the sky, the planes are also circling. Danin still stands there silently observing.
Tianfeng, it's not easy to defend. Fu Kui found your words very strange. Master, I think the Tianfeng area is well prepared. Although we've used all the traps, obstacles, and firepower at our disposal, these can only handle the Tang army, not the mutants.
Danin said eagerly, there are only over 2,000 false awakeners and more than 1,000 guardians in the safe zone, while the front line has only over 600. Among them, the long-range forces are just over 200 people. With this distribution of forces, it's no different from surrendering. Fu Kui, hearing this, was worried and asked, Master, if what you said is true, doesn't that mean they're all in danger?
Danin kept his gaze unchanged and replied, No, this time the Thieu have surpassed their limits, and the entire army is ready to fight. The swarm is charging forward, all soldiers have already acted, fighter jets and energy bombs are blocking them, but the helicopters have been shattered by the flying creatures, while the mutated and false awakened enemies from afar are converging to attack. They rush in like a storm, and the mines beneath their feet are immediately activated. At this moment, everyone has already clashed, defending with firepower, and close combat fighters are advancing with me.
The 4 of them are standing above, observing. Zhang Dao observed and said, Deep Lam told us to wait for Thi Tru here 2 hours before we arrived at Tianfeng. Now that Thi Chao has arrived, he suddenly disappeared. What does this mean? Vowing Tien spoke very seriously, clearly waiting for the difficult mutations to appear. Otherwise, why would there be such a display in front of us?
But so far, we have not seen any level 3 mutations. Don't look back. Just show us a level 3 defeating a level 2.
Hearing this, he laughed loudly. Chairman Vowing said something really funny. Vowing Tien also smiled faintly and said, I think so too, claiming it will be a surprise. Couldn't it just be making people laugh? Tran Dung looked uncomfortable. Chu Chuang, he's showing clear disgust.
Uncle Jiang, Uncle Wang, we really respect Yelin, so please don't tease him like that.
By then, whatever he wanted to say, I won't embarrass you, but I've watched you grow up since you were little and still hope I can help you gain some control. He still smiled as he looked at Tran Dung and said, Anyway, just seeing a mid-level high school student doesn't mean you think you can be of help to yourself. Vowing Tien also joined in. Yes, you are still young. Although high school is important to us, there's no need to treat them like gods.
All right, the 3 of us will observe the battle. I believe Deep Lam won't let everyone down.
A soldier was attacked by Thi Tru and shouted for help. Van Min yelled anxiously as a high-level second-tier mutation, Tuyen Thi, appeared on the left. Quickly inform Commander Tu. Everyone is rushing forward together.
Master Tu Hai has arrived. Let's attack together. Tu Hai brandished his weapon at the enemy, blood saber break,
and with a single strike, the Thi Chu was cut down. Tiu Chi Hui's might was overwhelming, and the ground cracked beneath us. In a moment, Xiao Hai sensed the danger. It's over. This sound might be a level 3 mutation, possibly even 2-headed, and the actual difficulty is much greater than the dungeon. A third level 2-headed mutation requires at least 6 basic level 3 individuals to handle. He then turned around and ordered a retreat.
All troops retreat to the safe zone as Tio Hai watches the fierce demons burn the trenches and prepare to defend to the death, waiting for reinforcements. Hurry up! Danin also unleashed his move, the Wind Blade Slash, splitting the beast in two. Tio Hai exclaimed in surprise, having taken down a level 3 in one move. Who is who? He also recognized the newcomer. Da Diep Lam. You also happily replied, Commander Xiao, it's been a while. Da Nin is ready to face the enemy. Wait until I deal with this one, and then we'll talk. You immediately used the flickering flame technique, and a series of small creatures were instantly wiped out. Tio Hai was so surprised he was left speechless. Deep Lam. It's really Deep Lam. In just half a month, she has leveled up significantly, much stronger than me. How is that possible? Could it be that I, Tio Hai, have to live my whole life in someone else's shadow? Danin smiled meaningfully at Tio Hai. Commander Tu, the final task for the soldiers is definitely manageable. He gently pats his shoulder and says, Follow me, there is an important matter to discuss. The four of them are still watching everything. Trandung and Vuong Tran happily said, Did everyone see that? This is the true strength of Lord Dieplam. It's also the first time I've seen it. Indeed, it's not something an ordinary third rank can compare to. Vuong Tin also had to be surprised and said it was truly rare to see. Truong Dao was very amazed when he saw that scene. This strength is probably not inferior to Commander Tran Kai, and among the mid-level high school students, he's considered top tier. No wonder he's so arrogant. Tran Dung still smiled and looked at the system panel. There is news from Lord Diep Lam. He is waiting for us at the Tianfeng Society Hall. Let's go. The Tianfeng Society Hall is still lit up, and Xiao Hai's face looks very tense. Deep Lam is waiting for them to arrive, and Tran Dung looks quite surprised. Commander Tiu is here too? Danin appears very friendly. You all must know each other already, so I won't introduce anyone. Please take a seat. We're all family, so if there's anything, let's discuss it together, Tio Hai thought as he observed everyone. Vice Commander of Safety Zone 119. Which chapter? Vice President of the Thien Than Trade Association. Vuong Tien, as we suspected earlier, Deep Lam not only has powerful backing, but is also supported by major forces. Master Diep Lam, your strength is well-deserved and rare even among many intermediates. Truong Dao is also very impressed by you. That's right. I hear you've also helped us quite a bit. Trandung, I represent Safety Zone 119. Thank you for the invitation. Tio Hai felt a ringing in his ears. Lord Dieplam, did I hear that right, or is there a problem with their pronunciation? Danin immediately clarified. I want to tell everyone first that my name is Danin, not Dieplam. Everyone has their own thoughts. What? Turns out they don't even know his real name. So no one is supporting him behind the scenes in this matter. Then why did Danin quickly level up 3 times? Danin said very calmly. As you can see, my current strength is at the mid-level 3 stage. Commander Tu, please find me a strength measurement device. I want to check right here. Xiao Hai immediately stood up and replied. Deep Nin, I have seen your strength. Both Wang Tian and Zhang Dao agree. Yes, we have always known that you are a mid-tier level 3 with no doubt. Do you think we haven't seen the situation, but you are still determined to go all the way? Commander Tiu, Yes. Tiu, I beg your pardon. Tiu Hai has no other choice. All right then, those two seem to be getting annoyed. Zhao Nin, this time you invited us here not just to prove you're a mid-level 3rd rank, right? This really doesn't need to be done this way, right? Trandung quickly said, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we've arrived. Waiting a little longer. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Danin still smiled without saying anything, and Tio Hai also took out the device. He held it out in front of him. The measuring instrument had already been brought over. Danin replied with a smile. You've worked hard. Zhang Dao and Wang Tian also found it amusing. Their strength was not bad, but their demeanor was too petty and a bit arrogant, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but showing it in front of us is just a waste of time. Danin placed his hand on the device, and the system immediately provided an answer. Peak level 2. Everyone there was extremely shocked. What? Level 2. Tio Hai couldn't believe his eyes. Did I hear that wrong? They went together to check the device again. How is that possible? The device clearly shows your rank. You're not a level 3, you're actually a level 2. Zhang Dao still couldn't believe it. If you said he was an advanced 3rd year or even Ding Feng, I wouldn't be too surprised. But Vuong Tian was just as stunned to unleash mid-tier 3rd grade strength despite being only 2nd grade. Truly terrifying. Tio Hai is still dizzy and confused. He's not a level 3 at all. Yes, I previously checked his mission to level up to level 2, and he has completed 4 missions entirely. He has mid-tier level 3 strength. These people are not the forces behind him. What the hell is going on? Can someone lend me their brain for a moment? Tran Dung immediately turned away from Da Nin. Da Nin, what exactly is going on? Please explain to them right after. I know it's hard for you to accept right away, but I am truly level 2. Half a month ago, I measured an SS talent, but because of my will system and lack of potential, I was abandoned by the Fire Seed plan. He asked Da Nin again with confusion. The SS talent level had already advanced to the peak level 2, making his strength comparable to level 3. Hu Hai looked at you and shouted loudly, "No potential. If this is called no potential, then everyone in that fire-breeding plan can just die. Gentlemen, I have called you here this time to demonstrate potential and seek cooperation. I believe everyone here understands that leveling up to level 3 is an easy task. The Fire Seed plan will definitely be reevaluated. I want to completely change the military's prejudice against the #1 willpower system. I must have it. You are also filled with determination right now. Now I will defeat each of those so-called geniuses one by one, so everyone will know who truly is the Fire Seed." Wang Tian is also impressed by this young man. "So, Da Nin, what do you need us to do for you? Also, may I ask one more thing? What exactly is your true strength?" Da Nin also did not hide and said, "Actually, my talent is able to transform willpower into attack power, and I have a backing force investing in me. But I can't reveal who that is for now, and you probably have your own thoughts." Stop rambling and just don't reveal the Sword God system. He already understood and thought to himself, no wonder. Tu Hai gritted his teeth in anger. "I already said there's a powerful force backing me up." Da Nin also shared his plan, and as for cooperation, I want to form an alliance with the three of you. Serve me. I hold the authority to speak. Please support me with all your strength. Once I regain the top position, I will naturally repay you. After speaking, he turned and walked away. "I'll go out first. You have 10 minutes to discuss." Da Nin slammed the door shut and thought that Xiao Hai had been at the 3rd level for many years and couldn't level up anymore. As vice president, Wang Tian was always overshadowed by the president. "Uncle Zheng, what are you hesitating about?" With Da Nin's potential, he could become at least a lieutenant general in the future, which is much stronger than his grandfather, and Wang Zhan also added his opinion. "Dad, why not immediately agree with Lord Dainin? With his potential, not to mention the guild leader, we could become the #1 trading guild in Huaxia someday." Wang Tin then turned to ask Trong Dao what he thought about the mysterious force behind Da Nin, as he also shared his opinion. First, if he doesn't have the spiritual power fruit, he's definitely not part of the military or a major force. Second, he has a very good vision and certainly rich experience, so I lean towards him being a superpower individual. Wang Tin continued, "Yeah, Mr. Trong agrees with me." Tran Dung was very surprised. "What are you two talking about?" Trong Dao asked cautiously. Xiaodong, although Da Nin has great potential, siding with him means becoming an enemy of many high-ranking officials in the Fire Plan. For example, right now, the father of the #1, General Zhang Mang of the 3rd group, is at the peak of level 3. Wang Tin clenched his teeth in frustration. "Yes, that is the mighty power like a mountain, because the potential of Da Nin makes this deal too risky." At this moment, Xiao Hai also spoke up to trust you. "Gentlemen, perhaps you don't value me much, but after hearing Ji and In's opinion, I've decided to take a gamble on him. First, I don't want to make the same mistake as Lam Lam again. Second, high profits usually come with greater risks. I've been stuck at beginner level 3 for a long time. Honestly, I can't accept that. Wang Tren is manipulating his father's mind. I think Uncle Xiao is right. Dad always says that the rougher the waves, the more valuable the fish. Could he really be content to spend his whole life just as vice chairman?" Trandung also tried to persuade him. "Uncle Zhang, if today you are representing father and grandfather, you should know what they would choose if they were here." Da Nin has now also entered. What are your thoughts? They all bowed their heads, and I am willing to dedicate my strength. This made Da Nin very pleased. "Good, then allies, these are what I need. I hope you can be ready before tomorrow morning. Also, please help me contact the military leaders in the capital and tell them I want to start the 3rd level experiment. No problem." Wang Tian held a stack of papers in his hand. "Well done. The list has been prepared in advance, using people without any hesitation." Well, he truly has the qualities of a great leader. Tio Hai also turned and walked away. "So now I will go report the documents to the capital." Da Nin smiled and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Tio." Tio Hai turned away and sighed, gazing out at the brightly lit city. Da Ning also felt very satisfied with herself. "Have you all finished reviewing the report?" Although hard to believe, it has been confirmed by Deputy Commander Tron Kai from North China, the person in charge of the firepower plan. Qiubing pushed his chair, slammed his hand on the table, and continued, "A. S.
level genius with power comparable to level 3, but we missed him. If problems happen again this time, none of you here will escape responsibility.
Another person also added, I agree. Additionally, I suggest directly assigning a level 3 team to bring Danin back to the headquarters to ensure his safety. As for the order, we can wait until he arrives and let the superior evaluate him personally. Cook Bin continued to speak.
At this point, that's all we can do. First, locate Danin in a special sequence. With such talent, even a day's delay in training is unforgivable.
Hearing this, the deep commitment to the plan of the fire project, Duong Chan stood up straight and slammed his hand on the table, shouting,
General Duong can temporarily stay silent about the news of not informing Lei, right?
He glances over with a stern face and shouts Duong Chan when Danin was first rated SS. It was you who suggested giving up. Now do you still dare to say such words?
Kwok Bin kept getting angrier, glaring fiercely at Duong Chan. Duong Chan, do you want to die? He was startled and hurriedly waved his hands, awkwardly replying, Duong General, I didn't mean to say that not informing you for half a month is okay. Even just a week late would be fine. Duong Chan continued to defend General Truong Man's son. Truong Duong is currently the top in the ranking, but he has not yet reached the peak of level 2. Hearing this, the entire meeting fell silent, lost in thought. Kwok Bin spoke, and with Danin's current strength, reaching level 3 is already certain. Once Danin becomes level 3 first, Truong Duong with SS talent must also give up the top spot. The top resources after level 3 are unique, but Zhang Mian's high status and power make him one of the leaders. He turned to look at Tang Zhen with a sinister smile. Advisor Duong, you are truly loyal and brave. 1 week is impossible. 3 days.
I can only keep your secret for up to 3 days. I have helped to put you. If by that time your young master is less talented than others, you can't blame us. You are sinister, shouting loudly. Additionally, in the next 2 days, I will arrange for Ye Nin to enter the capital. I advise you not to have any intentions towards him, or even the person behind you won't be able to take him away.
The scene shifts to another place where Zhang Yang is being cared for by an unknown person, with plenty of nourishing drinks provided to support his growth. Zhang Yang wiped his mouth and turned to the person next to him. He said, I just advanced to high level 2, and you told me to reach the peak of level 2 in 3 days. Aren't you enough? So the person standing next to Truong Duong is his father, General Truong Man. He replied, Dad is serious, son. Do you still remember Yaning? Did you provide SS with her back then? With Tran Kai Lai's support, he reached the peak of level 2 and gained level 3 strength. Truong Duong was surprised and asked back, So you mean he wants to come and take your first place? Mang Man immediately replied, Yes, even though Tran Kai Lai is behind him and not worth mentioning. If he levels up to level 3 first, you definitely won't be able to keep your first place. He placed his hand on Truong Duong's shoulder and said, I will send someone to take you to a high-difficulty dungeon so you can catch up.
Then, in the 3-star upgrade competition, as long as he's not the only one to pass, no matter how strong he is, I have ways to protect your position.
After hearing that, he clenched his fists and resolutely replied, I understand. Dad, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. Truong Man saw this and smiled warmly, affectionately looking at his son. My son really has a strong will. Don't worry. I will find a way to buy more time for you. Danin has only just gone out. It's not as easy as he thinks. The scene shifts to the Tianfeng safe zone, where guards are on strict patrol outside. Inside the messy room, Danin sits at a table looking at a pile of green fruits and a book. As expected, with power behind me, not only did they quickly bring back the spirit fruit, but old man Tran Kai Lai also gave me an A-rank swordsmanship manual to keep in the safe. Just this swordsmanship alone would surely bankrupt the Heavenly Wind safe zone. He took a high-grade spiritual energy fruit to eat, first filling his level 2 attribute points before continuing.
The system panel kept notifying him of using high-grade spiritual energy fruits, increasing strength by 1 with a 3% burst. Using high-grade spiritual energy fruits, increasing physique by 1 with a 6% endurance boost. Using high-grade spiritual energy fruits, increasing agility by 1 with a 6% speed boost, strength 31, agility 31, physique 31, willpower 31.
A blue aura of spiritual energy surrounds Danin, and he smiles happily. So this is what it feels like to be fully attribute enhanced. Calling on spiritual energy becomes faster, and using attributes more effective. As the system panel continued to appear, the A-level swordsmanship formation and super jump skill strongly impacted the target with effects of suppression, ending, crushing, and during the skill's activation, immunity to all controls and a 200% increase in defense. Danin realized that the A-level swordsmanship was indeed comprehensive in both offense and defense, and even without enhancements, it was already formidable. Then, he immediately threw the book into the air to use it. The Learned Enhanced Swordsmanship. The book opened with a small sword, emitting red around and wrapped in a blue sheath. He shouted at the top of his lungs to absorb the new power. The A-level skill has been successfully enhanced. The current skill is the SSS level of the Fallen Heaven skill. The system panel displays a new notification. The SSS level, Fallen Heaven skill, is cancelled. The effective skill allows you to dash to a designated point within a 1-kilometer radius. Locking onto the target. Once locked, the target will be pushed back, gained the quick attack effect, falling freely at an extremely fast speed, then causing a collision within the range and attacking the locked target. The second effective skill grants immunity to all controls during activation, and a spiritual shield to reduce damage from stored energy. As long as the enemy's willpower attribute is lower than yours, they cannot target or attack the goal, making this skill truly divine. Jianin exclaimed in amazement that a 1-kilometer lock-on range is indeed very impressive, although the locked target won't be locked onto. This is almost like becoming a champion when activating the skill. Returning to the capital to participate in the Level 3 challenge could test this power. The attribute panels appear in front of me and I look at the skills in front of me and say, unfortunately, from now on my skills are complete and I can't increase my strength before Level 3 anymore. But it's okay, after Level 3, even without relying on these skills, I can still activate some powerful ones. The system panel suddenly appeared with a notification. Task: quickly collect 4 special materials and use them. Material 1, the Shattered Heart of the Great Wall. Material 2, Human Face Core Powder. Material 3, Broken Shield Fake Elegant Core Beetle. Material 4, Dai Kwai Core. The first mission reward unlocks the skill fusion function, allowing 2 current skills to be combined into one and freeing up a skill slot. 2. The SSS skill will be unlocked without consumption. The cooldown is reduced to 12 hours and it gains 1,000 spirit points. Jianin carefully examined the notification, pondering how the system rarely issued divine sword missions with such generous rewards only these 4 materials. Thinking about it, he considered the Broken Peak Mountain, which seemed to be a high-level 3rd-tier variant that appeared 27 years ago and was fought over by many top-tier 3rd-level experts. The others he had never heard of and were probably old relics. Jianin's eyes grew thoughtful. These items could only be found in the National Resource Vault after retrieving the First Order. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Tio-Hai opened it and called out, "Danin, there's news from the capital area." "Mr. Tio, please come in," Danin replied softly, as if they knew what they were doing. "What about the order? Has the order been adjusted to the first position yet?" He replied, "It has not been announced yet, only that it will temporarily be placed in a special order, and the decision will be made after we arrive there." Suddenly, he frowned, his sharp eyes saying, "With my current strength, being first is obvious. Those involved in this fire plan don't dare decide, probably under pressure from those with vested interests." Danin, "Actually, both Commander Tron and I think you're rushing too much to secure the top spot. Currently, the first position belongs to Zhang Ming's son. While Zhang Mian's faction has influence in the capital, our strength is clear here, and we will definitely have a place at the top later. For now, we are not afraid to step back." He continued explaining, "So even Zhang Mian's side will show a friendly attitude towards you, not otherwise. Uncle, I understand your meaning, but I am like a fox facing the wind, vulnerable to the storm. But I have reasons I cannot avoid fighting. Regarding the major matter, I cannot explain it clearly to you for now, but I hope you can trust me. Every step I take is not a decision made out of youth and recklessness, which only makes him remain silent." Danin transformed into 2 swords, one blue and one red, and looked at Tio-Hai, saying, "I will definitely crush the broken stone." The next afternoon, in a large hall, big cars appeared in front of Danin's group. Everyone looked up, and Xiaohai spoke. "They're here. This entire fleet is equipped with the latest generation of spiritual energy fighters. Just these few combat aircraft can turn Tianfeng into ruins in an instant." A loud cough sounded as they prepared to line up and welcome. A group of people stepped out from inside with great momentum, walking proudly forward. He couldn't help but marvel at the sight. The pressure was truly immense. No wonder they are the elite of the capital, at least a baron level. Then quickly ran over to them, extending his hand warmly to greet. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Tianfeng. You must have had a hard time on the way here. We are the ones who look down on Xiaohai." He walked past him quickly, glancing back with an awkward smile and thinking, "Oh, he's just a minor commander of an unimportant safe zone. No one is here just because of him." Lam Yue approached Danin, extended his hand in greeting, and asked, "Are you Danin?" "I am the captain of the 27th Army Space Unit in the main city."
Lam Nue, just call me Old Lam. We are responsible for escorting you back to the main city. He stretched out his hand to quickly respond.
Danin is having a hard time. Looking at him makes him think. Everyone is so calm, completely unlike a young man from such a small place.
You walk past them, waving your hand and saying, Old Leckham, no more delays, let's go. The group led by Lam Nue looks on with very displeased expressions.
Lam Nue thought to himself that with his aura, the task given by General Zhang might be a bit more difficult. He recalled Zheng Mian's instructions. Lam Nue, as he welcomed Danin back, was thinking of a way to get him for Arnatmi. The fighter jet streaked across the gray sky.
Lord Danin, we will soon be approaching the outskirts of the war zone. Some senior friends in the army have prepared a party to welcome you, hoping you can join a little, but you still keep a cold face, silent and unresponsive. He keeps rambling. Trust me, you'll definitely benefit a lot from meeting them. You've been traveling for a long time, so you must be tired, right? Which makes Danin feel a bit suspicious inside. Is this because someone wants to delay my time to participate in the third-tier trial? Then you decide to smile politely and decline. I appreciate Captain Lam's good intentions. As for the meeting, let's discuss it after I advance to the third rank.
Lam Nue's heart grew more conflicted. General Zhang Man asked for his help to delay time.
If gentle persuasion doesn't work, then he switches to signaling the pilot ahead, so we have no choice but to be firm. Suddenly, the plane that was flying normally burst into smoke in midair, and the pilot's scream pierced through the silent sky. We're in trouble. The spiritual fighter jet has encountered an issue, so we have no choice but to land at the nearest place.
This made Danin furrow her brow in displeasure.
This is obviously deliberate. That General Zhang's guts are pretty big. You quickly rushed forward and pressed the dagger against the throat of the pilot threatening you. I don't think the problem with this fighter jet is that serious. It's just that your techniques haven't met the standards. If you let him keep flying, I'm afraid it will destroy the machinery and kill everyone. If that really happens, I'm afraid those above you will also be held responsible. So move aside quickly so I can drive.
Lam Nue was so terrified he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Did this kid figure out the problem?
When it said that everyone would die if the plane crashed, did it mean it wanted to fight? If a third-rank cultivator fights, the plane will definitely fall.
Even a genius, how could a young man from such a small place have such courage? He quickly regained his composure and ordered the unfortunate pilot.
If Lord Danin can repair the fighter jet, then let him try. It's all just to lower Danin's guard. This time it's only to buy some item. There's really no need to cause trouble.
He quickly pressed the control button, performing the maneuver while scolding, Danin will only do this one time, so everyone watch carefully. His hand decisively pulled the control stick and continued to warn, don't forget the steps and don't mistake that person. The plane quickly resumed its normal swift flight, leaving both Lam Nue and the pilot stunned by the series of maneuvers just performed. He couldn't help but admire internally. Such decisiveness and determination are probably rare among high-ranking officials. He's definitely destined for great things. I'm afraid I joined the wrong team this time, but luckily, I can fix it. He saluted respectfully and said, Commander Lam Nu, the commander of the 27th Army Corps' Air Defense and Space Forces, greatly admires you, Danin. Hearing that, Danin also politely replied, I look forward to your guidance in the future. The plane quickly arrived and landed at the capital military base, the second military zone. Kuo Bin and Duong Tran quickly stepped forward to greet him. He pretended to introduce himself, saying, Is this Brother Danin?
I am in charge of the incendiary project.
He also politely shook hands and continued,
Danin, hello General Duong. Danin, we've arranged a special dinner for you and several high-ranking officials also want to meet you. You casually wave it off and state your purpose.
There's no need to rush. I want to start the third stage trial right now. Both of them were stunned in surprise.
What? Right now? Why are you now placing me in a special order? Instead of the initial sequence saying I need to go step by step, isn't it because my superiors haven't seen me in person and want to assess my potential? So now, if I just pass the third-tier test, my strength will be obvious at a glance, right?
So isn't that also skipping some procedures? Guo Bing couldn't help but frown and said, This young man is right. He's quick to act without wasting a single minute. But this kind of neither humble nor arrogant attitude is truly inexplicable and deserves no respect. Duong Tran also propped his chin in thought. This guy really knows how to add fuel to the fire. If he participates in the trial tonight, Zhang Yang is currently in a dungeon. He basically can't make it back in time. After pondering for a while, he suggested, Danin, let's start the trial tomorrow, and it will be convenient for all the high-ranking officials to observe together. Guo Bing, beside him, also agreed. That's right. Let's get his condition into the best shape tonight, and tomorrow his performance will definitely be better.
Since you've achieved your goal, there's no need to haggle, and you agree right away. Tomorrow works too, so it'll be a tough day for General Yang.
Danin felt like celebrating inside. The housebreaking effect really works, after all. They have to respect you.
I initially wanted to arrange something and join tomorrow, but honestly, it's definitely not going to be easy to get their approval tomorrow.
The effect you used on the roof earlier is a specific psychological manipulation technique in negotiation, namely the house demolition effect. For example, if you say this house is too dark and you want to open a skylight here, people will definitely not allow it, but if you propose removing the roof, they will compromise and agree to open the skylight. Lu Shun. What?
Besides delaying the report, are you also delaying for another night? Where is Lam Nue?
Didn't I tell you to bring Danin to me?
Cook Bin calmly analyzed. Don't even mention Lam Nue anymore. That guy doesn't even bother to show himself to me and Duong Kwok Bin. Right now, we can't be too stubborn.
Zhang Mang's seamstress furrowed his brow and angrily said, I must report this to Zhang Yang, or I will send some third-rank death knights to his place. Only then can everyone stay behind in the dungeon. In Danin's resting room, he sat among sparkling spirits absorbing energy and couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect the temporary special treatment to be so lavishly arranged. Does the country really have so much money? Although these spirits have little effect on improving my condition, they still help in adjusting my state. Next to Danin is a seed plan and reward list.
The boy continued to immerse himself in his thoughts, looking over the first list.
Not only is the winning quota 1 million points, but the more you think about it, the tighter your brow becomes. And you can also receive a full set of customized blue equipment and level-appropriate weapons. You can visit the treasury twice a month to freely choose resources.
Based on this standard and progress, I can reach the death stage in less than a year. The next day, at the Trigod Trial Tower, thousands of people flocked to watch the lively scene. Chatter filling the giant tower. I heard that someone is participating in the triple-stage trial with this seed plan. Hasn't this seed plan just started not long ago?
Who said there weren't any? It took me more than 10 years to reach the third stage. When the gate below opens, the audience in the stands erupts in cheers and shouts. The seeds are entering. Seeing their faces clearly, the audience couldn't help but marvel. Oh, why do I feel like they all look to be around 30 years old? Jianin on this side watched for a while and couldn't help but sneer inwardly at the high officials.
They knew the seeds wouldn't be promoted to the third rank in a short time, so they sent 2 top-tier second-rank experts to seize the first place.
They just want to exploit loopholes in the rules, delay their promotion to the third rank, and steal resources.
Well then, let's see how I deal with all of you.
Kwok Bin announced, Welcome all high-ranking officials to oversee us. The 3-gem trial begins now. Then he began the roll call. Are all the seeds participating in the trial here? Someone suddenly spoke up. I am still here. Zhang Yang, with a muddy face, pointed at himself and reported, in first place. Truong Duong saw him appear and couldn't help but feel cautious, as if he had just come out of a dungeon. But what does strength matter if he's still weaker than those who replaced him? Your number 1 spot today will definitely be taken by me. Truong Duong here is also full of fighting spirit. Danin, to keep up with this trial, I had to sacrifice 4 loyal third-rank uncles in the dungeon. They died because of your forced hand, and sooner or later I will settle this score. A portal opens quickly, and the organizer announces that if everyone is here, the trial may now begin. The first round of strength testing is about to begin. Anyone who reaches level 10 will earn the right to ascend. The higher the level, the greater the reward. Not only that, but if you can make it onto the global ranking system, you'll also receive an exclusive reward. The system display shows the seed plan and the list of benefits. Number 1, the Northway battlefield in North America. Number 2, Ivan Wolin in the Eastern Europe battlefield. 3rd, and Yossi from the Soviet Union zone. 4th, Hoa An from the Ha Flower zone. The loudspeaker kept blabbering on. Opportunities are rare. You must seize them well. Anin couldn't help but feel annoyed. I didn't expect my ranking to be so low. With this kind of humiliation, I must clear my name today. Zhang Yang volunteered first. I went ahead and completed the stereoscopic system. This trial must place me in at least 5th. A few others quickly responded as well. I finished the agility system and also joined in. Me too. Seeing that it's quite good, the organizer immediately asked, Is there anyone else? I'm here too, Danin. The willpower system made everyone stare at him with their mouths open in shock, and Kwok Bin loudly reminded him. Danin, this is a strength test and a test of your willpower at the back. Why are you in such a hurry? I will remind you later. Is there any rule against participating? If there are none, then keep going. This time I want to participate in not only the strength system, but also take all 3 other systems. Wait until later and I will surprise you all. Zhang Mian couldn't help but sneer in contempt. He just wants to ensure he advances to the 3rd rank. Mr. Lam immediately turned around, puzzled. Oh, why do you say that? He answered calmly. As we know, among the 3 trials, the willpower system is the hardest, and no one has ever passed it in history. With his attribute points, he might as well try and see if he can break through to the 10th level. Then Zhang Mian happily laughed out loud, at worst just becoming background for others with different power systems to shine. But in that case, it would be better not to do it at all. Mr. Lam also planned to jump in right away. General Truong's words also make sense. Zhang Yang looked down and challenged Yanin, thinking that with the same attribute value at level 2, he could compare himself to me. You are truly naive. My talent allows me to unleash my power, but what about you? Da Nin simply reminded coldly. Stop talking so much. As soon as I step through the teleportation gate, I'll start provoking. If you have enough courage, don't hesitate. Go ahead and compete. He can't argue back, but he's still stubborn. If you're going to take the exam, then just do it. Who's afraid of whom? The system is now announcing that a few people are entering the strength trial. In the strength trial, you will face various enemies. After defeating them, you will proceed to the next level. During the strength test, all equipment will be removed and other attributes reduced. Please prepare. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. After entering the dungeon, he immediately made a battle plan. All cursed equipment was removed, leaving only basic functions. From level 10 to above level 20, you can rank in the top 3 in the world, with level 23 being the limit of humanity in the apocalypse. A hellhound suddenly appears, but of course he remains calm and continues with his plan. Then my goal is to reach level 24. 2 cold strikes kill the monster before it even has a chance to roar. You remain calm. The first few floors are just appetizers, so you can pass through quickly without much effort. The system now reports that the first level hellhound has been slain. After clearing the first floor in 30 seconds, he moved on to the next, chopping a giant monster in half while feeling bored. These first few levels are just mutated chicken-like creatures. It's really boring. The system continues to notify that the first stage novice claw digger has died. Kwok Bin observes the situation through the camera and can't help but marvel. The first 7 levels are quite simple. Everyone is advancing at the same speed. To distinguish their skill levels, you have to wait until they reach the 7th to the 10th floor. No one knows who will arrive first. Hearing that, Zhang Miang pointed at the screen showing Zhang Yang and boasted loudly, "Are you all blind or what? Who said there isn't? My son has already reached the 10th floor." After bragging, he turned around to mock again, and Da Nin is still struggling on the 8th floor. Lam Nin is just flattering as usual. That's right. Congratulations to General Jiang. It seems Da Nin isn't as formidable as the legend says. If you keep chasing speed after passing the first 7 levels, you'll surely run out of energy soon. Da Nin remains calm, teasing the monster behind him while secretly mocking those people. Those fools will probably never understand one truth, that those who laugh at others today may be the ones who cry last. Everyone is carefully watching every move of each contestant. As soon as the camera on Zhang Yang's side goes dark, Guo Bing quickly reassures the audience that due to the powerful energy field of the mutated body beyond the 10th level, images can no longer be displayed. Hearing that, Zhang Meng laughed proudly. Fine, my son was the first to turn the screen blue, clearly. Mr. Lam beside him also didn't forget his task of flattery. Surpassing 10 floors in 10 minutes, the battle could be said to end in the blink of an eye. This time, Da Nin took on the strength challenge, truly inviting shame upon himself. Hearing the praise, he boasted even louder. That's right, after all, the top spot still belongs to my son. Kwok Bin wasn't bothered and calmly announced. Kai ranks 11th after passing level 10, Da Nin is 18th after passing level 10, and currently, Truong Duong is on level 13. Truong Man behind him is laughing so hard his mouth is wide open. Number 18 is struggling to pass, and this speed isn't even as fast as a crying snail. Ha ha. One person barely makes it past level 10. Another is at level 13. General Duong, you need to open your eyes and see clearly. Guo Bing doesn't bother with that kind of loud-mouthed fool. He pondered quietly, and although he wasn't a strength type, based on Da Nin's report, it shouldn't be like that, right? In the dungeon, Da Nin leapt into the air, focusing on recalling his memories. I remember in a previous life, its weakness was its back. Before the monster could turn around, I delivered a fatal blow to its back, sending it to meet its ancestors in an instant. He thought to himself that as he landed smoothly while calculating, he had reached level 12 and still didn't need to switch attributes. Spiritual energy and stamina were still full. The system announced that he had passed level 12, only 10 seconds left before the battle begins. Please get ready. Seeing this, he quickly devised a battle plan, then gradually used attribute points to switch modes, releasing spiritual energy and stamina. Focus all your strength on attacking the 21st floor before using your strongest move. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, Zhang Yang finally feels proud as he surpasses the 16th floor. I'm sure I'm the first one. Still, he's very cautious, but I have to persevere a bit longer. Try to pass a few more floors, climb the leaderboard, and make everyone gasp in amazement. I have to defeat Yaning so thoroughly that there's nothing left. Outside the dungeon, a group of seeds has given up, all exhausted and complaining non-stop. Damn it, why is the difficulty so much higher after that? Yeah, are the ones who make it past level 20 on the leaderboard all monsters? Anyway, I can't do it anymore. Reaching level 14 already cost me half my life. It's okay. As long as we pass level 10, the mission is considered complete. The monitoring screen is now filled with slashes, with only a few people remaining in the deeper levels. Guobing announced that most of the challengers had exited, but Yaning was still inside and could endure the 15th floor, a feat worth noting for someone of willpower. Mawang, hearing this, scoffed disdainfully and turned to gossip with Mr. Lamb beside him. I guess level 15 is just his limit, unlike my son who has reached level 17. Just 3 more levels to enter the top 10 in the world. Mr. Lamb kept chattering on like a parrot. Yes, Zhang Yang is truly outstanding. Guobing looked over with a look of admiration, but after level 15, Zhang Yang's speed clearly slowed down significantly. Indeed, Danin is a bit strange. Not only is he not slowing down, but he's actually speeding up. Am I mistaken? Immediately, the screen shows Danin on the 16th floor, leaving him both surprised and delighted. Danin is on the 16th floor. It's not an illusion. He's really speeding up. Zhang Miao is so shocked his eyes are wide open, he shouts, "Is he about to catch up with Yang Ni?" How is that possible? Mr. Lamb beside him quickly reassured him. It's just luck or risking everything. But if he pushes himself too hard, dying on this level isn't impossible. The audience below is buzzing non-stop. Danin has also reached the 17th floor, a mind type that has surpassed even the 17th level. What kind of monster is this? Luckily, Zhang Miang clenched his fists tightly, silently cheering for his son. Son, keep going. Don't let Danin surpass you. Over here, Truong Duong is unleashing all his strength, attacking the monster in front of him. But the monster was unharmed and even managed to land a painful punch, knocking him far away. He finally managed to stand firm. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration, fearing that surpassing this obstacle was already his limit. This time, just after leaving the dungeon, he faced a challenge, and his basic condition wasn't fully optimized. Then he quickly made a decision. Well, since he's the leader, there's no need to risk his life here. Truong Duong concentrates his energy on the spear in his hand, channeling all his spiritual power into the battle fortress, and with lightning speed, he leaps up and swings his axe to deliver the final blow to Kai Thien Fubo. The last strike shattered the monster into pieces. He was exhausted, barely able to breathe, and spoke slowly. Phew! Finally, the old man withdrew from the challenge. Zhang Yang quickly was transported out of the instance by the system. Zhang Meng hurriedly rushed over to ask about him and helped him up. The son saw his father happily embrace him. Dad, I did it. I passed level 18. I am the first one. He is also gentle with his son. But happiness is often fleeting. Seeing his father silent after that achievement, Zhang Yang quickly asked again, Dad, what's wrong? Then he quickly realized something was unusual, turning to the judge above and asking, I've passed level 18. This is the best achievement of the Huaxia front in the past 2 years. You are the first. Why isn't anyone congratulating you? The cold notification screen displayed Danin level 19, causing Truong Duong to panic and shout, Wait a minute, Danin level 19. Zhang Mian added, He passed level 19 in just 3 seconds before you escaped. Zhang Yang, furious, clutched his chest and coughed, shouting, How is that possible? How could he have rushed up to level 19? I don't believe it. The system must be broken. You guys must have seen wrong. Zhang Meng calmly advised, Dining has reached level 19. Although everyone was surprised, this has been confirmed. In fact, from level 15 onwards, he was climbing nearly 1 level per minute, just like he did in the first 10 levels. Truong Duong quietly said, feeling sad, No way. How could I lose? You have the power of a strength. You're an SS level talent. The people who sacrificed for you are not just a joke, right? Seeing you like this, he also couldn't help but soften his voice to comfort you. Son, don't be like that. Zhang Meng gently placed his hands on the little one's shoulders to comfort him. Son, never doubt your potential. This time, it was just because time was too rushed. One failure isn't a big deal. Besides, you're not necessarily worse than Danin.
As long as we are fully prepared, I'm sure you can also pass level 19. The audience in the stands buzzed once again. Danin, he has already passed level 20, level 20, level 20.
So doesn't that mean he's already in the top 10 worldwide? Seeing that, Kwok Bin quickly ordered to inform the deputy commander of Daiha. The subordinate immediately received the order and rushed off, like the wind. Yes, General Yang. He announced loudly that such a genius and such a miracle must have senior leaders of Great Xia present. Inside the dungeon, Yan Ning was facing a huge, terrifying monster. He silently calculated in his mind that beyond level 20, there are only Type 3 and Level 3 variants. Without enchanted equipment or powerful skills, dealing with these variants alone is still somewhat difficult. He charged forward while activating the system, converting his 5 willpower attributes into agility and quickness. The monster spat out a cloud of poison that obscured his vision. Danin kept dodging gracefully and muttered to himself, "Even though it can't match my speed after transforming, I can't just run away without fighting. To defeat it without getting hurt at all, I think that's impossible." You leap into the air and make a decision, first finding a way to limit its poison spray while activating your Da-Nin system and focusing energy into your sword, preparing to strike and converting your 5 willpower attributes into strength. A powerful slash cuts off the monster's tentacle, but it still doesn't seem enough. The 5 points of willpower conversion are too few. Strength, agility, and physique can't all be optimized at once, which is a bit troublesome. Then he quickly jumped up to dodge the boss's counterattack. Luckily, it couldn't spew poison for now. Danin continues to call the spiritual energy system to accumulate power. He strikes, transforming his strength, and with a powerful slash, cuts across the monster's head. He leapt again, slicing the boss's head clean off its neck, then continued to strike with powerful horizontal and vertical cuts across the creature's body, tearing apart its flesh. Dainin lands unscathed behind the shattered remains of the boss. The system just announced the successful clearance of level 21, and the battle will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves. Hearing that, you become even more determined. Whoosh, finally I did it. Then they can use a powerful move to finish him off immediately. Suddenly, someone reports that Deputy Commander Fong and Commissioner Ho have arrived. Vice Commander Fong Hao and Political Committee Chief Ho Chi Bin approached, and Kwok Bin immediately went to greet them. "Commander Fong, you've finally arrived," he asked. "What is the current situation?" Then they looked at the screen. Guo Bing raised his hand, smiling warmly, and said, "Just a minute ago we passed through level 21, still not out yet." Fong Hao heard this, his face full of joy. "That's great. We can keep going, my great army." He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly the notification appeared. Danin, level 22. Chi Bin immediately pointed at the board and shouted in surprise, "President Fuang, Danin has surpassed again, now at level 22. Hearing this, he was so happy that his aura radiated outward. "Floor 22, so you're in the top 3 worldwide." Guo Bing quickly said, "Don't get too excited, or your energy waves might be too much for others to handle." It was only then that he realized, awkwardly lowering his pressure, and with a regretful tone, he replied, "Sorry, I was rude. I used to be considered a talented person of the Xia, working hard for half an hour to barely pass level 21, but Danin only took a minute to surpass level 22. "How did he do that?" he continued. "It's strange to say, before level 15, Danin only showed normal performance, but from level 15 onwards, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. Almost every minute was a level, but at level 21 it slowed down, taking about 10 minutes, and level 22 was destroyed in the blink of an eye, which was completely abnormal." Zibin thought seriously for a moment before sharing his hypothesis. "I heard he's part of the willpower faction. Is there any issue with that information?" After speaking, he suddenly glanced at the contestants beside him, crossing his arms and mocking. "Anyway, for the sake of power and profit, some people won't hesitate to use dirty tricks, making others feel guilty and unable to look directly, only avoiding eye contact." Wang Hao suddenly became angry, shouting loudly, "Small schemes every day might be forgivable, but anyone who dares to insult the nation will not be easily forgiven." Does this mean President Fong is implying I did something wrong? I really only had Duang Chan do a few small things. I didn't force any information, let alone falsify it. Guo Bing asked. "It's been almost a minute, and Da Nin still hasn't escaped. Is he going to keep going?" He replied, "I heard that after level 22, you have to face 3rd-level mutants alone, and the trial is not like a battlefield. You can't use any equipment, charms, or skills besides your own abilities." Inside Danin, he still used his skills to kill monsters, with a brilliant glow. The notification continued to display new information, and he looked amazed and shouted loudly. Danin is on level 23. Fang Hao looked happy as if he had just found a treasure. He clenched his fist, smiling as he spoke loudly. "We've passed level 23. Qibin also happily added that
Previously, the global ranking only reached level 23.
With Danin's speed, is he about to surpass him? The father and son, Truongman, are so excited they're gaping. He said eagerly, "That's right. Now, Danin has firmly secured the top position worldwide." Mr. Lamb beside him can only slap his face in frustration and say,
"Sigh, it seems there's no longer any doubt that the number 1 is self-destructive."
Fuang Hao was moved to tears. We originally planned for everyone to advance to level 3 so Da Nin could be in the background, but now it seems all just a joke.
If I remember correctly, it's been 37 years. North Wayne, the top power in North America, has held the number 1 spot for 37 years. Chi Bing added, "Weeha has not been in the top 10 for over a decade now."
Fuang Hao turned to Kwok Bin happily and said, "Yes, our great Ha is finally able to hold its head high again."
"Very well. Report this news to the Supreme Commander immediately. Danin deserves to be treated with the highest level of respect, and we are ready. We will have a detailed conversation after Danin comes out." He immediately becomes serious.
"Yes, Commander Fuang." Everyone approached the gate, waiting for him to come out. After waiting for a while without any movement, Chi Bing spoke up. "Is it almost another minute?" Danin still hasn't come out. Could it be that he still wants to continue, even with his strength, once the next level opens? He won't be able to escape anymore. Fuang Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. The next level might feature a mid-tier level 3 mutation, and then it won't be just one challenge anymore. Suddenly, he was stunned as if he had realized something. He immediately turned around and shouted loudly to Kwok Bin, Duong Kwok Bin, to find a way to inform Danin and tell him to come out immediately. No need to continue anymore. Moreover, call a medical team immediately. He replied, "The training tower blocks all communication, so contact is impossible." After hearing that, Fuang Hao looked worried, clasped his hands in prayer and begged, "Please, little ancestor, I beg you, don't act impulsively, don't rush in again. One mistake and everything will be over." The countdown began. Everyone was anxious and sweating. The system panel displayed a message saying that the trialist Danin had completed the strength challenge. After seeing the notification, all 3 of them were overjoyed. Fuang Hao said, "He has stopped. He's stopped." Then he glanced at Kwok Bin and asked, "So where is he?" "Why aren't you coming out? The challenge is over, so why?" "The global announcement hasn't gone out yet," he hurriedly explained. It seems he requested not to leave and continued straight into the next speed challenge gate. The global announcement will only be broadcast after leaving the challenge. The system panel suddenly displayed a new notification. The speed challenge has opened the teleportation gate. The contestants are ready. Danin approaches the gate, eager to continue a few more levels in the strength challenge, but level 23 is enough to secure first place. Then fine. Keep the prime and fall into heaven for the upcoming challenges to ensure safety. You reach your hand through the gate, and there is also a hidden rule in the 3-tier challenge. For those who have awakened, participating in consecutive challenges will accumulate and stack results. If you leave halfway, the extra rewards will no longer be available. I must get this reward no matter what. The system notification screen now displays a new message. The agility challenge involves a monster maze that opens after 1 minute, with the passing speed evaluated based on completion time. Inside, monsters will attack without the possibility of counterattacks, so you must rely solely on agility to get through. As long as he reaches the exit of the challenge, he will complete it, and the faster he goes, the better the reward. He stands in the middle of the maze, staring at the notification board, which displays the Global Strength Challenge rankings with Miyamoto Fujiyama from Japan's IB-95 Gus Battleground as number 1. And Miyamoto Nin mutters that Miyamoto's innate ability is a rare combination of physical traits, allowing him to merge with the walls and continue rushing forward without obstruction. It seems that Gauss not only has an innate talent for speed, but also excellent calculation skills, allowing him to accurately plan escape routes. The top 10 list is mostly SS rank, and with just a shift in willpower and a few speed points, it's truly not enough to compete. Switching scenes, Lin Nok gazed intently at the notification board and said that now all eyes were on Da Nin. Although feeling uncomfortable, she didn't think it was entirely a bad thing. Anyway, the top talents of Great Xia have arrived, and with Zhang Yang defeated painfully by Danin, the sharpness test begins. Please proceed quickly to the exit. She quickly runs away. If I can just beat Danin in this match, I might at least secure a spot in the second list. Being in the top spot also counts as making a name for our divine safe zone. Lin Ngok thought. Indeed, a complex maze that even she couldn't destroy. With my ability, the best solution is to stick to the right side, even if it's a bit winding. But this is the most confident and fastest method I have. Suddenly, she jumped up and kicked the head of a giant purple serpent monster.
As for the sudden attack from the mutated creature, it spat out blue venom at her. She quickly dodged it with my S-grade keen senses. Lin Nguk keeps running and assessing the situation behind her. Avoiding them is definitely not an issue. Over here, Jian Nin is being chased by two huge mutated monsters. He kept running and assessing. Although this maze is very complex, judging by the completion time on the leaderboard, its size is probably not very large. His eyes sharpened. As long as I run at full speed toward the center of the maze and then use the dimensional slash, I can teleport directly to the exit. However, as you get closer to the exit, two other mutated monsters block your way. They ferociously charge at you, really annoying. The closer you get to the center, the more mutated monsters there are. Da leapt to dodge the attack of the green monster, while at the same time swinging his sword powerfully at the purple monster. Luckily, even relying solely on muscle memory, I can avoid most attacks. He glanced around to assess the situation, as the battles from my previous life had ingrained this skill deep into my bones. Meanwhile, Lin Ngok was running when she collided with a huge, fierce-looking octopus monster. She irritably said, "This damn thing, these mutated creatures are getting harder to deal with." Tat Fong then used his ultimate move to slip past the monster, but just as he escaped, she ran into another one. Lin Ngok panicked, thinking, "It's over, there's one more," then shouted Tat Fong. She was hit by it, but although slightly injured, she finally managed to dodge. "I'm running out of strength. I have to go faster, even faster. The exit must be nearby. I have to get past Danin." On this side, Danin has run to the center of the maze but is surrounded by monsters. He faces the monsters, finally reaching the center, and everything is chaos here. Then Danin activates his skill, the dimensional slash. I must quickly reach the exit. Outside, at this moment, the three of Fuang Hao are watching the screen intently. He said, "You can't see what's happening from the outside during this agility test." Guo Bing turned and replied, "President Fang, don't worry. The agility test will end very soon. It will only take about 3 to 5 minutes at most." Zibin also added that based on Danin stopping at the strength test, it shows he has very good control. I'm afraid that the more of a genius someone is, the more likely they are to have a high ego, and when faced with failure or challenges, they become more vulnerable. Look over there, that's Zhang Yang, a perfect example. It feels like he's about to be completely destroyed. Hearing that, he immediately spoke up. Da Nin is the willpower type, so it probably won't come to that. Chuang Duong sadly asked his father, "Will he lose this time? Are you interested? Will you lose?" He turned to smile and replied, "I will lose. I will definitely lose. This time, he will definitely perform terribly." Suddenly a voice said, "Looks like there's a signal already, so fast someone has already passed." Could it be my Huang Lin Ngok? She is the most talented person in this challenge. She passed in just 1 minute, so that means another person has made it onto the list. The scoreboard displayed the words as Zhang Mian and his son looked at them, causing you to faint from shock and others to be stunned with their mouths agape. Guo Bing shouted in amazement, once again amazed by Da Nin. Shibin was just as amazed. In only 1 minute and 8 seconds, he became #1 in the world. Fang Hao was overjoyed. The kid is really impressive. Do you have any surprises we haven't seen yet? Lin Ngok hobbles out, clutching her wound. She looked at the scene in front of her, shouting happily, "No fake challenges have come out yet." Anin hasn't gone out yet. I was the first person. I did it in 2 minutes and 1 second. She looked proud. This time, even though I wasn't very outstanding, at least I could make it into the top 20 in the world, right? Then she looked up at the announcement board and was immediately frightened. Dun Nin is in first place. I lost, and the gap is even bigger than the one between Truong Duong and him. Lin Ngok was so shocked her head spun, she fell to the ground, and her father hurried over. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Look, the Supreme Commander is here." The Supreme? Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen the Supreme Commander with my own eyes. The highest commander of the Great Jia. Li Tuyen-Kwok enters with dignity. This time, Da Nin truly caused a huge sensation. Commander Fang Hao immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Commander, Da Nin just won first place worldwide in the Agility Challenge." He then asked, "Where is he?" He replied, "He has chosen to continue with the physical challenge." Tuyen-Kwok angrily shouted, "Destroy the system and get him out," causing chaos among everyone. Then he suddenly changed his expression, smiling brightly and said, "I think everyone is too tense. Just a little joke. Ha ha, Da Nin, this kid is truly a demon. Let's just watch calmly." They are speechless, only able to smile awkwardly, thinking to themselves, "Commander Song, you should choose the right moment to joke. Everyone is tense enough already." The system display shows the top physical challenge rankings in Southeast Asia, with Nyafo's endurance value at 1. The second place in South America has the endurance value almost twice that of the third place.
You carefully examine the endurance of the leader, which is nearly double that of the second place.
Maybe he has the ability like having 2 lives. The system display also shows participation in the physical challenge. The challenge seen this time is a regional battlefield type, with the level of mutation changing based on cooperation within the city. In this challenge, you can only defend and cannot attack. The more damage you withstand within a unit, the higher your evaluation will be. The challenge lasts 10 minutes, and you can choose to leave early, but doing so will be considered a failure. The front area is filled with small monsters, and the further back you go, the higher the level of monsters.
The time limit is 10 minutes, and you can only defend, not attack. Daning watches the horde of monsters rushing toward them.
That means if I want to achieve a good result, I have to actively enter the high difficulty area.
You also said a willpower attribute shifts to agility as long as I can dodge the incoming attacks.
Then he quickly drew his 2 swords and charged straight ahead. I will immediately rush into the level 3 mutated monster area.
Daenin quickly attacked the monsters and then activated the Heavenly Fall to defend for a few seconds, so his endurance definitely wouldn't be an issue. Outside, Quan Quoc crossed his arms and asked, "Fang Hao, do you think Daenin can win first place in the physical challenge?"
He waved his hand and replied, "General, although I also very much hope to witness such a perfect miracle, objectively speaking, I think it's unlikely. You also know that physical talent isn't like other abilities, which can be seen immediately from appearance, such as Generals Tan Fong and Chuang Hai. Both of them have extremely muscular appearances, but Daenin doesn't seem to quite fit this standard. On the other hand, the person participating in the challenge alongside them, Haozi, you always speak so cautiously." Ha ha ha. Did you previously predict based on theory that Daenin could win first place in both strength and agility? Making Fuang Hao so confused he didn't know how to respond. Tuyen Quoc kept slapping his face and saying, "I will set an example for you. I dare say that not only Daenin can take first place, but he might even become the first clone to reach the death stage. If I'm wrong, it's just a face slap, no big deal." Fuang Hao was even more confused. He hesitantly raised his hand and said, "Commander Da, please don't hit any more." The scene shifts to the peak of the 2nd floor, where a monster is frantically attacking Daenin.
But he quickly dodges. He's almost there, though this area seems quite difficult to pass.
The monster becomes even more frantic, channeling all its strength into its arm, and while he is distracted, it strikes him hard, sending him flying away. Daenin crouched down, 1 foot to keep his balance. That punch just now hurt him so badly he was bleeding. The monster didn't give him a moment to rest and quickly attacked again with its foot. Luckily, Daenin managed to use his strength to dodge to the side, narrowly escaping that massive foot. Thick dust and smoke fill the air, forcing you to shield your eyes. Suddenly, a tentacle emerges from the haze, smashing into your arm and causing you to drop your sword.
Daenin quickly runs away. Annoyed, he says, "Damn it, my left hand can no longer fight. I have to retreat from the top floor area first and then think of another way. Then call Fu Kui out."
Li Fu Kui helps me pick up the sword. Fu Kui appears from the space and responds, "Yes, master." Thick smoke covers the 2nd floor peak area, with a massive, heavy elephant in front, a creature of great strength, each part of its body serving as a primary attack organ. After speaking, Daenin swung his sword and jumped high, perhaps to use it to get past this area. His eyes turned cold.
"If I can successfully identify its weakness, I can use my flying ability to cross this area." I rush straight at the monster elephant, take a defensive stance, then shout loudly, shifting my body.
The monster's elephant defense knocked you out as expected. Daenin flew to the top of the 3rd floor, looking down and shouting in joy. I succeeded. A loud bang echoed, and you fell to the ground amid thick dust and smoke. Daenin sat up and said, "My physique is still too weak. If I go further, I will definitely die without a doubt." But suddenly, a monster crawled up from the ground. He pondered what his next move should be. Testing the power of the downfall heaven. If he truly couldn't endure it, retreat was his only option. The monster lunged its sharp-toothed mouth toward Daenin. He unleashed his skill, fully activating his spiritual energy with the devouring heaven defensive stance. The protective barrier immediately formed, shielding you from those sharp teeth. Suddenly, Daenin's eyes became sharp. He smiled and said, "The protective layer is too thick. I can always trust the SSS level sword skill of the system." The system display shows the durability value 1. The durability value has far surpassed the previous global top rank. Why is this 10 minutes taking so long? The protective layer has been bitten through by the monster. Nin uses all his strength to hold on. His face grim, energy depleted, the protective layer can no longer hold, forcing him to use all his jump effects and quick attacks, but he cannot attack the mutated monster. The protective barrier bursts, revealing the monster. Yes, Nin took the opportunity to jump up high, soaring directly above the monster. The system notification announced that the 10-minute challenge had ended. Do you want to retreat? You immediately let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the 10 minutes are up. Da-nin immediately chooses yes. Outside, everyone was focused on watching the notification board when suddenly they saw new information appear. Da-nin has a resilience value of 74T. Guobin continues speaking. Da-nin is the top-ranked globally in the physical system, surpassing Anak Fo by 30%. When Fuang Hao saw this, he marveled that it was a crushing defeat, completely crushed. Tuyen Kwok suddenly spoke seriously. First place across 3 systems. This is a miracle. My grandfather suspects that Da-nin has some kind of problem and changes his tone to chuckle. Maybe he's not human, but a god. Ha 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 ha. I'm just joking. Don't get too stressed out. Ha 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 ha. The Fuang Hao group can only force a smile in helplessness. Commander, it's you again. Jia Nin is kneeling here, and in front of you is the notice board, with only the final endurance test remaining. I need to use this time to adjust my state. Although my left hand is temporarily unusable, luckily the willpower challenge doesn't require fighting. The notification board displays the information. Please finish reading and prepare for the challenge within 1 minute, or you will be considered to have forfeited your right to participate. 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, 7 seconds. After reading, Da-nin said confidently, "It seems the system won't let me take a break if I want to receive the hidden reward. Then let's start the challenge. No matter what, this is my home turf. The notification board provides information. Please choose the method of trial, the normal willpower challenge. In a normal trial, you will have the ability to use your skills normally to fight enemies. Your performance will be evaluated based on the time taken to defeat the units, and only after completing 7 rounds will you be considered to have passed the special willpower trial. During the special trial, you cannot use any skills except your innate abilities. All enemies you face will be generated based on your memories. After completing 7 rounds, it will be considered a pass." Seeing that, Jia Nin said, "The most commonly chosen training method in the will system, and also the one I used to level up in my previous life. But now all my skills are recharging and I can't fight with my left hand. Looks like I can only choose the special trial." Then Da-nin made his choice. In an instant, with the message of the special trial starting, he was transported to a different space as Tu-hai hurriedly ran over. Looking around, Da-nin silently thought that the memories blocked in the first round were from the Heavenly Wind safe zone, and the feeling inside here was also incredibly real. Just then, Tu-hai rushed over, and Mr. Baldhair said, "Da-nin, you're just in time. Hurry up." "Sorry, Uncle Xiao, but I have to decline." Seeing that, Tu-hai turned back to ask what you meant, but you still kept a cold expression on your face. Without hesitation, Da-nin delivered a straight punch to Tu-hai's stomach. "The true form of the monster doesn't appear. He wants me to feel guilty and test my mental endurance, huh?" He immediately struck me, and Tu-hai still groaned, saying, "I never expected that from you." But then Da-nin only left a message saying, "Uncle Tu, I'm truly sorry, although I feel a bit shaken inside. I can't stop here and step through the open portal ahead." A voice echoed, and in the next moment, Da-nin was transported to a scene where Tran Zhao and Tran Dung were fighting against thousands of giant alien creatures. Tran Zhao, under the control of the tentacle monster, shouted, "Brother, listen!" And Tran Dung responded in panic, "Come on, Tran Zhao." He turned to Da-nin. Tran Dung immediately called for help. "Da-nin, please help me. Tran Zhao is trapped by the monster." "Tran Dung, I have never asked anyone for help in my life. Take my sister away, and I will stop this mutant creature." But Da-nin only replied with one sentence, "I came here and moved to eliminate Tran Zhao right when she was in the hands of that monster." Witnessing this scene, Tran Dung turned pale and shouted loudly, "Da-nin, why are you doing this?" Before Tran Dung could understand what was happening, he was swiftly struck with a sword. Tran Dung quickly reunited with Tran Zhao in an instant and coldly said, "Even though your brotherly bond is touching, it's not enough to make me confused." With a sharp as a blade gaze, Da-nin didn't let the moment drag on and gave the order. "Sorry about this. Next round is here. You stand in front of Lam Lam sitting on the ground before you, and she says, 'Go ahead. You said you wanted me, didn't you?'" With a seductive pose, Lam Lam looked at Da-nin with a knowing gaze and said, "Anyway, I can't resist now, and there's no shield to give you that chance." Suddenly, Da-nin raised his sword high and said, "Perhaps for many with strong willpower, this level will be very difficult." And then, without hesitation, he drove his sword straight down with cruelty, believing that it was actually easier for him than the first 2 rounds since he still has a clear conscience for killing Lam Lam. Despite Lam Lam only managing to shout one word, Da-nin calmly walks away, leaving Lam Lam's body behind. I think the system really underestimated me this round. And he ordered the next round. Now Da-nin must face the 4th challenge, Wu Tin. Standing before him, Wu Tin, blushing in her casual red bathrobe, said,
Danin, although I usually look very casual, I did it on purpose to make my father angry.
Today is the first time. I hope it will be for you. Standing before this scene, he covered Vu Tin's eyes without showing any sign of hesitation and gave her instructions. Yen Vu Tin, thank you for your kindness, but please close your eyes. That is the greatest respect I can give you. Then, in an instant, he finished with Vu Tin and ordered the next round. The scene shifts to a high school where students are gathered, and it seems the school has been attacked by something. The students looked extremely panicked, and Tha's glass windows were also shattered. This place has endured a major shock, with loud banging on the doors despite everyone inside blocking them with desks and chairs. The teacher led the students bravely, grabbing a weapon to reassure everyone that they shouldn't be afraid, because he was here. The teacher can definitely take you all away. At this moment, Jia Nin, dressed as a student, quietly feels a bit surprised and wonders to herself, is this the classroom I had when I was 14? The sound of breaking doors just keeps getting louder. It was only then that you realized everyone else, including the teacher and classmates, had died, and you were the only survivor. Seeing the girl beside you trembling with fear and tears in her eyes, you also remembered that it was the last time you saw your friend Vuong Chan. The good memories of Vuong Chan gradually come to mind. Danin recalls that she still remembers that day when she didn't know where she got it from, sharing half of her bread with him. But he didn't eat and just gave it to him. Breaking into his memories, Vuong Chan suddenly sobbed and took his hand, saying, "Danin, will you protect me, yes?" "Is that right? You will take me to a safe place, right?" Danin replied with a slightly disappointed look. "I also really want to take you, and everyone else too." But then his face darkened, and he decisively pushed her away, saying, "But regret is just regret, and I no longer have a real chance to change. If I take you today, the mission will fail, and you won't be able to truly come back to life." That made Vuong Chan wonder, "Danin, what are you talking about? What are you?" Then Danin immediately pushed her down, grabbing her throat with tearful eyes, repeatedly whispering, Sorry, I'm really sorry." Despite Vuong Chan struggling and calling out, "Danin!" Seeing that Vuong Chan was completely gone, Danin held his head in agony and cried out painfully, "This damn system don't use emotional attachments on me." And then the whispers and murmurs started to spread. Danin strangled Vuong Chan to death. He has also mutated. Everyone run away quickly. Danin didn't care. He immediately used his magic to lift the broken glass pieces and ordered, "Controlling the mind. Killing someone leaves no trace. I'm sorry, everyone. No matter how cruel it is, I can only move forward if there is a next life." That familiar phrase echoes once again. At that moment, in that house, Jia Nin had to face the image of her little sister Xiao An crying out, "Mom, what's wrong?" After many trials, Danin's spirit had completely collapsed. He tiredly wondered to himself whether friendship and love, or perhaps the sixth circle, are really just family bonds, and how cruel this experiment must be for it to finally end. Little sister Xiaoan, tears streaming down her face, said, "Brother, you're back. Mom, Mom." "Tian, don't be afraid. I'm here now. Mom won't." In an instant, her expression changed, and with a murderous intent, she was about to attack him, saying, "With you here, Xiaoan is not afraid anymore." Xiaoan then lunged with her bare hands, stabbing straight through Danin's body, and only then did he come to his senses. Little Anne still kept her innocent look as she approached and asked, "Why don't you hug me, brother? Did I do something wrong? Did I make you angry?" Without hesitation, with pain and regret, Danin still tries to decisively strike at the girl while begging. "Sorry, Xiaoan is my fault. Please don't blame me." Seeing Danin approaching, your mother also tremblingly called out, "Xiaoan, my Xiaoan Nini, why did you?" But then without explanation, he simply said, "Mom, I'm sorry, really sorry," and then painfully raised his sword. After everything, he collapsed in tears of sorrow. Danin moaned, "My loved ones are gone. Only one final round remains." He kept shouting, "What tricks does your system still have? Bring them all out now." But suddenly, Danin immediately felt a bone-deep pain and fainted, as a mysterious energy radiated out. In the depths of the abyss, you wonder if you are already dead. Suddenly, distant voices keep calling out, "Danin, Danin, please wake up, you did it." Making you tired, you open your eyes as voices keep calling out, "Come on, wake up, we need you." Surrounded by countless people, Danin slowly woke up. Seeing that, everyone around cheered happily. He's awake. He's finally awake. Danin faintly woke up, wondering to himself, "Where am I? What's wrong with me? Weren't I in the middle of a third-stage willpower trial before?" A person standing nearby happily said, "Danin, you did it. After you broke through to the fourth stage, you immediately fell into a coma. We were worried you might die,
Luckily, you're awake now. We finally have hope.
Hearing this, Danin was stunned. 4-star level, coma. You all. Could it be that I have returned to my previous life when the capital was taken over? At the same time, those mysterious bright energies also appeared, seeping into Danin. Seeing this, I was stunned and thought to myself that my left hand had fully recovered. My stomach was completely normal and uninjured, and moreover, the strength within my body was even greater than ever before. In an instant, the entire hospital room was filled with the brilliant blue glow of this energy.
Seeing that, Li VM beside him couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, "Is this the power of a 4-star level?
Even the peak of level 3 cannot withstand it. At last, we finally have hope." Suddenly, another soldier hurried in to report that General Livium, the front line, is about to fall. That mutated level 4 monster is gradually breaking through our defenses with the army. Hearing that, he anxiously asked, "Danin, how are you doing right now? How are you? Can we still fight? If we need to rest, even if we die, we will fight to buy you more time." But in the face of this new power, Jianin was still stunned. What is all this about? You remember that earlier, when facing the level 4 mutated monster, didn't you already die? Thinking back to the scene when your teammates rescued you, Jianin believes that's not right. You probably weren't dead at that time, just a few level 3 experts risking their lives to save you. You think that after returning, I forced myself to break my will's core, tried to break through to level 4, and then fell into a coma. But why don't I remember this part before? Unable to figure it out, Danin softly exclaimed, "Could it be that this is a side effect of forcibly breaking through to level 4? But then Danin suddenly realized that perhaps the rebirth, or whatever, was just a dream he had while unconscious, a dream that has now disturbed his current memories. The more he thought, the more his mind panicked. Danin shouted loudly, "What is real here?" Then suddenly, a wave of power radiated from him. Seeing that, Livium immediately created a shield and advised, "Danin, you haven't fully controlled your new power yet. Don't try to force it. Rest well. Only when you recover your strength do we have hope." While holding back Danin's new power, he took the opportunity to give instructions. "Everyone, follow me to the front line and give Danin time to recover." Realizing he had lost control, he forced himself up from the bed and tried to calm himself down. "Stay calm." Danin took deep breaths, reminding himself to stay composed. "Even though I just woke up after being in the hospital for a while, I still want to understand everything that happened clearly. To uncover the truth, I need to get out of this room first and then decide what to do next." Outside, now the world has become dark and chaotic. In the sky, a flock of strange birds follows each other in a large formation, accompanied by scream. The front line is about to fall, and the underground shelter is the only safe place right now. As the bloodthirsty birds attack, people push and shove to get inside and save themselves. They kept shouting to let me in first. I have an elderly mother above me and a child below, and mutants could be flying from the front line here. The unfortunate people outside are constantly attacked by the birds. They panic and shout, "Help! Get out of the way! Let me in first!" There, a woman desperately holding her child, even as a brutal man tramples over them. He gruffly orders, "Get out now! I am an awakened one. Anyone who blocks my way will die." Even if there is a child in that woman's arms, he still continues his inhumane actions, thinking that it's hard for me to become awakened. Nearby, a gang of armed thugs approached aggressively, shouting, "You fools dare to block the awakened, you're dead, get out of the way." They drew their swords and attacked the surrounding civilians. They claim that I am also an awakened one. The common folk must get out of the way. The awakened are the true hope of humanity. Ordinary people, even if they live, are of no use. Everyone around was wide-eyed with amazement as they watched the two self-proclaimed awakened individuals ruthlessly attacking the villagers. In an instant, their formidable power tore the two apart. Seeing this scene, everyone around was wide-eyed in amazement. They recognized this as Danin in warrior attire, with his new formidable power looking down from above. Seeing that, the villagers shouted, "Master Danin, please give a serious order. Follow the order properly. Anyone harming each other will be treated like a monster." From afar, the flock of bird monsters was approaching one after another. Danin softly recites the skill, gathering spirit sword, summoning a giant sword in his hand to face this trouble. With a single slash, he has wiped out the flock of birds flying in the sky, leaving only feathers drifting everywhere. Using his new power for the first time in battle, Danin remarked that this level 4 strength was so real and so powerful. This time, he felt that there was nothing he couldn't do. It's time to reach the front line and face the level 4 mutated monsters again. Even though we've cleared the sky, the people on the ground are still in danger. Everyone was rushing and fleeing in chaos. A group of soldiers armed with weapons received the mission to deal with the monsters underground. Among their group, a person charged forward passionately and said, Brothers, follow me to block the weak spot. But no matter how far he advanced, in an instant he was overwhelmed and thrown to the ground by the monsters. In a situation where he couldn't fight back, he still tried his best and bravely said, "Don't think you're the only ones who know how to bite people. Even without legs or arms, we still have mouths." Without hesitation, he bit into the flesh of the monsters. The soldier still couldn't resist mocking, "Your flesh really does smell terrible." But with the overwhelming number of monsters, he was still torn apart by them. But with an unbreakable determination, the soldier shouted one last time. Humans will always survive seeing his fallen comrades. Everyone else charged forward, shouting together, "Brothers, our commander has fallen, and we must follow his example. Die fighting on the front lines. If we fail, before he can finish, Zibin immediately believes that even if we fail, Commander, Da Nin is still here. Humanity still has hope. Fuang Hao believes it's all because we didn't discover and nurture Ha Nin sooner." To lift everyone's spirits, Tuyen Kwok just laughed loudly and replied, "If there were a medicine to undo regret, I'd surely have children and grandchildren now." "All right, everyone stop overthinking. We're about to approach the monster. Get ready to strike. Surround the level 4 beast and now give the order to form a formation, aiming for its head." Seeing the squad of high-ranking officers, the soldiers below gradually regained hope and excitedly said, 7 top generals of Daxia working together can overthrow mountains and seas. If we can kill the level 4, we will have hope." Up above, the 7 officers quickly drew their weapons and seized the opportunity to attack. Everyone focused all their strength, shouting loudly, "Lang Nat Tien, Hon Don Tram, Dui Kai Tien Git." But then a powerful energy began to gather from the 4-star monster's chest cavity. In an instant, the attacks of the high-ranking officers were deflected by a force. Seeing that, Tuyen Kwok gritted his teeth and said, "He dodged it." Immediately, the officers were seized by the monster's tentacles. Feng Hao shouted in madness, "Why is the distance so great?" With only one remaining tentacle, the monster managed to take out a high-ranking officer, leaving only a broken skull. Seeing this scene, the soldiers below immediately fell into panic and thought, "It's over. Less than 3 seconds. We're dead. We're really dead. Why is it like this?" From the command center, all the battles are being watched on the large and small screens at the headquarters. Seeing the current situation, Su Tian can't hide his shock and believes that Li Yuanguo and his generals have all informed Da Nin to lead the final team to break the encirclement and retreat, protecting the fire. He struggles to decide and says, "We'll make one last call to the world and end everything." But then his assistant immediately stops him and says, "Wait, Commander, look quickly. It's Da Nin. I see Da Nin." At the front line, you, with your mighty strength, charge straight at the monster. With sharp eyes, Da Nin confidently says, "We meet again." The level 4 mutated monster is already approaching with a large crowd of little ones. Da Nin still stands tall with powerful energy surging wildly. Seeing your figure, everyone cheered. "It's happening! Da Nin has appeared." Down below, the crowd of Thaithi gradually retreated in fear. The soldiers equipped with weapons immediately shouted to attack. "Look, under Da Nin's pressure, Thithi Triu is starting to retreat, brothers. Charge forward." As for the level 4 monster, it still stood motionless, not making a single move. Seeing that, you wondered why the lesser ones retreated, while the level 4 mutant remained still. Even if I now have level 4 superpowers, I wouldn't be able to create such a situation, right? Da Nin wondered, if all of this is just an illusion, if this is a level 3 trial after rebirth, then what exactly do I need to do to pass the trial? Will killing the monster in front of me end the regrets of my past life? A soldier's voice echoes from below. "Master Da Nin, please act now and seize the opportunity. Before it makes a move, you should act quickly. You are our last hope." Hearing that, he took the sword in front of him and said, "As long as I am willing, I can end this disaster at any moment and make everything beautiful again, right? Whether it's a trial or not, as long as I can kill the 4-rank monster with a single sword, my regret will be eased." But before I could finish speaking, a sudden shout rang out. Nin Hai made Da Nin's eyes widen in surprise as a child's voice called out again. "Big brother, look back to where the voice came from." 2 blurry figures appear in the space. It's Xiao An and his mother. Da Nin's mother keeps urging him on. "Nin Hai, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and kill it, and our family will never be torn apart again." Xiao An beside him added, "Big brother, kill that monster so we can live happily together." Their faces looked very different. Suddenly, Vuong Chan appeared mischievously, looking at you and promising, "Da Nin, as long as you kill this monster, I can come back to be with you." Hearing this, he shook his head vigorously to dispel the thoughts that the system's influence had planted in his mind. Damn. Nin realizes that this system really goes to great lengths to make him take action. Holding the sword in his hand, he says, I think I know what the final stage of this willpower test is. If everyone also wants us to end it all, then just end it. Now, from the control center, the senior officers are watching Da Nin's battle. Kwok Bin wonders why Da Nin still hasn't come out since it's almost 9 o'clock, and Huang Hao immediately speaks up, saying it doesn't make sense. He used to pass the tests very quickly before. Hearing this, he worried that something unexpected might have happened. Shibin guesses maybe not. If Da Nin chose the first test, he would pass the obstacle easily without losing any skills. If the second option is chosen, you must absolutely trust your own will. The old man believes that whichever way it goes, as long as you follow that principle, there should be no problem unless you have exhausted too much energy after 3 rounds. Hearing this, Tuyen Kwok advised everyone to keep waiting and see what happens. Suddenly, a loud bang on the table echoed from behind, and Zhang Mian, with a serious expression, addressed everyone. Da Nin still hasn't figured it out. Maybe there's another possibility. He immediately asked, Truong Man, what do you mean? Just say it directly. My opinion, Commander, is very important and related to the national interest. I hope you can issue the highest order to cut off all communication channels to ensure no information leaks. Truong Man believes it's not just that, but also the people at the location. All under level 1 control. Fang Hao immediately retorted, Truong Man, what exactly are you trying to say? The cost of blocking so many people like them? He paid no attention to his words and continued to persuade him, saying, Commander, if what I say is not important, then I, Zhang Ming, am willing to accept the punishment and resign. Given the situation, he was a bit troubled. Seeing General Tran Tru, Truong Man shouted, Sir, at this point he has no choice but to give the order. Issue my command to immediately block off the perimeter and activate level 1 security. Immediately, a protective shield was activated, enveloping the entire control center. A notification sounded, indicating the defense system was now operational. He believed that, Sir, I think Da Nin can lead the 3 major systems worldwide because he has found a foundation within the system. Moreover, no matter how strong his talent is, whether in strength or physique, he cannot surpass the obstacle through his own abilities. Fang Hao immediately suggested, This is the only way we can explain why the test of willpower, which should be for the strongest, is so difficult. Zhang Mian, you're just threatening us now. But then Zhang Mian reminded him that don't think that's impossible. Did you forget 16 years ago, there was someone who awakened in North America? With the temporary ability to copy system items, although the copied items have no effect, they can still be accepted by the NBC dungeon. With this ability, he has almost fully exploited all major dungeons and accumulated a huge amount of resources. It wasn't until he accidentally revealed his true strength within the system that he was detected and eliminated. Zhang Yang continued, Since then, we realized that even nearly divine systems can still make mistakes. My father is right, Da Nin must have found a flaw. Hearing that, Truong Man was very confident in his opinion. He believes that, Sir, if Da Nin can get out, I suggest you interrogate him directly. As long as we can copy his abilities, our Ha military zone will make an unimaginable leap forward. He immediately intervened. Sir Commander, is it too early to draw a conclusion? Da Nin's life or death inside is still uncertain. Is it really necessary to capture and beat him up just after he finally managed to come out? This will send chills down people's spines. Absolutely. Tram ended the debate, and Tuyen Kwok spoke up. Don't argue anymore. I have already made a plan. First, wait for Da Nin to come out safely. Then the voice said, the words constantly echoed in his ears on the front line. Lord Da Nin has already defeated it. Kaka has already defeated it. Nin Ni has already defeated it. Standing before the 3 figures that always haunt me, I only reply, Sorry, I don't think everyone should drown in past failures and keep imagining how to make up for them, no matter how difficult it is or how bright the future may be. Da Nin thinks that I also don't want to live in false illusions and immediately thrusts the sword through my body. Even if it hurts, I still try my best. Da Nin's eyes gleamed with determination as he firmly said, Even if reality is cruel and difficult, I will face it once more and change it, because only by looking forward is the truth. I can't deny that in my previous life I was defeated miserably, even though I was always afraid of failing again. Raising my sword high, I poured all my strength and shouted, But this time I will destroy you. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, and due to the shockwave and exhaustion, I was unable to stand. Jianin continued to fall freely through the air as the continuous notifications appeared, indicating that the willpower trial had ended. Currently, as the top in the world, after the trial ends, you receive a special reward announced worldwide with attribute calculations. The first place in the strength trial gains 3 attribute points, with strength doubled upon leveling up to the 3rd stage, totaling 68 points.
The first place in the agility trial gains 3 attribute points, with agility doubled upon leveling up to the 3rd stage, totaling 68 points. The first place in the speed trial gains 3 attribute points, with speed doubled upon leveling up to the 3rd stage, totaling 68 points, and the first place in the willpower trial gains 3 attribute points, with willpower doubled upon leveling up to the 3rd stage.
A total of 68 points combining all rewards. Overall rank 1 received 10 bonus points to all attributes. All attributes increased to 78 points. Gained the innate enhancement of strength and fury, the innate enhancement of agility and super overload, the innate enhancement of physique and resilience, and the innate enhancement of willpower and dominance. The system announces the completion of reward equipment, the hidden challenge, and the receipt of 4,000 reputation points along with a prestigious title. The perfect individual, after wearing it, can be exempt from A-level system privileges. A series of other notifications then appear. Calculate the reward equipment and choose any 4-star blue equipment, or exchange the choice for a 1-star processing equipment to receive a special item. Resurrection grade medicine for the execution. Receive all special items. Time key for the execution grade received. The talent reward summary. Your current SSS level willpower talent has been upgraded. Spirit Shield of Violence. The Spirit Shield of Violence receives a 100% attribute boost within 3 seconds and gains mental control with a defensive mental stance and chaotic thinking skills. The cooldown time for the innate talent is 24 hours. Just then, he also appeared from the space gate. Seeing Da Nin, Tuyen Kwok and everyone cheered happily. It's done. Da Nin's trial is complete. The number 1 is still the world's number 1, and he is the only pure fire type who surpassed the 3-stage trial. But for you, Da Nin felt a sharp pain and thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The global announcement would be coming soon. The global announcement was immediately issued, updating the rankings of the trial tower. Current ranking. Strength, trial number 1 in the Hoaha Battleground, Da Nin, Agility, trial number 1. Hoaha Da Nin Battleground, Physical trial number 1. Hoaha Da Nin Battleground, Willpower trial number 1. Keywords like Hoaha Da Nin, standing number 1 globally kept echoing across the earth until now, and only then could you finally relax. Da Nin collapsed onto the ground, his face pale and weak, and said, "Even the system isn't a waste of risking my life." Luckily, Fang Hao and the medical team arrived just in time, and he anxiously ordered, Da Nin, where's the medical team? Don't just stand there, hurry up and save him." After examining your condition, the doctor reassured us, Deputy General, don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just a broken left arm. Besides that, his physical strength and willpower have been drained too much. He'll recover after a few days of rest." Hearing that, he sighed in relief and said, "That's good. You almost gave me a heart attack."
Commander,
You should carefully reconsider my previous assessment. I suggest using mental strength to forcefully awaken Da Nin and interrogate him immediately. Fuang Hao couldn't hold back any longer and immediately objected. Zhang Meng, you're not being so unreasonable. Want to go after Da Nin? First, you'll have to step over my dead body. How could Commander Fuang not want to act based on his sense of duty for the country? If my guess is correct, Da Nin is just a disposable tool, which makes him so furious that he blurted out.
Mr. Jibin also spoke up. Sir, I do not recommend this. Even a tiny mistake could lead to very serious consequences.
So Thaian also agreed. That's right, sir. Da Nin has been performing very well. We shouldn't doubt him. If this happens, it won't just dampen Diep Nin's spirits, but also affect the entire future of Huaha. Tuyen Kwok pondered deeply before making a decision. 3 days, let's wait and see if he can wake up within that time. Then the agency said, first, take him down and treat him well. No mistakes allowed. Watching him being taken into the ambulance, Zhang Meng's cunning gaze began to consider his plans. 3 days? I'll wait to see if you, Da Nin, still dare to wake up. All the high-ranking officers are now gathered around Da Nin's bed. Truong Man asked, Sir Commander, more than 117 countries have inquired about Da Nin. How should we respond then? Hearing that, Tuyen Kwok replied thoughtfully, 3 days now, little Da Nin. He immediately suggested, Sir, the best doctors in China are here and say that Da Nin's vital signs are still intact and all his wounds have healed. He probably isn't waking up because his conscience is bothering him and he's just pretending. I suggest we start breaking Da Nin's spirit right now. Hearing that, Zhang Mian said, I told you 3 days ago, wouldn't Deputy Commander Fuang be able to tell right from wrong? He said sharply. Don't be reckless. Doing that will truly cause a big misunderstanding. Seeing that, he didn't dare to make another sound. Zhang Mian ordered, Who's there? Prepare the equipment and get ready for a psychological interrogation of Da Nin.
The devices are immediately brought in by the staff.
Even if they start the test with him right now, he still tries to oppose it. No, Commander, we can't do this to Da Nin. Hao Tzu, I don't want to do this either, but it concerns the interests of the nation. Hearing this, Fuang Hao clenched his fists. Then the test began.
Zhang Meng ordered everyone to step back as the staff began attaching neural signal wires all over Da Nin's body.
Just as he was feeling triumphant that all he needed to do now was put a helmet on the boy to uncover the secrets inside Da Nin, the boy suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Da Nin sat up suddenly, accidentally breaking the connection wires and wondering, "Where am I?"
Seeing him wake up, Kwok Bin excitedly shouted, "He's awake! He's awake!" Next to him, he happily exclaimed, "Thank heaven, he's finally awake." He immediately joyfully ordered, "Good, he's awake. Stop those nonsense things right now." Da Nin still didn't understand what was happening and asked, "Are you all Fuang Hao?" Then rushed over to him, proudly showing his device and saying, "I am Fuang Hao, Deputy Commander of Dai Ha."
He also enthusiastically introduced, "Da Nin, you've never met him before. This is Li Tuyen Guo, the Supreme Commander of Dai Ha. This is Commander Ho Man. You've met him before." Holding the iron helmet in his hand, Da Nin said, "But I want to ask what this is. It doesn't look like a treatment tool at all." In this awkward situation, Ji Bin skillfully said, "Da Nin, if you are awake, then we have some questions for you. What is your talent? Can you open the system panel and let us take a look?" Hearing this, Da Nin just replied, "Oh, I see." He thought to himself, these people usually don't punish him promptly and just leave, but the first thing his father asks is if he wants to torture him. It's ridiculous, but unfortunately his divine sword system can't be exposed, or else he would be erased. Da Nin immediately retorted, "Officer Ho, doesn't the army know my talents? Why? Since when did the army require awakening individuals to reveal their core system?" Hearing this, the old man fell silent, and Chi Bin stammered, He was sabotaged behind the scenes and got upset." Da Nin, we suspect that something is wrong with your test results. Did you take advantage of a loophole to win the previous debate? This is very important. I hope you will cooperate and not try to hide it, or else it will be too late for Zhang Ming to finish speaking. Da Nin then thought, Lo Hong, are you suspecting me? You think I deceived him, making him unsure of what to say? Fang Hao hurriedly said, Da Ning, that's not it. Please listen to our explanation. But then he was interrupted by him. How's he couldn't just brush it off? Da Nin, I'm sorry, we said you exploited a loophole, but your achievements are truly remarkable. Facing Da Nin, Tu Yen Guo politely said, First of all, we are all very pleased that you have brought this honor to Hua Ha. Second, I want you to understand that even if you truly exploited the loophole, it is extremely valuable to Hua Ha. Here, on behalf of the commander, I assure you that as long as you accept it, you will still be the leader. Hearing this, Trong Man worriedly said, Commander Da Nin cannot let go easily. Once the awakening net from outside touches him, the consequences will be very dangerous. But then he just snarled menacingly, Enough, Truong Man, you're talking too much. Can't you reel in that tail? Making him too afraid to speak. Truong Man gritted his teeth, thinking bitterly. Da Nin doesn't dare reveal the news system. Obviously, it has a guilty conscience, which is very suspicious. But still the commander wants to keep him from being number one, so wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Da Nin thinks that although the problem clearly lies with Truong Man, from another perspective, he can understand the considerations of those in power. But I still feel very disappointed in this person. This time I suspect a flaw in their innate talent, and next time I can't let some tragedy happen again like it did in the past life. You agree? All right, I will tell you right now what that loophole is. Lieutenant Soai Fuang helped me find a high-level divine beast crystal ball here. Hearing that, he immediately volunteered. All right, I'll go right now. At that moment, he seemed overjoyed, thinking it would only take a few seconds to open the system panel, but instead he went to find a crystal ball. Are you trying to prove that you are invincible? Even at SS level or higher, you can't display such heaven-defying abilities like you do. No matter what the results of this test are, they can't prove that you haven't exploited loopholes, especially since Jianing has already calculated everything. Suddenly, he turned around sharply and started a conversation. Commander Zhang Mian and Zhang Si, right? After I finish checking, if you still have questions, then talk to me again. At that moment, Fuang Hao also pushed a cart carrying a giant piece of crystal forward and introduced it as the highest-level test-grade crystal. Standing before this crystal, Da Nin said, You don't want to know the flaw, right? Then take a good look here. Touching the glass, he immediately creates a surge of condensed power. Faced with this destructive energy, everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim. This is the crystal gradually cracking under Da Nin's power, allowing his strength to seep inside. In an instant, The crystal is completely destroyed. The announcement also sounded. Tin. The current test results. The SSS level talent in the willpower system. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. SS level, huh? Junin then asked, "Are you satisfied with this loophole?" Impressed by the display, Tuyen Kwok sighed. "Well done." Next to him, Fuang Hao cheerfully added, "I told you it wasn't there." Even Chi Bin was surprised and exclaimed, "Is there really such a level as SSS in this world? I thought it had never existed before." Kwok Bin couldn't hide his amazement and said, "This divine level fluctuation." As for him, Trung Man's face turned pale as he thought, "We're doomed. This time we're definitely going to lose." "It's okay, I understand. But I heard that the first choice besides the experiment also needs to be compared with the other chemicals to assess combat potential." He immediately thought, "Danin, you don't need to do this anymore. You've already proven yourself enough. Didn't the commander say you were ranked first? You can rest assured about this." Danin approached where Trung Man was standing and suggested that Trung Tu Len, "I hear that young master Trung Duong was ranked first before. I am a person who values fairness and does not like to rely on privileges. Trung Duong is so outstanding, but without actual combat, it's really not fair to him." Hearing that, he could only cry out, "Oh, you respectfully told all the leaders that, sir, according to the rules, lower-ranked positions are eligible to challenge higher-ranked ones. I don't want the top spot. I want to register for a deathmatch challenge against the number one." Trung Duong nghe vậy, Trung mạnh liền cuồng quýt lên mà nói, "Dạ Ninh, cậu cố ý gì hả?" Dự chỗ ngoài mặt cố chức trầm ngâm, những khi nghe xong cậu nói này, ông ấy nhận xét, "Cậu khá lắm, dữ tận nhân. I told you to your face that I wanted to make it up to you, but you stabbed me in the back." Even if Zhang Mian is a bit excessive, killing his son is too much. He is in a difficult situation now and can only endure, reminding himself to stay calm and not get angry, or he will become the abandoned commander. The only way now is to surrender and lower himself to this bloodthirsty lord. Then Zhang Mian forced a faint smile and said, "Daning, the number one position belongs to you. Your talent surpasses Yang Ni's, so on behalf of Zhang Yang, I am giving up the top spot. I'm sorry for what just happened. I only said that because I was worried about your safety. It's all just a misunderstanding." Facing his hypocritical face, Da Nin coldly replied, "Commander Trung, you're too kind, but let's follow the rules. After all, I don't want to say that I, Da Nin, am arrogant and autocratic, breaking the rules. You say Truong Duong is so outstanding, so why should we have to fight to determine who's stronger or weaker? Do you think that's right?" By now, Zhang Mian's face is completely bloodless. Shibin also spoke up in support. "Sir Commander, if Nin wants to follow the rules, then let's follow the rules. However, Da Nin has just been promoted to the 3rd rank and needs time to adapt to her abilities." 3 days later, after the battle results are clear, can we announce the ranking list and the surprises? Tuyen Kwok suddenly realized that Old Ho is truly a cautious fox. How Tu didn't say a word, but still stepped forward to show his attitude. After thinking it over, he must have had a reason to do this. Luckily, there are still 3 days left. Then he made a decision. Then just follow what Lao Ho said. Hearing that, he couldn't hold back his anger, gritting his teeth. "Are we and my son being abandoned? And my Danin? I absolutely won't allow you to harm my son. If you kill my son, I will make sure you die first." On the contrary, he now remains calm with a slight smile, saying, 10 years to avenge is never too late. No, even 1 day late is disrespectful to the enemy. Zhang Ming is also not in a hurry. Soon, you and your father will be reunited. On the rooftop of the building, 2 shadows seemed to be discussing. Tuyen Kwok, clasping his hands behind his back in deep thought, said, "Old Ho, now it's just the 2 of us, so let's be honest about why we should agree to Da Nin." Chi Bin quietly added, "Commander, have you forgotten about the cross-continental backup plan in 10 days? The previous failures have severely impacted our strategic reserves, so this time is crucial. If we can't gather enough spiritual energy to distribute, many of our fighter jets will soon be reduced to scrap metal." He then turned to ask Chi Bing, "Do you want Da Nin to participate?" The old man replied with obvious certainty, "That's right. Besides dealing with the monsters, the intercontinental mission also involves confronting 3rd-stage awakeners from other countries." Then the old man continued analyzing, saying, "So we should go through this battle to see if Da Nin has the courage to kill. After all, killing a person and killing a monster are 2 completely different things." Tuyen Kwok then asked calmly, "But once Zhang Yang dies, Zhang Man is afraid he will go crazy, and at that time internal chaos might break out." Qibing frowned thoughtfully and replied to him. So I suggested 3 days. Once Zhang Mingsheng arrives, he will be fully prepared for his son.
Monday, we also have time to plan 2 options in advance and respond flexibly depending on the situation. Tuyen Kwok happily patted Lao Ho Kan Ngoy on the shoulder, saying, Lao Ho Lai, whatever you say, you always think very carefully.
The old man, hearing the praise,
Worriedly said, Sir Commander, besides this matter, it would be better to declare Ya Ning as SS level to the outside world. Otherwise, I fear he will face deadly danger.
Tuyen Kwok reassured Qibin and continued, just follow his advice, and the other information must also be kept secret. The scene shifts to a room where a young man is sitting curled up on the floor. Suddenly the door opens and a figure enters behind him. Zhang Yang turned to look at the person behind him, and Xiao Tui happily exclaimed, Dad, you're back! Did you discover the talent of that kid yet? Is he cheating? Truong Man still stood silently like a statue, not saying a word, as his son continued to ask, Dad, could it be that that brat has found a loophole? Surely it has been locked up already, right? I'm still number 1, aren't I? Zhang Myung still remained silent, letting him ask repeatedly as if he were about to break down. What exactly is going on? Dad, just tell me already. Only then does he speak in a low voice.
I checked him. Danin has no issues. In fact, he's preparing for a life and death challenge against your child in 3 days.
What? How can it be that he's fine? Is my father mistaken? He seems to have heard some important news, and he hurriedly asked in a trembling voice, Wait, you just said it's a life and death fight? Me and him. No, I won't go anywhere. Isn't it because I can't give up the number 1 spot? You're not going anywhere. Does it want the number 1 spot? Let him have it all. Truongman looked at his son helplessly and spoke.
My father already said that, but that kid is still determined to fight you. Zhang Yang asked back in surprise.
Does it not want to? Does it want to kill you? Hearing that, he started to become furious and said bitterly, Dad, kill him. Before the fight, just kill him. If he wants me dead, then go and kill him now.
He heard his son say that and only spoke in a low voice. I also want that, but killing him now is as hard as reaching the sky.
He now has a team of top-tier experts following him. He asked suspiciously, Who are they? Truong Man, with a dangerous look, said, Threaten them. Trung Dung seemed extremely surprised when hearing that name, his face tense. The army has already sent troops to protect us. There's no more time left. So then you're definitely going to die. Duong Ni, you are my son, Truong Man. I won't let you die. I have contacted some experts from the Third Realm, and when the time comes, they will step in to help. He listened to his father and eagerly asked, Is there any way I can win? For example, props or equipment. He tries to comfort his son, but at the same time he secretly says, These things are useless because they are not allowed in life and death battles. But although you can't rely on external forces, there are still ways. Zhang Yang understood his father's meaning and confidently said, Da Nin keeps talking about the rules, so of course we can use the rules to beat him. Zhang Mang whispered with a cunning look. At that time we won't just be like that. We still have sacrificial soldiers. How strong are you, Da Nin? Kuonglong struggles against the snake at the head of the mountain. Let me see how you will fight me. 3 days later, at the duel arena of the capital military district, spectators packed the stands to watch. Sir, everything is ready. The 3 referees are in position to defend the deadly arena, and the match can start at any time. He heard that and called out, All right, let's go, announce the start. A figure in dazzling silver and white stepped out from the arena, and suddenly, the crowd's chatter grew louder. Is this the Danin who has been causing chaos lately? I heard he's very evil, but why does he look so weak and fragile like this? He looks really thin. I feel like I could kill him with just 1 finger. It's hard to believe. He looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. Jia Nin Hien confidently steps forward and stands in front of the 3 judges. In front of you is the main referee, Lu Van Chao, who hands Danin a list and says, This is the battle roster for this death match. Take a look, and if there are no issues, you can prepare for the match. Hearing this, Danin was puzzled and asked, Isn't my opponent going to be Truong Duong? Why is there a list of names? After saying that, he took a quick look at the list and replied, Besides Zhang Yang, are there 9 other people who have reached the 3rd rank to challenge me? Danin, the list has already been reviewed by everyone above. According to the rules, you can challenge Truong Duong, so other seeds can also challenge you. He still insists that the first 9 bouts will tire you out if you can't hold your ground. Without waiting for Van Chao to finish explaining, Danin just smirked and said, I know. Let's begin. Before understanding what was happening, he raised the list and challenged, Everyone on the list come forward. I want to fight all of you. What? I must be hearing things, right? No matter how strong the talent is, it can't be that crazy. Hitting multiple people at once? Is he trying to get himself killed? If everyone strikes at once, even a mid-level third-rank cultivator couldn't withstand it. Hearing such a crazy story, he was surprised and thought that the higher-ups wanting to save Chuangduang's life had agreed to make a list. But ignoring this possibility, Chuangduang cannot have an accident, and Da Nin certainly won't either. What should I do now? Kwok Bin hurriedly ran over to stop and shout. Da Nin, stay calm. If you don't agree to fight, you can refuse. And this final battle won't affect your first-place ranking either. Da Nin confidently said, holding his two swords in front of everyone's surprise. Is there any rule against fighting everyone? If not, just go ahead and start. Anyway, having many useless people just makes them useless. From the organizer's stand, Fuang Hao said happily and excitedly, I like that cocky kid, the old man beside him complained. You're only seeing the excitement and not noticing the bigger problem? At this moment, the team captain also gave the order. If Da Nin asked that, just follow his advice. The referee will always pay attention to proper conduct during the match. But right now he's secretly thinking that this brat is just like me when I was young. I like the old man too, but taking too many hits isn't good either. I also suffered quite a bit back then. Well, after this incident, it's best to teach him a lesson in advance. Down here, Van Chao also quietly thought that the general's last words clearly meant for us to protect Da Nin. Then he issued the order, and the match began. If the commander has given the order, then let the 10 seeds including Zhang Yang go up together. Hearing this, Zhang Yang nearby couldn't hold back his anger, grabbing his weapon and loudly shouting, He's insulting you right now! Kill him! You must kill him! Mang theo sự diện quân của nó. Câu hỏi chiến thắng của con sẽ càng lớn. Let others make the first move. After it exhausts its spiritual energy, you can rush in and strike with another sword. In front of Da Nin, an opponent armed with a weapon and glaring fiercely at him. Then the announcement on the arena begins to sound. The life and death challenge is about to start. Everyone, get ready. No one is allowed to use tools that cancel all talismans on any equipment. The countdown begins. Below the stands, everyone starts to discuss excitedly. I've never seen a situation like this in Daha before. Someone asked, how many seconds do you think it will take for the battle to end? The other person replied, 3 or 5 seconds, or maybe even 2. Someone else said, I bet 10 seconds. Anyway, Da Nin is the fastest and strongest, so I guess he can hold out a little longer. The countdown sound ends, and the fight begins. The 10 men started shouting and rushing forward, kill him and get rid of him for me. Da Ning just lightly executed a sword move to avoid violence. Before anyone could react, he was struck and thrown several meters away, unable to dodge or block. He on this side, looking pale, shouted, Save me! Soldiers, charge forward now! Before Truong Duong could finish speaking, a young man with a sledgehammer rushed forward, shouting, I, and you will perish together. He swung the hammer into the air, charging straight at you. In front of Da Nin, a wave of power, wrapped in fiery red energy, was gradually overwhelming the giant. He looked up and just smirked, saying, So you even have death soldiers carrying mini-nuclear bombs, but unfortunately you won't get the chance to show off. All he could do now was scream in fear, Save me! Why are the referees still standing there in shock? Hurry up and come with me to save the people. The 3 referees from Luke Vien Cho appeared in front of him, only able to summon a defensive shield to withstand the onslaught of this power. Can this speed and energy really be achieved by a third-tier beginner referee? Pay attention. It's okay if we couldn't save him earlier, but we must save Zhang Yang, or our livelihood will be shattered. Seeing this scene, he only ran away, shouting while running, Save me, Dad, save me, I won't fight anymore, I won't fight anymore. Suddenly a voice echoed behind Zhang Yang. It's okay now, Zhang Yang. He turned around in horror, only to see his head had been severed from his body. The nearby referee, seeing this, only thought to himself, Truong Duong, is he dead? No way. Even the organizer's seats in the stands are no longer peaceful at this moment. He couldn't believe what he was saying. Damn, one move took down the entire battlefield. This kind of fighting power, this kind of decisive will to kill, he asked nearby. Did anyone see that? How did Zhang Yang get killed? Kwok Bin nearby also responded, No, I didn't see anything. I clearly protected him. Old Hu nearby also asked in confusion, Did I just feel like time stood still for a second, or was I mistaken? Back in the fight, I used my power to kill that Zhang Yang, with a disdainful, murderous look. I said, You can't protect the people I want to kill. The potential is fake. No, I have to show you. I am very strong now. He desperately held his son's head and shouted heartbreaking cries. Isn't Yang Ni gone? Mighty man, furious, charges with his strength towards Da Nin and says, I must kill you, you beast. I just find it amusing that I was worried you might hold back. He summoned his power, roared loudly, and with a tiger-like fist shouted at you, Die. Faced with this situation, Danin only calmly thought, although his strength had reached the peak of the 3rd stage, he was truly not much stronger than me. But I bet that not only can't you kill me, but you will also have to die here. Suddenly, Fuang Hao's shout rang out from afar. Zhang Mong stopped and stepped forward to block his attack with a mighty imperial dragon fist. He was forced to take a few steps back, then glared at Fuang Hao with hatred and clenched his teeth, saying, "Fuang Hao, get out of the way. A father who doesn't avenge his son's death isn't worthy of being a father." He strongly warned Truong Man, "If you stop now, the commander will still remember your pain of losing your son and forgive you for the past, but if you don't stop, don't blame me for being ruthless with you." But deep down he was thinking, although he wanted to kill this guy, he couldn't skip the proper procedure. He was so angry he couldn't speak, and Da Nin, seeing the situation, whispered to himself, wanting to stop it. Then that's not an option. You keep flipping this bird behind him and sneer, saying, "Life or death challenge. No matter if you live or die, your useless son doesn't matter, but as a father, you're just as useless. You two are truly a disgrace to the family." He gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "Get out of the way, I have to kill this guy!" Before Truong Man could react, Fuang Hao used his divine dragon pressure to knock him away with a roar. "Truong Man, do you want to die?" He was thrown back several meters, blood all over his mouth. "Commander, that is my son, my only child. Please consider all I have served for the country over the years." Looking at Truong Man, "I am willing to sacrifice my life for the country. Commander, I beg you to grant me some justice." Tween Quoc pondered silently. "Truong Man has already surrendered. Is this really necessary?" Behind, Da Nin's sarcastic voice rang out again. "Old cow, what right do you have to ask for justice? You can't fight back, so you try to play the victim? Are you planning to take all the blame? Want to kill me? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now I'm standing here for you to kill me. Do you dare? Do you believe that if I get hurt even by a single finger, I will make your entire family pay the price, and not even your dogs and chickens will be spared?" Truong Man yelled in fury after being provoked. "I have to kill you, you bastard, I will kill you." He silently thought behind, "Da Nin, this kid is pretty good too. If you've given me enough reasons, I will definitely not let you down." Just as he was about to rush at Da Nin, Fuang Hao was already prepared to fight back. After punching Zhang Mian with a thunderous blow, he said, "Today, I will show you the difference between true peak and false peak confinement." Watching this scene, you secretly think, indeed, the gap in level is not based on numbers. Now, I can easily kill peers or even mid-level 3rd rank opponents, but facing peak 3rd rank or even high-level 3rd rank enemies, I fear I would only have a path to death. After punching him, he finished and then turned to report to him. "Sir Commander, Jianin was indeed in great danger just now, and due to the urgent situation, I was not careful." Twin Quoc Ngeve, Chitan Ying Noi. Vice President Fang also acted out of necessity. Go and bury General Zhang Mian. He silently gritted his teeth and thought, Howsy, do you think I am a fool? Do you think I Da Nin am blind because of your singing and dancing? Forget it. Fortunately, old Hu had prepared an emergency plan in advance. You sincerely thank the commander with folded hands. Deputy Commander-in-Chief saved my life and granted me this justice. Da Nin thanks you deeply and vows to repay the country's kindness with his life." Twin Quoc looked at Thahin, his sharp eyes glancing at Da Nin. He really knows how to talk his way out of things. This brat is really not simple. If you want Duong Dan to make a name for himself, then I will make it happen for you. After thinking, he then issued the order. Tomorrow at the Capitol Square, the first medal ceremony for the Seed Project will begin. The buzzing chatter of everyone gradually grew louder. Oh my god. Da Nin just killed a group of seedlings before I could even see them. And in the blink of an eye, Truong Man was already dead. One wave ends, and the next begins. I feel like my heart is about to stop. That Da Nin guy is so cruel, I must never offend him in the future. The award ceremony for the Hero Medal was held in the Capitol Square. It's a national-level event. Your Majesty is truly about to change. Truong Man's 2 subordinates, Duong Chan and Lam Nue, are also trembling in fear. Duong Chan looked terrified, thinking that General Zhang Man was already dead. I'm afraid it's also unlikely I'll escape death. Lam Nue beside me is quietly reassuring himself. Luckily, I was quick-witted at the start, or I might have died a terrible death. On this side, the commander turned to instruct Elder Lafong to reward him, telling him to handle it with utmost grandeur. In addition, the results of today's deadly battle are all sealed, including Da Nin's combat power and innate abilities. Anyone who probes it without permission will be punished for treason. Qibing solemnly accepts the order and responds clearly. Sir, the next day at the Capitol Square, the atmosphere was lively with a speech from the representative.
After approval from the Danin army of the Great Ha, he will be the first to lead the fire project plan. Due to Danin's outstanding performance in the global trial, the initial rewards have been specially increased as follows. He continued to declare while the marshal was pinning the medal on him, the initial A+ authority has been upgraded to S level. The initial A-level resource quota has been increased without limit, with an initial credit of 1 million points, now increased to 3 million points per month, and a special approval quota of 10 million points annually. The self-selected initial equipment status will be upgraded to legendary level equipment. That is a prominent gold inlaid badge with 3 stars in the center. He continued to introduce, and the initial officer treatment was upgraded to deputy commander, with the initial colonel rank promoted to general. At the same time, Yenin was specially approved as an honorary member of the standing committee, and Wang Tian said happily, "The 20-21 gun salute makes it seem like the commander himself is arriving." Tiu Hai also chimed in. A month ago, the incident when Diep Nin broke into the Tianfang laboratory still vividly remains in my mind. But surprisingly, Kai Lai next to me also spoke up to join in the fun. Yesterday I received a promotion notice, all thanks to Da Nin. On the award stage, Tu Yin Kwok asked with a smile, "Da Nin, do you have any other requests?" Hearing that, he fell silent. His reward now was already quite impressive. If I ask for more now, it would truly be greed without bottom. But if I don't speak up now, I might not get another chance later. Yes, Commander, I hope to be able to participate. The 3-year military meeting is in 2 days. After hearing this, Tu Yen Kwok secretly sweat and think. This brat really knows how to give me a tough question from here. The one beside him is also secretly observing. Da Nin is only 18 years old. What does he know at this age? What is the purpose of attending this conference? Fang Hao, standing nearby, sighed and said, "This kid is incredibly talented. He must be thinking a lot about fighting, so why is he participating in that ZZ meeting?" He patted your shoulder here, happily saying it's no problem. Now that you're an honorary member, you'll naturally be able to choose to attend as an observer, and of course, if there's a good proposal, the army is also ready to consider it. You're welcome, Marshal. The sky has darkened, and after sitting down to rest in the cabin, Ya Ning began to reflect. Try to research it? No, what I want is compliance, after all. If we want to prevent that disaster in Donghai, we must mobilize the strength of at least 1 military zone. But for now, I'll accept it and act accordingly later. Suddenly he walks over and says to you, "Da Ning, come with me." Da Ning is confused and doesn't understand anything. At the military district headquarters, a large armored vehicle is slowly approaching. After leading you to the gate, Fuang Hao said, "Da Ning, from today, you will move here to live." This place is not only strictly guarded, but also surrounded by multiple layers of greenery, making it an elite facility. This fully enclosed metal room is the most secretive conference room here. After leading Da Ning inside, he continued, "I brought you here personally today because I have a secret mission for you. Although technically you just reached the 3rd tier, you shouldn't be involved. But we really couldn't find a more suitable candidate than you." Da Nin replied calmly, "Teacher Fuang, just tell me directly. Fang Hao seriously told you that the Intercontinental Dungeon has an A-level difficulty, a zombie realm, with each country only allowed a maximum of 2 mid-tier 3rd rank and 8 early-tier 3rd rank players to enter. Besides dealing with mutants and completing main quests, you also have to fight against awakened individuals from other countries to harvest more mineral spiritual energy." Jianin silently calculated in her mind upon hearing this. In her previous life, she had been to this dungeon before, but it was not an intercontinental dungeon, and there was no mineral spiritual energy. Suddenly, a system panel appeared with lines of text, a forced mission requiring her to enter the zombie realm dungeon and gain the highest authority in the dungeon. After completing the mission, you will receive an S-rank strategic weapon with a special blueprint for the non-heavenly mothership. He spoke seriously, reminding you that although this mission involves many risks, the combat team will always prioritize your safety. Even before Fang Hao finished speaking, he raised his hand in a military salute and said, "I'm going, Uncle Fang. I'm not afraid of danger. After all, I still believe the mission won't fail." He chuckled happily and said, "Well done, kid. You're spirited. We really didn't misjudge you. So, before you go, if you need anything, just head to the National Treasury to find it." After leaving, a thought flashed through Da Nin's mind. This isn't just a coercive mission. Rushing in to design a flagship for the heavens is worth risking your life for. According to what you read, the ship is 17,000 meters long, 34,100 meters wide, and has a displacement of 10,100 tons. It can carry 64 spiritual energy fighters, 26 spiritual cannons in the hull, and 2 main cannons at the bow and stern. It can also carry 7,000 people, and is equipped with spiritual energy towers, spiritual energy leaves, and automated attack networks. Danin happily thought, this is too crazy. Just reading the basic description already makes my head tingle. If such a thing could really be created, I wonder if it could dominate the world. I must get it. I have to get it, at all costs. As I walk, I think that after reaching the third realm, the system will provide 2 more skill slots. So I still have a few days to prepare, and I need to level up as much as possible. Now that the first place is secured, I'll head to the National Pit and choose 2 S-rank sword techniques before moving on.
Suddenly, feeling a surge of energy wrapping around him, he realized the aura of someone approaching the peak of the 3rd stage. The speed of the attack here was definitely suspicious. Danin, alert, turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" Fuang, with pink hair and a tight outfit, suddenly appeared and said, "Close Guard 009, reporting for duty." She rushed over and hugged him warmly, whispering, "Specialized in protecting Lord Danin." Danin, with a cold face, pushed her away and asked, "Who sent you to be my personal bodyguard? And also, who told you that close protection means this?" Fuang innocently replied, "Foe Commander Fuang Hao sent me, and the close contact is something I just learned from the files today." The boy then asked, confused, "What kind of files?" Hearing that, Fuang immediately struck a seductive pose, pushing her curvy hips toward him, shaking her body and saying, "Exactly like that." Not stopping there, she even knelt down in a provocative stance towards him, pouting as if she wanted to kiss him. Danin shyly waved her hand and said, "Stop, stop." She was innocent. Danin just sighed and cursed. Those high-ups really don't care if you're full of passion. Are things going to happen on the street? Why did you do this? If it's real, then you've underestimated how serious this is. After finishing, he used his mental probing skill to scan himself. A clear analysis of her body appeared before him, with an external armor connected to the chip in her brain and numerous veins in her physical body. Her original brain had shrunk and died, and all her thoughts and actions were guided by the chip. She was more like a machine than a human. After finishing the scan, he reached out and asked, "Nine? Why have you turned into this scene?" She suddenly clenched his wrist, then pressed it to her forehead, using his index finger to activate herself. Fingerprint recognition successful. Dunning gasped in surprise, and the system announced another notification. "It has been officially unlocked. The update command has been completed. Her memories are now appearing before you." In a hospital room, Fuang Hao tightly holds his daughter's hand with a worried expression. Fuang's face is pale, but she forces a comforting smile and tells her father, "Dad, don't cry. I'm going to die anyway." Instead of wasting time, dying uselessly, it's better to donate this body before you go. If by chance it succeeds, it might still serve the country later. I have always believed in your words and the future of humanity, but I am troubled by the moral dilemma. Fuang Hao clenched his daughter's hand and cried out, "But Fuang, this kind of research is 1,000 times more painful than death and has never succeeded. Even if it does succeed, your soul will disappear, and you will become a complete machine. How can you be so heartless? How can you bear it?" She gently wiped his tears and comforted him, saying, "Dad, tell me again the story of the hero's soul from before. The body has been destroyed, but the fighting spirit still remains. So why can't you do the opposite? Your soul will be destroyed, but your body will not die." She smiled gently and continued, "Compared to the pain of disappearing willingly, what is this little suffering worth?" Fuang Hao could only swallow his tears and quietly feel the warmth of his daughter's hand one last time. Fuang, despite smiling, tears welled up and she whispered, "Becoming a machine is fine. I believe the commands my father gave me are surely correct." After completing the memory scan, he was also surprised by what he had just seen. Turning his back, he wondered silently why General Fo, Hao Fuang, and Thuk Fuang. What virtues or abilities does Ninda have to be so highly valued by Uncle that he would have her protect me like this? And is the name 009 also newly assigned? You probably want to force, suppress, and cut off your emotions, right? After thinking it through, he decisively gave the order. 009. Hearing the order, she immediately replied, "Yes." Danin ordered her in a serious tone. 009. Delete all so-called personal study materials from now on, stay close to protect me, and follow my orders. She responds like she's been programmed, yeah. Then he turned around and said, "Now follow me to the Army's top research institute to get the S-rank sword technique." She responded clearly to the order. As he walked, he pondered. "Uncle Fuang, the great cause is not yet finished. So what about personal desires? Although I don't fully agree with your methods, I still have to thank you. Little cakes go, cookies come back. If you trust in my future, then I, Danin, swear I will not let everyone down." Hello, Danin. Welcome to the #1 Research Institute. He saluted you in a military style and then politely said, "I am Wang Xiaotian, Deputy Director. I hope you can give me some guidance." Dining also responded politely. Hello, Director Wang. I want to choose 2 S-rank sword techniques. Is it difficult to find them here? Wang Hu happily replied. Yes, please follow me. Hearing that, he turned to Fuang Fuang and said, 009. Wait for me outside. I'll be back soon. She replied softly. Leading Daning inside, he asked eagerly, Danin, we only have 4 S-rank swordsmen left, and there are more A-rank sword techniques. Would you like to review the A-rank techniques first? He simply replied coldly, No need, just bring the S-rank swordsman directly. He seemed to want to say something else, but since you asked directly, Vuongso, if you have anything to say, please say it plainly. Understood, Lord Danin. I have no intention of obstructing you. As you know, there are many third-rank experts in the capital military zone, and now with only the S-rank sword techniques remaining, there will definitely be issues. Danin interrupted him coldly and said, I know, no problem. Let's go see first and discuss later. He looked at you with surprise and shouted clearly. In front of Danin, there were 4 thick brown books in sequence. Your analytical ability is displayed before you with 4 notifications. The Hellfire Destruction Scroll costs 6,000 spiritual points. In the weak area of the Earth's crust, after being embedded into the ground for 10 seconds, it triggers a volcanic eruption. Next is the Desperate Slash, which costs 5,500 energy points. When health drops below 10%, it can be activated once to deal 100% damage. After killing the target, 30% of their health is restored. Then, the Death Scatter blow consumes 18,000 energy points before launching a deadly slash attack. When the target dies, the trapped soul is released within 3 seconds and gains and uses the combat power of the deceased while alive. And finally, the Extinction Book consumes 8,000 spiritual energy points, continuously gathering power and dealing additional damage to the target after 10 seconds. During the charge time, movement and other skills cannot be used. Danin looked at the 4 books in front of him and assessed them. No wonder only these remain. The ultimate annihilation strike can only be used when about to die, and the Hellfire of Destruction can only be used when choosing the right place. Death Scatter consumes 18,000 spiritual energy points. Ordinary people don't have that much, and the Annihilation skill requires 10 seconds of immobility, making you a sitting target. Hearing you say that, he secretly sweat and cautiously asked, So Lord Jianin, do you want to go see the A-rank sword techniques? The effectiveness is not much worse. We have over 800 types here. Suddenly, he raised his hand towards the books and used a technique to absorb the knowledge from the 2 closest books. Wang Hu, standing nearby, was stunned and thought, wow, has he already learned the Death Drop Song and Extinction? After that, he couldn't help but blurt out and ask Danin, Your Highness, who are you? Danin turned and smiled, apologizing, I'm in a hurry, so I really didn't want to go see the high-level sword skills. Wang Hu, hearing this, didn't know what else to say. After finishing, he confidently waved goodbye to Wang Hu, who was still confused, and said, Sorry for the trouble, Director Vuong. I'm leaving now, he thought with a surprised look on his face. He's in a hurry and too lazy to watch, so what does this mean? His mind is now in chaos. A skill for the 3rd realm to learn and use shouldn't have limitations? Could it be that he's not one of them? Otherwise, why would he be able to request release like that? As soon as he stepped out, his mind started calculating. No matter how major their flaws are, these skills are still rated as S-level sword techniques by the system. Their power is truly terrifying. Death Scattersong can fight to steal souls, and Extinction can fight beyond limits. Right now, Ling is pouring everything into it and has a divine sword in hand. If he doesn't bet now, when else would he? The system interface appears before Yenin with the message, Sword skill enhancement successful. Death dispersal skill level S. Enhanced to S. SS level sword technique. Demon Lord's infiltration. S level extinction sword technique. Upgraded to SSS level divine fury. Sword technique. Demon Lord's infiltration allows for 48 hours of uninterrupted skill activation without any energy cost. The skill consumes 20.005 spiritual energy points, and after killing a target, can lock and control the dead soul within 100 meters, turning it into a puppet for 10 seconds. The combat power of the soul is equal to that of the living person. The system's assessment of controlling life and death of the soul is like the king of hell descending to the mortal world. The Rage of the Gods has a cooldown time of 48 hours for release without consuming energy points. The skill consumes 20,000 soul energy. Summon a level 4 illusion for 10 seconds and deal massive damage to the target. The system's assessment of divine fury is extremely terrifying.
After analyzing the system, he silently marveled that the Sword God system has never disappointed him. Sword Flow Wind Fury deals area damage. Heavenly Provocation Flow light/kills elites, always using Assassination to survive, while Heaven defends against counterattacks. Now with Yama's interference, he can turn souls into weapons, and even if he falls into the underworld, he can quickly turn enemies into nails. Even the Divine Rage creating level 4 illusions. Even if a level 3 wind-breaking attack comes, all you can do is sigh and look up. As he walks, Danin silently ponders that besides being able to unleash a skill once every 48 hours without consumption, he can also freely release spiritual energy. Its essence is that it has independent skills outside the system. I really want to try it right now, but unfortunately I have to go to the Continental Deputy within 2 days, so I have to hold back for now. Suddenly, someone blocked your way at the door. It was Von Yu and her 2 subordinates, who immediately asked you in a domineering tone. Danin, the system has notified me that you have used 2 S-rank sword techniques. I simply responded with a faint smile and asked, is there a problem? I can't use it? The expression on her face twisted as she said yes. You can use it, but you have to leave your combat data before leaving. Nin coldly asked her back, is there such a rule? Is it mandatory to have it? She retorted bitterly, yes, that's right. Suddenly, Wang Xiao hurried over to mediate and said, I am very sorry, Lord Jianing. This is our director, Ms. Wan Ru, and perhaps she wants you to leave the data on the combat power of these 2 sword techniques for the Army's future reference. It's not really mandatory, just voluntary. After all, it's a contribution to national research. She angrily retorted with nonsense. The rule is that not only these 2 books must be left behind, but Danin's other combat abilities must also cooperate with us for testing and research. Wang Hu secretly cursed this crazy woman in his heart because her previous research had no results, and her son was an useless willpower system. If you want to crazily seek death, don't drag me into it. Danin, ignoring her words, spoke up. I refuse. Van Nu grits her teeth and questions me. Once you receive resources from the Army, you have the obligation to undergo testing. Blood tests, bone strength assessments, and muscle activity examinations are all essential. So what if you're famous? Do you dare to disobey the military orders? You impatiently looked at her with a cold gaze and thought, don't say such serious words. In her eyes, everyone is just a test subject in the name of the country, but purely driven by selfish desires. I don't know how many awakened people have already been oppressed, but even though the Sword God system has no restrictions, I can't let her me easily today. No need for many words. You draw your sword from the space and prepare to fight and say, if I don't cooperate today, does Director Van So still want to force me to stay? She only knows how to shout in anger. Danin, how dare you? Wang Xiao beside him desperately tries to dissuade him. Danin, my lord. Director Van So did not mean it that way. Please go ahead. But she didn't think so and pointed directly at Danin, shouting, Get out! Danin isn't leaving today. He violated military orders. Even if I catch him today, it will be legal, and I won't be afraid even if it reaches the commander. It seems Director Van is threatening me, so don't blame me. Try her if you dare. What is going on here? Fuang, stepping on Van Nu's face, asks, Do you want to kill? Van Nu, pressed to the ground, desperately begs, Please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Wang Hu, standing beside her, anxiously begged for her release. Lord Danin, please let Director Van from the Van family go. She has realized her mistake. I apologize on her behalf. Please forgive her. Danin did not respond, but thought to himself that although he wanted to kill her, he had just killed Jiang Meng 2 days ago, and if he went all the way today, it might cause fear. Then he ordered Fuang, leave her alone. Don't kill her for now. Kick her away a bit. Don't block my way. Fuang quickly responded and immediately kicked Van So, causing her to spin several times in the air before smashing her head against the wall and spitting blood. She immediately collapsed to the ground, bleeding out and dying. Seeing this, Wang Hyo was terrified and stammered, Van So, she. Danin, standing behind, was also startled. Fuang calmly said, I'm sorry I underestimated how far she could fly and overestimated her endurance. Danin then calmly turned to Wang Hyo and said, You saw that too? Wang So. This was purely an accident, right? Wang Hu awkwardly replied, Yes. Wan Sui accidentally ran into the wall and died. It has nothing to do with you. Then he secretly lamented in his heart, Oh my God, this guy is so domineering. I must absolutely not provoke him. Then Danin turned and left, only politely saying, Then I'll trouble Wang So with the arrangements. We'll take our leave. Wang Heo also forced a smile, waving goodbye in response. Danin, Your Excellency, please don't be so formal. Take your time. Danin immediately reassured her. It's okay. After all, it's not anything good. Just kill it. I was planning to kill it anyway. And if the higher-ups want to hate me, let them hate. 2 days later, at the National Council Conference Hall. Inside the hall, the seats are almost fully occupied. At this moment, Danin is slowly walking into the hall. The people around immediately started gossiping. Damn it, Danin, that kid Danin actually came here, maybe just to join the fun. The other person sneered, no way, look at the documents in his hand. Could he really be presenting a proposal? Another person said, it's ridiculous, what can a kid possibly come up with? Probably just putting on a show. Danin walks into the hall and heads to his seat. He pulls out the chair and sits down, next to a man in uniform with a very gloomy expression. He is the Minister of the Eastern Sea Military Forces, Fang Dung. Seeing you, he was furious and thought, Danin, you killed my wife, Wan Nu. Today, even if I cannot kill you, I will strip away your special privileges. Here, a staff member approaches with your documents and says, Sir Danin, your number is 119, a distinguished honorary member. This is the agenda for this conference. Please read it carefully. Then she reminded him that communication devices during the conference must be turned off and that sharing any project information outside is strictly prohibited. I secretly thought that in my previous life as a third-year student, I had already organized many conferences, so I was used to these things long ago, but now I had to pretend as if it was my first time here. It's really annoying. The girl keeps on giving instructions. This conference will end after the proposal is presented and the voting ballot is distributed. If you wish to express your opinion, you can press the button next to it, but think carefully before pressing it. He chuckled softly, waved at her, and said, I understand, don't worry. Except for my project proposal, I won't press randomly. I don't need to care about that, just do your job. The girl replied, Yes, sir, Danin. Then she suddenly realized and immediately asked, Wait a minute, you just said it was a proposal. Do you really have a proposal? The girl was scared, sweat pouring down her face, thinking, oh my God, the leader had already told her to clarify everything with him and not cause trouble in the meeting. She hurriedly left, her mind ringing with a warning. I must report this to the leader quickly. Seeing her rush away, Da Nin was suspicious. Am I some kind of fierce flood beast? Just as Huang Hao arrived, he saw this scene and sat down, laughing loudly as he teased Da Nin.
What's wrong, He? Are you looking at the receptionist here? Are you still not satisfied with 9?
Da Nin saw the person coming and greeted Uncle Fuang, then looked directly into Huang Hao's eyes and replied, Uncle Fuang, 9 is very good, very worthy of being the best person in the world. She treated the child wholeheartedly. Just now, when the kid mentioned the project, that receptionist ran away. No wonder they arranged for me to sit next to you. Are you really planning to cause trouble, kid? Tell me what you want to mention. Da Nin replied indifferently. When this process is over, you'll find out. And I promise you, it's definitely not about causing trouble. Huang Hao, hearing this, laughed and said, You little kid, you've even learned how to be vague, huh? Then he turned to advise you, Da Nin. As someone with experience, I suggest that no matter what you want to bring up, it's best to hold back. In the end, military and political issues always have checks and balances. You calmly reassure him, I know, Uncle Fuang, just rest assured. Even though Huang Hao heard what you said, he still felt uneasy, clenched his fist and brought it to his mouth in thought, Nin, I trust someone who dares to close the devastated battlefield and bring the veterans home. You definitely won't do anything harmful to the country, right? And you're also someone Fuang can trust. Li Tuin-Quoc stood on the podium and announced, I officially declare the 13th Survivors meeting open. Now proceeding to the agenda. Behind him was a screen displaying the conference content, including neighboring countries showing signs of invading borders and plundering precious resources.
In recent years, the military has been preparing to mobilize 3 large armies for deployment.
2. The shield between the descendants of the awakened and ordinary survivors is gradually growing. 3. The North American forces are stationed on the C-shaped island preparing for reconstruction. 6 hours later, Jia Nin sat with her hands clasped in front of her, quietly lost in thought. There are a total of 9 proposals, 6 of which involve other countries. No wonder there's a great crisis.
I was strangely weak before the disaster in my previous life. No wonder people like me had to rush into the intercontinental dungeon.
Li Tuin-Quoc loudly said, Now is the time for members to make proposals and for members to speak independently. After passing the vote, the review process will begin. Suddenly, 2 people appeared on the screen behind him. Honorary Counselor 119, Danin, proposed a plan. Minister of the Eastern Sea Defense Forces, Fang Deng, proposed the plan.
After seeing your information on the main screen, Fang Dong angrily looked in your direction. The people behind keep insulting you. Danin really wants to submit the proposal. What a damn thing. Relying on privileges now, what can he do? Just by looking at his age, you can tell he's too young and too naive. Fang Deng asked him with a serious expression and a sarcastic tone. Danin, did you press the wrong button? Then sit down quickly and don't delay my trial of you. Danin asked back without showing any fear. Accusing me? What are you talking about? But I still worry that my proposal about Donghai hasn't been mentioned yet. Could it be that the other side was prepared in advance? These documents are all from my secret investigation over the past 2 days and shouldn't have been revealed. Fuang Dong didn't reply to you, but turned to look at Li Tuyen-Kwok reporting. Sir Commander, 2 days ago, Da Nin went to the First Research Institute and randomly killed Director Van So, who was also my wife and Van News. This is simply lawless. He clenched his fists in anger and shouted. No matter how talented he was, he could not ignore the law. So I suggest revoking all of Da Nin's resources and privileges. Da Nin listened to the accusation without fear, then cast a cold glance and thought to himself, so he's the husband of that bastard director. Then it's okay. Lai Tu-In-Kwok turned to ask you after hearing the accusation. Does Da Nin have something to do with this? Da Nin calmly replied. I'm afraid Minister Fuang misunderstood. I went to the academy 2 days ago to learn 2 sword techniques, but I didn't kill anyone. Director Van So was so excited when he saw me not paying attention and accidentally hit a tree and died. Fuang Dong, hearing this, got angry, cursed, and shouted, You bastard! What did you just say? Try saying it again, one by one. Da Nin even deliberately provoked him. I mean, when his wife saw a handsome young man like me, she couldn't hold back and ended up crashing into a tree and dying. It's a pity to say it, but she never got to enjoy good food in her life. The people around kept whispering among themselves after hearing that. Is this real or fake? When did this serious conference turn into a green pasture? A shameful thing that can't be brought outside? Yet Fuang Dong still dares to say it. Li Tuyen-Kwok cleared his throat and reminded everyone to pay attention to the rules of the hall. Minister Fuang, this trivial matter should be handled by DM Li. Fuang Dong angrily pointed at Da Nin and said reluctantly, Sir, this is not what Da Nin said. He's just a petty man abusing his privileges and deserves to be killed. Fuang Hao couldn't take it anymore and stood up to scold him. Fuang Dong, do you dare? Da Nin patted Fuang Hao on the shoulder and said, You handle this yourself, Uncle Fuang. If Minister Fuang doesn't believe it, just ask Director Wang from the Research Institute. Then he turned away, ignoring him, and said, Your proposal isn't qualified for discussion at the meeting, so now it's my turn. Honestly, my project is also related to him. I, Da Nin, propose removing Fuang Dong from the position of Minister of the East Sea region. I firmly report to Li Tuyen-Guo and request the mobilization of all combat-ready forces in the East Sea military zone and the immediate evacuation of 67 million survivors in Safe Zone 239 away from the coast. Because in about 17 to 23 days, a tidal wave of sea monsters will erupt along the coastlines. Is this invasion at a level of, What are you joking about? Does this kid even know what he's talking about? Where did this rumor come from? East Sea? Has it ever been there before? It's even more ridiculous than Fuang Dong's green light proposal. After hearing your report, Fuang Dong just sneered. You said, That kid just spouting nonsense. More than 40 years have passed, and there's never been an A-level tsunami outbreak in East Sea. Maybe I'm just dreaming if I say those words. Li Tuyen-Kwok angrily slammed his hand on the table, causing the microphone to fall, and shouted loudly, Silence is not allowed to cause noise during the proposal. Then turned to warn Da Nin. Da Nin, if you dare to make a proposal, you'd better give me a specific reason. You are not afraid at all, holding up your report and starting to read it. It's the East Sea, the C13C area. In the past 2 months, the spiritual energy level in the water has increased by 1.9%, the highest in 40 years, with 43 submarine earthquakes occurring in the D51C area in the first half of the year, with B+ being the most severe. The highest frequency in 40 years, Resource Port 2, underwater energy devices have reported 13 malfunctions since the beginning of the year. During maintenance, 3 combat teams disappeared and 23 engineers died in D-level accidents. The cause of the incidents remains unclear. He continued his report amid Fuang Dong's panic, revealing that attacks by sea monsters in the East Sea military zone had increased by 195.7% annually, the highest in 40 years, and he wondered in fear how he could know so much about the East Sea. You slam your report down on the table and confidently say, The data all come from the East Sea safe zone. If the Army doesn't believe it, they can go check in the East Sea. If any of my reports are fabricated, I, Nin, am willing to bear all consequences. At this moment, Lai Tuyen-Kwok turned to ask Fuang Dang, is the data from the Eastern China War Zone Minister of the Eastern Region correct? He could only scratch his head and think about this. Fuang Dang, furious, his face covered in sweat. He thought that no matter whether he admitted the data or not, he would be dismissed and even face a military court. He quickly made a decision. Whatever choice he made, he would die. It's best to kill Da Nin first. At least then I can take my revenge. When Fuang Bang was exposed by Da Nin, his anger boiled over and he wanted to use a move to kill him. Da Nin, I have to kill you! Luckily, Da Nin reacted quickly, blocking with his hand so he was only pushed back and not seriously hurt. But that was not enough. Fuang Bang continued to charge forward, trying to land another blow while Da Nin was sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Fuang Hao rushed to stand in front of Da Nin, raising his arm to block Fuang Bang's attack. He shouted in anger, Fuang Dang, are you crazy? But Fuang Bang seemed to have lost all reason. He shouted wildly, spouting nonsense. Anyway, he's going to die. I must cripple him today. When Tuyen-Kwok saw this scene, he was extremely angry and pointed towards the fight to give orders. Damn it, you dare to fight at the assembly. Are you trying to rebel? Someone arrest them. Capture Fuang Dang for me, and if necessary, kill him immediately. Fuang quickly moved to the location of the group after reporting that she had identified a level 1 threat. Neither Fuang Bang nor Fuang Hao was willing to give in, both still exerting their strength, ready to strike a powerful blow at each other. Daning watched this scene with great concern. He shouted loudly, Uncle Fuang, get out of the way. I can handle this myself. Hearing this, Fuang Hao quickly responded, It's not necessary. Your punch alone is enough to take him down. Then he rushed toward Fuang Bang, ready to use his fire to melt his ice. Fuang Hao struck directly at Fuang Bang without holding back, his powerful attack knocking him backward. At the same time, Fuang Hao shouted loudly, Hold on! Fuang, upon hearing the command, immediately arrived at Fuang Bang's drop point and responded with a sharp look, I'm here! Then Fuang decisively lifted her leg and struck hard at Fuang Bang's back, causing him to grimace in pain, his eyes rolling back and blood spitting from his mouth. Fuang retracted her foot, coldly glancing at Fuang Bang as he fell to the ground, emotionless, saying, The threatening target has been eliminated. The threat is gone. After resolving the issue, Fuang Hao turned to ask about Da Nin. Da Nin, are you okay? It's nothing. You guys acted too quickly, so I didn't have a chance to show my skills. Everyone in the room finally reacted to what just happened. All of them exclaimed in shock. Wow, in less than 5 seconds, a third-rank general was taken out? Nonsense. Deputy Commander Fuang is at the peak of level 3. Even that female guard is close to reaching peak combat strength. Commander Kuang already said he would kill Fuang Dang on the spot, didn't he? There's no need to say it. Da Nin is now a national protected animal. Fuang Dang really is out of his mind. The National Assembly immediately called for order to restore calm. The Congress will continue with Jinin's proposal, which is of great importance. The members can discuss freely, and voting will begin in 3 minutes. Everyone heard this and gradually calmed down, but instead of discussing Yanin, they now doubted Fuang Bang. From Fuang Dang's recent behavior, it was clear that Da Nin's investigation was correct. But even if the data was accurate, it didn't necessarily mean a beast tide would definitely occur. If there is no disaster and we act hastily, it will still be a great loss. But if a real disaster appears, 3 minutes will pass very quickly. Tuyen-Kwok spoke again. The time had come. And now it was time to vote. After the vote, the results were displayed on the large screen in the hall. 14 votes in favor, 1 against, and 100 for abstentions. Tuyen-Kwok announced the voting results to everyone. The vote was approved. Once this assembly ends, a team will be dispatched immediately to Donghai to prepare the retreat plan, and the action must not be delayed. The assembly ends here, and the scene shifts again. The next day, at Da Nin's military district house, Fuang Hao is standing and chatting with him. Da Nin, you're leaving this afternoon for the multiplayer dungeon, but only those below level 3 can enter. He glanced briefly at Fuang and explained, That's why 009 won't be able to go with you either. Da Nin smiled kindly and replied, Don't worry, Uncle Fuang, I understand the rules now, and then pointed to a box in the distance saying, Inside this box are the legendary gear that the country promised to reward me with. Inside the box are A-grade materials, the destruction heart of the mountain range, and the Tuothi bone bead that you registered with the National Treasury earlier. Da Nin also gasped softly, as if he had accepted it. He asked, So what about the face bone translation and the core of the strange fruit? Fuang Hao calmly turned back to face Da Nin and explained, These 2 things are too special and are not in the National Treasury. According to Fuang Hao's story, A creature with a bird body and sharp eyes gradually appears. The face roughly resembled that of a human about 27 years ago, causing 60,000 people in the Hoanam battlefield to die. I heard that 4 high-level senior predecessors tried to stop it, but the monster still managed to escape. He paused for a moment before continuing to describe a creature with a skull-shaped head, surrounded by clouds gathering around it like a storm. As for the core of the strange fruit, I heard it's a creation of the spirit creature. He glanced at Da Ning and said softly, I've already informed the 7th Research Institute, responsible for investigating the 3 major cases, but it will take more time. Da Ning heard this and felt very grateful. He waved his hand and replied with a friendly smile, I know, thank you for your hard work. Please move everything inside. I'll get familiar with these first, and the others can wait until after we leave the Intercontinental Dungeon, the company said. After Da Ning opened the box and reached out to take the red and blue heart inside, he muttered to himself that the remaining materials could only be searched for gradually. I guess I won't be able to upgrade the divine sword system for a while. Holding the heart in his hand, Da Ning quickly activated his ability and gradually absorbed it. At the same time, the system notification sounded, indicating that the special materials had been used to upgrade progress to 2/4. Material 1, the heart of the mountain destroyer, 1/1. Material 2, bone marrow from a human face on 1. Material 3, the broken soulstone of the false immortal 1/1. Material 4, the core of the demonized anomaly, 0/1. After finishing, he reached out to another box, happily speaking, mentioning that even in this box, the legendary level is quite special. The fingerprint scan of Da Ning on the box was successful, and the unlock notification sounded. Tin, your identity is about to be revealed successfully. The opener, Honorary Advisor Level A plus Da Ning. Upon receiving the item, the system's mechanical sound also rang out. You have received the legendary equipment, the fake paralysis gloves. You have received the legendary equipment, the wind element. From the box, 2 pairs of earthy red gloves gradually appear before your eyes, along with the system's introduction of the fake paralysis gloves, an equipped attribute. Agility attribute plus 12, equipped skill bone, unbreakable. Blood Frenzy consumes 500 to 700 spiritual energy points. Rated as a Blood Frenzy, brutal equipment. Next is a sharp sword with a blue gem embedded in the hilt. Wind element equipped with agility plus 9 and the skill Rage of Flame with extreme cold, along with wind recognition effects. No DM consumes 700 spiritual energy points with an attack that causes burn effect, dealing 75% additional damage, leaving a wall of fire in front of the enemy for 10 seconds. Extreme Cold consumes 900 spiritual energy points, with effects of slowing and freezing on attack. After the sword is plunged into the ground, the surrounding area quickly freezes, triggering a series of ice storm effects. Equipment evaluation, the power of the summoned elements. Da Ning heard the system's introduction, then immediately picked up the sword and said with satisfaction, This equipment feels like boiling passion. Fire and ice clashing, a bit too strong. I need to get used to it. Da Ning quickly thrust his sword into the ground, causing the soil around the tip to glow red as if it were being heated. In less than 2 seconds, the area around the sword turned into a mixture of lava and rocks. Da Ning also had to marvel at this scene. No DM, just a gentle stab and you can release such a temperature. Is that really your full power? Then he forcefully strikes the tip of the sword into the ground and shouts loudly, changing to extreme cold. At his command, in the blink of an eye, the ground beneath the sword instantly freezes over. Da Ning is very pleased with this new weapon. Holding it in his hand, he admires it while smiling happily and says, Combine this gear together and it can fully compare to an SSS level ultimate move. Including the 6 previous techniques, I can now unleash 7 or even 8 moves at once. Compared to that, the Thentradium sword was just a hot blade. Then Da Ning opened the system menu again, planning to spin the integrated lucky wheel. Last time, I ranked first overall, and the Sword God system rewarded me with a chance to draw a prize. Then today, I'll try drawing again. My attack damage is fully charged now, and I have strength, agility, and willpower. My only weaknesses are stamina and resistance. Otherwise, I'm fast enough to dodge Huang Dang's punches today. Seeing the circle keep spinning in front of him, Da Ning couldn't hold back and shouted, Take out the defensive gear. Then he headed to the Link Realm dungeon. Survival was the top priority. Without making Da Ning wait long, the spinning equipment appeared along with the system notification sound. Receiving the Executioner gear, the experimental level personal combat uniform, the 3-formed demon modification. Da Ning looked at this gear with some suspicion, frowned and said, Is this really a combat suit of the Executioner level? This isn't some kind of metal armor. It looks like it's made of cloth. Is this system messing with me? In response to Danin's question, the system displayed a detailed table introducing the experimental level trial personal combat uniform Tom Hein Makai with physical attribute equipment +7 speed +3, equipped with anti-bullet and anti-explosion rules, capable of resisting fire below 3,000 degrees, cold below -95 degrees, reducing weapon damage by 33%, sharp weapon damage by 33%, ranged attack damage by 33%, a nearly indestructible waterproof combat suit immune to radiation. Danin, after reading, was extremely pleased and said with a confident smile, "This lightweight combat uniform actually looks like a war fortress." Danin revealed a proud smile, his eyes very determined, and said, "This immunity capability is even at the rule level. It's truly unbelievable. All the high-level equipment I had in my past and present lives combined are not as powerful as this gear." Hellrealm equipment skill, Hellrealm. After defeating the target, you can seize their soul into the combat uniform and release it actively when needed. It can deal damage. The damage intensity depends on the strength of the target while alive. This effect stacks infinitely. Evaluating the equipment. It is one of the divine artifacts from the Ling-An world. After absorbing blood from a large number of high-level creatures, the standard combat uniform has become a legendary piece of equipment. Be aware of potential hostility towards creatures from other worlds, which can trigger relentless pursuit. Blood may cause living beings to fear and gain special blessings. Danin looked at the ring on her hand, marveling at the harmony of the item she possessed. The attributes of this Great Void training, Hellmove, combined with the underworld of Yama, are truly a perfect match. One absorbs souls to resist damage. The other absorbs souls to attack. But is this spiritual peace world similar to the Lin-On realm I knew before? Where exactly is it after all? It seems that the gods worshipped in that world are at least 5th rank. If its original owner knew I took his stuff, would he come after me? Danin quickly put on the new gear given by the system and said coolly, "Whatever, just take one step at a time. Anyway, I'm not a thief. If you want to settle the score, go find the Divine Sword system. Everything's ready, and the Intercontinental Dungeon Raid is about to begin." The scene shifts once again to a different location. This is the Capital Military Zone, an Air Force base, where a giant fighter jet is parked. Inside the ship, 2 rows of people are sitting close to the walls, and one of them speaks to his team leader. "Captain, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why hasn't that kid Danin arrived yet? We have 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance. If we don't make it, we'll miss the opening time." Hearing his teammate's concern, he reassured him, "Just wait a little longer, he's probably almost here." Then Min La continued, "Be careful with what you say when he arrives. Stop calling him that kid or that boy. Just refer to him as the Commissioner or your Lord. After all, his current rank is much higher than ours." Hoi Min also expressed his opinion. Captain Min La, team member Truong Khoi Min, team leader. "I didn't mean it that way, but as you can see, he hasn't arrived early and isn't training with us." "What do you mean by training? Didn't they already say that above?" "Protecting him safely is our first priority, and that's our second task." Hoi Min was very surprised. "What? Is it changing again?" Lamban, sitting on the bench opposite, also spoke, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. "So why are we going back into the Intercontinental Dungeon? Isn't it just to gather resources? If you're afraid of danger, then don't enter the dungeon. You want to go, want protection, and want to make a contribution all at once." Just as they were arguing passionately, someone else spoke up to remind them Deputy Captain Trin Thon. "He's here, and he's set up quite a big formation." "Oh, Almawas Kishnimaun." Seeing Da Nin enter with 6 others, Trin Tan couldn't help but marvel. "Wow, 6 high-level 3rd-rank protectors. Isn't this a bit too showy? And it's even more exaggerated than the legend." Min La was the first to react, quickly stood up, and saluted. "Da Nin, my lord, I am the team leader for this mission. Min La, shall I introduce myself to you?" Da Nin also wasn't stingy and responded with a friendly smile, saying, "Captain Min La, there's no need to be polite. Just call me Da Nin. Please introduce me a little." Then Min La continued his report. "There are a total of 10 people in this campaign. Myself and Vice Captain Trin Thon are both 3rd-tier intermediates, and the rest are all beginners. Among them, 3 are long-range attackers and 4 are melee fighters. I am a dual-attribute, agility-based strength user in charge of 2G. Quan Than is a dual-attribute agile with rare willpower, responsible for reconnaissance." He now also offers a friendly smile to Da Nin. "I'll briefly explain the mission to you. Our main task is to gather as much spiritual energy as possible. Of course, it's best if we can eliminate the awakened individuals in other war zones," Da Nin replied as he slowly sat down. "I understand. Can you give me the information on the awakened people in other war zones?" Min La quickly responded. "Of course, but haven't you read the information about the dungeon beforehand? He just gave a brief answer to the question. I had already looked into that before. Minla then took out a stack of documents and handed it to Da Nin, saying, "The battlefronts we face this time include many, such as countries H, R, C, and Southeast Asia, totaling 6 countries. This can be considered the most intense in recent years." Da Nin quickly glanced over the information recorded in the document. You frown in displeasure and say, "Jamato Lok Dong Da Fong, Kim Vu Ngo Fap, what kind of trash is this? I've never even heard of a single one of these names. Does the newborn tiger not fear the tiger, or do all the big shots like to show off?" Minla also spoke up to explain, "Da Nin, you are very strong, but we still cannot underestimate them. We have faced these people several times, and even many of our mid-tier third-rank experts in the previous team have fallen by their hands." Hearing this, Da Nin was furious and crumpled the document. He gritted his teeth and said, "So you mean they have killed many of our people? Then this time I will make them pay with blood for blood." The gate leading the way is wide open, waiting for everyone to enter. The people in front are arguing fiercely. The woman standing in the middle speaks coldly. The benefits from this action in the water region mean we should get 4 parts. The man next to him, hearing this, angrily retorted, "At most, 4 parts, and you only get 3. Someone else also joined the water area where we sing. This time, besides the 2 mid-tier 3-star experts, the others are all peak-level beginners." At this moment, the captain on Yamato's Zone R stepped forward to stop the arguing crowd. "Stop arguing. The allocation amount doesn't matter. Just follow the previous ratio. The key is that this time we can't let the Hachienku take any resources." Then he smiled and reassured everyone. "As long as we cut off their spiritual energy resources, destroy their aircraft, and wait for their air defense system to be broken, we will be safe." So, then, wouldn't the entire safe zone of China just become our farm? When the others heard this, they also happily agreed. Jamato said, "If we make them afraid to fight, they won't send anyone anymore. Then we can live peacefully forever." Someone still cautiously spoke up. "We need to be more careful this time. After all, Hoaha has suffered many consecutive defeats and might deploy their strongest team this time." One of them arrogantly replied, "The old captains of their team all died at our hands, 6 against 1, and they still act cowardly." "What are you afraid of?" The others happily chimed in. "That's right. They are different from us. They have vast territories and a united population, but the strong must guard the borders and protect the people. Those with talent and potential all come from great powers, but how many dare to step in?" At this moment, the captain of the Jinzu-do singing team also stepped forward with a smile and said, "They're just a bunch of A-grade geniuses. I alone can wipe them all out." The girl following him flattered, saying, "Of course, our Jindu can be compared to a high-level third-stage entity." Xiao Li, seeing Jindu so arrogant, spoke up, but in the global announcement a few days ago, Huaxia had revealed the top 4 systems. Da Nin. Jindu ignored him and responded with disdain. So what if that's the case? Not to mention that Huaxia would never want to let him in, and even if he did get in, he's just a newly awakened who just reached the 3rd grade. What use would he have? Dong Yefeng confidently stepped forward and said, "If Da Nin dares to come, I won't hesitate to cut off his head as a trophy." The people around hurriedly moved away from him, with someone warning, "Stay away from that perverted space assassin, or he might kill again." He grinned eerily and boasted about his achievements. "Among my spoils, I already have 6 pig heads, the best in the world, very worth collecting." The system notification sounds, announcing that the Huaxia front has entered the territory of the Intercontinental Zombie World Dungeon. The dungeon will begin in 60 seconds. Please enter within 60 seconds. The system is introducing the Intercontinental Zombie World Dungeon mode, which does not reset level A. This dungeon is described as a parallel world in the future with highly advanced science and technology civilization. The social order and its hierarchy are similar to the real world. The NBC process in the country has not yet seen any awakened individuals, but science and technology are advancing rapidly. Many types of armor and machinery with triple-tier power have been developed. There had been no major catastrophe before, but a small eclipse event has occurred. Yamato led the way inside, waving to the people behind him. "Let's go in." The others beside him also spoke and wiped them out. Da Nin also teleported into the instance. The people around him had fallen and fainted. Da Nin struggled to hold his head and tried to stand firm. Da Nin looked around with difficulty and whispered, "Are we moving in now?" Then he thought to himself, "No wonder this is an intercontinental dungeon. Even someone with a strong willpower like me still feels dizzy when transported here." When he finally saw everything clearly, he was amazed to see many circles surrounding a sealed area, with everyone inside already unconscious. I wonder, is this the instant the system announced that the scene before me is a temporary combat zone used to confirm the number of people entering. You cannot attack while entering. After 30 seconds of confirmation, team members will enter the zombie country one by one based on their overall strength level. You hear the announcement and whisper to yourself, asking if it's not your turn to enter yet. Then you recall that in your previous life, you entered this instance without these rules, and there were no fights at all. Are there new faces in the Huaxia circle? You woke up pretty early, huh? The other person thought to himself in amazement. I've woken up quickly enough already, but why do I feel like he woke up even faster than me? According to my guess, that kid is only at the early stage of the third realm and doesn't seem very stable yet. At this moment, Trintan has also woken up and struggles to speak. I already know about the SS level consciousness and this quick awakening. Seeing him wake up, Danin asked, "You've woken up?" Then Danin asked Trintan about the issue he was curious about. What is the temporary combat space here like? Trintan has stabilized and stands upright to answer Danin's question. This is the time advantage we mentioned earlier. The instance dungeon will compensate for the weaknesses of those who enter. The weakest ranked teams are assigned to the dungeon first. Those around them are also starting to wake up. The people waking up are still unsteady, trembling as they stand up and say, "The side effects of this teleportation are really unpleasant. My head hurts too much." The group from Dongyafeng has also woken up and someone sneers, "Has the Huaxia battlefield completely given up this time?" "Even a newcomer is being included like this?" Another guy sneered and looked down on them. "Except for Captain Men, the rest of the team are all trash," Dong Yafeng proudly declared. "I will take Minla's head this time as a trophy." Yato quickly moved toward the Chinese area and told the people behind him, "Let's go. Ask those guys over there." He approached and slammed his fist on the leaf call. "Do you still dare to step in? How about it? Last time you guys died, wasn't that enough people already?" He proudly clenched his fist and laughed mockingly. "A bunch of useless trash that isn't even worthy of licking my ass, but your former captain's meat is really delicious. I have to stew it for a long time to taste it." Dong Yaofeng stands beside him, digging his fingernails into his teeth and speaking coldly. "You trash are only fit to be thrown into the toilet and used as fertilizer." The group with Danin rushes forward, shouting, "Damn fat pig! This time we're definitely going to kill you and avenge the captain." Yamato, unafraid, taunts back, "You'd better clean yourself up and wait for us to come. I also want to use you to cook some soup." Minla stepped forward to stop the arguing crowd. "Don't get agitated. Stay calm. Ignore them. They know we will be the first to enter, so they deliberately provoke us. Don't be fooled." Danin, watching this scene from the side, quietly smiled in admiration. This captain's way of handling things is also considered effective. Jindu then stepped forward, speaking as he moved through the barrier between the areas. "Your new team leader isn't crazy at all. Last time, it wasn't just to save him, your captain couldn't afford to die either." Then he arrogantly pointed at himself and said, "But it's okay. Today, whether you have the skill or not, you will all die. I won't regret giving you a clear death." "Do you understand now?" Minla exclaimed in amazement as Jindu passed through the barrier. "Wow, so there's no barrier between their teams? They only shook hands before as a formality, but this time they've used extremely valuable combined equipment." Danin at this moment is worried and thinking. Minla immediately points out the issue he's been considering. "There's something wrong with the intelligence. We're in big trouble this time." Yamato laughed loudly and continued to curse. "Are those last pigs finally realizing their own death?" And then he taunts again. "Didn't your superior tell you? Oh, I forgot you guys are all useless. Even the intelligence reports are wrong." Danin wasn't afraid and just thought, "Just shake hands if you want. Without high-level third-rank experts, the human wave tactic is useless to me. 60 third-rank enemies is a lot, but even if there are many, the useless are still useless. But this information indicates there is a spy within the group, or at a high leadership level." Yamato continued to provoke Danin's people. "Now kneel and beg for mercy, and I might consider leaving you all alive, instead of turning you into a pile of flesh." Then suddenly he pointed at Huang Van and loudly said, "Or maybe use the girl with you as a bargaining chip to save everyone without provoking her. My technique is very good. I guarantee she will enjoy it to the fullest." Huang Van, hearing this, angrily rushed forward. "Fuck you, I'll kill you all." A group of men from the upper prison also chimed in, saying, "Aren't you after the mineral stones? Then use the girl as a bargaining chip." The men from the Y country area are even more disgusting, pressing their faces against the barrier and sticking out their tongues, saying, "That's not a bad idea. I have to say, the women who awaken in your war zone are really quite alluring." Jamato's eyes light up. She let out a twisted smile and said, "Do you still remember Truong Vi from the team last time I heard she was also the beauty queen in your army? Do you know how long we played with her after capturing her?" Then he continued to provoke. "You really like her, don't you, Minel?
She's been the most outstanding awakening in your group in recent years. Her beautiful appearance is admired by many. You didn't even dare to touch her finger, right? Min Lang clenched his teeth in anger and trembling as he listened to him talk about that beautiful, gentle girl, while Yamato sneered contemptuously and continued speaking. But too bad. Do you know how many people she has slept with? Do you remember how she begged us before she was about to die? I do feel a little sorry. She's still waiting for you to come and save her. But it's a pity that you rats abandoned her and ran away. Dong Yafeng smiled eerily, then licked the skull in his hand and said, "That smell, the smell of lips and teeth." At this point, Minla couldn't hold back anymore and shouted angrily, "I will kill you, you bunch of beasts!" He charged forward, punching straight into the barrier in front of them, and yelled, "Don't touch her, give her back to Tao." Wang Vaughn and the others immediately charged forward, furious as she shouted, "Captain, this time we can't survive." The others also said they would risk everything in this dungeon against them. At this moment, Danin shouted angrily at the crowd, "Shut up, all of you!" Lamin calmed down a bit, think things through a little. Danin reminded him that anyone who awakens to the third stage can die suddenly, so how could they let others bully them? Jamato's face grew serious as he listened and said, "That kid is not simple, just as you said." So he thought it was because he didn't know Zhang Wei that he could stay calm and analyze? Or had Min La already calmed down at this point and he stood in front of him saying, "I also know that's not the case. You just didn't continue and changed the subject. But Danin, don't worry, I know what is most important. We will protect you no matter what happens. If there is any danger, just use the supplies provided by the army. When we face them, make sure to avenge us." Danin sighed and said, "If they're so determined to die before the battle even begins, are they really ready to die? Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain to them. I'll just kill them all later." Yamato turned to ask Dong Yafeng, "Your hearing is really sharp. Did Min Lang just call that person Danin earlier?" Dong Dafeng sneered and replied, "I didn't expect that. But the brain of the world's #1 is still mine." At that moment, the system notification sounded, announcing that the test phase had ended and the Huajiao frontline squad could enter the dungeon while other main zones would enter in 6 hours. Min Lang heard the announcement and happily said, "We might actually have a chance to turn things around this time before 6 o'clock. Danin remained expressionless and said this dungeon is truly merciful to the weak but also shameful. Then his group began to step into the teleportation portal, and before leaving, Danin turned back and said, "You damn fat pig. You don't actually like eating shit, do you? Once you go in, I'll put your head up your ass so you can have your fill." Danin raised a friendly finger in a taunting gesture at the others. "Even if you beasts, kneel and beg for mercy, I will not let you go whole. At least your little brother is taking it to feed the dog. Where does a new third-rank guy get such courage from? Newcomers are always the ones who love to boast the most." Yato stood still, watching Danin leave, and countered, "That's not right. That kid is surprisingly calm." Jinzu Du worriedly said, "Captain Yamato, compared to that kid, we are much later than expected. The important thing is that it's already 6 o'clock, so they might escape that time." Dong Yafeng, with a terrifying face, licked his dagger and said, "I think you guys have overthought it. Even if Danin hides in the ground crack, I, Dong Dafeng, am confident I can break its neck." The announcement sounded, indicating we had entered the multi-continent zombie apocalypse dungeon. The time since entering compared to other battle zones is 5 minutes and 59 seconds and 32 milliseconds. Mission 1. Investigate genetic research to obtain abnormal data from the past 3 months. Mission 2. Collect at least 1,000 kilograms of spiritual energy to evaluate the level up based on the amount collected. Mission 3. After finding the main object of this world, you can choose to start the next Phase 1 mission. Note that after completing all 3 missions, you can choose to leave the instance or kill the awakened enemy within the opposing faction. Everyone who kills will increase their mission rating by 1.2% and receive a special reward. Danin's group has moved inside the instance. You immediately order everyone to find an internet-connected device to locate the coordinates of the NBCs in this mission. We have to complete all the missions and escape before they arrive. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait a moment," and yelled, "Danin, what are you doing? If you do this, we will be hunted by the NBCs. I will help everyone win this dungeon run." The continuous alarm sounds. Violence, intrusion, alert. Danin leaps into the air and then orders the people behind to go find NBC for the mission. Trying not to provoke the powers of this world. No. First, we must fight to overcome this world and seize ultimate power. Danin has now jumped into the center of the system. The people outside, frightened, speak up. There's no need for them to kill. Just being completely surrounded by the Allied forces means no one can escape. As Daning, holding the blue orb in his hands, responds, "That is the moment of my massacre."
Suddenly, the announcement blares out. The password is correct. Please start driving. Hoang Van wondered about that. The warning has disappeared. Min La frowned slightly and asked, Da Nin, have you gained control of the car? How did he do that? Nin replied coldly, the military secret cannot be disclosed. Time is urgent. Everyone get in the car. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Here. Jianin immediately pulled out her badge and declared, the Special Operations Team. Min La, now replacing the captain. Everyone follow my orders for this operation. Min La was so surprised that he blurted out, commanding the Special Forces without explanation, just asking, what's going on? Are you trying to disobey orders? Then he obediently replied, I don't dare. Everyone get in the car. Koi Min, standing behind and witnessing everything, then exclaimed in amazement, this is just too overpowered, telling us to go protect him. But why did he willingly walk into his own death? Meanwhile, Hoang Van remains completely optimistic. No problem. After all, we won't be able to survive this time anyway. The voice suddenly sounded, and the destination now was Route 91, Huang Ta Villa, Lei Sam, as the car shot forward like a missile. Inside the car, Min La watched him for a while, then wondered quietly, so familiar with the operation, what exactly is going on? At the same time, Jia Nin was also deep in thought, calculating endlessly. Compared to the Divine Sword System mission, completing the mission of the Divine Sword System is even more important. Only then can I obtain the design of the non-planetary mothership. This is crucial for humanity to turn the tide in the apocalyptic war. After all, no matter how strong your personal power is, facing a world-level threat is like a drop in the ocean. You were lost in your tangled thoughts when the notification suddenly appeared, update the mission. Seize the highest authority of the instance and change the future course of the world. The greater the level of change, the more privileges you will receive, with a warning to avoid being killed by the main character of this copy world. Lam Due Danin begins reading the notification and reasoning. The main character cannot die, so the fastest way to change the course of the world is to seize power. Moreover, once in control, they can better restrain the alliance of 6 nations. According to the information, the system related to the external hacker I-Demon is probably the fastest way to reach the governor's mansion. Meanwhile, Min La also begins to guess your intention. Danin, do you want to control the high-ranking people here and use their power to help us eliminate that group? Danin firmly replied, yes, that's the idea. He then pointed out the impracticality of this idea. It's too idealistic. It definitely won't work, without mentioning that their 60 combat power, or whether we can control their army, or even where they appear. We have no certainty. Ambushing is impossible. Danin was not intimidated by Min La's concerns. Instead, he calmly explained that it was no big deal, just using the triangulation method. First, this system wouldn't separate us too far from the enemy, or it wouldn't be called a combat instance. Second, neither side should be too far from the target, or else all the time will be spent on the road. While controlling the teleportation, he said, with us at the center of the circle, using 3 times the maximum speed of the awakened person, this is basically the area where they will appear. Danin pointed to a spot and confidently stated that by drawing a circle centered on it, they could narrow down the area, but it seemed his reasoning still wasn't enough to convince Min La, who frowned slightly and asked in return. But this area is still too large. After all, we can only threaten them if we attack as soon as they appear. Jia Nin not only didn't complain about the trouble, but also explained everything to him in detail. The 2 main NPCs in this mission are Professor Clay and Lam Due. The professor is in the laboratory, while Lam Du is probably in the Chinatown area. By taking the midpoint between those 2 points and connecting the resulting area, we get this region. The system will do its best to prevent the locals from seeing the awakened individuals. The places they appear will be the outskirts of the highway and parks in this area. Min Lang listened to his rambling and silently marveled, analyzing very clearly. It turns out this wasn't a reckless decision at all. Hoang Van, standing nearby, was also very surprised by your meticulous preparation. This is just too awesome. I underestimated him before. At this moment, Jia Nin whispered smugly, of course it couldn't be that simple. The main reason I can be so sure is thanks to the warning from the devil-eyed hacker. An hour later, Jia Nin stopped the car in front of an extremely luxurious building and coldly ordered, we're here, get out of the car. The appearance of this Danin group caused continuous intrusion alerts from the other side. Intrusion alert! Intrusion alert! One of them suddenly rushed forward and called out to probe. Who are you? Don't move. A strange aura suddenly radiated from him. Da Ning looked straight ahead and then cautiously ordered, attack now and knock them all out. Do not kill and don't worry about their communication with the outside world. The communication network here has been cut off by my mental power. As soon as he finished speaking, Min-la and his men charged forward like lightning. He is the vanguard attacking with the breaking wind slash. The soldiers facing him were so panicked, they shouted to each other, "Monster, open fire now! Enforce the law on the spot!" On Da Nin's side, everyone continuously unleashes destructive techniques. Shuangdong, Tamhua. Shuangdong instantly froze their bodies, preventing them from fighting. The Heartfire was also formidable, holding back the relentless guards' attacks. Huangvan also refused to be outdone. She launched her attack while saying, "Too much righteousness isn't good. Add a bit of curse energy too." A cheerful voice kept ringing out. Dealing with ordinary people at the 3rd level is truly a blow to the ego. It's been a long time since I felt this way. It would be great if the coalition of 6 nations was this easy. Da Nin casually said, "Are you dreaming?" He pointed his laser gun, just in time to test the defensive strength of his new battle cloak using your electromagnetic gun. A countless number of laser beams shot straight at Da Nin, but he only casually said, "Not bad, feels like a demon." They were stunned. How could he be immune to those electromagnetic bullets? Then Da Nin declared something that made them all shiver. "All right, I'm in a hurry today, so I won't play with you anymore." The wind element with extreme coldness, of course, shouldn't be too cold, just enough is fine. After saying that, he immediately launched a move towards the opposite side, creating an incredibly powerful force. The bodies of the soldiers across from him instantly froze in place as Min-la led his troops in, repeatedly saying, "Hurry up and go meet Da Nin, you never know what dangers might be inside." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene of death before him left Min-la utterly stunned. It seems this place is not only safe, but also quite artistic. The unlucky soldiers were quickly frozen in place, and after a while, Jianin sat confidently on the throne, speaking with authority. "Nice to meet Governor Brad. From now on, as long as you cooperate with us, nothing will happen." Hearing that, he doubted and wondered, "Are you really happy to meet me?" Brad, though very scared, still calmly spoke in Tran Thuat's voice. "Hundreds of guards in my mansion were defeated in just a few seconds. This is definitely not something humans can do. Even genetically modified humans can't do that." After finishing, he hesitated before adding, "Don't kill me. I will cooperate with anything you want, but first I want to know who you are and why you are arresting me." Immediately after, a purple light suddenly appeared in front of Bran. Day seriously explained, "We are travelers from the future, coming from a world 10 years ahead, and our mission is to prevent a crisis in this world. So you can rest assured that we are not the bad guys. As you can see, we haven't killed any of your subordinates. At most, we just limited their actions." You pause for a moment and then continue, saying, "I can easily find you. I need you to mobilize all military forces in Obama province within 3 hours and activate the entire Skynet system to locate and eliminate these people for me." "They are also time travelers like us, but they came here to destroy the world." Brad hesitated and asked, "Future person, the threat? Is this a movie? Or is this some kind of reality TV show, or am I just dreaming?" To prove to him that this is not a dream, Da Nin used magic to let him taste the flavor of onions and gently asked, "Have you calculated now?" Grad, hurt from the beating, quickly replied, I'm awake. Stop hitting me." After recovering, he began to justify himself, saying, "But I'm just a provincial governor. I can't mobilize that many troops." Da Nin then asked back, "So how many can you mobilize? How many A-grade battle armors can be deployed? You think that a level A armored suit can compare to a first-tier pseudo-awakened?" With that in mind, Jian Nin simply smiled faintly. "If I could mobilize dozens or hundreds of aircraft, there would still be hope." Grad muttered to himself for a while before carefully replying, "There are at most 3 A-class mechs, but there are more B-class mechs, roughly around 120. I can command the B-level troops, but once the A-level soldiers are transferred in, they will decide whether to attack on their own. I don't have the authority to command them." Koi Min, upon hearing this, sighed and said, "This is completely a waterfield malfunction." A moment later, Jianin spoke calmly. "Min Lai, take your people to the neighboring estate and capture a girl named Anna." Brad immediately shouted to stop when he heard his daughter's name. "Don't touch my daughter." At that moment, Jianin stood up and exposed him, stating that under Federal Law No. 78, he has the authority to declare a state of war and directly mobilize all armed forces. Moreover, the provincial armed forces have at least 60 A-class mechs and 2,400 B-class mechs. The order for a drill or a declaration citing anti-terrorism reasons or any other excuse is fine, but he did not follow through. Brad didn't expect you to know so much, so when you finished speaking, he turned pale and then hurriedly explained, "No, that's not how it is. To achieve what you said, we need the approval of a specialist, and I can put it into a wartime state." But if the expert doesn't agree, the subordinates won't listen, and no one can deceive the expert. You don't have the patience to listen to him ramble, so just take out the control panel and give the order. Just mobilize the troops and now give the command. Gather all the soldiers in the province to the above coordinates within 3 hours, and also send engineers and technicians to monitor these coordinates. No way Brad dares to make a fuss. Whatever you say, he immediately complies. Fine. After achieving the desired result, Dan-in said satisfied. As for the expert, leave it to me. He secretly felt lucky to be working with a character who completed the story in his previous life, so he received a backdoor order from this expert. Brad started to doubt as he saw the fingers of the other person slipping on the control screen. Can he really control the expert? Is he really from the future? Not long after, Anna was brought here in custody. She immediately asked angrily after seeing her father, "What are you going to do? What have you done to my father?" Brad couldn't bear to see his beloved daughter handcuffed like that, so he quietly begged the Dan-in group to let his daughter go. Unfortunately, Dan-in not only shows no mercy to Anna but also executes Brad with a cold attitude. "I don't have time to listen to your excuses." She was overwhelmed with shock upon seeing that. "Dad, after knocking him out, you immediately explained everything to Anna. Listen, your father embezzled 3.9 billion and assassinated political opponents. If you help me find Lam Yue within 6 hours, I will spare your father's life. Don't try to fool me. I also know the details of his secret feelings for you. Of course, you don't need to worry about Lam Yue's safety either. We are here to protect him." 4 seconds later, on National Highway 077 in Owa Province, a smug Yang Yang said, "No one is here. I told you there couldn't be an ambush. Earlier, you overestimated those pigs." "Yeah, they must have been scared to death when they heard us coming." Angry voices kept shouting. "Damn it, they threatened us earlier, and now they're hiding in the city, capturing a few managers to help us find those pigs." Yamato looked at what was in front of him and hesitated, saying, "I've always felt something was off here. These bullets seem too cheap, and the ground looks like it's been freshly turned over." At that moment, all the devices were activated simultaneously, causing him to exclaim, "This place is ambushed." After the sensors detected an intruder, a robot army suddenly appeared to ambush them, leaving them no time to react. Yamato looked at the robots in front of him and couldn't help but sneer. This is the army of this world. How could the Huaha mobilize such a large military force? Suddenly, a voice rang out, signaling the fighters to attack. The 1st, 3rd, and 7th fighter jets began dropping toxic smoke bombs. The planes were immediately activated. Each special bomb was dropped, releasing thick green smoke that covered the entire area. Those below, after inhaling a large amount of the gas, felt short of breath and collapsed to the ground. Yamato immediately shouted, "This is a neurotoxin." He then ordered everyone around to find a way to counter it. "Hurry up! The collective willpower activates the mental shield." Thanks to everyone's quick thinking and teamwork, the defensive layer gradually dispelled the toxic gas. Seeing that the previous tactic was ineffective, a series of new commands were issued. Fighter planes 2, 4, and 6 drop bombs that fail to explode. The electronic armored troops launch a saturation attack with continuous gunfire and the whistling of bullets exploding, destroying everything around them. Under the combined pressure from both sides, bombs from the sky and rain of bullets from the ground caused many soldiers to fall, leaving few able to escape. Yamato, seeing he couldn't hold on much longer, quickly charged at the robots and ordered others to assist him. The primary level 3 guards are responsible for defense and supporting the mid-level 3. "Follow me and charge forward." After saying that, he rushed ahead, punched the robot blocking his way, shouting, "Open the heavens and split the earth. Anyone who blocks the path must die." Jindu is not inferior. He quickly takes down a few more enemies and clears the way forward. Huan Tao Tian Quan has been around for 7 years, yet I still choose to stay at the intermediate 3rd level and not advance. Guess why everyone is working together to fight off the other robots and keep encouraging each other. An A-rank battle armor may match a low-level 3rd Rain, but in front of us it's just useless. That's right, the mixed B-rank ones behind it are even less worth mentioning. You think you can rely on these guys to kill us? That's just naive. While below is a fierce battlefield, Yafeng uses his special ability to ambush the enemy's high ground base. He sarcastically says, "Do you think just because you're flying in the sky we can't do anything? I have that special space ability." With that, Dafeng immediately launched an attack on the Kim Long and Vu aircraft. An explosion shook the sky, sending countless debris flying from the direction. From afar, Dan-in and Dong watched every move they made. Seeing that the situation was becoming unstable, Min-La advised Dan-in that if they continued like this, it wouldn't work. Their combat power was fundamentally worlds apart, and even if they could wear down a few weak 3rd-stage opponents, they wouldn't be able to handle the rest.
It's okay, I never really expected these mechs to win anyway. Hope for what? He confidently continued, it is hope in the sword in my hand. Without hesitation, Da Nin moved forward with Dan Kiem. Min La quickly intervened, saying, Da Nin, wait a moment. Da Nin, this is like rushing headfirst into a wall. It's too dangerous. Seeing that you are still stubborn, he helplessly made another suggestion. If we go, it has to be us leading, or it will be very difficult to ensure your safety. In the end, Da Min agreed, so you all come with me. But then you suddenly set a condition. I only want you to stay outside the protective circle of the mech squads, and not let a single one escape. Without my order, no one is allowed to charge forward. Min, feeling very annoyed and about to argue, was cut off before he could speak as Da Min responded, any disobedience would be dealt with according to military law. Seeing Min La fall silent, Da Nin charged into the battlefield, heading straight for the enemy base. Amidst the thick gunfire, his figure flickered, making it hard for the other side to guess if a single shadow was rushing toward them. Inside the enemy base, Da Nin stands silently with his sword ready to wipe out everything, his eyes now filled with deadly intent. The moment of hunting and killing begins. First clearing this mess until Da Nin is ready to attack, then someone notices him. It was already too late. Da Nin from the Hua squad. His sneers tore through space. Everything around was flattened, leaving only swirling dust covering the entire base. Hearing his teammates' report, Yamato couldn't help but panic and turn back to see, stunned by the wreckage left behind by Da Nin. He shouted, Da Nin! Da! As soon as he finished speaking, Da Nin's strikes headed towards him, taking down the surrounding comrades. Yamato quickly reacted, activating his defenses to protect his life and opening all his protective barriers. Even if others manage to activate their defenses in time, they cannot resist for long. The overwhelming power causes the protective layers to crack, and everyone inside gets injured. Da Nin's teammates stood watching as he swept through everything around him, unable to help but be terrified and speak out. One moved to slaughter a group of low-level 3s, even injuring mid-level 3s. No wonder they didn't let us rush in. How did he manage to do such a godly power that's even more terrifying than in Legends? These level 3 elites are not rookies like Zhang Yang, but Min Lai still watches the battle carefully, so he can jump in to help when needed. Could it be that the previous mecha squad had drained a lot of the primary third tier's spiritual energy? The next part is the most dangerous. We must always be ready to rescue at any moment. When the time comes, even if it means disobeying orders, we have to save him. Da Nin single-handedly swept through almost the entire enemy forces, causing the remaining soldiers to accept their fate and charge forward, regardless of their lives. Revenge for my fallen comrades. Have you already killed all my brothers? I will kill you, you damn dog. We have to kill you and feed you to the dogs. How dare you kill someone from our team? Da Nin, I'm definitely going to eat your flesh today. But before they can get close, 2 giant robots suddenly appear and block the way. Yamato shouted in anger, Get out of here! Do you want to die? Seeing them all focused on the robots, Da Nin took a detour and launched a surprise attack. He shouted provocatively, Come on then. Before they can react, Da Nin swings his sword, ready to kill them all. This path is the path of death for all of you. A straight sword of celestial brilliance cuts through and splits the enemies trying to advance. Da Fong suddenly appears behind you and confidently says, Da Nin, I've got your head. The remaining enemies, seeing their captain had appeared, seized the opportunity to support with a coordinated attack, unleashing their fiery fury with flying arrows. Da Fong, along with his teammates' 2 powerful energies, quickly charged toward Da Nin, ready to strike back and avenge their comrades. But these 2 are too weak to control their power and hit Da Fong, causing him to roar. Seeing that the energy is heading straight for him, he doesn't bother to dodge and calmly says, Come at me. You can't do that. With that, Da Nin launched an attack to block. Fong absorbs the elemental fire. Da Fong, after recovering, returned to his usual arrogant attitude and ordered the others. Da Nin only has at most 2 major moves. Everyone can confidently attack him together. Of course, that head belongs to me. Da Fong's words made Da Nin uneasy. He wondered to himself how he could be so sure that I only have these 2 major moves. If he knew the truth, why is he only now bringing it up? Why did you keep your distance during the attack earlier? And you even shouted beforehand? The others, after hearing Yafeng speak, felt confident again and quickly charged to kill him. He's out of tricks now? Kill him. Hearing their words, Da Nin felt extremely amused and spoke out. No more tricks? Suddenly a cloud of black smoke began to surround him. His eyes now filled with murderous intent. He slowly raised the mirror in his hand. A surge of black energy suddenly erupted. The giant skull was recalled by Zhan Nin,
and swallowed the two approaching guardians of his master. Then let you see what else I have here. Danin's new move is activated. Jean Diemla immediately devoured the two skeletons in front of the skull, leaving only two desiccated bones. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Consumed 20,000 spiritual energy, remaining 35,000. Damn it! What is this? Are we being fooled? How can this possibly happen? Not only the enemies, but even Da Nin's teammates are also stunned by this power. Is this the legendary top talent with all four elements? So powerful. I've never seen a move like this in my life. It's not just a technique, but also a spiritual energy release, even reaching 20,000 points. That's too reckless. But the two team captains are different. They still want to rush forward to fight Da Nin to the death. Today, not a single flower piglet will escape. Brother Da Nin, let me kill him. Seeing they still have the guts to fight on, Da Nin just sneered and said, "This attack isn't over yet, and you still dare to rush in?" The underworld's king of hell emerges from the black smoke, with eerie skulls summoned to float around, as he points his dagger at Jinzu and commands the skulls, "Go kill Jinzu for me." They immediately received the order and quickly moved in to surround him. Now, only Yamato is left. Da Nin approached and asked him, "Yamato Ichiro, do you know why I didn't let them attack you?" Seeing him suddenly ask that, he couldn't help but feel terrified and stammered, "Is it because their strength can't kill me?" Hearing Yamato say that, Da Nin confidently replied, "No, because I already said I would personally shove your head up your ass." Da Nin, I say what I do. After hearing Da Nin's arrogant challenge, Yamato felt his blood boil and was ready to charge into battle. Da Nin did not hesitate, swinging his sword to cut through the wind, activating his ultimate skill, the frost element, the heart of extreme cold. Immediately, a giant ice dragon appeared, bringing an icy wind that cut to the bone. It roared fiercely, but Yamato was not backing down. He decisively swung his hand, unleashing a fierce surge of spiritual power. Amber Fist, a fiery winged tiger, manifested to face the ice dragon head-on. The two spiritual beasts clashed fiercely without yielding to each other. Taking advantage of the two spiritual beasts attracting Yamato's attention, Da Nin quickly teleported behind him and launched an attack with wind elemental power and phoenix fury. As he finished speaking, a monster from within the sword lunged out, viciously aiming to bite the opponent. But he sensed your presence and activated his defensive move, the Nirvana wings shielding him. The wings just formed a protective layer as the monster charged, and their collision erupted in a deafening explosion, sending rocks flying everywhere. Da Nin also praised him for that. No wonder his defensive berserk physique system is really strong, but that's all there is to it. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Suddenly, a barrage of darts appeared out of nowhere, heading straight for him. But with his combat instinct, Da Nin quickly realized this. You sneer and say, "Another hidden East Days Peak assassin trying to ambush me?" Fed up with this sneak attack game, you shout and counterattack. Do you think you know everything about controlling spirits? Their spiritual power is all about defense? Da Nin gently throws away the small gray dagger in his hand, deflecting all the incoming darts. As he finishes dealing with the darts, Yamato's loud shout echoes from above. Da Nin, these are just tricks to deceive you. Are you being fooled? Celestial fire shooting star. His entire body is enveloped in a giant fist, aimed straight at you. Then I'll show you that all schemes and tricks are useless against your true strength, what absolute power really means. As he finished speaking, Yanin still stood there, raising his sword, then activated his defensive technique. Tuithian defense. A purple flame appeared, enveloping his sword. As Yamato charged forward, flames erupted to form a sturdy shield that blocked his punch, leaving Yamato stunned. What? Seeing that the technique was ineffective, he quickly retreated to a safe distance. Yamato roared in anger. He's just an ancient-level warrior, so how does he have such defensive power? But Da Nin wasn't done yet. He broke through the defense, shot straight up, and prepared to counterattack. This move isn't over yet. As he finished speaking, he charged down while activating his next move. Tui Thien Toi aims to hit, an invisible pressure suddenly weighing down on Yamato. He was completely immobilized, forced to kneel by the weight of gravity, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Yamato shouted, "I can't move at all, no way. Even the wild wind hiding in another dimension is affected. I hide in the void but can still feel the pressure." Over there, Jindu, after dealing with those spirits, gasps and says, "I have the strength of a high-level 3rd grade. Do you think those 3rd-tier half-baked spirits can kill me? Don't mess up." Da Nin, "Today, I must personally kill you." But he paid no attention to the beam of light flying toward his back. Until the explosion rang out, Jinzu finally startled and shouted loudly, "What is this again?" After the deafening explosion, a figure emerged from the thick smoke behind the fog. Danin stepped out from the smoke, feeling extremely pleased with his skills. Previously, he only used Tui Tien's defense, but unexpectedly, its attack power was not inferior to the Wind Blade Slash. The surrounding teammates couldn't help but be amazed by his strength. Minla could only exclaim in admiration. So Nin, just how many moves does he have? Is he really a demon or a ghost? Yamato, unable to accept this defeat, unleashed his berserk transformation, instantly growing huge and formidable. Seizing the opportunity before Danin could adapt, Yamato continued his assault, sweeping across the Heavenly General. You quickly ordered your subordinates to block the attack, using Jinzu's soul to defend. Seeing your move being blocked, Yamato couldn't help but get angry and shouted, "So you're using Jinzu-Du's soul to resist? How can this be happening?" No matter how much he screams, Jianin is ready to strike back. Have you unleashed your ultimate move yet? If so, now it's my turn. As he finished speaking, he immediately summoned Divine Wrath, and the sword began to glow. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Using 20,000 spiritual energy points, remaining 4,800 points, Danin shouted, summoning a 4-grade illusion, a shadow identical to him rushing out from the sword straight towards Yamato. Even Danin himself was amazed by how eerily similar they looked. I thought a 4th-rank person would be at least a few dozen meters tall, but I never expected their body to look just like mine. Is this even possible? Given how tiny the shadow is, Yamato couldn't help but mock, is this really how you release your own soul? If you actively bring it here, can your soul fight? You're truly naive. He was laughing happily, but suddenly his words started to stutter. How naive. Since when did Danin's shadow pierce through Yamato's body? And as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground. Your shadow has just touched the ground too, covered in countless cuts. The speed of the shadow was so fast that Yamato didn't even notice. In the blink of an eye, his body was shattered into hundreds of fragments. Danin was also stunned by this terrifying power. A slash that kills instantly, though it looks exactly like him, is much more formidable than himself. The people around turned to stone, silently grateful that Danin didn't let them in. Are we winning this now? Not letting us in is murder by misunderstanding us? Through the thick smoke, Danin approached the shadow sitting calmly. The shadow extended his hand and said, "Please." Danin couldn't help but be amused by his attitude and replied, "Do you know what I want to do?" The shadow also smiled and said, "Of course, I am you, but then you will also gradually fade away." Danin also felt regretful as he had to say goodbye, just regretting that he only appeared for 10 seconds each time. "So you are my future." After finishing, he turned and kicked Yamato's head away, proudly saying, "I told you I would stuff your head up your ass, and I did it." Seeing that all his teammates were gone, Da Feng, who had been fleeing, couldn't help but feel terrified. "There's still a fish caught in the net hiding in the shadows. I never paid attention to you before, but now Dong Yaofeng, come out here." Seeing that Li Long refused to appear, you immediately used a searching technique, fully activating your mental power to investigate and track with fiery flames. In an instant, Da Feng was found. He screamed in despair, quickly switching to agility attribute, unleashing a fiery attack at Tao. "Oh my mother. Even though he can't see me, he can sense my approximate direction, so is he trying to force me to appear with fire?" Hearing him say that, Danin just snorted coldly and loudly warned, "Do you want to run? I already said I will destroy all of you. Do you think I'm joking?" Danin, stop chasing. Dong Yafeng still has a secret card no one knows about. Danin, your spiritual power is dangerous. No matter what they say, Danin still responded firmly. Letting him go back alive would only make things more dangerous. Danin's flames keep launching attacks at Da Feng, forcing him to find a way to counter. The speed of this flame's attack is too fast to dodge. "I can't let this happen, or I'm definitely going to die." Da Feng silently thought to himself that he had just unleashed many powerful moves, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Instead of turning his back on the enemy, it was better to charge forward and try his luck. Although this move comes at a great cost, if I can kill Danin, even if I have to sacrifice my life, this mission won't be considered a failure. At the same time, Danin's aura is steadily approaching him. Suddenly, he tore through the void and charged at Danin, shouting, "Burn your life force! Break through the void! Die for me!" Da Feng suddenly burst out from the void, determined to fight to the end with Danin, thinking arrogantly that when his life is burning, his attack power is even stronger than that of a high-level 3rd-rank warrior. "No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun my supersonic blade." He laughed loudly, his eyes full of death, and said, "Die, Danin." In response to Da Feng's arrogant attitude, he just chuckled dismissively. Da Feng was puzzled by Danin's calm demeanor. What is he still smiling about when death is near? But when he lunged to pierce through Da Nin, he realized something strange. No way. How can the dagger pass through the body without any resistance? When Da Fong turned back, everything was just an illusion. He had been completely deceived. Dead is just an illusion. How can this be? Could it also have space-type abilities? But how can it unleash skills without consuming spiritual energy? In an instant, Da Nin suddenly appeared from behind him, launching a counterattack that left Da Fong no chance to react. He decisively swung his sword, cutting off Da Fong's legs, and in just a few seconds, he was now a cripple. Da Fong roared in pain, "I will kill you, Da Nin." His comrades, witnessing the horrific battle, rushed towards Da Nin. "Da Nin, are you okay?" Everyone charged together and killed Dong Yaofeng. Kai Min and Trin Tun, upon hearing the captain's words, immediately unleashed all their strength to kill Da Fong, firing the Iceblade Heartfire Snake, but all were blocked by Da Nin. He shouted loudly, "Stop and let him live." But those two still didn't stop, persistently attacking, making Da Ning annoyed and say through gritted teeth, "Didn't I tell you to stop?" "You fired with all your strength again." Hoi Min knew he had angered you and quickly lowered his bow, apologizing. "I didn't mean to do that, Da Nin. I was too tense at that moment and couldn't pull back in time." At the same time, Captain Min La arrived and urged Da Nin to quickly end Da Fong. "Da Nin, when you said we had to keep him alive, did you mean to get information? But even if you do, you won't know if it's true or false, so better to kill him quickly to avoid trouble." But Da Nin still firmly stuck to his decision. He turned and pointed his sword directly at Da Fong, forcing him to confess. "Tell me, who is your mole in the Hoa Ha squad? Even if it costs you your legs or makes you terrified of dying? Da Nin, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could there be a traitor among us?" Everyone has been thoroughly screened, and all communication methods are monitored and recorded. Don't listen to his temptations. Jianin turned confidently and said, "Everyone stay calm for now. You'll know whether I do or not after I finish the interrogation." Hearing that, Min La didn't say anything more about this. After finishing, Da Nin began to expose all of Da Fong's tricks. "Dong Da Fong, if you want to die, you could have self-destructed under normal circumstances. The reason you didn't do this is because your big move earlier used up all your self-destruct energy, right? Now you're just meat, even Tutu can't do anything anymore. Seeing that you know everything." Da Fong's face is filled with horror, with no words left to defend himself. While he is still panicking and looking for a way out, Da Nin decisively cuts off one of Da Fong's arms and issues a warning. "Now if you just tell me, I'll make it quick for you. Or do you refuse to speak? It's simple. I've read the ancient book of the Flower Fall about people like this pig, Lang Chi, and others." Seeing Da Fong still refusing to speak, I pointed my sword at his face, then his face, and finally he was terrified. Da Fong decided to confess. Don't let me speak. I'll talk." As he finished, he pointed his hand at Kai Min and shouted, "My inside man is Chuang Kai Min." Kai Min realized he had been exposed and quickly ran away, leaving his teammates confused by the news. "Is it really Chuang Kai Min?" "No way, Chuang Kai Min. What did they finally give you?" "Why did you betray your brothers like that?" "I won't let him escape easily." Trin Tan immediately strikes to seize his core and kill him. A blaze suddenly engulfed Kai Min, burning his entire body. After revealing everything, Da Fong painfully begged Da Nin to let him die. "Da Nin, are you satisfied now? Can you let me die quickly?" Hearing him say that, you just scoff coldly and continue to expose Da Fong as if you're satisfied. But don't be in a hurry, there are still 2 people standing in front of you. Making him stare in confusion, he blurted out. As he finished speaking, Da Nin quickly rushed somewhere. In an instant, I appeared in front of Trin Than, pointing my sword directly at him, abandoning the car to save the king. "Don't I see through you?" Seeing himself caught, Trin Tan could only stammer, "Da Nin, you won't let him finish." So he decisively swung his sword and stabbed through Trin Than. Min La quickly rushed over and shouted, "Da Nin, are you crazy?" "Who told you that there is only one traitor?" He still couldn't believe what he heard. Da Min turned to Da Fong and revealed his last card. Did he really think Dong Da Fong could easily say that? This is no different from sacrificing a seen pawn. To save an unseen pawn, Da Fong's plan was completely disrupted, so he quickly spoke up to clear things up, saying it's just a wild guess. Before he could finish speaking, Da Nin swung his hand and cut off his head. In his eyes, Da Fong no longer had any value to exploit. Even if I was just guessing, wasn't your reaction proof that I was right? If he's not a traitor, then your reaction is just like throwing stones into a well. Your existence no longer means anything to me now. But Min La still doesn't believe Trin Tan is a traitor and tries to speak up for him. Dong Da Feng is very cunning. Perhaps this is his clever trick of throwing stones into the well. Trin Tan, seeing this, quickly agreed and said, Trin Tan questions himself and believes he is worthy of his country and his conscience. Deep Nin, what right do you have to falsely accuse me? Da Nin couldn't help but find their attitude ridiculous and immediately presented a series of evidence. What evidence do you have? You really work very carefully, with no documents or evidence at all, not even involving Jiang Kai-ming. So how do you convey the message? Then it's by using ranged attacks to place the mark on the opponent. Do you remember Dong Yafeng previously attacked me but warned you and Jiang Kai-ming to come out and fight? While saying this, he took out a piece of paper, and at that moment, Jiang Kai-ming's attack hit us, while Trin Tan's attack struck Dong Yafeng's arm. The mark on the piece of meat I cut is proof that you transmitted the information. Similar evidence appears in every instance. I guess he must have more evidence on him. After a series of proof like that, Trin Tan also had to admit his mistake. You're not wrong, I really am a traitor too. Min La, hearing this, couldn't help but feel confused and responded. Old Trin, why did Trin Tan do that? But Da Nin couldn't help but wonder why he had fallen into this path. But I am very curious why you became an insider. I've looked at your files, and they are extremely impressive. He began to briefly recount Trin Tan's life to those around him. At 54 years old, both his parents had passed away. He was rescued by the military, and with no burdens, no one could threaten him. Enlisted at 16 to help the team find supplies. You, a first-tier, single-handedly pulled a 2-length mutant at 26, became a third-tier Special Forces recruit, fought 13 times on the border, and was in critical condition twice. With such a background and deep bonds, Da Nin still can't find the flaw. Why would Trin Tan want to betray? Captain Lu treats you like family. Zhang Wei also considers him like a brother. I'm very curious about what the Warzone R promised, which made him decide to betray his comrades like that. He painfully replied, If I say that I have always felt I didn't commit treason, would you believe me? On the contrary, I just want to do my best for the Huaxia front. Hearing him say that, you find it quite interesting. That way of speaking is really new. Zheng Cheng kept shouting, trying to prove he was doing this for everyone. Da Nin, you're right. I don't seek power, and I don't want anything from them, and I hate those bastards even more than you do. I wish every day that I could kill them all, but I can't. To save more friends, I can only become their dog. Min La, who was defending him earlier, couldn't stand this betrayal anymore and kicked Trin Tan right in the face. Trin Tan, what the hell are you talking about? Selling us out is for our own good. Are you treating Truong Vi and the old captain like that? Seeing the captain's attitude change, Trin Tan could only laugh and mock. Captain, if I don't do this, do you think you can survive? Last time, the strongest team leader and Truong Vi both died, so why didn't anyone chase after us then? That's because I begged them like a dog. After all, we couldn't win, so it was better to reduce the number of casualties. He shouted in resignation, clutching his shirt tightly. Trin Tan, have I ever been afraid of death? But what I fear is witnessing each of my brothers die. Suddenly, Trin Tan tore open his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars. He shouted in despair, Do you think I don't want to save everyone? I can't save them all. We are like pigs in a pigsty, only by sacrificing a few of us can the others survive. Da Nin confidently said, But this time is different. This time I can lead you to victory. Trin Tan made no reply. I have to admit your talent. So Da Nin, I really didn't expect this from you. If only I had known you earlier. Da Nin, actually I am very happy. As he finished, a flame burst out and engulfed Trin Tan entirely. He set himself on fire, peacefully leaving everything to Jia Nin. Now that you have appeared, I can finally die without any regrets in this miserable life. Brothers, I miss Captain Jiang Wei and the others, so I'm going to find them first to apologize. Live well for me. Protect Da Nin and safeguard the future well. Min La couldn't help but feel upset seeing him set himself on fire to escape guilt. Uncle Trin Tan. That damn bastard, the scholar who turned against the army. Witnessing this scene, Da Nin couldn't help but ponder. Since ancient times, the strong have always defeated the weak, and no matter what kind of weakness, they will be eliminated. Whether it's foreigners, demons, or mythical beasts, if I can't save the world in this rebirth, it won't just be a tragedy. He silently reminded himself that after all these events, the only way to prevent another tragedy was to become stronger enough to overturn heaven and earth, stronger enough to defy the universe. Trin Tan was ultimately burned to ashes, dissolving into the dirt and sand. Da Nin also turned to everyone and said, Let's go, there are still many other missions waiting for us. Then he returned to the Thunder Forest Manor, the provincial governor's office. The whole team was walking and observing their surroundings when someone suddenly voiced a strange suspicion. Why is it suddenly so quiet here? There's no one around at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of robots appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. Without giving them a chance to speak, the robots started firing continuously, but they quickly erected a protective barrier. Minila ordered the team members to focus on defending and protecting Danin. Danin also couldn't stand still and passive, gathering strength to go find the mastermind. Isn't this the force that the governor's office can summon? It seems the people from above arrived just in time. By the way, I want to talk to your president. In just a blink, Danin's initial assault struck, crushing all obstacles in its path, with wind element attacks, extreme cold freezing everything. A single sword swing spreading ice instantly, turning all the soldiers in front into cold, expressionless stone statues. The people who were worried about protecting Danin just now can now put down their burdens. Relief washing over them, they say. Captain, Danin's condition doesn't seem to require our protection anymore. She is right. However, they also realize that they cannot stand by idly and watch him handle everything alone. Inla immediately ordered them to charge together and fight. Everyone also used their skills to break the trap room. Seeing this, Danin quickly reminded them, "Everyone stay calm, don't cause too many casualties, wait a bit for the next negotiation." Dongthen's group replied, "We understand." Hearing that, he felt reassured and moved forward. All enemies blocking the way are turned into soulless ice blocks. In an instant, Danin also saw the name of the governor. You rush straight in front of him, sword at his throat, and threaten him, saying, "Brad the governor, I didn't expect you to play this game." Brad, terrified, quickly denies all responsibility, claiming it's not related to me. This has nothing to do with me. Immediately, he knelt down and clasped his hands together to explain to you. The disturbance they caused was so loud that our superiors noticed something was wrong. I only sent someone here. I didn't actually ask them to come. I already advised them, but they refused to listen and even used me as bait. Danin frowned slightly, his voice still tinged with doubt as he replied, "Is that true?" Seeing that he still didn't believe her, Brad bowed his head to the ground, begging for forgiveness. "Sir, everything I said is the truth. Please have mercy on me. I will cooperate with anything." Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Anna stood there begging Danin not to act, to please not kill her father, begging him that day. "Lam Du, the one you're looking for, I've brought him here." Lam Du keeps trying to stop her from behind. "Anna, it's dangerous. Step back quickly." He stepped forward to stand in front of Anna, trembling as he asked, "What are you going to do?" Danin just smiled and said, "Lam Du, do you really think I look like a bad guy with this move of yours?" As he got closer, Lam Du tightened his grip on the axe. "Ha ha, there haven't been many words." Seeing how cautious he is, Danin quickly explains, apparently from the perspective of the people in front. "It may seem that way, but that's not really the case. Look closely. I haven't actually killed anyone. I only did this to save the world, but Lam Du still refuses to believe. Only a devil would trust your words." You keep trying to persuade him, offering another proposal. "So, young man, as the future leader of humanity, are you willing to join me in saving the world from the apocalypse?" Future leader of humanity? Saving the world from the apocalypse? Are you really talking about me? Are you really someone who traveled back from the future? Anna quickly hit his head and shouted loudly, "Do you really believe what he said, Lam Du?" Lam Due was truly convinced by Danin's words. Even after being hit, he turned to Anna and said, "Anna, I think what he said might be right, or else how could we explain his abilities?" Lam Due quickly pulled her into a corner and tried to persuade her, and with his fighting ability, just one sword would be enough to kill us. Why would I need to lie to myself? Besides, I always feel that in the future I will do great things. Jianin looked incredibly proud when he convinced him. That's right, he's very smart. No wonder he's the savior of the future. In his mind, he secretly evaluated Lam Due as brave, kind, a bit naive, and still a high school student. He truly is the perfect example of a passionate protagonist. Someone like him is the most suitable for the role of the hero. But Lam Du suddenly felt worried about his current situation, as he still had no abilities at all. So what should I do to save the world from the apocalypse? Hearing that, Da Nin quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, your abilities will develop just like mine. You'll get there eventually. For now, just follow me and do as I tell you." Lam Due giúp trấn an, nhanh chóng lấy lại sự tự tin và trả lời rố rằng, "Dốt nhiên, mình la va những người khác vội vã chạy đến. Anh ấy bảo cao tinh hin bên ngoài cho gia đình." Da Nin, a large number of fighter jets are heading here, and there are even nuclear bombs targeted at us, probably sent by the Federation headquarters. No matter how strong we are, we can't face the entire civilization. Danin immediately took Brad with him and quickly went to handle the problem. Everyone stay here and wait for me to return. Governor, I need you to cooperate with me right now. Immediately, Brad obediently agrees. I agree. I will cooperate. Please don't kill me. Outside, countless fighter jets surround the castle, targeting Danin below. Issue warnings and cautions. You are already encircled. Surrender now and release the governor immediately. Danin, fearless, pressed the knife to Brad's neck and loudly demanded negotiations. I am Danin. I want to speak directly with the Federation president. If you don't want to destroy the world, then do as I say. At the Central Federation Conference, the Federation president sitting inside the observation room overheard the words and scoffed, "Destroy the world, does he think this is a movie?" Issue the order. If they do not surrender within 10 seconds, proceed with bombing at will, including nuclear strikes if necessary. The subordinate behind reminds him of the previous decision. But Mr. President, Governor Brad is still in their hands. The frowning man replied, "Forget that useless guy, he's already exposed everything. Dying is worth it. Anyway, the people of Obama Province have already been evacuated for the safety of the entire Federation. Sacrificing a governor is no big deal." As he finished speaking, a series of fighter jets immediately lit up and locked onto the targets below. A series of alerts were transmitted down. Warning to intruders, you have 10 seconds to surrender or we will launch a massive bombing. Aircraft have locked on to the target. A warning, preparing to drop a nuclear bomb. Admiral Brad, your great sacrifice for the Federation. The Federation will never forget this blow. Brad couldn't believe what he just heard. He nervously asked, "What? Have I been abandoned by the Federation?" Everyone else was also surprised that things had gone this far. Min-La said, "This is getting complicated. I won't die, right?" This doesn't match what he said about the main character's development. Danin saw that he was no longer useful and straightforwardly discarded him. "Admiral, it seems you are no longer useful. Go back and wait. Isn't it just a nuclear bomb? I'll handle this." After finishing, he opened the system and kept calculating in his mind, even though his combat suit was immune to all heat weapon attacks. His hands kept working on the keyboard because Danin was not only worried about himself but also others, so he had to think carefully, but he also had to consider Min-La and Lam Due's lives. If ordinary threats were ineffective, then he would truly destroy this world to create a threat. As soon as Danin finished his actions, fighter jets prepared to strike. The targets were locked and the nuclear bombs were ready. But inside the planes, red alerts kept flashing, and the subordinates immediately reported, "President, this is bad. Our nuclear system has been hacked. The nuclear attack has been canceled." The surprised reply was, "What? This is impossible." Suddenly, the system displayed countless notifications, and the original targets had all been changed to other provinces. Warning. Warning, Bohemia Province is the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning. Andong Province is the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning. Dadian Province is also under warning. The number of targets is too large for him to believe. Over 700 provinces, no way. I only have half the control myself. My subordinates quickly update the situation. "Mr. President, this is true. We are also completely locked down here, and there's no way to regain control. That person said they want to destroy the world. And this is true. They are really not like humans, and in the end, they were forced to agree to negotiate." He ordered his subordinates to stop. "Stop them. I agreed to negotiate with him, and I will immediately send a special aircraft to pick them up." "Come and see me," he replied clearly. The fighter jets gradually withdrew, and Janin led the group forward. Everyone couldn't help but be amazed by his power. What on earth is going on? How can Danin do something like this? Is this the kind of power I will have in the future? It's just too incredible. "Captain, were all our previous combat strategies wrong? This level of performance is almost perverted." Danin pulls Min-La closer and whispers something. "Min-La, after meeting the president, I need you to cooperate with me. At that time, just do as I say." He suspects the answer, huh? Will they believe? The Federal Grand Conference. Before going inside, he turned back to instruct everyone. "Min-La and I will go in. The others will wait outside and protect Lam Du." They all answered in unison, along with the soldiers who were already present. Seeing Danin enter, he angrily said, "Danin, right. I am the president on this side. Tell me who you really are and what your purpose is." "We don't beat around the bush and get straight to the main point. We are time travelers from the future. In just one more year, the entire world will face a catastrophe called the End of Days." Danin thought, then explained to him the inevitable events that will occur within the next year, the consequences that no one can stop. By then, there will be many zombies and mutants. Countless people will die at the hands of zombies, and the Federation will fall apart. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, humanity launched a nuclear war to fight the zombie wave. Even though civilization has collapsed, the disaster cannot be prevented. But luckily in year 6, we developed a time machine, traveled back in time, and changed everything before it happened.
To increase credibility, you said while showing him the evidence, "This is a video recording of us fighting the monster in the future."
The authenticity of the content can be analyzed, so we are the saviors, not invaders. The soldiers are gradually convinced
But still skeptical, asking if you mean that a man-eating monster will appear in the future.
This is really terrifying. Although the video evidence you provided is quite convincing, I can't believe you're really here to help us instead of being sent by the monsters. Seeing that he still wasn't fully convinced, he changed his tone to challenge them, saying, "I might not be trusted, but I can really destroy you before the apocalypse even arrives." Hearing this, the guards immediately aimed their guns at him, warning stop or they would shoot. But Danin just lightly tapped them on the table, causing the guns to float in the air. "Our guns. You finally lost patience. I warn you, I don't have time to waste here. If you don't cooperate, your future will be destroyed. I'd rather be destroyed by me than die at the hands of a monster. At least it would make everyone die faster." Min La suddenly climbed up and stood in front of Da Nin, trying to stop him. "Da Nin, I believe the president just temporarily finds it hard to accept this. I know you don't want to witness the extinction of humanity again. I know this is our last chance, but I still want to ask you to give them a little more time." Suddenly turning back, you grasp their collar tightly, each word spoken coldly. "Everyone, don't hesitate anymore, or we won't have a chance to come back. Last time we risked everything to break through the command center glacier, but the rescue force was defeated. This time travel also brought a group of monsters back with us. They are the monsters we killed on the way in the outskirts." The more Min La spoke, the tighter he gripped his collar, his voice growing louder, saying, "Master Diep Nin is also very disappointed with the high-ranking official's actions last time. He has a teammate who also died because you surrounded him." Danin watched Min La's performance and couldn't help but regret his decision. Min La's acting skills are truly speechless. I really can't stand to watch anymore. If I had known earlier, I should have chosen someone with better acting skills. He kept persuading the other side while taking out the pen and said, "If you don't cooperate this time, there won't be a next time. Of course, this time we've returned with a type of gene medicine that can enhance your physical strength. Drink it, and gradually you will become as powerful as us." Receiving the pen, they couldn't help but marvel at its effects and immediately agreed to Da Nin's terms. "So, you want to extend your lifespan and become as strong as us? I trust everyone. This time I will cooperate fully." Seeing that, Min La turned around and smiled at you. After a successful negotiation, Da Nin finally let out a small sigh of relief, secretly thinking that luckily I brought the enhancement drugs with me. Indeed, besides threats, there are still benefits. After a successful negotiation, the respectful side bowed and said, "How should we cooperate, revered savior?" Da Nin then laid out his conditions. "First, I need the Federation to strengthen the extraction of spiritual energy as much as possible. Second, find Dr. CR to help me investigate the origin of the apocalyptic outbreak." He was surprised by how simple the conditions were and immediately complied. "Is it really that simple? I will do it immediately. Everything is going smoothly." Jianin quietly thought to himself, "This mission is just too perfect. What else?" With the Federation's certification, the mining operation is no different from their own mining activities. The system finally displays the message to Tian Shuguodu. The initial phase of the Three Peaks mission is complete. The next stage is to find the origin of the world's apocalypse. Do you want to continue? Jianin didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Continue, I think to myself. The original mission of the apocalypse system has been completed, but the sword system's mission hasn't improved much. It seems that to change the world's course and future on a larger scale, holding power and controlling the protagonist is just a small step. The key is to find the source of the apocalypse and stop it from the start so we can not only obtain the design of the Heavenly Sky battleship, but also turn this place into a real-world farm. Da Nin's group is facing the group in black. He speaks out to give an order. "Min La, Wang Van, and Lam Du, follow me to meet Professor Crocker Lam Ban. He will lead the others in the army to the mine to supervise the mining operations." Lam Ban immediately replied, "I promise to complete the mission," then happily turned to talk to the people beside him. "In the past, we could only control a few merchant guilds and mine a few types of minerals ourselves, with limited quantities. But this time we only need to watch to gather billions or even tens of billions of tons of spiritual ore." The person next to him also happily replied, "Yes, thanks to your wise and decisive leadership, Da Nin, our days of being squeezed by other war zones are over." I wonder if they were so excited when they returned to the army that they fainted on the spot. At the Federation Genetic Research Institute, Danin's group stopped their cars and looked up at the tall building in front of them. "Hello, Mr. Danin. I am the head of the Federal Genetics Research Institute, Crocker." Danin said seriously to him, "Professor Crocker, I need you to answer a few questions." Then he began to raise his concerns. First, what are you currently researching? Second, are there any unusual phenomena or problems occurring in your research projects? Third, are you conducting any other private research? All my research complies with federal laws. There are two main areas of investigation. First is gene enhancement used to improve the physical abilities of cyborg soldiers. Second is related to the highest federal secrets. You hold up a card in front of him as a warning. Now that I have the highest authority in the Federation, I have the right to know. You no longer need to pay attention to security regulations. Crocker saw the card in your hand and, terrified, stood unsteady, hurriedly saying, "It's a presidential order." All right, the second project is the Human Origin Project. We are simulating the process of human evolution. So you ask again, the origin of humanity. The origin, you mean? What was the original plan? How long has this been studied? He hurriedly replied, "It's been nearly 5 years, specifically since the genetic intervention at the human embryo stage." Then he pointed to the glass tubes filled with strange creatures and explained, "This is a hybrid of spider venom. This is a hybrid of snake venom. These are also considered relatively successful experiments." The Dark Nin group walks along the path filled with strange test tubes, with everyone except Nin with a serious face, looking around with fearful and alert eyes. Lamdu hesitated and said, "I didn't expect the Federation would allow it." Minla continued, "And yet they permit the use of humans for this kind of experiment." Wang Yun sighed, "This is too cruel already." Crocker interrupted when he heard them talking, "But these things also help humans become stronger. Furthermore, this experiment was only on embryos, not on real humans." Dunning suddenly asked him a question. "Crocker, these are all successful test subjects, right? So where are the failures?" He replied that the failed test subjects and mutators are still inside, in the core area. In front of everyone, he opened a door, revealing glass tubes with bizarre creatures inside, and Huang Van exclaimed in fear. Minla covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Why does it look even more disgusting than a mutant?" Danin looked at what was in front of her and calmly asked, "What is this?" Kokro loudly replied, "This is the experimental subject codenamed Kokun. We drew inspiration from the transformation of caterpillars into butterflies." He continued arrogantly, "I am considering researching whether it is possible to create an experimental subject with 2 sets of organs. Have you ever observed a caterpillar? Before transforming into a butterfly, they wrap themselves in cocoons and revert back into cellular fluid. These fluids skillfully and spontaneously form the various organs and tissues of the butterfly. It's clearly just a puddle of water, but they somehow know which part will become the head and which part will become the body." The man with a sinister face continued, "If you cut the cocoon in half, it will split into 2 halves of a butterfly. The upper part is the head, and the lower part is the body. If cut vertically, one side will have half a head. It's hard to believe that their cytoplasm knows what it is. Even more interesting is that if you insert a straw into the cocoon, it will open into a butterfly with the straw in the middle of its body." He continued explaining how that strange creature was formed. If you mix the cell cultures from the 2 cocoons together, you can eventually create a butterfly with its head inside its abdomen. They are no longer afraid of chaos after mixing and emerging as before. Suddenly, Lin Dui rushed forward, grabbing his neck and head with his hands, angrily saying, "So you conducted such a cruel and inhumane experiment and you're still proud of it?" Min La and Huang Van also immediately rushed over. Min La, clenched fist in anger, said, "This isn't the cause of the mutation, is it? I never thought it was created by that very person." Huang Van also spoke. "The root cause has been found. Just kill this guy and blow this place up once and for all." Crocker still stubbornly justifies his crimes. The brains of these test subjects are not fully developed, so they won't feel pain. Danin stepped forward to block him, stopping the 2 of them. "Everyone stay calm. I believe this mission is not as simple as it seems." Min La angrily said, "Do you think it's that simple? That's because you can easily control the Federation. But this is not easy for us at all," Danin calmly replied. "Maybe so, but my instinct tells me that although it looks disgusting, that's not the root cause." Then Danin turned to look, causing Lamdu to reluctantly let go. Crocker quickly sighed in relief and thanked him. Master Danin is wise. No virus could erupt from this rotten meat. Danin didn't respond to him. He silently thought, "The demon's eyes give no clues here, so it probably isn't this." Then he asked the man, "Crocker, is there anything else besides these things?" Crocker immediately replied, "No, there isn't." Danin just nodded at his words and immediately ordered him to scan his mind.
Da Nin's mental power radiates out and he coldly says, "You're lying, there are still underground structures." He gathers his strength, and immediately the earth and rocks beneath his feet shatter, filling the air with dust. The crowd standing there also fell all at once due to losing their footing, screams echoing loudly. Except for Da Nin, who remained steady, the other four landed in strange, unusual positions. Crocker hurriedly said, "This was an abandoned laboratory. It was used before, but then it was buried and left behind." Da Nin sneered and said, "You dare to lie in front of me again. In front of you are conveyor belts with human bodies scattered all over." Da Nin coldly asked Crocker, "How do you explain that the time of death for these bodies does not exceed 48 hours? He didn't answer, but hurriedly said, "Why are you forcing me? Don't you know? Everything here is secretly approved by the higher-ups," and they quickly gave a reason that some important figures have poor health and need organ replacements. Lamdu approached the corpses and spoke in a voice filled with horror. "You secretly killed them and took their organs. This wasn't your embryo experiment. These are all living children just like us. How could you be so heartless to do this? I even wanted to join the Federation before. You are basically a bunch of hypocrites." Old Man Crocker quickly denies responsibility. "Honestly, it's none of my business. I'm just following orders." And then they come up with excuses. Moreover, these are not even human beings. They are all just pigs raised on the production line. Like domesticated animals, humans don't just eat but also strip their fur. Da Nin angrily shouted and grabbed Crocker's collar, looking into his eyes and asking, "Where is the production line? Take me there." 10 minutes later, Crocker led Da Nin to another area with a sealed door, where a group of top soldiers with guns were standing guard. Captain, standing on the bridge, raises his hand to stop Da Nin and says, "Da Nin, master, you don't need to look here. I know you're searching for something unusual, but this is definitely not what you need." "I assure you, sir." Da Nin ignored him and immediately swung his sword, shouting, "Get out of the way!" The guards were knocked back with a single move and groaned in pain. Then he stepped forward to the door and asked, "Is this the place?" Crocker meekly replied, "Yes." Da Nin forcibly breaks the door with his bare hands. Inside is a system along with a giant glass cage hundreds of times larger than the ones outside. Inside the glass cage, there are countless bodies being repeatedly thrown into a strange green liquid. Min La was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he shouted, "Do they even realize what they're doing?" Lam Du said in disbelief, "Humans in this world have gone crazy." Wang Yan was also so scared she couldn't speak. The system notification sound immediately rang out. The source of the virus infection has been found. A large number of virus infections have been detected. Jianin silently thought that the embryos here seemed to have no consciousness, but in fact they were constantly devouring each other. In a way, this is another version of the zombie. Da Nin, angry, his eyes flashing with hatred, questioned Crocker, "How long have you been doing this? How many materials have been produced and where else has it been done?" He quickly responded as he saw you approaching, with a fierce face. "This production line has been operating for several years and has produced hundreds of thousands of products. There is nowhere else, only this place." "Lord Da Nin, although this production line may seem unethical, it is very useful. Are you aware? Just one material is enough to save 4 or 5 citizens at a time. Many of our professors, experts, soldiers, doctors, and even senators have been reborn thanks to this technology." Da Nin, unconcerned with what he said, grabbed his collar with one hand and lifted him up, angrily ordering, "In 3 minutes, I want a list of everyone who has had their organs replaced. If you can't do it, I'll kill you and ask someone else. Then you throw him to the ground." Crocker, trembling with fear, crawled on the ground and nervously replied, "Yes." Da Nin silently thought that if hundreds of millions of materials were converted into beneficiaries, there would probably be hundreds of millions. These people appear in every field, even high-ranking officials of the Federation, and each one of them carries the initial infection. He coldly watched Crocker running away on all fours and continued to think. If they took and killed people according to the list, would the high-ups listen and then be willing to die? How is that possible? If we want to resolve this crisis, we might have to destroy this world. But if we do that, we won't be able to consider this place as a farm in the real world anymore. Min La frowned slightly, his voice deepening as he spoke firmly. "So Nin, do you suspect that this is the root cause of the problem?" So Nin hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, still watching Min La with a quiet voice. "It's not that I doubt, but I'm sure of it." The worry is clear on his face as he hurriedly asks for a solution. "So what should we do next? Just destroy this place outright?" Da Nin shook his head faintly, with no emotion left. "It's too late now. Too many people have already had their organs replaced, and even if we destroy this place now, it will only stir up a hornet's nest. Then we will persuade or threaten the Federation to demand their surrender of everything to resolve this together. Persuade, close your eyes, and firmly agree. This is equivalent to convincing them to surrender, so that's impossible. As for threatening, if everyone dies, who will care about the threat of nuclear bombs anymore? Unyielding, Lam Yue still tries to justify, his hands and feet flailing anxiously. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? You're so powerful, you could easily kill them. Hearing that, Danin quickly explained, my time is limited and I can't eliminate everything in a short period. Even if just one fish slips through the net, disaster will still happen. Moreover, if I act alone, the army will surely betray me, and then social chaos will be no different from the end of the world. Lindui stepped closer, gently placing his hand on your shoulder and offering the most reasonable solution. But what about in the dark? Even if we can't prevent it, delaying it might be possible. Danin pondered for a long time. Exactly as I thought. Lost in a jumble of thoughts, Yanin tried to find a way out to make the final decision. If I can delay the end of the world, it would be a major change in this process. What else? As long as I can change the course of events, there is still hope to seize power and obtain the blueprint for the non-angelic mothership. Shaking off all wandering thoughts, he tilted his head slightly. Lam Dui, are you willing to be a hero in the shadows? He froze, stunned and unable to believe his ears. A savior in the shadows? That sounds pretty good. Yes, I will continue to cooperate with the authorities to maintain order, and you, as the Dark Knight, should save this world, Lam Du stammered, feeling completely powerless. But I don't have superpowers like others. Danin, there's no need to worry. I can stimulate your potential first. He reached into the system panel, skillfully pulled out a set of shiny steel armor with a sparkling metallic sheen under the light, along with intricately designed shining metal boots that looked sturdy. Danin reached into the tray, quickly took out a syringe containing a mysterious green liquid, and without a word, immediately injected it into Lam Du's neck, causing him to panic and cry out in fear. This suddenly made Lam Du feel a fiery heat all over his body, with streams of purple flames raging around him and his breathing becoming rapid. Danin stood nearby, his gaze calm as if he had foreseen everything. Calm down. This is an enhancement drug that can boost your strength. Come on, put on this armor. As soon as Jianin finished speaking, he handed the combat outfit to Lam Du. The moment Lam Du donned the armor, a powerful aura instantly spread throughout his body, making him exclaim in surprise. This kind of strength, this kind of gear, felt even more formidable than a mech. Danin sensed something was wrong, and at that moment an automatic warning sounded, a hint of suspicion flashing through his mind. Automatic deactivation warning? Is it because he's the main character of the side story or because of the Sword God system? As Lam Du was still awkwardly laughing and removing his sweat-soaked outfit, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Don't remove it yet. Your body had a strange reaction earlier, but it's fine now. Suddenly, Crocker rushed in, clutching a tablet tightly, his voice urgent, making Danin glance over. Sir Danin, I have the list you requested. It's all here. Danin took the tablet from Crocker's hand, quickly scanning the information, then slightly furrowed his brows and said, Send the order to me to seal off the entire research base. All researchers and projects entering and leaving the facility must be monitored. Without my order, not even a fly would be allowed to escape. Jianin turned and walked away, glancing back at Croper with a reassuring look. Don't worry, this is just surveillance, and to ensure your safety. Dan Nin's team quickly moved onto the aircraft. He issued a decisive order from above. Lam Du, drive to the federal government building. Lam Dui immediately responded clearly after hearing that. Min Lang, sitting beside him, glanced subtly and said, Danin, are you trying to find the president and trick him into revealing the list so that Lam Du can kill as many people as possible? But relying only on Lam Dui as the assassin, even though he's stronger than before, he calmly explains the tactical issues. This time, Lam Dui is just supporting the act and the main slaughter depends on us. Min La was momentarily stunned after hearing this and said, We previously agreed that we couldn't expose ourselves or conflict with the army. Danin smiled and replied, This method definitely won't work now, but if I disguise myself as a monster and imagine... After hearing this, Huang Van slightly frowns, her eyes showing concern. She suddenly understands the plan. My cousin, I get it now. A stone is thrown, hitting two clever birds. Danin gently raises his hand in boredom, and the command is passed on. Lai Fu Kui, help me buy 4 disguises and 1 illusion device. He immediately responds. Yes, master. The federal government building stands shyly in the corner of the room, shoulders hunched as if trying to hide in the darkness. His voice was cautious as he said, Janine, perhaps you have misunderstood the purpose of the research base.
He spoke slowly, indeed a misunderstanding. The experiment was cruel but had nothing to do with the virus. Hearing that, I felt a slight relief and hurriedly bowed my head, my voice trembling with relief. That's good, that's good. He slightly smirked, thinking that Bin had also undergone a kidney transplant at this base 2 years ago, so I couldn't arouse his suspicion and doubt. Danin opened the briefcase in her hand, revealing neatly arranged vials of emerald green liquids. But sir, I believe that the physical condition of the transformed individuals could attract future monsters to attack, so we must prevent the tragedy from happening. I hope you can hold a global meeting and try to gather the important people on the list. I've brought many types of medicine from the future. They can not only solve this problem but also enhance strength and extend lifespan. Without responding immediately, he was stunned, his eyes seemingly drawn to the briefcase. Really? Then I'll go arrange it right away. In the Federal Conference Square, 2 unfamiliar figures stand faintly visible in the hall. The black armored Special Forces team with emotionless white masks stands in a neat line like living statues, each one a skilled fighting machine. He said nothing, showing no emotion, only quietly exuding a cold and deadly aura. Suddenly, one stepped forward, his deep voice ringing out like an order. Soldiers, please pay attention to security. Half of the Federation's top leaders are present here. There will be top political and business elites, including some public figures, participating. This grand gathering must go smoothly without any issues. The person standing next to Dan Nin, with a serious look in his eyes, gestures with his hand and clearly states, "Let's give a round of applause." "Welcome, future envoy," Dan Nin declared, standing firm on the podium with a serious expression. Dan Nin presents a detailed analysis of the clear and resonant hidden dangers throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone has also read the information provided by the military. A threat of doomsday is about to erupt. To protect everyone's unique physical traits and escape future monster attacks, I have decided to distribute medicine. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power erupted, and under the blinding light from within it, the savage monsters began to take shape. Danin glanced briefly, surprised. "We're in trouble. They've crossed dimensions to get here. We're a step too late." He hurriedly stepped back and asked, "What should we do now?" He calmly reassures him with a steady gaze, regretting that my teammates are all in the mine. "But rest assured, Mr. President, I won't let them harm you." Huang Van quickly rushes to support and suppress the spell as a deadly purple poison gas erupts from the monster's throat, twisting into a skull shape and hovering in the air, growling threateningly as if about to swallow everything. The toxic gas rushes in fiercely, causing the team members in the hall to all spew black blood and collapse motionless on the cold ground. In an instant, Min La blazes like a raging golden flame, rushing forward to strike, unleashing a deadly move, the 8-form foot and sword technique, with overwhelming power like fierce slashes. Dark magic beams spread rapidly, bringing disaster to those nearby. Danin erupted with fierce green energy, tearing through the air as he charged forward, wielding wind element and powerful magic to swiftly clear everything in his path. The Special Forces screamed in despair, unleashing their firepower at the 3 monsters destroying everything, as one of them shouted loudly, "Fire! Fire now!" The giant monster still emits a strange purple glow, its dark abyss-like mouth opening wide, creating a terrifying suction force that pulls the Special Forces straight into its throat like moths to a flame. The terrifying suction force from its mouth continuously unleashes fierce, dazzling beams of reflection, as Lam Du, hidden beneath the guise of Danin, stands above, a faint smile on his lips as he watches the destruction below, feeling a thrill of excitement. When will I ever master this level of damage? Reaching back into the past before this perfect plan unfolds, Yaning gently places a hand on Lam Due's shoulder, offering reassurance and trust. "Your voice is deep and clear, Lam Due. Since the first killing mission tomorrow night is quite heavy, we will temporarily disguise ourselves as monsters to handle it. Just pretend to be me and cooperate in acting out the scene. Wait until our deadline passes and everything here will be handed over to you. For convenience, sometimes you can play my role, and other times act as the monster. Over time, we will be able to eliminate those infected." Lam Du nodded in agreement after hearing this. He's confident. "All right, I understand this matter. Mr. Danin, why haven't you acted yet?" "We all have to rely on him." Lam Di, in Danin's guise, slowly drew his sword, his eyes cold and his voice steady and resolute. "Don't worry, Mr. President, I will definitely protect you." The sword flashed like lightning, aiming at the monsters under my teammates' control. Lam Due shouted loudly, causing the monsters to perish. The 2 monsters under Min La and Huang Van's control pretended to be afraid, gradually retreated, merged into the blazing red pit of fire, and then slowly disappeared. Now only the black serpent monster remains, with Danin evolving and controlling everything.
Lam Du keeps kicking away large rocks, creating deafening sounds before rushing forward, mockingly saying, threatening to ignite the fire, only you are left.
Da Nin. In the form of a monster, wielding a sword that radiates strange power, he loudly declares, the ultimate move can be unleashed without depletion. Only once more in the underworld of Yama, and once more in divine fury. This final slaughter is about to end, and what remains will be for you to kill each other. King of Hell on Earth. A dark purple mist suddenly appears, swirling like a fierce wind, emanating a cold and threatening aura. The billowing black smoke surges up, forming a sinister skull, howling terrifyingly like echoes from the depths of hell. Kill! The masked agents drop their weapons and flee in panic, while those standing remain frozen, their faces drained of blood, trembling. This one. Under Da Nin's control, the monster snake finally lunged into the void and escaped quickly. Lam Dui rushed forward, pretending to be angry and shouting, "Damn it! I must kill him!" The Federal Research Facility moved slowly, with Da Nin in the form of a monster emerging from the space hole. He glanced around, secretly thinking that he couldn't destroy the experimental base, but the monster could. Da Nin, in the form of the serpent monster, opened his mouth, with sharp fangs baring in a terrifying display. He sticks out his tongue and breathes fire to burn down the entire base. After this lesson, I believe the people here will no longer dare to restart the organ replacement easily. Anyway, replacing these organs here will make the body more vulnerable to monster attacks in the future. The serpent curled in midair, its body shimmering with strange purple streaks before gradually vanishing into a hazy cloud. The swirling smoke takes on a life of its own, coalescing into the shape of a wild beast. He descends gently, and as his feet touch the ground, the fine dust around him quietly disperses, speaking in a calm voice. This attack temporarily spares the president's side to help control the situation more easily later. Once Lam Diu has eliminated all the contaminated people, killing them can wait. By then, Lam Due could also become the new ruler of this world and serve under him. The system suddenly activated along with some information lines. The current instance progress has been altered. The main character in the original instance is Lam Yue. The change value is 49.1%, and the main character of the original instance, Grew Death, has changed by 87.2%. The number of infected people has decreased by 10.17%, with a change value of 23.3%. The total change in the world story is 53.2%, and it currently holds the highest authority in the instance. Suddenly, the system sounded a series of urgent warnings. Warning: system process is experiencing irregularities. An unidentified error has been detected. The authority to access the instance has been revoked, initiating cleanup procedures immediately. Jia Nin froze, a flicker of panic flashing across his face. He slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze quickly scanning the flashing red warning lines that flickered like spears pointing directly at where Da Nin was standing. In an instant, the space was torn apart by a surge of chaotic power. The pain hits fiercely, burning from the skin down to the marrow. Da Nin screams, his shout echoing through the air, immediately triggering the cleanup sequence. A burst of green energy engulfs Da Nin, thick black smoke billowing out from his chest as he lies on his back mid-air, his body lifted by an invisible force, with smoke swirling relentlessly from his chest. He stammered in panic as the atmosphere shattered, light flickering then vanishing, like a broken dream in an instant that left Da Nin stunned. The pulling force suddenly disappeared, and he fell freely, hitting the cold, hard ground. The sharp pain gradually spread through his back upon contact with the damp earth. Finally, the smoke in the center begins to clear, revealing mysterious characters that hide an unpredictable aura. They swiftly scroll across the sphere, extending into the silent space. A familiar voice echoes, cold and emotionless, with no errors or anomalies. The system has checked and canceled the warning, and the dungeon completion process begins. Seeing the strange scene before him, Da Nin couldn't help but wonder, and asked, "Is that black and gold light the work of the Sword God system? Could this be related to the Doomsday System wipeout program?" He suddenly froze, involuntarily recalling the warning from the system earlier. The alert said, "This has violated the system's rules. Please retrieve all system devices given to unawakened NPCs within 10 seconds, or you will be forced to become a dungeon NPC. Da Nin frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. It seems that what happened earlier was also caused by the Sword God system's intervention. I used to think that the Sword Spirit system was just a sneaky and somewhat powerful trick, but I never expected it to be this strong. And the yellow light that appeared from that void, even the Apocalypse system could handle it, which is amazing. It's important to remember that the Apocalypse system controls the fate of all survivors. It's like a deity, Jianin gently tests by lightly punching his chest a few times. Hello, boss? Wow, you're really amazing. Is it possible to directly end the apocalypse? Hey, sword god system. Sword big brother. Sword brother. Little sword. He's been waiting for a while, but there's no response, just sighing and hanging his hand down, not paying any attention to me at all. It seems I still have to rely on myself. The system has been activated, and the billing information has been completed. The current dungeon completion progress is 100%, with a total of 19.7% completed. The current rating is SSS. Rewards include mineral spirit energy, attribute points, a part of reputation points, a blue-green blood claw equipment, a blue-green element power crown, a blue-green angelic strategy element, and an enhancement skill training at level B, exclusive dungeon, level A synchronization rate, exclusive dungeon. The dense lines of text keep scrolling endlessly. You receive the SSS level exclusive authority reward. Ignore story mode 1. Ignore the story. When entering the dungeon again, do you forcefully proceed into any irreversible future storylines? Receive counter-item rewards, main battlefield, item level, and blue color. Specifically, Item 1. After using it in the World Dungeon, all members will receive a +3 to all attribute rewards and a 35% increase in recovery speed for all statuses and integrated buffs. You can enter the dungeon first without worrying about the power gap with your opponents. The maximum entry time is 4 hours. The 3 items can be used in other world dungeons, but this special effect cannot increase benefits. Yaning rests her hands on her hips and carefully examines each item. There are quite a few rewards, but they no longer have any effect on me. However, the blue equipment and skills can be handed over to Lam Du to improve. The items in the main battlefield can be handed over to Min La, who can lead the team next time. Suddenly, the system interface experienced a technical malfunction. In a flash, the system interface changed color, and Danin teasingly said, "Are you showing off with this blinking?" In front of him, the system kept flashing the message that you had successfully seized the authority of the zombie dimension dungeon. Isn't that just too arrogant? The ring on Danin's hand suddenly shone with a mysterious blue light. The shimmering ring gradually released its mysterious glow, unleashing the contents inside, leaving him in awe. All the ores rewarded from the system's apocalyptic dungeon were pushed out and scattered everywhere. System activated. Mission completed. The full S-rank combat gear set and the celestial aircraft carrier have been sent. Please pay attention to the scattered experiment data sheets flying chaotically around the room like broken birds in a storm as Danin anxiously contemplates the situation, eyes glancing at the pile of papers stuck to the ceiling. Do we really need so many? At this rate, we'll have to wait for years. I need to consider who should learn this technique first in the future. He pondered silently, his gaze quietly sweeping over the messy room of papers and the lingering echoes. Although I don't mind handing it over to the army, I'm worried it could lead to internal conflicts and unnecessary trouble. It would be safer to find some people I knew from my previous life, like Huang Zhiqian, San Liang, and Soti. The familiar voice echoes, indicating the mission process has been completed. The instance is determined to have no testing value. The system detects and is removing it, sweat pouring down Danin's forehead like a stream. The system is removing itself. What does that mean? The activation sound of the system rings out, and the dungeon authority has changed. The current dungeon owner is Danin. The highest current authority level yet unlocks the active permission function. You can open dungeons at any time without time limits. You can publish missions at any level and customize the mission content and rewards. The reward items are provided by you. 3 speeds up the dungeon time, allowing you to control the flow of time at will within a 10-fold speed range. 4. Create NPCs that consume materials. To create an NPC, you can design any NPC and craft it. 5 controls over the weather. Danin panicked, stepping back, her hands clenched tightly as if to suppress the turmoil inside. Wow, is the system actually communicating with me like this? Turns out, taking over the dungeon's powers means I can control the entire dungeon, with hundreds of different abilities. From now on, this place will be my world, and I will be the god here. As long as I have enough energy, I can create hundreds of thousands of warriors in an instant. Wait a minute, it seems like the undead isn't included in these privileges. Could it be that the zombie doesn't actually belong to the instance? Then Danin crossed his arms, shook his head, and chuckled. It's fine. The current powers are enough. If a war breaks out in the future, if we don't kill them, it will be our fault. He calmly turned and walked away, unconcerned. After Min La and the others explained everything to Lam Du with the ore, it was also time to go outside. As for the movement of the Eastern Sea Beast tide, I don't know what the situation outside is like. In the conference hall of the border military base, the space was silent, with delegates sitting upright on the long benches, their eyes fixed ahead. Tianming did not bother to change his posture. His deep voice rang out, "Raising the support standards for Danin? I disagree." He raised his voice to voice his opinion on the meeting. "Ladies and gentlemen, is our meeting today only about a dead person? There are many important matters to discuss. Should we bring up compensation for Danin's family in the meeting?" Vien Tam sat upright, his cold gaze behind sunglasses, and suddenly broke the silence with his voice, icy and unwavering. "Commissioner Liu, please watch your words. What do you mean by holding a meeting focused on someone who has already died?" Vien Tam crossed his arms, his icy gaze fixed on Tianming in front of him. "What we are discussing is how our army should handle any incident involving Danin to ensure the morale of officers and soldiers, not because we believe he is dead." "Commander Trin, stop fooling yourself. It's been half a month outside, and although time moves slower inside, a few days have already passed. 6 against 1, even with high-level Tier 3, can't survive. Danin and the others are lucky to be alive." Tianming sneered, his smug and provocative gaze like he wanted to crush the opponent's last hope. His voice was cold and sharp as steel. "How many times has your special operations team failed? I think we should give up fighting the dungeons in the future. Resources must be fought for in reality and should also be protected to prevent unnecessary loss of life." Anger flared up, his voice sharp like an accusation, because the difficulty was too great, and our intelligence team had made yet another serious mistake. "This is not Danin's problem." Tianmin suddenly stood up, his fake concern unable to hide the coldness in his eyes. He looked at Vien Tam, wearing a fake, calculating smile that seemed worried, but was actually mocking. "Commander, don't get too agitated. I just want to say that if survival is impossible, rather than wasting resources to compensate Danin's family, it's better to save those resources and give them to those who are useful." Tianmin slightly smirked, his voice echoing with sarcasm. "Also, I remember Danin was the first in command, right? Now that he's dead, this position should be given to Vuong Kai. The supplies Danin took earlier should also be returned to the army and redistributed. After all, we can't let the dead take over positions and resources." Vien Tam's anger surged like an unstoppable fire. His fist clenched tightly, muscles bulging, face flushed red as if he wanted to break everything around him. He forcefully punched the table. Vien Tam, furious, pointed his finger at Tianmin's face and shouted, "Look, Commissioner, you're really going too far. How dare you attack me?" Shibin stood up suddenly, interrupting the heated debate. The entire room suddenly fell silent. "All right, let's stop discussing this here. The first position is our rising star in the army and also represents the face of the military. Indeed, it's better to make the change early rather than late. If the news spreads, the whole world will mock us." The old man explained slowly, his voice steady and measured, as if announcing Danin's pension benefits according to state regulations. "Of course, the premise of all this is to confirm that Danin is dead. When I return, I will report to the commander. The National Port Station, entrances to the Death Realm dungeon copy. Under the swirling green energy waves, a wide pit is opening, surrounded by soldiers whispering and discussing. It's been half a month. Do you think Dong Yafeng and the others killed that flower pig? Nonsense. Do you think they are all useless like you? All the participants are elite warriors. I guess those pigs inside are terrified of dying." "Exactly. I heard from the spies that even the Ha army has confirmed that all of their people are already dead." In the darkness of the camp, the tall, gaunt soldier with a sly look suddenly sneered, a half-smile of arrogance clearly showing. "And now I think this mission is even easier than before. After this, Ha will probably never dare to come again." A faint, bitter laugh, a contemptuous, hoarse voice sounded. "That's right, when our people go out, it's time to start the battle. Without spiritual energy, China will definitely fail. Women, resources, land, at that point they can have anything they want." The green energy whirlpool surges, and suddenly a voice echoes. "Look quickly, the teleportation gate is hard to activate. Our heroes are stepping through. Go call for backup. This time Kuang Lin Nong will definitely take a long time to transport. Just watch." The soldiers crowded around the reception station, their eyes fixed on the roaring energy vortex in the sky as if it were an exciting spectacle. The men burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. Except for the old man, Dong Yafeng will probably be back with a few more heads. "I will record a video showing how I take down those flower pigs." A cold, clear voice from the system echoes from the vortex, and a notification circle appears sharply in mid-air. "Is the dungeon raid over? Are there any survivors this time?" The soldiers froze, mouths agape, eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out, one stammering, voice breaking in the midst of panic. "No one." The other person nearby also couldn't help but exclaim, No one left. Uncertain voices kept echoing. No way. Why is this happening? The Flowerport station gate leads to the Death Realm dungeon. Amidst the disciplined soldiers under the dim lights, the shadows of Tron Min and Hung Ho stretch long, creating a tense and silent atmosphere. Colonel Tron Min, do we need to retreat right now? No need to wait any longer? Tran Min quickly replied with a decisive tone. This place no longer needs to consume resources. Commissioner Liu has ordered everyone to be moved immediately to the southeastern border. Hung Ho tilts his head, his eyes showing clear concern. But if Dan Nin and the others are involved, Tran Min simply glances away, frowning slightly and crossing his arms, his attitude firm as steel, his eyes deep and cold. Lower your voice. Colonel in charge of border peacekeeping at East Sea under Liu Thien Min. The Special Operations Rescue Team led by Captain Zhao Hongtu is not here, but if the second guards want to withdraw, let them go. Stop wasting time. Hung Ho spoke cautiously, with a wise tone as if weighing his words, saying, I will first assign some people here to guard, and the others can be taken away first. After hearing this, Tran Min slightly curled his lips, gave a faint, unwavering smile, and said, It's true we didn't see the Yellow River and lose heart. It's up to you. I will leave at most two people, and the rest just follow me honestly if after 3 days. Both of them kept their eyes fixed on the swirling energy pit with intense flashes of light, and Hong Ho clenched his fists tightly, his voice hoarse with worry. Is the dungeon raid over? Is there anyone still alive on our side? You must survive and get out of there. You can't survive out there. Don't even think about it. From the vortex of despair, a heroic figure emerges, each step slow but determined, tearing through the light. Min La steps out, dressed in perfect armor, with an unusually calm expression. Tran Min is stunned, eyes wide with horror, frozen and overwhelmed. How can this be happening? Hung Ho beside him stared in shock and stammered, Is that Min La? We still have the one survivor left. Is Min La the only one? From behind Huang Van, Da Nin and the team members also moved forward. Huang Van glanced at him, half teasing, half urging. Captain, what are you staring at? Don't get in the way. Da Nin's group boldly stepped out of the energy vortex amid the astonishment of those around them.
The system lights activated, the instance ended, and the current number of survivors.
8. Hung Ho couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, All 8 of them are still alive. Everyone is still alive? Am I dreaming? How is it? Is anyone hurt? What are the medical team doing just standing there? Hurry up and check. Tran Min just stood silently beside him, not saying a word. Da Nin slowly stepped forward, his voice calm but firm.
No need for medical help, it's all just ore. Everyone, go and take it.
Hung furrowed his brow, glancing around before looking at Da Nin. Are you suspicious that the specialized tools used to store everyone's ore have been broken? Da Nin shook his head and exhaled softly. That's not it. There aren't enough people here.
Tell everyone to come and move it.
Hearing that, Hung Ho was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. 1 third-rank person is enough, yet you call everyone here. Oh, my parents. The sparkling ore pouring out from the whirlpool like a waterfall of light. Hung Ho couldn't contain his excitement and rushed forward, eyes shining and shouting loudly. Mom and Dad? He laughed out loud, mesmerized by the pile of ore as if he couldn't believe his eyes. I've never seen so much ore in my life. Are we robbing a mine? No, we've been robbing dozens of times already. As Tran Min enthusiastically mines the ore, he quietly faces Da Nin with a serious look. Did you guys not clash in the area and sing? Is our intelligence accurate? They don't cooperate with each other, do they? How did you all survive? Da Nin lifted his chin, his voice cold as he asked how. You think we escaped just by luck? Min La stood silently behind Da Nin, his cold gaze like fog piercing sharply into Tran Min, his voice as sharp as a sword, fearless. Colonel Tran Min, I have met you before. You are Luke's man, right? Let me tell you, we not only brought back a huge amount of resources, but Da Nin even ordered us to kill everyone in the other war zones. After hearing this, Tran Min's face turned pale, his mouth gaping, unable to speak. What did you say? A wave of intense fear suddenly rose in his heart. He's dead yesterday. Commissioner Liu took all the resources from Da Nin's house. Tran Min was terrified, sweating profusely, his heart pounding, his mind in chaos. The report on replacing the leader has also been submitted. Da Nin didn't die but achieved great success. If Jia Nin finds out about this, I must find a way to inform Commissioner Luke as soon as possible. He stands straight, hands on his hips, his cold eyes sweeping over Tran Min, his deep voice full of authority. Colonel Tran, why is your reaction different from everyone else's? Are you hoping we die in there? Tran Min stepped back, his face pale, stammering. Why is that? Officer Da, you're overthinking it. Tran Min broke out in cold sweat, thinking to himself, I can't let this happen. I need to come up with a reason to keep him here and buy time for Commissioner Luke to handle the aftermath on the surface. He tried to maintain his composure and spoke. The reason I did this is because the evacuation plan for Donghai you proposed earlier was cancelled, so I was worried. Da Nin's eyes flashed with anger after hearing this. You step forward, grabbing Tran Min by the collar, your voice trembling as you ask what he just said. It was cancelled. Why did the higher-ups send a highly influential representative to thoroughly investigate the situation in Donghai, yet no evidence of a beastly creature being imminent was found? I don't know the exact situation. Maybe you should go to Donghai yourself and investigate. You guys follow me to Donghai first. Huang Van immediately stepped forward half a step, frowning in protest. Da Nin, according to protocol, we must report to the capital first, and I suspect Tran Min and his group have some ulterior motives. I firmly state that time may no longer be on our side. The lives of 7 million people in Donghai are the most important thing. We will report on the way. We have made great achievements. Our superiors will not blame us. As for other tricks, we'll discuss them once we return. The plane gently lands on the blue seashore. Da Nin sat quietly on the plane, her gaze unconsciously fixed on the window frame, thinking to herself that there were only 4 to 6 days left before the most intense outbreak of the sea beast attack. The project had clearly been approved earlier, so why was it not being carried out as she expected now? The internal obstacles in this peaceful era are actually much greater than before the rebirth. He pondered silently, recalling that Minyat's loud and commanding voice might also have been due to the light of the world. Now it seems that if I want to save myself from this world, I must first grasp the peak power, or I probably won't be able to do it. If I want to seize the supreme command, I must break through to the 4th rank soon. With my current authority and resources, I can reach the peak of the 3rd stage in 3 months, but to break through to the 4th stage, Da Nin places his hand on his chin, his sharp eyes like a blade, and must start the super plan first. After the apocalypse exploded in the previous life, the reason humans could resist for 2 years was because of this super plan. If I remember correctly, the lead researcher had the surname Zun from Donghai's safe zone in the past. After completing the evacuation from Donghai, I must find him as soon as possible. Suddenly, a conference call screen appeared in front of Da Nin, connecting 4 people. You speak up. Uncle Tiu, Uncle Tran, Uncle Vuong, I need everyone to mobilize all available forces to Donghai to support me. Kai Lai looked worried, her eyes wide as she stared at the screen before asking, Huh? What has happened? Da Nin's voice sounded on the conference call, urgent and unable to be explained. If you believe the news about me, then arrange it immediately. While the 3 of them were still stunned, listening, Fuang turned around and gave the order. Immediately, the guest room of the Liu family in the capital, the director sitting opposite Tian Min, looked worried. He leaned forward and asked, Commissioner Liu, what should we do now? Da Nin not only survived but also achieved great merit, and the marshal and others are all very happy. He said this while gesturing anxiously. He is a man with a deadly grudge if he finds out what we did while he was away. Tian Ming's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Damn it, she's really a living devil. I can't believe she managed to do this. Director. So stammered. Luke, Commissioner, we haven't finished speaking yet, but... Tian Min raised his hand to interrupt. But Director Vuong, don't panic too much. Didn't Tran Min say Da Nin went to Donghai? We still have time to clean up, just need to return the resources stolen from Da Nin's house. Director So continued, I'm afraid it's still not possible to return them. Those high-level spiritual energy orbs were eaten by my son last night, and moreover, his sister is very difficult to deal with. The image of little Anne lying motionless on the hospital bed suddenly appeared in the director's mind. He frowned slightly and sighed. I only told her that Da Nin was dead. It seems she couldn't handle the shock and is now hospitalized. Tang Ming's face turned purple with anger as he quickly approached the director, shouting, You're all fools! This is completely breaking the rules. The director's face went pale, stammering, Commissioner Liu, is it too late to send flowers and a fruit basket to the hospital to comfort his sister? In addition, you must also find the person responsible. If Yan Nin really wants to investigate, just say it was done by a temporary worker. Hearing that, the director seemed to lighten his burden and sighed in relief. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Tian Min's face hardened as he lowered his voice and said, Besides this bright path, there must also be a dark one left for emergencies. The director frowned and asked, What do you mean? Tian Min tilted his head slightly and explained, Isn't he not returning to report but going straight to the Donghai safe zone? The arrogant boss cannot control himself, always a taboo in the military. If he does something against the rules, killing him would just be like throwing a stone into a well. In the East Sea Safe Zone conference room, Liloy smiled and extended his hand, revealing a high-level credit card on his palm. He reached out and handed it to Tianfan, and they happily shook hands. Liloy straightened up, smiled politely, and said thank you to Mr. Tian for clearing Donghai's name and helping us escape the hardship of relocation. This small credit point is nothing. Tonight we have prepared a seafood feast to treat you. Treasurer Fan responded calmly. Commander Lai is being too polite. A person with a clear conscience isn't afraid of their own shadow, which is originally due to Ye Ningshen's reckless spirit. Marine beasts are coming? How could it suddenly erupt like that? The door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. One team member was thrown inside like a living punching bag, causing Liloy and Qianfen to turn around sharply. Liloy furrowed his brow and shouted, "What? Who dares to break into our Donghai Safety Zone's conference room?" A familiar figure appears from outside the door. The Danin group enters. "Danin!" Hian Yang stepped forward with a cold gaze and a commanding voice. "I want to reinvestigate the safety issues in Donghai. I hope everyone cooperates. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Tianfen placed her hands on her hips and spoke. "Danin, we have already investigated the safety issues in the Donghai area. All the irregularities you mentioned in the meeting have been checked and there are no issues. The results were reported yesterday. You can review and verify for yourself." At this moment, Liloy also stepped forward and said, "Yes, fake Commissioner Nin, I advise you to leave immediately, or according to Article 27, Clause 33 of the military, if you break into the military base to seek secret information, I have the right to kill you on the spot. As soon as I give the order, hundreds of awakened people will be ready." Danin paid no mind to the useless threats, raising the black card and replying, "I have Level A authority, Min La, take a few people to search. I want to see all the information within the next half hour. The focus should be on the water area, including the military's deployment log." Min La immediately bowed slightly and responded clearly. Half an hour later, Dan Nin's group, along with Tianfan and Li Loi, entered the information room, filled with devices and brightly lit screens. Dan Nin stepped forward, his gaze contemplative as it swept over each image on the screen. His entire body radiated a brilliant purple glow. You fold your arms and say it with a resolute spirit, fully committed. Tianfan, with a smug look, begins to speak sarcastically, pretending to be innocent. Can an outsider instruct the experts? Can he understand the data? I couldn't even find any anomalies, so what valuable information could he uncover? Li Loi, standing nearby, couldn't hide his anger and pouted, saying, "Is this how an A-rank authority is used? I must sue the capital to have the army revoke his rank." Danin tilted her head and looked coldly at them as she asked, "There was a minor earthquake in the C07C area a month ago. You concluded that it was a normal longitudinal wave and did not consider the migration of marine creatures. On the 1st of the month, the temperature at the hydroelectric plant rose by 3.9 degrees. Is your conclusion that the equipment is broken?" Li Loi smiled faintly and replied, "The issue he mentioned does exist, but if it can be explained by conventional theories, then there's no need to attribute it to the tidal beasts. Small earthquakes happen every year. If we think they are caused by sea monsters, then there's no need for an East Sea safe zone. Danin, I can explain why we are certain this is not the work of sea monsters. A few days ago, I personally led 33rd rank soldiers to search over 300 nautical miles at sea, but there was no sign of a beast tide gathering." Danin raised his hand to the touchscreen, clearly showing footprints of giant creatures and data of 4 masked individuals, and said, "There are no signs of a beast tide. So what happened in the naval battle off the coast 4 days ago?" The surveillance equipment recorded traces indicating the involvement of the 3rd tier. The time and location of the battle match other military deployment records. Data shows you dispatched 7 3rd-rank soldiers at 3 a.m. 4 days ago for a routine patrol, but only 4 people returned, so where did the other 3 die? A routine patrol with casualties? Xuanfan was struck with shock, eyes wide in horror, secretly thinking, I can't believe he even paid attention to something insignificant in the deployment record. Li Loi quickly steadied himself and remained calm, knowing this was the nation's highest secret that must not be revealed. Danin pointed at the coordinates clearly displayed on the touchscreen and said, "At this coordinate, I saw a laboratory. What are you guys doing there? Are you taking me there, or am I supposed to go there myself?" Li Loi hesitated briefly, then shouted loudly, "You have no right to go there. That is an A+ level secret. Even with an A-level authority, you are not allowed." Danin clenched his sword hilt, suddenly swung a straight slash into the air and said loudly, "It seems the main issue is here. Step aside for me." Li Loi and Qianfen were startled and leaned back quickly, shouting and giving orders. "Where is everyone? Stop Danin for me. Don't kill the others." At that moment, Danin turned around and gave the order.
Minla, follow me and let's go all out.
Danin, Fuang and Minla simultaneously launched their attack. 3 figures rushing like thunder,
Knocking over the Special Forces team charging forward, bodies flying far and smashing against walls and floors like paper mannequins. Tianfan panicked, repeating in his mind, "Stop them! I must stop them!"
"Commander, we can't kill them. We simply can't stop them." 10 minutes later, at the entrance to the East Sea research room, Danin, Minla, and Fuang halted in front of the towering door. Danin confirmed that this is the place. Preen and the Hot High group rushed over, sweat pouring down their faces,
and he shouted, "Danin, I give you one last warning. This place is definitely not related to the Beast Tide. I don't even have the authority to go inside.
If you dare to break in, you will bear all the consequences yourself. And when it's time to go to military court, don't blame me for not warning you." Danin didn't bother to turn around and signaled to proceed. "Break it open. Who dares to break into my research lab without fear of death?" Danin stepped forward, her cold gaze fixed on Yuan Xiao as she held her hand up directly in front of his face
and demanded, "Give a clear order. I need all the information here within a minute." Yuan Xiao immediately frowned and shouted loudly, "Who do you think you are?" "Let me tell you, this project was specially approved by the former leader 14 years ago. Even Commander Li Tuyen Guo would have to be polite to us."
"Stop him. I need to take over this place in 1 minute."
Without hesitation, Fuang charged forward with a
powerful decisive blow, knocking Yuan Tiu far away, clearing the way for Danin to move forward. Yuan Tiu was violently thrown to the cold ground, pain making him lift his head and scream,
"You're crazy, you lunatics! You're doomed, you little bastard! I will definitely report this to the military. Just wait and see." Danin continued to give orders. 9, make him shut up. Fuang immediately obeyed.
Fuang quickly shoved the shoe into Yuan Tiu's mouth, preventing him from speaking, and he could only lift his head with eyes full of resentment. Danin approached the water basin, silently observing, his mind racing with tangled thoughts. Modifying sea beasts, extracting jealousy, merging creatures, screening embryos. Are you using the embryos of children to combine with sea creatures? Yuan Tiu removed the shoe from his mouth, his voice full of anger. So what if we do? As long as we can combine the power of the sea creatures, we can create a powerful, awakened being.
"We do not test on survivors. Everything is legal." Jianing secretly sneered inside. The familiar events and simple familiar lines were exactly like those in the zombie country.
As expected, mankind's ignorance and arrogance are nothing new under the sun. You dart forward, your movements lightning fast, slashing through the air straight at Yuan Xiao's face with a speed that leaves no time to react. "Tell me what happened 4 days ago. Did you release the experiment out? Speak quickly, or die." Yuan Tiu gritted his teeth and finally lowered his voice. "You can't possibly know about this."
"All right, I admit that 4 days ago a transformed creature did escape. But it's okay, it was just a juvenile, not yet aggressive."
"If they are not aggressive, then what happened to the 3 level 3 individuals disappearing? Don't tell me they fell into the sea and died."
Yuan Xiao let out a cry, saying, "Danin, if I tell you, your death won't be far off. Are you sure you want to know?"
Danin coldly shouted, "Don't waste my time." Wei Xiao gritted his teeth and was forced to say, "They didn't die among the 3 of them. They were just imprisoned because they saw things they shouldn't have seen. The head of the clone is used for modification, which involves the old chief's genes." Hearing that, Danin's eyes suddenly darkened. He slowly tilted his head and asked, "What did you say?" The system suddenly activated with information lines, triggering a special mission, an A-level sea creature attack event. Describing the incident, the offspring born were contaminated and leading the tide of monsters. It will instinctively seek the clone. It is expected that in 4 hours, the first wave of sea beasts will approach again. Mission description. Please evacuate the survivors from East Sea. The completion level of this mission will be judged based on the number of survivors. Mission reward: 1,000 reputation points. The Level 4 Spiritual Energy Solution states that killing the core body will effectively slow down the movement of the sea monsters. Danin tilted his head back and sighed softly, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Only 4 hours left? I basically want to investigate thoroughly and provide enough evidence for the army to cooperate. But right now it seems there's basically no time left. Danin whispered to himself, thinking that killing the clone would slow down the progress, but deep inside his mind, his thoughts were completely different. With my current strength, I can't do it. Not even the current commander can. All we can do now is retreat and resist. Now words are just declarations, but thoughts are the truth he must face. Danin pushed aside his tangled thoughts, his gaze instantly becoming sharp. You order 009 to contact Xiaohai immediately.
Tran Kailai and Vuong Tian must quickly re-engage and execute the evacuation plan from Donghai. Phuong Phuong, upon hearing the order, immediately spun around and rushed off like the wind, acting without a word of question. At the Secret Research Institute in the East Sea Security Zone, Min La looked quite annoyed and said, Diep Ninh mobilizes the army on his own without permission, which is no different from treason. Even if your judgment proves to be correct later, you can't undo the crime. Are you sure you want to do this? Diep Ninh also immediately replied, Min La, I understand everything you said. It's best for me to leave now and pretend nothing happened. My expression now is very serious, so I will still be the top genius of the Empire with unlimited potential in the future. Not only that, but as soon as the disaster occurs, my earlier warning will bring me credibility and praise, and everyone in the army will regret not trusting me. Even if the millions of survivors perish in tragedy, no one will blame me. Instead, they will think I did my best. He looked very surprised. If you already knew all this, then why? Diep Ninh glanced softly at Min A because he suddenly became very serious. I know that if I don't try my best for the survival of millions, your heart will also be filled with determination. If I have lived again but still cannot prevent the tragedy, then it would all be for nothing. You give him the choice once more. Min La, you can decide for yourselves whether you want to jump into this muddy water with me or not. Even if you choose to retreat now, I won't. Min La could only stand there in shock. Da Ninh. Everyone immediately stood at attention. Sir, Da Ninh, please don't misunderstand. Our lives are in your hands. No matter the danger, just give the order. Diep Ninh also smiled and looked at them. Thank you all. Fang Fang remained silent and smiled. Diep Ninh looked into the chaotic scene before him. Li Loi smugly said, Da Ninh, you all have learned what you shouldn't know today. No one will leave this place alive. Da Ninh, now you understand why I dare not continue the investigation. There is no shortage of food and drinks here, so I advise you to stay put and wait for instructions from your superiors. But you immediately drew your sword and charged forward. In this urgent moment, I don't have time for long explanations with you two. They were both extremely shocked. What? He can actually resist high-voltage electricity? Da Ninh, what kind of skill is this? Both sides are using extreme cold techniques, spiritual energy barriers, and elemental armor. Diep Ninh immediately swung his sword and said, the Prime Dimension. Slash, you quickly had your sword at their neck. What exactly is going on here? I can't tell what he actually did. You look at them with a threatening gaze, stand still, and say if you don't want to die, cut off the electric current immediately. Don't dawdle. Qianfen looked extremely frightened. Lili picked up a device and said, don't hurt the Representative Qian. I agree. The barrier immediately dissipates, and Min La remains still, feeling confused. Da Ninh, what should we do now? Diep Ninh, immediately give it to him. Control Lai Loi. Min La takes the remote. Everyone else disconnect all communication with the outside from the Donghai safe zone. He then snatched the device from Lai Loi's hand. Got it. And Phuong Phuong gave birth to Lai Loi. She pushed him inside and said, as for the money, Representative, there's no shortage of food and drinks here, so you better stay put for now. Min La immediately activated the device, setting up an electric fence. Anyone inside cannot leave. Qianfen was furious at this action and shouted, Dine in, you bastard! Diep Ninh immediately ordered Lai Loi and Lai Thonglin to surrender all command rights in the Donghai safe zone to me. He is extremely angry with you. What? Jia Ninh, are you really planning to betray us? You think you're so tough? Do you know who's behind me? That is the former commander-in-chief whom even the current senior officer has to show some respect to. Li Li immediately steps in to threaten Diep Ninh, claiming he has an irreplaceable status in the Secret Research Department. If you dare to mess with me, you're definitely dead. Diep Ninh shows contempt, thinking his position in the Secret Research Lab is irreplaceable. His status and body are not even worth considering, Diep Ninh. You have no right to know. He looked at the opponent and thought to himself, something is not right. I fear that VNQ has lied about the matter of the Maothi. The fact that the old director is actually a clone, but this time the young one from the Mao, might not be him. So, maybe what VNQ said back then was just to scare me into retreating. The sea monsters that flaunted their power in the past are not the main target this time. The primary objective of the Sea Beast Tide is the East Sea Safe Zone. After the surface explodes again, the Sea Beast Tide will begin attacking the capital. If the young one launched the Beast Tide to find a clone, then this time the clone's target might be Li Li. The boy's eyes turn a shade of blue, the demon eye probing. The system immediately reports that the demon eye investigation is complete, revealing Liu's identity as the commander of the East Sea Safe Zone, hiding one of the two hybrid sea monster samples created through genetic merging techniques.
Deep Nin clenched his fist. I never wanted to kill you, but now it seems there's no mercy for your death. Fuang immediately obeyed the order and completed the kill. The system has once again announced the A-level Sea Beast attack event. The progress has destroyed the clone of the Donghai safe zone. The outbreak of the Sea Beast tide will be delayed by 3 hours. Explain that in 6 minutes and 51 seconds, a wave of sea monsters will approach the coast. Please evacuate the survivors from Donghai as soon as possible. You look at the screen and think to yourself, indeed, we can only delay for 3 hours, but having something is better than nothing. At least more survivors can be evacuated. The group then rushes away quickly.
Minla, let's split up and act. You go to the outskirts of the safe zone with Tran Kailai while Tioha and the others gather people and lead them into the city for an orderly evacuation. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me through the video system.
Minlei also looks very tense. There are many people gathered here. The deserted area near the East Sea safe zone, Wang Tian is feeling quite curious. Commander Tran, Commander Tiu, and Ya Ning brought us here, but what exactly are they planning to do? My eyelid keeps twitching, and Tiu Hai also looks quite confused. I don't know, I just hope this isn't a big problem and doesn't last too long. We can still stay here to train, but if we stay too long, our superiors will definitely notice. Like I said very seriously, I advise everyone to get ready. If it's a small matter, there's no need to make such a fuss. But even if it's a big issue, we can't rush into it. Anyway, Danin has just achieved a great victory. Now a helicopter appears in the sky. That armed helicopter seems to be heading towards us. Could it be Danin? Master Danin has ordered you to immediately lead the troops into Donghai to evacuate all survivors.
He will take control of Donghai within an hour to assist with the evacuation.
All 3 of them were very surprised. What? Tiu Hai couldn't believe what he was hearing. Sending troops into the city, taking control of Donghai, and even having to evacuate. Over here, Wang Tian was also worried. Isn't this basically treason? Kailai also asked curiously, is this the army's decision or is Danin acting on his own? Minla had to reaffirm that the army had no orders. It was Mr. Jianin's idea.
A level A disaster is about to happen in Donghai, and we are responsible for evacuating the survivors.
This is indeed very risky, but I trust Lord Danin's judgment. Time is running out. I hope everyone can make a decision quickly. He is still very worried. Whether this succeeds or fails, I'm afraid we won't see any good outcomes. Tiu Hai was extremely uncomfortable with this action. Clearly, Gi Nin has limitless potential, so why should he have to? Hailai then touched Tiu Hai's shoulder and said, Tiu Hai, you're right. Just think about it. Is there anyone here whose future is better than Ya Ning's? If he is willing to give up his future and accept such risks, then why should we still seek personal gain?
If we have already joined him, then of course we share his fortune and misfortune.
At this moment, Tiu Hai finally calmed down.
That's right. A true gentleman always sacrifices himself for righteousness.
Deep Nin kept observing everywhere, then asked,
Do you think Donghai Safe Zone 009 looks as prosperous as it did before the apocalypse?
Fuang honestly replied, I've never seen the world before, but I heard it was very beautiful. A family is very happy. Everyone believes life is getting better, and the end of the world is just a distant legend. But unfortunately, everything will be destroyed in an instant, even if their lives can be saved this time. But the pain of having to move away afterward is unavoidable. Suddenly, a thunderstorm erupted in the sky.
Warning, level A Sea Beast Tide is about to attack. Warning, level A Sea Beast Tide is about to attack.
Your team also started to act. All survivors in the East Sea safe zone are ordered to evacuate immediately and in an orderly manner with the support of the army.
Attention! All survivors in the East Sea safe zone, please evacuate immediately.
Diep Nin lowered his head and said, If we want to end all of this, we still have a long way to go. She also encouraged him.
I understand, you can do it.
Deep Nin also regained her composure. Yes, I can do this now. Is not the time to feel weak. Next, I have a very important task for you. Go search all the research institutes in the East Sea safe zone and find a researcher named Zun Licheng. Right after that, Diep Nin left and took him to my place. He is the important character in the future. Fuang has received the clear message. The leaders are holding a meeting. 4 hours later, the military district conference room in the capital was in chaos. They really have rebelled. Tween Quook was both angry and disappointed. It was all for nothing. I was just thinking about how to reward Danin when he returned. As a result, he has caused me a complete mess, Tian Ming announced angrily.
Commander, I just found out we can't contact the East Sea safe zone. I used the satellite and discovered Danin is rebelling.
He relies on his achievements, acts arrogantly, and looks down on everyone. He is very furious about your actions, killing the EC commander, seizing power with his troops, hiding, deceiving, and evacuating the survivors. No matter how strong this kind of betrayal is, it can't be forgiven. Another person also strongly defends him. The commander cannot deny that Da Nin has gone too far this time. But what if Da Nin's prediction is correct? What if a sea beast attack in Donghai is truly imminent? The satellite map shows that besides evacuating, Da Nin also deployed troops to the defensive line, truly believing that a beast tide is about to erupt. He looks extremely displeased. Vice Marshal Huang means that a commander guarding Donghai for 14 years, a special envoy from the capital, along with 34 senior researchers from Donghai and over 600 disaster warning staff, are all trash and can't compare to Da Nin's shadow. Even if he truly discovered the anomaly, why didn't he report it to the army? Tian Ming grits his teeth in anger. According to a psychological expert, Da Nin has fallen into a state of paranoia, and his thinking has already become abnormal. To minimize losses, I suggest immediately leading troops to prevent Da Nin and, if necessary, carry out the decapitation plan.
Suo Chang was very angry when he heard that. That's going too far.
Shibin also seriously suggested that the beheading plan be put on hold for now.
First, we need to stop Da Nin. It's best if we can capture him alive before making any decisions. At this moment, the Kingdom of Tuyen also made a decision. This is the only way.
Commissioner Liu, you must immediately lead the troops to capture Da Nin alive. Thian Min seems very pleased.
Understood, sir. His whole body is filled with a murderous aura. Da Nin.
I was worried you would come back to settle the score with us, but who would have thought you'd be so stupid as to open the door to hell yourself?
Capture alive? Guns and bullets have no eyes, and during a fight, unexpected things can happen all the time. At the seawall in the East Sea Safety Zone, the system suddenly issued a warning. 29 minutes remaining for the naval attack.
Kai Lai hesitated and asked, Da Nin, will Haithu really come?
Your time is almost up, but besides the rain, there are no signs of anything happening at sea. Da Nin replied, Gitch will come. Their speed is extremely fast and could explode at any moment. After a moment of hesitation, Vuong Thien Tran finally chose to voice his thoughts. Da Nin, if it really erupts, maybe our outcome will be a bit better, but if it doesn't happen, you'll just feel regretful. 2, even if I am right, is the ending only slightly better. This really makes people feel very uncomfortable, Kai Lai suddenly said thoughtfully. It has always been like this. We don't need to worry too much, as long as a true man has a clear conscience. When the sea beast arrives, should we try to hold our ground here or what? Da Nin understood what he meant and replied calmly, We just need to delay because we can't protect it anyway. Da Nin paused for a moment before explaining further. The scale of this attack is enormous, and our forces are not enough to stop it.
If we can hold out until all the survivors evacuate, that would be a great fortune.
But that's still not enough to persuade Kai Lai. He still has a few doubts. So, what about the Donghai safe zone? A hint of sadness flickered in Da Nin's eyes. Then he replied, We can only abandon the Donghai safe zone. He immediately strongly opposed, saying it would take more than 10 years to rebuild Donghai to its current state, and the higher-ups would never agree. Jianin understood this and simply pondered silently. That's why I didn't report or negotiate with them. If I didn't give up, it would only lead to greater losses. Both Kai Lai and Vuong Thien were stunned for a moment, unsure of what to say next. The situation is at a dead end when suddenly a loud, commanding voice rings out. Lord Da Nin, the one you wanted me to bring here, has arrived. Li Than was suddenly dragged down from the helicopter and was panicking, screaming for help. Seeing the two people appear, Da Nin couldn't help but sigh. This is too good. Before hitting the ground, Li Than was caught just in time by Fuang Fuang. As soon as they landed, she hurriedly explained that when she found him, he was being chased all over the street by a group of low-level awakened individuals, as if they were trying to steal his black pearl. He immediately explained upon hearing that, Sir, my name is Ton Lai Than. I am just a temporary cleaning staff at the Research Institute. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. These things are mine, not snacks. Da Nin realized everything when Lai Than said that. A janitor, no wonder I couldn't find you on the list before. After finishing, I won't disturb him anymore. Don't worry, I could never kill you. On the surface, Da Nin appeared calm, but inside he had already started to blossom since finding Li Than. He was overjoyed, feeling that discovering Ton Li Than was just as meaningful as saving all the survivors in Donghai. This extremely shy-looking man, after the disaster broke out, seems to be like a divine weapon. A few thoughts keep flashing through Da Nin's mind. His previous life's technique for extracting spiritual energy from mineral stones could be used by humans.
After absorption, ordinary people could awaken their abilities. This is the plan for the extraordinary apocalypse. The more I think about it, the more confident I feel. In this life, with the mineral deposits in Tonghi country, I can get as much spiritual mineral as I want. I can assist him in research and development quickly, which will help me advance to the 4th stage more easily. After reorganizing the plan, Dan Nin ordered them to arrange a special armed helicopter to take him to Phuong Thuk's house. It must be ensured that he is safe. Wait for me to return. Phuong obediently accepts the order. Understood. I will definitely arrange it and make sure he's well protected. Li Than, still confused about what's happening, took the opportunity to ask, Sir, when you say protect, does it really mean what I understand as protect? Dan Nin didn't have time to reply before she grabbed his collar and took him back to the helicopter, promising with utmost sincerity, Let's go, Mr. Tan. I will take you on the plane, and they will escort you to safety. Li Than could only scream in terror, begging for help. Miss Phuong looked at the helicopter flying farther away and then reported, Sir Dan Nin, I finished everything. He praised her for her hard work. A series of urgent emergency announcements suddenly blare out loudly, stating, We are the border peacekeeping forces under the headquarters. Under the orders of Commissioner Liu Tianming, chairman of the peacekeeping force. All rebel troops must surrender immediately. All survivors cease evacuating. Cease. Everyone has been deceived. The army never issued the evacuation order, nor was there any attack by sea monsters. Our reinforcements already on their way. Damn it! The troublesome ones have finally arrived. Uncle Tran, please watch over the sea for me. Leave these guys to me and 009 to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them loudly retorted, I am La Cheng, Deputy Commander of the Border Peacekeeping Forces. I am here to arrest you on orders from Commissioner Liu. Then, seeming to find that insufficient, La Cheng added, Xiao Hai, the person you arranged to evacuate, has been captured by us. Your evacuation plan has completely failed. Dan Nin became even angrier, and his extraordinary power radiated outward. If you know what's good for you, obediently come with me. If you resist, I won't ask before killing. Kill without asking questions. Not only did you capture the young master, but you're also preventing the survivors from escaping? Idiot, you really do want to die. At this moment, he still doesn't realize he's talking to the Grim Reaper, so he maintains a very arrogant attitude and threatens you. Dan Nin, the army has checked via satellite. Everything in Donghai is normal, with no signs of the beast tide outbreak. Stop deluding yourself with false hopes. Do you know how much damage you've caused to Donghai? They are furious and have sent the capital's elite level 3 forces, who will arrive soon. Today I won't spare your head. Contrary to Dan Nin's furious attitude, Phuong remained very calm and asked, Sir, should I kill him or not? You better take it easy and try to delay as long as possible. Save your energy to deal with the beast tied behind, and their lives can still be useful later. She obediently accepted the order, understood. Before it could fully activate, Lathan suddenly launched his attack first, cursing as he struck, unmindful of the consequences. Attack now, Kai Tianfu. Dan Nin quickly responded by switching all her attribute points to agility, and dodged his deadly strike as swiftly as a squirrel. A series of moves like Shattering Void Fist, Heavenly Gold Arrow, Earth-Shattering Strike, and Sun Wheel Arrow were fired at the two of them, but Fang could defend against their sky-high attacks without using weapons. Dan Nin just spoke, switching to a third-tier defensive combat suit. A pure red protective layer instantly appeared around him, making all attacks from all directions gradually meaningless. After a while, Jianin, forced to break out of his cocoon, caused those outside to collapse under his unleashed power. At this moment, Dan Nin suddenly realized, damn it, these people really want to kill me. Just wait and see. I will settle the score with you all later. Dan Nin, you're just a low-level 3rd stage, and you think you can fight us high-level experts? You're just a tiny ant shaking the tree, not knowing your limits. You just started to fight back with 6 arms against all his attacks while warning him. I advise you all not to push your luck, but it seems my words have no effect on them. A second later, another one charged at him, but as he was about to reach, Dan Nin leapt into the air to dodge, causing the attacker to punch the ground instead. You keep moving and dodging, both to avoid attacks and to strike back. The smell of blood keeps filling the air, but Dan Nin doesn't care because he's busy calculating which ultimate move to hold back for now. Besides these, Min still has another trump card. It seems today's most powerful killing move of the will system can't be hidden anymore. Although this move might not be effective against the beast tide, it works very well on those who have awakened. Thinking this, Jianing cast a spiritual windstorm spell. Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge surge of power exploded, leaving them only able to watch and not dare to attack. The Lecheng group was immediately overwhelmed by Dan Nin Han's strength. They are weak and kneel down, whispering to each other, Is this an attack from the willpower system? Quickly activate your mental defenses.
Turn them on, now. But his willpower has a huge surge, making it basically impossible to stop. One of them is still stunned by Jia's divine power. Is this the power of the trash willpower system? No way. I can't fight back and I can't even move my body anymore. Huang took advantage of their weakness to perform a tornado kick, sending them flying through the air before crashing painfully to the ground. Jianin had just landed and confidently said, "These 2 moves should be enough to hold them back for 2 minutes. At this moment, Wang Tian suddenly shouted, "Look over there! On the sea!" Kai Lai also exclaimed in surprise. "Is it a beast tide? Has it really arrived?" The system keeps sending alerts, beeping, detecting high-speed moving objects 1034, beeping again for high-speed moving object 771. Faced with this life-and-death situation, everyone in Lecheng was frantic. What? The sea beast tide has really erupted? Is Da Nin's judgment correct? What should we do now? Hurry up and inform Commissioner Lu. Da Nin immediately gave orders when the beast tide arrived. Min La immediately dropped the 2 nuclear bombs from the reserve below to stop the beast tide from coming again. As soon as he received your message, he carried out the order immediately. A second later, the cold voice of the commander ordered the nuclear bomb to be released, and immediately afterward, a massive explosion shook the entire sea area. Hai Lai was stunned and exclaimed, "Da Nin, are you going to detonate the nuclear bomb? If so, Dong Hai will no longer be suitable for living." Da Nin calmly explained that when he saw the size of the next wave of beasts, he would understand why I abandoned the East Sea. This is only the beginning, and nuclear bombs are only a temporary delay. Lin raised his voice and ordered everyone to prepare the artillery for firing and the awakening army to get ready. As soon as they reached the coast, they launched an attack. Everyone was full of fighting spirit and responded clearly. After organizing his team, Jianin turned to negotiate with Lathan. "Lathan, is that you? Can we proceed with the evacuation plan now? Release Little Hai and order the entire city to continue supporting the evacuation. Go all out and fight the tide of sea monsters. If you survive, I promise I won't pursue this matter anymore." He heard that and confidently replied, "Understood. What's going on? Have you caught Da Nin or already killed him?" Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a piece of news arrived that made him extremely angry and surprised. "Ah." Tianming looked puzzled and asked again, "What did you say? The sea beast tide has really broken out? Does Da Nin also set off a nuclear bomb in Dong Hai?" "Ha ha, you can still turn the tide, even if Da Nin predicts correctly, repels the beast tide, and evacuates the survivors. What then? The level of radioactive contamination in Dong Hai is enough to make you pay the price." In the capital conference room, high-ranking officials are holding a meeting in the main hall of the building, with urgent diplomatic letters almost causing them to stand up. "Everyone, the beast tide of East Sea has truly erupted. Time is running out. We need to discuss and find a solution as soon as possible. Moreover, we must also quickly decide on Da Ning's matter." Ho Chi Bin presented decisive strategies at the conference as the 6 major war zones mobilized high-level awakened individuals to assist, while 27 safe zones near the coast were prepared to receive survivors. Laozi proposed a very clever strategy. If we can delay the front line for just 2 hours, casualties can be kept within 7%. Fang Hao happily agreed, so there's nothing more to discuss. Da Nin has saved hundreds of thousands of people. This is a great achievement. He declared passionately, and the truth about the army avoiding its duty is also very easy to cover up if they want to. Just declare to everyone that all of Yanin's actions were arranged by the military. When the third-rank officials are sent to arrest him, just say they are there to support him. After the disaster ends, we should actively promote Da Ning as a hero of our country and reward him generously. But Luke Tianmin immediately protests. "Lieutenant General Fuang, what are you joking about? Daxing fakes military orders and unilaterally commands troops. Arrest the delegate, acting on his own judgment, violating military orders. Aren't all of these acts considered treason? Moreover, he secretly set off a nuclear bomb in Dong Hai. Can we just pretend nothing happened because he gained credit? He believes what Yanning did could be a prelude to a future danger. Next time, if he uses his achievements to do something crazier, like killing us, can we pretend nothing happened? So where's the law? Where is the national justice? Moreover, who can guarantee that his latest prediction isn't just a lazy cat catching a dead mouse? After all, he hasn't provided any evidence." The sharp-haired, blue-haired guy next to Tianming agrees along. "I agree with Commissioner Lu's opinion. Strengths and weaknesses cannot cancel each other out, or it will be very troublesome. I suggest we arrest Da Nin according to plan and announce to the public that the army has discovered the issue. Da Nin's actions have nothing to do with saving Dong Hai, and even if he did save someone, he would probably only face a light punishment. But the group under his command must be punished severely." Fang Hao roared in anger. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you all a bunch of dogs or what? Right now, the front line is fighting life and death, yet you are still thinking about capturing people. Is that wrong? Is this warning incorrect? He boldly jumps onto the table and directly faces Tianmin. If they don't drop the nuclear bomb, will the defenses be enough? Moreover, nuclear radiation contamination can be eliminated over time. Commander Dong Hai and the military representatives keep insisting that there is no problem. What was the result? Do they want to die? He has been questioning since ancient times. The external general did not hear the order. You still don't understand this principle? Lu Tianming was speechless and couldn't retort.
Sir. Ho Chi Bin stood up to intervene as the situation started to escalate.
Let's stop arguing. I think we should compromise. It's true that Da Nin acted on his own, but it's also true that he saved people. What would happen to us if Da Nin didn't act recklessly? Even if we caught him?
So can we deceive the people and soldiers by claiming that the rescue was carried out by the army? We don't trust him.
We were wrong. We must admit our mistake. We can't let everyone down anymore, so Li Tuyenguo quickly made a decision.
If that's the case, inform the major military regions. All of Da Nin's actions are in accordance with the military orders.
The command authority for Level A in Donghai has been temporarily transferred to Da Nin, who ends the meeting before any further disputes arise. Wait for Da Nin to return.
If there is important evidence, punish those involved and disband. The secretary following him quickly recognized the issue and reported to the commander.
Actually, from the beginning, you didn't intend to investigate Da Nin's issue, right? This meeting was probably just to silence Lu Qi's influence. He chuckled and walked away gracefully. The girl has grown up.
That's right. After all, I am responsible for the Donghai incident. If it's wrong, I must admit it, and even if I get beaten, I have to stand firm.
She has good intentions thanks to the supreme commander of this great country. Da Nin is indeed very outstanding. But I don't know what he did this time in the forecast. But sir, don't you see that he's very similar to the man from over 10 years ago? He gestures silently with his hand. Oops, this is forbidden. No more words. Commander of the East Sea, Tianming is pounding the table in anger over what just happened. Damn it, this is called a compromise?
Toyin Kwok and these old men from the new faction are deliberately messing with me. I can see you've completely forgotten that our old leader died over 10 years ago.
Tianmin shows a cold, decisive look.
After all, I won't be risking my life on the front lines this time. Whether Da Nin survives depends on his own ability.
The East Sea defense line is still under attack by dozens of sea beasts, and Da Nin, in charge here, immediately gives the order. The sea monsters approaching here all have protective spiritual energy. Normal artillery fire is useless against them. Now that I am in command of the East Sea affairs, all awakened individuals set up defenses along the coastal line. If the sea beasts approach the fortifications, do not engage. They have a lot of blood, so separate them and deal with each one individually. Remember, our most important task is not to win, but to delay as much time as possible.
You leap forward to lead. 009, come with me to the sea and kill these third-tier sea monsters.
To buy time, they all retreated to the shore. The pink-haired girl with the nickname 009 received her orders clearly.
Kill him, draw your sword, and prepare to attack the sea monsters. First, take out the chaos in front of you.
He slashed repeatedly with green sword strikes at the monsters, causing them to disintegrate. Sword energy guards against violence. Wang Tin couldn't help but marvel. Is this level of damage from a single strike really equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs? With such a talented person like this, we definitely didn't mistake the person. Some sea monsters are about to flood the right edge of the shore. It's time for us to use our true skills to stop them. On this side, Da Nin unleashes her ultimate move, sweeping away the chaos of the celestial beasts with dazzling light.
The girl from the 9th also lands a powerful punch, crushing countless sea monsters near the Hoang Long Island.
A monstrous whale-like creature with rough skin like toads and sharp teeth appears above the water source.
009 immediately spots it and rushes forward, only to be attacked by the high-level 3-stage giant whale.
She delivered a divine kick to the whale's throat, causing a terrible stench, but it seemed to anger the creature, which let out a deafening roar that knocked everything around. The others were affected by the sound, starting to bleed from their orifices and appearing as if they were shattering. Someone is holding their head. This sound is so terrifying. Someone is vomiting blood. My internal organs are about to shatter. She was unexpectedly knocked back by the attack. Suddenly, a spider-eyed crab monster appeared from behind 009, forcing her to temporarily cease fighting. Seeing a level 3 giant crab attacking from behind, she immediately jumped up to avoid its claw, dodging at top speed. The tail appeared above her, ready to strike down, and she suddenly realized she couldn't escape, as a powerful enemy was attacking from above, and there was no way to dodge. Oh, a voice suddenly rings out. 9. Thun Nguyen Tram Da Nin rushes into battle to help her.
You cut a sharp, swift path with your sword to break the pincers of the two monsters, helping 009. She felt truly guilty. I didn't fulfill my duty as a protector, but you immediately dismissed it. I don't see her as a bodyguard, but as a comrade. For a moment, I didn't freeze up. A comrade? You gently calm them down. Don't lose focus. These sea creatures are harder to deal with than other creatures of the same level. She immediately regained her fighting spirit to confront the terrifying crab. I understand, comrade, but now I feel a strange surge of strength. You're supporting me from behind, helping me take down the whale. The giant whale suddenly dove deep into the water, leaving 9 stunned. Huh, did that big whale get scared and run away? Da Nin also couldn't explain it. Ah no, it's just a high-level third-tier sea creature with a lot of blood. But immediately, they were surrounded by 3 giant sea monsters because a shrimp joined the battle. Da Nin was caught off guard. He's dead. They not only have intelligence, but also no tactics. You reconsider the events of your previous life, where you only heard that this battle was extremely brutal. Dong Hai fell, all attempts to retake it failed, but you didn't realize that this was the real cause. The 3 monsters attacked Da Nin's group simultaneously. He opened his protective armor to withstand the fierce assault from the 3 fallen celestial beasts. You hold your sword tightly, trying to defend with all your might. Their attack is too powerful. I can't hold on anymore. We have to find a new way to counterattack if we want a chance. 009 agrees. Understood. You and 009 suddenly soar out of the battlefield. The 2 of them are preparing to unleash their ultimate moves on the monsters. You launch a devastating attack. The downward divine explosion collision. 009 also supports. Tian still leads the attack, smashing down and destroying all 3 monsters. You immediately command 009. Seizing the moment, she strikes the giant shark again and rushes forward. Understood. Comrade 009 delivers another blow to the middle of the shark's head, but then a swarm of jellyfish surrounds the 2 of them. He assesses the situation as very dangerous now. Damn it, the jellyfish monster is a 3rd-rank spirit. Fighting them would be very disadvantageous. Quickly decide for survival. 009. She immediately broke through the encirclement and retreated, while I would dive into the sea to hunt the giant whale. Maybe it's the leader of this wave of sea creatures, and I must kill it first. 009 immediately executes. Understood. Comrade, use your fastest speed to dive deep into the sea. Activate your psychic ability to search for the lead whale, and your investigative spirit will be unleashed. Let me see where you're hiding. I have 3 types of upgraded combat suits, so even if you hide at the bottom of the sea, I can still find you. No need to search long. The fish has already appeared with the sea monsters right in front of you. You just summoned all the high-level ones, didn't you? With these troops and General Tone, you can't stop me. Use your move to clear out those pesky obstacles blocking the way. He swings his sword and transforms into a superpowered form, ready to face the giant whale. I will kill you with divine fury, and after that, I will take your soul to deal with your beast tide. The whale also isn't to be underestimated, launching balls from its mouth to attack Da Ning while emitting deadly supersonic waves, but Da Ning is not one to stand still and take it. Pai swiftly shatters the whale's attack like lightning. Your strongest strikes can't hit me. He swings his sword for the final blow and dies. He thrusts the sword into the middle of the whale's forehead, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. But the fish immediately deflected the attack and countered. Jianin, you truly respect this giant whale. Huh, no wonder you're called the Sea Beast King. That power is truly impressive. You quickly struck with a deadly sword slash that cut the fish in half, but unfortunately today, you're facing me. Da Nin finishes his strike as the red power gradually diminishes. He stands above, looking down at the whale sinking to the ocean floor. Huh, it looks impressive, but 10 seconds is truly too short. You kick off the water and leap lightly as if you had never fought an underwater battle before. You swing your sword to create a blue sword light that surrounds the sky, adding 1 more move. The rest will depend on my own people and the reinforcements sent by the army to capture me. So, the underworld Yama. You summoned the destroyed sea monster spirits to form a mighty army of spirit beasts. You brandish your sword and point towards the enemy battlefield. High-reaching sea spirit souls, turn around and hunt them down for me. 009 is still surrounded by hundreds of strange sea jellyfish. She cursed. Damn it, these 3rd-grade jellyfish are indeed very hard to deal with. She stood up, ready to fight the jellyfish with their electric tentacles. Tis. They can not only attack from a distance with their tentacles, but also trap and block her view. She throws a punch at the legs of the attacking sea jellies. What's even more disgusting is that their tentacles grow back very quickly after being cut, making it hard to sever the roots in a short time, and a jellyfish is wrapping around her fist, which irritates and troubles her even more. Keep circling around, not even thinking about breaking through. My spiritual energy reserves are almost depleted. She unleashes an attack to cut off the annoying tentacles clinging to her. She gasped for breath as a red warning sign appeared on her forehead, indicating her energy was about to run out. If she couldn't return in time to replenish her spiritual power, she might have to die here. An electric tentacle struck her body, leaving her no time to dodge, and she was hit with a powerful shock, collapsing helplessly as tears streamed down 009's cheeks. Sorry, my friend, I can't complete the mission this time, and I can't see this world come to an end. Danin is riding on the soul of that terrifying whale and charging forward, leaving 9 in shock. Are you my comrade? Has he come back? He quickly grabbed her hand, pulled her up, and said, "Let's go together." She was delighted that he arrived just in time to save her, and because of their strong friendship. Is it true you're a comrade? The leading whale of the Spirit Beast army clears out those troublesome jellyfish. At this moment, 009 seriously expressed his feelings. May I ask, comrade, should I activate the blushing and fast heartbeat effects now? You should quickly dismiss it. There's no need for that. It's best if you erase this useless knowledge, and you will respond immediately. Understood. The monsters are flooding into the city from the other side. The warrior with the axe swung directly, chopping off the monster's head with a spider-like face, causing it to fall. He sighed as he caught his breath. Ha ha ha, I never thought a second-tier sea beast would be harder to deal with than a much higher-level mutant. But I've been in many battles. I'm not exactly a saint. A spiked ball flies through the air, shooting out deadly thorns at the soldiers. Everyone combines their strength to fight the massive octopus thrashing wildly with its heavy tentacles everywhere. It's extremely dangerous. The soldier with the conical hat leads the charge into a deadly battle. Damn, these sea monsters are too tough to handle. Our low-level soldiers have already suffered countless casualties, so just forget it and let whatever happens happen. With this many sea monsters, I'm afraid we'll have to die here today. He swung his axe confidently, commanding the soldiers behind to help, first focusing their strength on killing the 3-tiered octopus in front before anything else. A single axe blow split the left side of its face, followed by a strike right between the eyes, causing the beast to collapse completely. The warrior girl, helmet in hand, gasped for breath. Sigh. A 3rd-tier monster that has taken so much effort, and there are still countless peak 2nd-tier ones. Sigh. This is simply using our lives to fill the gap. Phew. What exactly is Commissioner Liu doing? Danin's words are completely correct. Without Danin, things would be even more disastrous. Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Phew, you actually dared to speak to your superior like that. The hybrid dragon suddenly attacked from above. The mother-in-law turned her hat, wielding a spear, as the sky raged with furious lightning. What does it matter what he says? This time he truly did something inhumane. With such dangerous stuff, there's no way he dares to come himself, so we're probably going to die here anyway. Forget about his rank or whatever. Let's go lure that electric ray out at sea and trap it. Behind the dragon, countless sea spirits soared into the sky. He looked up in amazement. This is a ghostly sea creature. These sea monsters can still fight after dying? What the hell is going on? If it's like this, what else is there to fight? No, these spirits are attacking the sea creatures. Someone is controlling them. The spirits are indeed attacking the dragon from all directions, and some are even losing control more than others. Who could it be? On the battlefield, we are the ones with the highest level, so who has this kind of skill? The man in the hat turns his head with suspicion. Could it be Danin? He's only a low-level 3rd stage. How could this be possible? The guy with gray hair isn't even sure. Maybe not entirely. Not necessarily. Did he just use that strange willpower attack during the fight with us earlier? He looked terrified. If he has the ability to control this vengeful spirit, then was he just showing mercy to us earlier? Where did this matter suddenly appear in front of everyone? You point your sword at the bearded sea monster commander, yet the high-ranking soldiers just stand here in confusion. Are you all trying to die? He retreated in concession. No, Daning, we are just surprised by you. You don't have the patience to chat like this either. All right, stop talking nonsense. Although the overall situation of today's beast tide has been controlled, there are still quite a few slipping through the net. Everyone, go and deal with it quickly. The sister-in-law immediately turned her hat and carried out the order. Yes, Sir Janin. Danin walks ahead, still worried. All her powerful moves have been used up. Although she still has spiritual energy, she can only use Divine Fury and Mortal Diemla one more time. The remaining amount is only enough for me to use basic skills like Wind Element Perception and Paralysis Illusion to deal with the remaining sea monsters, who are likely awakened and can still fight back. If it's not truly necessary, I won't intervene anymore. Your stats display shows that the first wave of the sea beasts has been contained. The second wave of sea monsters will arrive in 3 hours, twice as many as the first. Pay attention to the last target. What about the second wave of sea monsters? You carefully reconsidered the timing, realizing that at this point in the past, I had not yet been discovered by the army and therefore did not participate in this battle. I've heard this battle was particularly brutal, and the East Sea safe zone was completely unprepared and was destroyed. Then the army sent people to retake it but kept being defeated, and in the end, they had to give up. So there was still the second wave of beasts in the afternoon. You exhaled doubtfully. 3 hours, even if the other military corps arrive, it won't be in time. For the soldiers here who can survive this battle, it's already a miracle. Now, everything is exhausted, and we can't fight head-on against the second wave. We can only think of building a quarantine zone to quickly ensure the safety of the survivors and soldiers leaving here. Call her and your uncle on the other side of the line. Uncle Tiu, how is the evacuation going on your side? Is everything okay? How much longer will it take to complete the evacuation? The situation on the other side is also very difficult, and things are not going smoothly. The assigned personnel here have convinced many survivors who had already evacuated to come back, my uncle said, his voice trembling with suppressed anger. They packed all the survivors into Uncle's hideout bunker and assigned someone to guard it. You are amazed at how much worse the situation has become there. What did he say? The uncle points the screen towards the sealed door in despair. As you can see, the survivors inside have been burned. They don't trust us at all and refuse to open the door. We can only break the door down with force and force everyone out, but that will only make them trust us less. The evacuation has become much more difficult and time-consuming, taking too long. The uncle is very urgent. Based on the current progress, it will take at least 3 hours to evacuate everyone. He clenched his teeth, suppressing the storm inside. Sorry, everyone. Hang in there. You can turn off the chat window now, but my uncle's voice still echoes. Rest assured, even if I have to risk my old life. He darkened his face, and his eyes showed intense determination in this era of abundant resources and apparent peace, making his goals 100 times harder than in the future. Similar events will definitely happen again, and the outcome I desire will surely face obstacles. Your eyes shine brightly. After resolving the issues at East Sea, I must first reach the peak of power and secure the final say. Now, to deal with the next extreme disasters, I need extreme focus and drastic measures. The authoritarian figure shouted, "Who dares to stand in my way? Die." 9 followed him and asked what to do next. Comrade, where are we going now? 009, go collect data on fuel reserves in some safe zones near Donghai. He coldly drew his sword and walked away, then ordered them to transfer all stored fuel to the East Sea safe zone within 2 hours, and to find ways to replenish their spiritual energy and protect themselves well. He raised his hand to accept the order. Understood. Sir Comrade, you look up at the pouring rain and the distant silhouette of the spaceship. Now the Donghai safe zone can no longer be saved. Instead of cutting meat with a dull knife, it's better to cut quickly with a sword. He clenched his 5 fingers, pinpointed the target, and created a large fireball to burn down the entire Donghai safe zone, forming a quarantine ring. At least this way, the survivors would no longer be pursued. The East Sea safe zone is along the inland border. Dunning is standing on top of a building, looking down at the battlefield, connecting his phone. Comrade, I'm afraid there isn't enough fuel in the surrounding safe zones. You're surprised by this information. No way. I already checked the fuel levels in each area before. 00 is kicking a moss-covered man to the ground. It seems she just defeated him. Most of them keep fake records, and those who don't refuse to cooperate, even if it means killing them. It won't solve the urgent problem right now. He angrily exclaimed, Dan Ninhai Thutro has already been controlled, and you still want to burn down the entire Donghai safe zone? Do you know how many years the East Sea safe zone has been established? I've already coordinated with the 6 surrounding safe zones and reported to the capital. He still insisted on his idea. The capital definitely won't agree. You have no right to demand that we supply fuel, he said through the screen with an expression that revealed no emotion. I understand. Go back now. His eyes flashed with anger at this unjust world. There's no cure left, all hope is gone. If I don't wipe out these useless trash soon, I'll eventually burn out and die. But right now, I still have to stay calm and find a way to handle this first. You sigh and try to comfort yourself. Phew. Stay calm. The pickup truck leaves the chaos of the city. The people on the vehicle are crying and lamenting. Hoo, our home is gone. Sniffle. Why are some people wearing hats angry? Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why are you only withdrawing now? The person in the cloak shows his discontent. We've paid so many taxes, and yet the army treats us like this. Some people are still resisting the soldiers to get inside. Let us go back to get our belongings. Return our vehicle to Waios. On what basis do you want to seize my vehicle? I beg the soldiers to please help us. We have sacrificed everything to gather this cargo. More than half of our people have already died before we could bring these here. These are all things my men risked their lives to bring back. If you destroy the city, how will we survive without these things? Kovu suddenly stepped forward, placing his hand on his chest with all sincerity, and said, "Do not destroy the city. All the safe zones around are protesting against burning the city and refusing to supply fuel to the East Sea safe zone. With a determined look, he promises honorably to the innocent people. I am here as the rescue representative of the Dongthan safe zone to assure you that the frontline military operations are going very well, and in just a few days everyone will be able to return home." The people are joyful and excited, really? Then that's great. The girl was helped up and sincerely thanked us. Thank you, Lord General. Thank you, Lord General. We will cooperate and retreat. But right after the civilians turned to leave, he and Da Nin kept cursing non-stop. Have you seen? How could we possibly destroy the city? Destroying Donghai? What will happen to these innocent people? That brat Da Nin knows nothing at all. He basically doesn't realize how much damage his actions will cause to Donghai. He laughs triumphantly. It's just a bunch of sea monsters. What's the big deal about it? The gray-haired, spiky subordinate, standing beside the wise old representative, agrees along. He points and orders the soldiers to follow him into the city to search for and evacuate the survivors hiding in the buildings. The soldiers all raise their hands in salute. Understood. His eyes showed murderous intent as the image of Da Nin appeared in his mind. Of course, all financial activities of the survivors, especially those of the major trading companies, will be protected by us. Take advantage of the city being deserted and act quickly. During this disaster, no one will hold us accountable. How much we can make this time depends entirely on us. But he didn't expect Da Nin to observe everything from afar with his divine gaze. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. This is taking advantage of the national crisis to make money. Perfect. Perfect. So when everyone is speechless, they can only smile. You smile bitterly, not sure if you're mocking yourself or those complicated people. Ha ha ha. Even after being reborn, you're still so naive. I forgot that this is peacetime, and most of the high positions are still held by useless people. I confused the United Army born from blood and tears in my past life with them. I was wrong. I forgot that people cry before they see the coffin. Look up at the sky and let the rain help you calm down. From now on, this is only a small disaster of the sea beasts. I have almost failed. Since warning Donghai until Fuangdong stopped me, the army just looked on and ignored it. I forced the troops to move, but someone falsely accused and opposed me. The truth is revealed, but the command is flawed. The survivors return. I wanted to burn down the city to stop the enemy, but there are a bunch of pests causing trouble. He opened his eyes wide, seeing through the world. Truly the height of absurdity. Kofi rushes down from the top floor like an arrow in the rain. I initially wanted to save Donghai, but I didn't want things to turn out like this. It's only because of you that I am forced into this now. You want to make money during a national crisis? Then just go into the city. Today, I will take you to the Western Heaven. Below the East Sea Safe Zone Energy Tower, the energy points provided by the system appeared all over the world, and humanity began to awaken. The energy sphere towers are formed from here. The world was initially destroyed by the divine tide, and the survivors established a new safe zone around those energy points. Each energy node within the safe zone is essential for maintaining the energy recovery process of the core. Those who have awakened but lack an energy node will have no safe area. The East Sea Energy Tower with a third-tier energy point, once it explodes, the East Sea Safe Zone will disappear forever. Da Nin has appeared beneath the energy tower, but if he doesn't do this, how can humans be warned? What they lose in the future will not be limited to the Donghai Safe Zone. This explosion will cause the chaotic energy to burst out, at least erasing all traces of humanity, interfering with the awareness of sea beasts, and preventing their attacks, creating the strongest isolation barrier. Tio Hai on the other end reports the situation. Jia Ning's rescue mission for the survivors has basically been completed half an hour earlier than planned. However, someone reported that some soldiers from the surrounding military zones have returned to the city. We noticed they are interrupting the uncle to quickly handle the immediate matter, ignoring them. All you have to do is get the rescued survivors out of the Donghai safe zone as quickly as possible. I'll hang up now. Immediately after, he quickly contacts the pink-haired robot girl 009, telling her to get in touch with Min right away. Tran Kailai and the other frontline soldiers evacuate them from the coast within 10 minutes. Carry out the order immediately. You swung the fire feather sword at the eternal energy sphere of the East Sea Safe Zone, wind element, and raging fire. You cut a line right through the center of the energy eye. The explosion damages your barrier significantly as you struggle to hold on against the overwhelming energy clash. Full combat gear, hold up for me. You rush forward quickly to end this. Add another sword. You deliver a critical strike right into the center of the energy core. You pierce through the sphere and then leap high into the air. The sphere seems to be exceeding its limit and begins to crack apart. You dash out of the building at maximum speed just before the massive explosion can swallow everything, activating your innate speed ability with agility as your trait. This cheering squad over here is looting from the residents' houses, with a subordinate happily carrying stolen items. The representative has many high-quality materials and equipment here.
We've made a fortune. He proudly lifts his chin.
That's obvious. This time we don't even need to fake the books. He shamelessly shouted slogans like it was a joke. We all must save the people of Donghai. It is our duty. Summon your trusted aides to praise the wise ancient representative. This statement must be made clear in every word. The energy sphere earlier expanded and devoured everything in its path like a mini-sun.
He didn't even have time to react. Just as he managed to say a few words, he was ruthlessly swallowed by the sphere. The sphere expands, engulfing the entire city like a mini-sun, swallowing buildings as it spreads outward. The capital conference room. The senators are watching the situation on the screen as the Donghai safety zone is being swallowed by the sphere. Ho Chi Bin's face is dark. What is Da Nin doing? Lai Tuyen Kwok's face darkened even more. Is this the spiritual energy core being destroyed? The purple-haired secretary quickly updates the urgent situation. The spiritual energy core cannot be regenerated, and the East Sea safe zone can never be rebuilt. Fang Hao is stunned by the chaos Da Nin has caused. Luke Tien Min rushes into the meeting room, furious. Da Nin is simply lawless and reckless. The tide in Donghai has clearly been controlled, and the situation is very favorable. But that Da Nin proposed a plan to burn down the city. It seems he was just waiting for the right moment, so he quickly accused Da Nin. I tried to stop him, but couldn't, so I had to quickly go back and report. I never expected that he would be the commander. This crazy, reckless type can't be trusted or protected. Li Tuyen-Kwok has lost all patience now. Zhao Nin, could it be that I really trusted you wrong? Someone, come here, let's go. Fang Hao immediately stepped forward to volunteer. Commander, let me go personally and ensure Da Nin is brought back. Whether dealing with Da Nin or his bodyguard 009, it's all the same to me. But deep down, he was already planning to investigate this matter thoroughly. If the commander sends more people, there might be even more misunderstandings. At that point, Da Nin would also find it difficult to be rescued. Li Tuyen quickly decided, all right, take my Thunder Fighter and bring Da Nin back to me as soon as possible. I will personally interrogate him. 10 minutes later, the Donghai safe zone, the advanced aircraft landed near Da Nin yacht. There is a voice from an assistant reminding Fo Thong Sui Fuang that, according to the A-level authorization card of Commissioner Diep Nin, this area is locked. He is on the mountain outside the Donghai safe zone. Fang Hao immediately ordered, land the plane, I want to see him. Da Nin calmly awaits what is about to happen to her. Haha. Has the most advanced supersonic plane of the Empire been sent out? It looks like a big figure is coming to accuse me again. Hao Fuang lands on the ground. Da Nin, you've caused a big trouble. He quickly recognized his old uncle. Uncle Fuang Hao tried to persuade Da Nin to reveal what was in his heart so he would have evidence to defend himself. Da Nin, you have destroyed the Donghai spiritual energy node. If you have anything to explain, say it now. Before leaving, can you help me think of a solution? But you completely didn't care. Uncle Fuang, I'm tired, and I don't want to explain anymore. Right in front of you two, I am a field of energy spreading across the city. Da Nin pointed in that direction. Look over there, and in a minute you'll understand. Fuang Hao still doesn't get what his nephew is trying to do, or what he means. But a moment later, distant, strange giant shapes made him realize immediately. This is the second wave of sea beasts. They attacked the energy field, but were instantly turned into bones. Jianin asked again, do you understand now? Fuang Hao then realized, I understand now you used this extreme method to stop the tidal sea monsters from chasing the survivors, but why didn't you clearly inform your superiors? Da Nin closed his eyes, exhausted, and explained clearly. What about the remaining time? Did you explain everything clearly at first? So what was the outcome? Who could believe it without seeing it with their own eyes? Fuang Hao patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Da Nin, you've worked hard. Although feeling very upset, Uncle Fuang still wants to advise you to go to the capital first and explain everything clearly. He continues to counsel, now the outcome is clear. The commander is not someone who acts without reason. As for the caught fish, just leave it to me to arrange and handle. Yes. Nan obediently listens. Understood. Fuang Hao also mentioned the tense situation at the headquarters. That's right. Be careful with the Luke Tien Min group when you return. They had already been to your house while you were struggling in the dungeon. Your mother and sister are still in the hospital right now. Danin was suddenly stunned when he heard this news. What did you say? The sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the empty street. Danin hurriedly rushed toward the building, each step heavy with worry. Xiao An curled up on the small chair beside the hospital bed, her face soaked with tears. Brother, where are you exactly? If you are still alive, please come back quickly. Mom has been unconscious for 2 or 3 days. I'm so scared. Danin pushed the door open hurriedly, with a worried look and a voice full of concern. Xiao An heard the noise, slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes wide open, and softly exclaimed in sobs, Brother. Tian immediately ran over, hugging Danin tightly and sobbing, I thought you were dead, hoo-hoo. Danin gently comforted her, Don't cry, I'm not dead, I've come back safe and sound. He gently pats the girl's head and softly says, Little Anne, be good. Let me visit Mom first. Little Anne nods softly. Yes, I heard you died and fainted. The girl bowed her head, her voice trembling. Even though the doctor said she was fine, she still hadn't woken up. Danin quietly approached the hospital bed and gently held her frail mother's hand as she lay in a coma. Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm back now. I'm fine. Please, wake up, Mom. Mom's thin hand trembled softly, as if moved by the heartfelt call. Danin looked up in surprise, his heart tightening, voice trembling with hope. Tears streaming down her face, Tiawan's mother whispered, Will I never wake up again? Danin gently squeezed her hand, his gaze steady. No, Xiao An, Mom knows you're back and you'll definitely wake up. Tian, who came to our house? Who said you are dead? Do you still remember? The girl replied. It seems to be something from Director Wang Su. They came to the house and took all of his things. I won't let them. Then they said he was dead. Xiao An frowned slightly, but what was strange was that he came yesterday, bringing a basket of flowers and fruit, claiming that the intern had made a mistake and that he was not dead. After he finished this call, he immediately turned hostile and said I was about to die, but I didn't believe a single word from him, so I threw his things out. Hearing this, Danin wasn't surprised at all and quickly guessed who that person was. I understand you didn't say anything more, thinking carefully in your mind. Wang Suo, Vuong Kai's father. Luke Tien Min's subordinate. You guys shouldn't mess with my family. Go back now and see how I will root you out completely. Seeing Danin's intimidating aura, Tiawan couldn't help but worry and quickly said, Brother, your expression just now was really scary. In reality, besides the bad guys, there are also good people. Like Uncle Fuang, he arranged for your mother and you to be hospitalized and even sent 2 people to protect you and your mother. Danin smiled softly, a warm, gentle smile, as he patted Xiaoan's head. Yeah, I understand. Don't worry, Xiaoan. The girl looked up at Danin and softly asked, Can you wait until Mom gets better before you leave? Just me alone? I'm very scared. He gently replied, Tian, don't be afraid. Before Mom wakes up, I won't go anywhere. Luke Thien Min's reception room. Thien Min sat cross-legged on the chair and said, Commissioner Liu, we've sent someone to arrest Danin who has returned to the capital. They said it seems the second beast tide has broken out and Danin has returned as well. Thien Min, without hesitation, said, I request Director Vuong So, can you get to the point? Don't be so reckless. With your courage, what big thing can you really accomplish? Thien Min frowned, his voice slow and steady. There is still time before the Commander-in-Chief convenes the council members. We still have plenty of time to figure things out. Don't forget, the final order from the Commander is for Fang Hao to capture people. Whether there's a beast tide afterward doesn't matter. As long as we stay calm, we can win. Tianming leaned forward and asked, Director Vuong, do you still remember the people from over 10 years ago? At the meeting, we will pretend to be Nin. In addition, the director excitedly exclaimed, Absolutely brilliant. It's a classic move of burning the boat, which is forbidden in the Great Empire. Anyone who touches it will die. At the military airport, the plane sped down the runway at full speed. Vuong Tien, Min La, Tio Hai, and Kai Lai each stepped out of the aircraft. Everyone looked exhausted, weariness evident on their faces. As soon as they touched the ground, Tran Kai Lai, Deputy Commander of the North China Military District, Tio Hai, Commander of the Tianfeng Safe Zone, and Vuong Tien, Deputy Chairman of the Tianthan Trade Association, stepped down. Min Lei, the leader of the Special Operations Team, said firmly, You have seriously violated orders and military discipline. Come with us. Min La shouted angrily, We fought to the death and rescued hundreds of thousands of survivors. On what grounds are you detaining us? We want to meet the Commander-in-Chief. Kai Lai turned around and said firmly, Min La, save your strength. There's no reasoning with them. The 4 of them stride forward confidently, and Kai Lai calmly says, Step aside, I can go on my own. I, Tran Kai Lai, have lived my life with a clear conscience. From afar, Fuang Fuang has witnessed everything. She told herself she must quickly inform Comrade Da Nin first. Standing proudly on the high podium in the large conference hall of the capital's military conference, his voice rang out solemnly. I believe everyone has seen the information about the outbreak in Donghai on Monday afternoon, with Vice Admiral Fuang taking control. Moreover, the East China Sea safety zone has been barricaded, so there will be no major chaos for now. The main reason I called everyone here today is to discuss the qualitative issues related to Jianin's series of actions. Guo Bing sat quietly in the delegate row. His face shows a serious expression as he slowly raises his hand. Considering the results, Da Nin has saved hundreds of thousands of survivors and stopped the sea monsters. Although the process exceeded the rules, I believe the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, especially his far-sighted vision. This should be excused and praised. Moreover, we should sincerely apologize to Da Nin. Mr. Ho, isn't that a bit too hasty of you to draw such a conclusion? Xianfen suddenly stood up, her voice full of righteous anger. I don't agree to do this. Everyone was deceived by Da Nin. Did you know that before destroying Donghai, he infiltrated the secret High Research Institute? Da Nin not only killed Commander Lai, but also took all the research results there to claim for himself. He destroyed all of Donghai to erase the evidence of his crimes. Xianfen yanks his collar to reveal a large scar, then points forward with a trembling voice filled with anger. He almost killed me. If Commissioner Lu Kesh hadn't sent someone to rescue me, I might have been left behind in Donghai already. By then, the truth would never be able to be revealed again. Luke Tuong sat beside, gently raising his hand, a calm gesture that instantly silenced the entire room. He looked up, his eyes sweeping across the conference room before speaking loudly. Besides the crimes mentioned above, I want to say a few words on behalf of the coastal region of Chukin. Luke Tuong stood up sharply and said in a stern voice, 1. The Marine Beast dynasty in East Sea is not that serious, but Da Nin completely destroyed the East Sea safety zone. 2. The safety zone near East Sea sent dozens of officers to rescue, but as soon as they entered the city to search and save, Da Nin destroyed the energy core and killed them all. It's just a personal vendetta that led the safety zone commander to refuse fuel for burning Stay busy. Before the silence could settle, the director suddenly stood up. Additionally, we discovered that Da Nin secretly moved many supplies from the East Sea safe zone. I even suspect that Da Nin's so-called predictions are just a sham. In fact, he was the one who initiated this beast tide. Otherwise, how could he make such accurate predictions? Unless it's the thief calling for the thief to be caught, Vian Tam couldn't hold back his anger and protested. Enough. You guys are just spreading rumors, twisting facts, and blaming others with lies. Damn it, all you care about is your own benefit, falsely accusing others. If you're so capable, why don't you go to the front lines and kill the beasts of the tide? The director replied sarcastically. Commander Trin, are you that angry? I know Da Nin has made great contributions to your useless team in the boss fight, but each thing has its own context. You need to open your eyes and see clearly. Don't act like your loyal staff who rebel against Da Nin just because of their achievements. Vien Tam, furious beyond control, pointed directly at him and shouted, I rebel against your mother. I will kill you. Do you believe it? Kwok Bin quickly rushed over to calm him down and said, Lao Trin, calm down. Director Vuong, you can understand this too. Kwok Bin continued, after all, if he could use this to kill Da Nin in the first choice, then his son Vuong Kai could be promoted to the top position. You are a father, haha. Director So looked shocked after hearing that, as if he had been exposed. He stammered, Li Tuyen Kwok, you're spitting blood and blaming others. Tien Min raised his hand to stop him and said, I have 2 words to say. He calmly stepped out of the row of seats and spoke clearly. Sir, it cannot be denied that Ye Ning is the best in the world in the 4 elements and has achieved great feats, making him a rare genius. But whether it's his talent or his work style, don't you feel familiar with him, Commander? Do you still remember the small-scale beast tide outbreak from about 10 years ago? That person seems to be pursuing that very thing. Tuyen Kwok stood on a high platform, slamming his hand on the table and shouting loudly, echoing through the hall. Be quiet, Commissioner Liu. Pay attention to what you're saying. Tien Min walked straight to the platform, still speaking. Tong Shua, don't worry. I will keep it secret. I won't reveal anything. I just want to let you know that I found something very interesting. His voice was cold, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Before going to the capital, Da Nin used the name Diep Lam in many different side stories. Do you think it's just a coincidence? Suddenly, a strange noise outside startled both of them and made them turn around quickly. Tuyen Kwok immediately asked, What's going on outside? Tianming squinted slightly and said, I wonder if this sound was made by Vice Commissioner Da Nin. I don't believe it. Let's go outside and check. Tianmin and the others hurriedly rushed outside, and the scene before their eyes left everyone speechless. Amidst the scattered debris, Da Nin stood still, surrounded by soldiers who had been defeated by cold, sharp blades. Tianmin stepped closer and said, What was it I said again? That's the legendary paralysis glove and the wind element, right? Da Nin spun around, showing disgust and saying, Huh, as expected, it's a trap. Still the same old trick. 2 minutes ago, in front of the conference hall, Jianin stood facing Fang Fang, frustrated, speaking out. I didn't expect these bastards to attack Min La's group so quickly. Luckily, Min's mother has woken up. It's time to deal with them. You hide for a while. I'll go inside to check. You should act accordingly. Da Nin sensed something unusual, quietly thinking there was hidden hostility, then slowly drew the sword from his back. His eyes cautiously scanned around when suddenly 3 figures appeared behind him, rushing down from above. He turned around, his eyes locked on the 3 soldiers rushing toward him, their weapons raised like lightning ready to tear through space. Da Nin silently calculated that using a killing move at this level would leave no explanation later. If I use Divine Fury and accidentally kill them, I might not be able to explain it later. He thought to himself that he could only confront this one for now. The blood protection gauntlet. Jianing swung his arm. A surge of red energy burst forth, knocking back the distant soldiers and shattering rocks into the air. One of them coughed violently, the blood pouring from his mouth like a fountain, staining the ground beneath him red. Gunin blinked slightly, clearly surprised. Damn it, they hurriedly withdrew their moves and they didn't even bother to defend anymore. Is this intentional injury a strategy of humiliation? Back in the present, a defeated soldier struggles to get up and says, Commander, we only told Deputy Da Nin to wait a moment, but he dared to kill us. Tianmin waved his hand and slowly spoke. See, Commander, I said Da Nin has gone crazy, and if he's not satisfied, he just kills people. Da Nin, do you have anything else to say? Da Nin snorted softly and replied, Very interesting. Honestly, I'm too lazy to explain either this or all the matters in Donghai. Da Nin Hin stood straight, hands on his hips, giving a decisive order. Come out now. Immediately, Fuang Fuang swooped down from above. She spoke, and the captured image was projected. A flash of blue light suddenly flickered from her eyes. Then the space in front of them revealed a clear image, capturing the moment when the group attacked Da Nin before they appeared. Tianmin stood frozen, eyes wide with shock. What? Da Nin said smugly, glancing at Tianmin with a hint of sarcasm, and calmly said, The lighting here is too bright so the projection effect isn't good. Maybe we should go inside and watch from there. In front of all the leaders, Fuang Fuang showed them everything. Turn off the presentation. Fuang Fuang announces that the video playback is complete. After everything, the Tuyan nation leader frowns and suppresses his anger, saying, Commissioner Liu, what you did is completely wrong. Commander Tianmin nervously replied, Commander, I admit that the ambush at the gate was wrong, but I did it for the safety of Daha. He justified himself by saying, Commander, based on the video shown, although the beast tide from the EC is fierce, it hasn't reached the point where we need to completely destroy the EC. Da Nin only did that for personal gain. Commander, have you forgotten what I told you earlier, causing Tuyen Quoc to fall into deep thought? A sudden notification appeared, warning that the Hua Ha strategic zone was about to face an attack from an AC+ level sea beast. Please prepare for the mission to eliminate the giant 3rd-rank apex sea monster. Seeing this, Tianming took the opportunity to change the subject and exclaimed, What? Tuyen Quoc and everyone immediately received the alert. He exclaimed in shock, This is a disaster recognized by the system, and it's a top-tier 3-grade sea beast mission? The second wave has already escalated to A+ level? This has never happened since the rebuilding of the Great Han. At this point, Yenin simply comments calmly, This system's alerts are very timely, so I don't have to explain myself. Commander, you don't need me to clarify any further now, right? At that moment, Fuang Hao made a call. Seeing this, Tuyen Quoc immediately asked, Fuang Hao, what's going on? Commander Fuang Hao reports that the scale of the beast tide here is unimaginable. Although he has mobilized troops, the current army size is still not enough to withstand this beast tide. Although the soldiers are not afraid of death, rushing into direct combat would only cause unnecessary losses. He assessed the situation there and added, Luckily, the Snow Point spirit energy held them back, ensuring the survivors could retreat without being pursued. Tuyen Guo immediately ordered, I understand. Now ensure the safety of the survivors abandon Donghai and assist the troops. Hearing that Fang Hao responded clearly. Sir Commander, I suddenly wonder how did Yin manage to predict so accurately? It's obvious he's manipulating everything, which made Trin Vien lose his temper and lash out, cursing.
Damn it. According to your ridiculous logic, all the heroes in history are the ones responsible for disasters.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Tien Min provocatively responded. Trin Vien, are you trying to fight me? Unable to hold it in anymore, the national team captain's eyes lit up with rage as he gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up, all of you." Then he immediately caused a big explosion, knocking Tien Ming and Trin Vien apart. The national team said sternly,
"There's no need to guess now that it's come to this.
Jianin is the undeniable hero of the marine creature incident this time.
Tomorrow there will be a national commendation ceremony." Jianin suggested, "Forget the commendation ceremony, just publish a news report to show our appreciation."
If the commander really wants to compensate me, I want to investigate and handle one thing myself.
After all, some bold dog dares to come to my house and trouble my family while I'm out fighting in the dungeon.
Hearing this, Director So turned pale and spoke up. Commissioner, please let me explain. This was all done by the intern. I didn't give the national recruitment any time to make excuses. This matter has indeed violated the regulations.
So let Officer Danin handle the investigation.
I will send a team to assist you. Just be careful and act legally.
If everything goes well, Danin will thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Commander. Hearing this, Director So couldn't help but feel frightened and cried out. This scene shifts as the sky gradually darkens. A private car departs from the center of the senior officials, and a voice inside the car speaks urgently.
"Commissioner Liu, we are on the same boat, so this time whatever you say, you have to save me."
And beside him, Tien Min asked coldly, "Vuong So Truong, are you threatening me?" Hearing this, Director So could only stammer and reply, "Yes, I dare not." Tien Min, with a cunning and confident look, thought, "All right, no need to panic. Didn't the commander already warn him not to be reckless?"
When the army arrives, the general blocks. When the water rises, he dikes it. The law of the nation comes first. Does Danin still dare to rebel?
Don't worry, if he doesn't behave, the commander won't forgive him. After all, the forbidden seed has already been planted, even though the director is still worried. At the same time, in the gathering area of high-ranking officials, Fuang wondered, "Comrade, shouldn't we go rescue Min La and the others first?" Hearing that, Danin replied, "No rush. Let's kill the chicken to scare the monkey first, and then talk. If we threaten to kill them, more people will naturally tell us when we return." Fuang asked further, "So which chicken should we kill first?" "Of course, Director Vuong."
At Director Wong's house, Danin silently thought that in 4 years he had accumulated 30 million points, not even missing out on subsidies. Looking at the pile of gemstones, diamonds, and money filling the chests around him, Danin thought, does he know that the monthly living cost for an average family is only 20 points? He said seriously, "I really underestimated you." Wang So Truong, now being restrained by the security team, still tried to raise his voice and cursed, "Danin, these things are not yours. You have no right to search my house." As soon as he finished speaking, the commander warned you to know your place, so don't push your luck. Fuang immediately slapped the director. She kept slapping him across the face repeatedly. Seeing that, Jianin calmly drew her sword, stepped closer to him and sneered, "So a parasite like you has the nerve to talk to me about being unreasonable? I am pressing the tip of my sword to your neck." Danin sternly said loudly, "I am killing you today to eliminate harm for the people." Still confident that you can't execute me without permission, the thick-faced director, with a cold and furious gaze, sneered, "If you dare to lay a hand on my family, just try and see if I dare to touch you or not." By then, the stubborn officer finally realized he was scared and tearfully begged for mercy. No, don't kill me. Just spare me and I'll do whatever you say." Seeing that, Jianin immediately put away his sword and said calmly, "That's more like it. If you just tell me who ordered you, I will spare you. Don't even think about hiding it. Even if you don't say anything, I already know, but if you do, you might get to live. And thinking about some kind of friendship.
It's clear you are now just a discarded pawn of others." Thinking back to Tien Min's face when he was sitting in the car, Director Bang Huang realized that Luke Tien Min had no intention of saving him, and even wanted to use his death to undermine Danin. All the officers of the commander remained silent, clearly wanting to use him to make Danin swallow all the bitterness.
After a while, he finally revealed that Luke Tien Min was the one who directed it, and all the most valuable belongings taken from your house are at his place.
He said he would guide my son, so I followed him. Besides me, the culprit behind the fuel incident in the Donghai area is also him. And still achieve the goal, Yanin then ordered 009 to make a recording for him and have him sign it, then release him nearby. Fang Fang replied, "Understood." Then Da Nin casually used his power to confiscate all of the director's belongings and said, "I will take these first, and once the investigation is clear, they will be redistributed." Outside, he immediately called Tiu An. Seeing that, Xiao An asked, "Big brother, is something wrong?" Hearing that, Ya Nin suddenly said, "Xiao An, I want to teach you something." He advised that when facing villains, we must kill them. Deceiving the dead doesn't count as lying. Meanwhile, behind Da Nin, the scene shows the director being decisively dealt with by Fuang Fuang. At the same time, in the Liu residence, that Tianming had no idea what was happening and remained calm, affectionately caressing Lin Lam on the bed. In Lam Lam's arms, he said perversely, "Lam Lam, I'm extremely annoyed today. You have to help me ease this anger." Just then, a guard suddenly burst in to report. Commissioner Liu didn't realize it yet. Seeing the embarrassing scene before him, the young boy immediately blushed and exclaimed, "This ruins the fun!" Then Tianmin grabbed the teacup beside him and threw it directly at the guard's head while shouting, "Damn it!" Tianming hurriedly dressed again, annoyed as he asked, "What's going on now?" Seeing that, the guard quickly replied, "Vuong Vuong So, he's dead. Da Nin just now captured many of our people and is now heading toward us. He's gone crazy, hasn't he? If this keeps up, how can the army still have any face left? Quickly inform the commander that Da Nin has gone crazy." The guard received the order, responded clearly, and hurriedly left. At that moment, Thien Min suddenly turned pale and realized that the commander must have sent someone to follow him so he couldn't be unaware. "This is bad. I need to see the old chief immediately." Outside the Lu mansion, the key figures involved with Tianming were also being held by Fang Fang. Dining, and she calmly headed straight to Tianming's place. Da Nin orders, "Take these people and parade them around Chang'an Avenue, especially in front of Luke Tianmin's house, broadcasting all their crimes live so everyone knows everything." Vuong Hai desperately tries to stop her from behind. "Enough already. I beg Da Nin to stop. The higher-ups know you're unhappy, so they've been quite lenient with you, but what you're doing now is too much. Do you think the laws of the country and the military are just nothing?" Da Nin, with rage boiling inside, only sneered and replied, "Huh. Is this what you call too much? When they falsely accuse and try to kill me, don't you think that's too much? When they don't care about the lives or deaths of the survivors, don't you think that's too much? You yell loudly. Is that too much? This is only the beginning. There's even more that's over the line." Her full mental energy is unleashed. The wave talismans cover the entire city and rush straight to the Luke family mansion. Da Nin keeps launching attacks to provoke Thien Min, shouting loudly, "Dog thief! Luke Thien Min, get out of here. You're wildly swinging your sword with great power and growling, 'Luke Thien Min, get out!' You bastard, if you have the guts to do it, then have the guts to admit it. Otherwise, the flames that Da Nin creates keep growing larger and cover the entire Luke Fu." Da Nin has decided to reveal the authority of the Death Corps squad to save Min and the others, so now it's essential to maximize the benefits. The more everyone is amazed, the better it is for me. Only by fighting the sea monsters to the end will I have a chance to bring him down. Political calculations? No, otherwise they wouldn't give me or humanity time to hesitate. In response to the challenge, old Tian barked, "Don't be cowardly anymore. Come out here and face me." Thien Min runs desperately to escape the death called Nin. Seeing his villa engulfed in flames, he angrily says, "So he used his mental power to insult me across the entire city. This is too much of a violation. I really can't hold back anymore." He shouted, "I have to kill this beast myself and then go to Da Nin to settle the score." But then the servant immediately intervened. "Commissioner Luke, that kid is deliberately provoking you to appear. He believes that facing him now, the outcome is still uncertain, especially since he has the protection of a master like Wu Qi." Then Thien Min snorted coldly and said, "Let's go after I meet with the old chief. I will make that guy die with no place to bury." Inside the Capital Military Conference Hall, all high-ranking officials are gathered here. Twin Quook said, "Din Nin, today's meeting has no outsiders. There are some things we need to discuss first." He believes that since things have come to this point, it's time to stop, or else we won't be able to protect you in the future. Jianin replied, "Sir, this is the confession of Director Wang So before he died. All of this was masterminded by Luke Tianmin. Do people not know, or do they still want to turn a blind eye?" Shibin took the confession sheet and said, "Da Nin, today, even the secretary of the commander is not present. Wanting to be more open with you, can't you see? The old man is annoyed and thinks you should speak more sarcastically." Next to him, Vien Tam also spoke up. "Da Nin, ever since you left the confrontation dungeon, my support for you has been very clear, right? Although I also want to kill Luke Tianmin, it's just that the timing isn't right, and we can't force the commander to get involved. So what do you all mean by this?"
Chibin immediately said frankly. Danin, there are some things you are not allowed to know at your level, but considering your potential, we have decided to take the risk. Old Man believes that Luke Tianmin only needs to lift a hand, but it involves the entire situation and a powerful force behind him. Even the commander-in-chief must be cautious. If the intervention becomes too great, the Great Jia could immediately fall into civil war. Border countries are watching closely, waiting for their chance. Even if the commander-in-chief risks everything and wins against the government, it will only serve as a wedding dress for other nations. Tuin Guo continued. Therefore, some things are not that we don't want to do them, but that we can't do them. No one wants to kill them more than I do, but the situation is very urgent. For now, as long as everyone doesn't divide against each other, at least we can unite to face the outside threats, so you just have to endure this family issue. As for Lu Chenming, he can be punished, promoted, or kept in the water to grow, but absolutely cannot be killed indiscriminately. Hearing this, Danning fell into deep thought for a long time. Then he frowned and coldly replied, I understand everyone's intentions, and thank you for your trust, but if I cannot kill indiscriminately, I propose a duel to the death with Luke Tianmin, fair and square. After all, according to Article 131 of the regulations, the rotation standards for standing committee members can be based on their abilities. Listen to that, Tuyen Kwok snapped angrily. Kid, do you not understand human language? He was furious, slammed the table, and decisively stood up saying, First of all, let's not talk about the old laws that no longer fit the current system. But when it comes to life and death battles, do you really think Luke Tianmin's level 3 is just for show? I'll tell you, you're mistaken. He also rose to his current position by relying on his strength in the battlefield. Da Nin also didn't back down. He immediately stood up to counter. So what? Twin Kwok immediately shouted, What, I see you're just a kid. Do you really want to die? He was so furious that he summoned his power to suppress Da Nin, angrily believing that his strength was not much weaker than mine. Do you really think that with a third-grade beginner like you can stand up to me? Today I tell you that potential and strength are two different things. Chibin immediately intervened, saying, Commander, please calm down. Fighting with children will ruin your reputation. Dentam also reassured Da Nin. Da Nin, the commander also only wants what's best for you and for the great nation. Refusing to submit even under the pressure of Tuyen Kwok's power, Da Nin strained his internal energy and said, Really a coward. Although I can understand your perspective and stance, in that moment when you erupted with power, pushed back against Tuyen Kwok's pressure and shouted, I want to offer a different perspective. Hearing that, the king of the recruitment nation asked, Kid, do you really want to rebel? With the anger still boiling inside, Yanin, with a murderous look in his eyes, said, If our greatest enemy isn't factions or even foreign influence, but something much more serious. What if the East Sea Beast Tide is just a small beginning? And then A+ and S level beast tides, along with eruptions, happen in many places. If they attack the city again with the 4-tiered mutant beings, will all of humanity be destroyed? And if we don't have time to boil the frog in warm water, what will happen? Hearing this, Qibing immediately asked anxiously, and then the 4-grade mutant beings threatened to destroy humanity. Viem Tam asked anxiously, Danin, are you crazy or what? Tuyen Kwok also wondered upon hearing that. Danin, why would you say that? Danin confidently replied, If I told you I have the ability to predict the future, would you believe it? Suddenly, the entire room fell silent. Just then, the vice minister's call came through. Seeing that, Tuyen Kwok said, Trouble is coming. He answered politely, Old Chief, are you looking for me? Lao Thu Trung, is that the Supreme Model Elder by any chance? It seems being a commander is really tough, and now you're already old. If you truly can't do it, why not pass it on to the younger generation? Hearing that, Tuyen Kwok replied, Lao Thu Trung was mocking me again. I'm only 60 years old, still a child who can eat 8 bowls in one meal. I can still charge ahead at this age and have plenty of strength to handle important tasks. The old deputy minister immediately cut in. Don't talk nonsense. I heard Xiaolu say recently that there's a genius who commits murder and arson, nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Oh, of course I don't mean to blame him. He's a genius, so he should be treated differently. Things like that can indeed be tolerated, but if his subordinates violate the law and discipline, shouldn't they also be punished severely? Next to him, Tian Ming was sitting nearby and he leaned in. Yang Yang smugly said, If we really want to follow the law, Min La, Tran Kai Lai, Tio Hai, and the others all deserve to die. At this, Tuyen Kwok simply replied, I will handle this carefully, so please rest assured, old chief. Then the deputy minister warned, Remember, don't destroy the great nation just because of some genius. He advised,
Don't let the tragedy of the so-called genius from 14 years ago happen again. Danin wondered why this old chief was wearing a mask, and why his voice sounded like an electronic voice changer. Based on their conversation, it seems these two factions are in a very fragile balance right now. He also mentioned something that happened 14 years ago. What was that about? All done. Tuyen Quoc said, Danin, you heard everything, right? If we want to save Min La and the others now, we must definitely release Liu Tianming. You choose, or else the Great Han will face a major crisis. But then Danin made a proposal, saying, if I have a way to help you withstand the pressure at the border, do I still need to choose? Which made Tuyen Quoc confused and ask, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Danin confidently boasted that I have obtained the authority of the dungeon to increase the national level. What did you just say? The dungeon authority? Have you already obtained the legendary dungeon authority? What kind of level is that? Can it teleport awakened people? Jianin introduces it as Type A, the highest level of restriction. I can use all resources and technology within the instance. Everyone inside the instance follows my commands freely. All the rules of the instance are decided by me. Upon hearing this, all the high-ranking officials couldn't help but gape in amazement. As soon as they regained their composure, they immediately rejoiced as if a festival had begun, and exclaimed, oh my God, divine being, the rule level is the rule level. That rule level. I've become rich, I've flown, I've risen. Taking this opportunity, Jianin quickly made a clever suggestion. Hey, are you all getting a bit too excited? Will this be enough for everyone to withstand the pressure of internal conflict? Please give me a definite answer. This question immediately brought Yuan Guo back to reality. He sighed and said, calm down, calm down. He walks straight toward Danin despite the two other seniors celebrating happily and sternly says, you damn freak genius kid, I will clarify my stance to you right now. Then the national team immediately rushes into Danin's embrace and pouts at him, causing Danin to panic and shout, that's enough, that's enough. Hey, pushing away the national team, Qibin and Vientam also rush in shouting that the rule level here is no different from wanting to kill how many Tamgi of foreign forces. As long as we say so, that's all that matters. No wonder your little kid can wipe out 4 directions in the dungeon so I can kiss you. Danin sighed in exasperation and said, do we really need to make such a fuss? Shut your mouth for me. Ouch, ouch, it smells so bad. Finally, Tuyen Quoc happily decided that tomorrow morning he would release Min La and the others, all of them promoted and strengthened. Danin immediately suggested a plan. So what about my death match with Luke Tianmin? Tuyen Quoc only replied, Danin, for your safety, I still advise you not to do that. Danin announced that the life and death battle will take place in about 3 months. 3 months is enough for me to be sure I can defeat him. So, the reason you can kill without hesitation is because of this trump card, right? It may seem reckless, but every step is carefully calculated. He asked, Danin, I want to know if you truly have the ability to predict the future. But Danin simply replied, if you believe it, then it exists. If you don't, then it doesn't. Of course, I also want to ask you, the commander, if I really do have this ability, what would you do? If that's really the case, an old man like me is willing to hand over the reins to the younger generation. Do you still truly think I can eat 8 bowls of rice in one meal? Qibin spoke up, saying if you predicted the East CC monsters and gained the authority of the instance, it would be hard for us not to believe you. If the future is as bad as you say, then we really don't have time to boil frogs in warm water anymore. Yuan-san also chimed in. I think the same way. Seeing them, Ye-ning softly said, maybe even in this era, I am no longer as alone as I once thought. Then you spoke up and asked, oh right, who is that old chief? What did he say 14 years ago? Hearing that, Tuyen Quoc then recounted that this was a taboo in Dai Ha. 14 years ago, there was also a genius like you, coming from humble origins, talented, quickly rising to fame, and regarded as a star on the rise by Dai Ha. Then she secretly led people to Donghai, and after returning, she rebelled. He said she secretly tried to assassinate the former commander, who is now the old chief, but failed and was killed. That's also why the old chief withdrew due to serious injuries, so I had the chance to sit in my current position. Coincidentally, her name is also Diplom. Seeing that, Jia Nin wondered, so is it really just a coincidence that everyone used to respect and also fear me? Tuyen Quoc replied, yes, although it's very unbelievable, everyone is indeed cautious. Could it be that she is also someone who has been reborn, or is it all just a coincidence? The experiment in Donghai was carried out 14 years ago, and she assassinated the old chief. Could it also be because she uncovered this? So this old chief is actually the prototype. Danin asked, Sir Commander, do you know why Dieplam suddenly assassinated the old chief?
And has the old chief always worn a mask and cloak like that? Tuyen Quoc immediately replied, the old chief only said that the reason for the assassination was a private matter, so no one dared to investigate further at the time. And as for his clothing, it seems he started wearing it about 14 years ago. I heard he was seriously injured in the assassination. Danin asked further, do any witnesses say what he looked like after being injured? But Tuyen Quoc wondered, why are you asking like that? Are you suspecting his identity? Facing this question, Danin simply asked, just answer me first and I will explain later. Chi Bin then realized Danin asking about this made me remember something. He said that a few years ago, a servant in the old master's house suddenly went crazy and ran away from his house. He claimed that the old master was not human, that he was some kind of fish creature, but he was quickly killed so no one paid attention to his ramblings. Upon hearing this, Danin immediately realized indeed. Do you know the real reason behind each outbreak of the beast tide? This is a hybrid experiment between humans and sea beasts caused by the clone to trigger the beast tide attack. You say there are two specimens. One is Li Loi but not fully grown yet, and the other is the old supervisor himself, who is also the one who initiated this secret research, causing all three high-ranking officials to exclaim in shock, "What?" Danin seriously said, the scale of this sea beast tide is still considered small compared to the future world. When they come again, they will break through the spiritual energy barrier and directly take over the capital. Without mentioning political struggles, just this matter alone, we have to kill him. Hearing this, Tuyen Quoc couldn't hide his worry and wondered if the old chief knew he had caused the beast tide to erupt. Danin, with a serious expression, added, I hope he doesn't find out because otherwise the trouble will be even greater and I'm afraid things won't go as we wish. Moreover, what's more concerning is that he not only knows but might also be able to control the beast tide in the future. In the end, those who have been transformed by envy can no longer be considered human. Chi Bing then suggested, Sir Commander, from this perspective, political struggle is actually just a minor issue. Yen Tam also spoke up. I support Danin, after all. The battle will happen sooner or later. It's better to settle it quickly, seeing that Tuyen Quoc believes we really need to put this issue on the agenda. Danin reminds us that in 3 months, we still have a lot to do. If we want to win this battle, everyone will focus on planning the big strategy. I will do everything I can to reach the peak of the Third Realm as quickly as possible. 3 months after the life and death battle between Liu Tianming and me will be the signal to start the war. But then the National Selection Committee thought that in 3 months to level up from early to peak 3rd rank. Are you kidding me, little guy? An average person would need at least 10 to 20 years to go from beginner to peak. Hearing that, Jianin wondered how long it would take an ordinary person to reach the 3rd stage after awakening, and how long it took him. Then he suggested that with the right resources and conditions, it could be done in less than 3 months. If you don't believe us, let's make a bet. Now Tuyen Quoc immediately agrees and responds, all right, just tell me which resources you want. Then at Danin's house, he was sitting on a pile of gold, silver, and precious gems, thinking that after absorbing this high-level spirit, he was probably not far from reaching the mid-tier 3-star stage, but he shouldn't rush too much during the early stage of leveling up. I need to build a solid foundation first. Then everything will progress faster and faster from there, with the notification of Danin's power constantly appearing. Strength +1, agility +1, stamina +1, strength +1, agility +1, strength +1, and then a large notification window appeared. It says that the A-level Sea Beast attack event mission has been completed. The current survival rate is 93.31%, and the threat level of the Sea Beast is low. The SSS mission evaluation rewards 1,000 points of spirit fluid, an additional reward of an A-rank awakening talisman, and a 1-rank awakening token. Seeing this, Danin excitedly said, looks like the evacuation of the survivors went smoothly afterward. The higher my reputation, the easier it will be to gain power in the future. The spirit fluid can be given to Zun Li Cheng, which will help with his extraordinary plan research. Suddenly, an object appeared, and upon seeing it, Danin recognized it as an additional reward. The system also provided information. An A-rank awakening token, a consumable item that, when used, would summon a mutated sea beast into the designated area and attack, causing destruction to the surrounding regions. The summoned sea creatures will depend on the current sea area, with the highest awakening level being the peak of the 3rd rank, evaluating the artifact and awakening fears from the deepest depths. Besides the authority of the Instance Master, I also have an additional guarantee to prevent external forces from interfering. Then through the system, Jianin continued to observe everyone's situation, not forgetting to ask Han, Uncle Tiu, Uncle Tron, Uncle Vuong, have you all gone outside? Are you all okay? On the other end of the line, all 3 of them happily replied, We're not only fine, but also just received news from the army. According to the Huabei military zone, the 3 major safe zones around Tianfeng have been merged into the Huafeng military zone. Later, Uncle will become a great hero. From now on, the Tranjiang safe zone will also be under your management. Moreover, the capital has given you the opportunity to be promoted to mid-level 3rd rank. Wang Tian also happily said, "You have been appointed director of the Foreign Resources Bureau of the North China Military District, with even greater power than the president of the Tiancheng Trade Association. Da Nin, following me, is definitely the best investment I've made in my life." That's right. Min Lei also received many resource rewards, but had to leave early due to other matters, so he asked you to express his thanks on his behalf. Hearing that, Da Nin happily replied, "Everyone is satisfied with the outcome, that's all that matters." Hai Lai also expressed his gratitude. "Da Nin, you not only saved us, but also entrusted us with important positions. You must have put a lot of thought into this as well, right? Of course, I hope you can become the commander-in-chief of the Newport Army Corps. Tran Dung will succeed you. You said this is a newly established military unit which will be under the Special Operations Bureau, or you can also understand it as under my name." So Kai Lai hesitantly responded to this, and then he firmly decided to go along with your arrangement. Tiu Hai excitedly said, "Establishing a new army corps is a completely new frontier. With this, Danin has officially paved the way for future leadership." By the way, Kai Lai also reported, "That's right, our sun is about to rise as well. At Research Institute 7, Jianin introduces Zun Li Cheng. This is the secret laboratory I opened for you inside Research Institute 7. Goodbye. Are you satisfied with it? Whatever people or equipment you need, just make a list, and Research Institute 7 will fully cooperate with you." Behind him, Lai Than Hot Hai runs after, stammering to ask, "My own laboratory? Yes, Commissioner. Is Da Nin really the supervisor of my project?" He nervously asked. Are you joking with me? I used to be just a cleaner. You didn't mistake me for someone else, did you? But then, without saying a word, Da Nin's applause rang out. In an instant, a group of researchers appeared, politely saluting and saying, "Professor Zun, if you have any requests, please direct Research Institute 7. We will do our best to cooperate." To Lai Than's amazement, seeing this scene, he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. The dark memories from the past suddenly resurfaced in Li Cheng's mind. The bullies who tormented him always mocked him, saying, "A cleaner wants to do research like others? That's hilarious. And you want to use spiritual energy from industrial mines on humans? Isn't that the same as forcing everyone to drink gasoline? Instead of doing that, you might as well buy a cleaning robot and have it clean yourself, too. Please trust me. Your research will shake the world and even change it." Da Nin! With his determination, Lai Than regained his confidence and stepped forward to announce to all the staff that the superhuman plan was officially launching, preparing the 3rd-type gas-based spiritual purifier device and the cryo-electron microscope. Seeing this figure of Li Cheng, Da Nin thought to himself, "That's right, Dr. Zun," and shouted, "Now that's more like it." "Where is it?" The director, with a very serious and urgent expression, reported that the identity dossier is currently in the hands of Captain Ying Long of the Blood Shadow Corps in the remote frontier region. The Research Institute director of the 7th Institute also mentioned that no one currently possesses the core of the demonic soul. But there are legends about it in the remote frontier area. Hearing this, Danin wondered, so can the army transfer the identity dossier first? The director immediately replied, "This is very difficult. You may not yet understand. Due to historical reasons, there are many private forces in the remote regions, especially the Blood Shadow Corps, who are the dominant power there and are not under the military's control. If we still force the troops to go to battle, it will be hard to avoid a fierce fight that could lead to the death of innocent survivors." Seeing that, Da Nin replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you, Director Tran." He thought to himself that there wasn't much time left and he needed to quickly gather materials to upgrade the new divine sword system. The army was about to start an internal power struggle, so they probably wouldn't pay attention to the distant frontier for a while. Outside, John Nin pondered that it might be better to go there himself and search for the strange core at the same time. Moreover, going to the frontier to train would also help strengthen his 3rd rank foundation. Wouldn't it be better if I could win over the forces in the distant frontier? In the covert military training room, equipped with a series of advanced combat robots. Not only that, the interface of the entire robot legion all bears Da Nin's face. Thien Min angrily shouted, "Old Fox Li Tuyen Kwok not only treats me well, but also rewards me generously." It's clear he's still wary of the old chief. If he's still cautious, why did he let Da Nin's men go? And even let that kid Danin challenge me to a life-and-death fight? Remembering what happened the day before, the deputy minister thought to himself, this isn't a good thing. Those who were difficult to assassinate before can now be killed openly. Maybe it was over 10 years ago Li Tuyen-Kwok still worried, but he couldn't do it himself. Coincidentally, Da Nin was foolish, so Li Tuyen-Kwok took the opportunity to push him, using murder as a tool. Hearing that, Tian Min could only reply, well, it will be as the old chief wishes. Seeing a strange expression on Tian Min's face, the old deputy minister thought, Tian Min, you're so angry. Don't you believe you can kill Da Ning? Hearing that, Tian Min confidently declared, I am a top-tier, third-rank warrior. Killing him is no different than killing a dog. Thinking back on what I said then, he pondered. Although I said that at the time, I heard that Da Nin's performance on the beast-tied battlefield was extraordinary. Moreover, I hadn't fought in 2 or 3 years, so I couldn't underestimate this situation. For the next 3 months, I will intensify my training to prepare for any unexpected situations, and then activate the combat mode for the robots. Seeing all the Da Nin faces right in front of him, Tian Min immediately entered a fighting stance and shouted out loud, still filled with his anger. Da Nin. He just wildly used his strength to ruthlessly deal with the robot faces that Da Nin was cursing, lucky to survive. In just a moment, with only a few strokes, Tian Min had taken care of all the robots there. Satisfied, he remarked that although it had been a long time since he last exercised, the feeling of warmth wasn't so bad. Tomorrow I will go to the Hellgate dungeon to restore my combat state, when suddenly a guard comes in to report. Commissioner Liu has new information. Yaning is heading to Vienquang. Hearing that, Tian Min asked if it was Vienquang. He secretly felt a sense of pride and thought, isn't this where Lam Lam is from? How interesting. Tian Min immediately ordered, go quickly and bring Lam Lam to me. Receiving the order, the soldier quickly responded and left. Entering the room, Lam Lam asked, Commissioner Liu, are you looking for me? Tian Min saw this and gently stroked her, then suggested, Lam Lam, Da Nin has gone to the distant frontier. Go help me kill him. Hearing that, Lam Lam shyly replied, Lu Kui Vien. It's not that I don't want to go, but with my abilities, I'm afraid I can't do it. Seeing this, Tian Min stepped closer, leaning towards Lam Lam and whispered, of course you can't do it based on strength alone, but you can try with other methods, like taking his life while he's distracted. He was excited and said, I forgot to tell you one more thing. Do you remember when Diep Lam humiliated you, wasn't it? Isn't it true that you always wanted to kill him to take revenge? I realized that Da Nin is actually Diep Lam. Hearing this, Lam Lam immediately thought, what? How can this be possible? Diep Lam is only a second rank, and Da Nin in just a short time. But then Tian Ming simply replied, you will know when you meet him. Lam Lam thought that if this was true, it would be even more difficult. Diep Lam saw me. That's easy, just find a disguise prop. But if he didn't let Lam Lam finish, Tian Ming interrupted, that's simple, just find a costume prop. He suddenly lost his temper, grabbing her by the throat and snarling, I have no patience to argue with women. Tian Min forcefully threw Lam Lam to the ground, his face darkening as he said, even if I have to perish with him, I will kill him. If I can't kill him, I will at least ensure he is badly wounded. He threatened, if not, I can't guarantee that your sister won't die tonight. Hearing that, Lam Lam could only reply, understood. Commissioner Liu, I know what I need to do now. Tian Ming pondered, even if this mission fails, it won't affect me, but if there's a good show, why not watch it? From the plain above the Vienquang area, looking down at the rugged mountains below, Huang Nguyen spoke. Commissar Da Nin, we've arrived over the Vienquang region. Go further southwest and you will reach the influence zone of the Blood Shadow Corps. The main forces of the army are still far from the Tarim border. He suggested to you that it would be better for us to land outside the Shanglan safe zone. Da Nin was deep in thought at this moment. Is there really a large private force separating the central and local armies at the border? I've never been here in my previous life. I only remember that next year there might be a rebellion. I asked Huang Nguyen, was the Thuonglang safe zone established 22 years after the end of the world? I heard that their safety zone leader has very strong strength, right? Hearing the military envoy Huan Nguyen Hao Tam Tai from the mid-level, he immediately responded when asked. Yes, Commissioner Ya Ning, the Thuonglang safe zone is extremely large, with a population of over 8.6 million despite not being densely populated. According to military statistics, there are 3 major awakening corps with over 200,000 second-tier awakeners and 31 third-tier awakeners. The people mentioned in his story begin to appear. The commander of Thuonglang has been a high-level 3-gem warrior for 17 years, but his current strength is not clear.
and Muladi Luke's father has been a high-level third-rank warrior for over 40 years. Tung is also mentioned in his words, and the special mineral of the safe zone is Kwangdong, born from a star, extremely hard, suitable for making spiritual tools. Furthermore, because of its central location, it is also one of the main trade routes between Vientiane Quang and the interior. Huang Nguyen made a suggestion to you based on his experience. So I suggest that when we enter the city, we should disguise ourselves as merchants. That way it will be more convenient. I have been stationed here for over 20 years, so I know a little about the situation here. It sounds reasonable, so you agreed. Then I'll follow your advice. Sorry for the trouble. You look out the window, the sun gradually setting behind the mountains. Inside, you quietly keep calculating, knowing that the strength here is much greater than the surface data suggests, so you can't afford to be reckless. If you want to take back this position, you need to strengthen your strength first. The sooner the better, he said. In the safe zone of Thuonglang, the shouts of people lining up blended together. Get in line. Anyone who dares to cut in front will have their leg broken. Da Nin has now disguised himself and entered the city. He walks carefully, observing everything closely. Most of the stalls in the internal safe zone sell fried mice and similar dishes, but over here they sell equipment.
Suddenly, a soldier blocked him and shouted loudly, "You haven't paid the entrance fee and you still want to enter the city."
You mean the entry fee? We are merchants, and even as a second-tier awakener, we still have to pay the city entrance fee. The guard doesn't care and keeps extorting us, so we have no choice but to pay.
What does it matter if you're a second-tier awakener? Isn't there a rule everywhere here? Don't you understand?
Where are these cakes from? Huang Nguyen quickly handed him the money and said, "Sorry, sir, this is our trading team's entrance fee for our first visit here. Please accept it." The guard's name still shouted arrogantly,
"What the hell are you talking about? Anyone who comes here is just a dog, so shut your mouth and listen to me." That guy took the card Huang Nguyen just handed him and cursed angrily. "What the hell is this? Are you guys dogs of the army?
And it's the capital city too?" Then a top guard appeared and gave an order. "The security team is taking them away. This whole group came from the capital to arrest them. There is a reward in this area." Da Nin looked around and asked Uncle Huang what was going on. He looked around and replied, "I haven't been here in many years. I didn't expect the situation to have come to this." Fang Fong, noticing the tense situation, asked him, "Do you want to make a move?"
He immediately said, "If you act before entering the city, things will probably become very difficult for you later."
Then, Fuang Hao's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Da Nin, I heard you went to the distant frontier, and I asked someone to pick you up. If you encounter any trouble, just mention the name Duong Hai, and you are the second son of the Dai family." After hearing that, he chuckled to himself and thought, "Uncle Fang really is helping me a lot." Then he stepped forward to negotiate with the guards. "The Quan family, we are here to deliver the goods to Duong Hai." "Duong Hai? Duong Hai. Is it the director of our supply department? You city thugs think you're worthy? Before you even get a reply, you've already rushed in with a strike. Better fold your arms and accept your fate, or you'll only have death waiting." Suddenly, from afar, another person ran over, shouting repeatedly, "Stop! Stop!" The one running over is none other than Director Duong So of the Supply Department, Duong Hai. He spoke up to question them. "You blind as a bat. Even my guest from Duong Hai, you dare to touch him?" The Commercial Zone Safe Area. Director of the Supply Department, Duong So. "Duong Hai," the guards could only stammer. "Director Duong," the guards gather and kneel to explain, but in their hands they hold the capital's cards. What does the capital have to do with it?
"My clients all come from major trade associations. I can't do business there either."
Then the guards responded in unison,
"Yes, sir, Director," and he turned to Da Nin to speak respectfully.
"This is Young Master. Ya, I sincerely apologize for causing you distress tonight. I will definitely treat you well to make amends. You just responded carefully to the director." Huang Nguyen wondered why they acted like that and asked, "This brother of mine, are you also with the army? What's going on with the soldiers here? Why did you immediately kill the capital's army just after meeting them? Although you weren't welcomed before, it shouldn't have gone this far." Director Duong smiled and replied, "I think you might be mistaken. I am not one of your army members. Just because I was once saved by Lord Fuang Hao, I am here to repay his kindness by welcoming you." He then continued with a mocking tone, "Do you mean the army? Their current position here is really no different from mice running around. Especially since some time ago I heard that the army had conflicts with some major forces and many people died." Hearing him say that, you immediately made your own judgment. No wonder Fuang Thuk called me Da Theo. Besides their imposing power, it turns out that Dong Hai is not entirely trustworthy either. I need to be a bit more careful. They have arrived at the Heaven Wolf Palace. The director personally led them in and invited them to rest. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take you to rest first." Then he turned to ask Danin, "Young Master Da, do you know what is the most attractive thing after the end of the world? Do you know what the real specialty of Wayang is?" He led the three of them inside the hall. He looked up at the large chandelier hanging in the hall and sighed. "This Tianlang Palace is truly luxurious. Just to build it, the cost must have been over 10 million. This Vian Thianmuk should have been a blue prop on the battlefield, but here it's used as a central air conditioning unit, and then a person appears. It's Lakapna's manager. She asked, 'Are you the chief of the department? Is this guest of yours?' 'Yes, young master. Is that so?' He replied carefully and warned her thoroughly, 'That's right. Tonight's banquet is set at the highest level. If you neglect these three distinguished guests, you know the consequences.' Kapna bowed her head and spoke to you. 'I just received a new shipment and hope Dathiu can teach me a few things tonight.' He looked at her and asked, 'Are you a second tier awakened?' Director Suichong replied with a mischievous smile. 'Exactly. If Dathiu is interested in Kapna, she will willingly climb into your bed tonight with just a word. Although she's a bit older, her skills are undeniable. I still advise you to watch other performances before deciding who will accompany you. You put your hand on their shoulder and say, let's not rush with the current show. First, find a place to talk.' Then they sat in the living room chatting. Director Duangso took the lead and told Da Tio that Tianlang Dien is also considered part of my assets. Almost everything here belongs to me, and this place has a special soundproof barrier. If you want to know anything or need help, just ask directly. Hearing that, you immediately asked about what you were curious about. First of all, I am very curious about the conflict with the army you mentioned earlier. Director Duangso explained that, in fact, 2 years ago, the major forces here still cooperated with the army and were always ready to collaborate. Although the military has very strong power, just 2 months ago they demanded Blood Shadow, and several major safe zones in Tianlang simultaneously deployed high-level fighters to defend the border. This caused great dissatisfaction among the generals, especially since the military, in the name of the nation, asked us to cooperate. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth as he said plainly, "We weren't protected by the military when the apocalypse happened, so what strength do we have after the apocalypse?" Huang Nguyen, standing nearby, was outraged and immediately responded. Director Duongso, how can you say that? Without the high-level support from the military during the special event in Khan Desert, this place would have been destroyed long ago. He was so angry that he stood up and desperately explained, "I have saved so many people. Do you know how many soldiers have died here? Do you know how difficult the army was 20 years ago? Not to mention the storm that struck 60 years ago. We even chased monsters to the north, instead of letting them escape to the west. Can we really forget these things if we don't mention them?" Hearing this, Director Duangso also paused for a moment. Danin saw that the atmosphere was quite tense, so he cleared his throat to remind everyone. "Uncle Huang, please don't get agitated. Just sit down and talk." It seems Huang Nguyen felt he was getting a bit too agitated, so he took the initiative to say, "Sorry, I also don't want to seem rude, but thinking about the comrades who sacrificed in the battle makes me feel very upset." Afterwards, Director Duangso also eased the atmosphere by clinking glasses. "Da Tiu, I truly apologize. I just wanted to remind you that you need to be very careful here. I'm not good at talking. Maybe because I heard since I was young that the army abandoned this land, so I won't say anything. I'll take a shot myself." He also happily agreed, "I'll drink with you." As he sipped his drink, he reflected on their conversation. It seems the older generation had already distorted their memories and muddled their concepts. Taking over this place seems more difficult than I expected. After finishing his drink, Jining immediately moved on to his main issue. "Let's not talk about the military anymore. The real reason I came here this time is a personal matter. I want to buy the high-level human face collection documents of Commander of the Blood Shadow Army, Ying Long." Director Duong immediately objected without hesitation when he heard you say, "The portrait collection cannot be obtained. I'm afraid you don't know. Lord Ying Long's strength reached the peak of the 3 calamities 17 years ago." He recounted that under the Blood Shadow Legion there are 3 main safe zones, 16 gathering spots, and a spiritual mine, which is the most important. The identity dossier is a trophy from a famous battle before he founded the Blood Shadow Legion. There's no way he would sell it to you. Hearing that, I tried to find another option. So, could you introduce me to him, Emma? I want to talk to him and see if I can trade it for different equipment. Director Duong shook his head and said, "Don't even think about it. Not even I have the right to meet him." Seeing that things didn't look promising, he asked around, "So, do you have any information about his nearby residence?" Director Duongso then told him, "I heard that recently he seems to be moving to a newly formed dungeon, but I don't know exactly where it is. I managed to gather some information so I can investigate the dungeon myself."
Thank you, Director Duong. He replied, "You're too polite," and then he thought to himself, Director Duong So is also watching you. At this point in my previous life, a famous dungeon appeared in Vienne Quang, where a legendary set of gear once dropped. I think the only place that would make him come personally is that dungeon. In this real world, the three of us have no chance to steal the identity from Yinglong, but it will be different when we enter the dungeon. If the sword is big enough, there might still be a chance. Then the district chief clapped to attract everyone's attention. Sir, said Dathiu, the work is done. It's time to relax. I will let you experience what Thien Han enjoyed back then. Every horse here is a bloodline treasure steed, free for you to ride. Next, he presented a group of beautiful women and introduced them, saying, "Young master, the dancers here are all carefully selected virgins, and they have been trained so they understand what is needed." Not only that, but that they are all awakened individuals. Though not highly skilled, they can coordinate very well in any position. He enthusiastically continued, "Everything, everywhere, in any position, no matter who it is or how many there are, is still bewildered and unprepared, right?" Then one of the four girls approached him again, gracefully posing and saying, "Your Majesty, may I pour you some wine?" Before suddenly flying onto him, her arm draped over his shoulder, leaving Danin utterly bewildered. She raised the glass to drink, then moved closer to his lips. Danin was utterly stunned. Then he quickly stepped back to refuse. "No need, I'm not used to this." Director Duong So nearby immediately ordered, "It seems Dathiu is very dissatisfied with her service. Someone take her down and punish her." I just wanted to explain that it's mainly because I worry that when my desire rises, I won't be able to control the force. They are all so fragile that if too much force is used, they could be damaged. At this moment, Da Ning is extremely scared and panicked. I can't destroy the second generation of Dathiu. I need to find an excuse to back out first. Director Duong So seems to have misunderstood my intentions. "Dathiu, why didn't you say earlier that young people like to play with flowers and want something interesting? So today you came to the right place, and you immediately had a bad feeling." He then ordered the beauties to step back and told Miss Blood Owang, 3rd tier, to come up, and they all obediently stepped back. "All right." When the three of them heard Director Duong's words, they were all stunned. "You say aloud Tam Giai?" Huang Yuan thinks in shock. Tam Giai can also become a toy here. Could it really be to this extent that they've lost all sense of morality? Fang Fang said nothing, but her eyes were cold. Director Duong placed a hand on your shoulder to comfort you. "Young Master Ya, you don't need to doubt. I told you that the 3rd stage is the 3rd stage, and with her astonishing appearance, she will definitely suit your taste. Moreover, Miss Huyet Owan is not a useless person we deliberately created, but someone who has truly awakened her 3rd stage. Her strength might even surpass yours. That aura, that beauty, I dare to say openly, among all of Daha, she is truly a top-tier masterpiece." After hearing Director Duong So's words, I couldn't help but ask again. According to what Director Duong So said, he really admires Miss Huyet Wan. "So you actually offered her to me?" He explained that if he could keep her for himself, he definitely wouldn't do this. But the personality of Lady Huyet Wan is proud and aloof. She's not the type to flatter, you know. There are countless security zone commanders who want to better, but all have failed. Director Tang Sui mentioned another name to persuade you. Even Captain Nan Ung Long of the Blood Shadow Corps was attracted to this Huyet Wan girl, but he still couldn't get close. "You hesitate, Yinglong?" He immediately replied, "That's right. That name Huyet Wan was given by Lord Ung Long, so today I am only here to invite you. Whether you get to keep her or not depends on you. Miss Huyet Wan has arrived." A young woman in a red outfit enters, her figure and aura completely different from the four girls earlier. I was momentarily stunned. Director Dong Suo chuckled and said, "Yes, young master, your expression is just like mine when I first met her." He gently reminded you to be prepared, but you should be able to stay and keep her company for a little while, which is already quite good, and you must not be disrespectful. Suddenly he made a request. "Can Director Duong So give way to Miss Huyet Owan? I want to see her up close." "Don't look so clueless, huh?" Then he chuckled to himself and said, "Young people really are full of energy. All right, I'll give up my seat for you." Duong So Truong sat back in the chair next to Huang Nguyen, secretly smiling to himself. Wasn't I just pretending to be calm earlier? Is that all it takes for you to lose your temper? Young people really are impolite. Let's see what kind of spectacle you'll make later. Huyet Wan approached him politely and called his name. "Yes, young master." "Please, Miss Huyet Wan, don't be so formal. Come over and sit down so I can look at you properly." Huyet Wan seemed displeased, snorting in annoyance. "You, Dathiu, are also quite rude. You don't protest, but instead act surprised happily." "So why is everyone so rude to her?" Huang Yuan was shocked to realize that this was the pressure of approaching the peak of the third stage. The nearby Dao Suozhang was both anxious and amazed. Does this kid Danin want to show off his strength? Does he not fear that the jade will shatter? He speaks up to mediate the situation. Young Master Da, this isn't good. Hearing that, he also ordered Fuang Fuang, which really isn't good, right? It's me and Lady Hayat Awan. We just met, but feel like we've known each other forever. We're not enemies, so relax a bit. You clearly have a destiny. Then he approached Huyet Wan, touching her face as he asked, Miss Huyet Wan, I think we've met somewhere before. You jokingly continue, was it in a dream or in a past life? Huyet Wan, who was previously surprised, now feels annoyed by your teasing. Yes, young master, it seems you're not only handsome but also very eloquent. I will temporarily forgive your rudeness earlier. Huyet Wan then bowed and poured a glass of wine, politely offering a drink. Director Duong So watched this, amazed beyond words. What is going on? I had to spend 30,000 credit points just to invite her for a drink. What right does Ye Nin have? Does that mean she can be rude and shout her mouth off? Just by looking, you can reveal her identity. The disguise device can change faces, but aura and killing intent can't be faked. He chuckled softly and thought, what blood omen? She's obviously the former captain of the Bloodwolf feeding squad. Lam Lam, you look at her, your mind full of the next steps. But according to what Dong Hai said, there must have really been a Blood Osprey lady here before. But now, Lam Lam has swapped the plum with a peach. Anyway, the disguise tool has a time limit, and using it for a whole year would be very costly, so there's basically no need to do that. This time she appeared in Huyet Wan's form, so she must be targeting me. For now, I won't reveal my hand and play along, waiting until no one is around to question her. Huyet Wan raised the glass. Danin loudly said, That's really fragrant. And then she continued explaining, Of course, this is a specialty of Vienkong. But before she could finish speaking, Danin interrupted, pouring out her glass and saying, I mean you. Huyet Wan was stunned and didn't know what to say. Sir, he held her in his arms and Huyet Wan asked, Is it too hasty for the young lady? He immediately retorted, One moment of spring's fleeting beauty is worth 1,000 gold. As for the foreplay, we can take our time in the room. Then he carried her away. Shui Wan still asked, Do your young female guard not get jealous? I don't want to be killed in 3 seconds. He quickly reassured her, Don't worry, if I die, you will die on my bed too. Director Duongso recalled what exactly his past behavior of licking the bridge was about. Lam Lam put her hand on his shoulder, but her mind was plotting something. What Shuewan said is not wrong. The colder and more discreet she appears, the easier men are to trap. But in bed, Diep Lam and Da Nin are no exception. Now that we've gotten rid of the most troublesome bodyguard, if I want him dead in bed, I just have to say so. I toss her onto the bed and say, Miss Huyet Wano, we've arrived at the battlefield. Da Nin pressed close to her, caressing her thigh and asked, What position do you like? Should I be on top or should he be on top here? Lam Lam quickly stopped him. Don't rush. First we need to wash up, take off all your gear, or it'll be uncomfortable. Be good. I will be waiting for you on the bed. Da Nin gently touched her, and she could only cry out. You are joking and teasing at the same time. Miss Huyet Wan, your rose is weeping, so if you want to bathe, you should do it first. You wanted to touch her face, but she stopped you, unsure if it was because he was too eager or too excited. Actually, I prefer to take my time. Even though I know you really want to, it's still too soon right now. Oh. Then she turned around and got off the bed to go take a shower. All right, I'll go ahead. Lam Lam enters the bathroom and turns on the shower. She stood under the shower, washing herself while trying to calm her mind. Stay calm. I must keep my composure. If I want to kill him, I absolutely can't let him manipulate me. Lam Lam's face shows sadness as she recalls the past. Is this weak resistance of her body a result of the trauma from being humiliated by him before? The more I remember, the more I hate and blame myself. This shouldn't have happened. After that, I sought Luke Tianmin's protection to find a way to survive, so I had long abandoned this body. There's nothing left to be ashamed of anymore. I remember my sister Tiongok fighting against her illness. Is this how my body fights back against the poison of death? But what can I do now? If I don't die, then Xiao Yao will die. Although it's a bit unsettling, luckily Blood Osprey has gone to the capital to take care of her in my place. But she hopes that after this mission succeeds, Liu Tianming will keep his promise. She figures the only way is to completely surrender, first lowering his guard.
Anyway, there is already a small nuclear bomb implanted in my body. Once the moment of union arrives, I can use my spiritual power to detonate it and end everything forever.
This life can only end here. Jianin waits outside the bed, and I didn't expect her to agree.
She actually agreed to take a bath first after all. She could never truly like me. If not, it means she doesn't want to kill me with external equipment. Could it be that she wants to merge with me in an endless cycle? In the last battle, she was someone with a very strong will to live. Someone like that wouldn't toy with others' lives just for revenge. Unless this is the last resort and she is forced to do so, there must be someone behind her giving orders. You think of Lu Tianming and analyze carefully. At this stage, if her movements can be tracked and arranged carefully, it can only be Lu Tianming's faction. Before killing Lam Lam, I need to find out where Huyet Uwan really is, then use Huyet Uwan to get close to Ung Long. After obtaining the information, Lam Lam steps out of the bathroom, still wet-footed, wearing a nightgown. She told you. I finished my shower just like that day. You teased her and said, looks like with you dressed like this, I wouldn't have the heart to take a shower anymore. Then she climbed onto him and said, even if you don't need to take a shower, she should at least take off her clothes. He grabbed her hand. She was right. Let me do it myself. Then he pressed her down and moved smoothly. Lam Lam couldn't react in time. What do you want to do? Dunin said with a smile. I like to play from behind. One hand he opened the wardrobe, pulling out a rope, then tied her up. Lam Lam, lying below, kept pleading, what do you want to do, sir? I also indulge you. But if you don't even take off your clothes now, there's no sincerity at all. Lam Lam, seeing him take off his cloak, excitedly said, hurry up, I've endured enough. Today let me experience what it's like to die and come back to life. Danin drapes the cloak over her and says, come here. Lam Lam immediately asked loudly, why won't you continue to take it off? Then he wrapped her completely with the scarf and cheerfully said, because this accessory of mine is a level of destruction gear that can withstand a nuclear bomb, so if you accidentally blow yourself up and destroy this nice bed, I won't be able to afford the damages. Lam Lam panicked because he was caught off guard. What do you mean by that? He wrapped her in the scarf and tied her up, causing her to thrash on the floor. Dunin crossed her arms and looked at her with suspicion. Lam Lam, stop pretending. Since I entered the door and sensed that familiar aura, I suspected it was her. And just testing her a little, she accidentally released her killing intent, which only proved my point. Lam Lam at this moment did not deny, but instead shouted loudly, no, this can't be my disguise tool. An ordinary third rank cannot break it, he said with a smile. I guess you've forgotten. I'm not just an ordinary third rank, and I'm also the third rank of the useless willpower type that you all keep talking about. He kicked her in the stomach and started questioning her. Now, her self-destruction means nothing anymore. If you don't want to be punished, just say it directly. Tell me, and I will consider giving you a way out. Isn't it, first and foremost, Luke Tianmin who sent you here? Lam Lam was tightly bound and had no choice but to compromise. I can confess, but at least can you let me get out of this first? Dunin agrees to her request. Is that okay? Fine, but I warn you, with my current strength, it's best that you don't mess with me. She stuck her head out, gritting her teeth, saying he brought me here. But if you want to use this to deal with him, I will self-destruct immediately. You heard that and wondered if she was planning to blow herself up even after confessing everything? It seems you have something in the old man's hands, huh? Besides death, is there anything else that makes you afraid? Could it be someone close to her? Lam Lam muttered dejectedly. If I already know that, then what's the point? Then he asked, where is the real Huyet Owan now? Lam Lam honestly replied, she has gone to the capital to take care of our younger sister in my place. You hear him slightly frown and think to yourself, going to the capital. This is going to be difficult. If you want to approach Ying Long quickly, then I'm afraid you'll have to rely on Lam Lam's disguise again. Ask her more carefully. She can play the role of Bloodwolf true lord like that. She must have a significant connection with her, right? How much does she really understand about this remote border region? Lam Lam explained, I and Xiaoyao Shuiwan grew up in this distant frontier area, like sisters. She also explained the reason she became like that. Later, I took injured Xiaoyao to the capital to find treatment resources, and to earn money, she joined the breeding team. Huit Wan used her beauty to forge connections with powerful men in the remote frontier, also to earn money for Xiaoyao. Yun Ning, hearing this, was annoyed and shouted at her. Stop rambling and get to the point, especially since you've killed many innocent awakened people. Lam Lam could only reply, I know everything about Huyet Wan, and I also understand this entire Vian Kuang region, that's all. Then Da Nin sat down, pointed at her, and compromised, saying, I will first tell you the benefits I can bring. You not only can save your life, but also can rescue your sister from Luke Tianmin. At the same time, the healing resources of Luke Tianmin I can also give you are not much less. Hearing that, she asked, what are your conditions? He lifted her chin with one hand and smiled. Very simple. Just keep pretending to be this face and help me get the identity token from Yang Long. Ying Long?
This is impossible. You are overestimating Hui Wan and underestimating the value of that thing to Ung Long, chasing after her. You really think that's the way the world works? Is it really true that there are such sycophants? Yun Long's pursuit is just for Bai Piao. People like them are expensive to keep, but when it comes to resources, don't even dream about it, Lam Lam said thoughtfully. Even they don't have enough resources for themselves, so if you really want to take something from them, think about what price Hui Wan would have to pay in bed. Basically, it's like killing a chicken to get the eggs. Oh, it's like killing a chicken but not necessarily getting the egg. Why does she say that? Why is Hui Wan so loved by many people? It's because of her arrogance. Because they couldn't have it, Hui Wan was able to do this. Dunin also knew that Lam Lam couldn't be used the way you think. He smiled brightly at her and said, I understand, so at least you can help me find out his schedule and route, or say something else. Take me to meet him. Hearing you say that, she asked worriedly. You want to deal with Yinglong? You don't care about your life anymore. He's at the peak of the 3rd stage. Killing him is no different from killing a dog. Jianin simply replied, This is something you don't need to worry about. Just follow my lead. She rubbed her wrist where she had been tied and asked him, Aren't you afraid I will betray you and use the dragon to kill you? Danin confidently replied, You won't do that. Honestly, if you really did, the cost would be no less than killing me yourself. Moreover, do you know? Not only will you die, but your sister won't survive either. He straightforwardly continued, Of course, if you don't betray me, even if I die, it won't have anything to do with you. But as for me, I guarantee that no matter life or death, I will never betray you and Hui Wan. Lam Lam thought it over and agreed. If you say that, I really have no reason to refuse to cooperate with you. Then Dan Nin took out a roll of paper from the storage. He opens it and holds it out in front of her. This is the life and death contract for this transaction. All conditions and commitments are in it, and signing it is the guarantee for both me and you. Lam Lam said this really benefits me 100 times over with no harm at all, since it's you who has feelings for Yinglong, and since you're basically seeking death anyway, there's no need for me to betray him. She didn't hesitate, and placed her hand on the contract, saying, If you die, then I not only complete the mission, but also can safely withdraw. If you don't die, then according to the contract, you will also have to keep your promises in the future. Then they stepped out of the living room. Seeing the young master come out, Du Xiaozhang asked, Why so soon? No, that's not it. After dropping the act, Lady Hui Wan really can only watch from afar and can't be touched. Director Duong So was very pleased to hear this and happily said, I told you so long ago, have you learned your lesson now? Still good, very good. Hui Wan is still my goddess. Then Da Nin made a request to him, saying, Miss Hui Wan wants to take us to the Hui An safe zone to meet Lord Ung Long. I wonder if Director Duong So can provide a spiritual aircraft. What? Are you worried that you might be the one going? Director Duong, don't worry, I was just introducing and having a chat. You also said it. That's right, Director Duong. It's just a meeting for inquiry. There won't be any problem. In the end, he agreed, and this matter was just a small thing for the spiritual aircraft. He also kindly reminded you lightly, but before you leave, I want to emphasize and remind you, why can't you figure out the combat power of Yinglong? If a fight really breaks out, even Mr. Huang Hao might not be sure of winning. You'd better be aware of that. You reply rebelliously. I understand, Duong So Truong, just rest assured. At the Blood Shadow Corps' top security zone, Dining's team's plane has arrived and is preparing to land. The guards immediately surround them and order them to turn off the engines. Everyone disembarks from the plane one by one and presents their identification cards. If there is any other suspicious activity, kill without hesitation. Without. You look around and say, the security here is definitely much tighter. Compared to the Thuanglong safe zone, we should disguise ourselves to stay safe. The disguise device activates. Director Duong approached, handed them some items, and said, Ladies and gentlemen, this is our young lady. Yes, I am here on the order of the director of the security department to exchange supplies. Here is a small gift, please accept it. The guard chuckled and said, Well, I guess you know the rules. Come in, remember, you can stay a maximum of 3 days, after which you must report to the safe zone Shang Lang again. Suddenly, he recognized Lam Lam playing the role of Hui Wan from behind. He called out loudly, Lady Hui Wan. She stepped forward and handed over the card, but he quickly waved his hand and said, You don't need to check her. Miss Hui Wan, we didn't know you were on the battleship. Are you heading to the safe zone this time? I want to visit the commander's area. Can you arrange that? It can be please dab home. The guard nodded and said, No problem. We will arrange someone to escort the young lady there. He turned back and called his men. Where are they? Immediately arrange for 3-star guards to clear the way. and make sure the young lady Huyet Wan is safe. Dan couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He never expected Huyet Wan's identity to be so useful here. Could it be because of the rumors in the martial world? Does Ung Long like Huyet Wan? If Lady Huyet Wan wants to meet Lord Ung Long, there's no problem, but we don't have the authority to arrange for these people in the safe zone of Thuong Lan. Lam Lam replied casually, "This isn't something everyone needs to arrange, just let them handle it themselves." Then Lam Lam was led inside by the guards while their group was blocked. He thought to himself, just as she had said earlier, the level of treatment is worlds apart. To meet Lord Yinglong, they have to get her first, and then figure out how to recommend us. Then your group also started moving. Let's go, stick to the original plan, first check out the night market here, then wait for the news. All right. They have entered the night market at the #1 safety zone of the Blood Shadow Legion trade night market, where the surroundings are lively and noisy, with merchants' voices blending into the atmosphere. Dried grapes, fresh dried grapes. 1 kilogram, 6 points. Fresh meat. What kind of fresh meat? Killing and grilling it myself, I guarantee it's not human meat. Mother's milk, goat's milk, or camel's milk. Try it right here. Yuan Hao carefully observed his surroundings and said, "Yes, sir. The development here is much better than 10 years ago." Can you notice that this level of prosperity can be compared to the surrounding areas of the capital? The small vendors here are capable of paying for electricity, and their management is even more proper than that of Thuong Lang. I think the Blood Shadow Legion has such a complete administrative system and military control regulations, which shows their ambition is not ordinary. Suddenly, there are sounds of knives. Come here, don't miss out. Look over there, the crowd has attracted you. Why is there such a crowd over there? Go see for yourself. The center of the crowd is a merchant who sells people. The latest goods from the Black Camel Trading House are now on the shelves. If you're interested, the owners can make direct offers. He confidently sells the man tied up, pries open his jaw, and continues to trade him non-stop. Come on, look at these teeth. They are all healthy and well cared for. At this age, having good teeth shows they were well fed before, in good shape, bought as slaves, and used however the owner wants. Nguyen Hao, standing nearby, said, "They are probably a slave trading group. Those people over there might have been captured after the raid on the gathering." This kind of situation often happens in remote frontier areas. Fuang, standing nearby, gritted her teeth and said, "The other side still has female slaves. That trafficker is even called Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lowest price for these slave girls at 400 trade points. Look, all the people we see here are still very young, and the lower quality ones have already been sold to the mines." Someone below shouted loudly, "4 is too expensive." She took the girl's hand and said, 400 and you still think it's too expensive? All of them have been trained, and many are still virgins. Look, sir, this child's hand is as soft as a scallion, and she's obedient and well-behaved. Don't worry, no matter how you want to play, she won't resist. Her family is still inside our mine. She knows everything about horses flying to the sky. One cunning man below said, "Are you still a virgin? I need to go there in person to inspect the goods." The woman immediately refused. "Inspect the goods here? Then it's not possible. If I see it, how can I sell the goods anymore? Rest assured, if it's fake, from 1 to 10, it's not genuine goods. We pay, and the person below becomes even more arrogant. If you won't let me check the goods, I won't buy it." Then the madam grabbed the girl's chest. The girl let out a cry, and she immediately said, "Sir, did you hear that voice? This is a scream. If it's not the voice of a maiden, then how could it be like this? So, do you want to buy them or not? 2 of you for 750 each. The guy below thinks the price is pretty good, but he's still considering. Actually, it's not bad, but 750 points can buy a few 100 kilograms of that food. Besides, they're just ordinary people, not yet awakened. Besides entertainment, it's useless." The madam upstairs laughed and said, "Just a few 100 points and you still want someone to awaken? Are you talking nonsense?" Danin said to you, "Those girls brought here probably won't survive more than 2 or 3 years. Nguyen Hao, hearing this, asked, "Do you want to buy these people? It would be useless anyway. Although it's pitiful, there are too many. After buying this batch, there will be another and then another. Moreover, even if you save this batch, if you don't take them away from here, they'll likely be sold again next time. Only by fundamentally resolving the system here can this be prevented." Danin's expression darkened, and he sharply said, "Uncle Huang, you're right. Adding hot water won't solve the problem and could even cause burns to death. To eliminate it completely, we can only cut off the root." Fuang pointed in one direction and asked, "Quick, look at the person being tortured over there. Is that one of ours?" Looking in the direction she pointed, I saw a group of soldiers holding chains, restraining people dressed similarly. They had their mouths covered. Yuan Hao hesitated, realizing that those uniforms must belong to the 3rd Mixed Brigade of the Construction Corps. Another soldier shouts loudly, "Do you still dare to cause trouble?"
The guard hit those people with his club. "Damn it, be honest with me.
Are you allowed to cause trouble?
The person falls to the ground, kneeling. The people behind could only cry out in fear, while the woman standing behind looked on with a furious and indignant gaze at the soldiers. The guard sneered and approached. "You, woman, you don't resist, but what do you mean by glaring at me like that? They used to protect you, but today in front of them I will tear you apart." Dunin watched the scene and could only decide that if she couldn't act today, then she definitely had to. That female soldier I knew in a past life. The aggressive guard holding a dagger pointed straight at her eye.
"You son of a bitch, do you want me to show you? Let's see if I can gouge out your damn dog's eyes."
Suddenly a shout was heard. "Stop!" The guard looked toward the source of the sound. The captain shouted, "Lahak, enough!" Lahak suddenly shouted, "Captain, he's shouting again. Do you have a brain or what? With the goods ruined like this, what else is there to sell?" Dunin silently breathed a sigh of relief. It seems they also want to sell, so nothing serious has happened for now. There's still hope, and if they can be saved without violence, that would be best. The team leader angrily pointed at the girl and said, "Do you not have a brain, or are you sick? If you keep her like that, who will still want this woman? Don't you know that those big shots are very picky? If you weren't sold for a good price, I would cut you up and sell you myself." Dunin hurriedly explained, "Boss, these soldiers are all awakened, and second tier at that, so nothing serious should happen. Plus, they even dared to cause trouble. This woman keeps glaring at me, and some of our brothers have already fallen to their hands," he kept rambling. "All right, since there are many people today, sell them quickly. If we can recover the losses, it's like avenging ourselves. I saw some people from major factions coming here, probably related to the banquet organized by Lord Ying Long today, and they will definitely be interested in these goods." Right after finishing, the team leader quickly turned around and told his men to bring the goods onto the stage before calling Madame Tu to handle the expensive merchandise. Soon, night fell, and Madame Tu stood among the traffickers saying, "The final great battle is here, gentlemen. Come and take a look." The distant Army Corps, second-tier provincial level. Anyone with a grudge against the military or wanting to try something new must not miss this opportunity. The people below couldn't help but get excited, especially since it's high-quality military goods. Bringing this back will boost their reputation. "This batch is quite good, isn't it?" Yuan Hao is furious. Dunin, quickly put your hand to your mouth. "Tisk. Now you're young, Master Dieppe. I will save these people. Don't worry." The old man quickly responded, "Sorry, young Master Dieppe. I was too angry and reckless, so let these people go with me to avoid causing trouble for you later." Dunin whispered softly, "Uncle Huang, if something really happens in the future, I can't stand aside either. Moreover, if a fight were to break out, you wouldn't be able to escape from here on your own." On the balcony, Lahak started to persuade, "Let's bid on this first. You've awakened to the second-tier peak. The henchman of the army is also a lieutenant colonel, very powerful. Just look at this killing intent to know. Even making him kneel and eat dirt wouldn't be a problem. Buying this guard dog would also boost our reputation. The starting bid is 70,000 trade points, increasing by 10,000 each time." Below, the crowd begins to stir, saying, "A second-rank peak warrior, and it's even an army. This item is really interesting. Starting price of 70,000? I bid 80,000. He sneers and mocks, buying it just to guard the door. "These disgusting damn soldiers." Another man said, "I bid 90,000. The original name immediately interrupted, "I bid." The manager frowned. "Hey buddy, I am the manager of the Tawai Arena. Why don't you give me some face and let me take it away to please the boss?" That guy couldn't help but be surprised. "I don't know if the high-ranking manager has arrived, but you've seen us, so please feel free." After hearing the name, he thought to himself that although the manager of the Tawai Arena was not very powerful, the arena was backed by a high-level third-rank expert, with several other third-rank individuals underneath. Everyone was speculating and debating about his strength, and it's probably even stronger than our small private safe zone. Who would dare to compete with him? Manager Tiu quickly stepped onto the arena. "No need for training, just send this person to our arena. Coincidentally, we are missing this type. I want to see if he can defeat that mutated creature. It's been a long time since we saw a battle as intense as this. Are there any other types besides this batch? Just introduce them to me directly. If you like, I'll buy a few more. If you meet me, consider yourselves lucky." Hearing this, Madame Tu became excited. "Really?" Lahak chuckled cheerfully. "Please just take a look at this one. Mid-level second-rank ranged attacker. At that time, we lost 2 people trying to catch him, fighting 1 against 2 with him, plus this scout. It is also a mid-level second rank. Although only responsible for reconnaissance, it fights recklessly just like a madman, and with its large and powerful physique, its strength is also very impressive. That girl spoke up. Yes, sir, you can see it in their eyes, the murderous intent there. These goods all come from the other world and are often fighting with awakened people from abroad. Sir, why not buy them all? Manager Xiao Chen hesitated a bit. Let me think first. Suddenly, he looked at the girls behind him. Is this woman also a second-rank officer in the army? Bring her out here. I want to see her figure. Madam, when you hear about that girl, you suddenly break out in sweat. Manager Tiu, isn't your place supposed to be finding suitable people to kill monsters? This one doesn't seem suitable. I dare not hide it from you. We plan to discipline these kinds and then let them go into prostitution. He frowned and said, just give her to me if you want. No need to talk so much. I'll buy her and do whatever I want with her. So what if she's a woman? These days it's trendy to see women fighting without any clothing. The madam was clearly startled. Manager Tiu, please don't be angry. I will give it to you right away. This perverted fake name is scheming with that girl. A second-rank female soldier fights monsters without any clothing. That scene was really exciting. If they added a few more special mutants, the way to die might change. Thinking of this, he couldn't contain his excitement. Manager Xiao silently assured, such a display of manliness will definitely excite the big shots. Below, Yuan Hao was about to lose his temper. Da Ning, knowing that he was furious about these perverts, spoke to calm him down, saying, Uncle Huang, don't watch any more for now. Wait until they finish calculating the total first. Immediately after, the girl was presented before him. The madam smiled and said, Here she is, Manager Xiao. Look at everyone's reactions. This is definitely a top beauty of the army. He couldn't hold back and stepped forward to caress her face, clearly wild even without words, with a good body and face, a true gem. Then he ordered his subordinates to strip her completely. He is covered in dirt and blood. You can't see anything at all. That guy immediately obeyed the order clearly. With the master's permission, the man drooled eagerly and pounced on the girl like a beast, ready to tear her apart. The guards smirked cunningly. If it weren't for the collar that suppresses their abilities, they would have already destroyed this place. That's right, judging by how powerless you all look, maybe you haven't even touched her tiny hand yet. Today is your lucky day. Enjoy it slowly. The madam hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Wait a moment, this doesn't seem quite right. Once Manager Xiao Di changes his mind, it will be very difficult for us to sell to other major figures. The subordinate hesitated upon hearing this. He angrily slapped Madame Tu across the face and shouted, You think I'd regret this, you bastard? Is it funny to just wrap up the 350,000 already? Lahak said happily. That's enough. Then he suddenly lunged at the girl with a cunning smile. If Manager Tu really wants it, of course you have to listen to him. That disgusting woman. Are you having a day today too? At this moment, Da Nin suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, I'll take all 400,000 and all the slaves here too. I also want the safe zone of the Shanglang. Manager Tu was surprised. The safe zone of the Merchant Guild? Who are you? Ninjai replied. He laughed scornfully upon hearing it. It's just a small heavenly wolf palace, and yet he dares to come here and compete with the big shots. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. 410,000 Blood Shadow Legion soldiers are working. Others get out. Everyone was in an uproar. Blood Shadow Legion, step aside quickly. Manager Yao couldn't help but be frightened and stepped back a few paces. The Blood Shadow Legion. I'm withdrawing. No more bidding. Da Nin, hearing this aura, momentarily fell silent and observed. The madam looked dejected and said, The Black Camel Slave Corps welcomes you. What do you need, sir? Just give a cough. We will deliver the goods directly to you, sir, the leader shouted. Madame, you act as if we're not going to pay her. Who doesn't know? The rules of the Blood Image safe zone are very strict, don't worry. You won't lose a single coin. The newcomer quickly gave the order. Everyone take the money and go. His soldiers immediately obeyed. Captain, Da Nin then loudly said, I bid 420,000. I said it's an auction. Whoever bids higher wins. I don't think the Blood Shadow Legion would break the rules of the safe zone either. Do they dare to steal someone from the Blood Shadow Legion? Is this brat from the Thuanglang safe zone crazy? Captain Huiet An sneers and looks over. Rules? Then I bid 430,000. Thuanglang safe zone? Are you sure you want to fight me? Da Nin continues to offer 440,000. How much more will you add? I bid that much. He feels a bit bitter inside. Kid, do you really think your status in the safe zone is that important? Are you really brave enough to fight me? Da Nin calmly replied. An auction involves financial resources, so what does it have to do with status? Unless you want to break the rules and use your status to bully others.
Captain Blood Shadow sneered. You talk a big. You have a lot of money, right? You take out 2 cards again and ask, is 10,000 enough? If not, I'll add another 100,000.
The crowd was once again stunned. Damn, why do the people from the safe trading zone have so much money? What good is money?
Do you really think those rules can bind the Blood Shadow Legion?
They're so naive. Their bidding is just a formality. If they really wanted someone, they wouldn't need to say a word. This kid is definitely doomed. The madam secretly feels terrified.
If we hadn't crossed paths with the Blood Shadow Legion, we would have made a fortune by now. And over here, they're secretly cautious, 200,000 to buy us as slaves. This makes no sense at all. What does this person really want to do with us? Captain Blood Shadow is only now starting to have evil thoughts. Well, I really don't have the authority to mobilize assets worth over $1 million, but the rules above still exist. Looks like I can only use covert tactics against it. Thinking of that, he shouted, Shangling, most of the important figures in your safe zone. I know them all. Why wouldn't I recognize you? Why do you want to buy these people? Are you a spy for the army? Dan Nin calmly replied, I work in the logistics department of Thuanglang's safe zone. We at Tianlangdian also want to start our business with this slaughter. To build a reputation, I need these people. He loudly objects with nonsense. No one in this world does business without considering the costs like you do. Someone, arrest them all and bring them in for questioning. I am very suspicious of their identity and purpose. Please kindly come with us for a little trip. Little Ha whispers to you. Do you want to make a move? These people, I can take them all in one move. Dan Nin said calmly. I can do it too. But don't worry, Huyet Wan and I have already made arrangements. We need to wait for news from the other side first. According to the schedule, the palace is almost here. After saying that, he loudly looked at the situation and thought that the Blood Shadow Legion wouldn't negotiate and would resort to force. Aren't you the ones always claiming to the outside world that you believe in justice and never abuse your power? Commander of the Blood Shadow, with a dark face, stop accusing us falsely. 2 days ago, we received intelligence that a group of spies from the army had secretly entered our safe zone to rescue our people. Why do I feel like I'm talking about you guys? Dan Nin is determined to fight to the end. If that's the case, I can go with you all. But if Lord Yinglong invites me to the banquet afterward, only your escort can accompany me. As for what I will say at the party, I can't guarantee anything. He smirked mockingly. Listen to what this guy is saying, and he even dares to threaten us with Lord Yinglong. You idiot, the banquet has already started, and you're still standing here bragging. If they are that ignorant, then first we must beat them until they learn their lesson. Understood. At the same time, after checking the system, Captain Blood Shadow was startled and shouted, Stop this now! Only then did he bow his head and walk past. Yes, sir. I am truly sorry. The flood has reached the Longvuong Temple. I didn't know you were a guest of Lord Yinglong. I will arrange the security team to escort you there. Dan Nin sneered a little. This great person changes his attitude so quickly. I still prefer your defiant and rebellious look from earlier. He broke out in a nervous sweat, clearly a person of importance, and immediately took the guest in front of him from the safe zone to the central area, making sure not to offend. Dan Nin then arranged for his men, the old king, to lead the soldiers away and find a place to station them. I will come back to check the goods later. Xiaoha, let's go meet Lord Yinglong. Both replied clearly. Yes, young Master Dai. At this moment, at the Tianlong estate, Dan Nin and his group have quickly arrived here. Dan Nin casually walked around, silently assessing. As I expected, all the guests here are high-ranking members of private forces around this area. Since we are just a bunch of nameless minor characters here, we won't be welcomed warmly. The reason why the Huyetan team was so polite to us earlier is entirely because the order was passed down from above, layer after layer, until it became an invitation from Yinglong himself. Then he told Xiaoha, let's be modest and just stand in a corner to observe secretly. She immediately responded clearly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lam Lam was already waiting for everyone and immediately asked loudly, Who is this person that's causing a stir over here? Is it really worth Lady Huyet Wan personally welcoming her? Unlike those people, Dan Nin secretly felt annoyed. What the hell is this woman trying to do? Didn't she say to stay away a bit as the hostess of the banquet? Isn't it appropriate to go and entertain others? Seeing you hesitate so long, Lam Lam shouted. Brother, quickly bring your girlfriend over to sit next to me. I've saved a seat for you. Dan Nin was stunned by her, but thanks to that, he was no longer attacked. So he's her younger brother, no wonder. Dan Nin quickly went over and thanked her. Xiao Han, go back to our spot. Everyone keeps talking. I never heard that the Blood Omen lady has a brother. Maybe he's a sworn brother. Even so, he's not the kind of person you think he is. Don't you see he has a girlfriend?
Danin sat down and immediately grew impatient, asking what she wanted to do.
Lam Liam whispered, "Wasn't it you who said you wanted to observe Yinglong earlier? This position is the most suitable. Moreover, I already told Yinglong that you are my adopted younger brother and a very capable person, and you know that yourself. If you don't do this, you simply won't be able to get in here. You try to act as natural as possible, but don't you realize you're putting me in a very dangerous situation?"
Lam Lam chuckled softly. "Are you already scared before Yinglong even arrives? You still want to scheme against Long like that? Don't you find it truly ridiculous? You said I don't like accepting dangerous situations beyond my control." It's a pity that Lin Lam continued, "Yinglong is the master here. Everything depends on him." Danin Kao's face subtly guessed that she was testing her ability to respond to situations, to decide whether to side with her or not. And indeed, it's very cunning. This kind of provocation isn't considered betrayal, so she has nothing to fear. I must absolutely stay strong and not fall into a disadvantage. Before they could react, a blazing red surge of energy suddenly burst in, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. Danin felt very surprised and wondered to himself as the loud cheers quickly rang out welcoming Captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, Lord Yinglong. Yinglong appeared and made everyone wait long enough. He just arrived and explained that he was delayed a bit due to some matters, so please sit down and don't be polite. Everyone shouted in unison, thanking him. Yan Nin silently thought to himself, the world is vast and mighty, like a blood abyss. His strength might even surpass that of Uncle Fang. The smell of blood is still fresh. Did he just kill a mutated creature before arriving? He went hunting mutants before dinner. It seems he's a typical battle fanatic. The people over here are whispering in fear. Just this aura alone is enough to make us sweat. It seems like Commander Yinglong's strength has grown even more. That's right. Did you see the blood image behind him? I feel like it's about to come back to life. Maybe Lord Yinglong went to kill some high-level mutant and merged with it again. Danin silently thought about the fusion with the mutated creature. Is Blood Shadow a special innate ability? Then he whispered to Xiaoha, 0-0 if you fight against Yinglong. What are your chances of winning? She pondered silently, based on the strength just shown. She could only escape at most 3 parts. If she still had hidden potential, it would be nearly impossible. After greeting the guests and chatting with everyone, Yinglong immediately went to his seat. Da Ning on this side was still lost in thought. Indeed, there is a huge difference between being close to the peak of the 3rd stage and truly reaching it. Although I have quite a few sword techniques on me if I want to escape, only the primordial slash might be effective. I need to observe his fighting habits first, just in case. His left arm muscles are more developed, and the spear behind him has blood on its tip. So this guy is left-handed and specializes in stabbing. Yeah. You evaluated that he has a special anti-slip attachment on his spear. Could it be that he's used to pulling out his spear? Are they trying to maximize their attack range? Danin imagines that when moving at high speed and approaching, he will suddenly swing his head. To break through the enemy's defenses, there is no doubt that this is the fighting style of an agile awakened person. Based on your observation, there is very little blood on the entire spear, which indicates that his burst of power is extremely terrifying. Based on the stain pattern on the clothing and the skill perspective, he has at least 2 movement skills. Yinglong, who had just sat down, spoke up. Miss Huyet Owan, is this your adopted younger brother? This kid is pretty interesting. It seems like he's been secretly watching me the whole time. Danin has been staring blankly and couldn't hide his gaze, so he was caught off guard when his name was suddenly called. You startled me. Lam Lam replied quickly. That's right. His name is Diep Lam, probably the first time seeing you, so he's a bit worried. Lord Yinglong, do you know, you are her idol. Every day she tells me how much she admires you. Then she turns to Daning and says, I told you already. Lord Yinglong is a very kind person, so you don't need to be so nervous. If you want to look, just look. Why sneak around to look secretly? I stammered. I understand now, sister. Then she pretended to be shy and said, I truly apologize, Your Excellency Yinglong. He immediately relaxed his hostility. So that's it. If he's the younger brother of Lady Huyet Owan, then he's naturally family too, right? He's from the Thuanglang safe zone. I am quite close with your commander too. When I return, I will ask him to look out for you. Danin quickly replied, Thank you, Lord Yinglong. You secretly think this clearly shows a great sense of pride. It seems that Huyet Owan's importance to Yinglong is not as she claimed. Immediately after, a person bowed and quietly passed by, saying Sir Yinglong on behalf of the Duke-Ho safe zone. May I offer you a toast as well? I want to report the situation in our safe zone. He happily replied, Yes. Danin picked up the chopsticks and thought to himself, My strength, as perceived by others, is only at the early stage of the 3rd rank. But unexpectedly, Yinglong was so well prepared that his instinctive vigilance was likely related to the experience he gained from crawling up from the bottom. At the same time, Danin suddenly felt a strange sensation under his feet. He was startled and guilty. Danin looked grimly at Lam Lam and muttered, "Damn it, is this witch planning to kill me?" She provocatively looked at him and whispered, "If you dare to dodge, I will dare to poke there." So what? You don't like this kind of thing, isn't it scary? Danin's body trembled silently. I can't lose my composure or we'll all die. Whether this woman lives or dies doesn't matter, but I can't lose to her and I can't be defeated myself. Your body keeps trembling. You're really going crazy. With this distance, just a little mental influence from Yinglong would make him furious. What exactly is Lam Lam thinking? This is definitely not her best choice. Yining couldn't hold back and asked, "Are you trying to get revenge for the insult I caused you? Or are you still trying to test my self-control?" Lam Lam said calmly, but I was more curious about what came after. "You said again that if she does this, she will die too. You're really out of your mind. I can't believe someone with your intelligence could be this stupid. You're still so calm. Even so, it doesn't really hurt my plan at all." Danin couldn't stand it anymore. If her only goal was to kill me, she could just tell Unglong my identity. There was no need for all this trouble. Lam Lam looked over and said this was even more interesting. Just thinking about the military intelligence news that Danin in Vienquang was facing off against Unglong and was then killed by Unglong was truly explosive news. She sarcastically reminded him, "Do you remember the first time we met and how embarrassed I was? Besides, I've always wondered if you might be a eunuch." You didn't know what to say for a moment. Danin then tilted her head back and took a sip of wine. She was very angry, but not because she was about to die, but because I had ruined her plan. Lam Lam unexpectedly reached into that secret place. "I'm very curious about how important that mutated material really is to you, that you're willing to endure this much. With your current status and power, why would you accept such a risk?" Whenever I think of him, this conflicting feeling arises. I have an inexplicable urge to devour him, to crush him inside my body. Tell me why. Why do I want this so badly? You sweat, she thinks. Does this mean I can kill him like this? No, let me tell you. I can kill you and still escape. You're crazy woman. If you really want to die, I will definitely make it happen for you. Lam Lam pretended to be surprised. Oh, really? I can't explain this woman, so you turn to Xiaoha and say, Bloodawan has gone crazy and won't listen anymore. Wait until later, if I use the ultimate attack. Be ready to break through together. She quickly responded clearly. The two people facing her quickly noticed Danin's unusual behavior. That kid over there seems to be something off. Maybe his girlfriend is teasing him from below the table. These kids are pretty bold, but I don't think so. On the contrary, given the way that Blood Oath Lady is sitting, should we use mental energy to check? Hey, you don't want to risk your life, do you? Danin heard the conversation and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. The three third-rank experts all sensed something was off, but what was wrong with Yinglong? Although he wasn't looking this way as a top-tier third-rank expert, even if he didn't deploy his mental energy to cover the entire area, he should at least be able to maintain his perception of the surroundings. Why is Lin Lam still so distracted despite that? Is it because my skills are still not good enough? Or are you actually into men? Danin is extremely annoyed. Lam Lam, you have successfully ruined my plan. You kick her hard in the leg, but don't worry, after I kill her, I'll run away with her leg. When I return, I'll turn it into a great sword to remind myself never to underestimate women again. Lam Lam is now nervous. Do you really want to do that? No, stop, you won't be caught. Yinglong won't find out. I was just teasing you. I never thought about dying with you. Danin was surprised. What do you mean? Does he not use his sensing ability? Could it be that she has a way to block his sensing power? Could it be that Yinglong's strength is fake? No, that can't be true. Lam Lam seems to understand this guy very well. Want to find out? Then beg me. Are you worried that others are paying attention to us? No one dares to. Others are more afraid of facing Yinglong's wrath than he is. Danin glanced over, thinking that being crazy might be the only way. Tell me, this information is very important to me. She knows very well that the more I know, the more certain I am. When it's over, I will give her everything she wants, including that ability of mine. Lam Lam whispers. Not yet. Yinglong wants to give a speech. As she finished speaking, Yinglong also spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you also feel the threat from the army, but it's truly ridiculous. They looked at us struggling on the distant border with cold eyes, not sending a single soldier to help. Now it's fine, we have established a safe zone ourselves, so why does the army ask us to give up our rights with just a single statement? Peace in the border region. The survival of those who live here all depend on us risking our lives.
Therefore, I propose that all commanders and high-ranking officials of the regions unite and collaborate. The others immediately agreed. Master Yinglong is right. Defending the border is the military's duty, and they're just maintaining their honor there. What does that have to do with us? If soldiers from other nations enter the border, will they definitely go to war with us?
I don't think that way. Now that it's come to this, there's no point in talking about countries anymore. They're all just humans. Lin Lam clapped her hands and flirted with him. I want that guy. Dan Nin was surprised. Really? You secretly become cautious. This witch has turned against you again. Could this be a genuine display of emotion? How could that be possible? I wonder what she's planning to do next. Then Dan Nin replied irritably, Do you want me? If you want my head, here it is. No need for this game. Do you know the secret of Yinglong? Hurry up and tell me. Lam Lam stood up lazily and said, My legs hurt too much. Let's go to the bathroom. She turned around without forgetting to threaten. If you dare, go ahead. I will tell you the secret of Yinglong. If you don't come out within 3 minutes, I will appear and tell Yinglong that you really like this older sister. Dan Nin also reluctantly stood up. The secret in this woman's hands could very well help me gain more control in the future. To get the upgrade material, even if it means risking Long Dam's tiger's den, I have to rush in. As soon as the two enter the bathroom, Lam Lam casually reapplies her lipstick while standing aside. Dan Nin feels tense. Are you sure you want to say this here? This was the bathroom back then? Lam Lam glanced over. What is he afraid of? This place has been abandoned, so no one will come here. She couldn't resist teasing him a little. What's wrong? Do you want to go to the bathroom again? Dan Nin angrily shouted, Stop talking, and you already knew when Yinglong would enter the dungeon, right? Lam La quickly turned around, crossed her arms, and said, If you want to know, come here. She opened the door to a bathroom and said, I will show you all my secrets. As soon as he stepped in, he pressed his hand to Lam Lam's neck. Tell me quickly if there's anything wrong. I've already used my mental energy to shield this area. My patience is limited. If you still want to cause trouble while Yinglong isn't here, I won't hold back. She was satisfied. As expected, he is still him. All right. The locations of that instance is in the front line of Blood Shadow's Safe Zone 3, a city buried in ancient ruins. It is 370 kilometers away, with coordinates located beneath the underground bunker in the outskirts of the no-attack zone. Lam Lam recounted that this dungeon only appeared recently, roughly activated by the supply squad of the Blood Shadow Corps about 2 months ago. This is a large-scale dungeon. This dungeon is very special. It only opens at 6 a.m. every Monday morning, which means tomorrow morning. The opening time is 30 seconds. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month. You wonder why you didn't tell me before and deliberately lured me to the party just to test my courage. Lam Lam said again, Not necessarily. Based on my understanding of Yinglong, he is likely to clear the area before entering the dungeon. In other words, you have to follow Yinglong as soon as he enters without being detected, so I suspect you probably won't be able to get in at all. Dan Nin frowned. Very well, you don't need to worry about entering. Now tell me, what is the secret of Yinglong? Lam Lam said calmly. I've already said enough. How do you expect me to stand here and talk the whole time? Immediately after, he put away his weapon. If you cooperate, I definitely won't make things difficult for you. But then Lam Lam suddenly pushed Daning backward and placed her foot on him. Hey, my leg hurts a lot right now. Don't you feel any compassion for me? Help me massage it a bit, and I'll tell you the secret of Yinglong. Dan Nin shouted, What exactly do you want to do? I don't think you're so stupid as to believe I would have to submit under your dress. Yeah, Lam Lam smiled cunningly. It's nothing. I just can't believe you really have no feelings at all. At this moment, she seemed possessed, her expression extremely serious. Moreover, I don't just want to die with him, I want to live with him too, Lam Lam said as she took off her outer garment. As long as you can live to keep your promise, I am willing to betray everything and remain loyal to you instead of Luke Tien Min. So whatever you want to do to me is fine until you fully grow up, then we will quickly hold Nin's shoulders and pull her shirt up. He thought I would definitely complain about the side quests when I entered the dungeon. Lam Lam immediately grabbed his hand. That's right. I've thought about it for a long time and feel like there's no hope left. I know you have an army backing you, but they won't shed blood for Yinglong because of you. Then why would he take such a risk? She began analyzing, noting that the people Yinglong brought this time included at least 12 primary third-rank individuals and 1 high-level third-rank person. Although his bodyguards are very strong, if you all attack together, you can't defeat Yinglong alone. The human face collection is Yinglong's proudest achievement. If you want to take it, you must first kill him, she said while unlocking Dan Nin's pants. Yinglong is very suspicious. Even if he didn't betray me before dying, I would still have to die. Anyway, it's too much of a coincidence. Even if I get lucky and obtain it, as long as Yinglong isn't dead, I doubt I can escape death. You frown, but I see Yinglong treats you very well. It's completely different from what she said. Lam Lam looks sad. My relationship with him is not as simple as you think. He has never truly cared for me as a person. Danin looked at her with a hint of vulnerability and silently sighed. Her expression and gaze were completely different from the crazy woman he once knew, and she didn't seem to be acting or lying at all. Forget it. For now, I don't care about her relationship with Ung Long anymore. What's more important now is to address her concerns and uncover the secret. Danin pushed her away again. What if I told you I have the authority to deploy some level 3 peak warriors into the instance? Lam Lam was startled and exclaimed, "What? How can this be possible?" Just after saying that to gain Lam Lam's trust, he immediately took out a card from the system.
Dainin explained, "This S-rank badge is a secret reward I received after destroying the East Sea Sea Beast. Do you recognize it?"
Lam Lam was startled. An S-rank military badge. That's not right. If this was real, then why didn't they just send someone to steal it directly? Danin continued, because stealing directly, rather than secretly scheming in the dungeon, would cost much more. He thought, although this badge isn't real, it's enough to scare her. Anyway, with her status, she could never truly see a level S token like this. Lam Lam also told you a secret. Ying Long has no spiritual power, so he cannot sense anything beyond his own sight. Danin was surprised. He couldn't believe this. A top-tier third-rank expert has no mental power? How can this be? Mental energy and willpower are closely connected. Even a 3-year-old child has 2 types of willpower attributes. Lam Lam continued, Ying Long's poetic talent is very special. He can passively convert his mental energy into different attributes. Except for the will to stay alert, any other mental attribute will be transformed into different states. So he has no mental strength to control or sense anything and relies entirely on observing the target with the naked eye? Lam Lam replied, Yes. Danin was still stunned. This is truly astonishing and also very advantageous for us. She said again, but don't underestimate him. On the contrary, his body is extremely resilient. Lam Lam Ha was determined. I am the only one in the world who knows this secret. At first I wanted to use it to exchange for a suitable third-rank expert, like Liu Tianming, but now I've decided to give it to you. Danin remains cautious. Her information about Ung Long seems almost unbelievable. Moreover, it seems she even wants to kill Ying Long more than I do. She cupped your face and said, Look, I've cooperated with you already, so what reward should I get? Danin was surprised. Rewards? After it's over, what do you want? Lam Lam Feng pouted and pressed her cheek against his. I don't want to wait until later. I want it right now. He pushed away in surprise. This is crazy. Oh, I don't have time for this now. The scene shifts to the Blood Shadow safe zone at the healing camp, where Yuan Hao is standing outside, growing anxious. Why has he been gone so long and still hasn't returned? It can never happen. At the same time, inside the armory, the head of the guard spoke up, seeming to indicate that there was no movement outside. The group just now from the Tianlang area has already left. The guards here are very lax. Wait a moment, I will break the door open later. Everyone, just run and escape on your own. After escaping, don't come back. Find a way to destroy the ring and head to our meeting place. The other 2 speak up. But that old man said he was the one coming to save us, right? He said so, but they still haven't released us yet. Who knows if they did this on purpose to stop us from escaping. The guy feels guilty. But the young man was already willing to spend 2 million for us. Another guy immediately scolded, Don't be so stupid. Have you forgotten who those people are? What kind of place is that safe zone in Shanglang? It's famous for sex slavery there. Have you ever thought about Lam Nu's fate? Hearing this, he truly was afraid. We really couldn't afford to gamble. In the end, they all agreed, and the leader spoke up. Listen to my command. 3, 2, 1, immediately, everyone burst through the door and rushed outside, the sound echoing loudly. As soon as they rushed outside, they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the person in front of them. Danin was already outside, looking bewildered at the scene. Uncle Huang, didn't you tell them? Yuan Hao replied, I already did, but maybe it's too simple for them to believe. Yuan Hao whispered, even though Diem is resting in Thuanglang, he is still within the safe zone of Huyet An, so I quickly responded, I understand now. The leader taking all the blame is because I want to run away, so whatever happens, just charge at me. Danin said, Then you will be punished severely. Xiaoha, Uncle Huang has caught them and is going to give them a good beating. Both of them said in unison. Immediately after, everyone quickly gathered everything inside, and Danin carefully created a mental shield around them. Then he showed a card saying, Capital Army Special Operations Team, our people, you can now speak freely. Everyone was overjoyed to see it was an A-level military ID. Did the army send a large force to come here and attack? I told you already, if they weren't on our side, there's no way they'd spend 200 billion to save us.
The guy next to him wondered. Then why don't you unlock it for us? Dan replied. It's just to keep it hidden. If we don't act convincingly, not only will we fail to save everyone, but we'll also be exposed. You said again, don't worry everyone. At most you'll only have to endure one more night. Tonight I will arrange for everyone to return to the border. Once you escape the influence of the Blood Shadow Legion, everyone will be free to find their own way. Everyone rejoiced. This is great. We're saved. Dan added, before we go, I want to have a private talk with Lam Nhu. She still remains cautious around him. Lam Nhu frowns in suspicion. Both of them led her outside. Dan shouted, keep going, Uncle Huang. Keep hitting until he surrenders. Xiaojia will bathe this girl and personally discipline her tonight. Knowing someone is watching, Yuan Hao responded clearly, Sir Diep. Then Dan looked at the resilient girl in front of him, silently pondering. Lam Nhu, you know her identity well. As the future queen of the border region of Cat Kingdom, how could I be indifferent? In my past life, I had to use ruthless tactics. If I could persuade and utilize her first, wouldn't that be the best? Both of them then secretly arrived at the rest area in Danin's room. Lam Nhu couldn't help but be surprised. You're so young but already have an A-level military badge. Are you the legendary Danin? Just ask straight out. You're clever, you're a first-level secondary, agile in close combat, and have a natural talent for water control, right? Lam Nhu also doesn't beat around the bush. That's right, tell me, why do you want to meet me alone? Danin asked. First, tell me why, as a border patrol soldier, you were captured along with a group of survivors at the gathering site. Camfen recounted that about 2 weeks before we were ordered to patrol the border, we discovered someone had awakened from the neighboring country's war zone and infiltrated. After crossing the border, they frequently attacked small safe zones, looted resource mines, and captured survivors to use as food. So we fought against them. During the pursuit, they intended to infiltrate the gathering place. After defeating the enemies, we prepared to go to the gathering point to recover from our wounds, but no one expected that this place had already been attacked by the Black Camel Society. At first, we didn't pay attention to this, and no one local survivor warned us. Then, the slave-hunting team ambushed us. In the chaos of the battle, many of our people lost their lives, and of course, the Slave San team suffered even heavier casualties. So, they called a third-rank expert nearby to fight. As you know, in front of a third-rank expert, we basically can't resist anything. As for what happens next, you almost know everything already. Thank you for saving us. Danin replied. Since we are in the same army, this is something I should do. Danin then recalled the rumors from her previous life about Lam Nhu's brutal and bloodthirsty behavior, but there was no detailed information about such things, only that she was a slave and somehow became a 3-length slave. After the disaster, she publicly surpassed the leader of the Black Eagle safe zone and killed him, then quickly took control of the entire safe zone. During the rebellion in the distant continent, a battle broke out with the Blood Shadow Legion. In the end, she took all the captured residents from the safe zones and moved into the war zone of Kyrgyzstan Kat Kwuk. Then her strength suddenly skyrocketed, and she easily seized control of Kyrgyzstan with her power. Danin silently speculated that from her current perspective, if he hadn't appeared, her fate after becoming a slave would have been unimaginable. Even with such a disastrous start, she still managed to become the queen of a country that even I couldn't achieve. So then I asked her what her next plan was. Go back to the world with everyone, or something else? Lam Nhu immediately replied, No. I don't want to go back to the army. I don't want to keep protecting anyone anymore. Lam Nhu said angrily, trembling with rage. Miss Ha was determined. I want to kill them all. You asked again, do you hate the army? Do you think the army was wrong? Disdainfully, Lam Nhu replied, Hating? You could say that. Are you angry at the army for not arriving in time to save you? As a soldier, you should understand the current situation of the army. Sometimes it's not that they don't want to save people, but that they can't save them. After all, the bigger picture must be considered. He added, moreover, among the survivors, there are both good and bad people. Most of them are innocent, and you can't generalize and kill them all. Lam Nhu found it funny and said, Do good and do bad? She quickly retorted, What do you mean by good and bad? What if 9 out of 10 people are bad? The place where we were captured has become the most friendly spot for the army. We clearly rescued them from the invaders and slavers. But when the bastard slaver team was about to leave, they basically didn't notice Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong was injured and hid in the cellar. The survivors pulled him out and handed him over to the slave hunters to claim their reward. She angrily continued, If they only wanted to survive and betrayed us, I accept it. It's really pathetic. They once looked at us struggling in the frontier with contempt, not even sending a single soldier. Yet these treacherous people still betrayed us completely like before. They don't hate those bad guys. They hate us. They don't fear the army, only a small mercenary team.
Nin saw the hatred in her eyes and lowered his voice. Each individual case cannot represent everything. Ordinary people will not undergo professional training. But Lin Yu snorted coldly. Is it just isolated cases? She said, pointing directly at his face with some anger. What do you mean by individual cases? How can there be more than 300 slave hunting teams of all sizes across the entire frontier? What do you mean by isolated when more than 60% of the population is selling themselves to those forces? What do you mean by isolated when our army is being hunted like dogs and we can't even reveal our identities? A painful memory flashes clearly in Lam Nu's mind. She points to Di Ning's chest, which is already rotten. The distantly and has decayed too much from top to bottom. Everything is rotten. They do it to please the high-level awakened, even willing to sacrifice their flesh and blood like hounds. Have you been to the Broken Bones School yet? Have you been to Thuonglang? Have you been to the Blood Workshop? Look at those people. They don't actually hate the miserable rulers. They only hate themselves. Why aren't you one of them? At this point, Lin Yu couldn't hold back her tears. History here has been distorted beyond recognition. No one remembers what we have done. They see us as enemies, as dogs that run away. They cooperate with foreign races submissively, even more than giving a drop of water to the army. Lam Nu's eyes are bleeding now. Clearly, we are saving people everywhere. Clearly, all our soldiers are struggling to defend the border. Clearly, even though we are hungry, we still share food with them. But what do we get in return? Her emotions overwhelmed her, and she punched the table so hard that the glass shattered. Why? Tell me why. Is it because we are good people, right? Is it because we have to endure and consider the so-called greater good? It's because people like you sitting in the sky can just say a word and make us die, right? Speaking up is so much easier. The above statement is for the sake of peace in the distant realm, while those below must keep retreating. At this point, she helplessly slumps into her chair. Have you ever been to the facility? Do you know what kind of life we are living? Do you see how many of us have died? That's just a number, isn't it? Lam Nu Bi then recounts. The army was short on water, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, they ordered us to fetch water on the spot. Although my talent is water control, there's no water to be found in the camp. In tough times, we even drank our own urine. Meanwhile, the safe zones and those medical teams raised the price arbitrarily, 1 bucket of water. If you want to trade, we have to give a bucket of ore. Do you know how many people we have to kill to save these from the awakened enemies of the hostile nation? Because the border is too far away. Transportation is difficult. While above, they make us endure hardships and struggle, eating and drinking sparingly. Drinking. But how can we fight if we're hungry? Can a single loud shout really fill our stomachs? In the first half of the year, we barely managed to extract a resource dungeon and bring out some food from it. As a result, some nearby private forces claimed it was theirs and demanded we hand it over to others. And then what happened? That faction sold us supplies at 10 times the price and even dared to sell us their dish soap. They keep withdrawing, giving in, enduring everything. No nonsense, no gear, no supplies. How many soldiers have lost their strength because of this? And how many have died because of it? Lam Yu couldn't help but feel helpless as she remembered about the great support and the family behind us. As she finished speaking, she boldly unbuttoned her shirt to reveal her chest in front of you. Danin was startled, and Lam Yu continued. Do you know what I saw at the slave camp after I was captured? I saw a girl in a military uniform being pressed down by a zombie. She died, not only bitten by the zombie, but also having her intestines pulled out and dried up. 2 large numbers were carved on her chest. The wound is deep to the bone, she asked in pain. Do you see clearly? I am number 12, and that girl is number 11. I don't know what you're thinking, but Da Nin has been silent all this time. He stood up, took out a jacket, and then approached Lam Nu to gently hand it to her. Put it on tonight. Lam Nu held out the shirt, and she was a bit surprised. I thought you would accuse me rightly for the greater good, then say that my will is weak, and that sacrifice is unavoidable, and call me a traitor. You didn't answer, but directly asked, where do you want to go after leaving the army, or are you willing to follow me? You seem to be in a better mood. Maybe I will find a small team to join, go hunting for mutants with them, and become stronger. Or maybe I will try to figure out how to establish a place to gather more people. Lam Nu turned and left. Thank you for valuing me. But I don't need to do that. I'm not as great as you. All I want now is to kill every bastard I've met, cut off their heads and hang them on the poles. She contemptuously threw the card to the ground. This is the military badge I once swore allegiance to, and now I return it. Seeing her about to leave, he spoke up. Lam Nu, what if I told you I'm different from them? What if I said I can change everything? If I told you to follow me, you would have unlimited resources and could kill with real satisfaction without worrying about the bigger picture. What do you think?
She frowned and turned around to ask, "Do you even know what you're talking about?" Da Nin calmly replied, "I know, you stay here and wait for me to come back in a week." The scene shifts to another land, where Da Nin is sitting on that plane, lost in thought. "According to your analysis, if we fight Ying Long, we can probably hold him off for up to 4 seconds. If his target is him, I can only stop him for 1 second, Da Nin analyzed. A maximum of 4 seconds? At least 1 second? Even if I can unleash my ultimate move 7 or 8 times, I can't be completely sure against a top-tier third-rank expert." He looked out the window, and given that Ying Long is a top-tier third-rank expert with many years of experience, he must have a skilled assassin. Although he lacks mental power, this also means his physical defense is definitely not at an ordinary third-rank peak level. If I can't kill Ung Long with my ultimate move, he would kill me as easily as flipping a hand. Even if I use mental power to attack, he would still be prepared. If he has a high-level protective device, then you also tell her, 0-0, this time when entering the dungeon, we should do our best to stay away from Ung Long and also avoid encountering Huyet Wan. So then how can we get the identity token? Da Nin continued, "If you want to take something from someone else's bag, besides stealing and robbing, you can also trick them." At this moment, at the early morning entrance of the dungeon at 5:30, Fuang reported, "We have arrived. You order 9 to activate the floating device. To avoid leaving footprints," she immediately responded. Da Nin's teammate fell silent and observed, "This light sphere that hasn't expanded yet must be the entrance to the instance, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and touched the light sphere. Looking at the system panel, Da Nin wondered silently if this demonic battlefield was related to the demonic core that the sword god needed. If so, maybe this dungeon run would allow him to gather all the materials and upgrade the sword god's system. "Ms. Huyet Wan, you seem to be quite interested in this place," she replied. "I was just curious to see if there was anything unusual around the A-level instance. After all, with such a difficult instance, it's my first time here." He sighed. So that's how it was. Luckily, Da Nin left no traces. If I hadn't received the message, I really wouldn't have known he had already arrived. "Ying Long reminds you, the countdown starts in 3 minutes. Zhang Ming, go now and check the entire building. Is there anyone else nearby? If you notice anything unusual, report it to me immediately." My subordinate responds clearly. "Shanghai Ying Long." She cursed inwardly. Did her recent actions make him suspicious? Given the situation, he might have planned to enter during the 30-second countdown. I wonder if Da Ning is hiding well, if she gets discovered by chance. "Long Ying reminds you, Miss Huyet Wan." Her heartbeat seems to be racing. "What's wrong? Are you very worried?" Huyet Wan quickly replied, "Oh, I was just thinking this dungeon might be very difficult." In the dark space, sounds echo. The 1st floor is safe, the 6th floor is safe, and the 30th floor is safe. Ying Long is curious. "Miss Huyet Wan, you can rest assured now. Once inside, there's nothing to worry about, just follow me." She replied, "You are considerate." A group of people walked and discussed. "Captain Trong, do you think Lord Ung Long is really pursuing women? This is the first time I've seen him care so much, even though he's just a low-level 3rd rank. Why not just get straight to the point? Why bother making it so complicated?" "Stop gossiping. What do you two know about this?" This is what you call a preference. The night sky gradually falls, and dark clouds gather. Someone ran in panic. "Sir, we have checked the entire building and no one is nearby." "All right," he agrees. "The dungeon has opened. Prepare to enter." Sui Ying was confused inside. Not found. Where are those people hiding? They won't betray me, will they? Or maybe hiding far away. But once we go in, there might only be at most 10 seconds left for him. Is there still time? At the same time, Da Nin, standing from afar, was observing that this Ying Long was acting too cautiously. In exactly 10 seconds, I can use the dimensional slash to reach it. Can you run down to the basement within 10 seconds without destroying the building or making any noise? I can teleport instantly within a 1-kilometer radius, but I will lose this ability for 10 days. You're satisfied just being able to enter. You lose your ability for 10 days? After entering, we need to be even more careful. Da Nin uses a technique, time is running out, the dimensional slash. Then he immediately flew up, surprising her, and entered the dungeon. At that moment, a powerful tornado appeared. As the nights gradually fall, covering the sky, Da Nin plunges uncontrollably to the ground and then falls onto a rock, clutching his head in despair. My head hurts. Didn't 009 enter together? Probably not. As soon as I entered the dungeon, I clearly felt her teleport behind me. Could it be that after entering the dungeon, we get separated? Fang Fong feels helpless. I've entered. Rest assured, once I identify the location, I will regroup with you. Da Nin replied, as long as I manage to get in, that's good enough. The system entered the mysterious battlefield dungeon with an A-level difficulty, while the current area is D-level with extremely low danger. 400 years ago,
the first group of monsters invaded the human world, disguising themselves before killing people. When humanity awakened, they launched a counterattack. 270 years ago, the human leader was killed by lurking monsters around him, and since then, humanity has been pushed back further and further. To survive, humans in this world built underground cities and live beneath the earth. Note: 1. The demons have taken over the surface, so do not leave the underground city. Note 2. The strange creatures have taken over the center of the earth. The deeper you go below, the more you will face higher levels of these creatures. The final reward for this dungeon depends on how deep you go. Retreat halfway and you'll lose 90% of the benefits. The final reward for this dungeon is a set of mysterious divine-grade equipment. If Ying Long has to step in personally, it's mostly because of this gear. Danin analyzes dungeon mode. At each level will encounter monsters from that level. No equipment drops during the fight. It's not much different from the gates of hell, and the difference is that if you give up halfway, you'll lose a lot. The final reward is a rare corpse examination item in this world. Besides being bizarre and lacking reproductive organs, it looks no different from humans, and no one can be trusted. There are no restrictions on the mission, which means I have enough time to come up with a plan. This place is a single room, and since the danger level here is low, it must be a human survival zone. Are the long apes also on the same floor as me? Suddenly, a photo on the table caught my attention. Is this the ID card the system issued to me? I'm a rookie demon hunter. A little girl, huh? That's convenient. Suddenly, Da Nin sensed the sound of footsteps. Someone, at that moment, Niu Yi pushed the door open. You're awake? Do you know today's the demon hunter exam day? Stop standing out there. Come with me over there. If you miss it today, you'll have to wait until this time next year. Da Nin guesses this is just a guide, NPC, for the dungeon. What is this identity? Are you my girlfriend? Are you approaching and guessing? Are you scared stiff? I told you not to go down to the lower level. Did you encounter something strange? I heard that the Lord's district nearby also has strange phenomena and can't go outside. And in District B, there's even a leftover corpse that was eaten. Danin, I know you want to strengthen your power to avenge your parents, so I was thinking of exploring the lower floors first. But it's very dangerous. If you hadn't met me last time, have you thought about the consequences? If you die, there will be nothing left. Do you think this is a system message arranged by the game? Are you trying to introduce your background and identity? She doesn't look like a girlfriend, more like a relative. She must be an NPC guide. Can you strengthen yourself by killing monsters here? In this regard, it's not much different from reality. Her strength is equivalent to that of a second tier. If we follow her in the Demon Hunter competition, we might earn an equivalent qualification, and then go down to the Monster Spider dungeon, handing it over to a girl as a guide, with the strength already set. This instance is way too meticulous. Are you wondering if I am a relative of yours? Oh, I already told you that, didn't I? My family members also died at the hands of the strange demon. How long does this assessment usually take? Like Y explained, I already told you this before. It will probably end within a day. Once I have the qualification, I can take you to an area with lower difficulty for you to try your hand. Danin, you seem to be feeling very strange today. Suddenly, Danin stepped closer and whispered the last question. Do you want to sleep with me? Ah screamed in panic. What did you just say? Danin, how could I want to sleep with you? That's something between lovers unless... And then your face suddenly turned fierce. Then I'm sorry. Yu Yi blushed with embarrassment and asked, What do you mean by that? Immediately after, Da Nin swung her attack at him. If you don't want to sleep with me, then you must be a demon. I'm really sorry. Time is tight and I don't have the luxury to follow the plan with you, so I can only give you the anomaly. Just die this time, and if there's a chance to come back later, I promise I will love you and follow the story. Finally, the status board appears, showing that you have killed the important anomaly and received a fragment of the anomaly core. Collecting 10 fragments will reward you with a complete anomaly core. You have already defeated the important anomaly, earning 13% progress in the dungeon. After reading it, you curse under your breath. No way, is this really allowed? You just casually mentioned opening the door and it worked. Well, I guess so. After all, this is a dungeon level. The NPC guide's disguise was just too easy to let guard down. They just set a huge trap right after entering. If you bring a monster with you, you might not even know how you'll die later. It seems that focusing all my attention on planning against Ying Long was too dangerous. The Divine Sword system has reacted, and these fragments of the Demon Core are truly materials for upgrading. Only 100 fragments can be assembled into a complete one, and not every demon can knock this out. She is an important anomaly, but anomalies don't have reproductive systems. After looking, Da Ning was immediately shocked.
No, that's not right. How does she have one? I must dissect her to understand fully. She has the same organs and skeleton, but truly no reproductive system.
So, that thing is actually a simulated device attached to it. In other words, if you want to verify whether it is a demon or not, you can't just take off its pants and tell with the naked eyes.
There are also human teeth inside her stomach. Did she eat a person earlier? At that moment, Fuang Fuang pushed the door open.
Is this a ghostly presence? You reply, you've arrived, haven't you? Is there no strange activity where you are, or maybe some NPC is guiding you?
She replied, no. Dunnin guessed that they seemed to be working in teams, so there should also be someone from Ung Long. I wonder if his vigilance is enough to notice.
If we can't detect anything, this really is a good card to have. Fang Fang added, I found out that this underground city is very large, equivalent to 2 major cities.
This is the structure of the underground city, where humans' hiding places are located around the 12th level. The first 3 levels are completely safe, but the deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes.
We are currently at the border of this bizarre invasion. Level 6, Zone C, and I hear the real battleground is below level 12.
All right, I understand. Is there any surveillance on your way here? She nodded. There are indeed many surveillance measures. Infrared imaging, though old, is widely distributed.
Then Danin shouted, I think I've come up with a plan to deceive.
Li Fukui appears. Master, do you have any instructions for me?
I'm very happy to help, Danin whispered.
First you, then Li Fukui agrees. Understood. Master, you can rest assured. I was born to deceive people. You seduce him, and after it succeeds, I will reward you with 10,000 points. He heard the number and immediately got excited.
10,000 points? Oh dear master, I promise I will complete the mission. 009, let's go. First, we need to seize control of the surveillance cameras monitoring Yinglong's movements. Then it's about making money and recruiting people. This scam plan requires the cooperation of many NPCs. With cameras, NPCs, and even Huyet Wan as an inside agent, if we still can't fool Ung Long's identity, then we might as well die.
Trongmin reports, sir, that the others have been informed to gather at the testing site in the outer area. They are now on their way here. Yinglong also asked whether the people who entered the dungeon last time encountered the guiding NPC when they entered.
He replied, yes, sir.
They said that following the procedure would be fine, but the difficulty was too great, so they gave up halfway.
He ordered to send a message to Bloodwolf to come and help check this NPC for safety.
Zhang Ming received the order and said, I understand. Brother Zhang asked, Long, we need to hurry up.
If we miss this exam, we'll have to wait until next year.
Yinglong agrees.
All right, Brother Zhang.
Suddenly, at that moment, Shuiwan accidentally fell into his arms, and while no one was paying attention, her hand lightly touched Zhang Huin's pocket.
He blushed and pushed her away. Are you all right, miss?
Huyet Wan raised her voice, saying, I am truly sorry. I accidentally bumped into you.
The man beside her looked concerned.
Miss Huyet Wan, are you hurt anywhere? She replied, I am fine.
No problem. That's good then. Brother Zhang, I see now you two know each other. Yinglong, seize the moment. Let's go check the test first.
Yinglong agreed.
In her mind, it seemed he was actually just a guiding NPC rather than a strange spirit.
To stay safe, following him through the instance is the safest way.
The item Danin gave me hasn't shown anything yet.
Does that mean he's really not coming in? Only 10 seconds to enter. That's really difficult.
If he doesn't go in, then I can only see this as just attempting the dungeon this time.
A voice came through Huyet Wan's ear asking, Are you on the 6th floor?
Ooh, exactly which area? Have you met the system-arranged NPC yet?
She pondered. He actually managed to get in already.
Danin reports that we are in Area B on the 6th floor. We just met, and Yinglong has already encountered the guiding NPC. We are now following the NPC to take the exam. Good job. It seems that Yinglong has trusted me. If I follow the procedure, I'll have at least half a day to prepare.
When do you plan to make your move?
What is the plan? You don't need to worry about these things. The less she knows, the safer she is. Just tell her to do whatever.
All right. The system sound rings out.
Your remaining credit score is 16 points. Your remaining credit score is 19 points. Your remaining credit score is 690 points. Except for that strange girl who managed to get some points, we're all just poor demons. This amount of money is far from enough to get the job done. In Yinglong's mind, there was only one chance for Li Fugui to appear, so he had to deceive him in one go. If you want to catch a big fish, you must first set enough bait and make it a habit to bite the hook.
Daning said that besides money, a large amount of resources from this world are also needed.
Only then will the rewards not raise suspicion, and the better equipment resources are probably in the hands of high-ranking military officials.
009, from now on, we will go our separate ways.
I will handle the money, find people, and supervise, while you take care of the equipment. As long as we can escape, there's no need to hold back on tactics. Fang Fong responded clearly and stood in front of a building, lost in thought as night fell. The Debak Club looks like a place for the wealthy to indulge in entertainment. As expected, no matter how apocalyptic the world becomes, as long as it's not destroyed, human nature remains the same. The guard said, "Welcome to the Debak Club. May I see your ID card?" "Sorry. According to the information on your ID card, you are not authorized to enter here. Please kindly go to a lower-level area to spend or level up before returning." Danin exuded power and asked, "Are the peak of the second stage enough qualification?" The two guards quickly became frightened by that aura. "That's enough. I sincerely apologize. You are, of course, allowed to enter. I don't know if this is the right person. Tell me your request. Who is your biggest client right now?" "I want to meet him." The person introducing himself is President Lei. "He is the boss of the underground water supply company for the underground city. You want to meet him?" Danin nodded. "Yes, I want to join Mr. La." The other person respectfully said, then invited him to go upstairs. "You step inside and glance around silently. You know how to play too? You didn't hear me knocking like this?" Danin knocked on the door and said, "Please stop for a moment. I have something to discuss with President La." President La snapped angrily, "Who do you think you are?" He arrogantly threw a bottle of wine. "Do you dare ruin my mood?" Seeing Danin calmly dodge, Latong became even angrier and dared to avoid. He ordered, "The visitor is not welcome. Someone protect me." The bodyguards immediately responded clearly. "Yes, President La," Danin replied with utter disdain. "Dealing with your second-rate gang, I don't need to use any skills." The girls start to run in panic and he is terrified. "You attacked the fleeing girls. If you don't want to die, stay still for a moment." Latong, overwhelmed by the aura, fell to the ground and shouted, "Are you a third rank or a demon?" Danin stepped forward and kicked him. "Tell me the truth. If you dare to cause trouble, you'll die." General La begged, trembling, "Please, whatever I say, don't kill me." "You are satisfied. Well done. What is your credit score? How much of that anonymous type can be mobilized within 10 minutes? He shouted loudly, 20,000 on me. 20,000, sir. I have 20,000 on me, all in my pocket. The code is 47.998. Danin Teen stepped on General La again. 20,000? You're not being honest. Say it again. If it's less than 10 million, I'll gouge out your eyes and stuff them in your mouth now. Please don't, I beg you. Please have mercy on me. 7 million. At most, I can mobilize 7 million. Sir, even if you kill me, you won't get 10 million. Danin ordered, transfer this amount immediately to this anonymous account. He agreed, clearly, I will do it now. You keep talking. Do you also know anyone in the government? Like from the police department, for example? General La shouted, I know someone who is the deputy director of the police department. Half an hour later, at Director Tran's house, the guards were on high alert. The person on the other end reports that Director Tran, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you privately about an important water filtration project. He scolded, saying, this fat guy suddenly came to me. Could there be a problem with the project? I already told him not to eat badly in the first place. Suddenly, Dan Ning jumped down from above. Director Tran nervously pointed and asked, This is Le Wei. You speak, I ask, you answer. Answer recklessly and you'll die. He agrees. Fine, go ahead and ask. Danin shows the photo as a threat. You have two options. I can kill you right now and then make all your bribery files public. Don't worry, I won't let you face this alone. Your wife is very beautiful, and your child is also very adorable. His name is Tran Ka, right? Director Tran is panic-stricken. Don't touch my family. I choose the second option. You're very clever. It's very simple. Cooperate with me and work for me. Not only that, I will also pay back the 1 million yuan that La Wei previously promised you without missing a single cent. This is the 500,000 deposit, all anonymous. After everything is done, I will send you the other half. He asked, specifically, what do you want me to do? Danin reassures him, don't worry, it's very simple. First, give me a share of the surveillance camera rights. Monday, I need some information about the survivors whose families were killed by the strange demons. It's best if they have some money but cannot seek revenge themselves. Director Tran was surprised. Is it really that simple? The boy nodded. Yes, give him an hour to get it done. He quickly replied, no problem, right? Danin asked. That's right, about Lavi's death. Can you handle it? It's a small matter, Director Tran assures you, so rest assured. The Demon Hunter exam, those thoughts echo. Yinglong, the exam is passed with the fastest speed, the strongest strength, and the top overall. His followers cheer. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lord Yinglong, with your strength of muscle, there's no one in all of China who can surpass you. Yinglong ordered you to take back your words.
I am just someone who has only revealed a little bit of second-rank strength. In the darkness, Brother Zhang praised him. Yinglong, I really didn't expect your talent to be so much stronger than mine. You're much stronger than before, he wondered. Brother Truong, I've been secretly tracking some strange demons lately and have made some progress. Didn't you say before that you discovered their gathering place? Why don't we prepare a bit and go there? He quickly ran off, saying, I have no problem, let me prepare. With everyone going together, this time it will definitely go smoothly. Yinglong chuckled and said, This NPC's strength isn't great, but guiding isn't an issue. Someone patted his shoulder and said, Hello, did you just finish the Demon Hunter test? Can I entrust you with something? Does Appraisal Long think the NPC is a guide? Then he asked, What's the matter? He replied, I want to hire you to help me hunt down a strange demon to avenge my wife and children. This demon is a second tier and is hiding inside the Daha Infrastructure commercial building. Quay, I can't kill it myself, but I'm willing to spend 2,000 credit points to ask for help. Yinglong replied, Find someone else, we're not interested. Huitwan intervened. Wait, sir, the place he mentioned seems to be on our way. Isn't it convenient? In her heart, although the reward for the side quest is small, it could overall increase the chance of completing the dungeon. He thought, but we haven't received any prompts from the system. That means his behavior is self-initiated. Did you encounter this type of NPC last time you entered the dungeon? Truong Min responded to that thought. Maybe not, but perhaps because your achievements are so outstanding that the NPC asked for help, right? After all, you're too strong, and the system's arrangement for you is definitely different from ours. Yinglong agreed. All right then, just a casual favor, it doesn't really matter anyway. The person happily thanks the demon hunter and asks to take a photo and send it to him after finishing, so he can transfer the money to everyone. The man orders, Zhang Ming, go verify and then take over. He replied clearly, Your Excellency, the surveillance cameras on the top floor have been disabled by the police. Yin Nin happily looked at the screen and praised. Good, the fish has taken the bait for the first time. Feel free to verify at your own pace. The best lie in the world is not half true and half false, but a lie built on a chain of truths. A group of Yinglong's men are constantly on the move. A subordinate speaks. I heard sounds of people eating each other, so what that guy said is probably true. He orders, Zhang Ming, go now and finish it quickly. Finish. He answered respectfully, My lord. At that moment, Zhang Ming approached cautiously and asked, Who is it? That crazy one turned and walked away, his face full of veins. Then he jumped up and shouted, Want to run? Too late. Yinglong exclaimed, Is this really strange? It looks just like a person. Zhang Ming, take off his pants and let me see. He agreed readily, Yes, sir. Yinglong sensed that there was indeed nothing underneath. Where are the communication devices given by the NPC? 2,000 credit points in the dungeon are useless to us, so why bother? Huitwan replied, I just wanted to see if there were any system rewards. After all, taking a photo isn't a big deal. Hey, the man who noticed her attitude asked, What's going on? Huitwan replied, The reward transferred by the man in the vest is not 1,000, but 50,000 credit points. Yinglong asked curiously, So did you receive any prompts from the system? She replied, No, but I did get a message from the government. This strange case is on the wanted list with an official reward of 98,000. I wonder if this counts as part of the system or not. He was curious. That's interesting. This system is encouraging us to interact more with NPCs, right? It seems this dungeon really changed because of me. Tell me, what can 100,000 points get me? Huitwan said, Your Majesty, about 100,000 points can probably exchange for a piece of junk gear, but equipment from the dungeon can be brought into reality to use, so it's also considered system gear. Yinglong explained, This may not be very important, but Miss Huitwan, please accept this. She happily said, Thank you, Your Excellency. Brother Zhang guided us. The next place we'll go to is Area B on the 7th floor, where there's a group of strange two-headed demons. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Then, a strange aura burst out from where Englong was, and someone shouted, Everyone here is also a demon hunter. Hurry and come to our prison. Just help us avenge, and I'll give you anything. It's been 3 days, and 6 missions have been issued. This Yinglong's caution has become a habit. The 9th floor is about to end, and it's time to increase the rewards for the next mission. Fang Feng reports that the blue gear is ready. Da Nin responds with approval. Although Yinglong doesn't bother to look, his subordinates probably do. As for Yinglong, I just want to understand his thoughts out of habit. Suddenly something caught your attention. Meanwhile, Yinglong kept fighting relentlessly. Brother Zhang is amazed. Just 1 wound to kill a 3rd-rank demon? Yinglong, are you also a 3rd-rank cultivator? I can't believe it. Yinglong said, If what you say is true,
The mysterious level 3 demon in this dungeon will drop fragments, core of the demon. But unfortunately, we didn't gather enough last time, so we don't know what this is used for. I suspect this is related to the disaster that happened 27 years ago. Zhang Ming continued. Activate the soundproof barrier. There's shouting outside. Don't come over. Does Shui Owan realize it was the legend of the sunset that almost destroyed the entire distant realm? He nodded and said, yes. That year the 4 great mutants were the strongest on the battlefield. The destroyer of worlds. Yinglong then began to recount the destroyer of mountain ranges.
Then he mentioned a flying monster, a human-shaped creature, and a strange demon. In fact, the strange demons are not like the humanoid creatures in the dungeon, but are giant mutated humans.
Miss Hyet Wan, did you know?
I became famous because 27 years ago I killed the humanoid clone, but you probably don't know that I actually survived the hands of the monster.
Zhang Ming hurriedly asked, if Lord Yinglong was only a mid-tier 3rd rank, how could he not only survive the encounter with the demon creature, but also have the strength to kill the human form? That year, the strange entity was a high-level 3rd rank, but it was much more terrifying than the peak-level mutants.
I heard that before the disaster. Someone saw them crawling out of cracks in the ground. After they went outside, the zombies and other mutants also followed. I have always suspected that these 4 mutants are hiding some secret. Hopefully this time collecting enough fragments will lead to a discovery. In the dark room, Brother Zhang hurriedly asked, Yinglong, what did everyone just say? Is it a big secret? I saw everyone fighting on the way here, so tell me quickly, are you all 3rd rank? Yinglong nodded. That's right. Oh my god. Unglong, do you agree to come with me to meet someone? He's also a ghost hunter who discovered the secret realm of the strange demon and has always wanted to go there. You are all 3rd tier, so I also hope we can eliminate all the anomalies. He thought about the mysterious abyss, how patiently he had waited, and finally found a clue to an important mission. From afar, Da Nin is analyzing. Based on Yonglong's lip movements, do even 3rd tier monsters drop fragments? The disaster 27 years ago, were the 4 mutants the key to upgrading the sword system? So what exactly is the connection here, Fang Fong suggested. Comrade, should we split up and act separately?
You nod and say, that's right. The 3rd rank anomaly can drop fragments. Staying here would just be a waste of time.
9. You stay here to monitor the cameras and I'll go hunt the anomaly.
She agreed, Danin said as he walked away. According to the documents, the suspected 3rd rank anomaly appeared at the 9th floor of the wastewater treatment plant.
According to the map, it is exactly here.
Your face shows clear spiritual energy, your probing spirit, and your overall cleverness. You eat people, but still know how to stage the scene and fake this place as a safe spot, huh? But the smell of blood here is too strong to hide. Danin concludes that this place must be the source. Pickling and fermenting, these demons' tastes are really salty. Right after that, Danin happily found it. From her expression, she must have realized that I had already entered, right? First, I'll pretend to be a rookie to prevent her from being scared. This speed is fine. Are they trying to come over and eat me?
No, she ran away? I doubt it.
I didn't threaten her at all.
Suddenly someone approached and asked you, hey buddy, don't you know this place is very dangerous?
Where are your teammates? Hurry and follow me out of here.
Da Nin assessed that she not only ran away openly without sneaking, but also chose to deceive me.
Then I will take you to meet your accomplices.
I have a big stomach.
Fine. The closer she gets, the easier it will be to kill her. The woman continued. Do you think you're scared now? Hurry and follow me to find your accomplices. Sister, you spoke up and my legs went weak. At that moment, someone shouted, Don't trust her, she's suspicious. Danin was confused. This is a wild woman rushing dangerously. Run quickly, and then she pushes Danin aside. Danin was pushed out and let out a faint cry of pain. Do they really want to save me? Suddenly, the woman's eyes turned into a terrifying red, and she transformed into a demon, with long claws extending. Truong-Ka quickly uses her frenzied silver arrow skill and fires an arrow to attack the terrifying female demon. Suddenly, Truong-Ka grabbed Danin's wrist. This is a 3rd-level demon. What are you still standing around for? Run quickly! Danin still stands still and asks why to run. Then he pushes away. Truong-Ka and shouts, Get out of the way! And then Danin used his skill to make the female demon scream in pain and rage, then quickly ran away. You want to run away? Finally, Danin used an extreme freezing technique, then continuously launched wind blade sword strikes. You criticize me for killing you, and this 3rd-level demon's defense is really pathetic. Inside, I realize this low-level demon is weaker than I thought. Killing a level 3 low-tier demon costs less than 10% of my spiritual energy. The status panel appears, showing that you have obtained a fragment of a demon core. Demon core fragment 2 out of 10. Zhang Ka looked confused and asked, Are you a level 3?
Oh my god, aren't you still not a qualified demon hunter? So this time, Anya says she will take you to take the intermediate level 1-star hunter exam. Danin is surprised by the name Anna. Isn't Anna the key demon girl from the beginning? Do they know each other? He looked her straight in the eye and asked, "Do you want to sleep with me?" Immediately, Zhang Ka became alert and shouted, "I don't want to, you pervert, I don't want to be here." "You," Danin repeats. "No, I don't want to sleep with you. I think you're too afraid. If you're afraid, then you must be a demon." She stammered as she explained, "I'm not a demon. I can prove my teammate is coming now." Danin concluded that your teammate can't prove it. If you want to prove it, then take off your pants. Truong Ka retorted, "But that doesn't prove anything. Don't you know? The demon lady can actually stick on a fake thing that looks just like the real one. Unless, otherwise, there's really nothing to prove. Danin requests, then I won't touch you. Do it yourself and show me how." Her face was filled with fear, and sweat started pouring down her face when suddenly a group of people ran over from afar. "Captain Truong Ka, are you okay? Who is this person? What does he want to do?" Truong Ka replied, "He is Anya's friend named Danin. I want him to join our team, but now he suspects I'm a demon." They approached him threateningly. "How dare you doubt Captain Zhang, you little brat? Today she even killed a demon. And that's not all. The team leader is the one who uncovered the secret of the demon's origin." Danin pondered the origin of the demons and then spoke. "Danin, I don't know how you suddenly became a senior, but if you want, you can join us." Her subordinates can't believe it. "What? Is this kid really a level up?" Truong Ka continued. "Of course, if you think we're weak, then forget it. We still have tasks to complete and need to move on, so we won't bother you anymore." Danin coldly agrees. "Yeah, I'll join you." That made her startle and ask again. "Really? You asked me to tell you about the origin of the demons first." Truong Ka explained that there is a secret research room in the basement level EM with a tunnel leading directly to the source of the demons underground. I heard that there might also be a way to find a way to suppress the demons. Danin was surprised and descended straight into the underground. "So that means we might avoid the fierce battle with the large groups of demons on levels 11 and 12 through the normal route?" She nodded. "Yes, but before reaching that point, there are still quite a few demon elimination missions on level 10 that need to be completed. We can't handle those level 3 demons, but I'm sure you can." After Anna died, everything in my mind was completely chaos. This character is mostly a replacement role added by the system, so whether she is human or demon doesn't really matter anymore. Anyway, these people can't threaten me, so I might as well use them to find the research room first, and then decide what to do next. Based on the current progress, the trap is probably set at the end. Oof. I could have killed them all earlier, but I still had time. Ying Long is still on the 10th floor. But once I reach level 11, I won't be able to continue using surveillance cameras or setting traps. To deceive more easily, I need to go down first and arrange for Li Fugui's appearance. The shortcut is exactly what I need. Right now, in the chaotic basement level, Ung Long's subordinate keeps praising. "You're too strong, really too powerful." "My lord, that shot you just fired probably destroyed even a high-level level 3 demon in an instant." Quiet One couldn't help but be amazed. With a casual shot, he could kill a mid-level 3rd-grade demon from dozens of meters away, and Ung Long was even stronger than I imagined. He asked to see what reward this NPC mission had. My subordinate reports that besides the trust points, there is also a blue equipment awarded by the official system. "But sir, this equipment requires us to submit 2 demon eyes as proof." Yinglong dismissively said, "The eyes of the demon? Not worth much, just give them to the others. As for that blue equipment reward, too low level, I can't use it. Divide it among yourselves, and once you're done, we'll go down to the 11th floor." My subordinate immediately agrees clearly. Lord Yinglong. At the same time, Zhang Ka shouted, "It seems the deeper the demons go, the lazier they are about disguising as humans." Don't be careless. There are still at least 2 or 3 level 3 demons hiding in this building. The 2 level 2 demons here we can definitely handle, but for the level 3 ones, we have to rely on you. Danin will take care of it. Danin stood alone, pondering. Oh my, did they really kill their own kind just to stay hidden? If I hadn't accidentally discovered it earlier, no one would have suspected they were demons. Is that right? Honestly, what's the point of them doing that? Is it just to lure the enemy into the trap behind? I say, here they come. Their strength seems a bit stronger than before, but when it comes to speed, I definitely won't lose to anyone. And then Danin unleashes a sweeping attack. Fire Fury! A demon clutching his severed arm screams, "Come out and surround him," and he scoffs. They're all just early 3rd level. Then both sides prepared to engage in a fierce battle. Danin moved his mind to assess and kill, followed by the flame dragon technique. They started to panic and scream, "Danger! Run away!" Only then did they realize they are no match.
And then everyone charged forward following the command, scattering and running away. Danin observed that although their strength wasn't as great as the demon form, their willpower was much stronger. Only wondering how your mental strength was. You focus and use your full mental power to control the field, but your mental strength is very weak. Once confirmed, the demon is in pain, and its head is about to explode. Even Zhang Ka is holding his head in confusion. Danin, you're Danin, right? Sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Done right here. Then the two sword techniques combine to unleash an extreme cold ice attack that destroys the level 3 core demon and 5 out of 10 demon cores. At that moment, dark shadows surrounded her. Zhang Ka turned around in fear and begged, "Level 3 high, Danin, save me!" Zhang Ka is completely focused, her lips pressed tightly together as she faces Fuang with a cold expression. At that moment, Danin shouts, "Stop it all, she's one of us." Her punch suddenly froze in front of her face. Surprised, she turned and asked him, "Do you know each other?" Danin nodded. "Yes. My friend, a level 3 high-tier demon hunter, Danin." Zhang Ka sighed. "You really exceeded our expectations." Meanwhile, Fuang sent a signal to him, saying, "The allies have handed over all the equipment and there's no suspicion. They've also given everything they asked for." Danin replied satisfiedly, "That's good. The baited lip next time will be Li Fukui." She took out an item, which is what I killed on the way here. Danin was excited. "That's great. With this addition, I have 8 shards now. Including all of them might be enough already." Fuang was surprised. "Are they also demons?" "Will you confirm or not? We'll find out soon enough." Danin said, "Stop just standing there and take us to the research institute." Trong Ka agreed. At this moment, in the abandoned and desolate research institute, he steps forward and assesses that quite a few people must have died when the place fell. The Artificial Life Project, the new blood extraction report, and among these documents, there's no useful information at all. Zhang Ka searched through the entire research institute map but couldn't find the passage she mentioned, and there were no clues in the documents either, and the computers were all broken. Could it be that? Danin shouted threateningly, "What is your purpose wasting my half an hour?" Zhang Ka was speechless. "I am your subordinate shouting. Danin, what are you planning to do to the captain?" At that very moment, suddenly a person stepped out from the space gate, shouting loudly, "Stop! Don't fight!" "You suddenly interrogated me, crawling out from the wall. Who are you?" The manager hurriedly explained, "I am the manager here. The wall behind me is a special passage. After you pass through the passage, you must take a stone from the altar first. That stone is the key to entering the main battlefield of the demon, and also the final tool to deal with the fake Demon King." Danin was curious. "What level is the fake Demon King?" He replied, "Level 4, you couldn't help but be surprised when you heard that. Level 4 suddenly appears on the system. The final mission is activated to eliminate the fake Demon King equipped with level S components." Danin stared in shock at the content. It seems the final mission hasn't been triggered by Ung Long yet. And this mission also doesn't specify the level of the fake Demon King. If this fake Demon King really is level 4, then the dungeon difficulty should be S rank, not A. Unless there's something that can help us win, which is why that old man mentioned the stone artifact. That makes sense, but if Zhang Ka is a fake demon, then this old man is probably the same, so his words are definitely a trap. But the most likely trap is in that stone. After all, there's no need to lie about the path. Whether the stone is the key to the critical area or not is easy to verify. There's no need to lie about that. So the only possible trap is that the stone is a tool to deal with the fake Demon King. If that's the case, then the fake Demon King certainly isn't level 4. Otherwise, this dungeon wouldn't be so difficult. So I fear this stone not only fails to counter the demon, but also limits our abilities. Of course, the first step to verify all of this is for you to unleash a fire attack and shout, "Are you really a demon or not?" Zhang Ka was panicked and stepped back. "Danin, what are you doing?" "He's not a demon. Why did you kill him?" Danin immediately ordered. "Not just him, all of you too." Fuang charged forward to respond. "Understood. You were attacked by her while you were confused. Why?" Danin looked at the system with satisfaction. As expected, Zhang Ka and this old man are both demons, and key demons at that. Destroying a key demon yields a fragment of the demon core, with 10/1 fragments collected. The other NPCs probably no longer matter. The demon core fragment has been fully collected. Do you want to combine it now? You make a choice. Do you want to combine it? The system keeps updating. Upgrade progress is at 3/4 using special materials. 1 is a broken illusion mountain, 2 is a core essence of a standard face, 3 is a false fetal fragment, and 4 is a demon of thunder. Danin clenched his fist in excitement. Perfect. Now only the standard face is left.
Lai Fu Kui, come out here. Your turn has arrived. He's appeared. I'm here now, master. You whisper that our previous deception plan was too crude, and now it needs to be improved. First, you do this, and then, finally, Li Fu Kui will understand. Understood? Dan Nin grabs his collar in a threatening manner. So, do you think you can fool a peak 3rd rank cultivator? Don't worry, master, it's just fooling the top tier level 3. Don't say you want a perfect disguise. Even if it's his underwear, I'll fool them all. Basement level 11. Yinglong advised that there are 23 low-level level 3, 11 mid-level level 3, and the numbers are not small. Everyone gather at my place. All subordinates respond in unison. Understood, my lord. Suddenly, Brother Zhang shouted, Yinglong, save me! I am surrounded and cannot escape. He quickly used his blood shadow strike skill. A terrifying beam of light shot out, shaking the space. White smoke covered everything. The ground was full of debris, and a stunned demon whispered softly. He also exclaimed in a horror, one shot taking down 3 mid-level 3rd-tier enemies. Brother Truong agreed. Hurry up, if you don't want to die, run all the way to the back of Lord Ung Long and don't block his attack. Meanwhile, Ying Long stood from afar, letting out a faint sigh of relief. He summoned a dragon that shot forward, the Blood Shadow Dragon Soul, a terrifying power created by Ying Long that swept across everything. Huiet Wan stood from afar, lost in thought, realizing that a single sweeping attack could clear the entire courtyard and didn't seem to require much effort. Ung Long's strength was much greater than she had imagined. Does Dan Nin really have everything under control? At that moment, Dan Nin's voice rang out. Are you about to go down to level 12, Huiet Wan? When you reach level 12, find a way to lead Ung Long to the research area in the central zone. Coordinates 104-27-9. She recognizes it. Dan Nin, keep giving instructions. Just say you received a secret mission. There is a secret there to defeat the fake demon king. Huiet Wan replied, Dan Nin, the strength of Ung Long is beyond imagination. Are you really confident? What exactly is your plan? Are you planning to strike on the 12th floor? Dan Nin smirked knowingly and said, You'll find out when you come. Ying Long stepped forward with concern. Miss Shui Oan, are you all right? Are you hurt? She replied. I'm fine, just a bit shocked. Thank you for your concern, sir. He chuckled smugly. Lady Huiet Oan is too kind. This level is still considered simple. I wonder if the next level will feature high level 3 or peak tier enemies. Miss Huiet Oan, I just received a secret mission at the research center on the 12th floor, where a secret to defeating the final boss of the fake Demon King is said to be hidden. Why haven't we received it then? Ung Long asked. Do you mind sharing the system interface with us, Miss Huiet Oan? After hearing this, Huiet Oan fell into silence. She felt uneasy inside, worried that Ung Long was starting to suspect her. Calm down first. We need to eliminate his suspicion before considering anything else. Huiet Oan said, Of course, but Lord Ung Long, this mission wasn't issued by the system, but was revealed by an NPC we helped before, saying it's a hidden quest with extra rewards for us. Are there really such things happening again? Jiang Ming said, Sir, thinking back, all the NPCs we helped along the way also gave us extra rewards. And if we consider all of that as side quests from the system, then the fact that they ultimately come together as clues for the main storyline is entirely possible. Ying Long also finds some reasoning in that. She praises the Lord, but honestly, with your strength, even without doing these missions, we could probably clear the level. He refused. Not completing all the main quests was to avoid missing anything, so he wouldn't miss out on the final equipment. Now I don't mind adding this either, since inside there's also mention of the secret of the fake Demon King and the equipment. Let's go. We're heading to the 12th floor Research Institute first. My subordinates quickly responded clearly, Yes, sir. The abandoned basement of the 12th Research Institute, according to the marker, is definitely this place. Truong Min, you lead the team to check around and inside for any traps. He replied clearly, Sir, the others follow me inside to search. The rest check the surrounding area. Everyone else stay alert. Brother Truong, I never expected you to be so cautious despite being so powerful, Ung Long replied. Caution brings no regret. If I weren't so careful, I wouldn't have achieved my current strength. He praised, I truly admire and respect you. Actually, I've also heard a legend related to this research institute. Yinglong replied, I am still not sure what is true or false. We will talk inside later. Truong Min reported, There are no monsters ambushing here. You can go in now. He accepted it. He pointed the way and said, Sir, there's neither any demon nor people here. There's nothing at all. Yinglong wondered why he couldn't see the NPC that Huiet Wan mentioned. Huiet Wan pondered and said nothing. So what is Dan Nin really planning to do? Is he just fooling me? What benefit does he get from doing that?
He asked Miss Hayat Wang. What do you think? She replied, It might be misinformation. If not, I should leave quickly and stop wasting time. Suddenly, a massive surge of power appeared right before their eyes. At that moment, the person emitting the aura was Li Fukui. Everyone was confused. This was a judgment made by Yinglong, a mysterious NPC who indeed had the feeling of an NPC, but not quite like the NPCs in this instance dungeon. Did Zhang Ming and everyone else fail to find him? Did he directly cross space to get here? What is his strength? He gently raised his head and asked, Who are you? Standing above like a god with an extremely arrogant attitude. Master Yinglong is asking you a question, everyone else says in unison. Are you deaf? Yinglong quickly turns around and shouts, None of you are allowed to be rude, Lei Fukui said. It wasn't easy to come here from the Gate of Hell. He pondered, Isn't the Gate of Hell a special underground instance in the central continent? Another NPC escaped from the instance on its own and ran to a different one. What exactly is this thing? Could these two instances be connected somehow? They're thousands of miles apart. How could that be possible? He sneered and said, You humans here, huh? Even at the peak of the third stage, you're still considered quite a strong insect. But, little insect, your soul seems to have some issues. What does Yinglong mean by saying my soul has a problem? Could it be that he has detected the abnormality of my divine power? This is something no one in the real world can do. Not only can he see through my restrained power, but also my divine force. Could he be from the Long clan? Li Fukui shares his vision with Danin. Judging by Yinglong's reaction, it's clear he was intimidated by Li Fukui. Although I could feel this person's legs trembling despite standing before the peak of the third realm, luckily he managed to hide it well under his cloak and still appeared very imposing. A single statement directly confronting his divine power, and Long could almost be certain he was a fourth realm expert. Yinglong sighed helplessly before speaking. Are you joking, sir? May I ask who you are? Is there anything we can do to help you? Who am I? You are not even qualified to know how to help me. Just a few tiny insects like you only slow down my speed in killing the fake Demon King. The master has already warned me, facing a powerful opponent with caution. The more arrogant you seem, the safer you are. No matter what, I must not reveal any weakness. The subordinates of Yinglong angrily shouted, Who do you call an insect? Do you know who you're talking to? Trung Min said, Master, this NPC doesn't seem willing to give us a quest. I see he's got a problem. Should I make the first move and test him? Lai Fukui's mind kept shouting, Do not do it. If he attacks me, a notification will appear immediately. Danin's pet snarled, Trung Min, don't act rashly. Everyone else stay silent. He stepped back and obeyed. Yes, my lord. He let out a relieved sigh. Indeed, the master was right. The more cautious a strong expert is, the more prone they are to simple tricks because they think too much and overthink everything. Yinglong exuded a commanding aura, saying, Sir, compared to you, our strength is indeed limited, but we all wish to eliminate the false Demon King. I am confident that I absolutely cannot be of any help to you. Bloodfire was anxious, and the more cautious a powerhouse is, the more prone they are to simple tricks because overthinking and overcare can be terrifying. On the contrary, Li Fugui began to fall into silence. Yinglong assessed that this NPC was indeed very strong. Even when I fully displayed my strength, he showed no sign of emotional fluctuation. He asked arrogantly, What do you think? He spoke with a bit of confidence, but if that was all he had, it would still be far from enough. Meanwhile, he was feeling uncomfortable downstairs. Oh no, I need to pee. Lai Fukui asked, Do you know what level the Demon King imposter is at? He's only at the peak of the third rank, just a cannon fodder. Yinglong wondered if it was Zhang Ming who exclaimed in panic, while fourth stage Yenin stood far away, giving instructions through a whisper. Li Fukui, the opportunity is ripe now. We can strike the net. Immediately, Li Fukui spoke up. No, it's the fourth rank. Unless you're quick enough, maybe you can contribute a little in the battle between me and him. Other abilities are useless. Yinglong thought to himself that the demon from the real world back then was only at the peak of the third rank and nearly destroyed the entire distant continent. Then the fourth rank emperor must be at a world-destroying level. Without clues and assistance from the system, this dungeon would definitely not be an A rank, let alone anyone completing the mission. The system has never assigned meaningless missions. This NPC is definitely a key support to overcome the level. Like guides who joined the team after entering, the two third-tier demon hunters joined later. Just like the side quest NPCs along the way, all of them are the assistants arranged by the system, the final and greatest support. This time I need to step in personally to seize the opportunity, which also reflects the difficulty level of the mission.
Esteemed sir, my top speed can reach 3 strikes per second. Please trust me, I will definitely be effective in the battle.
Then he quickly unleashed a burst of explosive energy. Yinglong assured, I am also very skilled in combat. I will definitely not let you down. He looked down on him, bragging and boasting, but he wasn't even as frightening as the blood shadow from earlier. Yinglong saw his attitude and felt confused. Such a perfect shot didn't even catch his attention. How strong can this NPC really be? Could it be that I don't even have the qualification to complete the mission? Li Fukui coldly assessed, that's okay. Not too weak, but what's the point of your shot? What I need is speed. Have you ever encountered a monster with extremely fast speed before? Tell me about it. Does the monster have super fast speed? Human form, I've already defeated a human form before. Does that prove enough? The Human Face Clan? I've heard of it. That tiny thing is indeed very fast, but it's just baseless talk. Yinglong's arm extends into the green screen. This is the remains of the Human Face group. At first, when I killed this monster, my speed wasn't as fast as it is now. Huyet Oan thought to herself. Da Nin doesn't intend to attack Unglong here. Is he planning to deceive him? This damn bastard actually wants to deceive me from my own hands? Li Fukui thought, it's a success. I'm about to succeed. Da Nin suddenly spoke. Li Fukui, don't get excited. This is a crucial moment. Keep acting and tell him you want to verify this material. He confidently added, let me see. If it's real, you'll have the right to fight alongside me. Yinglong handed a bone to Li Fukui. Please take a look, sir. His hand slowly trembled slightly with hesitation. Yinglong thought to himself, It seems like this mysterious strongman's fingers were trembling just now. Is that excitement? How can a powerful expert be so agitated just because he's holding a piece of bone? Sir, you seem to be very excited. Li Fukui awkwardly smiled. Oh no, did he notice my hand trembling just now? I need to find a way to cover it up. Excited? I'm just curious about this little thing. It's just that my collection happens to be missing this small item. This one is mine. You will have the right to join me, Yinglong hurriedly said. Sir, wait. No, I just need to know I can kill the clone. Why do I still want to take it? Collecting it? Although the fragment is very special, it's only a mutated 3rd-rank entity. As a 4th-rank powerhouse, what's the point of collecting it? I only kept it until now because of its sentimental value. Moreover, the power he used to reach out and take the collection identity was wrong. The strange eyes suddenly lit up. Li Fukui, even if you make a mistake, it's okay. Do not panic. Do not add fuel to the fire. Don't worry. Stay calm. First retreat to advance. Then we can win. Huiduan, if you get the chance, help out. If the NPC gets exposed, you won't be able to escape either. Remind Yinglong of the NPC's requirements on the way, and use the tasks you've accepted to divert his attention. There will be no danger. Your system missions will soon be announced. Li Fukui was a bit angry and said, forget it, you have no sincerity at all. I decide not to take you anymore. He coldly turned around and said, good luck to you all. Farewell. Master Huiet-Wan hurriedly ran over and said, wait a moment. Master Unglong, you forgot on the way. Are the small items along the way that the NPC told us to bring? I think this powerful expert also really wants to collect them, and moreover wants to use them as tokens, like some hidden rules of the instance. If I don't give it to him, I'm afraid we won't get the hidden reward, Yinglong thought to himself. What Shui Owan said also makes sense. Maybe I was too cautious. Thinking back before I entered, I had someone investigate, and besides us, there was no one else. Why would an NPC want to deceive me? Lowering your strength just because you don't want to show it to me. Besides, the identity group wasn't even mentioned by him first. I was the one who brought it up. If it's really because of these trivial things that I haven't received the final reward, it's not worth it. But if that's truly the case, why haven't any missions been announced until now? If there are no system quests, none of this can be confirmed. Shuiwan continued, Commander Yinglong, I've received another special mission. Requesting a mission? With the help of the Guardian, Yinglong was surprised to kill the fake Demon King. Oh, he kept asking why it was sent only to her? The subordinate suddenly announced, Lady Huiet-Wan, we haven't received any missions. They are always sent only to you. This is really strange. She said loudly and honestly, I don't really know why it's always sent to me. Maybe it's because I interacted with different NPCs along the way. The subordinate's suggestion is possible, but to reassure Lord Yinglong, why don't you share the mission list so everyone can see it together? A system appeared before Zhui Ying. This is the Guardian of the Hellgate who sent it to me. You bastard Da Nin, I'm about to be exposed. You better think of a way, Da Nin said in a deep voice. Li Fukui pretended to turn away, drawing Yinglong's attention. Li Fukui said, I am tired of seeing you all suspiciously acting like you're scheming with each other.
You're just wasting my time. I don't bother with you anymore. Hold on, we are still sincere and just need... Then someone suddenly shouted, so the legend is all true? The mysterious research institute really has the secret to defeating the false Demon King?
The system appears, announcing the quest to defeat the fake Demon King with the help of an NPC and the reward for the mission. Looking at the equipment, Yinglong stares at the system panel in shock. Oh, this mission is indeed similar to the one Lady Hyayet Wan received. Since she has close contact with the NPC, all missions are sent in advance, so assigning a 4-star NPC to handle this is no longer a big issue. Huit Wan smiled confidently, and the final mission was finally sent. Danin replied, "That's perfect." She whispered, "So when do you plan to deal with Yinglong? You'd better not play me." Danin continued,
Checking the situation at the central demon battlefield. Luckily, my mission was arranged in advance so I could organize them.
according to the original intention. But Yinglong's mission is a bit different from the one I received. Could it be that his first NPC, Zhang Yun, is still alive? That's not right. At first, when I entered the system, it was said that there were no missions at all. But just now, their mission was activated, apparently also triggered by a statement from Zhang Yin, who is also a demon. Could it be that the dungeon quests are created by the demons? Why would a demon give a self-destruct mission? If that's the case, all these missions could be just a trap. Never mind, Li Fugui is about to succeed, so I won't think about these things for now. In Long's hand is a bone fragment, which is very important for leveling up. Even if it's a trap, it only appears on the main battlefield of the demon spirits. Sir, please forgive my rudeness earlier. I beg you to accept this. Li Fugui, holding the bone, continues. Seeing that you know your mistake and are willing to correct it, I won't hold it against you this time. Danin quickly grabs the weapon in his hand and takes it back. When you face the Demon King, I will appear. He quickly passed through the pink hole back. Success, Master? Danin praised, Li Fugui, you look great. He pouted and hugged his leg. Owner, your most loyal servant almost died. Thank you, Master. Danin smiled. All right, it's fine now. I won't reduce the reward as promised. First, go back and rest. In 2 years, I will give you a long vacation. Li Fugui turned around and said, Wonderful, you truly are the best master in the world. Danin begins to control the bones, crushing with her mental energy. Blue lights shining above her head as the system appears, showing the materials for the sword god to upgrade. The Tissuemancer's inspection shows the upgrade materials for the Divine Blade system are sufficient. Do you want to initiate the upgrade, yes or no? Danin's face looked determined as he loudly declared, Level up! The system notification. The current upgrade is unlocking new teleportation channels. Suddenly, Danin's entire body floated along with the surrounding beam of light. Fuang hurriedly ran over. Danin painfully said, I just used the soundproof shield. Fuang's palm controls the soundproof shield, and after 3 minutes, the system displays that the sword spirit has been successfully upgraded. Danin finally broke free from his continuous panting. Fuang hurriedly asked, Danin, what happened just now? Did some mysterious power attack you? The boy's voice trembled as he answered. I'm fine, I just couldn't handle absorbing the materials properly. It's nothing. Please patrol around and make sure no danger gets close. She received the order clearly. The system announces that the mission is complete and you have gained 1,000 spiritual energy points. Sword skill power has increased. The power will rise based on the host's actual combat strength. The cooldown time has been reduced to 12 hours. The skill fusion function is activated, allowing any 2 skills to be combined into one. The rank will increase. Danin breathes a sigh of relief. The cooldown time has been halved and skills can now be merged to free up a skill slot. The most surprising thing is that all the final sword skills can now use their own attributes to increase their power. The system announced that the mission was completed in less than 3 months, granting a hidden reward, and I chose to upgrade a skill to SI rank. Danin was amazed and excited. S rank? If I choose to upgrade my Divine Fury, can I switch from summoning a fake 4-star to summoning a 4-star? Da looked at the system analysis, and if I want to upgrade, I should obviously choose the strongest one, the one that can summon a 4-star, and spending just a little to activate the condition isn't a problem. You accept to touch the selection screen. Leveling up. Is this what the 4th grade feels like? Impressive. The Rage God status has been upgraded to SSS level, allowing you to summon a Tier 4 illusion in just 1 second. Is this really just a little to activate the condition? Clearly, there are still 100 million points left. 10 seconds become 1 second, and you also have to kill 10 enemies of the same level before you can summon. Plus, all your spiritual energy is drained. This thing, besides being free, basically isn't for users.
Did I get screwed over by the system? But with such harsh conditions, the power is out of the question. First, let's wait for actual combat to see how it goes. If I can eliminate the top-tier third stage, it might not be impossible. Luckily, I can fuse the two sword techniques to free up a slot, so I have only one chance to merge them now. I need to be careful. What if I combine the Heavenly Sparkle and the Sword-Flowing Wind and Thunder techniques? Within the range of the Sword-Flowing Wind and Thunder, could I release thousands of segments of Heavenly Sparkle in an instant? What if Sheng Yuan's slash combined with Falling from Heaven, moving in an instant to break through the sky and explode a large area? Da Nin is curious, so he tries to fuse the underworld human realm. Never mind. The underworld technique is also quite powerful, but the initial sword skill activation conditions are very strict. If by chance you manage to fuse it, activating any new conditions afterward would truly be a disaster. It's more practical to combine weaker skills from the early stages into a stronger one. So, which option is actually better? That's tough. Meanwhile, you received information from Bloodwolf. Da Nin, we're about to reach the final floor and are heading to the altar to get the stone. Where are you? When will we make our move? According to the mission, we can only proceed to the final core after obtaining the stone. The final battle can't be entered from the middle, so if you want to ambush, you must seize the front. Although I could run now, with my current strength I might still be able to fight in the final battle. She's getting anxious. Hey, just say it. Are you really planning to retreat? So, what am I supposed to do? Are you trying to get me killed? Da Nin reassures her, I will go. Rest assured. Combine skills like cheating on the spot, merging whatever is needed at that moment. 9 of them rushed to the research institute, heading straight to the battlefield center. Fang Fong quickly followed from behind as darkness fell, the entire space turning black, with their bodies gracefully swaying with the wind. Da Nin reminded that this is probably the sacrificial altar, and the stone mentioned in the mission is likely the glowing stone on this wall. Remember, after you step in later, throw away the stone. She agreed clearly. A blue light clearly appears in the sky space as you and Fuang Fuang pass through the barrier. You are pulled away, and Fuang Fuang quickly rushes forward, danger looming. Da Nin brandished his sword to reassure them. Don't panic, this is only a pressure aura. The two of them approached an altar where a ritual was being performed. The fierce monsters with red eyes are lined up. You speak out, and she looks ahead. What's on the altar in the sky must be the mysterious royal ghost. She keenly noticed that there wasn't even the slightest movement, as if it had already died. So there's even this kind of pressure? Da Nin concludes that it's not dead. Maybe it's in a deep sleep or sealed state. After we enter, its guard still hasn't moved, probably waiting for Yinglong and the others to come in before waking up. Let's hide the button first and wait for the group of Yinglong to arrive before deciding how to act. Fang Fong agrees. The entire gloomy space carries an ominous atmosphere. Someone reminds you that Yinglong, by holding the stone, can enter the central battlefield. Once inside, do not discard the stone. It can subdue demons and demon kings. He agrees. Miss Hoyt Wan, has your mission changed? Is the 4-stage demon NPC here? Huit Wan replied, there really is no news at all. I'm sure it's just like before, it will be transmitted later. Yinglong continued, joining the battle in the middle again. But those are 4th-rank demon spirits, we need to be more careful. Hey, why are 2 stones missing up there? Could it be that someone else got here first? She was worried that Da Nin had already taken it. Did he only bring one person with him? Could it be that NPC? Yinglong is about to find out. How should I cover it up? A subordinate shouted. Maybe it was originally like this, or perhaps it was taken by other demon hunters or that mysterious Tier 4 god as well. Yinglong, don't hesitate anymore. Let's quickly get the gem and prepare for battle. She sighed in relief. Luckily, this guide NPC is even in more of a hurry than us. He finds it agreeable. All right, you make a good point. All team members take the stone and prepare to fight. That's right, there are actually 12 high-level 3rd-tier demon guardians, and there are also intermediate demons plus 100 the 1st-tier demons. I'll handle the demon guard, the others leave it to everyone else. Everyone hold your ground and kill them for me. A shared thought, that's right. Yinglong quickly uses the 8 Wilderness Spirit technique, followed by a series of skills. Iron Chain, Ice Spiral to counter the monster, and the Thunder technique as he refuses to give up and fights back. The Blood Shadow Poison Dragon appears in full force. Immediately, a giant dragon emerges, bringing with it immense power. It targets each body, and the space echoes with screams. Everyone is defeated easily, terrifying sounds echoing from behind the sturdy oppressive rocks. Da Ning spoke, and Unglong's squad of 10 1st-stage level 3 warriors was just enough to activate his divine fury condition.
Among them, 6 were melee, 3 ranged, and 1 an elemental support. If I use a hard spiritual control of wind and storm first, that merge the primal slash with the celestial flash, maybe I can wipe them all out in one move. Yinglong is still a bit difficult to deal with. I'm afraid I can only use Divine Fury to kill him. But as for the Imperial Demon, if he wakes up, I might even be in danger myself.
So I guess I should await and see what happens. Best to wait until both sides are exhausted before acting. As for the strange NPC demons around Yinglong, I really can't understand them. Do we really need to pretend until the very end? And even use lives to fake it? What is its purpose? Yinglong shouted angrily. One last move. Blood Shadow point all in. A subordinate hurriedly reports, "Master, we're almost done on this side too. We still have people left, but only 2 demon hunters remain." And then the horror behind appears. The leader of the zombies, Yinglong, is thrown to the ground and quickly exclaims, "He's strong indeed." Someone shouted, "Yinglong, quickly take the stone." Everyone also attacked the royal demon monster, which was about to wake up. He quickly ordered, "Let's charge together with me, everyone." A thought echoed in his mind. Yes. And then a group of people gathered to attack the monster's shield. Yinglong ordered quickly, "Attack with full force to break its defenses, or it will come back to life." Meanwhile, he squinted, sensing something was off with this demon NPC. Everyone focused entirely on the battle, unaware of the connection between the gemstone and the guardian demon's defenses. As the attack grew stronger, both the defenses and the gemstone's light intensified. I understand their plan now. It's truly insidious. From the beginning, the lurking demon didn't intend to launch a surprise attack at the last moment, but to deceive everyone into attacking. Moreover, that is not a protective shield, but a barrier that collects human energy, or a seal. The stronger the attack, the more energy the Demon King absorbs, or the faster the seal breaks, which also means it will recover more quickly. This 4th-tier Demon King is truly sealed. Killing it is nearly impossible, but this dungeon is an A rank, so the key to breaking it isn't killing the awakened 4th tier, but seeing through the conspiracy to kill the sealed Demon King. No way. I have to stop it immediately, or if it wakes up, there's no doubt it will die. Huitwan from afar glances at the hurried crowd, startled when Dunnin speaks up. Huitwan, you pretend to drop the stone while secretly trying to make Yinglong drop his stone as well. Got it? Do it. Immediately after, Huitwan quickly followed your instructions and threw the stone down. Then her body staggered as she moved toward him, and Yinglong quickly reached out to catch her. Miss Huitwan, are you okay? Huitwan replied, I feel a bit dizzy. He said, Miss Huitwan, your level is too low. This battle isn't suitable for you. You should go back to the bridge and rest, or you'll distract everyone here. And then she left. Dunnin, if you don't give me a good reason, I can't make Yinglong drop the stone. Forget it, I can't explain right now. Better stay away. At that moment, Yinglong ordered Truong An to facilitate the battle and prevent the stone from accidentally falling. Could we hide the stone inside? My subordinates agree. All right, just stick to the plan. Go quickly, everyone. Let's do it. Dunnin, hiding nearby, reports that Yinglong was deceived to death by an NPC, and basically, it's impossible to completely cut off contact. Even if she tells Huitwan the reason, he won't believe it and will only become more suspicious. We must act first. Kill 10 of Yinglong's subordinates to trigger divine wrath and then decide what to do next. If you want to deal significant damage without being detected, you need an instant skill with a stealth effect. Only the items that meet the conditions are the heavenly sparkling light and the primeval slash. At that moment, the system confirmed the skill fusion, and Dunnin quickly used the fusion confirmation. Then the status board shows the skill fusion was successful and the effect kicks in, immersing you in streams of new spiritual energy. The system continues to notify that the skill effect has entered acceleration mode. He exclaimed that after the fusion, although still at SSS level, it might only be equivalent to the Underworld King in the mortal realm. Once in another space, I can continue attacking for 10 seconds, while only 1 second passes outside. In another dimension, no matter how many attacks I launch first or later, the final explosion always synchronizes perfectly. This is simply the perfect secret technique of shadow assassination. Finally, Dunnin saw the black aura approaching and wondered if this was when Yinglong concluded that the Emperor had awakened. System counterattack. No, it's not fully awakened yet. There's still time to delay. Hurry up and kill it now. Zhang'an, don't you dare go to your death. Facing you is the dark flower monster with a glowing central eye. Finally, it crazily unleashed a terrifying amount of energy, causing a shockwave so powerful it swept through the crowd. He clenched his fist and shouted, Everyone get back, let me lead the fight.
From above, Da Nin concluded that the barrier of light was broken, definitely because of the seal. It needs external force to break the seal. Although its current momentum is very strong, it still hasn't reached the 4th stage and is even weaker than Yinglong, so Yinglong has nothing to worry about. Fang Feng asked curiously. So what do we do now? He advised. Just wait and see. Let the Emperor and Yinglong wear each other out first. The more they wear each other out, the safer we will be when we strike. Even now, the lurking monsters are still risking their lives as bait. This just shows that fishing is still necessary. If I'm not mistaken, there's still another seal inside the fake Emperor's body. We will act before the next seal is broken. When the time comes, you run and hide first. Don't move. Unless absolutely necessary, there's no need to do anything for now. Once exposed, not to mention the fake demons and monsters, even the Yinglong would find this hurdle difficult to overcome. In Da Nin's mind, his divine fury can only be activated once. If he could kill both the Demon King and Yinglong at the same time, that would obviously be the best. If I have to choose between the two, I will kill the false king first, since killing him will earn me a reward. Over there, Yinglong is still struggling with the monster. Restricted movement? What kind of ability is this? The monster looks down on us, yet dares to disturb my lord. Die. The man screams as his body transforms, blood shadow piercing the sky. Yinglong stands there, radiating enormous energy. Break it for me! And then he raised his scepter towards it. Blood Soul Curse. That skill causes monsters to suffer intense pain, blood breaking. Your assessment of Yinglong's true strength is truly beyond expectation. Even at the peak of the 3rd realm, it can be considered top tier, but the Demon King John Lee probably isn't just stopping at this level of strength. I've always had a feeling he's just putting on a show to lure enemies deeper in. The monster looks down on you, insect. You've successfully angered me. A mysterious blue light shone right at its heart, and the monster unleashed a great fire. It's the blood resurrection skill. It quickly chuckled in satisfaction, and he was furious. Blood flesh rebirth? This fake king is indeed hard to deal with. It seems I have to use a major move. Yinglong swiftly counterattacks, blood shadow merging with the body, followed by a technique, the clone uniting. Then he raises his hand and strikes back with a fist charged with great magic. The monster on the other side refuses to admit defeat and throws a punch at the fake emperor. 2 enormous auras clash, causing the space to become terrifying. Yinglong continues to use the collapsing suspension bridge. Everyone head to the main platform. And finally, his face turns fierce and bloodthirsty. Then he combines his moves powerfully and strikes. The staff in Yinglong's hand emitted sounds as he glanced at the fallen monster, full of suspicion. Did I win? Wang Lung immediately jumped up, still with one last breath. Die already. The guy looked at it irritably, still not defeated. This is the aura of someone about to break through to the 4th stage. But after fighting all day, I've only reached the 2nd stage. My energy is also running low. If I really break through to the 4th stage, will that mysterious NPC come to help? No, I can't rely entirely on the NPC.
Hurry up and call everyone to unleash their power and break through the defenses. The subordinate responds clearly, Yes, my lord.
At that moment, Da Nin sensed the 2nd layer of the seal had appeared. The opportunity had come, so he first wiped out everyone, activated Divine Fury, and forcefully slashed through the dimensional space. In this dimensional space, the enemy moved so slowly it was as if frozen, while he alone remained at normal speed. Isn't this just like putting down a deposit on wood? The first guy. Da Nin stepped back, his face full of confidence. The second guy. Da Nin moves quickly past each opponent, speaking 3, 5, 8, 10, 3 seconds remaining, can still use Zhang Ming and Yinglong to test their power. After a while, Da Nin stopped, finished his attack. But unfortunately, he couldn't use other techniques during the elemental surge. He still needed to perform a little to be prepared. Lai Fu Kui prepares his stealth tools and short-range teleportation and responds clearly. Yes, master. And then Da Nin moved swiftly from place to place. Chuang Min quickly activated his all-out defense, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth as he clenched his fist around his neck. Yinglong was confused. His passive defense had already been triggered. As he turned, he saw him in pain. Zhang Ming. Then his important subordinates fall one after another. Huang Vian Hung Dao attacks with a wide range all at once, but the source of the attack cannot be seen. Could it be that the mysterious Emperor Ghost has recovered? Is there something else going on? Are they secretly preventing me from breaking through the light barrier? What is this? Another aura of the 4th stage is appearing. I don't have much spiritual energy left, and if I get attacked from both sides, it will be very dangerous. Maybe I should run away. Suddenly, Li Fugui stepped forward and chuckled deeply.
It seems you've been fighting quite hard.
Yinglong is excited. Gentlemen, he suggested, if you can't kill this monster, then let me handle it.
Really?
Then that's perfect. The guy quickly agreed. Then I will trouble you. My subordinate is injured, so I will take him outside to treat his wounds first. First, I will stay on the defensive and observe the situation. If things turn bad, I will retreat immediately. If everything is fine, I will strike again. Huiet-Wan asked Lord Ung-Long about Trong-Min, and he replied that his blood vessels had been temporarily sealed, so his life was not in danger.
But you need to treat her urgently. She sat down to tend to Zhang Ming. Just leave it to me. Huiet-Wai wondered if that move was Da Nin's sword technique. Could it be that he has already made a move? He's actually become this strong?
And that NPC over there, isn't he just a scammer? And who is the aura of the fourth stage behind him?
Could it be that Da Nin is also a hidden tool? Meanwhile, he and Da Nin are fighting together below. Da Nin was stunned. This energy is about to surpass his endurance. It hurts so much. Now, his body and the clone swordsmanship are combined, and the system reports that he has entered a berserk state. Da Nin breathes a sigh of relief, finally reaching the stage. Now there are only 3 seconds to strike. These 3 false demon kings are no longer pretending. Is he planning to die together with them?
Li and Fu Kui prepare to attack, he responds clearly. The 2 of them launch their assault towards the monster simultaneously. Their faces show determination and divine fury, then merge into a new form to summon the 4 lengths.
A single sword strike from Da Nin is enough to shake the 3 realms.
Finally, an explosion shook the 3 realms, and the fire-affected monster let out a cry of pain.
When everything was over, Li Fugui couldn't help but be amazed. Da Ning smiled smugly. So this is the power of the 4th stage?
Not bad, although the activation conditions are a bit stricter. It's not too bad. Just a pity that Yinglong is too cunning.
If I could kill him all at once, it would be amazing. Yinglong gaped. A swift kill of the fake Emperor NPC is truly terrifying. With incredible strength, Huiet-Wan couldn't believe it. He was satisfied, giving that person a face mask truly deserved. If I hadn't handed it over back then, I wouldn't just have failed to escape. I would have definitely died. If it weren't for her, this level 4 NPC wouldn't have appeared. I'm really lucky, Ung-Long. She is being modest, my lord. You flatter me. It's all thanks to your wisdom. But sir, we haven't obtained the final kill permission, so the mission isn't complete yet, right? Yinglong deduced that one NPC probably won't claim the reward. Huiet-Wan is confused, but we haven't received any notification from the system. He feels uneasy. This is not good. This matter can't be taken lightly. I've spent so much time and lost so many people. If we don't get that item, it's really a huge loss. Yinglong hurriedly asked, Sir, may I ask if this Demon King has already died? Our stuff, he sneers contemptuously. Can't you tell if he's dead or not? Are you blind? He doubts. Is this already dead? Well then I, Li Fugui, swear that of course if I take action, even a king of hell is just a mosquito. What are you still standing there for? I've already saved your life and helped you deal with this monster. Are you not going to express your intentions? Yinglong hesitated. This whole thing has taken away Cam Fan's right to deliver the final blow and is asking for good stuff. Is he trying to mess with me? Is this the final step to complete the mission? He asked directly. Dare to ask, Your Excellency, what do you want? Just tell me, is my mission considered complete now? Then Da Nin told him to repeat, Not quite yet. Let's see what you can offer me. You look so poor, you probably can't even produce good stuff, right? Then give me 100 high-level spiritual stones so I can keep my teeth sharp. Yinglong was terrified. 100 high-level spiritual orbs? He was screaming in his mind. High-level spiritual orbs can increase attributes 3-fold, and even if you have money, they are hard to buy on the market, let alone 100 of them. Even if I show my ass, I still can't get it. They're basically trying to blackmail me. What the hell is this NPC dog supposed to be? What should I do now? Should I act or not? If I do, can I still get the loot? But I couldn't resist that attack just now. Huiet-Wan nearby ponders, this is also too unreasonable. Does Da Nin not intend to kill Ung-Long? Could it be that he wants to deceive Ung-Long one more time before retreating? This bastard, that move just now drained all his spiritual energy, right? To stay safe, we shouldn't add fuel to the fire anymore. She glanced at Zhang Ming lying on the ground, carefully examining the system. The message, Commander? I suspect that our reward items will be awarded once the dungeon is settled, but perhaps we need to meet this NPC's requirements first. Huiet-Wan mocks. Even injured like this, you still think you can imagine? You guys got scammed so badly this time. And Da Nin's plan is just too sinister. Yinglong looked into the system and realized that what Trong Min said might also be true. Then he quickly took out the bright spiritual crystals. Yinglong put them down and said, "Master, high-level spirit stones are truly not enough. Do these suffice?" Li Fugui stored them in his space. "Forget it, it's fine. I won't trouble you anymore. Considering your filial piety, I will give you one final clue. You still need to defeat 100 more third-tier strange demons in your dungeon progress." He thanks him, as expected. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. The system keeps notifying that I have killed the false demon king, defeated the final boss of the dungeon, received the necromancer equipment, obtained necromancer-level materials, earned 300 reputation points, acquired a unique title, and obtained the imperial fake item. You should run quickly and panic. While the long responders are searching for the third-rank demon, let's go back to the 6th floor to destroy the ruins and avoid them investigating again." Fang Fong said, "Are you talking about the NPC we met on the 6th floor? I already took care of everything before coming down here." "Huh?" Da Nin asked curiously how she handled it. She calmly proposed a plan with 2 words: set fire. Da Nin warned, "You know that doing so could destroy the entire instance." Fang Fong calmly said, "The thing we need has been taken, so canceling it might not be a bad idea." I sighed. The most urgent thing now is to get out of the dungeon first. The status check shows the dungeon is not yet complete. Do you want to exit now? Danin quickly grabs her hand, pulls back, and confirms. He reminds him that greed is not allowed. By the time Yinglong realizes what's happening, he might have already lost his life here. The system continuously alerts about the dungeon's completion status, surpassing the kill count, granting 6 times the blue equipment withdrawal, 1 level A skill withdrawal, free attribute points, 6 points in total, exclusive demon hunter gear from this dungeon, and specialized resources. You reward me so generously that I might need half an hour to organize everything. First, 009. Find an abandoned building nearby and help me guard it. Fang Fong responded clearly. As night fell, only darkness remained in the city. Danin curiously stroked the skull of the level 4 beast gear. This kind of skill to grab objects and move quickly suits the agile system well, but unfortunately it doesn't quite fit me. Whenever I go back, I will consider giving this alien demon marrow to Lam Nyu. After using it, it can enhance the demonization power, but for now, there's no need to use it immediately. I will withdraw the blue gear and skill, hoping to obtain a powerful sword technique. Reward system successfully activated. Received a blue bear hat. The character looked at the information indifferently and said, "Long likes it?" The label "Long likes" absorbs the enemy's energy after killing the target. Danin quickly threw a dagger, controlling his mind to attack, and immediately a huge source of power shot straight into the sky. You're satisfied. That's quite sharp. It wouldn't be bad for assassination either. Now I can replace the previous game knife. The rest are useless to me. When I go back, I'll sell or give them to someone. Lai Fukui packed these items away and stored them. He replied cheerfully, "Yes, master." Reward system successfully activated. You have obtained the A-level skill, Underground Fire Eruption. Danin clenched his teeth in frustration, wondering if this truly deserved to be an A-grade skill. I was really looking forward to it. Activating the underground magma fire might take time to create, and the explosion will also be delayed. Moreover, it erupts from below, has no lock-on effect, consumes a lot of resources, lacks special effects, and visually only benefits from the terrain's uniqueness, but is very limited. Overall garbage, Li Fu Kui appears. Master, I am your most loyal storage box. Brother Nan, most of the rewards from the dungeon are useless, so let's just check the items. Then the system displayed the armor, the mental shock, Danin thought. The mental power turned into physical damage, even more useful than the spiritual storm. Although the spiritual storm has disorienting and crowd attack effects, it cannot be used multiple times in a short period, and its accuracy is not sufficient. Once I have this, I won't need to use the spiritual storm as my trump card anymore. Then I gradually feel the fused power, a huge surge of demonic energy flowing directly into Danin's forehead. I analyzed that before obtaining the equipment. My mind was constantly scattered and chaotic. After equipping it, all my mental energy focused on my forehead as if I was always ready to fight, like there was a gun in my head. And then the eyelid acts as a switch, and Danin unleashes that power, the spiritual storm. Seeing that power, he was surprised. Who wouldn't be excited by this effect? Just a glare, and it blows away everything. The only downside is that it doesn't add anything else. Based on my current mental strength, I can only kill 3 people of the same level before running out. But when fighting lower-level enemies, it's quite useful, especially for quickly killing ordinary foes and zombies. Just one thought is enough to blow away millions of heads. Danin became curious to see what the next item was. The system immediately displayed the stats of the spiritual light equipment.
Danin curiously activated the fusion technique using 15 stamina points to fully compensate for his shortcomings. After using the spiritual light, it also benefits the team. If I reach the 4th stage and activate the light circle, then ordinary people could also reach the 3rd stage. And then he snapped his fingers, a surge of luminous energy. Under the circle of light, his power increased by 6 points. Not much, right? But it may be this light of harmony. Li Fu Kui immediately appeared. Master, you are looking for me? Danin probes. Li Fu Kui, do you have any feelings? Li Fu Kui quickly replied, This, Master, I haven't even married yet, and you've put a blue ring on my head. Don't let my small appearance fool you. Actually, deep down, I am a true man. Danin, stop fussing and show me your current strength attributes. Suddenly, Li Fu Kui was stunned, looking extremely bewildered. He exclaimed in shock, 19 points. I can't believe I have 19 points of strength. 19 points. It was only 15 points before. Master, I am now stronger. You secretly thought. As expected, this light circle still has hidden information. The weaker the strength, the greater the increase. I only gained 6 points, while Li Fu Kui got as many as 14. The current maximum range of the light circle is 20 meters. Although not large, it can hold dozens of people. With additional light circle enhancements, the peak of the 2nd stage can almost become the 3rd stage. Although the spiritual energy hasn't increased, the combat power can be greatly improved. Battlefield Divine Technique. This is definitely a divine technique for the battlefield. Danin quickly took out the shackles, locking down his thoughts, and at that moment, he erupted. I am strong now. I am the strongest. Danin explained that this 2nd skill, which locks down the mind, probably has some effect on himself. Locking in the frenzy state is like having an army that will never betray. Try combining the effects and see how it works. After all, the strength of a deck doesn't come from individual cards but from the most effective combinations. The system detects that the spiritual devourer's equipment is activating the divination effect. He happily switches to a different demon. This skill is quite heaven-defying, because Danin stared at Li Fu Kui with concern. Master, why are you looking at me like that? The boy crossed his arms and turned away, saying nothing. It's nothing, forget it, you're still too weak, a waste. He complained, Master, you're too cruel and too depressing. Li Fu Kui stuck his head into the space to sneak away. Suddenly, Danin's mood changed. This is the moment when you are drawn into the body by a powerful light. The system explains that this phenomenon indicates a level increase. Danin insists that this dungeon run is truly worthwhile. Leveling up allows me to transform into 100 demon monsters, and doubling spiritual energy means I can use at least 10 sword techniques in a row besides Divine Fury. With this speed, I might reach the 4th rank in less than half a year. It's even twice as fast as in my previous life. Then the status panel immediately displayed the options. Xiao Hai. It turns out that Xiao Hai is in a rush. Commissioner Yanin, when will you return to the headquarters? Our spiritual mineral mine has been attacked. The 3rd Legion under Lu Tianming has seized our mineral resources. They even attacked me and Wang Tian. Without Trin Quan Trung's protection, we would have been captured. They not only stole the quota from the action department, but also took the part you planned to give to Commander Tron. After stealing the spiritual mineral ore, they even sold it separately at a high price. They even declared to the outside world that your subordinates were profiteering for themselves and harming national interests. Danin ended the conversation. I understand. Rest well and recover. I will seek justice for you all. Your heart is filled with deep resentment. Luke Tianmin, you're really a dog-hearted bastard trying to rule the sky because they're afraid you'll progress too quickly, so they want to cause trouble for you. Danin goes to Tianlang Station, Blood Shadow Safe Zone. Lam Yu sat in the corner, hearing the noise. Has he returned already? You walk over and ask Lam Yu, I heard Uncle Huang say that you haven't left the house these days. She questions, didn't you tell me to wait here for you? How is it? Have you thought it through? Do you want to come with me? Lam Yu Tree asks what she would be doing by following him. Who do you want me to serve? Someone as important as you needs me to do what? Serving drinks or being a canary for you? Besides these, I really can't think of any other value I can bring to you. Danin took out a bag and asked, you really want to become stronger, right? I can provide resources, equipment, and skills. She was surprised. These are not things that the Golden Yen could have. So what do you really mean? He replied, it's simple. I want to solve the problem in the frontier area, so I need subordinates. The only requirement is to obey my orders alone. Lam Nu frowned and asked, so I only have to listen to your commands. Do you know what it means to say this based on your status? Danin replied firmly, of course. Then why me? What do you see in us? Don't you know what I want to do? He replied irritably. Just leave your life to me and I will let you take revenge.
Isn't it true that you want to kill those bastards and no longer want to hear about some greater good? Kill as many as you want, and after you're done, become the sword in my hand. Lam Yu deciding to become a sword in his hand? It doesn't matter. As long as I have strength, I can do anything. Danin is satisfied. Very good. Basically, in about half a month, I will come back here. I hope that when we meet again, you will still be alive. Outside, the sky no longer has the light covered by dark clouds. Bloodoath's hurried voice reaches you. Danin, have you already escaped from the dungeon? Yinglong is still searching for the third-tier demon inside. If he finds out I was lying, he'll definitely suspect me. Answer quickly, answer me. Sorry, Huiet-1, but before I left, I arranged for Li Fuyu to appear. He has already dispelled the suspicion about you. With her diverse survival skills, I believe she can protect herself. She was so shocked after hearing that she screamed. What continue? You also said that the collapse of this dungeon has some benefits for you, and how you exploit it depends on your intelligence and luck. Huiet-1 yelled, Danin, you bastard! Danin called, 0-0, let's head back to the capital. Fuang asked curiously, Are you sure Huiet-1 is okay? He calmly replied, Not really, but I'm certain that without a woman in my heart when I draw my sword, I will naturally become a god. You're back, huh? If you can't get the item, it's okay, the army will help you find a way to solve it. And it's also good that you're coming back like this. We just discovered a special event nearby. Are you interested in joining? Trin Vien replied, Uncle Trin, you don't need to beat around the bush with me. You know exactly why I came back, and can you give me a list of the people who stole the mineral cables? He calls Danin. Danin. The commander and the commissioner have gone abroad to prepare for major events. Deputy Commander Fuang is also in the remote northwest. This time, absolutely no chaos is allowed, as losing control could ruin an entire major plan. Furthermore, this time Luke Tianmin is claiming to take the ore in the name of the army, so there's no issue with the procedure. Are you asking if all the troops led by Luke Tianmin are problematic? Trin Vien quickly explained. Danin, calm down a bit. The army will definitely fight this battle, but not now. At least we have to wait until their commander has a detailed plan. Moreover, a gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. Wait until I reach the 3rd rank peak, or even become the commander. Danin retorted, If I wait 10 years to take revenge, I must seize the right moment. Tomorrow I will launch a life-and-death battle against Luke Tianmin. He was terrified and instinctively stepped back. What? You should come closer and pat his shoulder, Uncle Trin. Don't you want to take this opportunity to suppress Luke Tianmin and his forces? You keep thinking about the upcoming civil war. This is truly a perfect chance. Trin Vien hesitated, but still thought it was too simple. Luke Tianmin's strength is not ordinary. I can't do it. Danin shows his determination, claiming that one sword is enough to kill him. At Luke Tianmin's new house, he is deep in thought. Tianming smoked, thinking that since Lam left, there's been no news. Could she really have died in the distant region of Yuankang? A useless failure, not worth even dying. Better to force it to come find me for a life-and-death fight than wait 3 months for Danin to grow up. Officer Liu, I just received news that Danin has returned to the capital. He has arrived at the Special Operations Bureau. He sighed. Indeed, he's back. Are you trying to go report the crime first? What's the situation now? Has his strength improved? The person asked. Yes, but the informant said he didn't notice any change. In just a short week, there probably won't be any major progress. That kid seems to have gone to the frontier region to look for some materials, but he probably didn't find anything either. Tianming also realized that I might have overestimated him. My subordinates are hesitant, but Commissioner Liu, when Danin returns, he looks unusually calm, as if he's not giving orders to monitor him. So it's convenient to find some proactive challengers. Isn't that what the opportunity was for? Send it home and say thank you to Danin for supporting our army. I don't believe it. This kid still has some restraint. Luke Min's subordinate saluted formally and responded clearly. Suddenly, he was startled. What did you say? Commissioner Liu Danin has already directly applied to join the deathmatch with the army. The scheduled time is tomorrow. After hearing this, Tianmin burst out laughing. Is this idiot crazy? If you want to die quickly in the battle tomorrow, I'll make sure it happens for you. Danin Minla's house is reporting. Commissioner Danin, this is the information about Luke Tianmin that Commander Trin Quan asked me to pass to you. I hope this can be of help to you. Danin responds. Sorry for the trouble. Min La, just call me by my name. He is curious. Danin, although I know you are very strong, facing the peak 3rd stage in a life-and-death situation, you reassure him, it's okay, just trust me. Min La sighed and said, All right then. Danin, the information we obtained actually dates back 6 years. At that time, he was still a high-level 3rd rank, but within the high-level 3rd rank, he was a very strong seed. Dual-element physique,
Heavenly gift combined with dual swords, and there was even suspicion that he possessed double defensive skills. Since Liu Tianming became a standing committee member 6 years ago, there has been almost no record of him. It is only said that he broke through the common limit and reached the peak of the 3rd rank a year ago. Da Nin wondered what it meant to break the norm and become a peak-level expert. Min La explained. Although his normal attributes haven't reached the peak yet, thanks to his special talent, you are surprised. What kind of talent is that? He explains that although it's not publicly known, people speculate that he can switch between offensive and defensive attributes at any time. In other words, when defending, his defensive power is twice as high as others at the same level. The same applies when attacking. To some extent, his combat power is comparable to 2 high-level 3rd-rank experts. Da Nin smiled smugly. So, that's how it is. The documents also say that when he draws his twin swords, he's in an attacking stance, and when he sheathes them, he's defending. In addition, it indicates that his speed is average. Perhaps this is the impression he deliberately leaves on others. If people truly believe it, then that is what makes it dangerous. So that's what Min La wondered about, huh? Explain it. On the other hand, he must be able to switch between attack and defense freely. Although speed is not his strong point, his burst of power is not to be underestimated. It's just that it doesn't matter. After all, it's only one slash to finish it, Da Nin emphasized as he looked at the documents. The only thing I need to think about now is the Military Academy martial arts event tomorrow. Although my thoughts aren't particularly exciting, witnessing the 6th Commissioner in action again is still worthwhile. Yes, I bet it's the 6th Commissioner. 1 slash to kill. And I still don't know who gave Da Nin the courage. Maybe because he's become the focus of attention lately, his mind is a bit foggy. Someone approached and called out, "Brothers, the market is open. Do you want to have a little fun?" 6 major trading guilds are pooling bets with secure funds and no scams. Someone doubts, what the hell is this? You're not a soldier? How did you manage to sneak in here? The guide replied, "My friend, I know this deathmatch is organized by your army, but there's no limit on the number of spectators, and they say it's not advertised publicly." But who doesn't know what a deathmatch means? Don't worry, I can sneak in. Then prove me wrong above. Let's not talk about this anymore. Hey buddy, do you want to bet? The odds are 1.84. As long as you bet on Vice Chairman Yaning to win, you can earn 840,000 credit points from just 10,000 points. Nothing else is as fast. The listener, angry, shouted, "You dare to do that!" The guide assures you can rest assured everything above is absolutely safe. And then a spectator glanced at the screen and said, "The odds for this match that the guide pushed are already 1.90. What do you think about betting on Vice Chairman Da Nin's victory? 10,000 turns into 90,000, my brother. This is truly a gift from heaven." That guest crossed his arms and exposed the truth. A divine blessing? With such a high rate, even a fool would know it's just for money. I am loyal to the Luke army. In this matter, I am sure I will bet on my own to win. 100,000 yen and 100,000 points bet on the Luke officer. Whether we make money or not doesn't matter, as long as we support our members. Hojia declares 10,000 points and swipes the card. Jiakit agrees. Fine, that's acceptable. Deep down, I think this person isn't very smart but is very good at calculations. I wonder if in the end you won't have enough money to get there. No one would bet that small. If Vice Chairman Da Nin wins, where would you get the money to compensate us? Don't worry, don't worry. With the cooperation of the 6 major trading guilds, we won't run out of money. Actually, there are other options, and many people have already placed bets. For example, if Vice Chairman Da Nin cannot hold out for more than a minute, the odds are 80-1. At 30 seconds, 40-1. And at 10 seconds, 13.2-1. Moreover, the level of injuries could break through the defenses, or even cause Vice Chairman Da Nin to end the deathmatch. Hua, are you regretting now? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I want to redo it. Switch me to defend for no more than 10 seconds. At that moment, someone stepped forward. I bet 170,000. Another person teased for 15 seconds. You overestimate him? He can only last about 10 seconds at most. 200,000. At that moment, Vuong Lo stepped in to join. I think 10 seconds is unnecessary. 1.6 million to suppress in under 8 seconds. Someone yelled at him, "Are you crazy, Vuong Lo? Where did you get so many credit points? You're confident." I am a 3rd-rank cultivator. So what if I have some savings? I recently killed a mutant not long ago, so I have some extra money on hand. They were just discussing that a 3rd-tier person wouldn't have that much money to bet with. I heard he's in charge of supplies for our company. Others say borrowing a hen to lay eggs is a normal thing. If I were in your place, I would do the same. Giving you money for no reason. You don't want to? Hoa is extremely excited about it.
I bet everything on that kid with 3 million. He can't even withstand a single strike. I trust the 6th Commissioner. I trust the 6th Commissioner. I trust in my heart. Daning, I've bet my entire family's life on this game. You better lose quickly for me. The more disastrous, the better. At that moment, General Cat was watching from above. He stepped forward and asked, Commander Cat, are you also interested in this matter? Interested? He forced a smile. I think we should send someone to check it out. The counselors are fighting to the death, yet they dare to do these things. Those merchant guilds are too bold. If the Luke counselor finds out, they'll be in big trouble. He explained, the generals, actually, these things were arranged by Lord Liu. Commissioner Liu is trying to sell some benefits to you. You know, Danin managed to hold out for a minute, which means Lord Luke held back and didn't go all out. We can't let Danin lose too badly, but then no one will make any money. 30 seconds is a bit risky, indicating the battle will be fierce and everyone can profit. 5 seconds, 3 seconds. That's a kill. Everyone can still make more money. If Danin is seriously injured, the odds will be higher. After all, it's a life-and-death battle, but the army will definitely act to protect our genius. Therefore, if Danin accidentally breaks his arm or loses a leg, the betting odds would be staggering. The generals realized, so that's it. In other words, the odds of Danin dying in the arena are actually almost equal to his chances of winning, protected by the army. Who would have thought Danin would die in the arena? In his heart, Commissioner Liu was calculating secretly. Lowering his own status to create a loophole for profit was both a way to benefit and to gain support. Think about it. If an umpire or even a betting faction predicted that Danin would be seriously injured, what would they do? As long as the rescue is just a little delayed, with the amount of money invested in this market, hundreds of millions or even billions could be lost, even though the higher-ups don't bother to pay attention. But what about their children and relatives? Without this business, these people wouldn't care who wins or loses, nor would they care about Danin's life or death. But when this life-and-death battle involves enormous profits, everything changes. Hao asked curiously, General, do you also want to support the 6th Commissioner? Actually, half of the Huaha family and all the major trading guilds have already placed their bets. Those private forces are becoming more and more ruthless. Now the amount of money invested in this match has exceeded hundreds of millions. He was stunned. Hundreds of millions. The generals thought to themselves, with such a large sum of money and deep schemes, no wonder Luke Tianmin has so many supporters. This outcome probably started from the day Danin proposed to withdraw from the battle. The so-called extreme odds are actually a big gift that Luke Tianmin gives to certain people. Anyone standing with him will earn a huge amount of money. How do you want to handle 9? He explained, it's up to you, but I heard that Commissioner Liu intends to teach that kid a lesson. And with this some blood will definitely be shed. The generals took out their cards and agreed to 10 million, plus my salary for the next 10 years, all in. The battle ended after 7 seconds and all his limbs were cut off. What are those scattered idiots everywhere doing? I clearly asked the army to sit at the bottom row with Fuang Hao for easier rescue access. So why are they still seating me at the top? Lu Tian reported that when I asked the person in charge, he said the army had assigned 2 high-level 3rd-tier guards with strong defensive skills to protect the battle, and they were preparing the most luxurious protective gear to ensure Danin could be rescued as quickly as possible. He looks uncomfortable. All right, even though I don't feel very good about it. Has Fuang Hao still not arrived? The match is about to start, including Danin. He reports that Fuang Thong said he is on his way. Before the final battle, he will definitely arrive. But I really don't know where Danin has gone. He hasn't even replied to messages. Commander, why do I feel like so many people are so hostile towards Danin? I also heard them say that they hit somewhere and didn't hit back. Trin Vien ordered, go check and see what's going on. Luke Tien turns around and agrees, saying, let me go check it out. Alone, he begins to ponder whether this public opinion trend is Luke Tianmin's way of playing tricks. At this moment outside, the sky is extremely dark with no light at all, and he rushes over in panic. Commander Trin has people setting up bets, and many are betting that Danin will lose, and lose badly. Trin Vien quickly grabbed the computer, nervously calculating 1.8 billion divided by 1,300 points, with a support rate of 1 divided by 698. Luke Tian asked for opinions, Commander, should we support Danin? The current situation is too dire now. He ordered a maximum of 1,000 points to at least boost his morale. He hesitated and asked, so if I go all in with 1,000 points, would that be too little? After all, Danin helped us get the minerals, so Trin Vien responded, it's because I feel sorry for that kid that I only gave a little. The minerals he brought back have already been divided up by those bastards. If you keep spending money recklessly, what will we do when we run out later? That kid spends money extravagantly.
The researcher he asked me to take care of is no different from a money-eating beast. He has already gobbled up so much of our money. Luke Tien sighed in understanding. That makes sense.
He is giving orders. That's right.
Just tell Huang Hao to bet more. He has the money. Just tell him to bet 10,000 points.
After all, he always says Da Ning is just like him when he was young, so shouldn't we support that? At the same time, at the Capital Military Hospital, Da Ning stepped in with concern. Uncle Tio has finished arranging everything for the afternoon. How big is this business? Tio Hai called. Master Da Tiu, 144 billion. This whole thing is crazy. Almost all the third-tier players are betting.
Furthermore, Liu Tianming is secretly pushing everything forward just as you said. Based on the information we've gathered,
Liu Tianming himself has invested a lot of money. You're not satisfied. 140 billion is still too little. Wait until we reach 300 billion, then we'll join the game. Notify Wang Tian, Tran Kai Lai, and all the money you can make.
He replied clearly. Dainin gritted his teeth in hatred and said, You dare steal from me, and you even hurt one of my people. Your worthless life still isn't enough to pay for this. You think about the face of the person who caused all this, your current enemy. In another place, Da Nin's personal information appears on the screen. Da Nin kills Liu Tianming with a single sword. At the Northern China Military Command headquarters, the playing cards are scattered across the table. Tran Dao sat at the table and asked with doubt in his voice, Do we really trust Da Nin? Tran Dong warned, Sister, don't speak anymore. I trust him and also trust my grandfather's judgment. He made it very clear. We have no other choice and don't need to choose either. Win or lose, whoever follows him in this round will be his true person. The issue isn't just whether we trust him or not, but also that he's still testing us. She reminded us how last time our grandfather almost lost his life trying to help him, and this time he's risking the coffin itself, even embezzling the army's funds. If something happens and we end up losing everything, it's okay. We might even have to go to military court. I'm really scared. He's so confused. Little sister, you don't understand. Maybe I don't fully understand either, but do you still remember the battlefield miracle? Some time ago I went back to that village and visited the descendants of those soldiers. I don't know about anything else, but I know Da Nin is truly a good person. Although my grandfather took a great risk to help Da Nin save Dong Hai, he has no regrets. He said, I see in Da Nin a kind of courage that most people haven't had for a long time, or perhaps it's a sense of responsibility that's hard to imagine. Sometimes I wonder if we were from Dong Hai, who would save us under such immense pressure. Compared to Da Nin's pressure, ours is nothing. Moreover, people like Liu Tianming are just parasites. We can't change them. But Da Nin might be different. Moreover, don't forget that when Da Nin was only at the 2nd level, his combat power was already comparable to the 3rd level. Maybe he really can win. Maybe he... Tran Zhao pondered, her face full of understanding, and asked, Vuong Tran, are you also exhausted? Oh? Vuong Tran replied. Even the demon dungeon we obtained last time was used for betting. My father said he trusts Lord Da Nin, but he also mentioned that Lord Da Nin might be gathering resources to prepare for a greater threat. At the Capital Military Hospital, Xiao Hai was excited about 299.6 billion. It's hard for Lord Da Nin to imagine that the awakened people in China are so wealthy. Clearly they are that rich. So why are the people below still suffering so much? If this money were invested in construction, it could create dozens of safe zones equipped with weapons for hundreds of thousands of people. The government can only allocate 1 billion to settle the victims of the East Sea disaster. Da Nin responded calmly, this is very normal. Since the apocalypse broke out, resources have increasingly been concentrated on powerful individuals. The leader demands they use their own supplies to build safe zones or rescue ordinary people. That's basically killing them. But when it comes to benefits, they can take out anything from 3 billion to 3 trillion. Stop talking about this. How much money do we have now? Xiao Hai reports that we have gathered 37 million so far, which is enough to cover all the expenses based on the betting odds. You turn around satisfied. Well done. Place your bets in 3 minutes. Da Nin declares confidently, I have to go on stage now. Da Nin analyzed, recalling that after the disaster in the previous life, the government repeatedly mobilized all major forces to rescue the survivors, but without exception, everyone chose to protect themselves and no one responded. Even the relief funds allocated were embezzled at every level, leaving not a single cent for the lower classes. When the beast tide erupted, millions of people didn't die from the monster's mouths, but from starvation. So those with wisdom, trying to save the world, but lacking resources and supplies become useless. Even more ironically, when the great battle zones collapsed, many supplies and equipment stored in the warehouses of powerful factions and officials had already rotted away. Clearly, after 30 or 40 years of recovery, Humanity's situation should be much better than at the beginning of this era, but with the intense concentration of wealth and resources, things are even worse than before. Clearly, hoarding is useless. Distributing unused equipment and resources to the lower classes would allow humanity to advance rapidly. But under the corruption of capitalism and power, they are like greedy leeches draining people's blood. Compared to monsters that no longer actively attack the city, these people are the real monsters. In addition, they secretly bribe money behind the scenes to prevent the distribution of awakening protection drugs to the lower classes, even though it's only a few billion, and one of those masterminds has tried to kill me in both this life and the last. In my previous life, I should have had more chances to test my own talent, but I was just a poor person and simply couldn't afford the test. But in this life, I deliberately rushed into the testing area without any protective drugs at all. Isn't that a gamble with my life? After all, no one knows who I am. Will someone who was tested 2 years earlier than in my previous life be affected by a violent spiritual energy? Suddenly, a call from Wang Tian appeared on the system. He said, "Commissioner Da Nin, are we really going to swallow up so many credit points? Even if I believe you will win, what will happen to the losers afterward?" You replied, "Do they need to?" In Da Nin's heart, even if I don't need it personally, the final fortress, the flagship, the navy, all the superhuman armies rely on it. Even if this incident doesn't happen, I will still find a way to squeeze money out of these people. As for later, there's no problem. If they refuse, they can continue fighting to the death. After all, it's just killing a few more people. In the waiting room of the military arena, the subordinate reports that everything has been carefully arranged, with no mistakes, but right now the only concern is that he might give up. As soon as Da Ning appeared, Trin Vien and the commander arrived to persuade him to give up. Thien Min confidently replied, "Nothing's wrong. If this kid dares to quit, he will never cause any trouble again in the future. Da Nin will always wear a hat of a vain and arrogant scholar. In the future, even if he becomes the top, he will still be a foolish scholar. Let me see who dares to support him becoming the commander. Your subordinate, Kan Ngoy, is right. He's still the Commissioner Luke Chao Min. But if he really dares to step onto the arena, he must win the death match within 7 seconds. Only then will our benefits reach their maximum value. Most people are betting on 15 seconds because they think the general's fighting style has no particular strength, and he looks down on it. Those guys think I'm not good at speed. They're really stupid. Otherwise, who would I make money from? The time is almost here. Let's put all the money we've raised into it. Focus on that guy's weak spot. The final battle will end in 7 seconds, and I'll give everyone a big gift." My subordinates respectfully respond that the fight will start again in 2 minutes elsewhere. "Please get ready, both sides." Da Nin stepped forward. "I'm going up on the stage now." Trin Vien scolded, "Why is this kid so stubborn? I've told him so many times, but he just won't listen." "You promise." "Trin, do you still remember what I told you before? Trust me. Believe in me to the end. Bet on my sword." The two people behind, seeing that attitude, couldn't help but feel helpless, as the battle would start in 60 seconds. Please get ready and have the referee announce that this deathmatch is a fight to the death, with no time limit and no regard for life. If there is a special situation, we will personally intervene. Then he signaled, and the countdown began. Tian Ming is pleased. "Da Nin, I know you're young and full of vigor, but there's always someone better out there. Outside the heavens, if you regret now, it's not too late. As long as you kneel sincerely and apologize to me, I, Master Lu, will no longer hold it against you." Da Nin drew his sword and shouted, "Old cow, are you done talking?" Today, only one of us can survive and move forward. He used a 3rd rank intermediate technique, and you've already reached 3rd rank intermediate level. Your progress from beginner to mid-level in just a month. Month is too unreasonable. Luckily, the deadly battle happened earlier, or in just a few months, it would have been at the same level as Mia. He looks down on others, that's your confidence? You've only reached the intermediate level, and yet you dare to challenge me? That's truly laughable. You scold and reply to the old fool, but he's just talking nonsense. Thoughts of a mid-tier 3rd rank appear on the screen. Could this kid still be hiding something? No way. A difference of 1 level between the 3rd rank means a 10-fold gap in strength. Not to mention, if the gap reaches 2 levels, even if it reaches the intermediate level, it won't be able to turn the tide. You can assume that under normal circumstances, with the referee present, they could activate the spiritual shield at any moment. To block the attack from the peak of the 3rd stage, they've already bet everything, so they will definitely delay the chance to rescue you. But that's okay. If Liu Tianming is in danger, they will definitely come to save him immediately. A sword strike stronger than the peak of the 3rd rank, I can't do it, but I can. While Da Nin was still lost in thought, Fuang Hao launched the opening move. He rushed forward and shouted, "Danin, end this battle, now!" "Kid, go with Uncle Fuang now. Things are getting out of control. We won't accept a fight to the death." "Wait, you're already at the mid-tier of the 3rd stage."
"No way. I'm about to reach the advanced level. That can't be true. You've always been the one to protect girls in Viet Quang, haven't you?" The referee reminds you. "Commander Fuang, this is a life and death battle now. Please be mindful of your position. Once the fight has begun, how can it be stopped at will?"
Tianming interjected. "Fuang Tong Soai. This deathmatch was initiated by Danin himself, so what you're doing now is just using your position to oppress others."
Fuang Hao angrily shouted, "Stop spouting nonsense at me, and don't think I don't see through your schemes."
"I'm talking to Danin. Anyone who dares to butt in will get punched in the mouth by me." The referee is speechless, not knowing how to handle it. He stood outside, stunned into silence. He advised, "Just admit defeat, it's better to accept it. The Green Mountain remains, so what is there to fear without firewood? Danin has his own matters." Danin replied, "Uncle Fuang, I understand this duel was meant to end in someone's death, but it might not be me who dies."
"Uncle Fuang, this bet can be won, and you also have some credit for it. You have a card up your sleeve, so if you trust me, place your bet on my sword."
Then he turned back to demand, continuing the fight. Fuang Hao was kicked out of the match, shouting, "Danin!" Tianmin burst out laughing. "Not bad, not bad. Young and full of spirit, you refuse to take the path to heaven in your heart, but hell has no door, and yet you stumble into it." The referee announced the continuation of the death match, which will start in a few seconds. 3.
He angrily shouted outside, "If I can't stop my nephew, then I will risk everything with him."
"Give me the 200,000 coin funeral sword of Danin." He uses a series of combined techniques. The death battle begins, blood surges, the metal attribute goes berserk, rapid attacks are unleashed, and the divine bamboo shield defends against 3 attacks. Danin defends while analyzing, with at least 300,000 additional points of exhaustion on Luke Tianmin. This battle formation is truly complete. It doesn't resemble his seemingly dismissive attitude at all. Truly sinister. The chaotic scene sees powerful strides causing the ground to crack open as he soars like the wind, unleashing the heaven-breaking rage slash. You seem annoyed and thoughtful. This old man really is hiding his true strength. The right side of the slash attack is off. It looks like he's worried I might launch a mental attack.
Is he carefully trying to test what his trump card is with his first attack? Da Ning quickly creates a shield.
Doa Thian Fenggu.
Tianmin exclaimed, "So this is your defense?"
Your strength is a bit lacking. He keeps pushing you back and criticizing. You're too weak. Anin fearlessly used another skill, the second diva fall. Then his whole body shot into the sky like a missile.
He shouted, "Do you want to run? Do you think I can't hit you if you escape into the sky?"
It's truly ridiculous. Then Tianming created countless spiritual energies, sword auras, and Tianmo. That skill quickly surrounds Yanin's body to scan him, with a series of rapid slashes appearing in the air attacking him. Tianming swung his sword and shouted loudly, covering everything with a single slash. Even if Fang Hao wanted to save it, there was no way to do so.
Are they done fighting?
It's not even 3 seconds yet. Is this what you call suppression? Even if Danin wanted to surrender, it's already too late. The guy on this side shouted in worry. High-level move. No matter who tries to save him, they have to wait until he's finished this slash before they can rescue him. The guy next to him said, "Damn it, I've been holding out for 15 seconds. This Danin guy is truly useless." Fang Hao raises his hand below, clearly planning something.
Danin suddenly shouted, "Primeval shockwave! Immediately disappear from your current position!"
And everyone below was stunned into silence as they watched the fight. Then Danin immediately rushed forward and shouted,
"Die already!" slashing 2 paths, the first to cut the neck. When the sword swung again, it was blocked and then pierced through the head.
Then the swords again pierced towards his body, hitting his heart, liver, and lungs. The sharp thorns also stabbed into his arms, then finally into his legs and lower body. The thorns gradually surround Tianming. Danin kept saying, "Wait until the skill ends. The effect will probably be incredibly terrifying." But this old dog may look arrogant, but in fact he is very cautious and wears many illusion armors. He secretly thought that if he couldn't break through his defenses immediately after the end with his reaction speed, he might still have a chance to survive, but the conditions of divine wrath are very harsh and cannot be used here. Danin smiled and charged forward, knowing that only by unleashing the Lu Baofeng sword storm in an instant could he appear as a true swordmaster. If he couldn't, and the old dog still had a trick up his sleeve, he would surely lose. He immediately guessed that there are still 3 seconds left for the primal cut, which means 0.3 seconds remain outside.
Luke Tianmin probably sensed the danger and retreated into a defensive stance. Danin casually slung the sword over his shoulder, thinking to himself what would happen if he reactivated the primal burst again. After activating the sword of Lu Baofeng in an instant, there would be an additional 10 seconds of primal burst.
That can also be considered a move. So I smiled and said, let's try it. Anyway, there's no loss. Danin immediately turned around and said, retreating, then jumped up. Below, Tianmin looked confused as it disappeared into the air. Was it using a stealth device? Maybe I should use my mental power to hide it. If he can hold on for 10 seconds, even if I lose, I won't suffer any serious damage. Then he immediately bowed his head, placed the sword on both sides, and laughed loudly. Ha ha. Tianming quickly swung his sword multiple times forward and said, "Get out of here." Fang Hao was stunned and asked, "Did Danin disappear?" Even if I want to save him, I wouldn't know where to strike. He also thought for 4 seconds that Vice Chairman Liu would definitely not let him escape. She smiled softly on this side. Danin is very beautiful. If things go on like this, she'll dodge for 10 seconds before dying. These slashing attacks basically have no blind spots and can't be dodged. At this moment, Danin suddenly appears behind his head out of nowhere. Danin quickly slashed multiple times downward and said, "Feng Bao, you disappear again in the air before the sharp lines of the primal shock." Then Danin suddenly appeared in front of him and struck. He quickly charged down to attack. The commentary sounded absolutely amazing. The previous 2 times clearly showed a perfect combination. Even the effect of Wind Sword Storm was perfectly countered. Danin kept fighting without stopping. Wind element, cold ice, you lightly say. First, freeze your sword, and then we'll see. No matter how many armor you have, how can you withstand it if you don't think about armor between your fingers? Danin attacked while saying, "Wait until the effect erupts, and see your painful expression? Your legs are also not right." He easily saw its weakness, as if in an instant it wanted to unleash its skill. "Are you trying to run away?" Then that's still not enough. The 16th sword is enough to make you stand frozen in place for half a second. You can't escape behind me either. I attack in a full 360-degree circle with no blind spots. He chuckled softly and said, "So, this is the proper way to use the primordial shockwave. If you combine it with the central mental shock, there's no difference from standing still and fighting monsters. It's just a pity that this period was too short to activate more abilities. I need to study more when I get back." "Now the opponent has jumped up," Danin softly said. "Ice and fire dual heavens. 4 SS-level sword skill attacks with nearly 100 slashes. Even a 3rd-tier peak master would be helpless. Moreover, Liu Tianming has only just ascended to the peak. If he leaves even a strand of hair behind, then he's basically lost." At this moment, he was also a bit startled, as that kid seemed to appear right above his head. And just as he was about to use his skill, he couldn't see him anymore. Tianming looked ahead. His skills also came to a halt. No burst of power? He's tense. What kind of trick is this? Why do I feel like I'm being surrounded by something right now? Tianmin immediately said, "No. To ensure safety, I need to prepare to retreat first. Once it appears, I will use my innate ability to identify him and cut it off with a single sword stroke." He then jumped up and shouted, "Get out here!" Danin, who was below, looked up and said, "I'm coming." You brandish your sword and charge forward, shouting, with wind blades swirling around. "Are you restarting your stalled technique again?" Tianmin immediately said. "A shield, but when I looked down I saw my legs were frozen. Are my legs now stiff?" Then I realized my sword had also frozen solid. Then the pain shot through his finger, causing the sword to fall from his hand, and his entire body was immediately attacked by slashes he couldn't defend against. Danin shouted from the other side, "Die!" Luke Tianmin shouted in pain, and even his face was not spared from the sharp blades. He immediately bent down to create a protective barrier as sharp blades attacked it, and Danin smiled, trying to buy time with all her spiritual energy. A purple gem appeared in the middle of your forehead, causing a mental shock, and a dark aura immediately radiated from Danin's forehead. Hundreds of sharp slashes directly attacked Tianmin's protective barrier. Immediately after, his protective barrier was quickly shattered. His body was pierced by slashes, accompanied by a desperate scream for help. The slash then pierced right into his forehead, causing his body to gradually tear apart, and he was cut into terrifying pieces. The group outside, seeing this scene, shouted in fear. "6th Commissioner." The man hurriedly approached the barrier, repeatedly shouting, "Save him quickly." Everyone outside hurriedly gathered around the barrier, quickly activating the protective cage. The man saw his teammate about to interfere with the barrier and quickly called out to stop him. They had already tampered with it earlier, so activating it would take some time. Hearing that, he was startled and almost forgot about this. The commander saw everyone hesitating and shouted, "Attack directly! Take as much as you can!" Yan Ning watched the frantic scene unfold and couldn't help but sneer. If I weren't more clever, they would be the ones risking their lives to save me. Now, I have to bear the consequences and keep pretending. It's truly ridiculous. You look through the barrier to assess the current situation. Liu Tianming has been dead for a long time now, and this protective barrier can at best only keep his fragments from flying around. This kind of protection is like trying to glue things back together with tape. At this moment, another person suddenly appeared from afar, slowly moving toward the arena, and Commander Vuong Fong quickly jumped up, throwing a powerful punch toward the group standing in front. Vuong Fong hurriedly rushed over, shouting loudly, "Lazy good-for-nothing Tian Min, get out of the way for me!" The man saw someone approaching and quickly ran over. "Commander Vuong, Member Luke." Before he could finish speaking, Vuong Fong shouted loudly, "Get out of my way or I'll punish you all for your incompetence when I return." They froze in place upon hearing Commander Vuong's order. "Yes, Commander Vuong." He stood outside observing the situation inside and couldn't help but sigh. This is even worse than Lang Zhe could have imagined. Is this really something a person can do? Then he kept shouting from outside, "How can I explain myself to your father if Tianming ends up like this?" Then Vuong Fong was furious, emanating a powerful killing intent. "Danin, you're quite bold to kill a standing committee member. Who is this commander? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" This was originally a life-and-death fight where victory or defeat depends on skill alone. He didn't care about your explanation and kept pressing for answers. Relying only on skill, you only entered the intermediate competition. How could you kill a top-tier third rank with one strike? There must be cheating. Who's secretly helping you? What do you mean? Can't you hold back either? If you lose, accept it. Are you trying to make trouble? Or do you also want to fight me? Vuong Fong didn't wait for you to finish speaking and rushed forward to strike. Instead of accepting the invitation, he chose to punish with a fight. Vuong Fong, as a commander, how can you lose your composure like this? If you really want to fight, then fight me. Bullying a junior is just pathetic. Vuong Fong's face darkened as he saw the person blocking him. Commander Fuang, are you trying to cover for him? Was killing Liu Tianming also part of your plan? Feng Hao's hand clenched tighter with growing anger. If you lose, you have to accept it. And even if you're beaten, you must stand firm. Then he quickly pushed Wang Feng away with a strong strike. Are you not convinced? Or fight me now, or wait for the commander to return and decide. His body was thrown far away as he kept shouting arrogantly. Fuang Hao, stop using the commander to dominate others. Don't forget how the commander rose to that position back then. Without the old chief, without Tian Ming's father passing the torch to the worthy, the high-ranking commander might not have made it. Fuang Hao was extremely angry when he heard Vuong Fong shouting loudly. I don't understand what he's saying, and I don't have time to argue with him. Let's go, Jianing. You stand nearby eavesdropping until he finally leaves with him. All right then, Uncle Fuang. Vuong Fong grits his teeth in fury, glaring fiercely in the direction of their departure. I advise you not to get too arrogant. It's not over yet. Everyone at the scene was horrified by this scene and shouted loudly. Is he dead? Has Commissioner Liu been killed? How could this happen? They kept marveling at Da Nin's overwhelming strength and kept dismissing that thought. Da Nin with a single precise sword strike. I must be dreaming. Da Nin carefully follows behind Fuang Hao, lost in thought. It seems I need to wake these people up. His eyes flickered as he glanced at today's aftermath. Not a bad state of mind. Vuong Fong carefully kneels down beside the ground, holding Tian Min's skin fragments, and sighs. It's shattered into pieces like this. Even if they are joined, they can't be reassembled. How could I bring them back here? Even if the object is stored in the space, at this moment, a surge of power suddenly appears, causing the pieces of Tianming's skin to gradually rise into the air. Immediately after, those layers of flesh gathered into a mass of meat in midair, shocking him. Tianmin Da Nin saw this and couldn't help but smirk slyly. The celestial maiden scatters flowers as the floating flesh begins to explode, creating a deafening roar, and the audience below cannot avoid its assault. Inside the observation room, the man saw the unusual scene on stage and couldn't help but be terrified. Then his body gradually lost strength, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood before finally realizing that this was Luke Tianmin's corpse. His body suddenly collapsed and fell unconscious. He's dead. I won't be able to survive either. The audience on the stands kept shouting, my coffin is gone. I risked my whole family's life to throw everything in here. Luckily, I have a small nerve, so I didn't dare to bet. The two of them, standing right under the stands, watched Da Nin and Fuang Hao leave and couldn't help but marvel. The sword he mentioned earlier, was it really just one sword? The man next to him couldn't help but mock.
If I had known earlier, I would have gone all out. Now, I only have 1,000 points. General Quan, 1,000 points is already a lot. Knowing when enough is the most important thing. Fuang Hao, as he led you away, boasted excitedly. You really are quite the crazy kid. Including the outside betting odds, you've already helped me earn $1 billion. Are you betting that much? Why are you so calm? Something's not right. Tell me, are you also pushing yourself too hard? How much did you make? Danin also didn't refuse and immediately replied, it's not much, just under 4,000. He sighed in doubt after hearing the amount. Is 4,000 really that little? Did you subtract some numbers? Immediately after, Fuang Hao suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed, no. Based on the extreme ratio outside, how is 4,000? Are those odd numbers really extreme? Then what kind of extreme is it if the kid only mentioned 4,000? He hesitated for a moment and then whispered, 400 billion. Yanin quickly signaled Fuang Hao to explain. It's not even 400, just 380. Inside the boss's house, the group is watching the fight between Yaning and Lu Tianming, with the boss observing and commenting this sword move is quite interesting, and the third eye turning black is also fascinating. Tuok Ha, standing behind at this moment, asked, do you want us to go avenge Luke Tianmin? He responded without hesitation. Take your time. He's just a useless trash. Then he seemed to remember something and sighed, especially since he still has 3 former vice commanders, right? At this moment, on the northern area of the command department's nursing institute, a man's frantic scream echoes through the night. My Min Yi, Luke Tianmin's father, Luke Haison, is furious and emanating immense killing intent. Yes, Nin, I have to kill you. He immediately ordered his subordinates in extreme anger. The army follows orders and advances towards the capital. The group behind responds in unison to his command. Yes, Commander Liu. Right now, at the B Country Hotel, Chibin slowly speaks up. Although Water B has agreed to help us contain Water Y, their strength may not last for long. Hearing this, the National Selector could only sigh. Originally, there were still 3 months before the deployment, but now the life and death battle between Da Nin and Luke Tianmin has been brought forward. I fear the storm will arrive sooner. Damn it, it's a blessing, not a curse. If it were a curse, I wouldn't be able to escape. That bastard Luke Tian blatantly stole resources just to force Da Nin to surrender in battle. Those resources were all gained at Da Nin's risk and effort. If it were someone else, could they swallow this matter? Compared to the bigger picture, I am more worried about Da Nin's safety right now. Qibing immediately reassured him seriously. Don't worry too much. After all, we have already sent people to implement comprehensive protection measures. Fang Hao and Trin Nguyen are also present, so the final battle shouldn't be too serious. From afar, Shu Qi approached to report that the commander just received good news. The major incident has already occurred in the battle there. Qibin immediately turned back with a tense voice. Who is the one involved in the incident? Dunning? Is it serious? The recruitment team beside him also frowned and scolded. What have those security officers been eating? Shu Qi looked confused at the screen and replied, It's Commissioner Liu. Commissioner Liu has already died. And then Commissioner Yanin was killed with a single sword. Both of them were stunned after hearing that. What do you mean? Shibing was so shocked that he had to ask again. This can't be true. Luke Tianmin, anyway, has already reached the peak of the 3rd stage. Besides, there are many high-level 3rd stage protectors at the scene, so how could Da Nin have killed him? Hurry up, what's really going on? Did Fuang Hao and Trin Vien do something shady behind the scenes? Shu Qi immediately brought up the screen and said, No, Commander, it really was Da Nin who did it. This is the footage recorded at that time. Twin Quick watched the video for a while, then frowned, disappearing halfway through, only striking one sword and leaving no remains. What kind of innate skill is this? In just a short week, going from beginner to intermediate level, what exactly happened during this time? Jibing suggested, Commander, should we ask Nine about this? But Tuyen Kwok said that finding Liu Haisan was more important than all these things right now, and he ordered, Da Nin is in danger. We must return immediately. Shuki replied, I will arrange it immediately, but I have one more thing to report, sir. Before the final battle, many places in the capital were betting, and Da Nin was the biggest winner. Hearing this, Tuyen Kwok was worried. Damn it, no wonder the defenses were so powerless. This is a big problem. Then he shouted, Hurry up! Tell Fuang Hao and Trin Vien to move Da Nin to the underground defense level of the Parliament building. Not a step away, Shu Qi immediately obeyed. Yes, sir, Commander. At the ground defense level of the Parliament building, Da Nin, Fuang Hao, and Trin Vien are downstairs. Trin Vien reminds him, Da Nin, you are not allowed to go anywhere or leave our site until the Marshal returns. Is that Luke Haison really that terrifying? Is it really necessary to cause such a big commotion? Huang Hao replied seriously. Da Nin, you don't understand. Luke Hyson was one of the first groups to survive the apocalyptic battle. Was he a vice commander responsible for the Northern Command and of the same rank as you? According to the military rank system at that time, he held a higher rank than you, and was also the most renowned heir of the commander-in-chief back then. Unlike Lu Tianming, he was a seasoned, peak-level third-rank expert. He has been hearing about his legends since he was a child. Hearing that, he wondered, so the peak of the third rank is real? Isn't Luke Tianmin one too? Fang Hao explained actually, Luke Tianmin is basically a high-level third stage, but because of his special talent, his combat strength can rival that of a peak third stage. That's why he always claims to be at the peak of the third stage. But you probably also know the difference between the genuine and the fake, right? He secretly calculated that if he had to face Luke Hyson in his current state, he would probably be risking his life. The remaining sword techniques that haven't been used are the Mortal Realm's Yama and Divine Fury, and the remaining spiritual energy is enough to unleash a secondary dimensional strike. At that moment, Trin Vien reassured him, "Don't worry, with Huang Hao and me here, even if Luke Hyson comes, he won't be able to harm you." Fang Hao also added, "You just finished a fight, so go rest first," Daning replied. "Yes, sir." Da Nin sat cross-legged and began to condense the lost energy. "First, I need to use my spiritual light to quickly restore my physical and mental strength. If Liu Haisan comes, I can use this ability to withstand damage." Seeing your recovery, Trin Vien couldn't help but be amazed. That's a strange way to rest. Huang Hao beside him was also surprised. This type of energy feels like a repair and recovery equipment. Meanwhile, in the sky above, super-fast planes are heading toward the big city, causing a commotion among the people below. "It's already 3 o'clock. Why is it so loud? Look up there are so many fighter jets. Why are so many level 3 experts being deployed? Could it be that Tang Thi is attacking the city?" The city defense team below also saw the fighter jets appear. Huang Tong frowned and asked, "Lu Haishan will arrive in another 7 minutes. And how many people is he bringing?" Fan Yi quickly looked at the screen and replied, "It will be 7 minutes until we reach the capital's restricted airspace, with a total of 48 people, including 6 high-level, 14 mid-level, and 20 beginners." Hearing that, Huang Tong gritted his teeth and asked, "What about the other armies? There are no signs that the infantry are being mobilized?" Fan Yi shook his head. "There's no sign of movement for now. Earlier, there were signs of troop gathering, but the old General Lu blocked it." Huang Tong thought to himself, he's really an old fox, clearly trying to create momentum to pressure for information, yet still pretending to consider the bigger picture. Han Dat shouted, "If there's no fighting, that's good, but with just a few people, we won't be able to hold out. What's going on?" "Isn't it that little brat Dan Nin who caused all this? Ever since the awakened people appeared in Daha, how many geniuses like him have there been? But is there anyone causing trouble everywhere like it does? Without the protection of the army, it would have died countless times by now. Now it's in trouble. After killing the 6th commissioner, we still have to clean up the mess he caused," Huang Tong shouted. "All right, Commander Huang, the Supreme Commander only asked us to delay General Luke for a while." Huang Lan sneered. "What are we cleaning up? You think just relying on us is enough? You're overthinking it." Then he darkened his face, thinking to himself, "Killing my good friend Luke Tianmin has ruined everything for me. Da Nin, a kid who still smells of milk, what right does he have to be protected like that? This world is not fair." At the same time, a fighter jet from the hangar reports, "General Lu, the no-fly zone over the capital is right ahead. We should slow down or else misunderstandings could happen." Aboard the plane, Hai Sun shouted angrily, "A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Do they think I, Lu Hai Sun, am a traitor? Full speed ahead, I want to see who dares to stop me." The pilot immediately obeyed the order clearly. Instantly, warning speakers sounded on the ground. The fighter jet B-988 has crossed the restricted airspace without permission. The capital defense team immediately takes off as the commander shouts loudly, "All the officers and soldiers follow orders. Activate the air defense system, deploy fighter jets, and stop them. The rest of you come with me for negotiations." Lieutenant Lu reported from inside the plane. "We're blocked. Do we need to open fire?" He coldly replied, "Let's hear what they have to say first." "General Lu, it's already late. You must be very tired after returning from the northern battlefield, right? We have prepared a room for you, so why not rest at the military area for a while and meet the commander tomorrow morning?" But Haison, full of fiery anger, said loudly, "No more words. Where is Da Nin?" Huang Ton was startled and frightened, then replied, "Are you here to find Da Nin?" "Here's the situation, General Lu. There are some matters." Before he could finish speaking, he was already shouting loudly, "I'm asking you, where is Da Nin? Get that bastard out of here right now." "What? Are you trying to stop me?" "Could Tianming's death also be connected to you?"
Haisan's imposing presence made Huang Ton try to stay calm and reply, "Please, General Lu, don't be angry. We truly do not know where Da Nin is, but rest assured, the information will definitely have an answer for you." Hearing this, he grimaced. A response? The army's answer is to hide it, isn't it? At this moment, Haisan received a message. General Lu was smirking confidently as he looked at the information on the Da Nin system in the underground level of the Parliament Hall. Without hesitation, Haisan immediately rushes downward. "I'll go ahead, you turn off your devices and follow my lead to get there." Haisan's men respond clearly. "Yes, General Lu." Huang Ton watches Haisan's figure and then calls out in confusion. What's going on? It seems like he already knows. Could someone have leaked the information? At that moment, Huang Lan sneered sinisterly and thought, "Da Nin, your time is up now. Whether you win or lose the bet will be another matter." At this moment, Haisan rushes straight into the Parliament Hall, piercing down from above through the underground defense layer. "Kid, get out here and die already." Trinveen also stepped forward to protect you. "Da Nin, watch out." Da Nin behind Trinveen also sensed that this was the strength of a top-tier third-rank expert. Indeed, it's not something ordinary. General Fuang Hao shouted, "Are you trying to rebel by acting here, Commander Lu?" He then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I didn't expect there to be 2 more Divine Sect members. It seems that bastard Li Tuyen Guo has no intention of seeking justice for me anymore," Fuang Hao coldly reminds. "General Lu, be careful with your words about crossing the line." Hai Shan shouted angrily. "Overstepping? When my son died, why didn't anyone say I was overstepping? If you know what's right, get out of here. Only by personally killing Da Nin would that be crossing the line for me." Then he swung his fists around, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. Hai Sun deliberately spoke in a commanding tone. "Tian Ming, look carefully from above. Your father will now avenge your blood and hatred." At this moment, Hai Sun's voice still echoes. "Da Nin, die now." Then Hai Sun unleashed a powerful punch directly at the 3 of them. Fang Hao immediately shouted, "Luke Hai Sun, are you really daring to attack at the Parliament? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Immediately after, he used the Japanese long dragon wine to create a blue wave that clashed directly with Haisan's force. The 2 powers collided, producing a terrifying pressure that caused a muddy purple substance to be forced down and corrode the ground. Dining looked at the floor and wondered, so Luke Haisan's innate spiritual power also has a corrosive effect? This old fool is truly not on the same level as Luke Tianmin, but it seems that just now, Fuang Tuk withdrew his spiritual force, only defending and not attacking. So I should first assess the situation before deciding what to do next. "Luke Haisan, enough already. Don't force me to really fight you." He sneered coldly and threatened, "Fight me if you dare. If you're not afraid of hurting the feelings of the older generation, then go ahead." Fuang Hao thought to himself that now is not the best time to start a civil war. Moreover, if I act ruthlessly, public opinion won't be in my favor. I must hold back. If I can't use my full strength, I can't let Da Nin make any mistakes. Haisan roared again. "Fuang Hao, do you think you can stop me just by relying on yourself? Let me see how you plan to protect him." Fuang Hao looked worried. "It's over, so treacherous!" Trinveen shouted. "Da Nin, quickly activate the defense." Da Nin immediately activates the 3-form demon armor defense, while Trinveen pulls out 2 spiked maces and roars as he charges forward, then triggers the heavy mace guardian technique, causing the 3 figures of Haisan to go into a frenzy of destruction. The defensive layer begins to crack with long fissures. Trinveen narrowed his eyes with a determined look and said, "Do you want to break my defense?" Then he took the initiative to rush forward and unleash a powerful strike that caused a deafening explosion, destroying Haisan's images. Yanin Nai was surprised and thought to herself, "Wow, Brother Trin's strength is pretty good, no wonder. 2 peak 3rd-rank fighters can't defeat an old fool like Fuang Dui, and you even provoke from behind, old fool. This won't do. My defense is wide open." It made Haisan furious. "Damn it, why is everyone stopping me?" He drew his sword and charged like a beast. "Let me kill him. I must kill him." On the opposite side, Liu Haisan shouted loudly at Fuang Hao, "Are you really willing to risk your life? Then I have no choice but to offend." Haisan unleashes the Langthian sky-breaking slash, tearing through the air with countless purple streaks rushing forward, while Fuang Hao counters with the 100 Dragon Fist, fiery punches soaring up, creating a formidable defensive barrier. Then Fuang Hao activated the 1,000 Fists, merging all his punches into a giant fist that soared up, smashing Haisan's move and quickly charged straight at him, forcing him to retreat several meters and leaving a long trail on the ground. Da Nin, witnessing this, had a sudden thought. "I used to think Uncle Fuang was the strongest fighter in Daha, but I didn't expect him to be this formidable."
Fuang Hao stepped forward and calmly advised, Lieutenant General Luke, stop fighting, or there will be no face left. But Hai-sun still shouted, Stop! My son's body is not even cold yet, and you're telling me to hold back. Just then, reinforcements arrived from afar. Commander Lu, we're here. Hai-sun smirked confidently and ordered, Now, go ahead, kill Da Nin for me. The soldiers immediately charged forward and responded loudly, Yes, General. Do you not know that attacking a commissioner proactively is a crime? That is treason and must be punished with death. The reinforcements hurriedly retreated, but Hai-shan below continued to command, killing a honorary officer, and I can still handle the consequences myself. Kill now! Fuang Hao both stopped and gave the order. Trin Vien, break through the encirclement with Da Nin and get out. I'll hold them off. Trin Vien swept his truncheon to push back the reinforcements and said, Da Nin, follow me. I'll take you out through the river. Da Nin senses the surge of spiritual power. These third-tier enemies are perfect sacrifices for his wrath, and with his mental fury, none of you will escape today. He asked loudly, Uncle Trin, if I kill all these people today, would that count as self-defense? Surprising Trin Vien. What? After saying that, Da Nin raised his sword, energy surging as he prepared to unleash his spiritual attack. Then a deafening roar echoed from afar. Stop right there for me. This is the Commander-in-Chief. At this moment, Tuyen Quoc stepped in with a cold expression. Tuyen Quoc said softly, Luke Lao Tuong Quan, long time no see. Shall we move somewhere else to talk? The army will give you an explanation. Hearing that, Hai-sun shouted, explaining. What explanation? I don't believe that Da Nin alone can kill Tien Min. Considering all the participants involved, I want them to pay the price. But Tuyen Quoc showed the video. General Luke, Da Nin, and Luke Tien Min are all proven heroes. With footage from the arena as evidence, life or death is not negotiable. This rule should now be very clear. Hai-sun immediately slammed the computer to the ground and shouted, I don't care about rules or no rules. Tien Min endured for the greater good, but he used a treacherous move to attack cruelly. At this moment, Tuyen Quoc furiously frowned and shouted back. But Hai-sun quickly interrupted, This is ridiculous. My Luke Hai-sun has shed blood for the country for 30 years. Made great contributions for Hua-ha, my son is loyal and strives for the nation, yet he is finally bullied by children and the army. I just want to ask one question. On what basis is this kid compared to my son? Has he contributed anything to the country? What right do you have to protect it? I don't accept this. I won't accept this. Da Nin at this moment speaks up. Great General, for the country you really have no shame. Luke Tien Min corruption and abuse of power obstructing rescue efforts in Donghai, stealing my resources and harming my subordinates. Why don't you just say everything out loud? Let me tell you, old man Lu Tianming's death is not a pity. And even if I had to do it 100 or 1,000 times, I would still kill that useless old man. When I fail, I just blame the circumstances. Don't you think you believe your son is so talented that I can't kill him? Now let's fight to the death. Are you brave enough to accept? Right now, seeing how fierce Da Nin is, Hai-sun pointed his sword and shouted, You bastard, if you have the guts, say it again. Da Nin also raised his sword and shouted again, So, are you so deaf that you didn't hear? Are you willing to accept a death match? I'll allow you to bring 10 more people. I will fight all 11 of you alone. He angrily drew his sword and charged straight at him. You bastard, if you want to die, I'll make sure you do. Fang Hao rushed forward to stop them, telling everyone to stop, then used the War God realm to trap Hai-shan, causing him to scream, while Daning and Fang Hao, who were held back, also lost their temper. Uncle Fuang, don't stop me. Now is the perfect time to kill this old dog. Fuang Hao shouted, Da Nin, stop causing trouble. Inside the barrier, Hai-shan wildly swung his sword, creating streaks of purple to break through the protective screen. Just then, the national envoy threw out a scroll and shouted, Stop everyone! This is the parliament! No fighting allowed here! The scroll instantly transforms into a barrier, preventing these people from moving. Inside the glass cage, Da Nin still shouts out, I told you, deathmatch is a deathmatch. Now I declare before Huasha, we will perform at the martial arts arena. Old dog pretending to be a man, do you dare admit it? On the other side, Hai-sun also growled, You bastard! Don't think I won't kill you. If you dare, arrange it now, and whoever is afraid will be the one to back down. At this moment, Chi Bin received a message through his earpiece and whispered to Tuyen Quoc, Sir Commander, I just received a message from the Secretary. According to 009's records, Da Nin seems to have summoned a 4th-rank shadow. Tuyen Quoc was stunned. What do you mean? Then, he rolled up the scroll and declared, If you want to fight, then say it plainly. I'll say it right now. Both sides voluntarily agree to fight to the death on the arena. Life and death are not to be discussed. You must not seek revenge in the future. Danin was also quite surprised and wondered why the commander suddenly changed his stance like this. Aren't you thinking of the greater good anymore? That's fine. With the government backing me, I'll definitely they will have the advantage. On the contrary, Hai-san began to feel uneasy and thought to himself, no, this Li Tuyen-kwak was originally here to protect Danin, yet now he's willing to fight to the death. Could it be that Danin has a secret weapon I don't know about? Or is the army setting a trap? General Liu, don't fall into his trap. That brat is aiming to exploit your current injury and the fact that your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Hearing his close aide's analysis, Hai-sun felt more proud. Little brat, respect your commander. In 3 days I will send you on your way. In 2 or 3 days you'll live a little longer. After saying that, they flew up, causing small explosions. They flew up high and then left, Hai-sun said. Let's go, while Danin looked on in confusion. What the hell is that, just running off like that? Recruitment King saw that and quietly thought to himself, this old fox. Shibin walks over and pats your shoulder, saying, Danin, come to my office tomorrow morning. Today, just rest and take care of yourself. He turned to reply, yes, sir. Then silently thought 3 days of waiting might seem like a turning point, but in fact, it's not good for me. It's too difficult to activate Divine Fury on the life and death platform alone. Fighting solo isn't as good as battling a whole crowd. Fortunately, I still have a sword technique to learn, and I need to master an S-rank sword skill quickly. Returning to Danin's residence, Vuong Tian ran over from afar. Yes, Master Danin, you finally returned. Please go to the study to prevent my family from worrying. As soon as he entered the room, Vuong Tian happily handed you the information. Sir, this is our profit this time. After deducting system taxes, the total is 377 billion, including 240 billion in credit points with the rest in equipment, skills, items, and even soul contracts. It would take nearly a month to withdraw all the cash. I understand now you've all worked hard lately. Of this money, 1 billion belongs to Tran Kai Lai, 1 billion to Xiao Hai, and 1 billion to you. Hearing that, Vuong Tian exclaimed in panic. 1 billion? Is that too much? Danin smiled and explained, this amount of money is nothing compared to what everyone has won. Just rest assured and accept it. Tears of joy streamed down Vuong Tian's face. Master, following you is truly the best choice we have ever made in our lives. With this money, we will both fund Sun Licheng's extraordinary plan and recruit talented shipyard engineers. As I mentioned before, it's best to recruit the refugees from the East Sea as soon as possible. I hope to assemble a team within 2 months and be ready to deploy. Vuong Tian immediately obeyed the order. Understood? Yes, Ning continues. Oh, right. Please help me check if we can acquire any S-rank swordsmanship books. Vuong Tian was a bit surprised. A sword technique master? So what happened next after that? Contact him right now and tell him to bring the sword technique here tomorrow so I can see if it's suitable. Then the 900 million won't be a problem. Vuong Tian replied clearly, I will go do it immediately. The next day, at the marshal's office, Danin opened the door and stepped in. Marshal Tuyen-kwok looked out and said in a deep voice, So you've arrived? Sit down. Danin, I called you here for 2 reasons. One is from Lu Haishan, and the other is your question. Lu Haishan, the commander-in-chief, are you already regretful? Are you trying to persuade me to give up the fight? Sorry, I've already made up my mind. Tuyen-kwok sighed softly. Listen to me first, I don't want to stop you. Danin, there are some things you are not yet qualified to know, but now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to tell you the truth. First, in the Huaxia region, there are actually 93 peak-tier 3rd-rank experts. After hearing this, you were stunned and asked again, what? Didn't we say that including remote border areas, there are only about a dozen such people nationwide? He explained that in fact, if you include the hidden 3rd-rank peak experts in private forces, the number would be even higher. Danin asked about the main issue, how many peak strategists like this are there? So the apocalypse battle in the previous life shouldn't have been so disastrous. Tuyen-kwok immediately replied, Danin, you're still too young. There are many things your generation knows that have been hidden away. Over 60 years ago, when the apocalyptic pandemic first began, there were indeed fewer than 10 in Huaya. But since the emergence of awakened individuals, our strength has multiplied exponentially. Around year 13, safe zones were established in many different locations. By year 30, our population had surged to over 700 million people. The number of awakened people has even exceeded 20 million. The top-tier experts keep emerging, and by the 40th year, the number has surpassed 100 million. Hearing that, he replied, that's not right. Based on this development, why does Huaxia keep getting worse and worse? Tianguo asked Dining. Have you heard the story about 33 Tales of Silver? In this world, not only do flesh-eating zombies exist, but humans also do the same thing. 33 Tales of Silver. That is a type of tax from ancient imperial times, the amount a person had to pay for their entire life. It was a ruthless, covert, and extremely sophisticated oppressive tactic. While extracting as much surplus value from a person as possible, it also encourages people to work harder, making them believe they can live a better life through their efforts. Similarly, this tax law appeared after the end of the world and all originated from the first top-tier noble families. As the zombie threat stabilized, the corruption of power began to emerge, and over the next 30 years, the resources accumulated by the army were almost entirely plundered by those very same individuals. The top-tier clans in the early days of the peak stage were the ones controlling the entire war zone and draining resources, which weakened the military's combat power and exhausted their financial reserves. A vicious cycle. Danin, hearing this, slammed his hand on the table in frustration as they drained the blood of the army. So these people started to suppress and plunder the survivors, seizing spiritual minerals, shutting down industries, and even blocking the distribution of awakening medicines to the lower classes. But have people never fought back before? Tuyen Kwok replied, "Of course we fought back, even launching a major war among the top 3 over 10 years ago, but unfortunately we failed." Then, Deep Lam's assassination forced the old leader to step down, and the first generation of top-tier Tier 3 experts was also pulled back behind the scenes. I have endured humiliation for many years before finally reaching my current position. Danin asked again, "If you have such great ambitions, why didn't you do anything after taking office?" Twin Kwok Jaithit. "Because most of my power has been taken away. I have the desire but lack the ability. For example, I couldn't prevent the recent political upheaval. Do you remember the previous Asian PvP dungeon? There were suitable third-rank players ready to enter, but none of them made an exception. They all refused. This is how they want to force us. If they want to act, they must pay a corresponding price." Danin said sharply, "They pursue personal gain but refuse to share strategies while forcing the army to disperse limited forces for the greater good. They want to target me because I disrupted the balance." Tuyen Kwok frowned and replied, "That's right. Luke Tien Min and Luke Haizun both belong to the old powers." He thought to himself that the army he saw in his previous life was probably the result of a final battle between two factions, so there were many top-tier strategies he had never encountered before. Tuan Kwok loudly said, "Danin killing Luke Haizun is equivalent to completely destroying the old power. Just look at me and tell me, are your current combat abilities on par with a top-tier third-rank warrior? Your talent certainly isn't what you claimed it to be, right?" Danin Trun hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "What do you think you will face if you join in?" He replied, "In this national war, each country will send at least 6 peak-level third-rank warriors. If the old faction doesn't send anyone, the army can only deploy a maximum of 4 peak-level third-rank warriors. So if I kill Luke Haizun, will I have to fight at least 2 peak-tier third-rank warriors in the national battle a month from now? I can still bear this cost." Tuyen Kwok, sitting at the table, said, "I don't ask for much, just that you can stop the opponent and we won't suffer a crushing defeat. As long as our rank isn't too low, we can still withstand the system's punishment." Danin smiled, clenched his fist, and said, "I believe in my strength after 1 more month." He smiled in praise and said, "Well done, I really didn't misjudge you." Moving to Danin's house study, Uncle Vowing runs over to report, "The sword technique has arrived, take a look." Hearing this, you feel delighted. "Very good." Danin then smiled as he held the book in his hand. The Sword of Judgment, that impressive name. At this moment, the information about the Sword of Judgment appears, with an S-rank skill effect. After consuming 6,000 spiritual energy points and mental strength, it will maintain the judgment power for 3 seconds. During that time, it will receive the lock-on, break concealment, and pursuit effects. Next, it also causes attacks with armor-piercing, high temperature, crushing, suppression, and melting effects. This skill can target both spiritual energy and matter. Immune to 50% of total points in spiritual energy defense attribute, with a speed 3 times the speed of sound. Even if the target dies during activation, the attack continues. After observing for a while, he whispered that the effect was excellent, especially the ability to break the lock screen, making all hidden abilities of the opponent useless. The Super Blade attack guarantees a 100% hit, and this 3-second judgment is like divine wrath, a bit terrifying. Then Danin's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, does that mean this skill is as incredible as divine wrath? If I use the judgment sword first and then plant 2 layers of the prime shock, then during the 3-second verdict, I can add more layers. The boy smiled and said, "Uncle Wang, I'll keep this sword technique." Hearing that, he looked worried and asked, "Are you sure about the 900 million? This sword technique doesn't seem practical at all. Otherwise, he would have used it long ago." But Danin still smiled confidently and said, "I'm sure it's fine. Just do your thing," Mr. Vowing whispered softly. "All right." Then he went outside and closed the door. Danin immediately activates his spiritual power, forming a barrier to suppress the sound, quickly touching the book in his hand to learn the sword technique. The system enhances it, and soon blue spiritual energy streams rise up. The enhanced sword technique is successful. It is now the final judgment, SSS level. Seeing this, Yanin was amazed. The final judgment display seems different from before. It looks quite strange. At this point, the spiritual lamp turned red, and then a system window appeared, showing that activating it consumes 40,000 spiritual energy points and 20,000 mental strength points. Once the crystal energy reaches 70%, the skill will be released. If any of the physical bars do not meet the requirements, points will be deducted from your health. After successful deduction, you will enter the form of the first judgment. You chuckled softly. Aside from the wrath of the gods, this is probably the harshest condition. At this moment, all the effects of the first judgment appeared, each increasing by 10. The second effect increases movement speed, the third reduces damage by 50%, and the fourth causes a chain attack to create an explosion effect. The fifth effect suppresses all enemies you are attacking, and the sixth is a lockdown restraint. After seeing these effects pop up, Danin couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, "Wow, there are really many effects." This is just the first form of the judge, is it? Next is the final judgment system window. The skill allows launching a divine crime attack after being locked in judgment for 3 to 10 seconds. The Sword of Sin here is an invisible damage dealer, but extremely powerful against its target. Danin, upon seeing its information, smiles and says, "The Sword of Sin, isn't this like the wrath of the gods?" This enhancement effect is stronger than ever, even 10 times more powerful than Dao Tian. As expected, the higher the basic triangle level, the better the enhancement effect. Then he stored it away and moved on to another place. I wonder how powerful it really is. I have to find a master to test it out. The scene shifts to a different place, the underground training ground of the military district. He is now standing in front of Huang Hao, who appears to be displeased. "Danin, do you think I'm easy to bully? Why come to me instead of looking for Trin Vien? Mr. Huang, you're the strongest. Training with you will make me more confident when facing Lu Hai-san." That's right. At the peak of Huaxia, your strength is definitely in the top 10. Not to brag, but on the actual battlefield, you could kill Lu Hai-san in 10 seconds. You probably can't even last a second, so think carefully. Danin didn't say anything else, and immediately grabbed his sword. "Uncle Huang, I want to try." Huang Ha also didn't waste time, and said, "You're quite something. Come here then." Immediately after, he shouted, his spiritual energy aura. A stream of blue spiritual energy burst out towards Danin's red spiritual energy. Feeling the power of it, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the third family is at the peak. Their spiritual energy pressure is truly strong. Huang Hao on the other side beckoned provocatively and said, "Danin, you go first, even though I'm not a defensive type. If you can deal some damage to me, even a little, it will be worth fighting against Lu Hai-san." Danin didn't hesitate, and also needed to wield his spear, so he stepped forward. Seeing that, he shouted, "Wow, you haven't finished talking yet." So Huang Hao quickly activated the defense, but I also admire your straightforwardness. Then Lan immediately counterattacked and charged straight at that defensive layer. The attack's range and damage are considered extremely powerful for a mid-tier 3rd grade. He raised his hand to block and said, "If an ordinary Chao Ji were hit by all these attacks, they probably wouldn't withstand it. But this deception can't break through your defenses." A beam of light then shot straight up, but there's still a long way to go. "Then Lantown?" Fang Hao laughs confidently. "Danin, is that all the skill you have? Bring it out. Use that disappearing trick you used last time." Hearing that, Danin also did not hesitate. The prime origin burst. Fang Hao looked up inside, so it really disappeared. Unexpectedly, Danin quickly charged down. "Uncle Huang has offended someone. If you want to test real combat, you have to take it seriously." Danin rushed in to say, even though he trusted your strength, he suddenly appeared behind you, but he was also very curious whether Thu Nguyen Sung-Kich could defeat a top-tier 3rd-rank expert. Over there, Huang Hao was stunned, unable to sense any aura at all. Isn't this the stealth ability I thought he had earlier? Why do I feel like I'm being attacked? What's going on here? Immediately, his whole body radiated spiritual energy. This move is too sinister. I can't afford to be careless. Azure Dragon Full Wind, double defense activated, while Danin also triggers the double origin shockwave behind Huang Hao.
Only then does he realize that you have discovered him and then disappeared.
Just like when you killed Lu Tianming. Then Dining reappeared below, wind element, triple slash of the extreme, and sharp lines appeared around Fuang Hao. He was amazed by what he saw, disappeared for the second time, and showed faint signs of spiritual energy fluctuations around him,
as if hidden swords were surrounding him, ready to explode at the final moment.
Fang Hao's vigilance was not wrong. This is indeed the moment of sudden eruption. Now I finally know how Luke Tianmin died. So Fuang Hao looked around. What's next? Is it an energetic surge? Or should I disturb the spiritual lamp? When my spiritual lamp is stalled, how can two techniques simultaneously erupt and break through my defenses? He shouted to everyone around that this combo was truly sharp and hard to counter, but his skill couldn't break his master's defenses. At that moment, unexpectedly, Ye Ning appeared from above and charged in, saying, "Break through his defense and attack right inside." Fuang Hao immediately realized, well done, kid. This is clearly a reckless slash, each move targeting a weak point. As he blocked the attack, he said, and there's also a slash from inside out. With his aura raging wildly, Fuang Hao immediately shouted, "Heavenly armor protects the body. Outer strength surges." He looked around and exhaled deeply. Kid, how much spiritual energy of mine have you managed to drain like this? With this kind of power, even if Luke Tian died, it wouldn't be a pity. Fuang Hao laughed and said, but it's a shame you didn't use your mental assault on me.
So what? Are you afraid I can't handle it?
Tell me, even if you can withstand another mental shock attack, you still can't break through my second layer of defense. He kept challenging. Not allowed? With this, you can at best only wound Lu Kai-san. He raised his sword and said,
I know this move probably can't kill Lu Hai-shan, but what if it's a bug?
Daning immediately jumped high, with blazing red spiritual threads like darts ready to strike. The final judgment. A terrifying illusion appears behind your back. The final judgment. Fang Hao looked up in amazement. What kind of illusion is this? Damn, this illusion is so terrifying.
Immediately after, Ye Ning took a route downward. Uncle Fuang, take the next move.
The sword strikes directly at his defensive layer. Fuang Hao quickly activates his protective barrier. Thanlan strengthens his shield. But that defense was instantly shattered, forcing him to retreat. Immediately afterward, Fuang Hao quickly activated his defenses again. Thang Lung's defense blocks it for me. Yanning also quickly rushes in, striking with another sword. The sword immediately strikes, breaking through all of Fuang Hao's defenses. He kneels on one knee and says,
You're quite skilled, kid. Uncle Duong is one of the 4 great deputy commanders, and yet you managed to suppress him.
Fang Hao laughs enthusiastically.
From now on, he won't hold back from you anymore.
At this moment, he has also become truly serious. Instantly, a green dragon appeared behind him. The azure dragon assumes a commanding stance, and Da Nin quickly lowers his sword to lock it in place. Suddenly, it seems like a circle forms around Fuang Hao, trapping him inside. Am I being sealed by some mysterious power? However, he also didn't hesitate, and immediately clenched his fist. Fan Long is powerful. Feeling Lin Hong's aura, Fuang Hao coughs and kneels down. What? Am I really unable to escape being trapped? Then suddenly you appear from behind him. Lit Dim Van Tien. Fuang Hao was surprised. Your speed is really fast. Immediately after, he also created a barrier to block Danin's attack. At this point, Fuang Hao was forced to use all his strength to stop that sword. Then he was also pushed back.
Fuang Hao, excited, said, Haha, this kid, you really managed to hurt me.
What kind of power is this? You still haven't drawn your sword properly, have you? Danin stands firm here and says you should be afraid. In his heart, he thought that the description of the divine sinner was too perverse. Even if he couldn't kill Uncle Fuang, he could still seriously injure him. Fuang Hao on the other side looked confused and asked, What is this behavior of yours? Are you afraid to kill your uncle? He then reluctantly said, All right, just wait here. I'll go find the commander. Danin, upon hearing this, smiled proudly and said, Looks like killing Lu Hai-sun is no problem at all. Then suddenly, the phone rings and the caller is Wang Tian. On the other side, the caller says, Master Danin, I just received news that Ton Lai Than's extraordinary plan has encountered a problem. Danin is startled and exclaims, What? Director Daning, you're just in time. I am senior researcher Chao Wu, capable of causing explosions more than 10 times a day.
He is a con artist, don't let yourself be fooled anymore. Hearing that, you still calmly asked,
Where's Ton Li Than? Trivu pointed inside and said, He's smoking over here.
Jindik is manpien and Felmoik there.
At this moment, he was tightly bound to the chair, and upon seeing Danin, Ton Li Than shouted, Commissioner Danin. Seeing him like this, you turn to ask them, Are you the ones who tied him up?
That's right. He's a fraud. If this keeps up, he'll eventually blow up the entire institute, and I heard you previously approved billions in funding for this liar to conduct research.
Our academy has many talented people, so why not let us handle it? Just follow the money and ask Danin. He truly deserves to die. You don't know. He burned through 100,000 of your feelings in just 2 weeks.
Ton Lithan was also terrified when he saw you approaching with a sword. Commissioner Danin, please listen to my explanation.
Behind Jiawu, he continued to accuse, not even mentioning the number of devices he damaged, which could be in the millions. But suddenly, Danin drew his sword and struck before he could finish speaking. Then he asked, Ton Lithan, are you okay? At this moment, the rope had been untied, and he stammered, It's okay.
Seeing this, Jiawu angrily shouted, Commissioner Danin, he hasn't researched anything at all. He's just wasting time.
If we didn't refuse his request for more materials, the losses would be even greater than you think. But you coldly said, Are you helping me save money? Danin coldly asked, When was the money cut off? Triovu replied, 3 days ago, but yesterday he went to the warehouse to steal. Scientific research is a serious art, yet he is just a useless person who cleans the research institute. He pointed at Ton Lithan and said, Ask him if he has received professional training. Who taught him?
Does he have any qualifications? I wonder if his spiritual power caused the explosion. Maybe he already stole it.
Hearing that, he was confused and shouted, I didn't embezzle anything. Ton Lithan immediately knelt on the ground in front of Danin. Lord Danin, I also don't understand why there's a small shortage. If the next batch of materials gets damaged again, I will pay with my life. Is that okay? He then smiled and helped him up. It's okay. A few 100 million is really too little. I don't blame you. Hearing that, Lai Ching stammered. What did you say? Yanin then smiled.
I said, get up, I trust you. Is another billion enough? If not, 10 billion.
Hearing this, he choked up and said,
I, Zhao Yu, was shocked when I saw this. Then he continued, Commissioner Danin, don't you understand what we mean? Just leave this research to us. I guarantee results within a year.
The people behind also said, Yes, he is a liar. We are the real top-tier people. He then stepped closer to you and added, Danin, please forgive me for speaking frankly. You don't understand that being fooled by technology is normal, but if you admit your mistake and make corrections, we will gladly accept your sponsorship. Leave it to us, and the profits will be shared equally.
That's right, Zhao Wu said correctly. But suddenly at this moment, a layer of spiritual energy radiated out with an aura, silencing everyone, causing the others to panic and bow to the ground. He looked at them and said, Good, don't think I don't know what you're planning to do. Those who truly have ability will follow the old professors to research new technology. Those secretly scheming against each other, here are just pretenders trying to make money. Shouwu, hearing this, said unimpressed, Daning, I know you're good at fighting, but do you understand technology? It's true that no one is as good as the scammers when it comes to technology. He seems stubborn, but he hates the martial artists the most. What else can they do besides threaten us? You got duped but don't dare admit it? Are you afraid of losing face? You idiot, you're dumber than anyone else. Hearing this, Danin immediately didn't hesitate and swung his sword. Ha ha, thinking you can impress me by acting fearless in the face of power, you're mistaken. At that moment, Zhao Yu realized he was truly frightened and stepped back. What do you want to do? Danin smiled and stepped closer. If you have the courage, then I will give you 2 options. One is to die at my sword, and I will hand over the project to you. The second is to pack your belongings and leave immediately, and never work at the Research Institute again in your life. Hearing that, he was stunned. I give you 3 seconds. If you don't say anything, I will choose for you. At this moment, Zhao Yu still stubbornly said, I am just a researcher. How can I oppose A? Before he could finish speaking, Danin pushed the other guy away. I understand. You choose the second option. And then he continued to address the others. What about the rest? They immediately turned and ran away. We resign. Ton Lithan was still stunned from behind. Commissioner Danin? I, Danin, still smile at him. Can you be more confident and decisive in the future? I'll take on whatever I can for you. What are you afraid of? Moving to another place, in the commander's office, Fuang Hao immediately went over. Commander? There's a major issue. I discovered that Danin still has another trump card. Look at my wound. It might really be able to kill Lu Haishan. We have to make the first move. Tuyen Quick responded calmly upon hearing that. I understand, but you won't be able to kill Lu Haishan. Hearing that, he felt confused. Why is that? Tian Guo replied. Lu Haishan cancelled the fight from the war. Hearing that, Fuang Hao was stunned.
He also said the death match was cancelled, but they used a more brutal method to force Da Min to die. Hearing this, Fuang Hao was shocked. What does he mean? After everything has settled, Da Ning said, with Tonlap Than's current progress, the superhuman plan will succeed in less than 3 months. By the end of the year, the Huaxia battlefield strategy will be greatly improved, and by then, the non-heaven battleship will also take shape. Unfortunately, after killing Liu Haisan, the old faction made a move, and I can no longer act alone. The national war is a battle between 2 top experts, and with my current strength, I can only barely hold my own. Although the commander was mentally prepared, the punishment the system would face if it failed the national war also involved the country's fate, including unlimited factors like reducing the emergence of awakeners, increasing monsters in the war zone, and geological disasters. Refusing to participate means total failure. Although I could endure the punishment for a while, the chain reaction would directly impact the severity of the next disaster. In the past, Daya was destroyed by natural disasters, foreign invasions, and internal chaos, so I absolutely must not make the same mistake again. To minimize natural disasters and plagues, the national war must be won so that other countries will bear the punishment of fate. During the war, eliminate them, and after the war, level them to the ground. The key issue now is how to avoid being surrounded and attacked by the old faction after killing Liu Haishan. Where should I level up a month before the national war breaks out? Suddenly the system appeared, and you said, "Oh, Blood Owan, you've escaped from the demon battlefield." Blood Owan replied from the screen, "Help me kill Yinglong, I know you can do it. I really find it hard to talk to you, so promise me right now." You ask her where she is. Could it be that she was captured again in Namid? So, again? She replied, "Don't pretend to be clueless anymore. The materials have already helped you get what you wanted, and you've already taken the equipment. Do you agree to my deal?" Yinglong barely managed to kill 100 demons, but not only did he fail to retrieve the armor, he also discovered that the dungeon had been destroyed, with the tall buildings now engulfed in flames. Yinglong roared in frustration. "Where is my reward? Where are my equipment? It's all a lie. Everything is a lie. Who is the one deceiving me?" The man angrily grabs Zhang Ming's head. "Who is really plotting against me? Is it you?" Truong Min. He was frightened when the man grabbed his head and replied, "No." Before he could finish speaking, Yinglong used force to crush his head. "Damn it, who the hell is it at the end?" He turned to Shui Wan and said, "Did Miss Shui Wan get her reward?" She was terrified, stammering, No, I didn't." Tears streamed down her face. "If I hadn't used some tough tactics earlier, I might have been killed too." "Dunin, you're truly a heartless man, making me suffer like this. Do you still have any conscience at all?" Dunin sneered. "Your conscience? Oh, sorry, it's still not mature yet, and since Yinglong didn't kill you, it definitely won't be as simple as you say, right?" She replied to him. Huyet Wan helplessly said, "If Long hasn't killed me now, it's because he hasn't found the evidence. Are you really that heartless?" Danin coldly replied, "That's ruthless." She was angered by his provocation. "Damn it, Danin, you're truly a heartless man. You've caused me so much pain. Do you even have a conscience at all?" You burst out laughing. "Oh, you're right. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." Shuiwan tries to hold back. "Wait, I really know Ung Long's weakness, and if you can kill him, you'll gain a huge advantage from him." Ganin replied, "That's right. Now we have something to talk about. What is Ung Long's real weakness? Isn't it because he doesn't have spiritual power?" The reason why Yinglong lacks spiritual power is because he has a magical item called Blood Shadow, which can instantly convert willpower attributes into physical strength. Yinglong is actually not at the peak of the 3rd rank. He's just pretending to be at the peak. Shuiwan said his innate talent is very poor, and his entire strategy relies entirely on this artifact. Danin chuckled to himself. "So this really is huge news," he whispered. "Isn't the transformation of willpower similar to the effect of his spirit ring? However, the conversion limit for the 3rd rank of the spirit ring is 10 points. But the blood image artifact is not restricted. My current willpower attribute is much higher than the other attributes, plus the 3-second 100% increase from the spiritual talent of the storm. If I could get the blood image artifact, then my physical body wouldn't be comparable to a peak 3rd rank expert, right? I told Huyet Wan I could kill Ung Long any time, so why does it have to be now? What benefit do I get from saving her?" Huyet Wan explained that the blood image artifact of Yinglong has a main side effect of irreversible transformation, and only I know how to remove this side effect. Danin said, "How do I know if you're lying to me to save yourself or not? Or tell me the method first, and I will consider saving you." She was furious and said, "How the hell can I trust you?" He replied, "I already killed Liu Tianming. I also sent people to take care of your 2 sisters." Hearing this, Blood Owan Trung was overwhelmed with tears and couldn't speak.
"All right, I'll tell you. Actually, the entire blood image area is mine. Yinglong killed my father, and the blood image is my father's gift. That blood image prop was actually made from my father's skull."
Danin was stunned and asked, "What did you say?"
"Tell me clearly, is that your father or Hayet Owan's? Isn't your true identity Lam Lam?"
Huit Wan sobbed, "Lam Lam is just my disguise. Huit Wan was originally done by Xiao Ngin for my safety and intelligence purposes. It's a long story, but basically I am the true Huit Wan. Kill Yinglong, the Blood Shadow safe zone is yours. The Blood Shadow equipment is also yours, and I, Huit Wan, am also your person." Without listening to her explanation, Danin was satisfied.
"So that's how it is. Now the information is confirmed." She continued, "Will I be saved or not after all?"
Danin coldly slaps away the phone and says, "Let me handle this first." Huyet Awan looks at the screen in anger and helplessness. Damn it, is this a yes or a no? Danin pondered deeply, though she was truly tempted. At this critical moment, it was really complicated.
"The day after tomorrow, I will fight Luke Hai-son, and by the time I finish, it will already be too late to go there. Or maybe I should ask Chu Fuang to go in my place. Then I'll call Fuang Hao, and he will answer and say, 'Daninya, something big has happened. You need to go to the border urgently,' and he will explain everything to you."
In the commander's office, Yuan Guo said, "Daning Luke Hai-son has canceled the mobilization." At the same time, the old faction warlords have secretly launched a coup. Nin quietly wonders what this rebellion means. He explained that all the regions, Hoate, Hoadong, Hoanam, along with Photan, Sonthan, Thankam, and 12 other military zones, are all experiencing unusual troop movements.
"Are these all the places where our control is weakest? Are you asking if this is a clear sign of an impending war?"
The recruitment nation is slow, not quite that bad yet, but the situation is truly dire. Some of the old third-tier powers on the border have used health reasons or requested leave to resign.
Danin asked, "So you still don't want to turn against each other with one strike? Then what is their true goal?"
He replied that their goal was to force us to make a choice. Either surrender you and push you to death, or make us abandon the national war and sway the army and the empire. Curious, I asked if everyone's choice was what he said. Danin, don't overthink it. Since we've chosen you, we will definitely persevere to the end. Danin stood up and turned to leave. So, now our main difficulty is that we don't have peak combat strength to join the national battle, right? Then I will go alone. Seeing your attitude like that, Tuyen Kwok angrily slammed his hand on the table. He said, Danin, if you think that way, then you're already in their hands. They just want to force you to die in the national war, then smear your name and say you died because of your pride. They can kill you as easily as flipping a hand. Even if we abandon the national war as planned to lift the curse, we can't let anything happen to you. They do this because they are sure that we care more about the people than they do. If the oppression is too great, then I, the old man, will step in. Before I could finish speaking, Yenin interrupted. Commander Yidu, please don't get so agitated. I will definitely go to the national war first. And secondly, I am completely confident. He frowned and asked again, are you telling the truth? I swear it's true. But right now, give me some high-level Tier 3 pills immediately. I need to head to the distant frontier. A national war? They're just a bunch of trash countries. Wait for me to come back and I can kill all of you with just one person. The scene shifts to Samak Kajak Vien Kwong. Yinglong declares, this is the territory of the Blood Shadow Legion, not welcoming you. Go back to where you came from.
Leader Feng Kap Tukaki said, Yinglong, your people from the Central Plains should treat guests from afar with courtesy, especially since I am here to discuss cooperation.
Yinglong sneered, so-called cooperation means invading my territory and plundering my resources? Qi said it was all just a misunderstanding. Commander Ung Long, we didn't know this was your territory before. As long as you are willing to cooperate, we are not only willing to compensate you for the previous damages. The next moment, he produced a red crystal and said, according to what I know, you have always been collecting resources and tools that can enhance your willpower. Although this blood essence isn't top tier, it still holds value for you. Shu, as long as you are willing to share this mineral deposit with us, we can continuously provide you with the most unique blood crystals from our country. The man responded softly, I admit, I truly need this. But your goal isn't just the mineral deposit. You want to take over this place, right? This is a border area, and there's an army stationed nearby. You're mistaken about your plans. Haki chuckled. Ha ha ha. The army? They can't even protect themselves. Why would Yinglong's commander deceive himself? Even if the army attacks you later and I send reinforcements, they won't be able to do anything. Right now, Yinglong is showing his strength, and what you call cooperation is seen as treason by the army. No matter what, I am still the awakened one of the Huaxia front. He then sneered maliciously.
Ha 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 ha. Yinglong, do you really need to make such a fuss? Are there still too few soldiers dying at your hands?
Betraying the country. When faced with enough benefits, what is the country worth?
Then Kaki took out the blood essence and formed a small pile. Be decisive. I have 4 of you and 6. The blood essence is complete.
With our help, establishing your own nation will no longer be an issue.
Yinglong was pleased to hear him say that.
This is acceptable, but before we formalize the cooperation, you must first eliminate the Construction Legion to prove your sincerity.
He agreed without hesitation.
No problem. Happy cooperation. Suddenly, Danin's group appears. They both suspect each other. Yinglong said, Kai Kaki, are you planning to kill me? Kaki turned to look at them and was stunned. Yinglong, you were ambushing me.
Danin plans for everyone. First eliminating the Blood Shadow Legion. They obeyed the order and responded clearly. Yes, Commissioner.
When facing danger, Yinglong ordered a retreat and activated the spiritual energy barrier. The attackers were all high-level 3rd-rank members of the army.
Kaki here suspects it's because of Ung Long, and the whole army retreats to observe. Ung Long is preparing to strike below. Dare to ambush me? You want to die? Yinglong points his spear. Danin told everyone to be careful and to move away quickly.
Disperse first and lure the high-level ones away. I will kill Yinglong with my intermediate level. Everyone follow the orders clearly.
You walk straight up to him and greet him. Long time no see, Commander Ung Long.
Yinglong asked defensively, Who are you? A mid-tier, 3rd-rank warrior challenging me?
It's all just nonsense. I don't care who you are. In my eyes, you're just a dead man.
Yenin immediately held up the ring in her hand and said,
If you don't recognize me, you must recognize him.
Then Fukui appeared from inside the ring. Hello there, little worm. The guy realizes this is that Tier 4 NPC. How can an NPC appear in the real world?
Danin takes the opportunity to strike.
Right now, while you're sick, I'll take your life with the prime elemental shockwave. Everything seems to freeze, and I slaughter all of Yinglong's troops with the prime elemental shockwave and the 10-link slash. Next, you handle him, and the remaining time is all for you. Then you use your new move to finish him off. Extreme Cold Flame. Right now, Yinglong only sees Yenin in the void, and he whispers, That guy has disappeared. Is this NPC summoned by him? How can a 4th rank be turned into a summoned pet by a 3rd-rank intermediate? That's right. There must be some trick involved. He guessed for a while, then used all his blood shadow power to fully activate the defense to protect his mind. He charged forward to attack the treasure, pretending to be a demon, and died for me.
Seeing this, he begged you for help. He's dead, Master. Save him.
At this point, Danin uses the treasure ring to absorb the treasure into his ring and then extends his hand to activate the primordial shockwave skill. In just a few seconds, Yinglong sees his subordinates being defeated.
He said. This is it. It turns out all my subordinates in the dungeon are killed by you. At this moment, Danin kept attacking, and he was protected inside by the Blood Shadow full defense. He shouted out loud. Then he continued to use another skill, the Blood Shield of defense.
And you stand ready to use your new skill. You shout with divine fury locked in place, summoning the 4 longs. Immediately after, your figure rushes forward from behind. You order, cut for me.
Seeing that, Yinglong quickly used the illusion from afar, combined with the blood image entering the body, merging the figures. But Danin's skill was too powerful for him to resist, so he called CP Kaki to help. Kakai muttered from afar, This move is too strange. If I help, is it worth it? Danin then turned and used a laser-like skill to shoot at him.
Tamnin was furious and said, How dare you help? Then I will kill both of you.
He tilted his body to avoid the attack and, witnessing Danin's destruction, muttered, Wow, this kid still has a trump card. I'm afraid Wang Long is beyond saving, so I'll let Toason Quan Ho fight and see if I can get anything out of it. This time, Yinglong had no support. His weapon was broken, and he fell to the ground. Yeah. Ung Long struggled to stand up and unleash his move. The sacrificial zone, the blood god descending to protect the demon, but his skill was useless. Immediately after, he was cut in half by Danin's 4th stage summoning. He shouted, then shot a mental shock beam at him saying, Add a mental shock suppression. And Yun Long stammered in shock, realizing this was the equipment of the Demon King, and was then blown to pieces by Danin. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned, their minds shaken. Kakai took the opportunity to flatter him.
Hey, my brother, may I ask how your bones are? We've become friends and are discussing cooperation. What do you think? You turn back and glare at him. Clever guy. I was just about to discuss a partnership with you.
Kaki said, "My brother, I see you have extraordinary strength. Join us. How about it? Not only do I offer generous treatment, but I can also promote you directly to deputy commander. Just sign the contract." Wait a minute. Are you saying the opposite? Does your family think they are stronger than Yinglong? Can you withstand my ultimate move? He laughed after hearing that and said, "Ha ha. Although I am not as strong as Yinglong, I have at least reached the peak of the 3rd rank. A mid-level 3rd rank cultivator capable of unleashing such a powerful move is truly astonishing, but nonetheless, your spiritual energy has already been exhausted." Then he produced a sphere with purple lightning flashing around it and continued, "I am dual attribute spirit and agility, so your mental attack just now won't work on me like it did on Yinglong, so now I will give you a chance to survive." He smiled maliciously, either to surrender or to die. Da Nin burst out laughing, spitting. This joke is good enough to make me laugh for a lifetime. At this moment, a powerful red energy radiates around you. You say I'll die laughing. "Who told you that my spiritual energy is all gone?" he whispered. "Huh. I haven't even used my spiritual energy for that move." Kakki looked on and wondered how this could be happening. A mid-level 3rd rank cultivator with more spiritual energy than a peak 3rd rank. Then Yenin leapt high and charged at him. The judge seals everything tightly as Kakki's group gathers close to form a barrier. Yeah. After just a few seconds, the sphere in his hand disappeared, and he was surprised, pulling out his own sphere. This oppressive aura was not like the killing dragon response. Da Nin shouts loudly, "Now it's your turn to choose. Submit or die." At this point, he's still stubborn, truly ridiculous. "I am a top-tier 3rd rank expert. How could I possibly submit to someone else?" Da Nin replies, "Not willing? Then go and die." Then one of your swords swung straight at the group in front of you. Kakki's technique was broken, and he begged, "No, don't. Wait a moment." Seeing that, Da Nin retracted the skill on his sword. Then Kakki proposed a contract and said, "Master, I admit I am afraid of death, but honestly, even if I agree to serve you, would you believe and trust me?" "Just let us go. I can sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure I won't tell anyone about today. Also, you can have anything you want. I can give you all the equipment I have." Da Nin sheathed his sword and said, "You're overthinking it. I have my own ways to ensure your loyalty." Kakki was curious. "Ha ha, what method?" Then you release a blue energy and say, "Just submit or die, or I can seriously hurt you and force you to submit." Kakkai shouted in fear. This is Da Nin's silent response. So Maknin is the next choice. Everyone from Kakki kneels and bows to him. He said, "I choose to submit," but inside he was still scheming. Survival first and then plan later. After all, I can break any contract I make. Then Yaning launched an attack. The spiritual devouring set of equipment activated, the demon transformed, and that skill immediately invaded his mind. He cried out in pain, his people are also affected like this. Jianing whispers, "You guys should also change masters." 2 high-level, 6 mid-level, 8 low-level can be used as cannon fodder. Mid and high-level can be kept as sacrifices. After finishing, you and Kakki's group fly back to the gathering point. They are panicked. "Ah, my lord, why is my spear gone? My little Akiki. Oh my god, I'm still a virgin." When his teammates saw Da Nin return with the strangers, they were surprised. Could something have happened to Commissioner Da Nin? "Hurry back and see what's going on," he said as he landed on the ground. "I won't stop killing these high-ranking officials. Just leave it to me." A curious teammate. "Fake Commissioner Ning, you said you don't need us here anymore. Quickly return to the capital and report to the commander." They obeyed, understood. "Sir Fake Security Commissioner, when your teammates left, you began transforming those people. The Spirit Devourer, a transformed demon. These people immediately start to scream as your skill erodes their minds deeply. Hue and you raise the ring in your hand to draw them inside." Renlin An successfully captured Yenin, feeling proud of having collected quite a lot of spoils this time, more than ever before. "With these sacrifices in hand, I can unleash my fury at any moment." At this time, Kakki pouted and approached you. "Wah, wah, wah, my little bug, my little key. Sob. Da Nin slapped him and said it's just a bug. Nothing special. He let out a soft cry. "Yeah, you keep talking about being at the peak, but you have no future at all. If you say another word, I'll sew your mouth shut. Open the control panel and check, haven't I become stronger myself?" Kaki obediently listened. Yes, sir, I understand. I look at the screen and happily say, my willpower is a bit weaker than before, but my strength and physique stats have increased a lot. I told you already, this is all about compensating for weaknesses with strengths. Danin held out the ring in front of him and said, all right, go back to the storage space first. I'll call you when there's a mission. He obeyed the order clearly, sir. After saying that, he immediately stored everything inside. Another new person has arrived. First, call the boss, and as long as you understand the rules, I will arrange a room for you. Outside, Jianin turned back to Unglong and thought, according to Huyet Wan, the blood shadow device is attached to Unglong's back, a type of equipment that is easy to find energy for. He stood in front of Unglong's body, observing for a moment before stabbing his sword into the corpse. A red triangular object floated up into his hand, and he guessed, I think this must be it. The notification board appears, indicating that a mysterious, special, high-level artifact with groundbreaking effects has been received. After equipping it, you can extract mental energy from the wearer and transform it into any attribute in a very short time. The upper limit of the transformation can exceed the current level, and the effect of the second artifact, the illusory spirit blood image, allows extracting mental energy from the stored body when used, consuming stored mental energy to resist damage. The maximum damage limit is 10,000 points, and a blood image warning is stored in this artifact. There is an unclear curse, and after installation, the conversion rate cannot be adjusted automatically and can only be changed passively. Danin said, just as Huyet Wan said, this thing can surpass the level of transformation. If I can rely on that high-level third-rank expert, I can also become a top-tier powerhouse. Danin stored all the useful items from them into his ring, but this curse is truly costly. I'll keep it for now and wait until I find Huyet Wan before deciding what to do. If I can really break the curse, fighting a top-tier third-rank expert won't be much more difficult. Then I can use the demon spirit transformation to create my own elite army. By then, winning the war and gaining fame will be a trivial matter. At Unglong's villa, Huyet Wan, who was locked inside, heard sounds outside. Is someone coming? Danin or Unglong? What am I thinking? First of all, whether Danin agrees or not, even if he does come, it wouldn't be so soon. Huyet Wan bowed his head and slammed his hand on the ground. Since Lord Unglong doesn't allow anyone near this place, it can only mean he's returning. My deadline has finally arrived. Who are you? How dare you trespass into Lord Unglong's residence? Don't waste time talking to him. Lord Unglong has issued an order that anyone who comes here must be arrested immediately. You hold out your badge and realize this isn't a military order, but one from Lord Unglong to the Imperial Guards. Huyet Wan sits nervously in the cell, her eyes fixed on the door, and when she sees you enter, her gaze lights up. Danin with a slender figure and a smiling sword, playfully teasing. Who do you think I am? 2 decisive slashes sent the blood oath chain flying. I just couldn't believe it. Danin drops the item in her hand in despair. As soon as she saw it, she recognized it as Ying Long. You nodded in affirmation? That's right. Shui Wan was moved to tears. I finally waited for this day. Memories of that dark and brutal day flood back. Old Zhang, Oan was entrusted to you. Please do your best to take good care of her. Both her father and a mother sacrificed themselves to protect their child. Oan, run quickly. Don't look back. Blood Oan tightly grips the piece of iron, silently praying, Mom and Dad, that traitor is finally dead. Although she didn't die at her daughter's hands, she tried her best. Hopefully, both of them can rest in peace, as she couldn't control her emotions, and rushed to embrace him. Thank you, Danin. Tell me how to break the curse on the blood artifact if you want to thank me. She exclaimed in confusion, huh? Danin impatiently urged. Not liking to wait. Hurry up, I'm very busy. Blood One's face was flushed, and she stammered a bit. Danin guesses what that thing is. How do I fix this? Does it resemble the blood sacrifice in those novels that require virgin blood, or mating? Or is it about resolving her grudges and revenge? If so, just save some time. Let me know when you're finished so I can proceed. Huyet Wan gritted her teeth, angry and embarrassed. How could there be such a perverted and twisted man in this world who doesn't understand romance? Before doing that, I still have another question. Danin calmly replied. What do you want to ask? Or are you just deceiving me? There really is no way to break the curse, right? Huyet Wan waved her hand to clarify. No, I'm not lying to you. I can lift the curse, but there are some things that are truly very important to me. At this point, Danin finally sat up to ask about it, so what exactly does she want to know? She is asking multiple questions at once about this place. Ying Long is already dead. What do you plan to do with the Blood Shadow safe zone in the future? Will the army take over this place? Can Vian Kuang succeed? Can I meet the person who killed Ung Lung? Don't rush to answer her, Danin asked a few questions in return. She wants to return to the Blood Shadow Army. Do you want to replace Yinglong? Are you negotiating terms with me or talking to the army? You are not qualified to negotiate with me. I killed Yinglong on your behalf, and you will help me break the curse. We are at peace for now, but what about the army? They won't act for the time being. The great person you want to meet is just beyond the horizon, yet right in front of you. Hearing this, Huyet Wan gradually realized the problem. What do you mean? Are you the one who killed Yinglong? Danin confirmed this and then raised her chin to threaten Huyet Wan. That's right, so you'd better not test my patience. Take the initiative to break the curse, and then whatever you want, I will consider. If you want to use this to pressure me, I also have many tricks to force you to hand over the fake. No more excuses. She straightforwardly said that the way to break it is to sleep with my bloodline, which can be resolved after I get pregnant. You think I'm joking? Whoever is cheap is real. There really is a method to summon blood like this? Danin warned you beforehand. Don't think you can use that child to threaten me later. I have no feelings for it. Besides, once you're pregnant, won't you lose 9 months? She started to remove her clothes and said, No need, you've woken up. Just combine them and you'll be able to conceive in a day or two. But deep down, she was thinking, damn it, this method is obviously a lie to him. But who asked him to be so strong? To win his heart, I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. As for the proper method, I will quietly help him behind the scenes. What happens next will be hidden behind this screen. Just 2 hours later, Huyet Wan couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Damn it, weren't you very busy? Danin maliciously demands, Hurry up a bit. Guotian Stone seems to imply that it's already been planted, because for the peace of the world, only self-sacrifice can be the answer. The gem glows with a lightning bolt that strikes its core, causing it to burst open. The next day, Danin looks at it with satisfaction, already starting to repair it. At the corner of the bed, Huyet Wan lay motionless, unable to move. She muttered some meaningless words in a dazed state. God of the vast desert and the blood of the Holy Spirit ancestors, cleanse this impurity. Lift the curse. Danin glanced at Huyet Wan, already knowing the answer in her heart. Maybe the true way to break the curse is to use her blood combined with the spell, but it doesn't matter. As long as the curse is lifted, it won't affect her. The gem glows in the center of the room as the system notification confirms the healing is complete. The unidentified curse has disappeared. Do you want to choose the settings? He quickly chose not to hesitate and set them. A powerful surge of energy from behind floods into Danin, erupting and making him unable to suppress his moan. Everything in the room nearly explodes. Even Huyet Wan is thrown up. She was thrown back, hitting the wall hard. Without hesitation, Huyet Wan quickly gave the order. Danin quickly controlled his mental energy to withdraw the blood shadow. Hearing that, he quickly stopped and asked Han, Did you manage to recover your mental strength? Huyet Wan asked, as if she almost died. Besides almost killing me, I'm fine for now. Why is your blood shadow stronger than the Yinglong? Danin was surprised and asked again, Have you forgotten? I am a person who has awakened the willpower. I was born with a stronger spiritual force than other systems. Huyet Wan couldn't believe her ears and argued back, but still, a mid-tier third stage couldn't be stronger than a peak third stage. Hearing this, something felt off, so he asked again to be sure. Peak level 3? Didn't you say that Yinglong is actually an advanced level 3? Seeing her caught off guard, she turned away to avoid eye contact. Of course, I didn't say anything to him. Anyway, I didn't expect you to be able to kill Yinglong. Danin didn't say much, just a sound of surprise that made Huyet Wan confess. All right. Actually, Yinglong was fighting at the peak of the third realm. I was just afraid you wouldn't come to save me, so I had no choice but to say that. Danin just laughed loudly without saying anything else. So that's how it is? Because you helped me break the curse, I won't hold that against you anymore. This is the command token from Yinglong. Take it. The Blood Shadow Legion is temporarily entrusted to you. I hope your abilities can match your ambitions. Huyet Wan took it and exclaimed in surprise. Do you really want to entrust the Blood Shadow Legion to me? Say it again so she understands clearly. Don't misunderstand. I don't have feelings for you. I just need an assistant, more precisely, a loyal subordinate. Huyet Wan steps forward to recount yesterday's events with certainty. Besides admitting that I am his woman and the mother of his child, how can he possibly verify my loyalty? Danin crossed her arms coldly. Unless there is a contract, I can also make her infertile for life and turn her into a demon. Be loyal to me forever. Huyet Wan stepped back, her voice still fearless. Is this the outfit of that demon? Do you mean you can turn me into a demon?
Da Nin smirked with a sinister look in her eyes. So what? Do you want to try? Shuiwan trembles as she waves her hand. No, even without any contract I would never betray you. Don't trust her anymore. You assign the task. I don't need these equipment and spiritual fruits, so take them and use them. In addition, I will leave you some money and a few high-level demon subordinates to help you manage this remote area. I will also arrange for 2 people to assist you. One of them is Lam Nyu, and the other is Duong Hai. With this support and power, even if news of Ying Long's death spreads, the Blood Shadow Legion won't worry about being overthrown. Huitwan quickly realized your plan. He arranged all of this just to guard against me. That's right? No, that's not correct. Are you planning to leave Vientiane Kuang? Da Nin nodded without the slightest regret. That's right, I told you I don't have time. She stomped her foot in frustration and shouted. Why are you so heartless? You leave without a word of goodbye or any regret, turning away silently. That's right, so instead of wasting feelings, Qibang focuses on building a strong empire. In a while, I will come back to check. Don't let me down, okay? Blood Owan's face twisted in pain, wanting to hold on but unable to say a word. Da Ning approached the gate, secretly planning. With the blood shadow now in hand, his current strength was comparable to the peak. Even without using sword techniques before the National War, he could completely ignite a storm. Whether it's a peak-level 3rd rank transfer, a dungeon, a secret realm, equipment, or sword techniques, just handle each one step by step, Da Nin said quietly as he walked. Before going abroad, I need to organize the distant fortress clearly first. On the roof of a ruined building, a female archer was watching him, and she immediately shouted loudly, standing still. Someone! He was a bit surprised, but instead of fear, he smiled. Even though he chose a ruinous place, the guards were still very alert. From above, she asked sternly, Are you here to provoke? Then don't blame me for not being polite. Suddenly a voice rang out, telling her to stop, which startled her and immediately called the commander. Below, Da Nin also turned his head to look, and Bang Tuyet pointed at Da Nin and shouted, It's one of ours, here to see me, fall back. Hearing that, she immediately respectfully nodded and obeyed. Yes, sir, Commander. Later, Da Nin looked at Bang Tuyet with admiration. In such a short time, she has already reached the early 3rd stage. You've even built up your own small power base. Oh, well done. Bang Tuyet modestly replied, If it weren't for the resources you provided me last time, I wouldn't be where I am today. Let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Who do you want me to kill? Hearing that, you laughed, both clever and straightforward, truly possessing the qualities to become a queen. However, the current task is not to kill anyone. Huitwan has temporarily taken over the blood image save zone. Go find her with your people. Bang Tuyet was a bit surprised, so Huitwan is also one of his people. She could take over the blood image. So then, could it be that Ying Long has already been killed by you? Da Nin asked again. Bang Tuyet is smart, so tell me what will happen after you find Huitwan. She replied without hesitation. If she is loyal to you and capable of working, she will help you take control. Otherwise, I will kill her for her. Ooh, you smile with satisfaction. That's right. Talking to smart people is really simple. Of course, with your current strength and squad, you still can't do it. So this time I brought you some equipment supplies, money, and an absolutely loyal 3rd rank subordinate. 8 low-level 3rd rank soldiers and 2 high-level 3rd rank soldiers. That should be enough for you to handle. These people immediately knelt down and saluted Commander Lin. Bang Tuyet immediately recognized their identity as members of the Demon Legion. Da Nin continued, If these are not enough for you to handle, then the 4 high-tier 3rd-grade members of the Blood Flame Legion beside Huitwan are also mine. She smiled with admiration. As I suspected, these people are only absolutely loyal to you, right? Da Nin put a finger to his lips, signaling her not to say anything. Bang Tuyet solemnly declared, I find everything astonishing, but I don't want to ask how you did it. I just want to say that I will not betray you. Working with you is the first time in my life I've felt truly satisfied. In the Thuonglang safe zone, the former commander of Thuonglang Security, Mu La, speaks up. It's just a deal with outsiders, isn't it? You're already an adult but still can't do it? Do I really have to come here myself, like an old man? The current commander of the Thuonglang safe zone is named Thuonglang, and he explains, Please, calm down. This matter is truly very important, Duong Hai said. Cap Kak Ki emphasized that both father and son must be there. Moreover, he said it wasn't just a mineral transaction, but also included equipment. Di Luke smiled sinisterly. Equipment? Then I really need to go there. Where are the troops from Kak Ki? Why haven't they arrived yet? At that moment, the sound of a door opening from outside was heard. Da Nin and Kak Ki's team entered. He shouted loudly, Commander, the old commander! Commander Kak Ki has arrived!
Next to him is Duong Hai with a cheerful expression. Brother Thuong Lang, it's been a long time since we last met the old commander.
Then Da Nin snapped his fingers and closed the door. Duong Hai froze in confusion and asked, "Hey Da, what are you doing?" Lord Diluc sat above with a cold voice. "Kap Kak Kai, this subordinate of yours seems to be quite rude." Shang Lang also added, "A subordinate acting so arrogantly, where is your sincerity in cooperating, Kap Kak Ki?" But Kai said while looking at Da Nin, "He's not my subordinate, but my master." Hearing that, all three of them were startled and exclaimed, "What?" Immediately after, Da Nin took the initiative to go and open the door to meet the mountain. "I am Da Nin, the top of the Hwaja list. Honorary member, Da Nin is here today to take over the safe zone of Thuong Lang. I hope for your cooperation." Dong Hai couldn't believe it. Da Nin. Then he thought to himself, "Whoa, your mother's dead. What do I do now if the commander finds out?" Then Dong Hai pretended to fall down and shouted, "I have a heart condition." He thought to himself. "Just pretend first," the company said. At this moment, Shang Lang spoke up. "Are they from the army?" "Brother Rikir, we've been fooled." The Empire stands up and continues. "The visitors are not friendly." Da Nin smiled and replied, "If you are willing to become my subordinates, like Kap Kaki, then the safe zone at Thuong Lang will still be under your command. What do you think?" Shang Lang raised his hammer and shouted, "What kind of dog or cat dares to bark at us now? What is the army supposed to be? What does being a commissioner matter? You're just a mid-level third-rank kid." "I am the peak of the third rank, leader of a region. How could I let you oppress me?" But Da Ning immediately unleashed the Blood Shadow full blast, a surge of energy pushing Thuong Lang away. He skidded across the ground and asked in a stern voice, "Blood Shadow, isn't this the secret technique of Ung Long? How can you use it?" Diluc also shouted loudly, "What is your relation to Ying Long?" I confidently reply, "I have already killed him." "What? This can't be true." Even Diluc beside him is confused. Even among the top-tier third-rank experts, Ying Long is considered one of the leaders. You're only a mid-tier third rank. How could you possibly do this? Kakai ran over to stop him and explain, "Why not? I personally witnessed everything, so how could I become his servant if I were just a peak third-rank cultivator?" Hearing this, Duong Hai, lying on the ground, suddenly fell silent. "Oh no, did young Master Ye really kill Ying Long? If that's true, I've always been respectful to Ye Nin." Haki, with hands on hips, reminds you all to accept the master's suggestion. Otherwise, you'll just get beaten up before you agree. Moreover, accepting submission not only removes the need for fish insects, but also boosts strength. The other side of Thuong Lang was stunned, and accepting submission also increases power beyond just eliminating the fish insects. Dali also asked in surprise, "Why is that?" Da Ning stepped forward and pushed Katki aside. "Enough, you fool. You've talked too much. You'll understand soon enough." "Oh, yes, sir." At this moment, Diluc and Thuong Lang still rush forward. Diluc shouts loudly and mockingly, "What kind of man is he without a fish?" Kap Kak Ki still acts arrogant. "Truly absurd. I'd rather let the old man die than submit to survive." Da Nin, hearing this, immediately drew his sword and looked at your group's stance. "If you refuse the wine offered, you'll be punished with more wine. Are you sure you'll be stronger than Ung Long?" At that moment, Emperor Force swung his hammer with a firm voice. "Whether he's strong or not, we'll see in a fight." Thuong Lang stepped close and added, "Even if we're not stronger than Ung Long, I don't believe you can do it." Da Nin frowned and ordered, "Kap Kak Ki, your little one, and leave the old man to me." Kai stood beside him and obeyed the command clearly. "Master, with this, the Thuong Lang Tower is shattered by Da Nin's Blood Shadow Storm. Inside the tower, two powerful magic users are clashing, Thuong Lang Tuai Nyak and Huyet An Fong. In the corner of the room, Duong Hai is desperately blocking dust attacks with a fragile shield, feeling the powerful demonic energy makes him a bit scared. This energy wave, it's a sign of a demon. Thuong Lang looked around uncomfortably and asked, "This place is too disruptive for our power. Let's move somewhere else to fight." Kaki nodded in agreement. "I agree. The battle between Ye Nin and the Imperial forces here is just as intense." His eyes flash as he unleashes magic and shifts his attribute. The system quickly responded, transferring 153 points of willpower to strength, now totaling 94 plus 153 points. Everything was set for the explosive move to wipe out the Blood Shadow Mountain Ice Empire. With his extensive experience, he easily deflected that powerful strike. Huyan Lang activated the reinforced armor. "You're only a mid-tier third stage. How can you have such strength?" Da Nin smugly points to himself.
Of course, it's because I was born with a strong will system. That old man has already been subdued. The Emperor's power felt insulted and raised his axe to strike back. Take that, you old bastard. A little brat with a willpower system daring to fight against my dual-force body? Then I've wasted 80 years of training for nothing. As he finished speaking, a giant wolf born from dark magic charged forward. Du Lang swiftly dodged. Nin remains calm as he activates his armor to cover his body and transforms his entire physique. The wolf lunges to bite him, but unfortunately it loses a few teeth because of how hard he is. Da sneered mockingly. Is this all the strength his over 80 years have gained him? He fiercely swung his sword to drive away the large wolf, but the wind, lightning, and fire element powers refused to yield, summoning dozens of wolves in retaliation. The Bloodwolf moon formation. Da Nin clenched his fists, channeling all his concentrated power as the blood shadow fully activated its transformation. The tribal spirit beast appeared right behind him. You decide the position. Da Nin swings his sword forcefully at the magic stream, causing the wolves to retreat in fear, and he decides the fate of the blood shadow. In an instant, the tangled web of veins easily destroyed all the wolf pups, even with the fierce resistance against the giant sword of the warwolf steel wall. But all struggles were almost useless. His shield was completely shattered, and his body was thrown back again. His power was pushed to the limit, literally spitting blood. The battle between Thuong Lang and Ka Ki continues on this side, lasting for a long time. Thuong Lang Toai Nyak. Ka Ki easily dodged that light attack. It's still the same move, but your force is far weaker than your father's. He slips behind, quickly forming a lightning ball. Thunderbolt illusion. Prison. Thuong Lang was too slow to react and was struck by a fatal blow. The father and son both failed and were pulled to the same place. At this point, Da Nin begins to use his ultimate move. The external spiritual devourer skill is activated. The mind-controlling magic spreads, commanding the transformation of the demon. The father and son are powerless as the magic seeps into their brains, stripping them of their humanity. As soon as Da Nin withdrew his magic, both of them had become his subordinates. Greetings, Master. Da Nin nodded in satisfaction with the outcome this time. This is more like it. All right, go back and rest to recover. The safe zone in the war zone still depends on your management. Yes, Master. Then Da Nin turned to him and praised him a few words. Then Vian Quang is no longer a problem. Ka Kai, your performance is quite good. Kepke immediately sat down like a dog and licked his lips, saying, Thank you for the praise. I will continue to work hard. Suddenly he realized something was off. Why did he feel like he was becoming more and more like a dog? Could it be that my dignity and pride have disappeared along with Kwai's fish? Looking at the pile of debris from the seaside, I feel a chill. Yes, Da Nin, are you still human? What should I do now? Surrender or run away? I wonder if I will turn into a demon or not. Lost in a tangle of thoughts, suddenly he blurted out Chu Duong. That kid almost made him pee his pants. Da Nin. No one said a word, but he bowed his head and begged. Please don't betray me, I beg you. Da Nin was a bit surprised. Huh? You bend down and smile as you help Duong Hai up. Sir, you're too polite. With how well you've taken care of me, I should be the one feeling grateful to you. Hearing that, he also felt much more at ease. Thank you, young Master Da. No, thank you, Lord Da Nin. Still, Da Nin uses killing intent to threaten. But Uncle Duong, look at this heavenly wolf palace. It's already destroyed, so there's no need to rebuild it. As for the girls before, if they should be released, then let them go. Duong Hai didn't dare to argue at all. He clearly listened to the Lord's words, because preserving his life was more important than enjoying himself. He also gave a few additional instructions. From now on, you will be responsible for supplying the materials. If Blood Owan needs anything, do your best to help her. Also, Yun Long's death must not be leaked. Understood? Duong Hai nodded repeatedly and replied, Understood. Then I will contact Miss Blood Osprey. Looking at my own strength, I believe that with the Blood Shadow blessing, my physical power can indeed match that of a peak expert in a short time. But because my willpower attribute is too high, the energy consumption for using the Blood Shadow is also too great. Based on calculations, I should only switch 3 or 4 times at most within a day with my current strength. Dealing with 2 peak-tier opponents at the same time isn't a big problem, but if during a national war I have to face several or even dozens of peak-tier enemies, that would definitely be impossible. I need to use the remaining 20 days to improve my strength as quickly as possible. The situation domestically is quite limited, so which country should I go to next for leveling up?
The Y Kingdom's war zone is the closest, and probably has as many peak level 3s as Huaxia, making it very dangerous, but the gains will definitely be substantial. Without hesitation, you pick up the phone and call Wang Tian.
Lord Da Nin, didn't you tell me before to find high-level sword techniques? I heard that the country is now organizing a selection plan for divine martial artists.
The information screen appears to clarify that the selection plan for divine martial artists is limited to those under 35 years old, and those below the intermediate 3rd rank cannot participate. The reward is the Nam Kingdom's treasure-level sword technique, Tianzhao, the divine weapon Tran Quoc Thien Tong Van sword. Massive resources.
Da Nin was a bit surprised and asked again, isn't the divine warrior armor plan just a copy of the Huaxia rankings?
Wang Tian nodded in agreement and elaborated further.
Yes, because of your performance in the previous deathmatch. Dungeon and your position as number 1 of the Southern Kingdom, they mistakenly believed that your strength was built from national resources.
This time, the plan is to quickly create a martial artist who can confront you and seek revenge for the insult. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and happily instructed Wang Tian.
Very good. This is simply designed just for you. Uncle Vuong, please help me arrange this right away.
And also, don't tell anyone about this. Wang Tian finished the conversation with a clear statement. Sir Jia Nin, he is struggling to decide between the S-rank sword skills and the sky-soaring cloud sword, both of which are essential and valuable to us him.
It's just a pity that all 6 major sword skill slots are already filled. While I was struggling, a new mission appeared. The Sword God system received the top spot in the fake martial god plan.
The reward for skill fusion and unlocking skill slots. Da Nin clenched his fist in excitement. That's amazing. This mission is truly a stroke of luck. This martial god candidate is definitely in the top spot. After a while, Da Nin called the marshal of the Tuyan Kingdom again. He was so surprised he decided to ask, Da Nin, are you about to return to the capital? Da Nin spoke at length before borrowing the item. I am not returning for now, but secretly leaving the country to prepare for the national war.
Does our army have any national-level camouflage tools that even top-tier 3rd-rank experts can't detect?
Tuyan Quoc hesitated a bit about this. Oh, is it about this? It's just to make him feel at ease. You promised that my safety is guaranteed.
You don't need to worry. Just hand over the props to Wang Tian right away.
Tuyan Quoc also didn't want to make things difficult for Da Nin, so he had to accept. As long as you can ensure your own safety.
If you don't want to specify the details, I won't ask first. After finishing, you walk away confidently and without hesitation, in fact. Back, feeling very satisfied.
Before the national war, besides the authority of Tang Thi Guo's team to eliminate low-level combatants of the Low Country, they can now also kill more within the Divine Warrior plan through the main route. A moment later, at the border port in Kachuan area, Wang Tian followed Da Nin and reported, Sir, this time we managed to contact a smuggling force from the current country. They have a secure area of their own,
and their leader is a high-level 3rd rank. A branch of awakened individuals will arrive tonight, including 3 beginners and 1 intermediate.
They are qualified to be recommended to become divine martial artists without going through the 3-round selection process,
and to avoid revealing their identities, having a major power sponsor them is the safest choice.
Da Nin nodded in agreement. Good. What did you tell them? Trading military supplies for spiritual energy? Wang Tian quickly nodded in agreement and explained the reason.
That's right, sir. If we didn't say that, they wouldn't pay attention to us. After a while of talking, they finally arrived at their destination.
This route was recommended by my old friend. Seeing you, he hesitated and turned back to introduce himself, saying, Hello, sir, my name is Wang Dukkon. Thank you for your effort. Wang Dukkon happily raised his hand as if obeying an order. I am honored to serve the great lord. My lord, they have arrived. The leader is Hirata Jiro, a mid-level 3rd rank. Hirat-kun, you've kept me waiting too long, Jiro replied with a rather displeased attitude. Why the rush this time? Do you know how dangerous it is to rush here at night?
If this happens again next time, just paying extra won't be enough.
Dukkon understood and waved his hand awkwardly.
Sorry, since these military supplies need to be sold urgently, there is some risk involved. How about this, esteemed guests? After the transaction, I will arrange for you to enjoy a trip.
The words sounded somewhat reasonable, so he had no intention of refusing. Remember to keep it tidy. Young, it's best if it's the awakened one. Oh, right. These minerals have increased in value, so you need to pay me an extra 3 parts. Suddenly faced with an overwhelming demand, he didn't know how to respond for the moment. Then, a voice from this side broke through the panic, pulling Dukkon out of his confusion. Too weak. Jiro felt insulted as he pointed finger directly at them. This is your subordinate. What does he mean by too weak? Without even replying, Da Nin used his magic, spiritual storm, and his entire group was caught off guard and quickly defeated. Ambushed. Your magic suppresses their minds so they can only whimper. Da Nin enjoys provoking them to keep switching magic. Now do you understand what it means to be too weak? Demonic spirit transformation. After a while, the luxury plane arrived at the Chusai safe zone in L province. Seeing him enter, all the guards hurriedly gathered. Hirata-kun, why are you back so soon this time? Wasn't it only a few days ago? Why not find some kids to play with? They haven't treated you well enough? And Jiro shouted angrily after being hit in the chest. Quiet down, step aside. I have an important matter to report to the leader. He sat idly on the chair, asking about him. What exactly is going on with Hirata? He is the leader of the high-level Tujuku Tamgyai safety zone. Tukuhei guesses curiously. Is there a problem with the deal? Do they disagree with our price? But that's not the real issue. Leader, do we have any other nominations for the Divine Martial Artist project? I have someone very important I want to recommend. Seeing Zero blow things out of proportion over such a trivial matter made him furious. The opportunity was gone. I have already given a seed to our safe zone. What do you mean? The thing you call important is about the recommendation. Could it be the kid next to your family? His talent is very special? Without wasting time, Da Nin acted first. Whether it's special or not, you'll find out by trying. Under the pressure of the dark law, no one can resist. This is Da Nin stopping in his tracks, stepping forward and pointing his sword, commanding either submission or death. Tudyokuichi didn't have time to understand what was happening before everything had already reached this point. Don't say anything yet, just take your time. Da Nin slung his sword over his shoulder and nodded. So, he has willingly submitted. With no other choice, he had to bow and accept his fate. Tuichi bows to the Lord. You can keep your hand by your side. Stand up. He bowed his head in admiration. Master Ta, as soon as Yanning took office, he ordered the search for the seed you recommended. Also, bring me a copy of all the related information about the martial god imposter. Tuichi quickly runs off to do it. Understood, my lord. 10 minutes later, everyone was present, and the atmosphere became unusually gloomy. He stepped forward to ask again to be sure. Sir, are you looking for me? Tu Diu Yi gestures towards Ye Nin and introduces, Yes, someone wants to challenge you a bit to compete for a recommendation. He frowned in annoyance, guessing right from the face. Judging by his age, he's probably not even at the third realm, let alone wanting to fight me. Are you sure this is enough? Just a quick glance here and you can already tell his weakness. Genius level, A+ dual affinity with perception, willpower, and agility, specializing in short bursts of violent enhancement skills. Except for weak observation skills, everything else is fine. Yotakum, if you're going to use a sword, just use a sword. Coincidentally, I feel the same. He sneered with disdain. Kid, doesn't anyone teach you manners when facing a powerful opponent? Da Nin's face darkened with a mysterious expression. You call that polite? Sending Yotaku's soul to the next world so bluntly, is that what you mean by being polite? Tukuichi watched this scene with a blank face for a few seconds, already knowing the answer in his mind. A single sword to kill a person, could he be a top-tier, third-rank expert? Zero felt lucky with his initial choice. Luckily, he kneeled quickly, and he had some leverage. Da Nin Thu Kim Kwan observed, his figure looks decent. Then he pulled the mask out of the void, a plain mask. He pressed it onto his face and shouted the command to transform. A burst of fierce red light emanates from within the mask, signaling a blood sacrifice. After completing the ritual, Da Nin holds the mask up with a sinister smile before pressing it onto his face and shouting to transform. In an instant, Da Nin had transformed into Yotakumi. Da Nin happily examined his new body. From now on, I am Yotakum, and even if I face a top-tier third-rank opponent or high-level concealment tools, they won't be able to break my disguise. Zero quickly takes out the mirror for you. Master, please come in. Da Nin examined this new form. Interesting. Yotakum, even though you're dead, at least your name will be remembered as the #1 divine martial artist. This kind of honor is something even in death you can hold your head high for. After a moment, Tujuku handed over a folder of documents to him. Master, this is the list of all participants and the documents for the competition. Please take a look. The first person to appear is the tall, fat man with a note about nurturing the top talents of the country and restoring glory. Da Nin read those lines and found them ridiculous, about selecting divine martial artists, nurturing top geniuses of the water country's war zone, and reclaiming glory. You tear up the promise paper. This time, let me help you recreate it. Rank sword technique, national treasure level, peace. Divine sword.
All the chosen ones must die. The hunt to eliminate begins. Right now at Nakata Arena, a voice announces, "Welcome everyone to the Divine Warrior Project qualifiers." Misako kicks off. Host Misako will broadcast the entire event live. Today will be the first round of the one-on-one arena qualifiers, and all the fans in the stands are very excited. Danin briefly wondered about live streaming. Could it really be true that in this apocalyptic world the Rokwuk battlefield is so well protected and they still want the people to watch T5? Master, are you curious about the live broadcast and the Ruosao battlefield? He ordered me to tell you to blow the whistle. He said, first, not all survivors can watch the live broadcast. Instead, they will watch programs together in various save zones organized by different factions. Second, our entertainment industry has always been highly developed, and even in the apocalypse, it continues to promote idols. Even based on this, the creation of Awakens statues has appeared, and the country suffers from severe class division. The descendants of the upper class become upper class, and the descendants of the aristocrats become aristocrats. This easily leads to discontent among the lower classes. Therefore, the upper class believes that creating a group of awakening idols will help stabilize their ruling power. Idolizing certain strong individuals can divide and weaken the collective consciousness of the lower people, Jia Ning interrupted. It turns out that all of this is just an effort to ease the pressure from social stratification, but this approach probably only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. You want to use the Divine Warrior plan to create a star? But you never dreamed that the new star this year would be me. Misako adds that the 76 matches were truly spectacular. Kimura's performance is simply designed to make people feel like they're going crazy or drunk. Do you all like it? Next is the third match referee, the 77th fight. The person stepping onto the stage is Yotakum, a genius representing Chusai Safe Zone. His opponent is Hanzo Ichiro, a genius representing Safe Zone number 1. He is confident, "I am Hanzo Ichiro, the top Yakuza ninja of Zone R. Please support me, everyone. I will definitely give you all a spectacular show." A friendly warning. The content is quite bloody, so consider before watching. Danin thought to herself, does this nephew have a second-degree illness, and yet he really thinks he's been chosen to be a star? She stirs up the fight. Both are third rank. I wonder who you think will win. Although the Mao seem evenly matched, Misako believes that Lord Hanzo will be stronger. After all, Lord Hanzo is much more handsome. Danin muttered angrily. How could something as serious as a life-and-death duel be considered a child's play here? As expected, this place is just a pawn. Is this supposed to be hope? No wonder the world was destroyed so quickly when the apocalypse happened in the previous life. After the introduction, Misako runs off the stage signaling, ready to fight. This is a life-and-death battle, and anyone who doesn't want to die can surrender, admit defeat, and leave the arena. The upcoming battle begins. Hanzo Ichiro bows politely. Hanzo Ichiro, please advise, but only receive a gunshot in response. He shouted, "Hey kid, don't you understand the basic manners?" He replied, "Sorry, my waist is naturally a bit stiff, so I can't bow properly." Hanzo Ichiro angrily pointed his weapon forward and said, "Damn you! Disrespecting the strong, I will make you pay." He then softly added, "Oh, good." He thought to himself that although killing him wouldn't be an issue for him according to the information, the key to this battle wasn't about winning, but about fighting beautifully and spectacularly to attract fans. Danin also pondered that although she could easily kill this person, she should hold back her strength a little and not show too much of her power to avoid unnecessary trouble. The announcement sounded, the match began. Hanzo Ichiro immediately launched his attack, illusions jumping. Suddenly, many images of him appeared, along with a voice saying, "Endure it." Misako cheers enthusiastically. "Everyone, please watch Hanzo this time." Before she could finish her sentence, something unexpected happened that surprised her. This was Hanzo Ichiro's attack, which seemed to have failed against Yotakume. He was attacked again and slid across the arena floor. Dunning suddenly thought, "I knew you were weak, but this is just too pathetic. I haven't even activated my attribute transformation yet, and I can't even withstand a single kick." The spectators are talking. What's going on here? Hanzo was killed by a single kick? That was too fast. I haven't even seen the move clearly yet. That's too brutal. Although it's called a deadly duel, situations where someone actually dies are rare. Misako is experiencing a psychological crisis. That's so scary. I want to go home. Daning quickly handles the media. This is a special skill that can be used instantly. He ponders deeply, needing to find a reasonable excuse. Everyone was surprised to see this. It turns out this is a special skill that can be used immediately. No wonder Hanzo was caught off guard. Who said that choosing a flashy fighting style would only create opportunities for the opponent? The match ended half an hour later with an announcement. Match 113, Yotakum from Chusai Safe Zone versus Fujino Hiroshi from Choko Safe Zone. Minhao eagerly awaits.
I believe many people witnessed Yotakume's performance in the previous match. He must still be feeling scared. I wonder if this time he can win with such overwhelming strength. Let's wait and see. The announced signal sounded, and the match began. Fujino Hiroshi challenges you. Come here, Yotakume, and show me what you've got.
Dainin immediately charged like lightning, shouting loudly, "I'm coming!"
He charged forward like the wind, attacking straight into his chest. The punch pierced through Dainin's hand and Fujino Hiroshi's body.
The fans are excited, so fast and so powerful, another massacre already. Oh my god, is there a god of death in our selection area?
No, look at his hand. He's injured again this time. The impulsive power of the skill is indeed strong, but his defense seems to be very weak. Da thought to himself, a little injury already alleviates some of the rebellious feeling. Although this competition is as simple for me as chopping vegetables, it's not without its difficulties. So I'll go all out and eliminate them in one strike, leaving no chance for them to surrender and making sure they see my weakness is my poor defense. A voice rose up. Yotakume's performance was truly excellent, but if he keeps dying like this, it will be hard to explain to his superiors. Tanha ordered him to inform the referee, secretly change the rules of the match, cancel the initial agility-based fight, and arrange a strong opponent for Yotakume with a focus on strength.
Over there, they replied, "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, Minhwa stepped out to make an announcement.
Match 104-4.
This time you show up with a punch that will crush everything, Yotakume muttered to himself. So you've already given me a nickname.
He introduced him as the berserker of the Toyo Hiroto safe zone. He briefly wondered, so he secretly changed his type after finishing the physical power system. The soldier thought to himself that as long as he could withstand his opponent's instant skills, he could lure him into close combat. He could exploit the agility system, but if his defense wasn't good enough, he would have the advantage. The announcement signals the start.
Dainin shouted loudly, "I'll give you some face this time. I'll use my sword a little and then stop."
The soldier quickly launched a defensive move, blocking with a thin blade, continuously swinging his sword in rapid succession, but it was ineffective. Dainin suddenly thought, for now don't use too much force, just gauge the situation first. His calculation made the soldier smugly think to himself, he indeed cannot be broken. The quick-witted opponent launched an attack, so now it's my turn. The furious crowd of fans is extremely excited. Yotakue finally faces an opponent. Minhwa also commented, as expected. Everything has its counter. It looks like this will be a fierce battle. The outcome of this match is hard to predict. I don't know who. Before finishing his sentence, Dainin had already finished off the warrior with a confident statement, just based on this. Dainin leapt high, launching a strike with twin swords, but it was not a decisive blow. He quickly followed up with another move, the shield-breaking technique. The soldier, bewildered, exclaimed, "Stop!" Dainin still didn't stop, continuing to attack with a powerful strike, and the trembling opponent said, "I surrender." "But it's too late," he replied. "Sorry, you're too slow. I can't block the move." Everyone was talking about this, even the fierce warrior with dual elements couldn't stop his immediate attack. Jianin ordered directly to send the next person up. No need to rest, saving some time. All the remaining soldiers hurriedly ran away, screaming, "I give up. I give up. I surrender. I admit. Defeat. I surrender." Minhwa announced that because Yotakume's performance was too terrifying, all the opponents scheduled to face him withdrew from the competition. Yotakume will directly advance to the second round of the tournament in 3 days. Jianin smugly thought to himself that he had already restrained himself. These people are really too cowardly and boring, truly dull. At that moment in the safe zone, Jiro reported, "Sir, many people want to meet you, and some even want to marry you. He came with many girls and said they have already brought the daughters here." Jianin replied, "Resources can be accepted and everything can be agreed to, but the person doesn't need to meet them." Jianin suddenly thought, after all, if I can get the #1 divine martial artist, I can run away, so it doesn't matter if I agree to anything. He turned to ask, "What about the marriage alliance?" The girl? "What does that mean?" The other guy then said, "Sir, this is all just tricks of the third-tier wandering knights. They have no backing and only happen to become third-rate by chance. Their best options are either to become pawns or to marry into families with awakened individuals who have potential. The so-called daughters of theirs are actually all orphans they adopted. If you're interested, you can just play with them and discard them." Dainin replied, "I have no interest. Send them back." He briefly thought, the class system here is truly rotten. Since there hasn't been much to do these days, I'll use the resources they offer to focus on leveling up. However, I can't level up too quickly. For now, I'll delay advancing to higher levels to avoid suspicion, and just stay at the intermediate level while continuing to increase basic attributes.
After a moment, 3 days had passed, and Manhwa spoke up. Welcome everyone to the second qualifying round at the scheduled time. This round is a free exploration competition of the dungeon with a total of 300 participants, and the top 30 players will qualify. This round is a death match, and those who surrender midway will be instantly teleported out of the dungeon. Danin silently wondered, is this a chaotic slaughter method? This is interesting. The top 30 will qualify, so if I kill until only 30 remain, it's over. Hao Tian said, the members of the Kyokuan Society will directly intervene. Yeah, shouldn't the selection of geniuses be done individually? It's really unfair, Hino replied. Fairness? That's ridiculous. The descendants of the high-ranking elites will definitely bring a group of guards to secure a spot. He casually continued, I even suspect that the final divine warrior was predetermined from the start. He interrupted himself, saying no proof, no talking about such things. Hao Tian says, why don't we form a team? If we unite, our chances will be a bit better. You're only forming a team now? They're really stupid. Ignore them and just focus on completing our plan. After entering, focus on Shinichi and use the special item on him that allows us to see his coordinates. Once assembled, start clearing along one side. Our priority targets are Commander Fukuda, Abu Sinim, and Kuzoi Takum. Pay special attention to this Yotakum. He is extremely powerful. Everyone must be careful. Hao Tian also said, Captain, I've watched that guy's video. He only has some explosive strength, but that's only on the arena. In the maze, by the time he rushes over, we can unleash a series of concentrated firepower, not to mention his extremely poor defense. If we attack together, we will definitely take him down. Jianin also thought to himself that it would be better for these people to form a team and wait for death together, only then could he kill with satisfaction. The announcement sounded, and the match officially began. Players were teleported into the arena, with the drop points assigned randomly. Although the dungeon is unrestricted, we can't broadcast live footage of each situation, but based on the red dots and numbers, we can still observe the battle situation. The disappearance of a red dot means withdrawal from the competition. The change from red to black indicates death. Currently, Enakun number 147 has been moved to the center of this maze. He's not too strong, but he's extremely fast. This gives him a significant advantage in the chaotic battles inside the maze. Now, Okamoto number 259, also a swift type, is approaching Enya from the corner. Enya, unable to create enough distance, was directly wounded by Okamoto. Anakan has withdrawn from the competition. Unfortunately, even Okamoto, who just won, was unlucky enough to encounter a team of 3 and was killed. Many spectators are worried about Yotakum-kun's situation. A punch that destroys everything. Found it, the 7th Yotakum has been moved to a dead end in the maze. Da Ning muttered thoughtfully. The wall materials seem specially crafted with high hardness, making them unbreakable, even at the peak of the storm stage. Moreover, this wall can also weaken mental investigation abilities. If I use all my strength, I might break through an escape route, but that would be too obvious. When it comes to mental probing, reducing the distance from hundreds of meters to just tens of meters is no problem. Let's take it slow for now, killing enemies along the way, and once the team is assembled, we'll find them and take them out together. The commentator is still lively, and Yotakum's moves are incredibly precise, repeatedly breaking through the enemy's defenses with great power. In a one-on-one situation, there's no chance to win when facing him. Da Nin was surprised and finally saw a team, which was really amazing. Killing them one by one is really too boring. Many comments are coming from outside. Huh? Yotakum actively charged at a team of 3? This is not wise at all. Even the strongest individual cannot defeat a group. I fear that before finishing the sentence, Yan Ning has already struck, using a dual sword attack to take down each one. The number of casualties caused by him keeps rising rapidly, and the commentator remains in a state of panic. What? Destroy an entire team? Is this Yotakum really human or not? Yotakum keeps going. He has killed another team of 4, ambushed a third team of 6, and won every time. He is not human. He is the god of death of our country. Yotakume seems to have gone crazy, yet he's rushing towards the Kaiyan Society. This time, it will be really difficult. The Kaiyan Society has not only over 30 people, but also a very powerful mid-tier level 3 expert. The main character, Shinichi, is the son of the Kaiyan Safe Zone commander, with strength and equipment at the top level. Yotakumi wants to go in alone and fight them. All I can say is that even the strong will fall if they become too arrogant. Alas, a superstar shining brightly is about to collapse. Truly, a pity. A commanding voice rings out. Everyone has gathered. Protect the Lord at the center and start sweeping. The other guy responded clearly. Yes, Captain! Danin rushed from afar, shouting loudly. Are you finally all assembled? I've been waiting for you a little too long, Shichi suddenly exclaimed. Yotakum, the other one, also spoke. I was just about to come find you, but you rushed out on your own.
He encouraged, "Don't be afraid. We have the numbers. Killing him is as easy as killing a dog. This person is very strong. Don't underestimate him. Everyone focus fire, freeze with spiritual energy, and burn away the insects." Danin silently thought that using the Windblade sword could kill them all in one strike, but since he still needed to disguise himself, fighting would be very difficult. He kept pondering that it would take at least 6 minutes to handle these 30 people properly, enough to let outsiders feel the intensity of the battle and prevent the enemy from admitting defeat and retreating. The others also took fighting stances and shouted, "Kill!" Danin suddenly thought, "But this scene can't be viewed from outside, so I might as well use this move." After finishing, he immediately unleashed his Spirit Windstorm attack, causing those enemies to stagger. Screaming, "What is this?" Danin proudly said. Every 6 minutes and 30 seconds per person. Killing one every 10 seconds is enough. There's no time to rest. I still need to make them move and control their minds. All of you now circle around me. Manhwa is extremely excited as he leads the story. Although Yota-kun has already killed one person, he is now completely surrounded by the Kayan Alliance, and even with wings, escaping would be difficult. Danin's opponent is hovering helplessly in the air, while below him they are calculating to kill each one. The time is coming. About 10 seconds per person on average, but they can't time it exactly. Otherwise, it would look very fake. For example, this time they killed 2 people at the same time within 15 seconds, so the next person to be killed will happen. Then 30 seconds later, it must appear as if it's becoming increasingly harder to defeat. Then he fights while shouting, "Come on, fight more fiercely for me." Outside, the commentator excitedly said, "Yota-kun immediately killed 2 more people. He's too strong." However, this will also provoke the Key Society to become angry, and their counterattack will become even more severe. The battle is intensifying, and it's unclear how long Yota-kun can hold on. Suddenly, he unexpectedly says, "Hey, wait, there are many red dots approaching where Danin is fighting." The commentator said, "It seems like a coalition of 20 others is heading to this area. Will this battle turn into a free-for-all? Yota-kun fights alone and can no longer be saved. Among them, the group rushing forward is led by number 38 or Azamori. He shouted, hearing the sounds of battle ahead, so there must be many teams fighting. Let's go there quickly. Secretly observe and wait until both are exhausted before striking all at once." The people behind silently acknowledge the order, whether it's the captain or Azamori, recognizing the presence of the new group. Thinking again, another team is approaching, and their numbers are not small. It seems I can unlock a new way to play. Or maybe Azamori is hiding nearby. He told you not to underestimate or act rashly and to observe first. The crowd quietly concluded that the leader or Azamori said that the Kayan Alliance was surrounding and attacking Yota-kun alone. He or Azamori found it strange. So many people like this should have been easy to kill one person, but why are they just jumping around without using any techniques? Just doing that and not killing. What does that mean? He frowned, thinking it couldn't be right. Why would the Kayan Alliance have people with their eyes closed like that? Some people are floating with their eyes shut tight. Could it be that Azamori immediately thought it looked like they were losing consciousness? This is just a random sword strike that kills without resistance. How could that be? Danin cut off one of his heads, suddenly flying back to where Azamori was standing. He dodged unexpectedly, thinking to himself, "Have I been discovered? That's not right. Yota-kun definitely has no issues. Could it be that those people are all actually under control? Could he be a top-tier 3-star hidden expert or even a peak 3-star master?" The subordinate next to him, noticing something strange, asked, "Captain, you look pale. Are you okay? Did you see something?" He turned back to shout to everyone, "Hurry and run, find a place to hide," then hurriedly ran after the crowd, thinking to himself, "What exactly has happened? Let's follow the captain first." Suddenly, he appeared in front of us, blocking the way, and asked, "Where are you all trying to go?" The group called out in their minds, "Yota-kun." Then he smiled and said, "Facing the Key Society, don't you want to form an alliance with someone as powerful as me?" "Hey!" Azamori stammered in fear. Don't! The underlings behind are ready to fight," one said. "Facing us alone is asking for death." Another added, "Our team of 20 fighting him alone. What's there to be afraid of?" Then they all charged forward together, shouting kill in their minds. Hayori sweat profusely and stammered, No, retreat, quickly." A 4-pointed black star appears on Danin's forehead, his eyes shining as he says, "Do you want to retreat?" "Not yet." The spirit is disturbed. Then the crowd pushed upward, crying out in pain. Danin confidently said, "Demoness, switch sides and form an alliance with Kanjan to kill them."
Outside, the commentator excitedly said, Yotakum finally escaped. He is now chosen to ally with Hasamori's team of 20, number 38. Truly a dramatic turning point. Hasamori's team is now fighting against the Kaiyan Society, and with Yotakume joining, they are gaining the upper hand. The Kaiyan Society has been completely wiped out. Yotakume and Hasamori have passed through the maze tunnels, destroying 6 teams in a row. Unfortunately, Hasamori's squad was also wiped out, leaving only 6 survivors. A green light from the beast's hand enters each of their foreheads. He says there aren't many squads or Azamori left anymore. Now send in a few more strange squads to kill everyone. It's best that no one gets out except for me. Outside, everyone was panicking, and one person said, the other teams are also starting to encounter each other and fight. The number of dead inside the maze has risen to 153. Seeing many irregularities, a few people started to feel uneasy. The maze supervisor said, it's strange. How can the death rate suddenly spike like this? But why would these contestants rather die than withdraw from the competition? And what about Yotakum? He's already killed dozens of people by himself. That's too bizarre. Is he not tired? Is his spiritual power unlimited? He worriedly thought, I can't keep dying like this. If it goes on, the young people in this area will be wiped out. Then he turned to this person next to Huiha and said, report immediately, explain the situation, request to end the match, and submit Yotakum's information here. He replied, yes, Your Excellency. In half an hour, the commentator announced that due to special circumstances, the maze selection contest would end in 10 seconds. Rankings had been predetermined based on the number of kills or defeats, and all participants would soon be forced to leave the instance. Please stop fighting and prepare to exit. Danin stopped, thinking to himself, cancel the competition? It seems like the organizers can't go on anymore. Forget it. There probably aren't many left anyway. Then he sneered and said, no more pretending. Take advantage of the delay in teleportation to finish off one more time. Blame the teleportation when you return. Wherever Danin's body lands, that's where the dead will be. He thought to himself that except for a few weirdos who would vouch for him, no witnesses should be left out. In the new capital of the L country, many people were sitting in a tense meeting. Vice Chairman of the L Country Parliament, Hara Fuji, said, ladies and gentlemen, 1 hour ago, the Congress in the central Nakata war zone sent an urgent message. Then he pointed at the screen and said, I hear there is a super-awakened individual in the selection process who has never been seen before. As you can see, this is Yotakum. From the Toei battlefield in the second round, he alone eliminated nearly 70 contestants. A person in military attire said even 3 high-level elites couldn't do that. Someone else questioned whether Nakata's battleground had made a mistake in the statistics. Based on the information they provided, is he even still human? Then he shouted loudly, Sir, if I may be bold, I believe they made up this story even more. The man in military uniform continued, the other regional qualifiers have only just begun, and yet Nakata's area has almost been wiped out. This is basically too unreasonable. Hearing this, Harafuji quickly added, it's not what everyone thinks. Looking at the photo you can see, he was quite badly injured when he went out. According to surviving witnesses, Yotakum not only unleashed immense power, but also mastered the art of coordinated attack, and his actual combat strength may have reached the upper limit of 3 intermediate tiers. Of course, even so, it's still hard to imagine. There is information that high-ranking naval officials have been sent to Chosai to investigate Yotakum, so I believe we can uncover the truth. He stood up, slammed the table, and said, if he is truly not cheating, or if he is a high-level awakened person in disguise, there is no doubt that he is the super genius we are looking for. Everyone at the meeting table cheered happily, thinking that if it were really like that, then after failing at the Tongthi Kwukdo, we could completely rely on him to take back everything. That's right. The counselor is correct. If this is true, our great nation will rise again, and a super genius is worth more than hundreds or thousands of ordinary people. Inside the safe zone hall, Da Ning sat upright. Then a man entered and said, Sir, the naval commander of the coastal military forces has arrived and wants to meet you in person. Oh, here to investigate, or trying to curry favor beforehand? He continued, everything is possible. After all, your performance in the second round was truly outstanding. Now the entire Low Kingdom is buzzing about this, and even your most fervent fans have formed a fan club. Danin stood up and said, this time the commotion seems a bit too much. Let's forget about it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's unavoidable. Bring him in here. Wait a moment. Everyone return to your positions and remember not to reveal anything. Follow orders and shout out, yes, Your Excellency. Then a person stepped in, saluting in an army style and saying, Yotakum, I am Hiroshi Harano, commander of the 2nd Naval Fleet. Pleased to meet you, and I hope for your guidance. Danin crossed his arms and asked, what can I do for you?
Harano thought to himself that his gaze and aura were truly imposing, then said, "The situation is like this. Yodakum is not suspected by the army. Instead, we need to recheck your talent level to decide on the next step.